The man suddenly opened his eyes, feeling disoriented and fearful as he woke up. Looking down, he saw that he wasn't standing on a bed, but on a small, rickety raft. He was standing on the raft, which was only 2 meters by 5 meters, surrounded by the boundless ocean, as if he had been abandoned in this vast sea. Before he could figure out why he was there, a scream suddenly came from beside him. He looked down and was stunned. He was lying on top of a strange girl. Thinking about how long he had been single, he was instantly attracted and even secretly swallowed. The girl, with her hair in pigtails, wore a sexy maid-style dress. She opened her eyes to find a strange man on top of her. Her face instantly turned pale, and without hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped him. The burning pain instantly brought the man to his senses, and he realized with shock that this wasn't a dream. He, Ning Feng, had truly been thrown into the sea. Ning Feng started with only a tattered raft and a girl with a hostile expression. He quickly retreated, hastily explaining that he had just woken up and had no idea what had happened. But the girl didn't believe him at all, shrinking to the other end of the raft and crying that she would rather jump into the sea than let him touch her. Ning Feng felt both frustrated and innocent. Looking out over the vast sea, he couldn't see a single piece of land. The small raft was incredibly fragile. A single wave could easily destroy it, and even survival was in question. Just as he was becoming increasingly agitated, a screen fixed to the bow by metal strips caught his attention. Before he could figure out the power supply problem, the screen suddenly lit up automatically, displaying the words "Endless Voyage," along with the rules and instructions for a world of survival at sea. Ning Feng was completely dumbfounded after reading it, realizing he couldn't go home. He used to have no worries about food and drink, but now he would have to struggle to survive at sea. The little girl at the stern was still crying, which made Ning Feng, who was already in a bad mood, even worse. He couldn't help but scold her to stop crying and tell her to come and look at the screen if she didn't want to die. He even mocked her, telling her to jump into the sea if she wanted to die and stop crying here. Ning Feng's reprimand stopped the little girl's crying. Her eyes were resentful as she cursed Ning Feng for his lack of manners and secretly resented that despite her lowly-like face, she had a 36D figure. She was drawn to the electrified screen and was completely stunned after reading its contents, unable to believe that she had entered an endless world of sailing. Ning Feng sighed helplessly and told her that this was no joke. They had arrived in another world. He even mentioned similar novels, saying that they could control their destiny and were luckier than the protagonists in those novels. He asked if they wanted to embark on a voyage, interrupting her before she could respond, saying that refusing would result in the ship being destroyed and everyone dying. He decisively clicked to start, and the raft suddenly moved. Ning Feng, due to inertia, leaned forward and fell onto the girl. His hands touched her soft flesh, and a scream rang out again. He quickly grabbed the hand she was about to slap, complaining that she would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Ning Feng felt innocent. If the system hadn't said that one more person meant one more meal, he would have really wanted to kick her off the boat, but the girl blushed and called him a pervert. He coughed awkwardly to cover it up, and suddenly information appeared in his mind, learning that the lowly girl's name was Awakens, and his favorability rating decreased by 50. He subconsciously uttered Awakens' name, and she froze instantly, convinced that he had kidnapped her. She began to hurl insults at him and threatened to call the police. Awakens grew increasingly agitated with her outburst, scratching wildly like a mad cat, leaving bloody marks on Ning Feng's body. Reason prevented Ning Feng from throwing her into the water. Remembering the preciousness of food in the apocalypse and the difficulty of surviving alone, he forcibly held Awakens down to calm her down. He argued that if he truly had the ability to abduct someone, he would never bring them to this desolate sea. As Awakens looked at him, she gradually came to believe him. After her anger subsided, she became worried. With red eyes, she repeatedly asked Ning Feng to confirm the current situation. Then she couldn't help but cry out, saying that her dream had not yet been realized and she really didn't want to die on this sea. Ning Feng muttered to himself, too lazy to pay attention to the crying Awakens. He understood that entering the survival world meant accepting reality, and understanding the rules was the most important thing right now. If Awakens was useful, he would keep her. If she was an obstacle, he would kick her off the ship. He has a cheat code. As long as he survives, his ship might be upgraded into a spaceship. There's no need for him to act like a saint for Yuqing. As long as she cooperates, he'll spare her life. Ning Feng approached the small wooden raft screen and found that the system was very easy to operate, requiring only touch and click. There were several buttons on the left side of the desktop, such as trading and crafting, and the chat interface was opened by default. In the chat lobby, the survivors were talking about their own things, some worrying about the future, and others boasting. Ning Feng felt there was no useful information, so he simply closed the chat and opened the trading function. The trading function has 4 subsections. The rental hall is not yet open. Ning Feng opened the trading hall and found that everything can be traded there, including information on exchanging female college students' clothes and excrement for supplies. Ning Feng suddenly had an idea to trade in Yuqing for food. He clicked on the List Supplies button, and the system displayed a scanning function, prompting him to place the supplies in the scanning area. He quickly moved his body to include Yuqing behind him in the scanning area, but the scan failed after more than 10 seconds. It seemed that people could not be used for trading, and Ning Feng was filled with regret. Ning Feng quickly realized that people couldn't be traded, but clothes could, and Yuqing's stockings, skirts, and other items were treasures. There were people in the trading hall who needed women's stockings, which could be exchanged for compressed biscuits and water. He thought this method was feasible, and the more he thought about it, the smarter he felt. He looked at Yuqing with greed, treating her as a walking treasure trove that he could exchange for supplies. Yuqing felt tense under his gaze, curled up into a ball, and pretended to be tough, calling him a pervert and telling him to get lost. But Ning Feng didn't care at all, and even showed a fawning smile. Yuqing thought Ning Feng was going to force her, so she quickly declared that she would rather jump into the sea than comply. Ning Feng had no choice but to explain his thoughts, knowing that forcibly pushing her down would only result in resistance. Ning Feng showed Yuqing the system screen, telling her that someone needed worn women's stockings and wanted to exchange them for supplies. He specifically said he didn't want her clothes or underwear, just the stockings. When Yuqing heard that her stockings were to be asked for, she instantly became even more sensitive, shrank back, and prepared to jump into the sea, looking at Ning Feng with wary eyes. Ning Feng quickly reassured her, telling her not to be nervous, explaining that it was just exchanging stockings for supplies and that he wouldn't force her to do anything else. He then looked at Yuqing, waiting for her reply. Yuqing leaned closer to the screen and saw that someone was indeed trading supplies using underwear. She was disgusted and angrily cursed that all men were perverts. Ning Feng quickly tried to clear himself of the matter, but she saw through him at a glance, and he was also called a pervert. Ning Feng didn't care about the other party's mockery. He just wanted to get the stockings, but he didn't dare to forcibly take them for fear that Yuqing would jump into the sea. So he could only patiently persuade her, lying that he was a good person and that exchanging the stockings for food was a sure thing. Seeing that Yuqing was starting to hesitate, Ning Feng continued to persuade her, saying that survival was the most important thing in the apocalypse. The transaction would be completely anonymous, and the buyer might be a girl. He also said that stockings tend to smell, so it would be better to exchange them for supplies as soon as possible, otherwise there would be no chance. Yuqing was speechless. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally agreed, but asked Ning Feng what he had sacrificed, unwilling to sacrifice herself alone in exchange for the two of them sharing the supplies. Ning Feng was prepared, saying that offering the idea was a contribution in itself, and even offered to give up his own socks. Yuqing had nothing to say and ultimately chose to compromise. Ning Feng glanced at the time. There were still a few hours before the supplies were distributed. He continued to study the system, opened the crafting function, and found that the interface was similar to crafting equipment in a game. The more difficult the item was to craft, the longer it would take. Although there were many types of items, the materials were extremely difficult to obtain. He then tried to access the store and friends features, but both showed that they were not yet available. It seemed that he would have to wait for a subsequent system update. Ning Feng then clicked on the announcement and found 2 key pieces of information. The system notification indicated that the island was unique in the first phase, and no other ships would land there. The weather and temperature were stable and suitable for survival, which relieved Ning Feng, as he didn't have to fight with other survivors in the early stages. The update preview in the announcement also caught his attention. The second phase would open the leaderboard, friends, and Warship Legion functions. Ning Feng was secretly looking forward to it. With his cheat system, he was confident that he could climb the leaderboard and claim the rewards. He also imagined being able to chat with female celebrities after adding them as friends, and that the Warship Legion might be similar to a gang organization. The specific rules will only be known when the second phase begins. Ning Feng opened the last information function. The interface clearly displayed the status of the two people, the ship level, and the experience rules. Ship upgrades depended entirely on the average of satiety and hygiene. The higher the value, the more experience you would gain each day. He also noted that the difference between the two scores cannot exceed 10%, otherwise the lowest score will be used. The hygiene score is related to the cleanliness of the body and clothing, and seawater washing will not affect the score for the time being. The Modify Boat button at the bottom of the information panel caught Ning Feng's eye. The small raft could be expanded with bamboo, solving the problem of its cramped space and the risk of falling into the water, which put him at ease. Having fully grasped the system's functions, Ning Feng immediately set his sights on Yuqing's stockings. When he turned to look at her, Yuqing sensed something was amiss and instantly became alert. Ning Feng directly brought up the previous agreement, asking her to hand over the stockings to trade for goods. Yuqing immediately regretted it and wanted to keep the stockings to continue wearing. Seeing this, Ning Feng immediately used the system rules to put pressure on her. He told Yuqing that in order to upgrade the ship quickly, she had to ensure that her satiety and hygiene levels met the standards. Exchanging stockings for supplies could improve her survival conditions. If she was a burden, he wouldn't mind kicking her off the ship. Yuqing knew that Ning Feng was telling the truth and that he was capable of doing ruthless things. In order to survive, she had no choice but to compromise and grit her teeth to agree to take off her stockings. She had just lifted her foot when she noticed Ning Feng secretly staring at her. She was both ashamed and angrily called him a pervert. Ning Feng, however, didn't care at all and even shamelessly teased her. Yuqing turned away from Ning Feng in anger, quickly took off her stockings, afraid that he would continue to peek. Ning Feng, standing on high ground, still saw the whole process clearly. Looking at Yuqing's legs after she took off her black stockings, Ning Feng sighed inwardly. She looked even more stunning now than when she was wearing stockings. Ning Feng stared at Yuqing's slender and straight legs, his heart itching with desire, wishing he could touch them immediately. But he also knew that Yuqing would never give him that chance. Yuqing stood up immediately after taking off her stockings, glanced at Ning Feng with disgust, handed him the stockings, but kept a safe distance from him, her tone full of revulsion. "Take it, you pervert." Yuqing frowned and warned, "I'm warning you, you can't smell my stockings." Before she could finish speaking, she was stunned by Ning Feng's actions. Ning Feng took the stockings and, without thinking, brought them to his nose and sniffed them. Yuqing's previously relaxed expression instantly turned hot, both ashamed and angry, and she immediately reached out to snatch them back. Ning Feng was prepared and easily dodged the attack, even jokingly saying with a smile, "It's not as smelly as the rumors say, is it?" These words made Yuqing so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear. Yuqing, her face flushed, angrily shouted, "You bastard! You still dare to talk back? Give it back to me! Give it back to me!" She continued to struggle while cursing, but the small raft was too cramped, and an accident suddenly occurred. In the struggle, Yuqing slipped, her right foot lost its footing, and her body tilted towards the sea. Fortunately, Ning Feng reacted quickly and grabbed her slender waist, preventing her from falling into the water. "You already promised to give me the stockings. Why did you have to snatch them?" Ning Feng said casually. "I was just curious to smell them. I don't have that kind of fetish." "You would have been in danger if you had been a step slower." Remembering that Ning Feng had saved her, Yuqing didn't say anything more. Her face flushed, she gave a soft hum, and turned her head away, unwilling to look at him anymore. Her goodwill towards him had just increased a little. But the next second, Ning Feng's hand, which was around her waist, inadvertently touched her buttocks. Yuqing was so frightened that she quickly broke free and cursed again. "Get out! You pervert!" Ning Feng chuckled playfully. Hee, feels pretty good. Without pushing his luck, he turned around, took the stockings, and walked to the navigation system screen, preparing to list them for sale. He had already studied the listing function beforehand and skillfully clicked on Trade, List Items, placed the stockings in the scanning area, and the system notified him a few seconds later that the scan was successful. The stockings in Ning Feng's hand disappeared into thin air. Even though he already knew the principle, he couldn't help but marvel at this scene. This technology of retrieving objects from a distance far surpassed that of Earth. The system automatically displayed that the stockings belonged to the socks category under textiles and also allowed users to customize their nicknames. Ning Feng directly typed, "Super beautiful loli with a pair of stockings. Just taken off. Smells amazing." He sold the stockings in pairs, exchanging one pair for 4 bags of compressed biscuits and the other for 4 500 milliliters bottles of purified water. He felt that the price was not expensive at all. Although a single person can only obtain a maximum of 2 bags of compressed biscuits and 1 L of water per day, which is too much for anyone to afford alone, the initial ship can carry 2 people, and the supplies for the 2 people combined are enough. Ning Feng was plotting to rip off the pervert. The system's public chat was scrolling rapidly, showing that there were hundreds of thousands of people involved. He didn't believe he couldn't find someone willing to buy it. Even if the probability was small, there was still hope. After putting the supplies on the shelves, Ning Feng, who had nothing to do, lay on the small wooden raft intending to take a nap and wait for the system to feed him. However, Yuqing dared not sleep, for fear that he would take advantage of her again. Ning Feng slept soundly. Although the small wooden raft was rough, he was tough and the waves were calm. The rocking sensation was like his mother rocking him to sleep when he was a child. He recalled the time when his parents died in a car accident when he was 7 years old and felt a pang of sadness. However, so many years have passed, and he has long since let go of the past and no longer wants to talk about it. Upon waking up, Ning Feng immediately looked at Yuqing and found that although she said she wasn't going to sleep, she was already asleep. He chuckled to himself, finally having a chance to show off his talent. Ning Feng carefully stood up and tiptoed towards Yuqing. Just as he squatted down to make his move, Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes and shouted angrily, "Get out!" Ning Feng was startled, thinking to himself, "Good heavens, is this girl pretending to be asleep, or is she just too wary and a light sleeper? Otherwise, how could she have noticed his movements so quickly?" When his scheme failed, Ning Feng's mind raced. He immediately retorted to Yuqing, saying that he was just worried about her after waking up and that his good intentions had been taken for granted. His reasoning was so reasonable that Yuqing didn't doubt it at all. Thinking that she had said she wouldn't sleep but had unexpectedly fallen asleep, she felt a little guilty. Yuqing apologized to Ning Feng in a low voice, admitting that she had misunderstood him. Ning Feng was secretly pleased, thinking that this girl was simple and easy to control, and planned to keep her by his side for the time being to help with physical labor. To make the performance more convincing, Ning Feng sighed helplessly, mentioning that Yuqing had previously thought he was a pervert. Before she could speak, he said it was time to eat. Ning Feng walked to the system screen and saw that the time was 12:22. He thought that the supplies promised by the system must be in the ship's warehouse. He had seen this function before when he was exploring the system. He quickly opened the information panel and saw that the supplies in the ship's warehouse had changed from nothing to 2 bags of compressed biscuits and 2 500 milliliters bottles of purified water. He immediately took out the supplies. Ning Feng hadn't drunk any water all morning and was extremely thirsty. He grabbed a bottle of water, twisted it open, and gulped it down. He drank half of it in just a few seconds and couldn't help but shout, "Refreshing." Seeing this, Yuqing pouted and reminded him that supplies were limited and he should drink sparingly. She then reached out to ask for her share, her tone full of self-righteousness. Ning Feng didn't take her reminder seriously. He knew that if he wanted to upgrade his ship, he had to prioritize ensuring his satiety and hygiene levels. He didn't want to live a stingy life and affect his upgrade. But Yuqing's words also reminded him that the supplies were for 2 people, and since the 2 had different appetites, and the system required that the difference in their satiety levels could not exceed 10%, they had to allocate the supplies reasonably. Ning Feng handed the half-empty bottle of water to Yuqing, saying that she looked good and probably didn't have a big appetite. So he told her to drink half of the bottle, and he would give her half a compressed biscuit later. And Yuqing was immediately unhappy and retorted that she deserved the supplies. But Ning Feng pointed to the screen and showed her their hunger levels, pointing out the key limitations. And Yuqing looked at the screen and saw that Ning Feng's satiety level was 69% while hers was 76%, just as Ning Feng had said. Although she felt she was at a disadvantage, she had no reason to refute it. And Yuqing compromised, but asked Ning Feng to open a new bottle of water and pour half of it for her. She didn't want to drink the water Ning Feng had drunk from, clearly because she didn't want to indirectly kiss him. Ning Feng saw through her thoughts and deliberately said that pouring water would be wasteful. He suggested that Yuqing drink the new bottle first and keep half for himself, adding that he wouldn't mind. Before Yuqing could agree, Ning Feng shoved the bottled water into her hand, then opened the compressed biscuits, broke off half for himself, and handed the other half to Yuqing. Helpless, Yuqing could only accept the supplies and start eating. The compressed biscuits were both unpalatable and difficult to swallow, and the two of them needed to drink water after eating only a few bites, making it a very difficult experience. About 10 minutes later, the two finally finished all the compressed biscuits and water. Ning Feng knew that the system would send more supplies in the afternoon, so he didn't care whether there were any left. Ning Feng immediately looked at the system screen, which showed that his satiety level was 85% and Yuqing's was 86%. He immediately pretended to be aggrieved and defended himself to Yuqing. See, I told you have a small appetite. Half a compressed biscuit is enough for you. My motto, Ning Feng, is fairness. Looking at the facts before her, Yuqing knew that Ning Feng's words were hard to verify, but she couldn't refute them. She only gave Ning Feng a mysterious smile before sitting alone at the stern of the boat, gazing at the sea. The sea reflected her fair and flawless face. Her beautiful features and clear eyes had once captivated countless men, but after entering this world, her beauty seemed to have lost its power. And Yuqing couldn't help but wonder if Ning Feng was attracted to the same sex. Having never suffered any injustice in her life, she felt increasingly heartbroken as she thought about it. Her nose tingled and tears welled up in her eyes, which she quickly wiped away. She didn't want Ning Feng to see her vulnerable side, fearing that he would exploit her weakness and become even more unscrupulous. Ning Feng didn't pay any attention to these little actions. He was currently engrossed in the system chat lobby, where many survivors were sharing their tragic experiences. Some complained about their teammates' bad behavior, while others lamented their teammates' mental instability. Some even tied up their teammates to enjoy double the supplies. Ning Feng couldn't tell whether these posts were true or false. He treated them as mere after-dinner entertainment and couldn't help but laugh. The public chat was quickly filled with insults and scam messages. Ning Feng didn't want to get his eyes dirty, so he closed the chat lobby and opened the trading page to check the stockings sales. The stockings were still unsold. After all, the price was too high, and ordinary survivors simply couldn't afford them. He could only hope that someone would be able to buy them after the system distributed supplies in the afternoon. As long as the stockings are successfully sold, his and Yuqing's satiety level will remain stable at over 90%, and their ship upgrade experience on the first day will far exceed that of others. The afternoon was boring and long, so Ning Feng and Yuqing chose to sleep to pass the time. When they woke up, the sky was already a sunset, painting the sea red. Ning Feng stood up, stretched, and quickly walked to the system screen to check the time. It showed 18:13, which was dinner time. He didn't check the warehouse supplies first. Instead, he immediately opened the transaction page. To his surprise, the stockings had actually been sold. He couldn't help but laugh and teased Yuqing, saying that her stockings were very tempting. And Yuqing was utterly astonished. She had assumed no one would be willing to exchange supplies meant for 4 people for a single worn sock, let alone expect someone to be so eccentric as to save up to buy it. The thought of her sock being handled by someone else filled her with no joy. She merely gave a curt reply. Ning Feng, however, was overjoyed and took out all the proceeds from the exchange. With the addition of dinner supplies provided by the system, 6 bags of compressed biscuits and 6 bottles of purified water instantly appeared on the raft. He generously declared that Yuqing could eat and drink to her heart's content tonight. He was determined to keep both of them at least 95% full. The first night in the sailing world was exceptionally quiet and lonely, and the temperature was significantly lower than during the day. As night fell, the sea became shrouded in darkness, and the sea breeze howled. Ning Feng couldn't help but feel uneasy, fearing that an unknown sea monster might suddenly climb onto the raft and attack. People are often not afraid of darkness itself, but of the unknown dangers hidden within it. And Yuqing had deliberately kept her distance from him during the day. After dark, she unconsciously moved closer to him. Ning Feng was secretly pleased to see this and planned to take the opportunity to get closer to her. He pretended to be gentle and put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. He even let her rest on his shoulder, explaining that they could go to the island early the next morning. And Yuqing was scared, so she didn't resist much and let him hold her. But soon she noticed Ning Feng's hands starting to wander, slowly sliding from her shoulder to her chest. She instantly flew into a rage, violently shaking off his hand and retreating to the stern of the boat. She angrily denounced Ning Feng as a pervert and told him to stay away from her. Ning Feng could only laugh awkwardly, finally understanding the situation completely. Compared to the unknown darkness, the girl was more afraid of scoundrels with bad character. This made him realize the reality and dare not do anything that crossed the line again. The next morning, Ning Feng and Yuqing were awakened by the rocking of the raft. When they opened their eyes, they found that the raft had been moored on the shore of an island. The two of them immediately stood up excitedly. And Yuqing took a deep breath of the fresh, plant-scented air, feeling a sense of exhilaration. The pent-up emotions from last night vanished, as if she had been reborn. Ning Feng looked around and was very satisfied with the lush vegetation. He concluded that the island was rich in resources and that he would definitely have a good harvest today. He immediately opened the system's ship warehouse, where there were still 3 bags of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of purified water, and 4 empty plastic bottles, all leftover supplies from the previous day. Last night, the two of them ate like crazy to increase their satiety level. Ning Feng ate 2 bags of biscuits and drank a bottle and a half of water, while Yuqing also ate a bag of biscuits and drank a bottle of water. Now, they feel a bit nauseous just looking at biscuits. Ning Feng checked the information section and found that the ship's experience had increased from 0 to 30 points, thanks to the ship's rating, satiety, and hygiene values meeting the requirements. Last night's efforts had not been in vain. He took out 4 empty bottles to fill with water on the island, while leaving the rest of the supplies on the boat. After all, there were no containers to carry, and he could eat and drink while transporting supplies back and forth. The two landed on the island, and Ning Feng suddenly remembered his cheat ability. He tried to read the island's information and instantly obtained the complete distribution of the island's resources. The island has a 0 risk factor. The east side is rich in fruit, the west side is rich in freshwater, the north side is rich in seafood, the south side is rich in vegetation, and there are also small wild animals in the center. Ning Feng immediately decided to prioritize finding fresh water, but not wanting Yuqing to do heavy work, he arranged for her to weave bags from vines on the shore to make it easier to carry supplies later. He told Yuqing that he was going to find fresh water and pretended to be tired, telling her to be careful and to go back to the raft to rest when she got tired. And Yuqing immediately changed her opinion of Ning Feng, feeling that he was very responsible at crucial moments and was no longer a pervert who only knew how to act like a hooligan. She even felt a little reluctant to part with him. After leaving alone, Ning Feng leisurely strolled around the island and unexpectedly discovered that his cheat ability could accurately locate the mountain spring, eliminating the need for blind searching. With such a powerful cheat code assisting him, he was full of confidence for his survival and no longer had to worry about supplies and safety. Following the guidance of the Golden Finger, Ning Feng walked through the jungle for 10 minutes and quickly found the mountain spring. The spring was a circular depression, not large, but the water was clear and had a faint sweet smell. The Golden Finger immediately provided information that the spring water had an extremely high safety factor, was rich in various natural minerals, and was weakly alkaline, making it perfectly safe to drink directly. Ning Feng immediately lay down and drank it heartily, finding it refreshing and sweet. After drinking his fill, he immediately took out 4 empty bottles and filled them with water. In less than 2 minutes, he had successfully completed the mission. He didn't dare to delay and planned to return to the raft as soon as possible, not wanting to fall behind the other survivors. Ning Feng returned along the same route, taking less time than he had gone there. When he got back to the shore, he saw that Yuqing had already collected quite a few vines and was working very hard. He felt a little more appreciative of her. Yuqing was very surprised to see him return so quickly, and even suspected that he had filled the bottle with seawater to fool her. Ning Feng directly let her taste a sip, and after drinking it, her eyes lit up instantly, and she exclaimed that the spring water was sweet and delicious. After drinking half a bottle of water, Yuqing lamented that there weren't enough bottles, otherwise she could have unlimited access to water. This instantly enlightened Ning Feng, who realized that other survivors must also have empty bottles, which could be exchanged for water from the fountain. The two hit it off immediately, and Ning Feng put 3 bottles of spring water up for sale, exchanging 1 bottle for 2 empty bottles. The bottles were snapped up instantly, and in the blink of an eye, there were 6 empty bottles left. Looking at the ever-increasing number of empty bottles, Ning Feng calculated the time. A round trip would only take about 20 minutes, and the number of empty bottles could multiply. He couldn't help but imagine that he would soon be able to achieve freedom of drinking water. He then combined the half-empty bottle of spring water that Yuqing had left with the purified water from the warehouse and put it up for sale again. It was quickly snapped up once more, and in the blink of an eye, he had 14 empty bottles in his hand. Ning Feng wasn't satisfied with the empty bottles he already had, so he went all in and put 3 bags of compressed biscuits in the warehouse up for trading. He quickly got 6 more empty bottles in return, bringing his total to 20. He told Yuqing to stay on the shore and weave a vine net, while he carried the empty bottle and hurried to the mountain spring, intending to fill up as much water as possible and try to collect several hundred bottles by morning. After Ning Feng left, Yuqing was in a dilemma. She didn't know how to weave vines at all, so she could only tie knots haphazardly and barely managed to put together a half-finished product. She felt very embarrassed. 24 minutes later, Ning Feng returned with a full load of spring water. When he saw the messy vines in Yuqing's hands, he couldn't help but twitch his lips and complain about her clumsiness. Yuqing retorted aggrievedly, but she couldn't win the argument. Just then, Ning Feng's cheat code was suddenly triggered, directly giving him the vine-weaving method personally taught by Master Da. After the technique flashed through his mind, he completely mastered the skill. He took the vines and quickly wove them, creating the basic shape of a wicker basket in just a few minutes. Yuqing was dumbfounded and accused him of deliberately playing dumb to humiliate her. Ning Feng didn't have time to argue, so he asked Yuqing to take 20 bottles of spring water to make the trade. When Yuqing bent down to pick up the water, she accidentally exposed herself, and Ning Feng took the opportunity to peek, secretly pleased with himself. By the time the wicker baskets were finished, the spring water transaction was also completed, yielding 40 empty bottles. Without delay, the two immediately carried the wicker baskets to the mountain spring to fill them with water. The two spent the entire morning transporting water back and forth. The island was difficult to traverse, and the load of spring water grew heavier and heavier. Ning Feng was so exhausted that he was almost collapsing, and Yuqing was also so tired that her face was flushed. But their efforts paid off. After a busy morning, their ship's warehouse was filled with 640 bottles of 500 milliliters spring water, finally giving them complete freedom to drink water. Ning Feng had previously exchanged spring water for empty bottles in order to store more fresh water for himself and Yuqing. Now that 640 bottles of spring water were enough, he stopped putting more on the shelves, as it was both physically demanding and time-consuming. They had to board the boat and leave the island before 6 p.m. Besides storing fresh water, collecting food and modifying the small raft were equally important. He couldn't afford to spend all his time on fresh water. After a short rest, Ning Feng glanced at the navigation system. It was already 11:30 a.m. In order for the two of them to have something to eat for lunch, he immediately got up, picked up the wicker basket, and called in Yuqing to go find food together. Ning Feng did not choose the center or the north side of the island. He was well aware of his own limitations. The center had many animals, but he lacked the tools to hunt them. Traps would take too long to set, and storing and consuming raw meat would be even more difficult, making it completely unrealistic. The same goes for seafood on the north side. Without fishing nets, you can't catch fish, so you can only pick clams and scallops. They have little meat and are troublesome to pick, and they are hard to swallow raw. Starting a fire takes time, so the cost effectiveness is extremely low. It's better to just give up. With the help of his cheat code, Ning Feng quickly led in Yuqing to a banana grove. Looking around, the trees were full of freshly ripened bananas, the perfect time to eat them. Their luck was surprisingly good. The banana tree wasn't tall, making it easy to pick the bananas. Ning Feng stood on tiptoe and pulled, and a whole bunch of bananas fell into his arms. He casually broke off one and handed it to Yuqing, letting her taste this pesticide-free, organic fruit. After a morning of physical labor, the two were starving. Yuqing thanked them and immediately started peeling bananas. The tender yellow flesh looked very appetizing, so Ning Feng simply stopped picking and decided to eat first. The two ate for about 10 minutes. Ning Feng ate 15 sticks, and Yuqing ate 7 sticks. They were both stuffed before continuing to pick. In just a few minutes, they filled the wicker basket to the brim, and they couldn't carry it any longer. They carried the bananas back to the small raft, intending to store the supplies in the boat's warehouse before returning to continue harvesting. To improve efficiency, Ning Feng and Yuqing divided the work and each performed their respective duties. Yuqing was familiar with the paths in the banana grove and was specifically responsible for picking bananas, while Ning Feng relied on his special ability to pick other fruits in other areas. The two worked together tacitly to speed up the collection process. At 4 p.m., the two met on the small raft. By then, the boat's cargo hold was full of supplies, including spring water, bananas, coconuts, and mangosteens. They had a very good harvest. Looking at the supplies in the warehouse, the two breathed a sigh of relief. All their efforts had not been in vain. Ning Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a faint smile that there was no need to worry about food for tomorrow. Yuqing smiled and agreed, marveling at how lucky the two were to be able to find usable supplies wherever they went. Ning Feng smiled without saying a word, knowing in his heart that this was not luck at all, but the result of a cheat system. However, Ning Feng could not reveal the secret of the golden finger, so he could only let Yuqing guess. At this moment, Yuqing suddenly asked a question, worried that there was too much fruit to eat and it would be difficult to store. Ning Feng had already made plans. He explained that during the first day of exploration, it would be safer to have more supplies. If they couldn't finish eating, they could exchange them for useful items in the trading hall, and they could also test the preservation function of the ship's warehouse. He stated frankly that if the warehouse could preserve the food, they could hunt more freely in the future, since meat is obviously tastier than fruit, and his words were full of plans for the future. Ning Feng closed the ship's warehouse and glanced at the time. It was already 16:08. There were only 2 hours left before boarding and leaving, which would be just enough time to collect bamboo and modify the ship. He didn't plan to make the raft too big. As long as it was convenient for movement and rest and wouldn't capsize and fall into the sea, that would be enough. But before setting off, he suddenly thought of an easier way. He had plenty of fruit, but if the ship's warehouse didn't have a preservation function, the fruit would spoil and go to waste in just a few days. It would be better to exchange the food for bamboo and save himself time. Bamboo is easier to find than food on the island, and many survivors, despite their strength, might be willing to exchange their labor for food. Ning Feng immediately decided to take a two-pronged approach, trading while manually collecting bamboo. He told Yuqing that there were many bamboos growing on the vines ahead and asked her to go and cut some back. Yuqing immediately asked him what he was going to do. Ning Feng bluntly said that he was going to keep an eye on the trading hall to exchange bamboo. Yuqing was immediately displeased, feeling that the task allocation was unfair. Instead of directly refuting it, she smiled and suggested that she would keep an eye on the trading hall while Ning Feng went to cut bamboo, believing that she had the victory in her grasp. But Ning Feng didn't play by the rules at all. She bluntly said that she didn't understand the exchange ratio of materials and brought up the previous agreement that she would take care of the mental work and the physical work, directly shutting down Ning Feng's words. Before Yuqing could explain, Ning Feng adopted an indifferent attitude, saying that modifying the raft was for her own good, and she didn't have to go if she didn't want to. At worst, They could just sleep together in cramped spaces at night. He also deliberately mentioned that he likes to sleepwalk and move his hands and feet around, and that he shouldn't blame him if he bumps into anything. These words directly hit in Yuqing's sore spot. She hadn't slept well all night because of Ning Feng's movements after he fell asleep. The thought of having to endure it again tonight made her immediately put aside all her dissatisfaction, and she quickly agreed to go collect bamboo. And Yuqing was afraid of delaying the raft modification, so she ran quickly towards the bamboo forest. Ning Feng watched her back and smiled smugly, then focused on studying how to exchange fruit for bamboo. Unsure of the survivor's desired price, he started testing with the lowest price, first exchanging a banana for a 2-meter-long bamboo pole, but after several minutes no one showed any interest. Ning Feng raised the price to 2 bananas, but still no one was willing to trade. Seeing that time was running out, he made a tough decision to raise it to 5 bananas, which were immediately sold as soon as they were put on the market. He then tested other fruits in turn and finally determined the exchange market price. 5 bananas, 6 plantains, 2 coconuts, and 3 mangosteens could all be exchanged for a 2-meter-long bamboo. After setting the prices, Ning Feng began listing a large number of goods. 500 bananas could be exchanged for 100 bamboo, and 1,200 plantains could be exchanged for 200 bamboo. Coconuts and mangosteens were in short supply, so he only offered 50 coconuts for 25 bamboo shoots and 150 mangosteens for 50 bamboo shoots, steadily accumulating materials to modify the raft. Many people think that food is the most important thing in the survival world, and it is not worthwhile to exchange a lot of food for bamboo, but Ning Feng doesn't care about this at all. With his superpowers, collecting fresh water and food is a piece of cake for him. On the contrary, physically demanding tasks are not cost-effective for him. By manually collecting bamboo, you can only gather a maximum of 100 bamboo stalks in 2 hours. However, in the same amount of time, you can harvest at least 2,000 banana stalks. Based on market prices, 2,000 bananas can be exchanged for more than 300 bamboo stalks. It seems that trading food is more profitable, just like the business logic in reality. Capable people create greater value by hiring others. Ning Feng is like a factory owner who has the capital, so he doesn't need to do the manual labor himself. Moreover, this is a world of sailing and survival, where ship level is crucial. Upgrading the raft can improve the rating and allow the ship to gain more experience every day. From both a business and development perspective, exchanging food for bamboo is a surefire way to make money, and Ning Feng is very certain of this. After listing the exchangeable items, Ning Feng stopped staring at the trading screen, stood up, and looked in Yuqing's direction, where she was struggling to break the bamboo. She struggled for a long time, jumping up and down, before she could barely break one. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to gather 10 in 2 hours, so Ning Feng immediately decided to stop her. He walked up to Yuqing and told her not to waste her energy anymore. Instead of wasting time on bamboo, she should pick some fruit and exchange it for something more efficient. And Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. She was already weak, and breaking bamboo was too difficult for her, so she naturally preferred to pick fruit. Before the boat left the island, the two harvested more than 700 bananas and more than 1,000 plantains. They did not collect any other fruits because they were too far away and difficult to pick. By the time they stored the fruit in the warehouse, it was 5:57 p.m. The ship was about to depart, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they could finally leave with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, Yuqing suddenly jumped off the raft and rushed towards the bamboo forest. Ning Feng hurriedly shouted to stop her, fearing that she would be trapped on the island before she could board the boat. Fortunately, at the last moment, she grabbed a bamboo stick and rushed back to the raft, smiling as she said that she had worked so hard to make it and couldn't let it go to waste. Ning Feng was both shocked and furious when he saw this. He sternly reprimanded Yuqing for being too impulsive. If she hadn't returned in time, she would have been stranded on the deserted island forever. A single bamboo shoot was far less important than her life. And Yuqing felt a sweet warmth in her heart, thinking that Ning Feng was concerned about her. She immediately smiled and asked him in return, but Ning Feng directly denied it, saying that he just didn't want to lose free labor. And Yuqing was instantly disappointed, feeling that she had been delusional. Seeing her distress, Ning Feng said nothing more, only warning her not to take such a risk again. He was genuinely frightened and didn't want to lose in Yuqing for the time being. The more important thing right now was to start modifying the small raft. Ning Feng opened the ship modification interface and pressed the option to add bamboo. The system was very intelligent and could directly identify the bamboo in the warehouse, saving a lot of trouble. He has a total of 376 bamboo poles. According to the rule of expanding by 1 square meter for every 10 bamboo poles, the raft can be expanded by a full 37 square meters today. Ning Feng found the extra 6 bamboo stalks an eyesore, so he traded 24 bananas for 4 more bamboo stalks, bringing his total to 380 bamboo stalks, and prepared to start modifying the boat. Ning Feng added the bamboo to the modification system, and an interface similar to a game expansion immediately popped up on the screen. The bottom was a white grid, and the center was a 2x5 black rectangle, which was the original small raft. On the left side of the interface, there is a grid button marked with the number 38, which corresponds to the expandable area. Ning Feng taps the button to plan the expansion on the screen, increasing the raft from 2x5 to 6x8. After pressing the modification button, the boat rocked slightly, but returned to calm in a few seconds. The originally cramped raft was expanded nearly 5 times, reaching an area of 48 square meters, enough for 2 people to move around freely. After closing the modification page, the ship information was refreshed, and the score jumped directly from 10 points to 48 points. Ning Feng instantly figured out the pattern. For every 1 square meter increase in the ship's area, the score would increase by 1 point. At this rate, expanding by 38 square meters in half a day and easily exceeding 70 square meters in a day, coupled with the experience bonuses from satiety and hygiene, upgrading the ship is much easier than imagined. He roughly estimated that it would only take about 10 days to accumulate 5,000 experience points to upgrade the ship. Ning Feng was full of anticipation, wondering what kind of vehicle the small raft would eventually be upgraded into. Ning Feng suppressed his excitement and decided to improve his own condition first. He took out bananas, mangosteens, and spring water from the warehouse and gave them to Yuqing so that she could eat her fill and keep her satiety level above 95%. He then reminded Yuqing that after a busy day, her clothes were dirty and messy, and she needed to wash her body and clothes with seawater to improve her hygiene level. After saying that, he opened the information panel to check the status of the 2 of them. Ning Feng's satiety level is 81%, and her hygiene level is 69%, while Yuqing's satiety level is 83%, and her hygiene level is only 65%. Given that she has been picking and working in contact with soil and vegetation for many years, it is understandable that her hygiene level is low. Yuqing blushed instantly when she saw her stats. Last night, she had only simply washed her limbs, but now if she wanted to increase her hygiene stats, she would have to wash her underwear, which would inevitably expose her body. As the sun set, Ning Feng was the first to take off his outer clothes, revealing a well-proportioned inverted triangle physique with smooth muscle lines. Although he was not as fit as a professional fitness enthusiast, he was still quite pleasing to the eye, except for his underwear. Yuqing was both ashamed and angry. She cursed Ning Feng for being shameless and taking off his clothes in public before it was dark, but she couldn't help but secretly look at his body. She was very conflicted. Ning Feng noticed her little actions, deliberately struck a pose to show off, and even teased her, telling her not to be reserved. Just think of it as swimming at the beach, and to take advantage of the sunset to wash herself. Yuqing's sneaky glances at Ning Feng were exposed. Her face turned red from her neck to her earlobes. She was both ashamed and angry. She angrily called Ning Feng a pervert and said that she would take a shower when it got dark. After saying that, she turned her back to him. Ning Feng didn't take her anger seriously at all. He thought to himself, take it or leave it. Then he walked to the edge of the small raft, squatted down to wipe his body, and then washed his clothes with seawater. In the world of sailing, there are no seasons or rainy seasons. Clothes are covered in dust and bits of weeds, which can be washed clean without detergent. However, drying them after washing becomes a problem. The sun had already set more than halfway down. Without a hairdryer, the only way to dry the clothes was to swing them against the wind. It was cold and tiring, but Ning Feng dared not delay. Wearing wet clothes could easily make one sick, and there was no medicine to cure that here. Ning Feng started sneezing after only 10 minutes of being naked. Realizing he couldn't delay any longer, he urged Ning Yuqing to take a shower while the boat was gliding westward to delay the sunset. He advised Ning Yuqing not to dawdle, as the light would be poor after dark, making it easier to fall into the sea, and the temperature would also drop. Her skirt was already difficult to dry, and the longer she waited, the longer she would be naked. If she got sick, there would be no one to take care of her or share her physical burden. Ning Feng offered to turn his back and not peek. And Yuqing struggled with her feelings, but seeing the temperature dropping, she finally gritted her teeth and agreed, repeatedly telling Ning Feng that he must turn his back and not look back. Ning Feng patted his chest and guaranteed that if he broke his promise, he would remain single for life. And Yuqing scrutinized him for a moment, but couldn't see that he was lying. So she asked him to turn around and prepared to take off her clothes. Ning Feng had no intention of not looking at it at all. He remembered the system screen in front of him. After it was turned off, he could use the reflection of the setting sun as a mirror and easily see Ning Yuqing's figure. On the screen, Ning Yuqing carefully removed her maid dress, revealing her perfect, curvaceous body. Ning Feng was mesmerized, subconsciously swallowing hard, secretly thinking how comfortable it would be to hold her while sleeping. The naive Ning Yuqing was completely unaware of this. While wiping her body, she would occasionally turn around to check, only relaxing when she was sure Ning Feng hadn't turned around. Since there was no shower gel, the wiping process ended quickly. And Yuqing began washing the maid outfit. This dress was more prone to getting dusty, so she bent over and rinsed it many times in the seawater before she finally got it clean. After that, she could only follow Ning Feng's example and manually wring it dry. The wet skirt was extremely heavy, and even after wringing it out, it was still difficult to fan it. And Yuqing was so tired that she wanted to cry, but she refused to ask Ning Feng for help, fearing that he would see her body naked. She could only bear it all by herself. About an hour later, the sun had completely disappeared, and Ning Yuqing's skirt was finally almost dry enough to wear. She breathed a sigh of relief and told Ning Feng, who had his back to her, that she was dressed. And Yuqing teased Ning Feng, saying that she didn't expect that this pervert would actually keep his word and not turn around at all. But as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that Ning Feng was acting strangely, refusing to turn around and wiping his face. And Yuqing curiously leaned forward and saw the system screen in front of Ning Feng light up. The light shone on his face, revealing a lot of bloodstains, especially the 8-shaped bloodstains next to his upper lip, which was both funny and scary. And Yuqing suddenly realized that the screen had just lit up, which meant that the screen was off while she was showering. Ning Feng had been spying on her by the reflection of the screen. Her face turned red instantly, and she angrily cursed Ning Feng as a pervert and a liar. Ning Feng was extremely embarrassed, not because he was caught peeping, but because watching someone taking a shower and getting a nosebleed was too shameful. After wiping the bloodstains clean with seawater, he turned the tables and blamed Ning Yuqing for wandering around in front of the screen. And Yuqing was completely stunned and couldn't believe that Ning Feng would turn the tables on her. She was so angry that she laughed and questioned Ning Feng if he thought that the nosebleed was her fault and that she shouldn't have appeared on the screen. Ning Feng pouted and asked back, saying that he had already promised not to look back, but Ning Yuqing was washing up behind him. The screen reflected the scene, so he couldn't help but see it. He even asked Ning Yuqing if she was deliberately seducing him and wanted to inherit his supplies. And Yuqing was so angry at Ning Feng's shamelessness that she couldn't speak. She could only stomp her foot, curse him as a bastard, and walk to the stern to sulk. Ning Feng had no intention of comforting her. He felt that he hadn't done anything wrong, and there was no need to coax her. In Ning Feng's view, and Yuqing's food, clothing, and other necessities all belonged to him. Last night, she caused him to have a nosebleed, so Ning Yuqing was the one who should apologize. As a gentleman, he didn't stoop to a woman's level, so he simply magnanimously let it go. Ning Feng lit up the system screen to check his and Ning Yuqing's information. His satiety level was 96%, and his hygiene level was 97%, while Ning Yuqing's satiety level was 98%, and her hygiene level was 98%. He couldn't help but admire Ning Yuqing's thoughtfulness. With both of them having reached the required levels of satiety and hygiene, Ning Feng, free from any worries, lay down on the small raft, crossed his legs, and looked completely relaxed and carefree. Perhaps he was too tired and bored. Ning Feng fell asleep while lying down. When he woke up, it was already the next day. The sun had just peaked over the horizon, and the sky was hazy with a pale pink hue, which was exceptionally beautiful. Ning Feng sat up and found that Yuqing had woken up earlier than him and was sitting on the side of the boat looking down at something. He curiously went over to ask her, but Yuqing had already let go of the unpleasantness of last night and did not ignore him. Yuqing told Ning Feng suspiciously that she had just seen fish and suggested that next time they went to the island, they should get fishing nets or rods so that they could fish for food and pass the time on the boat. Yuqing's words enlightened Ning Feng. He had never thought of fishing on the boat before, but after being mentioned, he immediately remembered that there seemed to be a fishing rod crafting option in the system's crafting function. Ning Feng hurriedly ran to the system screen, opened the crafting page, found the simple bamboo fishing rod, and saw that the materials required for crafting were not rare. He thought to himself that he would pay more attention to collecting them next time he went to the island. After closing the crafting page, Ning Feng opened the information page and found that the ship's experience had increased from 30 to 5,000 yesterday to 98 to 5,000, a significant increase. He was secretly pleased, knowing that he was not far from upgrading his ship. Ning Feng was a little hungry, so he opened the ship's warehouse from the information page and took out 10 bananas, 20 mangosteens, and 2 bottles of water. He had peeled 5 of the bananas last night to test their preservation function. Ning Feng discovered that the peeled bananas were exactly the same as when they were stored away the night before, without any change. He immediately felt more confident and guessed that the ship's warehouse really did have a preservation function. He took a big bite of the banana, and it still tasted amazing. He was now completely certain that the ship's warehouse could preserve food, and even boldly speculated that the warehouse could not simply preserve food, but could freeze time. Ning Feng felt that even a refrigerator couldn't keep a peeled banana from changing overnight. Only time stagnation could do that. He planned to test this hypothesis with cooked food later. After confirming the function of the warehouse, Ning Feng was extremely excited. He planned to start hunting tomorrow. The thought of finally being able to eat meat filled him with anticipation, and he looked forward to tomorrow arriving quickly. After breakfast, Ning Feng and Yuqing were bored again. There were no entertainment facilities on the small raft. Rather than just spacing out, he would rather land on the island every day to collect supplies, but he was powerless to change the situation. This boredom made Ning Feng extremely irritable, so he simply opened the system screen, intending to check the activities of other survivors to relieve his boredom, but unexpectedly discovered an unexpected gain. In the chat channel, some survivors were showing off that they had found supply chests on the island, and some were even offering to sell them. This was something Ning Feng had never heard of before, and it was never mentioned in the navigation system announcements. Ning Feng immediately became interested. From the chat, he learned that the resource chests were like blind boxes. They could yield good items, but the results were unpredictable, and the chests would disappear once opened. Therefore, some people chose to sell them for the sake of stability. He guessed that this might be a hidden perk in the world of sailing, and that it might even yield technological products far superior to those on Earth. He impulsively opened the trading hall and searched for supply chests. There were 13 supply chests listed in the trading hall, but the prices were too high and no one bought them. However, for Ning Feng, who had more than 600 bottles of spring water in his warehouse, this was completely within an acceptable range. Without hesitation, Ning Feng bought the cheapest supply chest, priced at 30 bottles of water. After the transaction was completed, he immediately took out the chest, which was exquisite and compact and was definitely not a product of Blue Star. And Yuqing, who was standing there in a daze, was attracted by the treasure chest and asked what it was. Ning Feng told her the truth that it was a hidden benefit he bought from the trading hall, but Yuqing was worried that she would lose money if she spent the money. Ning Feng smiled and said he would know once he opened it. Then, without further delay, he opened the treasure chest. A golden light instantly surged out, and the 5 boxes of pure milk were enveloped in the golden light, mysteriously growing larger and floating above the treasure chest. Both of them looked surprised. Ning Feng was amazed by its high quality, while Yuqing couldn't believe that such a small box could hold 5 boxes of milk. But when Ning Feng touched the milk, the golden light and the supplies suddenly disappeared. Ning Feng and Yuqing were stunned. They searched everywhere but couldn't find the milk. Ning Feng was so angry that he cursed, thinking he had been tricked. Then he suddenly remembered to check the system's ship warehouse. It was a false alarm. The supplies would automatically be stored in the warehouse. The two were overjoyed. Ning Feng calculated that 30 bottles of water could be exchanged for 60 bottles of milk, and the person who sold the treasure chest would definitely regret it. And Yuqing laughed and agreed, wondering why those people didn't open them first to check, keeping the good ones and selling the bad ones later. Ning Feng couldn't help but mock her for not being smart. Ning Feng explained helplessly that she clearly saw when she opened the treasure chest that it would disappear after being opened, so those people had no chance to open it and then sell it, and could only choose to sell it directly. And Yuqing immediately realized what Ning Feng meant, smiled awkwardly, and said no more. Ning Feng didn't dwell on the matter either, focusing all his attention on the supply chest that had just yielded good items. He felt that getting 5 boxes of pure milk on his first opening was a great start, and he was sure that he would get even better supplies if he kept opening more. So he immediately decided to buy all the remaining supply chests in the trading hall. The treasure chests were all priced for fresh water, and Ning Feng had no shortage of fresh water. Although the price was slightly higher than the first one, it was still under 50 bottles, which he could afford. In the end, Ning Feng used 504 bottles of spring water to buy the remaining 12 supply chests. Although there were only 96 bottles of water left in the warehouse, it was enough to last until he landed on the island the next day. With his cheat code at his disposal, he has no trouble finding fresh water on the island. As long as he figures out the pattern of the treasure chests or opens them to get rare resources, the final profits will belong to him. Having gained experience from his first unboxing, Ning Feng no longer hesitated and opened them one by one. As soon as he opened the first one, he found that it was different from before. This time, only a white halo appeared. After the halo dissipated and the supplies were revealed, Ning Feng and Yuqing were dumbfounded. The treasure chest only contained a single ordinary apple. On average, they exchanged for 42 bottles of water for 1 fruit, which was a huge loss. Although Ning Feng felt sorry for the treasure chest, he accepted reality. After all, treasure chests are like blind boxes, and it's normal to make a profit or a loss. He firmly believed that he would definitely get some surprise items later. He adjusted his mindset and opened the second treasure chest. It still had a white halo, and all he got was a fragrant pear. Ning Feng could only comfort himself that things wouldn't happen more than 3 times, and the third one would definitely be good. However, the third treasure chest still only emitted white light when opened, and the resources inside were even worse than the first 2. Ning Feng couldn't help but complain that he was already at his peak from the start, and if things continued like this, all his investments would be wasted. Feeling sorry for her, he decided to use his superstition and pushed Yuqing in front of the treasure chest, asking her to open it and try her luck. And Yuqing did not refuse and immediately opened the 4th treasure chest. A burst of golden light erupted instantly, proving the mystical effect was indeed working. The 2 men's brows immediately relaxed, and a complete set of modern sea fishing equipment, far superior to ordinary simple fishing gear, appeared in the halo. This fishing gear set was complete and professional, fully meeting their fishing needs. Ning Feng was thrilled and quickly urged Yuqing to strike while the iron was hot and continue opening the remaining treasure chests. Unfortunately, their good luck seemed to have run out, as no more golden light appeared in the subsequent treasure chests. The best one they got was a purple light, which yielded a practical steel axe. After opening all 13 treasure chests, Ning Feng tallied his spoils. In addition to milk, fishing gear, and a steel axe, there were various fruits, drinking water, compressed biscuits, and practical survival tools. From a survival perspective, exchanging 534 bottles of water for these supplies is an absolute steal. Modern fishing gear and steel axes are priceless treasures these days. Steel axes facilitate hunting and logging, while iron buckets can be used to hold items and also as stoves, preventing dangers when starting a fire on a raft. The indigenous grass-woven clothing allows them to change clothes when they arrive on the island, effectively keeping their original clothes clean and eliminating concerns about low hygiene levels. Ning Feng was in a great mood and handed the apple to Yuqing so she could have a change of pace. Yuqing took the apple and ate it in big bites, praising its sweet and crisp taste. She marveled that with this equipment, her path to survival would be much smoother. Ning Feng, however, remained clear-headed, reminding her that fresh water consumption was enormous and that they needed to hurry up and collect empty bottles. Ning Feng and Yuqing immediately divided the work. Yuqing was responsible for trading empty water bottles and supply blind boxes with the existing resources, while Ning Feng took the initiative to do the sea fishing that required patience, which was a special consideration for her. The two had a fruitful morning. Ning Feng, with the detailed guidance of his golden finger, a cheat code, successfully caught 3 sea bass and 1 grouper despite having no experience. Yuqing also successfully traded 900 bananas and 800 bananas for 700 empty plastic bottles. Ning Feng thought this was just basic stuff and nothing to brag about. The fish they caught were inedible due to the lack of a fire source, so Ning Feng stored them directly in the ship's warehouse to keep them fresh. The two of them ate fruit for lunch as usual, but the supply chests were much more abundant than usual. After lunch, an extremely embarrassing situation befell Yuqing. She suddenly needed to use the restroom, but there was no cover on the raft, leaving her feeling incredibly awkward. The previous times, either Ning Feng was asleep or they were on an island, so she had never been in such a predicament. Now, clutching her stomach, she looked distressed and fidgeted. Ning Feng immediately noticed something amiss and jokingly asked if she had an upset stomach and needed to use the restroom. Yuqing blushed instantly, too embarrassed to admit it. Ning Feng didn't continue teasing her. He turned around and took out some indigenous grass-woven clothing for her to use as cover, while he lay down on the wooden rocking chair to rest, promising not to peek. Although Yuqing didn't believe him, she couldn't resist. She took the clothes and ran to the edge of the raft where the screen couldn't reach him. Only after confirming that Ning Feng was lying down did she hurriedly finish her business. Ning Feng actually had no intention of peeping. Although he was lustful, he had his bottom line. Peeping and respecting physiological needs were two different things, and he hoped that he would be respected when he encountered the same situation. The waves gently rocked the raft, and the rocking chair on the raft swayed on its own without any human intervention, which was very comfortable. Ning Feng, who had just woken up, was overcome with sleepiness and soon closed his eyes to rest and fell asleep. When Ning Feng woke up, the sun was already setting in the west, and Yuqing had also fallen asleep beside him. Looking at her obedient sleeping posture, he couldn't help but recall how they first met. Putting aside their abilities, Yuqing's looks perfectly matched Ning Feng's aesthetic. She wasn't qualified as a survival partner, but she would be perfect as a companion. The thought of taking advantage of her while she was asleep crossed Ning Feng's mind, but his cheat system immediately popped up a warning. Her favorability rating was only 20, and forcing her would only make her jump into the sea to her death. The system suggested he raise the favorability rating to 90 before taking action. At that point, the other party would not only not resist, but would also cooperate to meet all his needs. Ning Feng instantly grasped the key point. Rather than forcing things, he preferred to wait until the other party was willing. After all, they were on the same boat, and the other party had nowhere to escape. Chapter 21. Ning Feng was reminded by the cheat system and was curious about whether he could view his own attributes, so he tried to use his ability on himself. A detailed body information panel popped up instantly. The panel clearly showed that he was 20 years old, with agility of 71, strength of 79, and stamina of 70. All his stats far exceeded the passing grade, which greatly satisfied Ning Feng. Looking at the two strange descriptions at the end, Ning Feng pretended to be innocent and puzzled, but he already knew what was going on in his heart. He just didn't want to point out the ambiguity. Night fell quickly. For 3 consecutive nights, there were no stars or moon in this world, and it was pitch black everywhere. Ning Feng had no mind to care about these things, and was only focused on the upcoming landing operation on the island. After dinner, the two quickly cleaned themselves up and prepared to rest. Tomorrow, the island would lift the newbie protection, presenting both danger and opportunity. They needed to be well rested. Even though they had slept for a long time in the afternoon, the monotonous life on the raft quickly lulled them into a deep sleep, ensuring they had enough energy for the next day's mission. In the middle of the night, Ning Feng vaguely felt someone touching him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yuqing looking dazed and saying in a soft voice that she was cold and wanted him to help her warm up. Ning Feng was instantly wide awake, thinking that the other party had finally taken the initiative. Adhering to the idea of not refusing anyone, he immediately rolled over and pinned her down, ready to take advantage of the situation. As dawn broke, and Yuqing was awakened by the sound of an impact, she found the island in front of her, but the raft had not yet reached the shore. Turning her head, she saw Ning Feng making strange movements with his eyes closed. At first, she thought it was just push-ups during her morning exercise, but seeing the other person's cheerful expression and noticing the state of their lower body, she instantly realized that the other person was having an indecent dream. And Yuqing was both ashamed and angry, her face flushed red. She thought to herself that Ning Feng was a pervert and worried about her own safety. She immediately kicked him awake and urged him to prepare to go to the island. Ning Feng was dazed when he was woken up. Recalling the events of the previous night, he realized it was just a dream. He couldn't help but sigh. What you think about during the day, you dream about at night, and secretly resolved to stop overthinking. The two quickly washed up, ate breakfast, and began preparing to land on the island. Ning Feng, full of fighting spirit, took out a plastic bottle, a wicker basket, and the steel axe he had just obtained, intending to use it to hunt for meat. The raft slowly approached the shore, and the system immediately popped up a notification that the island's danger level was only 25. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. However, Ning Feng quickly became worried again. The system had previously stated that the danger level was linked to the abundance of resources, and a low level likely meant scarce resources. He was even worried that he wouldn't be able to find fresh water on the island, but the raft had already reached the shore, so he had no choice but to make the best of it and rely on his cheat code to collect supplies as much as possible. Chapter 22. Without further thought, the two quickly changed into indigenous grass-woven clothing, put the empty plastic bottles into wicker baskets, and then stepped off the small raft, intending to replenish their fresh water supply within 2 hours. As soon as Ning Feng set foot on the island, he activated his cheat system to explore resources. The system quickly provided detailed information. The island's danger level was 25, but its resource rating was 75. Ning Feng was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the danger level and the quantity of resources were not directly linked, and it wasn't the equal relationship he had previously understood. This result delighted him. The golden finger also marked the distribution of resources in various places. There are a lot of freshwater resources in the center of the island. Ning Feng decisively chose to go to the mountain spring and gave up the lake and stream. He knew that only spring water was safe to drink directly, and that other water sources contained microorganisms and could not be used with confidence. Based on his previous experience, he naturally chose the safest method. On their way to the spring, Ning was extremely cautious. This island was teeming with wild boars, thorns, and cliff crevices. A slight misstep could lead to injury or even death. Fortunately, the two made their way smoothly, encountering neither wild boars nor thorns, and successfully reached the spring, discovering that it was even larger than the one on the previous island. This island has a resource rating of 75, but its water resources are better than those of islands with a rating of 80. Ning Feng's confidence immediately increased, and he felt that the other resources might not be worse. The spring's location is also very convenient, situated between the north side and the center of the island, extremely close to the landing point, just 8 minutes away, greatly saving travel time. A safe arrival, a larger spring, and a shorter journey, a perfect start to the day. Full of energy, the two immediately squatted down and began filling plastic bottles with the spring water. In less than 2 hours, all the empty bottles were filled. The two returned to the raft, panting heavily. The increased number of trips with the heavy load had expended far more energy than before. Although exhausted, they had saved a lot of time. While storing fresh water, Ning Feng checked the boat's information and found that the small raft's experience points had increased to 166. Compared to yesterday's 98 points, An increase of 68 points overnight means that both characters' satiety and hygiene levels have remained above 95 for 3 consecutive days. Following this trend, if they maintain this level today, they can gain another 148 experience points tomorrow, and conservatively estimated, they can upgrade their raft in 33 days. If the ship's rating could be further improved and the upgrade speed accelerated, it might even be possible to complete the upgrade in less than 10 days. Ning Feng immediately decided to stop resting and continue collecting resources. With 10 hours remaining before the raft left the island, he instructed in Yuqing to collect fruit near the raft while he went to search for supply chests and hunt animals. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded in Yuqing to be extra careful, as the island was no longer absolutely safe, and she must be wary of thorns, cliff crevices, and wild boars. Chapter 23. And Yuqing did not want to blindly obey, but she gradually realized that Ning Feng's words made a lot of sense. In addition, the island was dangerous, and the other party even asked her to collect fruit in a safe area, which was obviously taking care of her. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and her opinion of Ning Feng subtly changed. She no longer thought he was worthless. Instead, she was very grateful and nodded with a smile, agreeing to Ning Feng's arrangement. After parting ways with Yuqing, Ning Feng immediately tried to use his cheat system to find the supply chests, but the cheat system didn't react at all. He guessed that there might not be any chests on this island, and had to give up. He stopped dwelling on the matter, grabbed his steel axe, and headed straight for the wild boar area on the south side of the island, intending to hunt wild boars for meat and, incidentally, free up more time to modify the boat. Wild boars are ferocious, and their tusks are extremely lethal. A slight misstep could be fatal. Ning Feng knew that this hunt presented both opportunities and immense risks. Upon reaching the south side, his cheat code indicated that the wild boar was in a cave ahead. Ning Feng slowed his pace and approached stealthily, only to find that the entrance was narrow, requiring him to crawl in, which was quite restrictive. Rushing into the cave would be tantamount to suicide. Just as Ning Feng was in a dilemma, the golden finger gave him another message, informing him that there were 8 wild boars in the cave and that they would come out to forage for food in 5 minutes. Upon learning that he only needed to ambush at the cave entrance and wait for an opportunity to attack, Ning Feng was overjoyed. With the narrow opening, he could easily take them down one by one. He lightly climbed to the top of the cave, raised his steel axe, and prepared to ambush. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He had never killed anyone on Blue Star and was worried that he wouldn't be able to execute the plan perfectly. As the cheat code counted down, Ning Feng gripped his axe tightly, ready to pounce. The first boar had barely poked its head out when he swung down with all his might. The boar squealed in pain and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Before Ning Feng could relax, the cheat code indicated the sow was about to emerge from her burrow. He seized the opportunity again and swung his axe down once more, instantly dispatching the 2 most threatening adult boars. Before Ning Feng could recover, 6 piglets rushed out of the burrow and surrounded the adult wild boar, trying to wake them up. The scene looked extremely cruel, but in the post-apocalyptic environment, only the fittest survive, and Ning Feng had no choice but to harden his heart and kill the piglets as well. 024. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. After all the wild boars were killed, Ning Feng's next task was to transport them back to the small raft. TSK. This is no easy task. The piglets are alright. Each one weighs at most a few dozen kilograms. But those 2 adult wild boars were really heavy. Ning Feng managed to drag one end of the car by pulling it along. However, it is obviously impossible to bring the entire wild boar family back at once. Fortunately, the cheat code had already read the information about this island. Aside from wild boars, there shouldn't be any other carnivorous animals on this island. Therefore, there's no need to worry about other animals dragging away the wild boar carcass if you leave it here. Then, Ning Feng carried a piglet in his left hand, a piglet in his right hand, and 2 more piglets in a wicker basket on his back before heading toward the small raft. Along the way, it's really hard to walk. The mountain spring is closer to the small raft. However, the wild boar's lair was not so lucky. It took Ning Feng about 30 minutes to get back. I wasn't too tired, but time was precious. Ning Feng had originally thought that since they had only been on the island for less than 3 hours, they already had water and meat, which saved them a lot of time to do other things. If we assume a round trip takes 1 hour, wouldn't it take most of the day to transport all these pigs back to the small raft? Where would there be any extra time to collect other supplies? Thinking of this, Ning Feng also started to have a headache. If only we had a means of transportation. That's enough. That's enough. One should not be greedy. At least today, as long as a fire can be started, we'll have meat to eat. As for supplies like fruit, it's better to collect as little as possible. Successfully breaking through the jungle, seeing the light again. Ning Feng had assumed that Yuqing should be frantically collecting fruit right now. Unexpectedly. But then they saw Yuqing sitting on the small raft, slacking off. He immediately became annoyed. You bastard. I brought you here to survive, and you're here to enjoy health preservation, huh? However, just as Ning Feng stormed over, ready to confront him, but he discovered that the reality was not what he had thought. At this moment, Yuqing's eyes were filled with tears, and traces of tears remained on both sides of her cheeks from her earlier crying. Her hands were constantly stroking her thighs. Upon seeing Ning Feng appear, Yuqing could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed again, and she unusually hugged Ning Feng's neck tightly. Wah! Ning Feng, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was stunned for a moment, then broke free from Yuqing's embrace and asked, What's wrong? What happened? I was bitten by a silver-ringed snake. Yuqing said between sobs, looking as aggrieved as a child. Ning Feng was also shocked upon hearing this. What? Bitten by a silver-ringed snake? In response, Yuqing also spread her legs and pointed to the inside of her thighs. It really was a wound left by a snake bite. At this moment, the 2 wounds, which were slightly larger than pinholes, were still bleeding slightly, indicating that they had been bitten not long ago. Ning Feng immediately became worried. But soon, Ning Feng then realized what was happening. That's not right. The information from the cheat code didn't mention the threat of venomous snakes. Given the expertise of the Golden Finger, it's impossible that he would say there are deadly venomous snakes on this island, and then not warn the user, right? After all, if they pointed out even a danger like thorns, which isn't really dangerous, there's no reason they wouldn't point out the presence of poisonous snakes. You should know that the banded kite is the #1 snake in Asia. Does it not deserve to be named? So, the snake that bit Yuqing should be non-venomous? Thinking of this, Ning Feng also quickly used his Golden Finger reading ability to look at Yuqing's wound. Message read, Wound, caused by a white-ringed snake bite. White-ringed snake, a non-venomous reptile belonging to the genus Burconidae in the family Colubridae. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a white-ringed snake. For people who don't pay much attention to snakes, it's indeed not easy to distinguish between the white-ringed snake and the silver-ringed snake. That's not Yuqing's fault. But Ning Feng didn't intend to tell Yuqing the truth directly. Now that it's confirmed that Yuqing is all right, isn't this the perfect opportunity for him to continue taking advantage of her? Then, he feigned concern and exclaimed alarmingly, Oh no, we're doomed. We're doomed. I told you to be careful, but you just won't listen. On Earth, without effective anti-venom treatment, being bitten by a banded kite can be fatal. We don't even have a hospital here, let alone serum. Wah, what should I do? Yuqing was truly terrified, and her cries grew even louder. What should we do? Let me try to suck out the snake venom for you first. As he spoke, Ning Feng pried open Yuqing's thighs, preparing to put his mouth inside. Unexpectedly, Yuqing was probably shy, so she was a little resistant and subconsciously closed her legs, shaking her head with a blush. No, that area is too sensitive. Honestly, Ning Feng has never kissed the inside of a beautiful woman's thigh before. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, he naturally doesn't want to miss it. He acted extremely tough, feigning concern as he asked, So what do you want? Do you want to wait to die? Maybe the venom hasn't spread through your body yet. If it's sucked out, you can still be saved. Do you value your reputation more, or your life? After Ning Feng said that, Yuqing had no words to refute him. Of course she's afraid of dying. Who isn't afraid of death? so she had no choice but to nod reluctantly, her little face already as red as a peach. Okay, fine, then you can suck it. Everyone heard that, right? And Yuqing gave him the opportunity to inhale it. Ning Feng, being a virtuous man, originally had no intention of taking advantage of someone in distress. However, the beauty's insistence was hard to dissuade him, so he had no choice but to stop refusing. Ning Feng then slowly rested his head on Yuqing's thigh. The moment of contact, Ning Feng clearly felt Yuqing's legs tremble slightly. Her hands clenched into fists in tension, showing that she was quite sensitive. I'm no longer paying attention to Yuqing's reaction. Ning Feng felt as if he had entered a garden in spring. A strange fragrance suddenly filled my nostrils. Perhaps it was a woman's natural body scent? As for the taste, that goes without saying. The lips pressed against Yuqing's thigh felt as if they were kissing a huge, bouncy, and smooth jelly. So this is what a girl's thigh feels like. Cool. Fortunately, he returned in time, before the wound had scabbed over. Otherwise, let alone pretending to suck out snake venom, they might not even be able to suck out any blood. In order to avoid arousing Yuqing's suspicion, Ning Feng couldn't just kiss her, he had to pretend to suck on her lips. Then, Ning Feng also sucked hard, and after sucking out some blood clots, he raised his mouth in a serious manner and spat out the blood clots in his mouth in another direction. Then they continued kissing. Repeating itself. 025. Disembowelment. Moyue inhaled it for about 10 minutes. Seeing that Ning Feng still showed no sign of stopping, and Yuqing couldn't take it anymore. Her position was far too sensitive. If Ning Feng keeps sucking me in like this, I'll definitely die. Then, she couldn't help but ask, are you still not done? I think what you're spitting out isn't even blood anymore. Shouldn't all the snake venom have been sucked out by now? After Yuqing reminded him, Ning Feng stopped what he was doing. That's right. They can't even suck out any blood now. If they keep sucking, they'll be exposed. We've kissed enough already. One should be content. So he decided to give up and pretended to be clueless, saying, You can't suck out any more poisonous blood? I was so focused on saving people that I didn't notice. However, since no more poisonous blood can be extracted, perhaps the venom has already been cleared out. Come on, stand up and move around. If there's nothing wrong, you might be fine. And Yuqing had never been bitten by a banded kite, so she naturally didn't know what symptoms should appear after being bitten. After listening to Ning Feng's words and standing up, she was surprised to find that her wounds really didn't hurt anymore, and the wounds had even scabbed over. Is this a sign of recovery? She finally revealed a smile, as if she had been given a new lease on life. Hey, is it possible that the venom can really be sucked out if you're bitten by a poisonous snake? I think I'm really not in pain anymore. I don't feel any discomfort at all. Anyway, I heard that if you get bitten by a banded kite, the venom will take effect, and you'll feel terrible. Since you're not in pain anymore, it seems like you're fine. Ning Feng gently rubbed the tip of his nose with his index finger, speaking without batting an eye. And Yuqing believed it, and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Ning Feng, thank you. You saved my life. You are such a good person. I misunderstood you before. A good person? Let's hope so. At least, Ning Feng thought he was at least a decent lecher. Immediately, remembering that he still had a lot of tasks to complete today, he decided not to waste any more time with Yuqing and replied with a smile. All right, we're survival partners now. It's only right that I help you. If you really want to thank me, you should help me with some of the work. Having said that, Ning Feng then tossed the wild boar cubs he had captured earlier onto the small raft. Look, not bad, right? All we need to do is gather the fire-starting materials, and we might be able to eat pork tonight. However, this is only part of it. There are still 2 adult wild boars and some piglets that we haven't brought back yet. You might have to come with me in a bit. Wow. And Yuqing's attention was focused on her wounds, and she didn't pay attention to the wild boar. Looking at it now, it is truly astonishing. Ning Feng, how did you do that? Whether it was the last time we landed on the island or this time, you always managed to pinpoint the location of the supplies accurately. You've only been gone a short time, and you've already caught animals. Are you a god? Ha ha ha, just treat me like a god. Ning Feng smiled smugly, not wanting to explain too clearly. All right, now that you're all right, let's go. Let's hurry up and get those pigs back. Then, We need to start preparing for starting a fire. Good. Now that the wild boars that posed a threat to them on the entire island have been eliminated, Ning Feng had already traveled the route once, so he didn't need to worry about cliffs or cracks. Therefore, they quickened their pace considerably when heading to the wild boar's lair this time. In about 25 minutes, the two successfully arrived at the hideout. Looking at the wild boar carcass lying on the ground, and Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise again, "My God, it's so big. You took care of all of this." "Otherwise what?" Ning Feng asked with a smile. "Do you really think they just ran headfirst into themselves and killed themselves?" Having said that, Ning Feng then picked up the steel axe he had just left there and slashed the bellies of the two adult wild boars. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the soil beneath their feet red. Ning Feng didn't find it dirty or disgusting. He directly reached into the wild boar's belly and pulled out all the internal organs. No way. The weight of an adult wild boar is there for all to see. He could barely manage to drag it away, but getting in Yuqing to drag one away as well would be highly unlikely. Instead of wasting time making 2 trips, it would be better to gut the 2 adult wild boars and remove their internal organs. Valuable internal organs, like a pig's heart and liver, probably wouldn't weigh much if packed in a wicker basket. There's no need to bring pig's blood or pig's intestines. This way, the 2 wild boar carcasses will be much lighter, and they can bring all the pork back in one trip. Anyway, Ning Feng doesn't like eating pig's blood and intestines. Back on Earth, he wouldn't eat anything even if it was seasoned. Not to mention that nowadays there's no salt at all. They just roast it over a fire. Especially the pig's intestines and stomach, which are full of the pig's digestive products and feces. Under these circumstances, without even the most basic cooking wine, he couldn't even imagine what it would taste like if he took it back and cooked it. Certainly, some people might think that even if they don't like to eat it, they can bring it back and trade it to other survivors or use it as bait to catch other animals, so it's too wasteful to just throw it away. But don't forget, time is money, and naturally time is more important than wasting it. If we were to bring back all that heavy pig's blood and intestines, it would take almost an extra hour. In that hour, he could have earned more by collecting fruit than by collecting intestines or pig's blood. So there's really no need to agonize over these pig blood and intestines. It's not worth it at all. Not to mention, wild boars aren't only found on this island. He has a cheat code, so if he really wants to eat pig intestines or something, it's not that difficult. At worst, we can just wait until the next time we land on an island with wild boars, then slaughter a few more and keep the pig intestines and such. After cleaning the pig's intestines, Ning Feng weighed the pig again. It's at least several dozen kilograms lighter, so Yuqing should be able to drag it. So he quickly said, "You take this lighter, sow. Also, put the steel axe and pig's offal in the wicker basket on your back. As for me, I'll take care of this adult boar and the remaining 2 piglets." No objections, right? Ning Feng's task allocation was based on the abilities of both parties, and since it was so fair, Yuqing naturally had no objections. After nodding, she took the steel axe and pig's entrails from Ning Feng and threw them into the wicker basket on her back. Without any fear or disgust, she directly grasped the sow's 2 bloody forelegs with both hands and tentatively pulled them. It was a bit strenuous, but it could indeed be dragged. Seeing this, Ning Feng didn't linger any longer, picked up the 2 piglets from the ground and threw them into the wicker basket behind him. Then, she grasped the boar's 2 front hooves and walked back the way she came. 026. Collecting timber. Final. It took the 2 of them 40 minutes to drag the wild boar back to the raft, 15 minutes longer than the way there. The extra 15 minutes were naturally spent resting. No way. Since the 2 are human beings, not machines, they naturally cannot sustain such a high-intensity dragging motion. It's perfectly normal to take breaks while walking. Although it took 15 minutes longer than the way there, it was still much better than going back and forth twice. After arriving at the small raft, to prevent the wild boar meat from spoiling, Ning Feng immediately stored it in the ship warehouse. Immediately, he took out 2 bottles of spring water and tossed one to Yuqing. "Have a drink of water and rest for a bit. After you've rested, you can continue collecting fruit in the vicinity." Yuqing nodded after hearing this, and then asked, "And what about you?" "Me? I'm not leaving either. Aren't there trees all around the raft? I'll just cut down trees around here, Ning Feng said casually after taking a big gulp of spring water. Yesterday, I found a wooden screen on the crafting page of the navigation system. I plan to collect wood to make a few screens and a toilet, so that it will be convenient for us to use the toilet on the raft. Also, we happen to have an iron bucket, right? If we have wood, we can use the iron bucket to start a fire on the raft. This way, we can not only eat cooked food, but it can also help warm our bodies at night. So that at night, not only will you not be able to see, but you'll also be freezing cold. And Yuqing nodded in understanding after hearing this, and her heart warmed once again. Putting everything else aside, just from the fact that Ning Feng made the wooden screen, she felt that it was made especially for her. After all, Ning Feng is a boy, so going to the toilet isn't that troublesome for him. To put it bluntly, it's normal for him to urinate or defecate anywhere. Only women would think about needing some cover when using the toilet. I never expected Ning Feng to be so thoughtful. Even at a time like this, he would still consider her feelings. As she thought about it, and Yuqing felt that Ning Feng's image in her mind had gradually risen several levels. Blushing, she said thank you. As for Ning Feng, he was stunned after hearing this. Thanks? What are you thanking me for? He did all of this, of course, for his own benefit. He felt that the toilet, in particular, was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, every time he needed to poop, he would have to squat on the edge of the small raft, which was not only dangerous, but also because waves would constantly splash on his butt, which was really uncomfortable. But, since Yuqing herself had over-interpreted his meaning and was willing to thank him, he naturally wouldn't bother to explain further. Wouldn't this be perfect for increasing Yuqing's positive feelings towards him? Why not take advantage of a favor that's been given away for free? Given the urgency, the two did not rest for long. 10 minutes later, the two then stood up from the small raft and began to act according to their previous plan. And Yuqing went to collect more fruit. Ning Feng, on the other hand, started selecting trees in the vicinity. Certainly. Actually, there's no need to deliberately select trees. After all, whether making a wooden screen or a wooden toilet, there are no special requirements for the materials needed. Any wood will do. And what satisfied Ning Feng the most was that the materials needed to make them were not calculated by the portion or the area of the wood, but by the weight of the wood. For example, wooden toilets. The materials needed to make it are 2 kilograms of wood. In other words, as long as the added wood weighs 2 kilograms, it doesn't matter whether the wood is stick-shaped, wooden stick, or board-shaped, wooden board. But, considering the need to conserve energy and address the issues of transportation, Ning Feng naturally had to be selective. He couldn't just cut down any tree. For example, there's absolutely no need to cut down those towering trees that he can't even wrap his arms around. Cutting them off would take even longer, not to mention, even if it were cut in half, he wouldn't be able to move it at all. If you want to move them onto the small raft, you'll need to spend extra time chopping them into many pieces. Rather than that. Otherwise, just pick some trees that can be cut down easily and are easy to move. Although they are certainly not as heavy as those thick trees, they are convenient. Even cutting down a few more trees takes much less time than cutting down a single large tree. Soon, Ning Feng arrived in front of a fruit tree. The main trunk of this fruit tree was almost as thick as his thigh, and there was hardly any fruit left on the tree, obviously because Yuqing had picked them before. This tree does meet his requirements quite well. So, a few swings of the axe. Ning Feng then cut a groove in the main branch of the tree. Immediately, he grabbed the main branch of the tree with both hands and snapped it open with force. With a crack, the tree fell to the ground. Using the same method, cut down all the eligible fruit trees around the perimeter. It only took less than 30 minutes. All that's left is to drag these fruit trees to the raft's navigation system screen. To his surprise, these fruit trees, though they are slender and short, are not as light as they look. Each one weighs at least 200 jin, 100 caddies. Dragging all the trees to the raft took a lot of his effort, leaving him drenched in sweat. Fortunately, these trees were only about 10 meters away from the small raft. Otherwise, you'd be exhausted to death. You can only say that you reap what you sow. After entering this world of maritime survival, it was tiring, but Ning Feng gradually began to enjoy the pleasure of labor. The amount of physical effort you put in determines the amount of reward you receive. It's actually a fairly fair world. At least, it's much better than being unfairly exploited by the company on Earth. After all the trees were stored in the ship warehouse, the ship warehouse also provided a specific value for the wood, totaling 2,363 kilograms. This amount is more than enough to make screens, toilets, and firewood. Then, Ning Feng had no intention of continuing to cut. After all, timber is something that can be found on any island. Therefore, there is only enough wood for these 2 days, and there is absolutely no need to desperately collect more. Next, Ning Feng quickly opened the crafting page and found the wooden toilet option. I added 2 kilograms of wood and clicked craft. However, making things takes time. Making a wooden toilet, for example, takes 3 minutes. Therefore, Ning Feng did not linger on this page. He then found the wooden screen option, added 45 kilograms of wood, and directly made 3 wooden screens. The wooden screens took longer to make than the toilets. It took a full 3 hours to make 3 screens. At this time, no one needs to be watching the screen. Then, Ning Feng stood up, intending to find some tinder to try and start a fire. 027. Fire started successfully. The task of starting a fire. Ning Feng naturally intended to choose the most primitive method of making fire by friction. The principle behind this method of starting a fire is very simple. Friction generates heat. Back when I was on Earth, I often appeared on many programs on CCTV9. They look very simple. But Ning Feng understood that this job was far from as simple as it seemed. Even, many wilderness survivors have had their spiritual hearts damaged because of making fire. Fortunately, Ning Feng doesn't need to worry about this kind of problem. The moment the idea of starting a fire crossed his mind, his cheat code appeared right on time. Message read, "The fire-making method of Grandpa does bow and drill after going 9 meals in 3 days. Materials needed, dried weeds, tinder, vines, curved sticks, straight sticks, and dry sticks. Steps to start a fire. 1. Tie the vines to the curved wooden stick. 2. Wrap a relatively straight stick around the vine to secure it. 3. Step on the dry wooden stick with both feet. 4. Make contact between the straighter wooden stick wound around the bow drill and the dry wooden stick under your feet. 5. Quickly pull the bow drill to make it rotate and rub. 6. Once sparks appear, pour them into the tinder, lift the tinder to allow airflow, and finally gently blow air onto the sparks." After having a complete method for starting a fire in mind, Ning Feng became more adept at collecting fire-starting materials. The weeds that serve as tinder are everywhere and not hard to find. Vines are naturally everywhere on such a large island. Even picking vines became extremely easy thanks to the steel axe. Less than 10 minutes had passed when all the fire-starting materials were prepared. Immediately, Ning Feng then took the materials to a place where the wind was less intense and the ground was dry, and began to try to start a fire with a bow drill. The result was just as Ning Feng had predicted. Starting a fire is not an easy task. Even with the bow drill replacing his hands and making things easier, Ning Feng was still exhausted. The plan was to start the fire within half an hour, but it ended up taking almost an hour. The time has changed from a little past 11 a.m. before the fire was lit to 12:13 p.m. now. Actually, for a survival novice, being able to start a fire in an hour is commendable. But Ning Feng has a cheat-like advantage to help him. With the help of cheat codes, it took an hour to level up, which is hardly an outstanding achievement. So Ning Feng had nothing to be proud of. Considering it was lunchtime, Ning Feng then returned to the small raft with the lit fire. Seeing this, and Yuqing, who was frantically collecting fruit, immediately stopped what she was doing and ran over quickly. "So you managed to start a fire?" And Yuqing looked on in surprise, watching the flame of hope burn brightly, and felt instantly at ease. With fire, wouldn't their lives have taken a step up? Especially when it comes to survival, having fire opens up any possibility. It can illuminate the darkness, cook food, and even scare away animals. Ning Feng understood the importance of fire in people's hearts, and naturally, he could understand in Yuqing's feelings at this moment. He nodded happily as well. "Yes, it's born. It's almost noon. Let's take a break and have lunch. Store these fruits in the ship's warehouse first, and also retrieve the fish I caught earlier." I'm planning to grill a fish for lunch first, and then have the pork for dinner. What do you think? And Yuqing didn't have a big appetite to begin with. As long as she could eat cooked food, whether it was fish or pork, it was all the same to her. Therefore, she didn't complain at all. After nodding, she went to the ship's warehouse and stored all the fruit she had just picked there. She also took out the 4 fish as Ning Feng had asked. As for Ning Feng, he walked over to the vegetation and picked up the small branches that had been torn off when he was cutting down and dragging the tree earlier. Grilled fish, huh? Since there are no pots, pans, or other kitchen utensils, the best way is naturally to insert a twig into the fish's mouth and roast it by the fire. The two had a clear division of labor, and the time was not wasted at all. Just as Yuqing brought the 4 fish to the fire, Ning Feng also took 4 tree branches and walked back to the fire. Next, the process of grilling the fish becomes long and tasteless. As the leader, Ning Feng naturally didn't need to watch the fish by the fire the whole time. After handing the grilled fish over to Yuqing, Ning Feng boarded the small raft, intending to see how much fruit Yuqing had collected that morning. Upon arriving at the navigation system screen, I took a look. Ning Feng was quite satisfied. Among them, 207 kilograms of lychees, 509 kilograms of apples, and 771 kilograms of oranges were collected. That's quite a lot. It seems that, apart from being delayed by the snake bite, she really didn't slack off the rest of the time. Good. Ning Feng was willing to support her as long as she was willing to work. Mutually beneficial, which is perfectly reasonable. But, looking at the 3 types of fruit that Yuqing had collected, Ning Feng gained a new understanding of this survival world. What kind of resources can be found on this mysterious island in the world? Otherwise, according to their growing environment and region, lychees, apples, and oranges should not appear in the same place at the same time. Since they can all appear on this island at the same time, does this mean that in this world, these fruits have broken free from the constraints of the vegetation environment that existed on Earth? In other words, the resources that survivors can collect have nothing to do with the environment, geographical location, or even the season. They only depend on what resources the world wants you to collect. If it wants you to collect vegetables, then vegetables grown in inland fields might also appear on this island. If it wants you to collect poultry, chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and cattle might appear on this island, regardless of any other factors. If that's the case, it would naturally be a good thing for Ning Feng or the other survivors. This also enriched their food options. It's much better than only being able to collect resources from the island itself every day. Let's stop dwelling on these things. Now that there are plenty of supplies in the ship warehouse, we should hurry up and trade for bamboo to upgrade the small raft. Therefore, Ning Feng quickly tested the market price, just like last time. Finally, after several rounds of testing, he successfully determined the market price of these fruits. You can trade 200 G of lychees for a bamboo stalk. For apples, you only need 1. As for oranges, you'll need 2. Once the prices were set, Ning Feng didn't hesitate. Apart from keeping some for himself, he put them all on the shelves without any hesitation. Lychee 200 G traded for bamboo, 2 meters long, 1, quantity, 950 portions, lychee 190 kilograms. Apple 1, traded for bamboo, 2 meters long, 1, quantity, 1,200 portions, 480 kilograms of apples. Trade 2 oranges for 1 bamboo, 2 meters long, quantity, 1,400 units, 700 kilograms of oranges. 028. Enjoying grilled fish. As I said before, right now, for Ning Feng, improving the ship's rating is definitely more important than anything else. For supplies like fruit, just enough for 2 people to eat for 2 days is fine. After all, you can land on the island once every 2 days. He has a cheat code, so he doesn't have to worry about collecting fruit at all. If you simply collect the fruit without making any use of it, and only keep it to eat, then his ship's storage room will likely only contain more and more fruit. When the amount collected far exceeds the amount consumed, resulting in a complete waste, this creates another form of waste. In short, he naturally couldn't be like the other survivors. For other survivors, who don't have any special abilities, there's no guarantee they'll find any resources each time they land on the island. So preserving those resources is the key to survival. But since he has no such worries, there is naturally no need for him to be frugal. He should make better use of these easily collected fruits to trade for more laboriously gathered resources. That's what he should be doing. Then, Ning Feng also put the bananas and plantains that he was already tired of eating on the shelf. Trade 6 bananas for 1 bamboo, 2 meters long. Quantity, 600 bananas. 5 bananas are traded for 1 bamboo, 2 meters long. Quantity, 60 portions, 300 bananas. As for mangosteen and coconut, Ning Feng thought they tasted pretty good, but there weren't many left in stock, so he decided not to put them on the shelves for the time being. After listing all the items that can be traded, Ning Feng then did some mental calculations. If all the fruit that just went on sale can be sold out today, then he can get 3,710 bamboo. If these bamboos are used to modify boats, the total area can be increased by 371 square meters. The ship's current area is 48 square meters, plus 371 square meters, making a total of 419 square meters. Based on the calculation that 1 square meter equals 1 ship rating point, the ship rating reaches 419 points. In addition, considering that his and Yuqing's satiety and hygiene levels have been above 95% for 3 consecutive days. If all goes well, starting tomorrow, the ship should be able to gain at least 519 experience points per day. Hiss. This is only the second time we've landed on the island, and only half a day has passed, yet the ship has already gained 519 experience points. If I were to visit the island again, and not consider hunting, but simply collect fruit to trade for bamboo, is it possible to add 2,000 square meters of space to the small raft in a single day? If that were really possible, wouldn't the raft be able to be upgraded in less than 3 days? Honestly, Ning Feng almost dared not think any further. A bright future was already beckoning him. Certainly, the idea is good, but we'll only know the actual situation when the time comes. Ning Feng wasn't the kind of person who aimed too high. Keep your plans in mind and focus on making the most of today. From a distance, Ning Feng could already smell the aroma of cooked fish, so he stopped wasting time in front of the system screen. Back to the fire. Because of the blazing sun and the bonfire, and Yuqing's forehead was already covered in sweat, but she seemed to be enjoying it immensely. Her eyes were fixed on the 4 grilled fish, a smile always on her lips, while her hands kept turning the fish over and over. For a moment, Ning Feng, however, felt that Yuqing was starting to resemble a virtuous wife and loving mother. Soon, Yuqing noticed Ning Feng's gaze, and her face, which had been perfectly natural, instantly turned red. She was a little afraid to look Ning Feng in the eye. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? There's nothing dirty about you, Ning Feng said with a faint smile. It's just that I suddenly find your serious side quite charming. He looks a bit like my mom. Initially, upon hearing Ning Feng's first half of his sentence, Yuqing thought he was praising her, and she felt quite pleased with herself. Who would have thought that this weirdo, who usually never says anything nice, would actually know how to praise others? But when Ning Feng said the second half of his sentence, the brief joy that Yuqing had just felt vanished instantly. A leopard can't change its spots. Like your mom? You idiot. Are you implying I'm old? Yuqing retorted with a pout. You know, for a young woman, the most taboo thing is her age. Who wants to get old? She especially doesn't want anyone to say she's old. Ning Feng's words were genuine, and he didn't mean to mock Yuqing at all. Seeing that Yuqing had misunderstood him, he quickly explained. No, I didn't say you were old. My mom isn't old at all. She'll always be young in my heart. It's too late to say all this now. Yuqing snorted and said, I know that everyone's parents are young in their hearts. But that only applies to parents. I'm not your mother. If you compare me to your mother, you're just implying that I'm old. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng's next words successfully shut Yuqing up. If you interpret it that way, you're not wrong. If my mother were still alive, comparing you to her would indeed mean that you're getting old. But my mother died in an accident when I was 7 years old. She was very young and beautiful back then. Therefore, comparing you to the mother I remember is not meant to insult you. Upon hearing this, Yuqing was stunned. She really didn't know Ning Feng had such a past. For a moment, I felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, I brought up something that's painful for you. No need to apologize. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of human nature. Ning Feng smiled, clearly not minding in Yuqing's words. I'm not saying this to get your sympathy. I just didn't want you to misunderstand me. I don't like being misunderstood. If I'm insulting you, I'm insulting you. If I'm not, I'm not. And Yuqing nodded and said no more, afraid that she was clumsy with words and would make a mistake if she said too much. That's all. The two remained silent for a while, until the fish was cooked. And Yuqing then said, "See, fish is not suitable for grilling. If you grill it any longer, it won't taste good. Let's eat it quickly." Having said that, and Yuqing then handed the largest sea bass to Ning Feng. The meal itself goes without saying. Faced with delicious food, all unpleasant emotions were long forgotten by the two of them. Sea fish has few bones, and the two of them ate it, almost wolfing it down. Meat is still meat, and fruit can never shake its place in people's hearts. Even though the fish was grilled without any seasoning, the two of them still ate it with great relish. It tastes so much better than fruit. 029. Manual felling of bamboo. After lunch, Ning Feng was not in a hurry to collect supplies. Right now, it would be better to understand the situation before making any plans. Back to the navigation system screen. Open the trading section and take a look. Many of the previously listed items have not yet been sold. It seems that trading these supplies for bamboo has become somewhat difficult now. Well, thinking about it carefully, there's nothing we can do about it. As the number of times they landed on the island increased, the remaining survivors had more and more food to use for survival. In this situation, unless they are survivors who are desperately searching for food, no one would be willing to trade bamboo for food. And, currently, in the trading hall, many survivors seem to have realized the importance of bamboo, and quite a few people are competing with him for bamboo. In a situation where there is an abundance of goods, but limited purchasing power, the supplies he had previously listed were selling much faster than on the first day. Seeing this, Ning Feng frowned. Someone was trying to take his bamboo away. This was not a good thing. Otherwise, why not raise the purchase price and engage in a price war with the survivors? However, after thinking about it, Ning Feng decided to give up. There was no real benefit for him to do this. Even doing so will only lead to other survivors following suit, causing the price of bamboo to rise higher and higher. In that case, he will be the one who suffers. Since the price at which all survivors buy bamboo is relatively uniform for the time being, there is no need for him to break this standard. We can't sell them in seconds anymore, but at least we can still sell them. However, if the price is increased in order to speed up the process, it doesn't seem to be worthwhile after careful calculation. For example, originally, 1,000 bananas could be traded for 100 bamboo stalks. After the price increase, it now takes 2,000 bananas to trade for 100 bamboo stalks. Even though it seems like the bamboo is selling quickly, the final amount of bamboo collected is actually less, which makes it meaningless. Don't forget, his ultimate goal was bamboo, not speed. So, let's leave the bamboo collection for now. As long as the goods on the shelves can be sold out before dark, it's fine. In the afternoon, the focus will still be on collecting other supplies. With more supplies on hand, we'll have more confidence to engage in price wars with the survivors when all else fails. We don't have much capital left, so waging a price war is wishful thinking. Anyway, Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry. But don't forget, he has a cheat code. At present, perhaps it's because everyone is still in a newbie phase that the world is giving survivors special treatment, which is why many survivors are able to easily collect resources. Perhaps after this period of time, collecting supplies will become more difficult. At that time, with the help of his cheat code, he will be able to truly widen the gap between himself and other survivors. After thinking it over in my mind, Ning Feng quickly made plans for the afternoon. He looked at Yuqing and said, "Currently, half of the fruit trees on the island have not been harvested. You could probably pick them all by yourself in an afternoon. I would go directly to cut down bamboo, and do the trading hall and cutting down bamboo at the same time, so that I can collect as much bamboo as possible." And Yuqing readily agreed without hesitation. She had just followed Ning Feng to find out about the current situation. I do think Ning Feng's plan is entirely feasible. After all, fruit resources on the island are limited, and she can pick them all by herself, so there's no need for Ning Feng to help her pick them too. Although the two of them would definitely be able to pick the fruit faster, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Picking fruit together might save half the time. But what can the two of them do simultaneously with that saved half the time? Go cut down bamboo? Don't forget there's only one steel axe. In the end, it was still Ning Feng who was cutting down bamboo. She couldn't really help much. Doing so would actually reduce the time spent collecting bamboo. Instead of doing that, let's divide the work. Only by following Ning Feng's plan can the profits be maximized. Okay, I'm going to cut bamboo now. Oh, and while you're collecting fruit, keep an eye on the fire. Don't let it go out. I don't want to start a fire again. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Ning Feng stopped dawdling and picked up his steel axe, heading towards the east side of the island. Following the instructions from the Golden Finger, Ning Feng walked for about 20 minutes and arrived at a bamboo forest. He was stunned when he finally saw the entire bamboo forest. The bamboo forest on this island is far too small. Compared to the bamboo forest on the previous island, this one is much smaller. Roughly estimated, Ning Feng figured that even if he cut down the entire bamboo forest, he could only get about 200 bamboo stalks of the right length at most. Ning Feng finally understood the difference between this island and the previous one. In the morning, when I saw the mountain spring on this island, Ning Feng was puzzled as to why the resource rating of this island was lower than that of the previous island, yet the spring water was much larger. It turns out the problem was with the bamboo. That's enough. 200 sticks are not bad, better than none at all. Without dwelling on these matters any longer, Ning Feng swung his steel axe, and with one blow, the bamboo snapped in two. It's much easier than breaking it by hand before. If we disregard fatigue and strength, and if we can cut one bamboo every 5 seconds, we can cut 12 bamboos in a minute. Hiss. If we calculate it this way, it seems that manually collecting bamboo would be faster and more resource efficient than collecting fruit to sell. But he didn't actually lose money when he traded fruit for bamboo. Don't forget, at that time, they didn't have steel axes and could only break bamboo with their bare hands, which was indeed inefficient. In that situation, it would definitely be faster to collect the fruit and trade it. Things are different now than they used to be, so there's nothing to compare, and the question of whether there's a loss or a gain is irrelevant. At least his ships were expanded ahead of time, allowing him to enjoy the experience bonus earlier. Approximately 45 minutes later, Ning Feng had already cut down all the bamboo in this forest. Next, it was shipped back. Ning Feng made a rough estimate. If he relied solely on brute force to pull it back, he can carry a maximum of 30 bamboo poles at a time. If it takes 40 minutes to go back and forth, it's impossible to transport all 234 bamboo poles on the ground back in one afternoon. After thinking it over, Ning Feng did come up with a good idea. Bamboo can float on the sea. If you tie all the bamboo with vines, drag it to the sea, and then walk back along the coastline. Although it's a bit of a detour, it's less strenuous and faster. Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and headed straight for the vine-covered area with his steel axe. 030. The importance of plastic bottles. In a few minutes, Ning Feng then took about 10 vines and returned to the bamboo. Take the bamboo on the ground and bundle it into 5 bundles of 50. But, because we are still on land, Ning Feng couldn't possibly carry 5 bundles of bamboo at the same time. We had to go through the trouble of moving them one bundle at a time towards the eastern coastline. Fortunately, the bamboo forest is not far from the eastern coastline. In 20 minutes, he had moved all 5 bundles of bamboo to the coastline. Next, it was time to go into the water. To prevent the bamboo from being scattered, Ning Feng carefully checked the quality of the vine binding. After confirming that there were no problems, Ning Feng used the vine to connect the 5 bundles of bamboo together. He then grabbed the vines and walked along the coastline toward the small raft. It took Ning Feng about 45 minutes to successfully return to the small raft. Upon arriving at the small raft, Ning Feng was quite tired and decided to have a drink of water and rest for a while. Ning Feng also stored all the bamboo in the ship warehouse. I glanced at the time. It is now 2:47 p.m. He set off at around 12:30. That means they collected 234 bamboo stalks in 2 hours. This efficiency doesn't seem that fast. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Although cutting down bamboo is indeed faster than collecting fruit. However, if you factor in the time spent on handling and transporting, it's not much better than collecting fruit to sell. After all, they have wicker baskets to collect the fruit, and each round trip can bring back at least 50 kilograms of fruit. But it seems like we can't calculate it that way. After all, he brought back 234 bamboo stalks in one trip because that was the only amount of bamboo in that grove. If there are 500 bamboo stalks in the bamboo forest, they should be able to be transported back all at once. It seems that there is no definitive answer as to whether to collect fruit or directly cut down bamboo. It's better to plan based on the location of the supplies. If the bamboo is nearby, it would be faster to simply cut it down. However, if the fruit is closer to the raft, it's faster to collect the fruit and trade it for bamboo. Okay, with this test, at least Ning Feng knows what to do in the future. It was worth all the effort he put in. After resting for a few minutes, and Yuqing also happened to come back, carrying a wicker basket. Seeing Ning Feng already sitting in the rocking chair, he asked, "Why are you back so soon? Have you collected the bamboo?" "Ugh, don't even mention it," Ning Feng said with a wry smile. "That bamboo grove was very small, only about 200 bamboos, and I cut them all down. What about your side? How many fruit trees still have unharvested?" And Yuqing put down the wicker basket on her back, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, "I don't have much left on my side either." "What? Are you going to help me?" If it were before, Ning Feng would have definitely refused outright. After all, everyone's tasks have been assigned, and Yuqing should do her own tasks. That's what's fair. Thinking about it carefully, Yuqing wasn't the kind of person who would just ask for handouts. She had been working the whole time. In fact, Yuqing expended even more physical effort than him. At a time like this, with nothing much to do, it seems a bit unreasonable for him to openly slack off. He nodded. "Okay, let's collect fruit together later. The sooner we finish collecting, the sooner we can rest. Today, we've practically plundered every usable resource on this island." With Ning Feng joining, the speed of fruit collection naturally doubled. In just over an hour, the two of them picked all the fruit and other supplies on the island. All items are stored in the ship warehouse. The warehouse is well stocked with supplies. In addition to the original supplies, it has received extra 691 kilograms of apples, 1,397 kilograms of oranges, 318 kilograms of lychees, and 234 kilograms of bamboo. However, Ning Feng had no intention of trading these fruits for bamboo. Firstly, the goods that were previously listed have not yet been sold out, so there is no point in listing these fruits again. Secondly, Ning Feng planned to use these fruits to trade for some supply chests. After all, tools like steel axes and machetes are quite helpful for survival. Ning Feng wanted to try his luck and see if he could get some similar items from the supply chest. Otherwise, relying on your own hands for everything is still too slow. Then, Ning Feng directly opened the trading hall. Precisely search for supplies, supply chests. Unfortunately, the supply chests listed in the trading hall are all for trading freshwater. It seems that no sellers are willing to use supply chests to trade for food supplies. Forehead. This is actually quite normal, since freshwater is absolutely the most important resource for survival. Since direct purchase was impossible with food, Ning Feng only tried to collect it proactively. Apples 5 kilograms traded for supply chest 1, quantity 5. 10 kilograms of oranges will be traded for 1 supply chest, quantity 5. Lychees 3 kilograms traded for supply chest 1, quantity 5. After the supplies are put on the shelves, the next step is for those willing to take the bait, like Jiang Taigong fishing. This is something you can't rush. In any case, Ning Feng has no intention of using fresh water to trade for supply chests anymore. Certainly, Ning Feng has no shortage of freshwater resources. What he lacks are empty water bottles. He wasn't going to trade spring water until he found a suitable container to replace the empty water bottle. Otherwise, selling spring water and then giving away an empty water bottle for free is a huge loss. You should know, the number of empty water bottles is fixed, and even if you can get them from supply chests, the number is very small. As survivors gradually adapt to the survival environment, they will definitely start to value the empty water bottles in their hands. It won't be so easy to get empty water bottles at a low price anymore. After all, there's always a chance that supply chests will appear on the mysterious island and be discovered by the survivors. Plastic bottles are something you can't collect on the island. Therefore, as the days went by, supply chests will only gradually depreciate in value, and plastic bottles will only appreciate in value over time. Ning Feng was out of his mind last time, and his excessive curiosity about the supply chests led him to spend hundreds of bottles of spring water to buy them. Now that he's calmed down, he definitely wouldn't agree to it even if you beat him to death. After all, the supply chest is basically just a blind box. Since there's no guarantee you'll get something good, there's definitely no need to waste a limited edition plastic bottle to buy it. 031. Building a toilet. Thinking of this, Ning Feng planned to use the resources he had on hand to try and trade some empty water bottles. Regardless of whether anyone is willing to sell, we should collect as many as we can now. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. Trade 2 apples for 1 empty plastic bottle. Quantity, 50. Trade 5 oranges for 1 empty plastic bottle. Quantity, 50. After listing the items, I figured I still had some time to use. Ning Feng planned to go with Yuqing to collect some materials and supplies in the vicinity. You can collect things like vines or soft leaves. Ning Feng thought the vines could be woven into baskets for sale. The smooth leaves were naturally used to wipe one's bottom. Otherwise, a toilet isn't complete just because it has a toilet and a screen. He certainly didn't want to have to go to the beach to wash himself with seawater every time he finished using the toilet. It's really disgusting. After making a plan, Ning Feng stopped being idle. He stood up from the navigation system screen, picked up a steel axe, and looked directly at Yuqing, instructing, "I'll go cut some vines nearby. You should use this time to collect some smooth leaves from the surrounding area." In response, Yuqing nodded without hesitation and then got up and disappeared into the jungle. As for Ning Feng, time is running out. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go to the east side of the island to collect vines. Otherwise, there might not be enough time for a round trip. Some people might ask, didn't the magic finger point out that the vines only grow on the east side of the island? In fact, the location of the supplies indicated by the golden finger is only approximate and not complete. It's not that there are vegetation and supplies on the east side of the island, but not in other areas. This information seems more like an analysis of the island's general layout. Simply put, the game mentions that the eastern side of the island has abundant vegetation resources, but it only specifies that the area is rich in vegetation resources. If you need vegetation resources, it's just that the eastern side of the island is easier to collect than other areas. It's not that there are only vegetation and supplies on the east side of the island. Vines like these also grow on the north side of the island where their small rafts landed. The only difference is that their numbers are not as dense as those on the east side of the island. So, if you really want to collect vines, it doesn't mean you have to go to the east side of the island to collect them. If there are no requirements on the number of vines, you can see vines everywhere on the entire island. Itself, vines aren't exactly a necessity. Ning Feng only started collecting them because he had some time left. Therefore, he didn't need to deliberately go to the east side of the island to collect them. You can collect them on the north side of the island. 5:55 p.m. The two stopped what they were doing and returned to the small raft. The collection time wasn't long, but the two of them still got a pretty good result. And Yuqing collected quite a few leaves. She probably won't have to worry about wiping her bottom for the next week. Ning Feng, on the other hand, used his steel axe to collect more than 200 vines. After storing the leaves and vines in the ship warehouse, Ning Feng then took out the iron bucket and moved the fire on the shore into it. We'll need these fires and iron barrels to have barbecue tonight. Once everything was ready, the two then returned to the small raft and waited for it to leave. At 6 p.m., the small raft started rocking precisely on time. In just a few minutes, the vast island disappeared from their sight. Ning Feng couldn't help but sigh and laugh. Oh well, another day at sea. What? You're so eager to work. And Yuqing replied with a smile as she washed her arms on the edge of the small wooden raft. Ning Feng shook his head and explained, "It's not that I want to work, it's just that staying on the ship is too boring. You should be content. We have fishing rods now, at least we can fish for fun." And Yuqing smiled and asked, "It's much better than those people who can only lie on the boat and stare blankly, isn't it?" Hearing this, Ning Feng stopped complaining. Indeed, he's already much better than the other survivors. So he simply stopped worrying about it. The Create page opened directly. After this period of waiting, the toilet and screen were successfully made. Ning Feng clicked Retrieve directly. The next moment, a toilet and 3 screens appeared on the small raft. This toilet doesn't need much introduction. It's just a normal toilet in terms of height and size. It's definitely not as comfortable as a toilet on Earth. As for the 3 screens, they surprised Ning Feng quite a bit. I never imagined that these 3 screens would be so much more exquisite in person than in the pictures. The wood carvings on it look exquisite and ancient at first glance. Some people might even believe it to be an antique passed down through generations. As for the height of the screen, it is just right to provide a blocking effect. In any case, Ning Feng and Yuqing were both very satisfied. Once the items are made, the next step is to arrange them. Normally, considering the issue of odor, it would be best to build the toilet in a corner. But, considering that the small raft was rocking from time to time, Ning Feng was worried that the screen might fall into the sea because of the shaking. He placed the screen about 1 meter from the sea, forming a U shape. As for the opening of the screen, it naturally faces the ocean side. Otherwise, wouldn't the screen be useless for blocking the view? After the toilet was built, the next steps were dinner and washing up. These two are not in conflict and can be carried out simultaneously. So Ning Feng took out the 2 people's original clothes, and then took out a wild boar cub. This time, Ning Feng, being a true gentleman, handed in Yuqing her clothes and said, "While the sun is still out, go and wash yourself first. Let me process this pig first." Hearing this, Yuqing felt incredibly warm inside. She increasingly felt that Ning Feng was the kind of man who was slow to warm up. They might seem cold towards you at first, but once you get to know them, they'll be very caring. She smiled sweetly, took the clothes, and went directly behind the screen to begin washing her body happily. With the screen as a barrier, she no longer needed to be restrained when taking a bath. She could move more freely, and could even finally take off her underwear and thoroughly wash her entire body. As for Ning Feng, after seeing Yuqing walk to the screen with the clothes, he realized his plan had succeeded, so he quickly picked up the piglet and squatted down in the seaside position, which was diagonally opposite the left corner of the screen. Arriving at this location, one of the tasks is to deal with the piglets. The second reason was that he spied on Yuqing taking a bath. When Ning Feng first set up the screen, he secretly left a gap in the left corner of the screen. This gap isn't very big, but if someone is interested in looking through it, they can still see clearly what's inside. That's it. Ning Feng merely turned his head to look, and just then he saw Yuqing take off her strapless bra. 032, Wild Boar Feast. About 10 minutes later, Yuqing, with her hair still damp, walked out of the bathroom surrounded by screens. She felt especially comfortable taking a bath today. Besides washing away the stains on her body, she felt as if she were being washed by God, and her soul was cleansed to some extent, whether it was her imagination or not. "How is it? Have you taken care of the piglets?" Yuqing asked, shaking the water off her hair. Ning Feng was much smarter this time. "The last time I peeked at someone showering, I was discovered because my nosebleed hadn't been properly cleaned up. This time, he had long ago disposed of all traces that might arouse Yuqing's suspicion, so he had no need to worry about being discovered." He smiled nonchalantly, picked up the piglet in his hand, and said, "The internal organs have all been cleaned and stored in the ship's warehouse. Next, all we need to do is clean the blood off the piglets, and then we can start roasting them." "Wow, this is great. I'm so excited just thinking about having meat to eat later." Yuqing leaned forward to look at the piglet whose belly had been emptied, and said with great joy, "Well, but I'll have to rely on you to roast the pork from now on. I should go take a shower now." Indeed, this is also one of Ning Feng's schemes. He had just pretended to be a gentleman and told Yuqing to take a shower first, his purpose being to get her to roast the pig now. Otherwise, if he takes a shower first, Then it will be his turn to roast the pig. He didn't want to stay by the fire looking after the piglets all the time. It was boring and hot. And Yuqing was now completely blinded by Ning Feng's previous gentlemanly behavior. She didn't find anything wrong with the task Ning Feng proposed at this time. She even started to think of it as something she should take for granted. It's getting dark, and Ning Feng just politely told her to go take a shower first, so it's perfectly reasonable for Ning Feng to go take a shower now. Moreover, Ning Feng has already done such a dirty job as cleaning pig innards, so it's fair that she should be left to roast the pig next. That's all. After receiving the suckling pig from Ning Feng, and Yuqing watched Ning Feng enter the bathroom. She then took the suckling pig to the iron bucket and started grilling it. When Ning Feng came out from behind the screen, only a few minutes had passed, and the suckling pig was naturally not ready yet. Ning Feng then walked to the navigation system screen. First, the native grass-woven clothing that the two wore during the day was stored in the ship's warehouse. Then the trading hall was opened. Not bad. All the items that were put on the shelves during the day have sold out. It seems he underestimated the world's purchasing power. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Daytime is the time to land on the island, and most survivors naturally use this time to go to the island to collect supplies. Most people certainly don't have time to sit in front of the navigation system screen, so why would they think about shopping in the trading hall? Now, all the survivors have returned to the raft, and having gathered supplies all day, they must have plenty of resources. Naturally, they're thinking of coming to the trading hall to buy things. Ning Feng was too lazy to analyze the psychology of the other survivors. At least the supplies had been sold, which was a good thing. Currently, he has 3,944 bamboo stalks in stock. Each square meter of expansion for a small raft requires 10 bamboo poles, meaning 3,944 bamboo poles can expand the raft's area by 394 square meters. Taking into account the current size of the raft, that means that after tonight, the raft will gain 542 experience points tomorrow. Hiss. The upgrade plan for the small raft is just around the corner. With that in mind, Ning Feng stopped dawdling. Just like last time, after purchasing 6 bamboo stalks in the trading hall to make a round number, he immediately opened the ship modification interface. All the bamboo was added in. As for the expansion strategy of the small wooden raft, Ning Feng naturally followed the rectangular shape and expanded outwards. The size of the small raft changed from the previous 6m, 8m to 22m, 20m plus 2m. No way. 48 square meters plus 395 square meters equals 443 square meters. This total area cannot be formed into a complete rectangle, so we can only use this shape for now. Fortunately, he didn't have any severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, so the few protruding pieces on the edge of the small wooden raft weren't unacceptable. However, Ning Feng hadn't even had time to be happy after the small raft was expanded. A notification on the modified interface instantly shattered Ning Feng's pent-up joy. The raft's area has been detected as nearing its maximum. To avoid unnecessary waste for survivors, please note, the raft's maximum upgrade area is 500 square meters. Once the raft's area reaches its maximum, it cannot be upgraded further. Please do not blindly collect bamboo resources. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. What's wrong? Does this world still restrict development? I have plenty of supplies. Why can't I spend them? Damn it. Ning Feng had originally thought that he could gain 500 experience points on the small raft on his second visit to the island. At this rate, after about 2 more trips to the island, the raft should be able to be upgraded. Who would have thought that Sailing World would pull this stunt on him? Doesn't that mean? At this stage, the highest experience points a ship can gain per day is only 500 plus 100. So, it will take at least 9 days to upgrade the ship's level? Why? That's enough. 9 days isn't a long time, but things have come to this, so this is the only way. On an optimist note, at least with this restriction, he won't have to prioritize collecting bamboo when gathering resources. This can also enrich the variety of supplies and improve the quality of life. Just right. The suckling pig is roasted too. Ning Feng then left the navigation system screen, went to the fire, and started eating pork. We live in a world where survival is the only thing that matters. The two of them didn't consider the issue of elegance or inelegance while eating. After cutting the piglets in half at a ratio of 1:2, 1/3 and 2/3, the piglets were divided into two. The two of them then grabbed the pig and started gnawing on it. Although it had no flavor, the two of them ate it with great relish. If you choke on something, just drink some milk. Life isn't so bad after all. After dinner, the two of them had greasy mouths and sticky hands from eating. So they all came to the side of the boat and started washing. Then, Ning Feng collapsed onto the rocking chair like a pig, let out a satisfied burp, and smugly remarked, "Ah, it's been so long since I've eaten meat so heartily." "Yes," and Yuqing replied with a smile. "Even on Earth, I could never eat this much meat at once. I still want to thank you. Without you, there would be no feast tonight." 033 Wilderness Survival First Aid Kit. After simple digestion, normally, Ning Feng would probably just go to sleep. However, Ning Feng is still in a rather excited state. "I'm thinking of going back to the navigation system screen and fiddling with it some more. Since there is a limit to the area that can be modified on a ship, Ning Feng plans to collect all the bamboo tonight." Previously, Ning Feng didn't do this because he thought there was no limit, so there was no need to use all his resources on collecting bamboo, since it was a bottomless pit that could never be filled. But now that we know the limit, let's just solve it all at once, so we don't have to worry about collecting bamboo the next time we land on the island. So, Ning Feng checked the market price of bamboo in the trading hall. They directly listed and purchased 570 bamboo stalks at a price slightly higher than the market price. The result was, as expected. With its price advantage, Ning Feng's listed supplies basically sold out in seconds. In just a short time, all 570 bamboo stalks were collected. Immediately, Ning Feng immediately expanded the small raft to a size of 20 25 m, totaling 500 square meters. Once the size of the small raft is determined, Ning Feng instantly felt a sense of relief. Having been in this world for so long, I've finally completed a decent mission. From now on, all you need to do is focus on collecting resources and wait for the raft to upgrade. After upgrading the small raft, Ning Feng took another look at the listed resources used to trade resource chests. It seems that fruit simply doesn't attract those survivors. They've been on the shelves since the daytime, and not a single one has been sold. That's enough. Ning Feng had anticipated this outcome. He would sell them slowly. His request to trade fruit for supply chests was originally meant to be accepted by someone with a special connection or a blind monk, a person who is unlucky in love. But Ning Feng had no intention of giving up on acquiring the supply chest. If fruit isn't selling right now, try selling something else. The sooner you can open supply chests and get tools like steel axes, shovels, and machetes, the more advantageous it will be for survival. Thinking back to how I gutted 2 adult pigs during the day and had just processed wild boar piglets, I realized I had left behind quite a few internal organs. He was actually planning to try his luck with those internal organs. Despite their disgusting appearance, some people who enjoy eating offal might actually find it much tastier than pork. In addition, many people in this world probably haven't tasted meat, so it might become a hot commodity. Therefore, Ning Feng first tentatively placed a piglet's heart on the table. Although the piglet's heart is not large, it is made from genuine meat. Maybe it can still be sold. As for the internal organs of adult pigs, as well as the other internal organs and intestines of piglets, Ning Feng was not in a hurry to put them on the shelves. After all, no one is selling meat supplies in the trading hall yet, so the market price can only be determined by the hall itself. If you randomly list too many items and end up selling them at a loss, that would be a real problem. Therefore, it would be better to start by launching smaller portions. If one pig's heart cannot be traded for a supply chest, it's not too late to add more tokens. However, to Ning Feng's surprise, meat supplies were surprisingly popular. The pig's heart had barely hit the shelves when it was bought up. It seems that those survivors who treasure supply chests still can't resist meat. That makes things much easier. While meat is relatively scarce right now, we should take advantage of the situation and exchange all the offal and other things we don't want for more valuable resources. Then, Ning Feng didn't hesitate at all and immediately put all the piglet offal from the ship warehouse on the trading hall. As for the livers and other parts of the adult pigs, Ning Feng chose to keep them for unforeseen circumstances. Soon, in just a few minutes, all the offal was sold out. Ning Feng successfully obtained 9 supply chests. Seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed and quickly took out the 9 supply chests. Sigh, if I had known these offal would be so popular, I should have kept the intestines of those 2 adult pigs. Judging by the speed at which those survivors are buying, I bet some people would actually buy pig intestines. What a pity. After hearing this, and Yuqing smiled and comforted her. It's all right, we didn't know these things back then. Besides, we were really pressed for time at the time, and every loss has its gains. Despite his complaints, Ning Feng understood these principles, so he didn't dwell on them. Looking at the 9 supply chests in front of him, Ning Feng's eyes lit up. God, please give me something good. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Feng opened one of the supply chests. Forehead. The first thing that appeared was white light, just a bottle of pure water. Moving on to the second one. Still white light. What came out was a bag of sweet potatoes, which I estimated to weigh about 1 kilogram. The third one. White light. Until the 8th supply chest was opened, all that came out were ordinary supplies that emitted a white glow. Ning was almost in tears. No way. Am I really that unlucky today? Otherwise, let me give it a try. And Yuqing suggested, sounding a bit anxious. Ning Feng also felt that he might just be having bad luck today, so he nodded and handed the last supply chest to Yuqing. As Yuqing's slender hand slowly opened the supply treasure chest. Golden Legend. Finally, some good stuff has come out again. Ning Feng and Yuqing were overjoyed and immediately focused their attention on the golden halo. Soon, a box bearing the Red Cross symbol floated in the air. Is this a medical first aid kit? And Yuqing asked suspiciously. Ning Feng, on the other hand, excitedly reached out and touched it. Based on the characteristics of the supply chest, supplies floating in the air will disappear immediately after being touched and stored in the ship warehouse. Then, Ning Feng took it out without hesitation and opened it to take a look. It was filled with medicine. There are medications for treating colds, medications for treating fevers, and medications for cleaning wounds. It looks like a wilderness survival first aid kit. This is a truly great thing for the 2 of them. In fact, this first aid kit is even more important than those survival tools. You should know, no matter how good the tools are, you need a healthy body to use them. No matter how much food you have, you need to be alive to eat it. This first aid kit can be just the right thing to do to save a life. At least, in the future, you won't have to worry about being troubled by common injuries during your survival process. In response, Ning Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! And Yuqing, it seems you're not just born with fair skin for nothing. People with fair skin really do have good luck. 034. Favorability level is now 50. It was a rare moment for Yuqing to receive Ning Feng's affirmation, and her little face was filled with pride. That's right. From now on, leave the opening of supply chests to me. I'm sure I'll be luckier than you. Ha ha ha. All right. As long as you can get good stuff, you can open it however you want. However, if you don't get anything good, I'll punish you. Punishment? Punishment for what? And Yuqing's smug expression instantly turned tense. Most importantly, in her heart, Ning Feng was still somewhat frivolous. Therefore, she always felt that the punishment Ning Feng mentioned was not a good thing. Seeing Yuqing's nervous expression, Ning Feng immediately laughed, finding it really fun to tease Yuqing. So he continued to tease him, saying, I think you don't understand at all. Understand? Understand what? And Yuqing swallowed, her mind already starting to conjure up some strange ideas. You want to know? I have some good stuff to offer. On your body. Good stuff? You don't mean your abs, do you? And Yuqing blushed and dared not look Ning Feng in the eye. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng grinned mischievously and said, What abs? Even more exciting than abs. I can even teach you how to do a dua lang, a type of acrobatic exercise. After saying that, Ning Feng grabbed Yuqing's wrist and pulled it towards his thigh, just as she was about to touch Ning Feng's private parts. And Yuqing was so frightened that she quickly broke free and pushed Ning Feng away forcefully, shouting, You're being a pervert. Who would have thought? Ning Feng, however, was as light as a piece of paper and fell over with a single push. Hearing Ning Feng scream, and Yuqing was terrified and rushed over to help him up, her face full of worry. Are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ning Feng is not actually that weak and frail. All of this was within his calculations. If he didn't resort to some self-inflicted suffering, how could he gain any advantage while sleeping? He pretended to be in pain, clutching his chest and making a face of extreme discomfort. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me so hard? And Yuqing said guiltily, blurting out. I didn't expect that a gentle push would cause you to fall. What? Are you blaming me for being so weak? Ning Feng deliberately showed a displeased expression. No, that's not what I meant. So what do you mean? I'm sorry, but what's wrong with you? I usually use this much force. Why do you seem so weak today? Ning Feng had been waiting for these words. Seeing that the fish had already taken the bait, Ning Feng quickly replied, I don't know either. Actually, I've been feeling a bit weak and powerless since this afternoon. I wonder if some venom remained in my body when I sucked out the snake venom for you. Oh, it can't be that serious, can it? And Yuqing believed it and looked worried and surprised. Then tell me, how could I have fallen over so easily? And I'm feeling a bit cold right now. Then, what should we do? How about we check if there's any medicine in the first aid kit to treat snake venom? Seeing that Yuqing was really going to take the medical kit from the navigation system screen, Ning Feng hurriedly stopped her. He was just faking it all along. If he were to suddenly get an injection or be forced to take some medicine, he'd be in big trouble. Oh, no need. I think I just need to rest. It's not that serious. Besides, I just checked, and there's no antidote in the first aid kit. I'm tired, let's rest first. We'll see how things go tomorrow. Without giving Yuqing any chance to refute, Ning Feng directly took some firewood, threw it into the iron bucket, and then lay down next to the bucket and closed his eyes. Upon seeing this, Yuqing didn't say anything more and also went to lie down next to the iron bucket. It wasn't that she wanted to cling to Ning Feng, it was just that it was really cold at night. Before, there weren't any other options, but now that there was a fire, only a fool would stay away from it. And Yuqing had just lain down when Ning Feng rolled over to her side without her noticing and wrapped his arms around her waist. And Yuqing trembled, her face flushed red. What are you doing? I'm so cold. Can I hold you while I sleep? Ning Feng didn't open his eyes, but said in a deliberately weak tone. In response, although Yuqing was very unwilling, she couldn't bear to push him away when she thought that Ning Feng's current situation was all because of her, so she had no choice but to let him hold her. The next day, when Ning Feng woke up, Yuqing was no longer in his arms. Looking to the side, I saw that this girl was quite diligent, actually fishing early in the morning. Yuqing seemed to have heard the noise and subconsciously turned around to look at him. The two only stared at each other for a few milliseconds before Yuqing blushed and turned her head away guiltily. This scene immediately cheered Ning Feng up. Could this woman have fallen in love with him? Thinking of this, Ning Feng then used his cheat system to check Yuqing's feelings for him. Upon looking, all I can say is that the road to bringing down Yuqing is long and arduous. The favorability rating is only 50. However, it seems to have improved very quickly. I remember when the two first met, Yuqing's feelings for him were negative. That's enough. Anyway, this woman can't escape his grasp. Let's get up, wash up, and have breakfast first. It must be said, this was the first time Ning Feng had ever felt so refreshed after waking up. I slept so well last night. Cough, cough, don't misunderstand. In fact, readers have all seen what kind of person Ning Feng is. He has always been a gentleman, so naturally he didn't do anything to Yuqing last night. Aside from occasionally touching her body, he didn't do anything excessive. The reason why I sleep well is mainly due to warmth and sleep quality. The two of them slept separately for the first 2 days, and there was no fire to provide warmth. Ning Feng didn't sleep very well. He often woke up cold in the middle of the night. Last night, I slept soundly until dawn. This feeling can only be understood by those who have experienced it. After washing up, Ning Feng then took out some fruit and milk from the ship's warehouse, walked up to Yuqing, and handed some to her. How was the harvest? Yuqing turned around, her blush still lingering, but she still calmly accepted the fruit and sighed. Oh, don't even mention it. It's been over an hour, and not a single bite has been heard. Why did you look so relaxed while fishing last time? Upon hearing this, Ning Feng chuckled. Just kidding. How can you compare to him? With a renowned mentor like Golden Finger providing online guidance, it will definitely seem easy for him. However, in order not to dampen Yuqing's enthusiasm, Ning Feng still smiled and comforted her. Fishing is a recreational activity for cultivating one's character. Don't worry about the result, just enjoy the process. If you really want to eat fish, I can go fishing later. 035 Survival Toolkit. After breakfast, Yuqing continued to try fishing. Ning Feng, however, did not choose to help her. It would be good for her to get more experience. Arriving in front of the navigation system screen, Ning Feng opened the information interface as usual. Boat experience has reached LV1 small raft 766/5000. At this stage, his ship should have reached its daily experience gain peak. Based on a daily experience peak of 600 points, it will take another 7 days before the raft is upgraded. It will be soon. Close messages. Ning Feng then opened the trading hall. I didn't expect that one of the items I put on sale yesterday would actually sell. As it turns out, his idea was correct. Trading fruit supplies for supply chests may be slow, but you can still sell them to people who need them. Very good, very good. Ning Feng didn't plan to take the remaining supplies off the shelves. They might sell out eventually. Without hesitation, Ning Feng immediately took out the supply chest he had acquired in the transaction. After recalling yesterday's experience, Ning Feng decided not to drive it himself. He walked up to Yuqing and handed her the supply chest, saying, I've traded another one. Here, you can open it. Oh, okay. After Yuqing took it, she instinctively wanted to open it, but when she remembered Ning Feng's words last night, her hand that was touching the supply chest immediately stopped. Etc. Let's get this straight. If you don't get anything good, don't blame me. It's just a box. I can't guarantee you'll get something good every time. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng laughed out loud, not expecting this woman to be so alert, actually managing to react to his comprehension. Ning Feng had originally thought that if he found something good, everyone would be happy. Even if he didn't get anything good, he could still take advantage of Yuqing, so it wouldn't be a loss. It seems the plan has fallen through. Okay, just drive it. I definitely won't blame you. With Ning Feng's assurance, Yuqing finally felt at ease and opened the supply chest. As the treasure chest's opening widens, the golden legend reappears. Both of them were overjoyed. When the two of them saw the supplies enveloped in a golden halo, they couldn't stop smiling. Ha! Ning Feng, did you see that? I'm so lucky. I really have to admire you now. You've gotten 2 great deals last night and today. I won't have to worry about not having enough tools anymore. Who would have thought? Ning Feng had been hoping to find an axe or a hoe, which would be quite good. The result was a complete set of survival tools. After reaching out and touching it, the supplies were directly stored in the ship warehouse. Then, Ning Feng quickly took it out and examined it carefully. The items include military knives, climbing ropes, daggers, machetes, hoes, and saws. In short, it includes basically all the tools you need for survival. That's really good. At least in the future, we will no longer have to worry about not having tools when gathering and collecting supplies. In the following time, Ning Feng naturally joined the fishing group as well. He fished himself while instructing Yuqing. It was only a morning. Both of them achieved success in both areas and reaped considerable rewards. A total of 15 different kinds of sea fish were caught. It's a pity that I'm almost out of bait in my fishing kit. Otherwise, I probably would have caught dozens more this afternoon. Lunchtime. The two ate roast pork and roast fish, plus milk to supplement their nutrition. They were living quite well. If we could give them decent kitchen utensils and seasonings, their lives are really no different from those on Earth, and may even be better. While eating, Ning Feng also gave instructions for tomorrow's work. He looked at Yuqing and said, Our task tomorrow is very simple. We don't need to collect bamboo anymore. Let's try to collect some food and water, and see if we can hunt some animals. By the way, we're almost out of bait. Let's try to dig up some earthworms. It would be even better if we could find the supply chest while we're here. And Yuqing nodded as she ate. Now that I'm slowly getting used to life in this world, I found that it's not as bad as I imagined. At least the pressure is much less. You only need to think about finding food, unlike on Earth, where you have to think about making money all the time, which is enough to drive you crazy. Ning Feng neither agreed nor disagreed with Yuqing's reply, but simply smiled faintly. Actually, the world is certainly not as wonderful as we imagine. Don't be fooled by the fact that he and Yuqing seem to be living a comfortable and stress-free life. This is entirely thanks to the golden touch. Without a cheat code, let alone how difficult it would be to hunt wild boars, I reckon even getting a bottle of purified water would be difficult. If it really comes to that, then life itself will be threatened. At least on Earth, although it's tiring and stressful, resources are plentiful, so people won't starve to death. After lunch, Yuqing planned to take a nap during her lunch break. Ning Feng, however, was not sleepy at all, so he gave the wooden rocking chair to Yuqing. He then went to the navigation system screen, intending to check the public chat to see if there was anything interesting to see. Turn on the navigation system screen and enter the chat lobby. Survivor 49438. I'm so bored. Anyone want to have a fight with me? Or just insult me if you want. Survivor 203894. Upstairs, you're really asking for it. But I like it. Survivor 21390. Sigh. I have a great body that can run 100 meters in just 7 seconds, but now I'm stuck on a small raft and can't use my skills. It's really frustrating. Survivor 321. Upstairs, 7 seconds for 100 meters? I want to ask if the driver who caused the accident has been found. Survivor 5313. I'm dying of laughter. At Survivor 321, you're a genius. You're the king of memes in the comments section of Blue Star Douyin, aren't you? Survivor 8423. I want to ask everyone, does anyone have antibiotics or anti-inflammatory drugs? I'm willing to trade any supplies for them. I have some relatively valuable supplies on hand. If you're interested, please at me. Otherwise, there's too much chat in the public chat, and I won't see it. Survivor 9312. Hey upstairs, what happened to you? Are you injured or infected? TSK, getting injured at a time like this can be fatal. I think you should find a shady spot to stay in, so your body won't stink too much. After all, I doubt anyone has any medicine. But before you die, could you give me any of your supplies? I'm really curious what those valuable supplies are. Survivor 1293 at Survivor 9312. You're so mean. He's already injured, and you're still making fun of him. Don't go too far. We're all descendants of Yin and Huang. We should take care of each other. Survivor 4211 at Survivor 1293. Don't bother with at Survivor 9312. He's not a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. This dog was bragging about having a U.S. green card the other day, looking down on us. 036. Colored light materials. Ning Feng initially came to the public chat just out of boredom and wanted to have some fun. Surprisingly, we actually found some useful information. What is the precious item that the survivor mentioned? Ning Feng was genuinely curious. After all, if it were a supply chest, the survivor could have just said so directly. Since precious materials were used as a substitute, they might actually be materials he had never seen before. Then, Ning Feng was finally ready to give his first speech. Since entering this world, he hasn't said a word in the chat. Survivor 1 at Survivor 8423. Can you tell me what valuable items you have? Survivor 8423 at Survivor 1. Friend, do you have any anti-inflammatory drugs or antibiotics? If so, I hope you can send me a picture of your medication first. Survivor 89343 at Survivor 1. Holy crap, so you're the one with ID 1. Your ID is amazing. Lately, the shortest ID I've seen in the public chat is 100, and I thought his ID was the shortest. Regarding the numbering issue, Ning Feng didn't actually know his survivor ID before. But now that he sees it, he should understand. On his information page, the ship number is 1, and the survivor number is also 1. It seems that the survivor number in the public chat corresponds to the ship number. Certainly, this kind of thing is meaningless, and Ning Feng doesn't need to pay too much attention to it. Ignoring Survivor 89343's comments, he directly tagged Survivor 8423 to reply. Survivor 1 at Survivor 8423. How am I supposed to know if something is really valuable if you don't show me the valuable items you mentioned first? Survivor 8423 at Survivor 1. Friend, I'm a nurse. Actually, it's not me who's injured. It's my teammate who got an infection from an infection. He's a soldier. I hope you can believe me. If you have antibiotics or anti-inflammatory drugs, you definitely won't lose out if you trade with me. Survivor 8423. I'm not posting it now because this item is too valuable. Unless we can guarantee a successful trade, it's not a good thing for us to reveal this item to the world for nothing. I hope you understand. Survivor 9382 at Survivor 8423. Nurse? Female? Sis, listen to my advice. This world is a deep and dangerous place. You can't handle it. This at Survivor 1. How could she possibly have anti-inflammatory drugs or antibiotics? She's definitely trying to scam you. Don't be fooled. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng launched into a tirade against the ancestors of Survivor 9382 for 18 generations. Some people are just bored out of their minds and love to meddle in other people's business. However, Ning Feng doesn't have time to deal with these idle people now. At this time, what he was more curious about was what exactly the supplies that Survivor 8423 was talking about. Besides, was she really a nurse? Was the injured person really a soldier? If they are truly soldiers, it wouldn't be a problem for them to donate these medications free of charge. This has nothing to do with being a saint. It's mainly because soldiers are there to protect their country when they are on Earth. In times of peace and prosperity, they were willing to burn themselves to illuminate others in order to protect the common people. Now that he has the means, it's only right that he repays them. In the end times, we should be ruthless and decisive, and avoid being overly sentimental. But we should not let the goodwill of this world be extinguished, nor should we let the malice of this world spread. Unfortunately, at this stage, it is impossible to add friends or make video calls. Based solely on text messages, Ning Feng has no way of verifying the authenticity of the information. Therefore, even after saying all that, Ning Feng certainly wouldn't donate it for free. Wouldn't it be disgusting if I got scammed? However, it's acceptable to proactively share that you have anti-inflammatory drugs in order to find out what valuable supplies the other party possesses. And so, Ning Feng continued typing on the keyboard on the screen. Survivor 1 at Survivor 8423. Anti-inflammatory medicine. Now you can confirm that I have anti-inflammatory medicine, right? It's your turn. Show me your supplies. If I need them, I can trade with you. At this point, Survivor 8423 finally released the extremely mysterious supplies he had described. Survivor 8423 at Survivor 1, Power Fruit. This is what my friend got. We got this item from the supply chest. Although we haven't eaten it, we're not sure what it does, but judging from its name, it shouldn't be hard to understand. We guess that eating it can give you strength. Survivor 83721. Upstairs, stop fooling me. You think you can trade precious medical supplies for some unknown fruit? You're dreaming. I thought it was some valuable resource. A power fruit. More like a rape fruit. Survivor 65552. Exactly. If you could gain power just by eating a piece of fruit, then why bother surviving or sailing the seas? You might as well just become an immortal. At this moment, Ning Feng's thoughts were similar to those of the survivors. I just felt that the nurse made this power fruit sound too mysterious. Will I gain power by eating it? He thinks this fruit is even more powerful than a magic touch. Certainly, this was Ning Feng's first thought when he saw the fruit. But soon, with the intervention of the golden finger, a metaphor for a powerful, influential figure, he realized that he had been short-sighted. Message read, item name, power fruit. Item efficacy. After consumption, the body will receive a certain degree of enhancement, random, with a minimum increase of 5 kilograms in strength. Rarity, colored light material, ultimate quality. How to obtain supplies. For now, they can only be obtained from supply chests. Probability is about 0.5%. Colored light materials? Ning Feng exclaimed in surprise. He originally thought that the golden light inside the supply chest was the highest quality, but he didn't expect there to be a colorful light as well. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Others can easily get a colorful resource just by opening it. He spent so many resources to acquire so many resource chests, and only got a few golden resources from them. But, with the help of the cheat code, Ning Feng naturally wouldn't miss such a precious resource. It just so happens that right now, he seems to be the only one with medical supplies. Isn't this the will of heaven in the dark? Trading a gold-quality anti-inflammatory drug for a color-quality power fruit is an absolutely profitable trade. Fearing the other party might change their mind in the end, Ning Feng quickly took out a strip of anti-inflammatory medicine from the medical kit and put it on the trading hall. Immediately, he tagged the nurse. Survivor 1 at Survivor 8423. I've already listed the anti-inflammatory medicine in the trading hall. Your friend's wound is infected, right? Hurry up and trade it. Saving him is the priority. 037. Approaching the strength limits of an ordinary person. TSK. That's the power of language, I must say. Ning Feng was clearly eager to trade for the power fruit, but by simply changing his wording, the whole thing felt different. Finally, not only was the transaction completed smoothly, but I also received a thank you from the other party. It's a steal. After the transaction is completed, Ning Feng immediately took out the power fruit. Holding it in my hand, this thing was surprisingly light. To exaggerate a bit, it's as light as a feather. It's the size of an apple, yet so light. It must be something extraordinary. However, before consuming, in order to determine how much power this power fruit could increase for him, he deliberately used his cheat system to check his own data again. Message read. Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 71. Strength, 79. Physical strength, 70. As expected, the strength is the same as when I last checked, still 79. That's normal. While strength can be improved through training. However, it's naturally not that simple. Like when we were on Earth. Even athletes and fitness enthusiasts can't develop a strong physique in just a few days. Let's stop dwelling on these things. Ning Feng took a bite of the power fruit. Hiss. It tastes really good. Ning Feng originally thought that with such a light weight, it would probably melt in his mouth like a marshmallow. But that's not the case. It contains both moisture and pulp. The inside of the power fruit is not as hollow as one might imagine. And the juice is strangely sweet. If you pay close attention, it feels like drinking a sports drink. After the chewed fruit pulp slides down the throat into the stomach, Ning Feng clearly felt some subtle changes in his body. He always felt that he had swallowed fire, not fruit. My stomach warmed up instantly. Certainly, calling it flames would be a bit of an exaggeration. He did feel a sudden warmth all over his body, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. It was a rather gentle warmth. It's like the warmth your loved one gives you when they hold you tightly in the cold winter. It seems the power fruit is working. Ning Feng stopped dawdling and sped up his eating. In no time at all, he had devoured the power fruit. Next, for safety's sake, to prevent any backlash from occurring like in novels where consuming rare and precious herbs leads to negative consequences, Ning Feng immediately pretended to sit cross-legged and rest. About 10 minutes later, Ning Feng only opened his eyes again after the warmth inside his body disappeared. He immediately used his golden finger to examine the changes in his body. Take a look. The strength has increased from 79 to 99. It increased by a full 20 points. This was better than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that improving by 5 points would be enough. Unexpectedly, it increased by 20 points at once. If 100 points of strength is the limit for an ordinary person, then his current 99 points means his strength is almost at its limit. Thinking of this, to test my own strength, Ning Feng subconsciously swung his fist to feel the impact. Yes, the speed of his punches is noticeably faster than before. To exaggerate a bit, the wind generated by the punch even made a whoosh sound. Certainly, simply conducting this test is meaningless. Fortunately, Ning Feng simply took out the heavier adult wild boar carcass from the ship's warehouse. Let's take another look. Ning Feng felt that the carcass of this adult male wild boar was much lighter than expected. At this moment, the feeling of carrying this adult male boar was just like when he carried those young piglets before. This doesn't mean the wild boar has become lighter. It means its strength has indeed increased to a higher level. This is only the first power fruit he ate, and his strength has already increased to this extent. If you eat a few more, wouldn't you become a superhero? Ning Feng almost dared not think about it. But he also understood that the power fruit was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. If it weren't for the fact that someone happened to be short of anti-inflammatory drugs today, and he happened to have some, he probably wouldn't have been able to buy this power fruit. Let's take it slow. Since there's a chance he can get it from the supply chest, he doesn't need to worry. At worst, I can try to trade more resource chests in the future. He glanced back at Yuqing. Yuqing is sleeping soundly, like a lazy and cute little cat. It seems I woke up too early and am a bit tired. Therefore, Ning Feng decided not to wake her up, and that he could share his joy with her later. As for him, he's really not sleepy right now. I do plan to continue fishing and use up the remaining bait. While fishing, you can also use the vines you collected to weave wicker baskets. Now that he's stronger, carrying 2 wicker baskets on his back shouldn't be a problem. In this way, the efficiency of collecting resources can be doubled. The extra wicker baskets can also be used for trading and selling. Anyway, weaving rattan baskets isn't physically demanding. It's a good way to pass the time, and you can do it alone. There is no question of whether you are at a disadvantage or not. Around 3 p.m., Yu woke up and looked at the 2 wicker baskets that Ning Feng had already woven behind him. She smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I was too sleepy and slept for a while. It's not too late to join now, is it? As I said before, weaving rattan baskets is not a losing proposition, and it's not a very tiring job. Therefore, Ning Feng didn't pay much attention to these things and jokingly said with a smile, It's not too late. With your brain, you can probably learn it before dark. Yuqing could easily understand Ning Feng's implied meaning. She pouted and said defiantly, Ning Feng, I admit you're very capable. But I can do it too, okay? Don't underestimate me. I'll definitely learn quickly, and I'll be able to weave even faster than you. It can only be said that the speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Ning Feng immediately seized on the key word capable and asked with a mischievous grin, Capable? How capable are you? When can I get a chance to work for you? Yuqing never expected that Ning Feng, that old rascal, could drive on any kind of broken road. She was both ashamed and annoyed, and whispered, Humph, you pervert. Can you please stop thinking about those things all the time? Is it true that you men can't think of anything other than sex? Nonsense, Ning Feng retorted. What do you mean by nothing but love between men and women? Clearly, in a man's heart, besides women, there's also Gundam. In fact, for some men, Gundam is far more important than women. 038, punishing Yuqing. As it turns out, Ning Feng underestimated Yuqing. Before, when Yuqing first wove a rattan basket, she was indeed clumsy because she had never learned how. However, after he gave Yuqing a brief training session, Yuqing mastered the skill in no time. The saying, the student surpasses the teacher, is absolutely true. As a woman, Yuqing is indeed more adept at handling such delicate tasks than men. It's only just dusk. Yuqing wove 4 rattan baskets, while Ning Feng only had 5 in total. But don't forget, Ning Feng didn't take a lunch break. She was knitting right away. In other words, Yuqing is now weaving faster than him. Certainly, for Ning Feng, this was something he couldn't have asked for more. Since Yuqing has this talent, we can confidently entrust the task of weaving vines to her when we don't need to go to the island. So, Ning Feng was too happy to feel jealous of being surpassed by Yuqing. Dinner. Both of them ate meat and fruit. As life got better day by day, Ning Feng was no longer worried about whether the 2 of them were full. Maybe. For most people, achieving 95% satiety is difficult, let alone maintaining it for 3 consecutive days. But for Ning Feng, it would be difficult for him to achieve a score below 95%. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. After dinner, Ning Feng is planning to try selling the wicker baskets. At present, besides the 2 rattan baskets he wove at the beginning, he now has a total of 9 rattan baskets. If you keep one for yourself, you can trade 8 wicker baskets. And so, Ning Feng also came to the navigation system screen and started typing on the keyboard. Survivor 1. I currently have some wicker baskets. They have a large capacity, are handmade, and are of excellent quality. They can hold dozens of kilograms of fruit in one basket. Anyone interested? Tag me, and I'll offer a price. As soon as the message was sent, many people in the chat were attracted to Tung Kwang and started tagging him. Survivor 7 at Survivor 1. How much is this wicker basket? Can I trade it to you with fruit? Survivor 98772 at Survivor 1. Wow, I didn't know there was such a craft. At a time like this, having a wicker basket would be so awesome. I really want one. Wah, can you give it to me? I'll do anything for you. Survivor 83721. Holy crap, isn't this the guy who sold the anti-inflammatory drugs before? Having drugs is one thing, but a wicker basket too? Didn't you enter this world at the same time as us? It seems like you have everything. Does this guy need a leg accessory? There are many people who frequent Ning Feng, but most of them are either freeloaders or people who want to trade for resources they don't need. After looking around for a long time, he still couldn't find any supplies he needed, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Don't any survivors have any good items? Ning Feng was unwilling to give up. He continued reading through the messages that tagged him, one by one. But he did meet a big client. Survivor 76213 at Survivor 1. Bro, can I buy it from you using a supply chest? I was originally looking to open a supply chest to get a storage item, but since you have it, I won't gamble on the probability. I'd be at a loss if I didn't get it. Regarding this transaction, Ning Feng was naturally willing to do it. His wicker basket only cost a few vines to make. How could it possibly be as valuable as a treasure chest? Moreover, he also hoped to use the wicker basket to trade for some supply chests, or even rarer supplies, like those fruits, meats, or water. He has everything he needs, so trading these things is completely pointless. So Ning Feng gave a direct reply. Survivor 1 at Survivor 76213, bro, I'll put it up for sale right now. You can just go to the trading hall and buy it with the supply chest later. Having said that, Ning Feng immediately listed the rattan basket on the trading hall for the price of one supply treasure chest. Soon enough, the survivor didn't try to fool him and bought it directly. Immediately, Ning Feng then continued to advertise his wares in the chat. Unfortunately, after more than 10 minutes of hawking, not a single transaction has been completed. It's not that nobody wants the wicker baskets. The main problem is that most of the people who want wicker baskets don't have any other goods that would attract them, so there's no need to sell them to them. So be it. Ning Feng didn't waste any more time on the bidding, since the wicker basket could be traded for the supply chest. Then we can just sell the remaining 7 wicker baskets at this price. Some people might not notice because they don't like looking at the public chat screen. After setting up the 7 wicker baskets, Ning Feng took out the supply chest. As usual, and Yuqing was in charge of unpacking the box. After receiving the supply chest from Ning Feng, having already experienced the previous 2 times that she obtained golden resources, and Yuqing was no longer worried. Without hesitation, he simply lifted it up. Pity. Good luck doesn't last forever. This time, the supply chest appeared with a white halo, which is the most ordinary level. Huge loss. The person who used the supply chest to buy the rattan basket really made a killing. Otherwise, these white light supplies would be his. That's enough. That's enough. Opening resource chests is essentially gambling, and you can't keep making money indefinitely. No one knows what's inside until it's opened, so there's no one to blame but yourself, and no one is really at a disadvantage. But, since Ning Feng didn't get anything good from this unboxing, he now had a reason to punish Yuqing. He looked at Yuqing and said sarcastically, "Beautiful, and do you remember what I said before?" Huh? And Yuqing was taken aback, not quite understanding what Ning Feng was trying to say, but judging from his expression, it probably wasn't something nice. She asked nervously, "What did he say?" "Ahem, didn't I tell you? I'd punish you if you didn't get anything good." Ning Feng raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. As soon as he said that, and Yuqing immediately covered her chest and took a few steps back, looking very alert. "You? Don't touch me. Didn't we agree this morning that if I didn't get anything good, it wouldn't be my fault? It's impossible to get good stuff every time." Ning Feng nodded perfunctorily. "Yes, I did say that. But morning is morning, and now is now. I didn't promise you this would always be like this, did I? You bastard." And Yuqing pouted, mentally cursing Ning Feng with every swear word she could think of. "TCH, say what you will. But are you planning to go back on your word and become a liar? Tisk, if you really want to be a con man, then con man and bastard are a perfect match." I'm not a liar. So how do you want to punish me? And Yuqing said through gritted teeth. Hey, don't say I'm bullying you. How about you just give me a kiss? That's enough to take care of you, right? You won't lose out on this punishment. 039. A dangerous island with a risk level of 100. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Feng felt a soft, moist sensation on the side of his face. Hiss. This woman is truly passionate and decisive in love and hate. Unfortunately, this sudden tenderness was too short-lived. Before Ning Feng could even process it, and Yuqing quickly moved her thin lips away, blushing as she said, "Is this all right now?" Actually, Ning Feng initially wanted to express intimate in the sense of kissing. Before he could explain himself, and Yuqing kissed him. Nowadays, it's probably impossible for her to kiss him on the lips again. Ning Feng had no choice but to let her go for the time being. Anyway, there's plenty of time. The next day, Ning Feng and Yuqing were both sleeping soundly because they were close to the fire. There was no case of waking up too early. Both of them were awakened by the rocking of the raft as they were being brought ashore. Ning Feng groggily sat up, stretched, and habitually looked at the navigation system screen. Upon looking, he instantly perked up. Holy crap, this is 100% dangerous. Certainly, Ning Feng's surprise wasn't because he was worried the island was too dangerous. It's because the higher the danger level of an island, the more abundant the resources will be. This means they can collect more supplies today. So how could he not be in high spirits? As for Yuqing, upon seeing the string of numbers displayed on the screen, Ning Feng did not share his confident sentiments. She covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with shock and worry. Oh my god, danger level 100. This island must be very dangerous. Should we still go down? Upon hearing this, Ning Feng said bluntly, down. Of course we have to go. Why not seize such a good opportunity? Having said that, Ning Feng quickly went to the navigation system screen, opened the ship warehouse, took out the two people's indigenous grass-woven clothing, and handed over Yuqing's piece. Go change your clothes quickly, eat breakfast, and then get to work. Don't waste time. And Yuqing was the executor in their team. Looking at the island with a danger level of 100, she was indeed a little scared, but since Ning Feng had already made up his mind to go to the island to collect supplies, she naturally wouldn't try to run away from anything. After accepting the indigenous clothing and nodding, Yuqing quickly went behind the screen to change her clothes. After they both changed their clothes, considering the time crunch, for breakfast, the two of them simply ate some fruit and drank some milk. In any case, ships only gain experience based on their fullness value at exactly 2400 hours. Now, it doesn't matter much if the satiety level doesn't reach 95%. As long as you fill your stomach a little, you'll have the energy and spirit to work. After disembarking, as usual, Ning Feng first roughly surveyed the island with his naked eye. TSK. As expected of an island with a danger level of 100, it is indeed very large and has a lot of trees. At first glance, all you can see is dense vegetation, making it impossible to see what's inside. Ning Feng felt that once he entered the bushes, he would probably get lost without the help of his cheat ability. After having a general understanding of the island's appearance, as usual, Ning Feng used his cheat system to investigate the distribution of resources on the island. He only had to think about it for a moment before his cheat code appeared right on time. Message read, Mysterious Island. Risk level, 100. Resources, 135. East side of the island, abundant freshwater resources, including mountain springs, inland lakes, streams, etc. West side of the island, abundant fruit, including bananas, apples, pears, watermelons, etc. North side of the island, more wildlife, including goats, pheasants, field mice, venomous snakes, wild boars, etc. South side of the island, abundant vegetation resources, including mugwort, bamboo, vines, etc. Island center, abundant mineral resources, including iron, ore, coal, etc. After understanding the distribution areas of supplies on the island, Ning Feng was dumbfounded. So the resource value of 100 is not the peak value? Ning Feng had always thought that a resource rating of 100 was the highest. Surprisingly, this island has a resource rating as high as 135. But, putting aside the numbers, This island does indeed have a wide variety of supplies. It even has mineral resources. As far as I can remember, the crafting function on the navigation system screen allowed you to craft tools such as iron pots and iron buckets. The material needed is iron ore. If we can collect some iron ore today, will we have a pot for cooking rice? With these tools, at least we won't have to eat grilled food every day. Why? The only unfortunate thing is that the small raft landed on the east side of the island. This location is convenient for fetching water, but they don't currently have a severe water shortage. Or rather, there is a lack of containers to hold the water. From the day before yesterday to yesterday, he only managed to acquire a little over 200 empty plastic bottles for the supplies he put on the shelves. It's estimated that it will take less than an hour to fill them all up. If we spend the rest of the time collecting other supplies, we'll probably spend a lot of time just traveling, especially collecting fruit. The fruit is located on the west side of the island, which is essentially the other side of the island. Judging from the size of this island, a round trip would take more than an hour on foot, which is a huge waste of time. Or should we not collect fruit today? Thinking of this, Ning Feng no longer hesitated and turned to An Yuqing, saying, "You'll come with me in a bit. We'll go find fresh water first. First fill the empty water bottles in the basket with water, then collect the others." As he spoke, Ning Feng once again used his golden finger to search for the exact coordinates of the mountain spring. Then, he took An Yuqing and they disappeared into the jungle. TSK. Ning Feng had barely stepped into the jungle when he felt the eerie dampness. It felt like entering a tropical rainforest. Fortunately, there weren't many mosquito bites, otherwise it would have been unbearable. The two walked for less than a minute before arriving at the mountain spring. An Yuqing was incredibly excited upon seeing this. "Wow, Ning Feng, you're amazing. You found the freshwater location so easily again. Do you have a radar installed in your brain?" "Just lucky," Ning Feng replied with a faint smile. You know what? A woman's sixth sense is really accurate. He really does have a radar in his mind, but unfortunately, he can't tell outsiders about it. And Yuqing naturally felt it was just luck, so she had no doubt about Ning Feng's answer. He immediately squatted down and started filling the empty water bottle with spring water. While filling the containers, he said, "This time, the mountain spring is so close to us. If we have enough containers, we can definitely collect a lot of fresh water today. This way, we won't have to worry about running out of fresh water for a while. It's such a pity that such a good location is wasted." 040. Large-scale freshwater collection. Actually, when Ning Feng used his golden finger to locate the mountain spring, Ning Feng then shared the same thought as An Yuqing. This time, the mountain spring is really not far from where the small raft is. To exaggerate a bit, it's like the distance from your bedroom to the toilet in your house. Such a short distance. If you have enough containers to store water, then collecting fresh water is naturally the most cost-effective option. It's important to know that currently, in the trading hall, apart from some rarer resources and resources from resource chests, freshwater resources are the most expensive. And, even disregarding the value of the materials, when it comes to survival in the wild and gathering supplies, the principle of proximity should be followed. First, collect all the resources you can find in the surrounding area, then go and collect resources further away. This is the only way to achieve the greatest benefit. Otherwise, if we were to go directly to collect supplies that are farther away from the camp, we would waste a lot of time just on the way, which is not worthwhile at all. Thinking of this, Ning Feng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What other containers can hold water? What else is there? Suddenly, Ning Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and clapped his hands. "Oh dear, look at us. How could we forget even these basic common-sense facts? Isn't bamboo hollow? If you cut those bamboo stalks along the nodes, wouldn't they become containers for water? And wood, we can make wooden buckets to hold water." With Ning Feng's reminder, An Yuqing suddenly realized, oh, yes, our thoughts have been led astray by the rules of this new world, and we've neglected these basic common-sense facts from Earth. So after we fill these empty water bottles with water, we go and cut down bamboo? No, Ning Feng shook his head. We don't need to do these physical tasks. Let the survivors who are willing to buy water do them. You stay here and fill up the water. I'll go back to the raft now. I'll come back and help you carry the water later. As he spoke, Ning Feng took down the 2 wicker baskets in front of him and behind him and placed them in front of Yuqing. Then, he quickly ran back to the small raft, went to the navigation system screen, and opened the trading hall. They directly put the 772 bottles filled with spring water from their inventory on the shelves. Spring water 500 milliliters, traded for empty plastic bottles 2. Quantity, 772. Before, he doesn't trade empty water bottles this way because it's not cost-effective. After all, the last time we landed on the island, the mountain spring wasn't very close to the small raft. Considering the journey and the time spent filling it with water, we couldn't get much fresh water in a day. Therefore, it's enough to have enough bottles. Making a profit from them is clearly unrealistic. But now, since the freshwater resources are so close to the raft, it's natural to increase the number of empty water bottles. After shortening the distance, doing this is much more cost-effective than collecting other resources. Only a fool wouldn't do that. After putting the spring water on the shelves, Ning Feng quickly opened the crafting menu and found the wooden barrel crafting option. Fortunately, it doesn't take long to make a wooden barrel, only 1 minute, and it doesn't consume much wood, only 2 kilograms. After accounting for the timber burned in the past 2 days, there are still more than 2,000 kilograms of timber left in the ship's warehouse. There's absolutely no need to worry about running out of timber. Then, Ning Feng immediately made 500 wooden barrels. After waiting for 2 minutes, Ning Feng carried the 2 wooden buckets back to the mountain spring after they were finished. At this time, Yuqing had already filled the empty water bottles in her own wicker basket with water and was already helping him fill the water bottles in his basket. However, Ning Feng had no intention of squatting down to help her. He simply started filling the 2 wooden buckets he was carrying with water. After filling both buckets with water, he carried them away from the mountain spring and returned to the navigation system screen. Enter the trading hall. Ning Feng placed the 2 wooden buckets filled with spring water directly on the shelf. Wooden bucket filled with mountain spring water, 5L, traded for wooden bucket 5, quantity, 2. Ning Feng traded wooden barrels so that he could have more containers to hold water. Although Ning Feng had plenty of wood, making a wooden barrel would take time. If he were to make wooden barrels from wood, he could only make a maximum of 720 barrels in 12 hours today. This cannot fully realize the value of the mountain spring's excellent location. You should know, not every time you visit the island, the mountain spring will happen to be right next to the raft. If we don't make good use of this opportunity, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next one. As for this price, Ning Feng didn't think it was expensive. A wooden barrel requires only 2 kilograms of wood. Even if the survivors didn't have axes, they should be able to break some thinner trees by hand. A thinner tree can't possibly weigh less than 10 kilograms, right? In other words, for those who are trying to survive, all they need to do is break off a tree and spend 5 minutes making 5 barrels from those trees to trade for a full barrel of fresh water. It's definitely a good deal for them. After all, they don't have any magic tricks, and finding freshwater resources is not easy. Whether to spend most of the day searching for fresh water or to break off a nearby tree to trade for a bucket of water, even a fool would know which to choose. Therefore, Ning Feng's deal is a win-win situation, and he doesn't need to worry about no one buying it. That's right. Ning Feng's 2 buckets of water had just been put on the shelves when they were bought by the survivors. Ning Feng suddenly had 10 more wooden buckets. He then carried the 10 wooden buckets back to the mountain spring. Just right. This time, Yuqing had already filled the empty water bottles in his wicker basket with water. Ning Feng then explained, this wooden bucket, when filled with water, weighs only 7 kilograms. When you go back, please help me carry 2 buckets of water back with you. In response, Yuqing naturally didn't refuse. She wouldn't slack off on anything within her capabilities. After getting 2 wooden buckets from Ning Feng and filling them with water, she carried her wicker basket on her back, holding a bucket filled with mountain spring water in each hand, and headed towards the small raft. Ning Feng, of course, didn't hesitate either. After filling both wooden buckets with spring water, he then carried 2 wicker baskets on his back, one in front of the other, and a bucket of water in each hand, and walked toward the small raft. All I can say is, fortunately, he had good luck yesterday and managed to trade for a power fruit, which boosted his power. Otherwise, He can't possibly transport that much water back in one go right now. Certainly. The power fruit only increased his strength. It didn't change his stamina or anything like that. He's definitely still just as tired, there's no doubt about that. But what's wrong with being a little tired now so that we can live a more comfortable life in the future? Compared to being tired, Ning Feng felt that life on Earth was much more tiring. 041. Mineral Resource Exploitation. After several trips back and forth, filling all the buckets placed at the mountain spring and carrying them back to the small raft, the two men. Ning Feng then put them on the shelves using the same method. While waiting for the product to sell, Ning Feng took the opportunity to assign the next tasks in order to save time. He looked at Yuqing and said calmly, "This island has a high risk factor. Your task today is simply to fetch water. Don't go anywhere else, to avoid being bitten by snakes again. As for the buckets, just sell them at the price I just listed. Once you get an empty bucket, you just need to repeatedly fill it with water, put it on the shelf, fill it with water, and put it on the shelf again. I estimate that I can get over 1,000 buckets of water in a day without any problem. You might have to work a little harder today." Regarding this, Ning Feng also admitted that he was being a little lazy. After all, transporting hundreds or thousands of barrels of water back and forth every day, even if they were not heavy or the distance was not far, was still a very hard job. But Ning Feng was more concerned about Yuqing. After all, if Yuqing were to be assigned to other tasks, the areas she would have to be involved in would be even more extensive. The Golden Finger has clearly pointed out the threat that exists on this island. Leaving aside the wild boars, this time there were indeed venomous snakes present. If Yuqing were to get bitten while on another mission, she would be truly doomed. Their first aid kit didn't have any antitoxin. So, compared to the safety of our lives, what does it matter if we're a little tired? Anyway, Ning Feng used his cheat code to check and found that the area around the mountain spring was absolutely safe. He did this for Yuqing's own good. After hearing this, Yuqing naturally understood Ning Feng's good intentions. In addition, the experience of being bitten by a snake on the last island was still fresh in her mind, and she didn't want to be bitten again. So he nodded and agreed. "Yes, no problem. I will handle the freshwater resources properly. You must be careful when you enter the island." "What? Are you worried about me?" Ning Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Have you realized you can't live without me anymore?" And Yuqing blushed and retorted, "Nonsense. How could I possibly be unable to live without you? I was just showing concern as a fellow traveler. After all, without you, my survival would be much more difficult. That's called mutual benefit." And Yuqing is not a liar. She was certainly tough on the outside, but her expression betrayed her. Seeing this, Ning Feng smiled knowingly but said nothing. "It seems the woman I've been nurturing is finally almost ripe and ready to be eaten. All right, whatever you say, I'll go check out the island first." After saying that, Ning Feng once again shouldered 2 wicker baskets, took a machete in one hand and a pickaxe in the other, and disappeared into the jungle. Fortunately, the mineral resources are located in the center of the island. It wasn't close to the small raft, but it wasn't far either. It's much closer than the fruit located on the west side. Following the instructions of the Golden Finger, Ning Feng traveled through the jungle without worrying about getting lost or in danger, and his journey was completely unimpeded. After walking for about 20 minutes, Ning Feng finally emerged from the jungle, instantly feeling as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. This area is barren, with no vegetation growing, so presumably there are mineral resources buried in the soil. To put it more vividly, this island is like a bald Mediterranean Sea, where the central area is so rich in mineral resources that vegetation cannot grow, resulting in this landscape. Very good, very good. Ning Feng naturally preferred working in a sunny, dry, and bright place rather than in a damp jungle. After Ning Feng accurately located the iron ore using his cheat code, Ning Feng quickly grabbed a pickaxe and started digging. TSK. Fortunately, he got these tools from the supply chest yesterday, and now he has a pickaxe. Otherwise, with only one steel axe, mining would be difficult, and the axe might even be damaged, making it a losing proposition. Ning Feng had little experience in mining on Earth, but with the help of his cheat code, Ning Feng didn't feel any pressure at all when it came to these tasks. At least, The hints the cheat code gave him were very simple. Just like digging in the soil, once you break through the soil, you can see the mineral deposits. Because his strength was amplified, Ning Feng only had to follow the instructions for a few minutes to carve out a small pit about 40 centimeters deep. With another swing of his pickaxe, the sound of metal clashing echoed from within the pit. They've struck gold. Ning Feng quickly moved the pickaxe aside and looked into the pit. He saw a piece of silver-white iron ore mixed with some black lying quietly in the pit. This is iron ore? Ning Feng, after all, was seeing the true appearance of iron ore for the first time, and couldn't help but feel suspicious. This was not what he had expected. I had imagined that iron ore would immediately have a metallic appearance and texture. Unexpectedly, this iron ore looks more like a large, ordinary rock. Ning Feng reached his hand into the pit, intending to try to pull it out. But they found that the iron ore was larger than it appeared, and a significant portion of it seemed to be weighed down by the soil, making it impossible for him to lift. Have no choice. Ning Feng continued chiseling towards the edge of the cave, intending to make the hole larger. After a few more minutes of digging, the small pit gradually turned into a large pit. Ning Feng tried to move it out again. After finding leverage points on both sides of the iron ore with his hands, he lifted it upwards with all his might. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. The iron ore was only slightly moved and was not lifted. Immediately, Ning Feng then increased his strength. His whole body tensed, and with a single effort, he finally managed to move the iron ore out. Ning Feng threw it heavily to the ground, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This thing is much heavier than it looks. Ning Feng estimated it to weigh about 100 kilograms. Fortunately, he consumed the power fruit. Otherwise, even with just a pickaxe and a cheat code, he might not have been able to get this thing out of the ground. After having the experience of mining the first iron ore, Ning Feng's mining efficiency has gradually improved. In just one morning, he then dug out 36 pieces of iron ore and nearly 300 kilograms of coal from the ground. Considering it was lunchtime, Ning Feng decided to rest for a while, transport some minerals back to the small raft, and have a meal there. However, transporting these things back will not be an easy task. The coal mine is all right. It looks like gravel, so you can put it in a wicker basket and transport it away. But these iron ore pieces are all incredibly large. Putting it in a wicker basket is obviously impractical. Ning Feng could only rely on his own hands to carry one piece back first. That's all. After filling 2 wicker baskets with coal, Ning Feng picked up an iron ore and walked toward the small raft. 042. Finally, we have a means of transportation. When Ning Feng returned to the small raft, and Yuqing was still filling the wooden bucket with water. Seeing her sweaty and somewhat disheveled appearance, Ning Feng felt a pang of sympathy. It is said that women are made of water. She's sweating profusely. She might lose too much water and be very susceptible to heat stroke. Then, Ning Feng quickly stopped him, saying, "All right, it's time for lunch. You should rest too." And Yuqing was working diligently and didn't notice that Ning Feng had already returned. Hearing the shouts behind her, she was startled. She then looked up at Ning Feng and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why do you walk so quietly? You scared me to death." But when she noticed the iron ore Ning Feng was holding, she was immediately drawn to it and asked, "Hey, what are you doing holding that rock? You couldn't have spent the whole morning just looking for stones, could you?" Upon hearing this, Ning Feng's lips twitched. "You're the one who went to look for stones, aren't you? Can't you see anything special about this stone?" "Special?" And Yuqing quickly stepped forward and touched it. "It doesn't seem special. It's just an ordinary stone. Damn it, this is iron ore. Iron ore. Iron ore. In the future, all our pots and pans will be made from iron ore," Ning Feng retorted, breaking through the defenses. At this point, Yuqing then realized the importance of the stone and playfully stuck out her tongue to ease the awkwardness. "Ahem. It's normal for a girl like me not to recognize these things. Thank you for your hard work. TCH, what's the use of just words of comfort?" Ning Feng curled his lip unhappily. "If you really think I've worked hard, you should give me some tangible reward." "A tangible reward?" And Yuqing asked doubtfully, then seemed to realize something. Her face flushed instantly, and she angrily cursed. Get lost. You pervert. You're always trying to take advantage of me. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Feng had originally intended to take advantage of her, but Yuqing was becoming increasingly difficult to fool, so he quickly changed his tune. Hey, hey, hey. What are you thinking about? What I mean is, if you think I'm working too hard, it's not too much to ask for a shoulder and back massage in the evening, is it? Oh, so that's what you meant. And Yuqing believed it. Ning Feng rolled his eyes. Otherwise what? What are you thinking? Ning Feng naturally knew what Yuqing was thinking, but he wasn't going to give Yuqing a chance to argue. He smiled mockingly and said, Oh, I see. So that's what you were thinking about. TSK, I didn't realize you weren't any cleaner than me. You? Nonsense. I didn't think about those things. And Yuqing naturally refused to admit it. Oh, I understand. We're all adults. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Let's go eat first. Having said that, Ning Feng then carried the iron ore directly toward the navigation system screen, not giving Yuqing a chance to refute him at all. And Yuqing was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot and cursed Ning Feng as a bastard. Because both of them had expended a lot of energy that morning. At noon, Ning Feng chose to eat meat. Although preparing cooked food takes more time than preparing fruit, it still involves grilling meat over an open flame, so it won't take too long. Besides, even if it's delayed, it doesn't matter, just treat it as a rest. It is impossible for a person to maintain high-intensity physical labor all day long. As usual, Ning Feng was in charge of gutting the animals, while Yuqing was in charge of grilling them. During the barbecue, Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen and opened the information interface. Good. The ship's experience has reached 1366, bringing it one step closer to upgrading. Then, Ning Feng took the opportunity to open the ship warehouse located in the information interface. Take a look. Goodness. And Yuqing is such a fierce woman. Did they manage to get 623 buckets of water in one morning? Suddenly, Ning Feng felt that his physical strength might not even be as good as hers. Who knows, when he finally pounces on her, will her land be plowed first, or will he, the ox, die of exhaustion first? Certainly, 623 is not the total volume of the barrel, including the empty barrels obtained through trade in the trading hall and the empty barrels produced. There are a total of 6,250 wooden barrels. This far exceeded Ning Feng's expectations. He then looked at Yuqing, who was leaning against the fire with meat, and said, This afternoon, you don't need to sell the wooden buckets you filled with water. Keep them for ourselves. We can't just sell them to the survivors. We need to keep some fresh water for ourselves too. Good. After receiving a response from Yuqing, Ning Feng stopped dwelling on the matter of Dan Shui. He directly opened the crafting interface. Find the iron pot cooking option and click to open it. That's great. Making an iron pot only requires 3 kilograms of iron ore. The preparation time is not too long, only 5 minutes. Then, Ning Feng immediately made one. Looks like we can have stewed meat tonight. After starting to make the iron pot, Ning Feng thought that he had enough materials at hand, so he continued to study other tools. They actually made every tool that could be made from iron, ore, and wood. They made all sorts of things, like iron buckets, iron basins, wooden chairs, and wooden tables. Whether we can actually use it or not is another matter, but making it in advance is definitely the right thing to do, to avoid wasting time waiting for production when needed. During this period, Ning Feng has discovered something good. Wooden cart. This is a great thing. It makes moving things much easier. In this way, the iron ore he just mined can be easily transported back. Sigh, it's all his fault for thinking only about collecting resources with his own hands before, and not really researching the crafting function. If we had discovered this wooden cart earlier, we might have been able to collect more supplies when we landed on the island last time. Certainly, there's no point in saying these hindsight opinions. Plans can never keep up with changes. Previously, Ning Feng didn't need to transport supplies on such a large scale as he does now, so he naturally didn't think about transportation vehicles or anything like that. It's not too late to discover this now. And so, Ning Feng did not hesitate to spend 300 kilograms of wood to make 2 wooden carts. Each cart required 150 kilograms of wood. The cost of materials wasn't too high. If he had a decent means of transportation, he would be willing to spend money on not just 300 kilograms of timber, but even 3,000 kilograms. The only thing that bothers him now is that it takes too long to make a wooden cart. It will take a full hour. In this survival world where every second counts, wasting an hour waiting for the wooden cart to be made would mean missing out on collecting a lot of resources. Therefore, Ning Feng planned to check if there were any supply chests on the island after dinner. If you find one, go find the supply chest first and then bring it back to load the iron or with your cart. 043. The cheat code has this other function too. After lunch, Ning Feng acted according to plan, immediately using his golden finger to locate the supply chest. Unlike last time, this time, the cheat code has finally given back. Message read: location of the supply chest, north side of the island, 212 for 132. Upon hearing this news, Ning Feng immediately became restless. Despite his bloated stomach, he showed no inclination to rest and digest. He quickly stood up, looked at Yuqing, and said, "I'll go back inside to look for more supplies. You stay here and rest. Once you're rested, you can go back to fetching water." Having said that, Ning Feng then headed directly towards the coordinates provided by the cheat system. As I said before, although the island was fraught with threats, Ning Feng, thanks to his special ability, successfully avoided all risks along his chosen path. Therefore, he has absolutely no need to worry about these things. It took more than half an hour to get there. Ning Feng successfully arrived at the coordinates. From afar, he spotted a clean supply chest lying quietly on the ground. It seems his guess was correct. Supply chests are somewhat similar to hidden items in the game. They have a chance to spawn on each island. If they really grew out of the island's soil, they wouldn't be so clean. Picking up the treasure chest, Ning Feng considered his luck and didn't rush to open it. But, to his surprise, he had just become curious about this supply chest and was wondering what supplies he could get from it. His cheat code has been activated again. Message read: resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, compressed biscuits 3. Hiss. Ning Feng never expected that he would accidentally discover that his cheat ability had this function. It turns out that the cheat code can also detect the quality of supply chests. Why didn't he think of this before? He hated it. If he had known about this feature earlier, he wouldn't have lost money no matter how many supply chests he opened in the future. What a pity. Ning Feng no longer had much doubt about the power of the cheat system. Since the cheat code read that the quality of this supply chest was ordinary, there was no need for him to open it. But, not opening doesn't mean you can't sell. Even adding a little more resources and trading resource chests with other people is not out of the question. He can keep trading like this until he gets a material treasure chest of gold quality or higher, and then open it. That way, he's guaranteed to make a profit. Thinking of this, Ning Feng had nothing to worry about anymore, and excitedly carried the supply chest toward the small raft. But on his way back, one animal, however, caught his attention. It's a goat. He forgot that he was currently in the northern part of the island, an area rich in animals. He didn't bring any weapons on this trip, so the wild boars will definitely be tough to deal with. But what about goats? Then, Ning Feng quickly stopped and hid at a distance to quietly observe the goat's behavior. The goats in the distance are likely adult males. He was about 20 meters away. The goat was grazing and seemed unaware of his presence. The goat's only weapon is its horns. If he could grab the goat by its horns, he should be able to subdue it easily with his current strength. Soon, with the help of his cheat-like abilities, Ning Feng quickly devised a plan to capture the goat in his mind. Immediately, he carefully and slowly walked towards the goat. Goats are, after all, a type of livestock. Subduing it is quite simple. Using the dense vegetation, Ning Feng stealthily moved to a position 2 meters away from the goat. Before the goat could react, Ning Feng then leaped in front of the goat and swiftly grabbed its horns. They grabbed him and slammed him against a nearby tree. The goat was instantly thrown around, completely disoriented, and cried out in pain. But Ning Feng didn't stop. He continued to kick the goat's head relentlessly until the goat was on the verge of death, at which point he finally stopped. Done. Ning Feng smiled smugly, brushed the dust off his hands, and then dragged the supply chest with one hand and pulled the goat's horns with the other, walking towards the small raft. Upon arriving at the small raft, Yuqing has already started fetching water. As she returned to the small raft carrying 2 buckets of water, she happened to run into Ning Feng. "You only went out for a little while, and you came back with a sheep? Hey, is that a supply chest you're holding in your hand? My goodness, your efficiency is just too high. It seems like you've never come back empty-handed since you entered this world." Ning Feng was not surprised by Yuqing's expression of surprise. Indeed, he never leaves empty-handed, which would surprise anyone. But the reason behind it, naturally, is something only he himself knows. He laughed and replied, "It's all right, I was lucky. I just wandered around the north side of the island and found this supply chest. On the way back, I ran into a goat and easily dealt with it." Just take care of it casually, and Yuqing was dumbfounded. How could Ning Feng say all this so easily? "Yes, I just took care of it on the spur of the moment." "All right, you can continue with your work. I'll be busy after I store these supplies in the ship warehouse. The handcart is probably finished. I still need to go and transport the iron ore back." After giving a brief explanation, Ning Feng went to the navigation system screen. After storing the supplies he had in the ship warehouse, he quickly opened the crafting interface. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. One of the wooden carts is already finished. Then, Ning Feng quickly took it out, and at the same time looked at Yuqing, who was about to leave with the bucket, and instructed, "Yuqing, the other wooden cart will be ready in about 50 minutes. When that time comes, remember to take it out. Using it to transport water will make you much more efficient. By the way, don't you dare open that supply chest in the ship's depot. I'm not planning to open this treasure chest. I'll save it to sell tonight." Normally, Ning Feng would spend a lot of money to buy supply chests to open. Now, Ning Feng personally found a supply chest, but chose to sell it, which puzzled Yuqing. But she didn't ask any more questions. Ning Feng must have his reasons for doing this. Besides, she really doesn't plan to open any more supply chests. Last time, I thought I'd do a good deed and opened a supply chest for him, but I ended up giving away half of my first kiss. A kiss on the cheek counts as half a first kiss. She dared not open the supply chests recklessly again. Who knows, next time, I might really break my body. 044, if you won't sit, I will. After watching Yuqing enter the jungle to fetch water, Ning Feng didn't dawdle and dragged the wooden cart off the small raft. This wooden cart isn't exactly exquisite, but it looks quite durable. Its appearance is actually similar to the wooden carts in period dramas, and the tires are also made of wood. It's definitely not good at shock absorption, but it's not meant to be used for towing people, so it doesn't really matter, as long as it can transport goods. After using his cheat code to find a route in his mind that the wooden cart could pass through, Ning Feng dragged the wooden cart into the jungle. Upon arrival at the mining area, more than 40 minutes had passed, which was twice as long as it had taken in the morning. There's nothing we can do about it. The wooden carts are limited by the terrain. The gaps between trees in the jungle are narrow, and many roads are impassable, so they have to take a longer route. 40 minutes is already very good. Although this would take 80 minutes for a round trip, it is definitely much faster than relying solely on manual labor. Without lingering for long, Ning Feng quickly moved the iron ore he had mined that morning onto a wooden cart. In terms of size, a wooden cart could fit all the iron ore if it were piled up, but the weight was terrifying. At least Ning Feng's current strength is insufficient to slow it down. Therefore, even with a wooden cart, Ning Feng still needed to make several trips. There's nothing we can do about that. Unless we abandon these iron ore deposits, we have no choice but to do so. Currently, iron ore is definitely a resource that other survivors find difficult to collect. Who knows, you might be able to trade some good stuff with iron ore. Therefore, Ning Feng definitely didn't want to waste these iron ore. Time is of the essence. Ning Feng did not linger there. After successfully loading the iron ore onto the cart, he pulled the wooden cart toward the small raft. Fortunately, the return route planned by Ning Feng was downhill, which saved a lot of effort. Otherwise, even with the boost from the power fruit, he would still be exhausted to death. After all that back and forth, it was already 5:20 p.m. After storing all these iron ore and coal ore in the ship's warehouse, Ning Feng finally learned the exact weight. There were 2,341 kilograms of iron ore and 531 kilograms of coal. Looking at the stark numbers on the navigation system screen, Ning Feng finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, all the effort paid off. We finally got the iron ore back before 6 p.m. in the following time. Although Ning Feng was very tired, he didn't plan to rest. However, Ning Feng has no plans to hunt animals. Time is one factor, and animal species are another. After all, the only animals on this island are pheasants, wild boars, goats, and field mice. He definitely won't eat field mice. They have little meat, are hard to catch, and aren't cost-effective. He currently has enough wild boars in stock, so there's no need for him to take the risk. One goat has already been caught. Pheasants, like field mice, are also difficult to catch and have little meat, making them not cost-effective. So, that's just how animals are. As for fruit, the only thing that interested Ning Feng was watermelon. After all, it was a very happy thing to just hold a watermelon and eat it. Moreover, watermelons have the highest water content, so they should be quite good for both eating and selling. The only pity is that the area where the fruit is produced is on the west side of the island. There are only 40 minutes left, not even enough time to get there quickly. I wonder if there are any watermelon fields nearby. If there are, we could pick some watermelons. Thinking of this, Ning Feng quickly used his golden finger to locate the watermelon. Surprisingly, he seemed to have good luck. Although the western side of the island is where fruit is most abundant. But surprisingly, there are also some watermelons on the southeast side of the island. The distance given by the cheat code is 800 m away. Although the number of watermelons there is certainly not as many as in the watermelon field on the west side, it is more than enough for them. And so, Ning Feng quickly stopped in Yuqing, saying, "When I came back just now, I found a watermelon patch. We have 40 minutes left. Shall we go and collect some watermelons? Anyway, we've almost run out of fresh water." Regarding this point, Ning Feng had no intention of giving in Yuqing any special treatment. Ning Feng certainly knew that division of labor and cooperation would be better. And Yuqing continued collecting fresh water, while he went to collect watermelons alone. However, time is limited. They only have 40 minutes left, and after deducting travel time, they estimate that they will have at most 10-20 minutes to pick the watermelons. He probably couldn't possibly pick all the watermelons in that field by himself. Therefore, it is perfectly reasonable to invite in Yuqing along. Besides, there is indeed plenty of spring water. When he first started storing iron ore, he looked at the ship's warehouse and saw that there were 1,301 wooden barrels filled with spring water. As for in Yuqing, hearing Ning Feng's call, she stopped and turned around to reply with a okay. She was indeed exhausted and could take this opportunity to rest for a while. So she dragged the wooden cart back to Ning Feng and said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Ning Feng gestured and said, "You don't need to pull the cart anymore. There aren't many watermelons in that watermelon patch. I estimate one truck could fit them all. You should get some rest. You sit in the car, I'll tow you." Upon hearing this, and Yuqing felt a warmth in her heart. Although Ning Feng had given her special treatment more than once, she was always moved by his warm gestures. Her feelings of goodwill towards Ning Feng increased slightly. Suddenly, she found men like Ning Feng, who were both roguish and handsome, sometimes acting like a hooligan, but sometimes like a gentleman when serious, to be exceptionally charming. How come she never noticed this before? At this time, she was indeed very tired and wanted to sit down and rest for a while. But thinking about how Ning Feng hadn't stopped working all day, he must be exhausted by now. How could she possibly let Ning Feng keep her in this position? You should know that Ning Feng Tua's workload with those iron ore was much greater than hers. Therefore, she shook her head and said, "It's okay, I'll just stay by your side and won't cause you any trouble." "Are you really not going to sit? Aren't you tired?" Ning Feng pressed. The more Ning Feng asked, the more Yuqing felt she owed Ning Feng. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Why do you always scold Ning Feng? As a man, and with his good looks, isn't it normal for Ning Feng to be a little lecherous? And to put it bluntly, if it were any other man, he probably would have forced himself on her already. How many men like Ning Feng, who are both capable and at ease and willing to take care of themselves, are there in the world? Thinking of this, she also secretly resolved to treat Ning Feng even better. So she firmly shook her head. No, no need. I'm not tired. Okay. Ning Feng smiled faintly. Since you're not tired, then you can drag me along. I'll sit down. And Yuqing? And Yuqing? And Yuqing? 045. Ning Feng, I think I'm getting my period. And Yuqing is truly foolish. Who would have thought that Ning Feng would suddenly say something like that? Moment. Her mind was in turmoil, and she couldn't tell whether Ning Feng, that bastard, was a good person or a bad person. But she had already said it, and judging from Ning Feng's appearance, he was probably really tired. She didn't refuse. After gritting her teeth and nodding, she dragged the cart Ning Feng was riding in and headed in the direction Ning Feng had pointed. As for Ning Feng, he had no psychological burden at all. The reason he asked in Yuqing if she wanted to ride the cart was because he was waiting for her to say that. It's not that he's cunning. It's actually quite reasonable to ask in Yuqing to do some things within her capabilities. Besides, he was indeed a bit tired. You should know that if you have great strength but your physical stamina hasn't changed much, your body will only get more tired. He admitted that he had gambled by deliberately letting in Yuqing ride on the cart, but now it seems that he made the right bet. TSK. I have to say, it feels really good to be dragged around. It's like the emperor leaving the palace. But gradually, Ning Feng regretted it. As the wooden cart traveled onto the bumpy road, Ning Feng's buttocks almost spit out poop. This may look like taking a break, but it's actually pure torture. He'd rather get out of the car and leave. Therefore, Ning Feng quickly called out to Yuqing, Stop, stop, stop. What's wrong? And Yuqing stopped and turned around to ask. Ning Feng got out of the car with a faint smile and said, No, I was just joking. How could I, a grown man, let a woman drag me along? And Yuqing didn't experience what it was like to ride a cart, so naturally she didn't think about it much. In her heart, she naturally felt that Ning Feng was really joking. Immediately, she felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself, I knew it. That pervert isn't that bad. He just likes to say one thing and mean another when he teases me, but he actually takes good care of me. Then, she looked at Ning Feng with a bright smile and said, If you're really tired, I can drag you along. No, no, no. Ning Feng quickly waved his hands, his expression and body showing strong resistance to the cart. My hands are a little sore from carrying iron ore, but I'm fine. You can do the towing, I'll just walk beside you. In response, and Yuqing naturally had no objections. She had just weighed the iron ore herself and realized she couldn't lift it at all. You can imagine how tired Ning Feng's hands must have been. As a woman, she was indeed not as strong as Ning Feng, but she still had to do what she could. She couldn't rely on Ning Feng's efforts alone. Okay, then you can walk in front of me and lead the way. The empty cart isn't that heavy. After walking for 7 minutes, the two successfully arrived at the watermelon field. This watermelon patch is lush and green, with round watermelons lying on the ground. Ning Feng found the sight pleasing to the eye and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! The watermelons in this watermelon patch look quite plump. Yes. And Yuqing nodded in agreement, equally delighted. It looks plump, juicy, crisp, and sweet. Ning Feng agreed, nodding. All right, time waits for no one. Let's finish this quickly, or we'll be doomed if we miss the raft. With Ning Feng's reminder, and Yuqing no longer wasted time admiring the melon patch. She quickly walked to a watermelon, squatted down, hugged it with both hands, and pulled hard, easily separating the watermelon from its stem. As she picked a watermelon, she made sure to share her joy with Ning Feng. This is my first time picking watermelons, and it's so much fun. Ning Feng didn't dampen her enthusiasm after hearing this, and replied with a faint smile. Since you think it's interesting, then hurry up and pick them. We need to be back 15 minutes early, or we'll be too late. That's all. The two watched the sunset, immersed in the joy of picking melons. I picked until 5:45 p.m. Isn't that a coincidence? Just as the planned time arrived, the melon patch was completely harvested. More than 100 watermelons were quietly placed on the wooden cart. Wow, I feel so accomplished. Looking at the abundant harvest on the wooden cart, and Yuqing couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Ning Feng, however, did not seem very excited. He was focused on keeping track of the time and urged, all right, let's hurry back. The raft will be leaving the island soon. With the load fully loaded, you probably can't tow it anymore. I'll tow it, and you can push it from behind. After explaining everything, Ning Feng grabbed the handle of the wooden cart and headed towards the small raft. Arriving at the small raft, the time has come to 5:57 p.m. Fortunately, we made it back before the small raft left. After the two quickly transferred the watermelons from the wooden cart to the small raft, Ning Feng also carried the wooden cart onto the raft. The time was exactly 6 p.m. With that, today's island landing mission has come to a successful conclusion. Ning Feng and Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, both collapsing onto the small raft without regard for their image, panting heavily. Honestly, they were both really exhausted today. Certainly, this kind of tiredness is not the kind of tiredness that comes from physical or mental exhaustion. They were simply physically tired, but they were still very happy. Having acquired so many supplies at once, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for at least a long time. In the world of survival, this is the life that all survivors yearn for. Who would feel mentally exhausted? After a short rest, Ning Feng then got up and went to the navigation system screen, intending to store the watermelons piled on the small raft into the ship warehouse first. But he had only just reached the navigation system screen when, and Yuqing, standing behind him, called out to him, somewhat embarrassed, "Ning Feng. What's wrong?" Ning Feng turned around, looking puzzled. And Yuqing continued, I'm not feeling well. I feel like I'm about to get my period." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was stunned. Although Yuqing did not spell it out, anyone with a little common sense would know what Yuqing was trying to say. Is Yuqing about to have her period? Hiss. Ning Feng had never really thought about this question before. Now that he has encountered this situation, he has realized the seriousness of the problem. You must understand, this is no longer a continental civilization. You can't find sanitary napkins on an island. Without sanitary pads, how do women manage their periods every month? Certainly, Ning Feng wasn't really concerned about Yuqing. The main issue was that Yuqing was on her period, and without sanitary napkins, wouldn't her hygiene level be unable to stay above 95%? This is not good news for him. He eagerly awaited the upgrade of his little raft every day. It would be incredibly frustrating to miss out on leveling up because of your period. 046, you lousy bastard. Even more unlucky than me. Or should we kick Yuqing off the boat? In this way, the hygiene value won't be affected? But Ning Feng quickly rejected the idea. If he really did that, then he, the author, is nothing short of a beast. Humans are emotional beings. Even when we're with a dog, we develop feelings for it, let alone humans. After this period of survival, Ning Feng has gradually gotten used to Yuqing's presence. Moreover, Yuqing is not a burden. Often she does more work than he does. If he kicks a good-looking, capable, and occasionally flirtatious survival partner like this off the boat, where will he find another one? Then he'll truly be left all alone to survive. You should know, in order to survive, in addition to food, mental state is also very important. If you spend a lot of time alone without anyone to talk to, you'll eventually develop health problems. Therefore, whether for feelings or for interests, Yuqing must be kept. But if we keep Yuqing, how do we deal with the hygiene score? This is really a headache. Wait for me a moment. I'll go to the trading hall and see if I can buy you some sanitary napkins. Ning Feng had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. Although you can't find sanitary napkins on the island, there are supply chests, and who knows, someone might just find sanitary napkins inside one of them. Now, all we can do is try our luck. However, to Ning Feng's surprise, he had just turned on the Hainan Airlines system screen when a notification popped up on the page. Friendly reminder, crew member Yuqing is about to experience menstrual cramps. Considering that the survivors are currently unable to collect materials to prepare for this condition, a 7-day supply of sanitary napkins will be provided. Sanitary napkins have been automatically distributed to the ship's storage area. Please collect them if needed. Ning Feng's tense heart instantly relaxed, and he quickly called Yuqing over to see. Yuqing, come here. This world of sailing is still quite humane. They even know to provide us with sanitary napkins. You don't have to worry about your period anymore. Upon hearing this, Yuqing, who had been somewhat anxious, instantly showed a look of joy and quickly came over. When she saw the text on the screen, she cheered with joy. I doubt she'd be this excited even if she won a multi-million-dollar lottery in mainland China. Oh my God, I was so scared. I was really worried that I wouldn't have any sanitary napkins, and I'd have to wash with water all the time. Ning Feng, quickly get me a piece. I suspect it might come tonight, so I'll have one in advance. Ning Feng, however, was slightly dissatisfied after his concerns were lifted and complained. This maritime world is definitely discriminating against men and women. Why should women receive free sanitary napkins just because they have menstrual needs? That's unfair. TCH. And Yuqing rolled her eyes at Ning Feng and retorted, what's the point of this being fair or unfair? You don't even have your period, so sending you this is pointless. How is it meaningless? Don't we men have physiological needs? Ning Feng retorted, even if you don't give us a silicone doll, you should at least give us a fly sex toy, right? Upon hearing this, and Yuqing glanced at Ning Feng with a look of disgust and said, you pervert. All you ever do is think about these things. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to change my sanitary pad. The two of them had a very sumptuous dinner tonight. Considering that mutton has the effects of dispelling cold and dampness, replenishing the body, and warming and nourishing qi and blood, and given that Yuqing is about to start her period, Ning Feng then proceeded to gut the goat he had caught during the day. In addition, during the day, Ning Feng also made cooking utensils such as iron pots and iron basins using the crafting function. Tonight, they finally won't have to eat barbecued lamb. Let's just boil the mutton and make it. The fruit and beverage were watermelon and milk, respectively. The two of them thoroughly enjoyed their meal. Certainly, and Yuqing didn't eat the watermelon or drink the milk, but she was very satisfied with that bowl of mutton soup. Although it wasn't seasoned and had a strong gamey smell, it was the best broth available under these conditions. After dinner, this was one of Yuqing's rare moments of rest. Coupled with the slight pain in her stomach, she simply laid down on the wooden rocking chair to rest. Ning Feng returned to the navigation system screen, intending to trade the supply chest he had picked up during the day. As for the issue of job allocation, there's no question of losing out or not losing out. Sitting in front of the navigation system screen wasn't too tiring, and besides, Yuqing wasn't as smart as him, so he didn't feel comfortable entrusting these supplies to Yuqing to handle. Therefore, it's better to do it yourself. Open the trading hall. After a day, a considerable number of the items previously listed for trading empty water bottles have been sold. Currently, they have acquired more than 200 empty water bottles. But Ning Feng was no longer as excited as he used to be. Now, their ship warehouses have thousands of barrels of spring water alone. So why would they need to worry about freshwater resources? Keep the Aquarius if you have it. Back to the main topic. Ning Feng immediately put the supply chest up for sale. Trade supply chest plus banana 1 for supply chest, quantity 1. In order to attract someone to exchange supply chests with him, he generously offered a banana as a thank you gift. For Ning Feng, he chose to make this trade because he had a cheat code that allowed him to read the contents of his supply chest and find that it contained 3 bags of compressed biscuits. But for those survivors without a golden touch, his actions were blatant charity. Although the quantity of bananas was small, there should be someone willing to trade them. That's right. The supplies had barely been listed when they were instantly traded away. Although Ning Feng felt sorry for the survivor who had made the deal with him, that's just how the world is. People are selfish. Ning Feng could only apologize to the survivor in his heart. Cough, cough, cough. Anyway, 3 bags of compressed biscuits isn't too bad. At least I don't have to worry about 3 meals a day. Then, Ning Feng immediately took out the supply treasure chest he had acquired in the transaction and excitedly checked it with his cheat code. He was instantly dumbfounded. Message read, resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, compressed biscuits 1. Damn it. This loser is even more unlucky than me. Ning Feng cursed loudly. Damn it. He never dreamed that this deal would result in a loss. After retracting his apology to the survivor and cursing him in his heart that he would never get any good supplies in his life, he put the supply chest back on the market. Soon, he traded for another supply chest, but this time he wasn't as excited as before. I fear that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. But fate just loves to play tricks on him. They actually shipped it. 047. Exquisite color light materials. Message read. Resource chest quality, legendary, golden. Items in the supply chest. Crossbow 1. Hiss. Crossbow. You really do get what you want. While crafting items during the day, Ning Feng also saw tools such as bow and arrow and crossbow bolt in the crafting interface. Unfortunately, the materials used to make them are quite rare, and he simply cannot gather them all at the moment. During the day, Ning Feng was thinking that if he had a bow and arrow, hunting on the island would be much easier. Who would have thought that what I wanted during the day would appear in my life at night? Ning Feng stopped dawdling. Since the supplies in this supply chest were exactly what he needed, he definitely wouldn't use it for trading. Open it directly. A flash of golden light. An exquisitely crafted crossbow bolt appeared in midair. Just like the previous unboxing process, simply put your hand into the halo, and the crossbow bolt disappears into thin air. Then, Ning Feng quickly opened the ship warehouse and took it out. After a closer look, wow, it's truly exquisite and beautiful. He had never seen such exquisite crossbows on the mainland. I just don't know how far the range is. Ning Feng thought for a moment and then activated the golden finger reading function again. Message read. Crossbow range, 300 m, effective range. Seeing this, Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction. It's not used for fighting. For hunting, a distance of 300 meters is perfectly fine. After all, those animals aren't as clever as humans. They shouldn't be able to detect the presence of humans within a 300-meter radius. Looks like we can go hunting when we land on the island the day after tomorrow. As for the crossbow bolts, Ning Feng had no need to worry about them at all. While making things during the day, he discovered that bows and crossbows could be made, and naturally, he also discovered that arrows could be made as well. Moreover, the materials used to make them are relatively simple. All you need is some wood and iron ore. He happened to have these materials, and in considerable quantities, so he didn't need to worry about the arrows at all, considering the time cost required for production. Therefore, Ning Feng plans to finish making the arrow tonight. Otherwise, if we wait until we arrive on the island the day after tomorrow to make it, it will waste a lot of time. Open the crafting interface and search for arrow. Having successfully found the crafting option and put in the materials, Ning Feng crafted 50 arrows in one go. The total time required is 50 minutes. After that, Ning Feng stopped researching crossbows. Having tasted the benefits of using a golden finger to access supply chests, Ning Feng's need for supply chests naturally became more and more urgent, and he wished he could trade all his supplies for supply chests. However, his reason prevailed over his impulse. After all, if he bought up all the supply chests on the market, who would he trade with? Then, he used the same old method as before, putting all the sheep entrails that he didn't need but others treasured on the trading hall to trade for material treasure chests. And you know what? Meat is a commodity that sells out quickly. In just a few minutes, all the meat was sold, and a total of 17 supply chests were traded. After taking them all out, Ning Feng used his golden finger to read them one by one. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the resource chest. Apple 1. Message read. Supply chest quality, excellent, green light. Items in the supply chest. Compressed biscuits 10. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest. Bananas 3. 7 were red in a row, and the best one was only green light. TSK. As it turns out, the drop rate of supply chests is really not high. Without any cheat codes, if you just keep buying resource chests to open, you'll probably lose everything. This shipment rate is even worse than a scratch-off lottery ticket. Even scratch-off lottery tickets have a 50% payback rate. Well, it's a case of one willing to give and the other willing to receive. At least he now has a golden touch and doesn't have to worry about losing money. Continue reading. Message read. Supply chest quality, excellent, blue light. Items in the supply chest, pure water 30. Message read. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the supply chest, seasoning gift pack 1. Includes soy sauce 1L, peanut oil 5L, cooking wine 1L, salt 1 kilogram, MSG 1 kilogram, pepper powder 1 kilogram. Finally, Ning Feng encountered a high-quality aura when he read the 13th supply chest. Epic quality. Moreover, the supplies inside were something Ning Feng had been longing for a long time. Although they can eat these unseasoned cooked foods at this stage. But they are, after all, human beings. Food with flavor is always much tastier than food without flavor. Ning Feng really liked this seasoning gift pack. This means that starting tomorrow, they will finally be able to eat flavorful food for a short period of time. As Ning Feng thought about it, he felt his mouth watering. I can't wait for tomorrow. Stop dawdling and keep reading. Message read. Supply chest quality. Excellent, green light. Items in the supply chest. Pure water 10. Message read. Resource chest quality. Common, white light. Items in the supply chest. Oranges 3. Message read. Supply chest quality. Colorful light, ultimate. Items in the supply chest. Agility fruit 1. Ha 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 ha. When Ning Feng read the last supply chest, he jumped up excitedly. Originally, after opening 16 boxes in a row and only getting one epic quality item, he had already prepared for the worst. Unexpectedly, opening these supply chests is like opening blind boxes or riding a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. Until the very last moment, you have no idea how it will end. He never expected that the last supply chest would deliver a fatal blow to him. The supplies that were previously distributed, whether it was crossbow bolts or seasonings. They are indeed all decent supplies, but naturally they cannot compare with these top-quality supplies. Even, Ning Feng collects supply chests, and what he most wants to get are these premium-grade supplies. Especially items like power fruit that can boost physical fitness. It's important to understand that while resources can be collected in various ways, there's always a limit to how much a person's physical fitness can be improved through exercise. Ever since experiencing the wonders of the power fruit, Ning Feng has been eagerly anticipating this type of amplification fruit. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. 048. Consumed an agility fruit. Speed 10.5 meters per second. After all supply chests have been loaded, Ning Feng also differentiated the treasure chests according to their quality. He kept the excellent, epic, and supreme quality chests, and naturally put the remaining 14 resource chests back on the market using the same method as before. After successful listing, during the waiting period for sale, Ning Feng then decided to open the 3 remaining supply chests first. To avoid accidentally putting too many supply chests on the market due to improper operation. That would be a real disaster. First, we opened the supply chest, which contained nothing special, just 30 bottles of purified water. Ning Feng kept it, not because he was short of water, but mainly because he was quite interested in these 30 plastic bottles. Although he can now make wooden buckets as containers, buckets also have certain limitations. Although Aquarius is small, it can handle a lot of tasks. The most obvious example is when you're grilling and sprinkling seasoning. Why not just drill a few holes in the cap of a water bottle instead of sprinkling it by hand? Moreover, currently, the market price for supply chests is generally around 30 bottles of water. In other words, this high-quality supply chest is not a loss in itself. If you're not losing money, wouldn't it be stupid to put it on the shelves? He didn't want to let the other survivors benefit from it. After the glow of the high-quality resource chest disappeared, Ning Feng continued to open the next epic quality resource chest. In an instant, purple light appeared. Ning Feng had seen this kind of aura once before when he obtained the steel axe, so it wasn't anything new to him. Considering it wasn't cooking time yet, Ning Feng didn't rush to take out the seasonings from the purple light to check them. Anyway, the seasonings are all the same, so the taste won't be too different. At most, the only difference is the shape of the container. There's nothing to study about it. At last, finally, it was Ning Feng's turn to receive the supply treasure chest, a treasure of unparalleled quality that he had been eagerly anticipating. Ning Feng had never obtained any resources of the highest quality before. Now I'm a little curious, just how much of this so-called colorful light can we actually see? Holding my breath and carefully placing my hands on the supply chest, I gently opened it. In an instant, a burst of colorful light appeared, extremely dazzling. Its brilliance is like looking directly at the sun with the naked eye. Ning Feng had to frown and squint to relieve the discomfort in his eyes. But after gradually getting used to it, Ning Feng found the halo to be quite beautiful, multicolored, with even more colors than a rainbow. The superior quality truly lives up to its reputation. And Yuqing, who was already fast asleep, was actually woken up by the colorful light. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Ning Feng, what is this?" "Don't be nervous, it's just the glow of a supply chest," Ning Feng said with a faint smile. "The aura of the supply chest?" And Yuqing looked closely after hearing this and found that it really was. Immediately, another exclamation rippled through the room. "My God, such a beautiful halo. Did you get a top-tier item?" "Yeah, it looks like a pretty good prop." Ning Feng chuckled. "I'm almost reluctant to reach out and destroy this halo." Ning Feng was not joking about this. The halo was quite nice, both in terms of appearance and brightness. Wouldn't it be great to keep it and use it as a light bulb? Pity. The resources within the halo were too scarce, so Ning Feng could only dream about it. Immediately, Ning Feng then reached his hand into the colorful halo. As soon as he put his hand inside, he felt a warmth. I never expected the details of the premium quality supply chest to be so well done. The halo is not only beautiful, but it also has a warm feel to it. Bonus points. Bonus points. The moment Ning Feng's hand touched the agility fruit, the halo disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Ning Feng quickly opened the ship warehouse and took out the agility fruit. As usual, let's read it first. Message read. Item name, agility fruit. Item efficacy. After consumption, the body will receive a certain degree of enhancement, random, increasing the top speed by at least 5 kilometers per hour. Rarity, color light material, premium material. How to obtain supplies. For now, they can only be obtained from supply chests. Probability is about 0.5%. At least a 5 kilometers per hour increase. It seems pretty good. Ning Feng was secretly suspicious and quickly began to calculate in his mind. 5 kilometers per hour is approximately equal to 1.39 meters per second. Based on his previous 100-meter sprint time of 14 seconds, if we calculate. After consuming the agility fruit, his speed will increase from at least 7.14 meters per second to 8.53 meters per second. 8.53 meters per second translates to 11.7 seconds for the 100 meters in track and field. That's roughly equivalent to the level of a first-class athlete in China. Most importantly, this is at least. Don't forget the key word at least. This means that after he consumes the agility fruit, as long as his luck isn't too bad, and it's not the minimum increase of 5 kilometers per hour, his speed will only be even faster. He might even beat Bolt in the 100-meter dash. Hiss. Ning Feng dared not think any further and, in front of Yuqing, began to eat the agility fruit. I've only taken the first bite. Ning Fengren was completely numb. Holy crap. Why does it taste different from the last time I had it? He seemed to enjoy that power fruit quite a bit last time he ate it. But this agile fruit is actually sour. It's super sour, much sourer than a lemon. Ning Feng had only taken his first bite when his mouth became sour and numb, and his expression had already turned into that of an old man on the subway with a cell phone. Holy crap, this is outrageous. So sour. This scene made Yuqing, who was standing to the side, burst into laughter. Ha ha. Ning Feng, your face is so funny. Ning Feng was too exhausted to argue with her at this point, so he rolled his eyes at her. Thinking that a short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one, he started to eat it in large bites. In about 10 seconds, the agility fruit was successfully eaten. Ning Feng felt like his mouth no longer belonged to him. It seems that becoming stronger really comes at a price. Strangely enough, it was quite sour when I ate it, but the sour and numbing sensation disappeared instantly after I finished eating it. Immediately afterwards, his abdomen warmed up. Ning Feng quickly sat down cross-legged and instructed. Yuqing, I need to recuperate. You should rest too, and don't disturb me. Yuqing is quite sensible. Despite the teasing, everyone with eyes could see that Ning Feng had important business to attend to, so she naturally wouldn't bother him anymore. About 10 minutes later, after the warmth disappeared, Ning Feng slowly opened his eyes. He immediately used his cheat code to access his abilities. Message read. Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 115, 10.5 meters per second. Strength, 99. Physical strength, 70. 049. Details determine everything. 10.5 meters per second? If this speed were used to run a 100-meter race, wouldn't it only take 9.52 seconds? Good heavens. It's even faster than Bolt's legendary 9.58 seconds. What a pity. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to return to Earth anytime soon. Otherwise, if he maintained this level of physical fitness and became an athlete, he would probably be set for life. I figured about 10 minutes had passed. The newly listed supply chest should have already been traded. Ning Feng then opened the trade window again to take a look. As expected, all 14 supply chests were sold. Immediately, Ning Feng then took them out again and read them one by one. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have run out. These 14 resource chests didn't even contain a single item of epic quality or higher. Left with no other option, he had to continue listing the product. This cycle repeated itself all night long, until the early hours of the morning. Aside from trading for an epic quality treasure chest, Ning Feng hasn't been able to trade for any better ones. Even aside from that epic quality chest, he always felt that the other chests were just the same few. Otherwise, it's unlikely that the supplies in a dozen or so supply chests would keep overlapping, right? If that's really the case, it's too much of a coincidence. Thinking of this, Ning Feng went to the transaction records and carefully looked at the transaction information. Take a look. Damn it. For a moment, Ning Feng felt like a complete clown. What a waste of a whole night. Simply because I'm not a black-hearted person. The supply chests he traded that night, except for a few different survivors, were indeed all bought by the same few survivors. So those people were just taking advantage of him, using him to get supplies for free? Why? Why wasn't he more observant and noticed this problem sooner? Ning Feng was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. This kind of transaction can't restrict IP addresses or anything. Whoever wants to trade is free to do so. Unless he refuses to put it on the shelves, he has no choice but to accept it if others want it this way. But this incident made Ning Feng think that there might not be many material treasure chests circulating in the market, which is why there are not many new people looking to trade with him. Otherwise, this group of people wouldn't have been able to exploit the loophole. Therefore, it is evident that the number of supply chests produced each time you land on the island should not be large. Among hundreds of thousands of survivors, it would be considered quite good if they could produce a few hundred supply chests each time they landed on the island. That's enough. That's enough. It was getting late, and he was already feeling sleepy. Since he couldn't trade for any new supply chests anymore, he might as well get some rest. Thinking of this, Ning Feng also took out the wooden bed that he had made during the day, intending to sleep on it tonight. The next day, Ning Feng woke up at 10 a.m. He stretched lazily and looked around the small raft. I did find that Yuqing is a really hard-working woman. At this moment, she was fishing and weaving a wicker basket at the same time. In any case, Ning Feng had basically never seen Yuqing slack off. Good morning. Ning Feng greeted him proactively. How are you feeling? Is your stomach still hurting? Hearing the voice, Yuqing turned around and smiled faintly. It's okay. I don't actually have much menstrual cramps. At most I feel a little uncomfortable when it first starts. Ning Feng nodded and then asked, have you had breakfast yet? I ate some fruit, Yuqing replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng nodded and said nothing more. Then, he walked to the navigation system screen and habitually looked at the information interface. Boat experience level, LV1 small raft, 1966/5000. At the rate of 600 experience points per day, it will take another 6 days to level up. It's going by pretty fast, really. Immediately, Ning Feng then took out some fruit and 2 boxes of pure milk. Ning Feng naturally got one of the boxes of pure milk for Yuqing, but considering that she was currently on her period, he didn't rush to give it to her. Instead, they placed the carton of pure milk against the edge of the metal bucket, letting the bucket heat the milk. While waiting, he ate breakfast first. He handed the milk to Yuqing when the temperature of the milk reached about 38 degrees Celsius. Have something warm to drink, to warm your stomach. Ning Feng admitted that he was trying to please In Yuqing by doing this, but he wasn't being a simp. He just wanted In Yuqing's affection level for him to reach 90 or higher quickly, so he could seduce her. Actually, often, pleasing a girl doesn't necessarily require going to great lengths or constantly fawning over her. Like him, he only needs to pay attention to a few small details to gain a lot of points in a girl's heart. For example, heating milk is not a tiring or troublesome task. It's as easy as lifting a finger. But the feeling they give off is completely different. That's right. The moment In Yuqing took the milk, Ning Feng felt that her gaze was full of admiration for him. Clearly, this small gesture earned him a lot of points. It seems like it's only a matter of time before In Yuqing is taken down. Anan teaches online how to flirt. Have you learned it yet? In the following time, Ning Feng was not idle either. He also joined in the work of sea fishing and weaving rattan baskets. As for the matter of trading resource chests, after last night's experience, Ning Feng decided not to cause any more trouble. It's estimated that we'll only be able to trade for some new supply chests after we land on the island tomorrow. Time passed by, second by second. Soon it was noon. Coincidentally, they caught quite a few sea fish that morning. For lunch, Ning Feng planned to have a whole sea-based soup. Although there aren't many side dishes, with the seasonings now, this sea-based soup is sure to be incredibly delicious. Just thinking about it made Ning Feng and In Yuqing's mouths water. The final result was as expected. The fresh and flavorful fish soup greatly stimulated their taste buds, satisfying their souls and warming their bodies. Ning Feng was certain that the bowl of fish soup in his hand would be priceless nowadays. Even In Yuqing, who is usually quiet during meals, couldn't help but make sounds of enjoyment. Ma? This fish soup is the best soup I've ever had. Ning Feng teased. Can't you be a little more ambitious? Our good days are just beginning. In the future, there will definitely be more and more delicious food. At that time, won't you have to sigh with delight every time you eat? Humph. And Yuqing pouted. Mind your own business. At least for now, this fish soup is the best tasting. Okay, whatever you want, as long as you like to drink it. 050, new update preview. After lunch, the two took their usual afternoon nap. After waking up, the two continued fishing and weaving wicker baskets. Although it was a bit boring, it was still much better than just spacing out. Time always flies when you're busy. In the blink of an eye, night fell. After dinner, Ning Feng returned to the navigation system screen. I'm planning to check if there's anything I can find at a bargain price in the trading hall. Actually, he would occasionally check the trading hall during the day as well. Unfortunately, the survivors these days are very shrewd. Forget about finding bargains. Any rare items are sold at exorbitant prices. I don't know how the protagonists in those survival novels are so lucky, always managing to snag something good. This is simply the difference between reality and virtuality. In reality, nobody is a fool. Everyone wants to take advantage of others, so why would anyone willingly let someone else take advantage of them? After thoroughly searching the trading hall and making sure there were no bargains to be found, nor any valuable items like power fruits for sale, he left the trading hall. Anyway, there's nothing else to do. Ning Feng then turned his attention to the chat public screen. Although you probably won't get any useful information here, it's still pretty good to watch the survivors' casual chatter for fun. Survivor 7821. I eat bananas every day. I'm turning into a banana myself. Damn it. Survivor 87213. Upstairs, you should be grateful. You at least have bananas to eat, while I'm starving and have to eat my toes every day to get salt. Survivor 9781. Have you guys seen the update preview? Tomorrow will be the 8th day since we entered this world, and the trading function will be opening up the rental feature. Survivor 76121. I saw it, but what's the use? At this stage, besides food, what can we rent? But can food still be rented? What? Are you just renting it to quench your thirst with a mirage, or to satisfy your hunger with a pie in the sky? Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. A new trailer has been released? Ning Feng hadn't really paid attention to these things lately, but after receiving reminders from the survivors in the chat, he quickly opened the update preview to check. Update announcement. 1. Starting from the second phase, the system will update the leaderboard feature. Ranked members can claim corresponding leaderboard rewards daily. 2. The second phase begins with the opening of the Friends feature. 3. The second phase begins, and the Battleship Legion function will be available. 4. The leasing function will be available in the trading hall on the 7th day after entering the Endless Voyage world. New. 5. On the 7th day after entering the Endless Voyage world, crops will spawn on the mysterious island. New. Seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. Regardless of whether the rental function is actually useful, the crops were certainly very attractive to him. During this period, he ate nothing but meat and fruit, and didn't touch any vegetables at all. At the time, he was worried that if humans continued to eat fruit every day, they would inevitably degenerate into apes. It seems he was overthinking it. This world is still quite humane. Now he has cooking utensils and seasonings, and if he can get some vegetables, or even rice tomorrow, wouldn't everyone be able to get a meal then? Thinking of this, Ning Feng was truly looking forward to it. He really hadn't eaten rice in ages. Back on Earth, he was always a picky eater and didn't like eating rice. It wasn't until he entered this world that he realized how fortunate he was to have rice to eat back then. Now that the world has given him another chance to appreciate rice, he will no longer hate rice. If he manages to collect the rice tomorrow, he's confident he won't waste a single grain. Who knows the hard work behind every grain of rice on your plate? After sharing this good news with Yuqing, in order to make tomorrow come sooner and to have better energy to welcome it, Ning Feng doesn't plan to stay up late tonight. He lay down directly on the wooden bed with Yuqing. Certainly, they were indeed lying on the wooden beds, but certainly not on the same bed. Although Ning Feng tried to sleep in the same bed with Yuqing, she strongly resisted, so Ning Feng had no choice but to give up. Now that he had finally managed to raise Yuqing's favorability towards him to 75, he didn't want to let such a small thing cause Yuqing's favorability towards him to drop. That would be a losing proposition. Since there are only 15 points of favorability left, maybe if I flatter Yuqing a little bit these few days, I can break through 90 points of favorability. Therefore, there's no need to rush. Once the affection level exceeds 90, let alone sleeping together, even sleeping together will be no problem. The next day, in order not to waste time and delay the progress of collecting supplies, Ning Feng and Yuqing woke up before the small raft landed on the island. Upon looking at the navigation system screen, it is currently 5:37 a.m. That's good. That's good. Not too early and not too late. This is a good time to change clothes and have breakfast. Just like yesterday, while Yuqing went to change her clothes, Ning Feng also heated up a carton of milk for her. After they had both changed their clothes, the milk was almost heated up. The two then began to eat breakfast. But this morning, neither of them ate any fruit. Fruits, because they contain water, are easy to fill you up but not very filling. You might feel full after eating just a few, but because they digest quickly, you get hungry again very easily. Therefore, in order to be in better shape for this brand new island, the two decided to eat the compressed biscuits they had in stock. That stuff, though it didn't taste good, was definitely filling. Anyway, they can eat it with pure milk, so it won't be too much for them. As their supply of compressed biscuits dwindled, the mysterious island in the distance seemed to grow larger and larger, getting closer and closer to them. In just a few minutes, the bottom of the small raft began to shake, indicating a successful landing. The navigation system screen lit up automatically the instant the raft landed, displaying a notification. Island danger level, 75. Good. If the risk level is 75, then the supplies should not be too few. Ning Feng and Yuqing were already fully prepared and jumped off the small raft immediately. Ning Feng immediately used the golden finger reading function. Message read: Mysterious Island. Risk level, 75. Resources, 95. East side of the island. Abundant agricultural resources, potatoes, tomatoes, rice, cabbage. West side of the island. Abundant fruit resources, including pomelo, longan, banana. North side of the island. Abundant seafood resources, including crabs, shrimp, clams, etc. South side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, including inland lakes, streams, mountain springs, cattle, rabbits, pheasants, venomous snakes, wild boars, etc. Island center. abundant vegetation resources, including vines, bamboo, timber. 051. Taming the yellow cattle. Potatoes, tomatoes, cabbage, rice. When Ning Feng learned about the abundant agricultural products and supplies produced on this island, the corners of his mouth had already involuntarily turned up. If revealing these things beforehand would expose his abilities, Ning Feng would have loved to immediately share this good news with Yuqing beside him. And you know what? He's so lucky. The crops and supplies that spawned on this island are all things he loves to eat. Not only that, but the location is also the best. Good. He is currently located on the east side of the island. His little raft really picked a good spot for him to get ashore. Last night before going to bed, he was terrified that the island would disgust him. They deliberately refreshed the area with crops like bitter melon or other crops that were furthest away from him. It seems he was overthinking things. Although the crops were very appealing to him, Ning Feng did not blindly pick them in order to improve efficiency. Because he also learned that there were yellow cattle on the island. What are scalpers? I'm sure everyone knows without me having to explain. This is a farming marvel. It's the perfect example of being hardworking and willing to endure any hardship. It is not only docile, but can also plow fields, till land, and haul goods. He has just finished making a wooden cart. If he can get his hands on that yellow ox, wouldn't transporting goods be much easier in the future? I used a cheat code to locate the scalper. Yes, the distance is neither too close nor too far. Based on his current speed, he could probably reach the scalper's location in 10 minutes. Therefore, Ning Feng planned to get the yellow ox first. Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and quickly took out the machete from the vine basket, then casually chopped down several vines. Immediately, he turned to Yuqing and instructed her, "Go and wander around this area. You might find some usable resources. As for me, I'll go take a look from a distance first." Ning Feng's arrangement was naturally made after he had thoroughly scouted the surrounding terrain in advance to ensure that there were no dangerous factors nearby. Secondly, Yuqing only needs to walk forward a few dozen meters to reach the potato field. Unless she's mentally challenged or has a terrible sense of direction, she should be able to find the supplies without any problems. In this way, this time, he could attribute the credit for the golden touch to Yuqing, so that Yuqing wouldn't think that he could find supplies every time he led the way, as if he had radar installed. Although Yuqing didn't suspect anything for a while, it would be too unbelievable if he always found the supplies just by leading the way. No one's luck can stay this good forever. So, Ning Feng's actions were a win-win situation. This neither delayed the mission's progress nor dispelled Yuqing's doubts. As for Yuqing, she had no objections after hearing this. She's not clingy or a hothouse flower. Besides, she and Ning Feng have almost always acted separately since entering this world, and she has gotten used to it. After nodding, Yuqing took a sickle and carried a wicker basket, then disappeared into the jungle. Ning Feng, holding the vine in his hand, quickly walked towards where the yellow ox was. 10 minutes later, Ning Feng successfully arrived at the location where the ox was. It was a large, powerful bull, which was grazing vigorously nearby. Judging from the length of its horns, it's probably still in its youthful stage. That's good. That way its lifespan will be longer. Ning Feng spent his childhood in the countryside and saw how farmers tethered their cattle. They typically pierce the cow's nose and insert wood or metal into the nostrils, then tie it with a rope for traction. But Ning Feng felt that such behavior was too cruel. Secondly, he was alone, so he probably wouldn't be able to pierce the cow's nose, since the cow would definitely resist if it was in pain. Therefore, Ning Feng plans to control the cattle using the simplest and most basic method. That's like tying a dog up. You just put a vine around the cow's neck. Cough, cough, cough. Although it's a bit insulting to cows, it's the best solution he can think of right now. And he had heard since childhood that old oxen were intelligent and could understand human speech. If you treat it well, it will work hard for you without complaint. Therefore, Ning Feng planned to use love to influence it, rather than using the violent method of hitting its nostrils to control it. After using the cheat code to read what the yellow cow liked to eat, Ning Feng quickly grabbed some and held it to the ox's mouth, tentatively trying to feed it a bite. Unexpectedly, It was actually quite docile and not afraid of people at all. It even stretched its head onto his hand without hesitation and bit the plant in his hand. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. There's hope. Immediately, Ning Feng plucked some more from the side, and this time he fed it with one hand while gently stroking the cow's head with the other. However, Scalper still did not object. Gradually, Ning Feng felt more confident and said while touching him, "Brother Nyo, you must be so bored stuck on this island. Why don't you come with me? I'll treat you to the best food and drinks, okay?" You're not shaking your head, so that means you agree. Ning Feng didn't care whether the Scalper understood or agreed. The Scalper's attitude was good nonetheless. So, without further hesitation, he tied the vines into a loop shape, intending to lasso the ox. Unexpectedly, the normally docile oxen suddenly became resistant. The bull's head shook frantically, refusing to give Ning Feng a chance to aim. "Brother Nyo, you're beholden to those who feed you. You're obligated to help. Can't you cooperate a little?" The Scalper ignored Ning Feng completely and continued to resist. At last, Ning Feng, unable to bear it any longer, slapped the Scalper hard across the back of the bed. "Damn it! I wanted to use love to reform you, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on forcing me to use my fists, huh? Cattle?" The Scalper probably never imagined he would get into a real mess. He was completely stunned and his mind went blank. Ning Feng's action was actually subconscious. He only slapped the bull because he was annoyed by its shaking. After calming down and thinking about it carefully, he also realized that what had just happened was somewhat dramatic. However, this did give him a good opportunity. With quick reflexes, he swiftly looped the vines around the ox. At this point, the ox seemed to have resigned itself to its fate, but instead began to resist and continued to graze. "Brother Nyo, following me might be a bit tiring, but I'll definitely make sure you eat better and broaden your horizons, so you don't become a cow stuck in a well." Ning Feng was a good person. After slapping the ox, he pretended to gently pat the ox's head and comfort it. Then, regardless of whether the ox had finished eating or not, they grabbed the vines and headed towards the small raft. 052. Pheasant is very nutritious? Then you absolutely have to eat it. It's fair to say that describing honest people as hard-working oxen is quite apt. Even though Ning Feng treated the cow this way and interrupted its eating, the cow did not show any anger. You should know, dogs, which are often hailed as humanity's most loyal companions, are not immune to food-guarding behavior. The ox, without any resistance, followed Ning Feng's lead. About 10 minutes later, the man and the ox successfully reached the small raft. Ning Feng returned to the navigation system screen as quickly as possible. He remembered that in the crafting menu, you could make ox yokes, ox shuttles. People in the city probably don't see ox yokes very often. All you need to know is that without it, the oxen can't pull the cart. To put it simply, it's the connector between the ox and the cart. With it, you can tie the rope to the handle of the cart and the yoke, and place the yoke on the ox's back where it protrudes, similar to the hump of a camel. In this way, the oxen can help tow the cart. Successfully located the yoke crafting page. The materials needed are few, wood and rope. Just now, Ning Feng opened a climbing rope from the supply chest and could use it instead. Add the ingredients, and all that's left is to wait 45 seconds to complete the process. Taking advantage of this brief interval, Ning Feng then put all the remaining supply chests from last night up for sale in the trading hall. Now that we've landed on the island, I estimate that another batch of new players will find supply chests soon. By listing items early, you can also acquire supply chests earlier. To avoid encountering impatient people who open the supply chest as soon as they find it. The product has been successfully listed and the yoke has been completed. Ning Feng immediately took it out. There's not much to say about the appearance of the yoke. It resembles the Chinese character, person. As for the quality, Ning Feng felt it was alright. It's quite smooth, so it shouldn't be too uncomfortable to rest on a cow's shoulder. At least you don't have to worry about splinters on the wood. Before leaving, remembering the crossbow bolts from last night, Ning Feng took out the bolts and the arrows he had made, so as not to waste time going back to the raft to get the bolts during the hunt. Now everything is ready. Then, Ning Feng led the ox toward the potato field. In just a few minutes, Ning Feng successfully found Yuqing. Just as he expected, And Yuqing wasn't stupid. She successfully found the potato field. She's currently squatting down, frantically digging for potatoes, and the wicker basket next to her is already half full. Why? It's good to have a naive and innocent female companion. He tricked her into doing all the heavy work, which saved him a lot of effort. As for Yuqing, upon hearing the sound behind me, I instinctively turned around. Unexpectedly, he came face to face with the scalper at close range. She screamed in fright and fell to the ground with a thud. Only after she could clearly see what the creature in front of her was did she slowly calm down and stand up. She first patted the dust off her bottom, then let out a heavy sigh, saying with lingering fear, "That really scared me to death. I thought we'd encountered some wild beast. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? How is it?" Ning Feng smiled smugly. "Are you satisfied with my mount?" Although Yuqing had never done farm work, she certainly had the basic common sense. Besides being used for meat, the most important function of cattle is to work. Now that it helps pull the cart, how could she not be happy? She nodded, wanting to touch it but hesitant, and finally gave an awkward smile. "I love it. So you're planning to keep it as a pet?" "Yes," Ning Feng explained with a smile. "There's plenty of food on the island anyway, so raising it won't waste any resources. Each time I go to the island, I only need to spend a little time collecting food for it. The rest of the time, it can help me improve my work efficiency a lot." And Yuqing naturally thought so too. She patted her ample, almost breathtaking breasts and assured them, "Yes, with the cow around, things will be much easier. I'll take care of its food from now on. All right, since you like this cow, I'll give it to you. I've brought you the ox and the cart. Once you've finished picking the potatoes, just transport them back." And Yuqing nodded, but quickly realized what she meant and asked, "What about you? Are you going somewhere else?" "Well, didn't I get some crossbow bolts? I'm planning to go deeper into the island to see if I can catch some animals and maybe find some supply chests while I'm at it," Ning Feng explained. Upon hearing this, and Yuqing gave a soft, "Oh," and didn't say anything more. However, in her heart, she felt a renewed sense of goodwill towards Ning Feng. That Ning Feng is really something. He always leaves the safest tasks to himself while he does the most dangerous ones. She clearly cares about me so much, yet she acts so casually. Really? Don't you know that love should be expressed loudly? Etc. Could it be that I've already fallen for this perverted jerk? Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If I really got together with that pervert, given his personality, wouldn't he unleash his beastly nature at night and torment me so much that I couldn't sleep at all? No. And Yuqing blushed, not daring to think any further. After separating from Yuqing again, Ning Feng immediately used his golden finger to search for the location of the supply chest. Unfortunately, the cheat code didn't react at all. This means there are no supply chests on this island. That's enough. At this stage, he is no longer so scarce with supply chests. Anyway, the cheat code can now read the information about supply chests. Even if he directly buys other survivors' supply chests, he will not lose money. So there's no need to worry about these things. It would be even better if supply chests could spawn on the island, but it doesn't really matter if they don't. Thinking about it carefully, this is actually quite good. This saves him the trouble of making an extra trip to find the supply chest. Now we can go hunting. Arriving at the south side of the island, Ning Feng's primary target was pheasants. It's said that pheasants are very nutritious, especially male pheasants. Eating them is said to help men regain their virility. Now that he has such good hunting tools, he has to fix them. Following the instructions of the golden finger, Ning Feng successfully arrived at the pheasants' activity area. From a distance, Ning Feng could see several pheasants with their heads down, foraging for food. They differ in color, but are not significantly different overall, perhaps due to differences between males and females. This was the first time Ning Feng had ever seen a pheasant in its true form since he was a child. And you know what? It's strangely beautiful. The male pheasant has a red head, a bluish-purple neck, and a ring of white feathers around its neck, making it look like a nouveau riche wearing a string of pearls. Especially the pheasant's tail, the feathers are very long, almost like the phoenix I remember from my childhood. However, the female pheasant was a little uglier. 053. Hunting with a crossbow is so satisfying. It's all right, it's all right. He wouldn't mind if it looked like a pile of poop, as long as it tasted good. These few pheasants in front of us. If we could capture them alive, we could probably raise them to lay eggs. But, considering that there are currently no conditions to raise pheasants in captivity, and that pheasants themselves can fly and are not easy to catch alive, Ning Feng had no choice but to reluctantly kill them and make soup. The crossbow bolt has a range of 300 meters. If he can shoot accurately, Ning Feng's current position is sufficient for shooting and hunting. But the pheasant is still too small. Ning Feng wasn't confident in his aim. Although the cheat code had already incorporated the method of using crossbows into his brain. But just to be on the safe side, he decided to get a little closer. After stealthily approaching to within tens of meters of the pheasant, Ning Feng felt confident in his ability to shoot, so he stopped going forward, afraid of alerting the pheasant and scaring it away. Load the arrow into the crossbow and aim at the fattest male pheasant. With a whoosh, the arrows hurtled forward with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck the pheasant. Ning Feng was overjoyed. It's a success. Ning Feng had originally thought that after shooting this pheasant, the other pheasants would be frightened and flee. Surprisingly, the surviving pheasants didn't seem to care about any of this and continued to forage for food with their heads down. Seeing this, Ning Feng chuckled. Since they weren't running away, he wouldn't blame him for exterminating them. He quickly loaded the arrows into the crossbow bolts again. Several more shots followed. All hits. All the pheasants perished. This time, Ning Feng no longer needed to suppress his joy and burst out laughing as he quickly ran towards the pheasant carcasses. 1, 2, 3. He caught all 7 pheasants that spawned on the island. Haha, for the next week, I'll be drinking chicken soup every day. After all the pheasants were captured, Ning Feng was not in a hurry to leave. Now that we've already arrived at the south side of the island, and we've already spent so much time walking, it would be a waste of time to just catch a few chickens. Therefore, Ning Feng plans to capture all the animals located on the south side of the island. Of course, except for venomous snakes. At least for now, Ning Feng doesn't want to deal with venomous snakes. After successfully locating the rabbit using the cheat code, Ning Feng carried the pheasant and headed towards the target location. In just a few minutes, Ning Feng then noticed 2 gray rabbits munching on grass in the bushes. That's good. As long as these wild rabbits are outside, he has nothing to worry about. Otherwise, if those rabbits were hiding in their burrows, he could easily shoot them with his crossbow. Having learned from previous experience hunting pheasants, Ning Feng is now quite adept at it, and without any hesitation, he loads the arrows into the crossbow bolts, aims, and fires. One of the rabbits died on the spot, while the other rabbit, startled, immediately darted into the grass and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! It seems that wild rabbits are much more alert than pheasants. He quickly ran to the rabbit carcass and picked it up. After carefully weighing it, it should weigh a few pounds, which is not bad. As for the escaped rabbit, Ning Feng used his golden finger to investigate and found that it had already burrowed into a hole. It's estimated that he won't be coming out anytime soon, so Ning Feng simply let him go. It's not worth wasting time waiting here for a rabbit. Pheasants and rabbits have been secured. Next up are the wild boars of this island. Although he still has quite a bit of wild boar meat left to eat in his ship's storage room. But in a post-apocalyptic survival situation, who would complain about having too many supplies? If Ning Feng were to use a steel axe to hunt wild boars as before, he might hesitate. After all, wild boars have thick skin and strong flesh, and are fierce and powerful. It is inevitable that accidents will happen if you fight them in close combat. But now, he has a crossbow. He just needs to hide in the shadows and shoot secretly. This hunting method, while not 100% safe, is at least quite safe. Therefore, he naturally had nothing to hesitate about or fear. Anyway, he had consumed the agility fruit to increase his speed, so even if he couldn't kill the wild boar with a crossbow, he could still run away. With that in mind, Ning Feng stopped dawdling and continued to use his golden finger to locate the wild boar. Good. The information provided by the golden finger is that there are 2 wild boars on the island. The 2 wild boars were not in their den at this time. This made it easier for him to hunt them. Following the directions, it took another 10 minutes or so. Ning Feng successfully located the 2 wild boars. For safety reasons, This time, Ning Feng didn't get too close to the wild boar. This way, if he couldn't kill it with one blow and angered the boar, he would have enough distance to escape. After finding a suitable position, Ning Feng immediately loaded the arrow into the crossbow. This time, although the two were quite far apart, the wild boar was much larger than the others. Ning Feng wasn't worried at all about missing the target. Aiming at the head of one of the wild boars, Ning Feng seized the opportunity and directly triggered the crossbow bolt. Between milliseconds, the wild boar's screams quickly rang out. Then, the wild boar collapsed and began to convulse. It was likely that it wouldn't survive. The other wild boar, whether it was fearless or simply not smart enough, was unclear. Even with its companions in such a state, it showed no intention of fleeing. It simply raised its head, looked around, and, finding nothing amiss, continued to forage for food. Have to. Ning Feng likes this kind of animal. If you don't run, you might as well wait to die. Another arrow flew, and the wild boar naturally fell to the ground. TSK. I have to say the cheat code is amazing. It can not only read information, but also instill some usage methods into his mind for his own use. Otherwise, even someone who never shoots can't possibly hit his prey every time. That's all. In less than half an hour, Ning Feng has hunted down almost all the animals on this island. Next, the animal carcasses were transported back. But, because Ning Feng was alone, even with his great strength, he couldn't possibly carry all the animals back in one go using only his two hands. Therefore, he planned to take the rabbits and pheasants back first. As for the two pigs, Ning Feng plans to come back again later. The reason for this arrangement is that one person cannot handle so much. Secondly, there is a mountain spring near the wild boar carcass. Since 2 trips are necessary anyway, we should leave the bodies closer to the spring behind first. That way, when they come to collect the body next time, they can also bring some water back with them. This way, we won't waste time. After planning everything in his mind, Ning Feng quickly grabbed the carcasses of the rabbit and pheasant and ran towards the small raft. 054. I'm incredibly lucky. I got an all-around fruit. Because his speed had been increased, and the carcass of his prey wasn't particularly heavy, Ning Feng returned to the raft in just over 10 minutes. Just then, Yuqing also drove her ox cart back home, fully loaded with goods. Yuqing was dumbfounded when she saw the pheasant and rabbit carcasses in Ning Feng's hand. She exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, you've only been there for about an hour, right? That's incredibly fast. You're so surprised by this little bit?" Ning Feng said with a hint of smugness. "If you knew there were still 2 wild boars that hadn't been brought back, wouldn't you be worshipping me to death?" "What?" Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. "There are 2 more wild boars." "Yes. It's perfect that you're back too. Can I borrow your ox cart later? I'll go and bring back those 2 wild boar carcasses and some water while I'm at it." You also discovered a mountain spring. Yuqing instantly grasped the key information and asked in return. "Yes, we happened to find the location of the mountain spring while we were hunting." Ning Feng nodded. At this point, Yuqing really couldn't sit still any longer. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? On such a large island, in just 1 hour, they not only hunted so many animals, but also discovered freshwater resources. With Ning Feng's abilities, why would he need a survival partner? One person could probably live a better life than anyone else, right? Moment. She felt grateful to Ning Feng once again. If it were anyone else, they probably would have kicked her off the boat long ago, but Ning Feng is still willing to take this burden with him. And, think about it carefully. Ning Feng may be a bit lecherous, but he is indeed very principled. At least he doesn't force himself to do anything. If it were someone else, they might have raped her on the very first day. Thinking about it that way, she realized she had been being unreasonable these past few days. So what if Ning Feng takes advantage of us a little? At least he didn't force himself or despise himself. He would stop as soon as I showed resistance. Certainly, judging Ning Feng from the perspective of the mainland era, Ning Feng is indeed a freak. But this is no longer the mainland era. It is now a post-apocalyptic civilization without legal constraints. In this situation, Ning Feng was still able to only take advantage of the situation, which makes him a truly upright gentleman. Since Ning Feng seems like a decent person, and he seems to have some feelings for her as well, she suddenly thought she might give Ning Feng a chance. If he were willing to confess his feelings to her, she might accept him. Ning Feng naturally had no idea what Yuqing was thinking. Seeing that Yuqing remained silent, he took the initiative to speak, saying, "All right, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and unload the potatoes from the truck. I'll need it later." After Ning Feng's reminder, Yuqing snapped out of her reverie and hurriedly nodded. "Oh, okay. That's all." With the two working together, the entire truckload of potatoes was stored in the ship's warehouse in just a few minutes. Ning Feng checked the exact weight. It was a good 431 kilograms, enough to last a long time. Ning Feng then looked at Yuqing and asked, "There probably aren't many potatoes left in the potato field, right? I'll use the ox cart to fetch some water and bring back the wild boar. You'll have to do the work of digging up the rest of the potatoes in the wicker basket. Then, we'll go together to find other supplies." This task allocation was reasonable, and Yuqing naturally didn't say anything more. After nodding, she carried the wicker basket and headed back to the potato field. Ning Feng didn't waste any more time. After taking out as many empty wooden barrels as possible from the ship warehouse, he led the cow toward the wild boar carcass. That's all. In one morning, the animals, freshwater resources, and potato fields have all been taken care of. Lunch. Ning Feng planned to have a stewed chicken with potatoes, as it was delicious and filling. Of course, Yuqing is the one in charge of cooking. He then returned to the navigation system screen and opened the trading hall. Upon looking, as expected, all 13 supply chests that were listed in the morning were traded away. Then, Ning Feng immediately took out the 13 new supply chests and used his cheat code to check them one by one. Message read, "Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the resource chest, oranges 5. Message read, "Resource chest quality, legendary, golden. Items in the supply chest, Simmons bed 1. Message read, "Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the resource chest, fishing net 1. Message read, "Supply chest quality, supreme, colorful. Items in the supply chest, all-purpose fruit 1. Hiss. This time, we were quite lucky. Of the 13 supply chests, 1 emitted a purple light, 1 emitted a golden light, and 1 emitted a multicolored light. Moreover, those supplies were all quite good, especially the all-purpose fruit." Ning Feng used his cheat ability to read it and found that this guy was much more powerful than any power fruit or agility fruit. Strength fruit and agility fruit only increase one attribute, while this all-round fruit increases all attributes. Ning Feng was incredibly excited at this moment. "I wonder to what extent eating it will enhance my body." He then put the remaining 10 useless supply chests back on the market. He immediately took out the supply chest containing the all-powerful fruit. Open it directly, and you'll see a dazzling array of colors. It's truly beautiful. Even Yuqing, who was cooking nearby, was astonished upon seeing this. "My God, Ning Feng, you've gotten another supreme item." "Ha ha ha, yes." Ning Feng laughed loudly. "When luck comes, you can't stop it." "Quick, let's see what we got this time," Yuqing asked curiously. "It seems to be similar to the agility fruit from last time," Ning Feng explained. An introduction to the agile fruit. After Ning Feng ate it last time, he also explained it to Yuqing. Therefore, she understood the importance of these supplies, and she was happy to hear that Ning Feng had offered them again. After all, Ning Feng's body has been strengthened, so he can do more work. She didn't mean to slack off. It's just that in this survival-driven world, being physically capable is a good thing. Ning Feng, of course, ate the all-powerful fruit without hesitation. TSK. The all-powerful fruit truly lives up to its name. Its taste is also the best among all the amplification fruits he has ever eaten. Sweet and refreshing. Ning Feng couldn't find a flavor that could compare to it for a while. As before, after a 10-minute break, Ning Feng also immediately used his cheat system to examine his physical attributes. The following are images of the navigation system screens. Actually, this has already appeared in previous chapters, but many long-time readers probably haven't read it, so I'm adding it here. Chat interface. Trading interface. Item listing interface. Creating a page. 055. Improve all aspects of physical fitness. Message read. Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 120, human limit is 100. Strength, 115, human limit is 100. Stamina, 95, human limit is 100. The moment my own data comes to mind, Ning Feng admitted that his mouth had become crooked, making him look like a war god with a crooked mouth. This all-purpose fruit is really a great product. Its effects are exactly as described. All of his physical fitness indicators have improved significantly. Ning Feng was also excited and wished he could do 1,000 push-ups on the spot to test his physical fitness. However, considering I still have half a day of work to do in the afternoon, he suppressed his joy and chose to conserve his energy. Seeing that Ning Feng had stood up from his rest, and Yuqing, who was stewing chicken nearby, couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Do you feel stronger now?" "That's right." Ning Feng nodded with a smile, and with a light leap, he ran directly from the small raft to Yuqing's side. "Now all my physical abilities have been enhanced quite a bit. I reckon the current survival task shouldn't be too difficult for me." Seeing Ning Feng arrive in front of her in the blink of an eye, and Yuqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This speed, while perhaps an exaggeration to call it lightning fast, was definitely much faster than anyone she knew. "Wow, that's fast." "Hee hee, it's not just fast, my stamina is pretty good now too. You can try it out if you have the chance." Ning Feng smiled smugly. Perhaps the speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Ning Feng meant exactly what he said, but Yuqing couldn't help but think of some embarrassing things. She blushed and retorted, "You're never serious." Ning Feng was a little puzzled after hearing this, but he was in a good mood and didn't bother arguing with Yuqing. After instructing Yuqing to cook a good meal, he then used this time to return to the navigation system screen and retrieve the 2 supply chests containing fishing nets and Simmons mattresses. The light emitted from opening 2 supply chests once again attracted Yuqing's attention. When she saw a fishing net and a Simmons mattress on the small raft, her eyes flickered slightly, and she seemed somewhat incredulous. "Ning Feng, are you having such good luck today? You opened 3 supply chests in a row, and they all contained good stuff." Ning Feng wasn't surprised by Yuqing's astonishment. For him, he used a cheat code to access more than 10 supply chests before finding these 3 high-quality supply chests. But in Yuqing's eyes, he had only opened 3 supply chests in a row. Before they used the golden finger to access the supply chests, they had both witnessed the extremely low drop rate of the supply chests. The odds of getting a successful shipment after opening 3 in a row are incredibly low. It's perfectly normal to be surprised. Anyone would be surprised in that situation. "Yeah, we're lucky. We didn't expect to find a Simmons mattress and a fishing net. My bones were aching from sleeping on a hard bed for the past few days, but I can finally sleep more comfortably now. As for this fishing net, I plan to use it to catch some seafood this afternoon." Regarding seafood fishing, Ning Feng did say before that he didn't like eating raw seafood, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't eat cooked seafood. Previously, there was no fire, no tools, and relying on manual labor was too inefficient. But now with fishing nets, efficiency can be greatly improved. Whether for dietary pairings or simply to try something new, he felt it was necessary to give it a try. If a single net cast can catch a lot of seafood. However, fishing for seafood could be incorporated into future survival efforts. After all, at this stage, there are probably not many survivors with fishing nets. For them, fish, crabs, and shrimp are considered relatively rare and precious sources of protein. Even if I don't like eating it myself, I could probably earn a lot of supplies by selling it. He would naturally prefer to sell seafood rather than the more precious pork and mutton. Upon hearing Ning Feng's plan, Yuqing naturally offered her unconditional support. Firstly, she herself quite enjoys eating seafood. Secondly, having tools means you should use them. This is one of the principles of survival. Then, she patted her chest repeatedly to assure him, "Ning Feng, you can go fishing this afternoon without worry. If I could find a potato field on my own this morning, I'm sure I can find another one this afternoon. You'll be in charge of supplies at sea, and I'll be in charge of supplies on land. When our swords are combined, no one can defeat us." And Yuqing, who is usually serious, suddenly became a bit childish, which made Ning Feng laugh. A perfect combination of 2 swords? Wouldn't that make 2 sword walls? There's also the potato field issue. and Yuqing was able to find the potato field in the morning because the potato field was not far from the small raft. If even this can't be found, then Yuqing is truly useless. Therefore, Ning Feng couldn't believe a word Yuqing said. If we really let her go out alone to find supplies on the island, we probably won't be able to eat any other vegetables that afternoon. But people always need to save face. Ning Feng didn't want to offend Yuqing, so he changed his approach and said with a faint smile, "You're quite lucky. You'll definitely be able to find other farmland this afternoon. However, there are many dangers on this island, so I'll go with you to take a look. I'll go fishing after I make sure you're absolutely safe over there. Otherwise, I won't be able to muster the energy to go fishing because I'm thinking about you." Upon hearing this, Yuqing was naturally deeply moved. What she just said was indeed a bit of a show of bravado. Now that Ning Feng was willing to go with her, she was naturally more than happy to accept and did not refuse. During casual conversation, the aroma of stewed chicken and potatoes wafting from the iron pot was already filling the air. This made both of them swallow hard, and they lost all interest in talking. Moyue simmered it for a few more minutes, and Yuqing poked around with the iron spatula for a while and found that the meat was mushy. Then the two of them couldn't wait to eat the long-awaited feast. After lunch, Ning Feng and Yuqing were not in a hurry to collect supplies. Now that we have Simmons mattresses, it's not unreasonable to lie down for at least 10 minutes, let alone take a full nap. Everything should be done with a balance between work and rest. The two arrived in front of the Simmons mattress. No one was in a hurry to lie down. Ning Feng didn't go down, thinking of moving the Simmons mattress to the wooden bed. After all, if the Simmons mattress was in direct contact with the small wooden raft, it would be low and prone to dampness. As for Yuqing, she didn't rush to lie down. She was simply too afraid to do so. She was terrified that the moment she lay down, that bastard Ning Feng would pounce on her and pin her down. After all, she had heard that men in bed could become wildly lustful and lose their reason. Although she has indeed developed some feelings for Ning Feng, she knows in her heart that she absolutely does not want to do that kind of thing with Ning Feng right now. 056. This way of catching fish and shrimp is so satisfying. Certainly, Ning Feng had no idea what Yuqing was thinking. At present, he is measuring the dimensions of the Simmons mattress and the wooden bed. At the moment, Simmons mattresses are larger than wooden beds. However, if two wooden beds are placed side by side, they can just fit the size of a Simmons mattress. Then, he easily lifted the two wooden beds together. Seeing this, Yuqing panicked. You should know, when she slept, she deliberately placed her wooden bed on the other side of the fire to ensure her safety. That is, opposite the Ning Feng wooden bed. Now, Ning Feng simply put the two wooden beds together. Doesn't that mean she'll be sleeping with Ning Feng from now on? If a man and a woman were alone together and ended up sleeping in the same bed, she couldn't guarantee that Ning Feng would remain rational. Do you think she wouldn't panic? Ning Feng, what are you doing? Huh? Ning Feng turned around and asked, puzzled. Did I do something? Why did you move my bed? Yuqing said nervously. Please. Ning Feng was speechless after hearing this. Can't you see? This Simmons mattress is so big that one wooden bed can't support it. Two wooden beds would be just right. Do you think Simmons mattresses should just be placed on the floor like this? What if a big wave comes in and gets us wet? How are we supposed to sleep then? But, Yuqing naturally knew all this. But if she did that, wouldn't she have to sleep in the same bed as Ning Feng? All right, I know what you're worried about. Aren't you afraid I'll lay a hand on you? Don't worry, even if we sleep in the same bed, I will only sleep with you. Ning Feng wasn't lying about this. Sleeping, no matter how you sleep, is still just sleeping. Does that mean if a couple sleeps together and does something, it doesn't count as sleeping? Cough, cough, cough. Ning Feng knew this in his heart, but he wouldn't tell anyone. But Ning Feng currently has no intention of forcing Yuqing to do anything. Yuqing already has a high level of affection for him. I reckon it won't be long before she herself is throwing herself into my arms. Ning Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to force Yuqing at this stage. Forcing her now will only backfire, lowering her favorability rating, and who knows, Yuqing's stubborn temper might even lead her to jump into the sea. Upon hearing this, Yuqing didn't say anything more. Recalling that Ning Feng hadn't forced her to do anything these past few days, She had no choice but to trust him for the time being. After the Simmons mattress was successfully placed on the wooden bed, Ning Feng finally couldn't hold back any longer and leaped up, spreading his legs out in a gen shape as he lay down on the bed. TSK. Soft and comfortable, you'll never have to worry about insomnia again with this. And Yuqing spent half the morning squatting and digging potatoes, and she is indeed feeling unwell. After hesitating for a while, I also chose to lie down on the soft Simmons mattress. The moment she lay down, she felt her whole body was liberated and her soul was elevated. It felt so good. But the two did not indulge in their romance. After only a short rest, the two then got off the bed. As planned, in the afternoon, Ning Feng would first take Yuqing to the farmland, and then they would go to catch seafood. After he used his golden finger to locate the rice paddy, he then took Yuqing and pulled the ox cart toward their destination. This is because they landed on the east side of the island on their small rafts. The journey to the rice paddy didn't take much time. Certainly, during this time, in order to prevent Yuqing from thinking that things were going too smoothly, he deliberately took a detour for 10 minutes, creating the illusion that he was looking for farmland. Fortunately, next to this rice paddy is a tomato field. After harvesting the rice, we can pick tomatoes while we're at it. This saved us the time of searching for tomatoes. Unfortunately, this rice paddy is not very large. Ning Feng estimates that it is only 1/3 of an acre in size, and doesn't know how many kilograms of rice it can produce. But, as the saying goes, something is better than nothing. After encouraging Yuqing and telling her to do a good job, Ning Feng carried 2 wicker baskets on his back and took a fishing net, heading towards the south side of the island. The area is rich in seafood, so fishing with nets should yield a good catch. The southern coast of the island is about a half-hour walk from the rice paddies. But Ning Feng has now eaten the all-powerful fruit. He jogged there, so it only took him 10 minutes. Since my physical condition has improved, I don't need to worry about work efficiency anymore. Upon reaching the southern coast, just as the cheat code had indicated, there's so much seafood. Looking around, the shallow water area is teeming with fish, crabs, and shrimp foraging for food. Normally, shallow water areas would have plenty of crabs, fish, and shrimp. So there should be crabs on the beach too. But no, it didn't. The beach was exceptionally clean. There wasn't a single crab in sight. Ning Feng guessed that perhaps this world didn't want the survivors to be able to catch the crab so easily. After all, you can't just pick up crabs on the beach with your hands. In that case, many survivors will be able to easily survive by relying on crabs. This goes against the original intention of survival. Certainly, this was just Ning Feng's personal speculation, and he was too lazy to investigate the actual situation. In any case, the current situation is naturally advantageous to him. He has a fishing net that others don't, which allows him to significantly widen the gap between himself and other survivors. Once the leaderboard feature is enabled, he might just outshine everyone else and rank at the top. Crabs, fish, and shrimp are naturally more expensive due to their limited quantity. No more dawdling. After learning the net casting technique using his cheat code, Ning Feng got into position and tossed the net with a flick of his wrist. His fishing net has magnets on the edges and unfolds into a circle. Although it's called a fishing net, it's actually more like a casting net. Once cast into the water, the fishing net will quickly seal the opening due to the attraction of the magnets, leaving the trapped fish and shrimp with nowhere to escape. Therefore, there's not much waiting time involved. After seeing that the fishing net had caught a lot of fish and shrimp, he quickly pulled the net up. Good heavens, a whole bag full of fish, shrimp, and crab. All I can say is that in these waters teeming with fish and shrimp, having a casting net is incredibly satisfying. It's estimated that even if Yuqing just casually tossed the net around, she could catch quite a few fish. At last, the time frame far exceeded Ning Feng's expectations. In just 1 hour, he filled 2 wicker baskets and the fishing net to the brim with fish, shrimp, and crabs. I realized I didn't have any containers to hold these fish and shrimp. Ning Feng intended to drop the matter. After all, compared to fish, shrimp, and crabs, rice and tomatoes from the fields are naturally more valuable to collect. If we hurry back now, we might be able to harvest all the cabbages in that field before the raft leaves the island. Just thinking about tonight, there might be rice, vegetables, meat, and seafood to eat. Ning Feng couldn't help but drool. It's only been 8 days since I entered this world, and I already have no worries about food and clothing. In 5 days, the raft will be upgraded. Is it possible that the raft will be upgraded directly into a yacht or something? By then, all our needs for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation will be met. Ning Feng was also looking forward to the day when the small wooden raft would be upgraded. 057. And Yuqing almost suffered heatstroke. Since the raft was fully loaded this time, Ning Feng's return journey to the small raft naturally took longer than his journey there. It took Ning Feng about 17 or 18 minutes to return to the small raft. Then, Ning Feng immediately stored the seafood from the fishing nets and wicker baskets into the ship's warehouse. Otherwise, seafood will easily spoil and turn smelly if it stays out of seawater for too long. After saving it, Ning Feng did not go to rest. He is currently in excellent physical condition, and the work he did previously did not cause him any fatigue. Then, he grabbed 4 bottles of spring water and rushed off to the rice paddy where Yuqing was. Upon arrival, half of the rice paddies have already been harvested. Seeing Yuqing sweating profusely and with a flushed face, Ning Feng quickly stopped her. Otherwise, if Yuqing continues to work like this, she will definitely suffer from heatstroke and faint. Honestly, if you're tired, take a rest. There's no need to push yourself so hard. It's not like we're starving. After handing Yuqing a bottle of spring water he had just brought, Ning Feng began to reprimand her with dissatisfaction. Although Ning Feng's tone was reproachful, Yuqing could tell from it that he cared about her. In a short time, Yuqing's heart is warmer than a body scorched by the sun. She knew Ning Feng cared about her. She smiled as she took the water, took a sip, and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I can do it, and I don't want to be a useless person." Seeing that Yuqing still didn't take it seriously, Ning Feng became even more furious and said irritably, "Don't you want to be a good-for-nothing? Does showing off make someone a hero? Given our current circumstances, our health is the most important thing. Otherwise, if the hospital collapses and there's not a single hospital left, do you really expect the medicine in our medical kit to keep you alive? If you die from an accident because you're showing off, you can't even be a good-for-nothing if you want to. Do you understand?" Ning Feng was really angry. Sometimes he really didn't know what Yuqing was thinking. Normally, a few minutes of rest would have relieved the discomfort, allowing me to continue working. They insist on showing off their abilities for a moment. If this leads to health problems, it will only further affect the work progress, and may even make it impossible to continue working in the future. Doesn't Yuqing understand such a simple principle? He definitely hoped that Yuqing would do more work. But he didn't want Yuqing to only know how to work without any independent thought. Wouldn't that turn Yuqing into a puppet who only knows how to do chores? Certainly. If Yuqing truly became an immortal puppet, he wouldn't necessarily find it unacceptable. Yuqing has no control over her life and death. If she keeps doing this, her life will be in danger sooner or later. If something really happens to her then, wouldn't we be left without anyone to do the work? Ning Feng could tell whether living one more day meant working one more day, or whether having a full meal every day or just one big meal was the only way to go. So, whether out of concern for her emotional well-being or out of consideration for his own interests, he should have stopped Yuqing, reprimanded her, and taught her a lesson. Seeing this, Yuqing understood that Ning Feng was really angry, so she quickly corrected her attitude. She weakly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll rest if I'm not feeling well in the future, and I won't make you worry." "Humph." Ning Feng snorted coldly. "You know it in your heart. You go and rest first. I'll take care of the rest." "Okay, sure." Yuqing nodded obediently, handed the sickle to Ning Feng, and then found a shady spot to sit down. This was the first time Yuqing had been able to calmly appreciate Ning Feng's focused work attitude. Unbeknownst to them, she felt a stirring of romantic feelings as she watched, and her physical discomfort was instantly relieved. I don't know if all men who are serious about their work are handsome, or if Ning Feng is simply handsome when he's serious. Anyway, watching Ning Feng work, Yuqing felt that he was very handsome and made her feel safe. Because of his physical condition, Ning Feng can work much faster than Yuqing. In just over half an hour, he harvested all the remaining rice paddies. The next step is to transport the rice back, and collect the tomatoes next to the rice paddies. Seeing this, and Yuqing, who was resting to the side, got up and came over again. Ning Feng, I've rested enough. I'll pick the tomatoes. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng carefully examined Yuqing. Her face was no longer flushed, and her complexion was much better than before, so she must have recovered. So he didn't say anything more and nodded. Okay. Then I'll transport these rice plants back first, and then I'll come and load the tomatoes. In response, Yuqing naturally did not refuse. Although Ning Feng's rice harvest time was much shorter than hers, it seemed that Ning Feng was slacking off. But that's not actually the case. Don't forget, before harvesting the rice, Ning Feng went fishing. Ning Feng was the one who was never idle. In addition, Ning Feng's short harvesting time for rice was not due to a lack of workload, but rather to his high efficiency. So, Ning Feng is definitely more tired than her right now. Now that I've rested enough, there's nothing wrong with letting Ning Feng rest as well. Moreover, the midday heat has passed, and the tomato field is now shaded by trees, so picking tomatoes won't be as tiring for her. After watching Ning Feng lead the cow away, Yuqing quickly got back to work. After returning to the raft, Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry to store the rice in the ship warehouse. Because converting rice into white rice is not a simple process. To put it simply, the process requires at least 3 steps: threshing, drying, hulling. If this rice were stored in the ship warehouse, the water inside the rice would probably never dry out. So, Ning Feng planned to dry them on the small raft first. After drying in the sun for a few days, the grains should be ready to be threshed and hulled before they can be cooked and eaten. Anyone who has lived in the countryside will know this. Even without any cheat codes, Ning Feng naturally understood these things. Certainly, the normal procedure is to first thresh the rice to separate the rice grains from the straw, and then dry the rice. But Ning Feng doesn't have time to do these things right now. Threshing grain is not an easy task. Anyway, it's all about drying. Ning Feng thought that drying the rice stalks together directly should be fine. Fortunately, the small wooden rafts are large enough to dry the rice. If there isn't enough space, the only way to dry rice is probably to spread it out on the island and let it dry continuously. This means he will have to spend extra time harvesting the rice before the raft leaves the island. Now that the clothes are being dried directly on the small raft, he no longer has any worries about that. When the time comes, the small raft can simply leave, without worrying about not having enough time or wasting time going to the island to collect the dried rice. After spreading the rice on the small wooden raft, thinking that there were still cabbages to harvest, Ning Feng didn't dare to waste any time and hurried towards Yuqing's direction again. 058. Favorability rating is now 88. When Ning Feng pulled the ox cart back to the tomato field, Yuqing has already picked quite a few tomatoes. The tomatoes she piled up in the shade formed a pyramid that was about 50 centimeters high. Ning Feng scanned the tomato field and then used his cheat code to read the time. There are still a few hours before the raft leaves, and Yuqing should be able to harvest all the tomatoes in this field by herself. Then, Ning Feng then looked at Yuqing and instructed, Yuqing, picking tomatoes shouldn't be too difficult for you. You can continue picking here. I'll go back to the front and see if there are any other vegetables or supplies there. Okay, Yuqing nodded. Go ahead. After receiving Yuqing's response, Ning Feng followed the instructions from his cheat system and headed towards the cabbage field. The cabbage field isn't actually that far from the tomato field. It's just a few minutes away. And this cabbage field should be much larger than the tomato field and rice paddy. Ning Feng roughly estimated that it was at least 2-3 mu in size. In a short time, Ning Feng's pressure has increased exponentially. I don't know if we'll be able to harvest all the cabbages in the remaining time. But Ning Feng didn't dwell on these things. It's impossible for him to collect all the supplies on the island. No one forced him to collect everything. Therefore, all I can say is that I did my best. Collect as many as you can. Time always flies when you're working hard. Unbeknownst to them, the sky was already tinged with the orange hues of the setting sun when Ning Feng stored the last cabbage from the ox cart into the ship warehouse. It also signifies that their day's work has finally come to an end. Looking at the abundant supplies inside the ship's warehouse, both of them showed relieved smiles. I don't have to worry about vegetables anymore. and I'll be able to eat rice in a few days. Ning Feng, I suddenly feel so happy. And Yuqing said with a satisfied smile. Ning Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, our lives are slowly getting better now. Food is no longer a problem. As long as we have a home, it will be no different from living on the mainland. Home? And Yuqing was taken aback. Do you think we can have a home? We can't possibly build a house on a ship, can we? All I can say is that Yuqing asked a very good question. Ning Feng was also curious about whether it was possible to build a house on a boat. If the area of the small raft can also be increased through subsequent modifications after the upgrade. He really wanted to try building a log cabin using wood. Otherwise, when the seasons change and temperatures change, it's fine if it's windy and rainy, but if it snows, being naked outside is practically a death sentence. But Ning Feng felt that since the world dared to do this, it should also provide a solution for the survivors. Therefore, he doesn't need to worry about these things. Currently, he is doing so well. If he can't survive the seasonal changes, then the other survivors will probably all die. Then there would be no point in bringing humanity together in this world. So, he didn't delve into the question, instead jokingly remarking, Home? Haven't you heard of it? A home is one with a wife and children. What? You want a home? I wouldn't mind making you a child. Dream on. And Yuqing retorted, blushing. I'm not some casual woman. Unless we're officially married, don't even think about doing anything with me. Oh. Hearing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. Doesn't Yuqing's change in attitude mean that he's about to seduce her? You should know. In the past, whenever he teased Yuqing would give him a good scolding. This time, she simply blushed and replied, Dream on. It seems that in Yuqing's mind, he is no longer so annoying. Thinking of this, Ning Feng curiously glanced at Yuqing with his golden finger. Message read, Your favorability rating, 88. Hiss. Ning Feng couldn't help but feel restless. It's already 88? If this continues to develop at this rate, won't it be overthrown in just a few days? Now that we have Simmons mattresses, things will be much easier. 5 days later, the raft was upgraded. He wasn't greedy. He just wanted to raise Yuqing's affection level towards him to 90 in 5 days. Wouldn't that be a double celebration? TSK. Ning Feng dared not think any further, fearing that his body would react soon. Just so happens. At this moment, the small raft had already started moving. Ning Feng was afraid that the wind would blow the rice paddies into the sea during the journey. Ning Feng immediately gave the order. Don't rest yet. Let's take the rice back to the ship warehouse first. And Yuqing naturally knew what was important, so after nodding, she quickly picked up the rice from the ground. After successfully storing the rice in the ship's warehouse, the two then collapsed to the ground to rest. While they were bored, their eyes were drawn to the yellow ox in the corner. At this point, the ox had separated from the cart and lay silently on the small raft. The vines binding it were tied to the support of the navigation system screen. Unfortunately, scalpers are alive and cannot be stored in the ship warehouse. Otherwise, Ning Feng would even want to deposit money into scalpers' accounts. Originally, just as the oxen were being driven onto the small raft, Ning Feng was worried that the scalpers would resist and refuse to cooperate. Looking back now, it seems quite well behaved. As for whether the oxen will fall into the sea, he doesn't need to worry about that. If the small raft is still the old 2M-5M size, it might fall. But now, the rafts are 500 square meters in size, and the cows are tied to the very center of the rafts, so even if they wanted to fall off, they wouldn't. I stopped dwelling on these things. It was getting late. Ning Feng then urged Yuqing to go take a shower first. He then returned to the navigation system screen, took out some potato leaves, and threw them next to the cow. These potato leaves are from that potato field. Ning Feng thought the cow might like to eat it, so he brought it back. After all, collecting those processed potato leaves is definitely much easier and faster than directly pulling weeds. As it turned out, Ning Feng was not disappointed. The cow ate with great relish. That's good, as long as it likes to eat it. Then, Ning Feng then ignored Nyo. I guess the supply chests that were put on sale at noon are probably sold out by now. He then opened the trading hall to take a look. As expected, all 10 supply chests were sold. As usual, Ning Feng quickly used his golden finger to access the 10 newly acquired resource chests. Message read, Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, pure water 1. Message read. Supply chest quality, supreme, colorful. Items in the supply chest. 059. A wooden building construction blueprint has been obtained. Message read. Supply chest quality, supreme, colorful. Items in the resource chest, wooden house construction blueprint. Ning Feng never expected that he would encounter another treasure chest of the highest quality after only reading the 4th resource chest. Moreover, the supplies inside the treasure chest greatly shocked Ning Feng. Log cabin construction blueprints? Doesn't this mean that the world allows survivors to build their own houses on the ship? For a moment, Ning Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Who doesn't want a home in this world? Otherwise, whether it's sleeping, showering, or using the toilet, having to do it all outdoors is incredibly inconvenient. But Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry to open this top-quality treasure chest immediately. When doing something, you should do it right the first time. If you do half of it, then go off to do something else, and then come back to it later, it's just a waste of time. Then, Ning Feng continued to use his cheat code to access the remaining 6 supply chests. Unfortunately, Lady Luck did not continue to smile upon them. The remaining 6 supply chests did not contain a single item of epic quality. Never mind, it's alright. With the blueprints for building the wooden house, Ning Feng was naturally happier than saddened. First, put those 9 unsold supply chests back on the trading hall list. He then quickly took out the supply chest of the highest quality. But, thinking back to how many good items I'd already obtained during the day, in order to create the illusion of a genuine surprise, Ning Feng planned to have Yuqing open this supply treasure chest. At present, because the two of them had clothes to change into upon arriving on the island. Nowadays, you don't have to worry about washing clothes when you take a bath. So, in just 10 minutes, Yuqing had finished her bath, put on clean clothes, and walked out from behind the screen, carrying a wooden bucket in one hand and a dirty, tattered indigenous straw garment in the other. As for why we're carrying wooden buckets, it's very simple. Since they no longer lack freshwater resources, they naturally no longer use seawater to bathe. While seawater can wash away dirt, it's not exactly clean water, so it's unrealistic to expect it to completely clean your body. Therefore, ever since they started collecting spring water in wooden buckets, they have been using the spring water directly for washing. In addition, with fire available, and since Yuqing is currently on her period, she would always boil water in an iron pot in advance, then carry a bucket to the screen to take a warm bath. Seeing Yuqing come out, Ning Feng immediately handed over the supply chest, saying, I already got some good stuff at noon, so I guess I've used up all my luck. It's your turn to drive this time. Before Yuqing could say anything, Ning Feng preemptively said with a faint smile, Don't worry, I won't punish you no matter what the outcome is. Yuqing was indeed worried about that, but since Ning Feng had said so, Yuqing didn't feel any pressure. After storing the wooden barrel and the indigenous grass-woven clothing in the ship warehouse, he received the supply treasure chest from Ning Feng. Opened directly. In a moment, colorful light appeared, Yuqing covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, another prestige. Ha! Ning Feng also laughed heartily, pretending to be very happy. Yuqing, it seems your luck isn't bad today either. Then, their attention was then focused entirely on the supplies within the colorful light. That supply looks a bit strange. Although it looks like a 3D object, it doesn't seem like something that could exist in reality. Ning Feng was quite puzzled for a moment. What he learned through his cheat code was that this resource was called wooden house construction blueprints. However, to the naked eye, it doesn't look like a blueprint at all. It looks more like a prop from a game. Filled with doubt, Ning Feng reached his hand into the colorful halo. Immediately afterwards, the halo and the supplies disappeared together. Ning Feng immediately went to the navigation system screen, intending to take it out and take a look. Who would have thought? Ning Feng clicked on the resource, but the pop-up window did not display the retrieve button. Instead, there are buttons for upload and use. It can't be removed? Huh. Ning Feng exclaimed softly, something's wrong. We can't get these supplies out. Upon hearing this, Yuqing quickly came over, and upon looking, she was also stunned. Oh, there really isn't a remove button. I remember clicking on other supplies would bring up list and retrieve buttons. So why is this use button? After thinking it over, the only explanation Ning Feng could think of was that the supplies were not physical items, so they could not be retrieved. Since that's the case, he stopped worrying about whether to take it out or not, and used his cheat code again to read the function of the resource. Message read, Title, Log Cabin Construction Blueprints. Function, adds the wooden house construction option to the crafting function of the navigation system. Usage requirements. The ship level must be at least LV2 to use. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng suddenly realized. It turns out that this blueprint wasn't meant for human use, but rather for the navigation system. No wonder I couldn't get it out. No wonder he thought it looked like a virtual game item. It turns out it is indeed a type of virtual item. But the cheat code's hint actually confirmed something for him. That is, in this world, it is possible to build houses on ships. Ning Feng had nothing to worry about regarding these matters. In 5 days, his little raft will be ready to be upgraded. By then, we can build houses directly without worrying about wind, sun, and rain. It's quite exciting to think about. Finally, I'll have a place to live. Suppressing his joy, Ning Feng casually replied to Yuqing, I don't know what's going on either. We'll see when the time comes. After that, Ning Feng stopped worrying about the wooden house construction blueprints. Thinking that it was getting late, Ning Feng quickly boiled a bucket of water and went to take a bath. After taking a shower, Yuqing was exhausted after a long day, so she lay down on the Simmons bed and fell asleep immediately. Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen, intending to continue trading supply chests. As I said before, trading a supply chest for a supply chest is unreasonable in anyone's eyes. Either it's a scam or some idiot is doing charity work. He also knew that many people would realize there was something fishy going on. But the world's setting is what it is. Once a resource chest is opened, it cannot be traded. Therefore, even if the survivors didn't understand why Ning Feng did this, they naturally wouldn't doubt the authenticity of the supply chest that Ning Feng was selling. Therefore, for the survivors, this is also a supply chest they never thought possible. Trading with Ning Feng will earn them an extra banana, so why not take advantage of it? 060, leasing function. Pity. Ning Feng worked hard all night, but to no avail. Excluding those who engage in duplicate transactions, Ning Feng only managed to trade for a few dozen new supply chests. However, among these dozens of new supply chests, the best one is only of fine quality. It seems he's used up all his luck. It's the same question as before. Although the number of known survivors is not small, possibly in the hundreds of thousands. However, only about 100 people are lucky enough to find a supply chest each time they land on the island, leaving aside survivors who use them themselves and are unwilling to sell them. The actual number of supply chests he can buy is estimated to be only a few dozen. Since I've been busy for so long and haven't traded any high-quality supply chests, I guess I'll have to wait until the next time I log on to the island to trade for more valuable supply chests. Therefore, Ning Feng stopped wasting time and energy. After eating some fruit and drinking a bottle of milk, Ning Feng then lay down on the Simmons mattress and fell asleep. Certainly, he and Yuqing are actually sleeping in the same bed now, and Yuqing is asleep. If he wants to do something, he can definitely do it. But, especially in situations like this, he needs to control himself. And Yuqing's affection for him has reached 88. There's absolutely no need for me to lower her opinion of me by trying to take advantage of her. This would only result in more harm than good. And, in Yuqing's mind, she probably also felt that she was being taken advantage of. So his going against the grain will surprise Yuqing and even delight her. If he's lucky, his gentlemanly behavior might even increase Yuqing's positive feelings towards him. So, Ning Feng slept very soundly that night. The next day, Ning Feng was awakened by a series of banging sounds. He opened his eyes, and the rising sun was already hanging above his head. I sat up in bed and looked in the direction the sound came from. Unexpectedly, the splashing sound was caused by the fish that Yuqing had caught hitting the small raft. Besides, what surprised Ning Feng was how diligent Yuqing was. Without him saying anything, she had already taken the rice that had been stored in the ship's warehouse the night before out to dry. Sorry to wake you up. Noticing that Ning Feng was frantically trying to catch the fish jumping around on the raft after waking up, and Yuqing smiled awkwardly and apologized. It's all right, it's time to get up anyway. Ning Feng returned her a smile. However, I didn't expect that you could catch such a big fish without my guidance. Not bad, you've improved. And Yuqing was naturally very happy to receive Ning Feng's praise. She's finally not a burden anymore. She chuckled and said, Hee hee, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching. By the way, I cooked a breakfast that was like rice porridge using compressed biscuits and milk. It smells pretty good, and it's been kept warm. Go try it. Oh, hearing this, Ning Feng was quite interested in this breakfast that sounded like dark cuisine. He quickly got out of bed, rinsed his mouth with water, and went straight to the stove to see what it was like. Certainly, it's called a stove, but it's actually just an iron bucket. Ning Feng simply placed some stones at the bottom of the iron bucket and then made a ventilation opening on the side of the bucket to place the wood. Lift the lid of the pot. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of milk mixed with wheat wafted over. Although it looks like poop and isn't very appealing, it does smell quite nice. Why is there so much? Didn't you eat any? Ning Feng turned his head and asked Yuqing. At this time, Yuqing has finally brought the big fish under control and is removing the fishhook from its mouth. Hearing Ning Feng's question, she shook her head. Not yet. I'm just waiting for you to come together. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Yuqing's stomach started gurgling, causing her little face to flush red instantly. Seeing this, Ning Feng rolled his eyes at her and scolded. You're such a grown-up. If you're hungry, just eat first. Why are you waiting for me? This is about survival. Why are you being so fussy? Although Ning Feng's words sounded like he was talking about her, but Yuqing understood that his words were more of a way of showing concern for her. Therefore, she didn't refute anything, but just gave a sweet smile and said, It's okay. I can withstand hunger quite well. Have to. Yuqing waiting for him to eat together was itself a polite or respectful gesture. Therefore, Ning Feng didn't say anything more. He then took out 2 wooden bowls from the ship's warehouse, filled them, and handed one to Yuqing. Immediately, he also began to drink it in large gulps. And I must say, it tastes really good. Why didn't he think of cooking it this way back then? The taste and texture are similar to oatmeal porridge. It's both energy-boosting and nutritious, which is great. Yuqing deserves praise for this meal. After breakfast, the temperature gradually rose. Ning Feng suggested washing the clothes they were wearing. Although they change into indigenous grass-woven clothing when they land on the island, their own clothes do not get dirty. But the raft itself wasn't very clean, and it wasn't realistic to keep wearing these clothes without washing them. Since we don't need to go to the island today, and the temperature is nice, we can definitely wash and dry our clothes. Otherwise, doing these things when we finally land on the island would be a waste of time and delay the process of collecting supplies. In response, Yuqing naturally had no objections. She even volunteered to take care of both her and Ning Feng's clothes. Since someone was willing to help with the laundry, Ning Feng was naturally more than happy to accept. After taking out the indigenous grass-woven clothing from the ship's warehouse and changing into it, Ning Feng handed his clothes to Yuqing. He returned to the navigation system screen, intending to study the rental function. This feature was launched yesterday, but yesterday was the day to land on the island, and he wouldn't let researching a new feature delay his progress in collecting supplies. First, I opened the rental hall and took a look. Wow. It's similar to the trading hall inside, a real mixed bag. They have rentals and other services available. No. Ning Feng simply swiped the screen and saw someone renting out their personal underwear. Female college students' personal panties, underwear. Rental fee, 500 milliliters purified water / 500 milliliters spring water. Rental duration, 1 hour. Number of renters, 21. Hiss. It seems there are many people even more perverted than him. The rental feature was only launched yesterday, and these panties have already been rented 21 times. TSK. Ning Feng immediately felt a pang of regret. Damn it. I shouldn't have sold Yuqing's stockings back then. I'd probably make more money renting them out now. Otherwise, did they also manage to trick Yuqing into giving them her underwear? But thinking about it, Ning Feng still felt it was too perverted. And wouldn't doing that benefit other survivors? He hasn't even tasted these benefits yet. How can it be anyone else's turn? 061. Rent out your items and make big money. I stopped worrying about renting out the underwear. Ning Feng continued browsing the rental hall. It seems that besides these supplies of women's underwear designed to satisfy perverted desires, there is also a market for certain types of tools and supplies. For example, wooden barrels. Ning Feng saw that quite a few people were renting it out, and there were quite a few people looking to rent it. Since that's the case, Ning Feng naturally couldn't fall behind the other survivors. He has quite a few spare supplies on hand. Putting everything else aside, he still has several thousand spare wooden barrels. If we calculate the rental fee based on the market price, any fruit 300g/day. If all his spare buckets are put up for rent, wouldn't he be able to earn hundreds or thousands of kilograms of fruit a day just by lying around doing nothing? This saves him the trouble of spending manpower to pick fruit. Then, Ning Feng quickly put the empty water buckets from the ship warehouse onto the rental hall. Just a side note. Although the rental hall and the trading hall are not on the same platform. However, the method of listing them is similar. Both involve clicking on List Supplies. The only difference, there's an additional option on the List Supplies screen. For sale for rent. After clicking on Rent, according to my needs, the system will then ask you to fill in the rental fee and the rental period. The rental period, whether it's 1 hour, 1 day, or even 1 year, is entirely up to the property owner to fill in. Ning Feng didn't try to innovate either. Since the rental period for wooden barrels on the market is 1 day, he simply set it to 1 day. After setting the rental period and rental price, the system will pop up a rental notice for the first time you rent out an item. Rental notice. 1. Once an item is listed for rent, if the renter needs to take it back for personal reasons, the rental fee will be fully refunded to the renter, regardless of the length of time the renter has used the item. 2. The items rented out are protected by Maritime World. If the renter intends to damage the items, or if an unforeseen accident causes potential damage, the rental system will forcibly retrieve the items before damage occurs. Rental fees are not refundable to the renter. I have read the document and am willing to rent it out. To be listed in the rental hall immediately. I regret it and refuse to rent it out. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction, surprised that this world was actually quite nice. It takes all aspects into consideration, protecting both the rights of tenants and the interests of landlords. Not bad, not bad. Ning Feng was also worried about what would happen if the rented items were damaged. Now that the navigation system has provided the answer, he has nothing to worry about. 3,000 wooden barrels were put on the rental platform at market price. Ning Feng then put the rattan baskets he had woven in his spare time up for rent. Ning Feng felt that rattan baskets were definitely more likely to catch fire than wooden buckets. Anyway, selling the wicker baskets directly wouldn't yield much in terms of supplies. Why not just rent them out as well? In this way, over time, the rental income from selling the wicker baskets will definitely be much higher than the income from selling the baskets directly. Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and immediately put 12 wicker baskets up for rent at any fruit/vegetable 2 kg/day. Ning Feng didn't think the rent was expensive. It's important to know that with the wicker baskets, the survivors' efficiency in collecting supplies will be greatly improved. Perhaps just one trip will be enough for them to earn back the rent. Therefore, those survivors would probably also choose to rent. Certainly, some people might think that since wooden barrels can also be used as containers to carry supplies, why pay a higher rental fee to use wicker baskets? But, don't forget, the wooden bucket needed to be carried, while his wicker basket only needed to be carried on his back. Do we need to elaborate on which is more effort-saving and more convenient, carrying it on your back or lifting it by the hand? Not to mention, the capacity of a wicker basket is much larger than that of a wooden barrel. Therefore, Ning Feng's rent is reasonable. After placing all the wooden barrels and rattan baskets on the shelves in the rental hall. As for spare supplies, Ning Feng also has other tools, such as hoes, steel axes, picks, and shovels, which he currently has free of. But, we haven't landed on the island yet. Ning Feng had no idea what supplies he would find when he landed on the island tomorrow. He was afraid that if he encountered rare mineral resources, the pickaxes and other tools on the shelves would be rented out by someone else, and all his work would be for nothing. Although it can be forcibly taken back, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? So, he wasn't in a hurry to put these kinds of supplies up for rent. Anyway, I doubt anyone will rent these supplies that are put up for sale today. It's impossible for someone to be so intent on dying that they rent an axe today and chop down the raft they're standing on, right? So, it's better to see if he can use it himself tomorrow. If it's not needed, it can just be rented out again. But he could rent out fishing rods, though. The sea fishing set he obtained from the supply chest included a lot of fishing rods. Even if he and Yuqing each had a fishing rod, there would still be a few left unused. This could be rented out as well. Certainly, considering the current scarcity of meat resources in the trading hall, Ning Feng naturally wouldn't set the rental price for fishing rods very cheaply. Otherwise, this would also affect the price he would pay for fish supplies in the future. After thinking it over, Ning Feng thought that setting the rental fee at 1 resource chest per hour was about right. For many people, this rent might be a bit expensive, but Ning Feng had always intended to take advantage of the chaos. You should know that he might be the only one who owns a sea fishing rod right now. Those that are monopolized are the most expensive. If you don't make money now, what will you make when everyone has a fishing rod in the future? And Ning Feng also believed that someone would definitely rent it. After all, for those survivors, renting a fishing rod not only helps pass the time, but also offers the possibility of obtaining meat. If you're lucky, you might catch more than one fish. For survivors who haven't eaten meat in a long time, the temptation is considerable. Certainly, Ning Feng was not worried about whether renting out fishing rods would affect the market price of fish. Don't forget, even with the help of a cheat system, Ning Feng takes at least 20 minutes to catch a fish. And those survivors couldn't possibly be more powerful than his cheat code, right? So, Ning Feng thought that in this 1-hour rental period, the survivors could only catch a maximum of 2 fish. Essentially, the survivors used supply chests to buy 2 fish. This price is already roughly the same as the current market price for fish. Even on the worst-case scenario, those survivors who rented fishing rods might not catch a single fish. How can that affect the price of fish? Therefore, renting out fishing rods does not conflict with his selling fish meat. 062. Buying second-hand clothes. After thinking it through in my mind, Ning Feng did not hesitate at all and directly selected 2 fishing rods that were more suitable for him and Yuqing. Then, he put the remaining 6 fishing rods up for rent in the rental hall at a price of 1 supply chest per hour. Next comes the handsome fishing game. Wait and see if anyone takes the bait. After that, Ning Feng then closed the rental hall page, not wanting to waste any more time on it. Anyway, as long as no one removes the rental items from the shelves, even if they are rented and returned, they are still considered to be available for rent, and other survivors can continue to rent them. Therefore, he doesn't need to stay in the rental hall all the time. This is much more convenient than selling and listing items one by one in the trading hall. At the same time, Yuqing had just finished washing her clothes. Seeing that Yuqing was about to lay the clothes out on the screen to dry, he quickly stopped her. Don't stand there in the sun. These clothes are so light. I hope they don't get blown away, or I'll be in big trouble. Dry the clothes by the bedside and put them on the wooden stick by the bedside. Upon hearing this, Yuqing was taken aback. She hadn't thought that much about it just now. After Ning Feng reminded her, she realized how stupid she had been. These days, every piece of clothing you wear is one less you have. If they get blown away, then there will be no clothes to change into, which will make it much more difficult to maintain the hygiene level. And so, she quickly withdrew her raised hands and said with a lingering fear, I didn't think much about it just now. Luckily you reminded me, otherwise I would have been blown away and it would have been all over. It's all right, it's not too late to know now, so you won't make the same mistake again. Ning Feng said with a faint smile. Actually, if it blows away, it's not a big deal. You can just not wear clothes from now on. I can accept that. You wish. I'm not showing you my body. Yuqing snorted lightly, but she wasn't angry. She's gradually getting used to Ning Feng now. Actually, Ning Feng is a good person in other aspects, except that he likes to talk nonsense. Just ignore his nonsense. But who would have thought? Ning Feng curled his lip and said dismissively, TCH, as if I've never seen your body before. You. And Yuqing never expected that Ning Feng, that bastard, would bring up the very thing she shouldn't have said. For a moment, she was both ashamed and angry, and didn't know how to refute him. Indeed, her body had already been seen naked by that bastard when she took a shower earlier. She had almost forgotten about it after so long. But who would have thought that this bastard would bring it up again? How embarrassing. As for Ning Feng, he didn't push his luck any further. He only meant to tease her, and if he really offended her and made her like him less, then he would be finished. He changed the subject again, saying, "It's a pity we can't find any clothes on the island. Otherwise we wouldn't have to worry about these things." No sooner had he finished speaking than another idea flashed through his mind. Hiss. Look at us. We must be out of our minds, still worrying about our clothes. Why don't we just go to the trading hall and buy other survivors' clothes? Even though it's second-hand, it's better than nothing. Hearing this, and Yuqing didn't agree much, and even seemed somewhat resistant. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Whether it fits or not is one thing, but it could also be unhygienic, and you might even catch a skin disease from wearing it. It's perfectly normal for an Yuqing to have these concerns. But Ning Feng wasn't worried about any of that. But don't forget he also has a cheat code. If there are any infectious viruses on the clothes, can't you just use a cheat code to read them? So he looked directly at an Yuqing and said, "Oh, don't worry, after we get the clothes, we can just boil them in hot water, right? No virus can escape the sterilization effect of high temperature. Now that there are no seasonal changes, you might still be able to buy clothes if you want to. If we don't buy now, once we enter the second phase and the seasons change, I doubt the survivors will sell it to us even if you beat them to death." Putting aside Ning Feng's ability to detect viruses in clothing, what he said actually makes a lot of sense. Most viruses cannot survive at high temperatures. It is likely that it will indeed be more difficult to buy clothes in the future. Therefore, and Yuqing didn't resist anymore. "All right then, I'll buy it. But will anyone actually sell it? Don't forget that even if there's no change of seasons now, it's still quite cold at night." "Don't worry," Ning Feng laughed. "Money makes the world go round. That's true in any situation. As long as the supplies we provide are attractive enough, why worry about finding buyers? Even if those people are afraid of the cold, don't they still have companions? Either huddle together for warmth, or forcibly strip your companions of their clothes to sell for the fish. It's not an option. How they solve it is their business. We just need to put the supplies on the shelves and sell them." Immediately, Ning Feng then took out 40 fish that he didn't think much of from the ship's warehouse. These fish were all caught by him yesterday in the shallow water with a fishing net. There are all kinds of species, and there are many of them, but the only regret is that the individual ones are not as big as those caught with a fishing rod. So, Ning Feng didn't even think about cooking it for himself. If he really wanted to eat fish, he could have eaten a big fish caught with a fishing rod. That would have been much more satisfying. But Ning Feng may not care about these small fish, but that doesn't mean the survivors don't. Considering that many survivors might not be able to cook these fish properly, Ning Feng planned to boil the 40 fish in water first before putting them on the trading hall. That should be enough to attract the survivors. Cooked fish. Who wouldn't be tempted? And Yuqing naturally saw through Ning Feng's intentions. Without Ning Feng saying anything more, and Yuqing put the washed pot back onto the iron bucket. "You're cooking fish, right? I'll do it. TSK. All I can say is that having a virtuous wife at home is wonderful. He doesn't need to worry about these trivial matters at all. And Yuqing has been cooking all these days, and cooking fish is a piece of cake for her." Setting up the pot and pouring water were done in one smooth motion. As for the fish's internal organs, she didn't bother to remove them. Since this fish wasn't meant for our own consumption, there was no need to process it in such detail. Even, who knows, those survivors who have been starving for so long might even eat the fish's innards. About half an hour later, once all 40 fish were cooked, Ning Feng quickly put them up for sale in the trading hall. Cooked fish 1 traded for XXL men's clothing /XXL men's pants /M women's skirt /M women's clothing /M women's pants /M women's lingerie quantity, 40. After the product is listed, in order to attract the attention of other survivors, Ning Feng deliberately went to the chat public screen to promote himself. Tomorrow's storyline will feature the Raft upgrade event. Awesome. 063. Now we have plenty of clothes to wear. Survivor 1. Due to personal development needs, I am willing to trade various clothing items for cooked fish. Both male and female items are welcome. Those interested can go to the trading hall to view. Quantities are limited. First come, first served. The message had an extraordinary effect as soon as it was sent out. That's right. Soon, people started tagging him. Survivor 5511 at Survivor 1. Bro, have you started eating cooked food yet? Wow, I'm so envious. Why am I not your teammate? I can only eat fruit every day now, and I'm about to throw up. Survivor 6231 at Survivor 1. Hey bro, I don't have the size of the clothes you need, but I'd like to trade with you. Is that okay? I really want to eat meat. Survivor 76756 at Survivor 1. Bro, I'm curious. Why do you need sexy lingerie? Are you a girl? Or is your teammate a girl? Hee. The moment the message appeared, and Yuqing, who was watching the commotion from the sidelines, immediately became alert. She glanced at Ning Feng, instantly understanding his intentions, and asked knowingly, Ning Feng, what the heck is this lingerie person talking about? You even acquired lingerie? What are you planning to do? Cough, cough, cough. Ning Feng coughed strategically. No way. This person is talking nonsense. Don't you know me? If I were really going to do something, I would definitely strip you naked. How could I possibly let you wear any sexy lingerie? Although Yuqing isn't very smart, she's definitely not stupid. It would be a miracle if anyone believed Ning Feng. She rolled her eyes at Ning Feng and opened the trading hall directly. Upon closer inspection, they were caught red-handed. Size M erotic apparel? What is this that you acquired? Ning Feng had no reason to argue now. He gave an awkward laugh and said, I just wanted to collect a variety of clothes so that I wouldn't be unable to collect them later. Besides, I don't think anyone has this kind of clothing, so it's definitely impossible to get it. I just collected it for fun. Humph. And Yuqing snorted lightly, unwilling to say more. That's just how Ning Feng is. It's perfectly reasonable for him to pull off something like that. Just as Ning Feng said, she figured that such clothing was probably impossible to obtain, so she didn't bother to fuss about it. After the fish meat was successfully put on the shelves, while waiting for the transaction to complete, Ning Feng and Yuqing resumed their fishing activities. Certainly, the two of them, of course, didn't just wait for the fish to bite. They were both weaving vines in their hands. As for rice, there's no rush right now. The rice hasn't dried yet. There's no rush to think about threshing and hulling it after it's dried. And, last night, Ning Feng also studied the production section. It was discovered that it is possible to make a wooden windmill. In case readers are unfamiliar with wooden windmills, here's a picture to help you understand. This picture is from the internet. Please contact the author if it infringes on any rights, and I guarantee I'll delete it immediately. Many children today have probably never seen or even heard of a wooden windmill. It was actually something that farmers often used in earlier years. Its function is to remove shriveled grains, impurities, and straw fragments from rice. All you need to make it is wood. Therefore, Ning Feng wasn't too worried about having rice to eat. Even though threshing and hulling require manual labor, having a wooden windmill makes some processes much easier. Mou fished for over an hour. The two caught a total of 5 big fish and wove 4 wicker baskets. The efficiency is pretty good, considering that the cooked fish that was just put on the shelves should have already sold out. Ning Feng then put down his fishing rod and returned to the navigation system screen. I opened it and took a look. As expected, it seems that cooked fish is still very attractive to the survivors. Many people are willing to forego clothes in favor of fish and meat. Of course, Ning Feng did not rule out the possibility that those clothes were forcibly stripped off by the survivors from their companions. Because many of these clothes have signs of tearing, and many have been ripped open. It's alright. When it comes to survival, it's acceptable for clothes to be a little damaged. As long as they are clean, there are clothes to change into, and it doesn't affect the hygiene score. Ning Feng took out all the clothing he had acquired in the transaction and unfolded it. There are 12 men's shirts and 8 men's pants. There are a total of 8 women's tops, 3 pairs of pants, and 5 skirts. To Ning Feng's surprise, he actually received 4 sets of erotic clothing. These include nurse uniforms, office lady uniforms, flight attendant uniforms, and more revealing lace lingerie. Looking at these clothes, Ning Feng couldn't help but imagine how charming An Yuqing would look wearing them. Meanwhile, An Yuqing, who was standing to the side, was also attracted by the 4 sets of sexy clothes on the ground. She never imagined that there would actually be people in this world who owned such clothes. Could it be that, before these 4 people entered this world, were they playing exciting games with their lovers? So they were brought into this world before they even had a chance to change into normal clothes? TSK. As An Yuqing pondered, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Especially when she saw Ning Feng's lewd smile, An Yuqing instantly felt that her body was threatened. Why are you smiling so lewdly? I'm telling you, I'd rather die than wear these clothes and do anything with you, An Yuqing said, sounding slightly nervous. In response, Ning Feng smiled faintly, feeling no pressure at all. His cheat code had already given him a hint. If An Yuqing's feelings for her exceed those of someone born in the 90s, An Yuqing will be willing to fulfill any of her requests. Don't be fooled by An Yuqing's stubbornness now. She's just not deeply in love yet. Once the level of affection is reached, things will naturally fall into place. He wasn't worried that An Yuqing wouldn't wear these. But, to prevent An Yuqing from worrying and becoming overly anxious right now, Ning Feng changed the subject, jokingly asking, "What? You mean you'd be willing to do something with me if I didn't wear these?" An Yuqing blushed instantly at Ning Feng's teasing words. She retorted, "No way. I would never do anything like that with you." "Oh, what do you mean by doing those things? I didn't say I wanted to do anything with you, did I? Or is it that you want to do those things with me?" Ning Feng continued to tease. Seeing that An Yuqing's face was blushing so much it was almost watery, Ning Feng then stopped, saying, All right, you take my joke seriously. Quickly boil some water, let's disinfect the clothes." Certainly. When these clothes were taken out, Ning Feng used his golden finger to read them one by one. These clothes are all very safe. However, whether it's just for show or simply for cleanliness, it's definitely better to soak it in hot water again. After all, you can't just put on clothes that someone else has worn. Even if you don't get infected with the virus, you'll still feel uneasy. However, soaking clothes is easy, but drying them is not. If you lay it directly on the raft floor, it's the same as not washing it at all. Even if you put it on the wooden stick at the head of the bed, you can't dry this much. So, Ning Feng went to the trading hall and bought 2 more bamboo poles, placing one end of each pole on the screen and the other at the foot of the bed. The clothes were hung by passing them through the bamboo cuffs, so you didn't have to worry about them being blown away by the wind. 064. There's even an experience chest? We no longer have to worry about clothes, and we also have food. The following day, Ning Feng and An Yuqing spent their time fishing and weaving rattan baskets. Needless to say, there's plenty of fish, and they're much bigger than those caught with fishing nets, so Ning Feng doesn't plan to sell them. Even if it were sold, I doubt anyone could afford it. As for the rattan baskets, the 2 of them wove a total of 23 throughout the day. Ning Feng rented out all of these wicker baskets. Now he's planning to enjoy the landlord treatment for himself. The thought of making a profit from renting out these supplies when he lands on the island tomorrow makes him feel great. Although all the rent money added up might not even equal the total amount of supplies he collected in a single day, but who wouldn't like to get something for nothing? He doesn't have to do anything. The rented supplies will bring him goods, and anyone would be happy about that. Nothing was said that night, as dawn breaks through the darkness of night and ushers in a new day. This also signals that it's time for all survivors to land on the island once again. Today, Ning Feng and An Yuqing both woke up very early. Breakfast was also finished before the small raft even landed. With a jolt, the 2 men immediately pulled the ox cart off the raft. Ning Feng had already made it a habit to use his cheat code to read it. Message read, Mysterious Island. Danger level, 20, thorns, canyon crevices, poisonous mushrooms. Resources, 35. East side of the island, abundant fruits, including bananas, coconuts, etc. West side of the island, abundant fruit, including grapes, lychees, longans, etc. North side of the island, abundant fruit, including watermelon, peaches, cantaloupe, etc. South side of the island, abundant freshwater resources, including streams, inland freshwater lakes, etc. Island center, abundant vegetation, including vines, palm trees, timber, etc. Even before Ning Feng disembarked, the navigation system screen had already displayed a danger rating for the island. At that moment, Ning Feng felt that it was all over. With a danger level of 20, he estimated that supplies were running low. Now, using the cheat code to read it, it's indeed the case. The island has a variety of supplies. Not only are there no crops, but there are no animals either. In fact, fresh water is practically non-existent. After all, streams and inland lakes contain more microorganisms and are probably not very hygienic, so they cannot compare to mountain springs at all. He definitely wouldn't collect them. Fine. They had stored enough spring water beforehand, otherwise they would have been doomed. But it must be said that this island has an abundance of fruit. It's practically a fruit island. Of the 5 regions, 3 are major fruit-producing areas. That's enough. That's enough. On their first 2 trips to the island, they didn't collect much fruit. Since this island is abundant in fruit, we can just focus on collecting fruit. Just so happens, the small raft landed on the north side of the island. There is a peach orchard not far ahead. Ning Feng then looked at Yuqing and instructed her. This island isn't very dangerous, and I estimate there aren't many supplies. Let's split up. That way we'll have a better chance of finding supplies. You go straight, I'll go right. If we can't find supplies in either direction, let's check the left side of the island. Take the ox cart with you for now. I'm fast. If we find any supplies, we can ask you for the ox cart later. Upon hearing this, Yuqing didn't think much of it, nodded, and pulled the ox cart forward. Ning Feng watched Yuqing disappear into the bushes. He immediately used his cheat code to locate the supply chest. Unexpectedly, the island doesn't have a lot of supplies, but a supply chest did spawn. Not bad, not bad. Adhering to the principle of searching for supply chests first, Ning Feng quickly walked towards the supply chest. I jogged for about 10 minutes. Ning Feng successfully found the supply chest. This supply chest looks somewhat different from the previous ones. It looked smaller. It was more like a treasure box than a treasure chest. It's about the size of a box for storing rings. If Ning Feng hadn't possessed a cheat-like ability, he probably wouldn't have noticed it even if he had just passed by. This supply chest is a completely new type. Thinking about it, Ning Feng curiously used his cheat code to read it. Message read, item name, supply chest, experience chest. Treasure chest quality, common. Contains, experience bag common. Item location, has a very low chance of spawning on islands. Currently, this is the only way to obtain it. Item effect, experience bag normal, will immediately grant the ship 2,000 experience points upon use. How to use. After opening the supply chest, experience chest normal, the experience bag normal will be automatically stored in the ship warehouse. Go to the ship warehouse, find the experience bag normal, and click use. Holy crap. Upon learning the truth, Ning Feng couldn't help but swear. He never expected that the supply chest could also yield ship experience. This world is like a tapeworm in his stomach. This morning, when he got up to check the ship's experience, his raft experience has reached level 1, 3766/5000. He also complained that if he gained 600 experience points a day, his experience would be stuck at 4,966 after 2 days, and he would have to wait another day. Now, having just arrived on the island, he has already been pleasantly surprised. You will directly gain 2,000 experience points. Wouldn't that allow the raft to be upgraded right today? And the quality information given by the cheat code for this experience chest is normal. Even with normal quality, you can gain 2,000 experience points. How much experience can a premium experience chest add? Wouldn't that mean it would cost tens of thousands? If someone is lucky enough to find a high-quality experience chest, their raft will be upgraded to level 2 or even higher. TSK, Ning Feng dared not think any further. He was overjoyed and immediately opened the supply chest. After that, the way to open this supply chest is exactly the same as those other supply chests. Release a light, reach out and touch it, and the treasure chest disappears. But Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry to immediately return to the small raft to upgrade the boat. Now is the time to gather supplies. He wouldn't let upgrading delay his progress in collecting resources. Anyway, It's not too late to research upgrading the raft after we've collected all the supplies. And so, Ning Feng then headed towards Yuqing's location, intending to help her pick all the fruit on the island first. 065. Use experience bags to prepare for ship upgrades. Arrive at Yuqing's location. As planned, Yuqing, that silly woman, still managed to find the peach grove. Right now, she's climbing a peach tree, cautiously picking peaches. Hearing the sound beneath my feet, Yuqing subconsciously looked down and saw Ning Feng already standing at his feet, looking up at him. You're back already? Did you not find any supplies over there? Unexpectedly, as soon as Yuqing finished speaking, she saw Ning Feng's nostrils suddenly turn red. I got a nosebleed. This startled Yuqing, who immediately pressed for more information. Ning Feng, what's wrong? Are you injured? But as Ning Feng's expression gradually turned lewd, she immediately realized what was going on. She is currently wearing indigenous grass-woven clothing, and the lower half of the garment is actually quite similar to a skirt. Ning Feng happened to be standing right under his feet. She finally realized what Ning Feng was looking at. Before Ning Feng could reply, she hurriedly covered her lower body with her hands, her straw-woven clothing undone, and shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" In her panic, she lost her balance and fell backward. This scene terrified Ning Feng. The ground was uneven and had many small, broken stones. If Yuqing had landed on the back of her head, she would have suffered severe bleeding even if she hadn't died. Fortunately, he ate the all-powerful fruit, which enhanced his physical abilities in all aspects, allowing him to quickly and successfully embrace her. Honestly, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you so nervous? After being hugged by Ning Feng, Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Ning Feng, she would have really been in trouble just now. Thanks. No need for thanks, we're even now. I checked on you just now, and now I've saved you. You can't possibly blame me, can you? Ning Feng said with a faint smile. Although what happened just now was caused by Ning Feng. But in any case, it was Ning Feng who saved him. Therefore, Yuqing didn't dwell on it anymore. She blushed and nodded. Yes, we're even. But can you put me down now? Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. Hiss. In his haste to save lives, Ning Feng didn't think much of it. Now that I've calmed down, I realize that the way he's holding her is basically a princess carry. This princess carry is considered a rather intimate type of hug. This kind of hugging is usually only done between couples. No wonder Yuqing was shy. But, after learning the truth, Ning Feng was not in a hurry to put it down. How could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity? He looked at Yuqing, grinning mischievously, and asked, "What? Isn't it warm in my arms? Want to get down?" Having said that, without waiting for Yuqing's reply, Ning Feng acted unpredictably and put the item down directly. But the moment he put his hand down, his left hand inadvertently swept towards her buttocks. Not bad, very plump. Yuqing could feel the sensation on her buttocks, so she could understand what Ning Feng meant. Immediately, her already flushed face turned even redder. "You bastard. You still dare to say that?" Okay, I won't say anymore. You're pretty good, though. You actually managed to find a peach grove. Looks like we'll be able to eat peaches today. Ning Feng smiled faintly and did not push his luck any further. The priority right now is to wipe away the nosebleed. Otherwise, I'll really lose too much blood later. As he wiped himself, he inwardly complained about his useless body. It's true. Have we been eating too well lately, leading to overnutrition? Otherwise, why do I keep getting nosebleeds? If Yuqing hadn't had a nosebleed, she might not have noticed so quickly. In the following time, Ning Feng did not search for other supplies. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. Ning Feng planned to pick all the peaches in the orchard with Yuqing first. With Ning Feng joining, the efficiency of picking peaches naturally increased significantly. In less than 2 hours, the peach orchard was completely stripped bare. Not a single peach was wasted. It's comparable to the Monkey King destroying the peach garden. After, Ning Feng and Yuqing then led the ox cart toward the small raft. After storing all the peaches in the ship warehouse, Ning Feng then took Yuqing to the Hami melon field. This cantaloupe field is not far from the peach orchard. Ning Feng naturally guided Yuqing, leading her to discover the cantaloupe field first. Subsequently, The two then began picking cantaloupes. The picking went on until noon. The two of them barely rested all morning. And Yuqing was exhausted, but the good news was that the cantaloupe field had been completely harvested. The two then returned to the small raft to prepare for lunch. Considering that the two of them had expended a lot of energy, Ning Feng suggested roasting wild boar meat. With the addition of seasonings, grilled meat has become even more delicious. During the barbecue, Ning Feng, as usual, went to the navigation system screen. He plans to put all his worthless supply chests up for sale. After listing the item, he casually opened the rental hall to take a look. Not bad. All the supplies that were put up for rent yesterday have been rented out. It seems that the purchasing power in this world is still quite good. As long as the goods being sold or rented are useful, they can definitely be sold or rented out. Now, he can really sit back and reap the benefits. As for tools like picks, it's currently vacant, but after thinking it over, I still don't plan to rent it out. Because of mineral resources, they are now considered extremely scarce and rare resources for other survivors. Without mining tools, it is virtually impossible to mine by hand. Therefore, instead of renting out pickaxes, it's better to directly sell the mineral resources you have. You should know, with iron ore, the survivors can craft many things. Iron buckets, shovels, and hoes can all be made from iron ore. If you want to be good to someone, it's definitely better to teach them how to fish than to give them a fish. But Ning Feng's purpose was not to do charity, but to make a profit. Naturally, they would prefer to monopolize these resources and the tools for mining them. Therefore, renting out tools like picks is probably not an option. In the end, he didn't earn much from rent, and many survivors even mined iron ore, made pickaxes from it, and stole his business, or even surpassed him. That would be a net loss. At last, since the meat wasn't fully cooked yet, he figured he could use this time to research the ship upgrade issue. Holding his breath and concentrating, Ning Feng quickly found the experience bag normal after opening the ship warehouse. After tapping with your finger, the use option will pop up on the screen. Ning Feng clicked use without hesitation. In an instant, a navigation system pop-up window appeared. 066, ship upgrade in progress. A navigation system pop-up window appeared. Upgrade instructions. The ship's experience level has been detected to meet the upgrade criteria, 5766/5000, and the ship enters the upgrade phase. Materials required for ship upgrade: 3,000 kilograms iron ore, 5,000 bamboo stalks, 2 meters long, 5,000 kilograms sand, 5,000 kilograms any type of soil. Once all the materials are gathered, the ship can be upgraded. Friendly reminder: once a ship is upgraded, it cannot be restored, and upgrade materials will not be refunded. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng's lips twitched. Damn it, we still need to collect materials? Originally, Ning Feng thought that once the experience was reached, the ship would be upgraded immediately. Just like leveling up or evolving a pet in a game. Who would have thought? And all this trouble. The more Ning Feng thought about it, the more upset he became. He had been looking forward to the ship being upgraded all morning, but his hopes were dashed. This feeling is indescribably awful. His previously built-up excitement plummeted instantly. This isn't a roller coaster ride anymore. This feels like falling off a cliff. It's like going to a hotel with your dream girl. Everything is ready. Even the umbrella is there. But then she suddenly gets her period. Who wouldn't be able to break through this defense? And Yuqing, who was grilling meat in the distance, heard Ning Feng's angry shouts and asked curiously, Ning Feng, what's wrong? What materials are you collecting? Originally, Ning Feng intended to give Yuqing a surprise, so he didn't tell her about finding the experience chest. But now, there's nothing left to hide. After all, the amount of materials needed to upgrade a ship is considerable. It would probably take him a long time to collect them all by himself, so Yuqing would definitely have to help him collect them. Therefore, there is little point in hiding it anymore. He could only manage a wry smile, his face full of frustration, and said, Ugh, don't even mention it. Didn't I find an experience chest this morning? That chest directly added 2,000 experience points to the ship. I thought that after using it, the ship would be upgraded directly. As a result, we still need to collect enough resources before we can upgrade. Next, We'll focus on collecting these upgrade materials. Upon hearing this, and Yuqing also looked surprised. Experience chest? Our ship has over 5,000 experience points. Yes. Ning Feng nodded. The experience level is up to par, but we are still short of the resources needed for upgrading. I don't think we can upgrade in the short term. After saying that, he sighed again, left the navigation system screen, sat down next to An Yuqing, and continued. Our next mission will probably be very tiring. Upgrading the ship requires a total of 3,000 kilograms of iron ore, 5,000 bamboo poles, 2 meters long, 5,000 kilograms of sand, and 5,000 kilograms of soil. There are quite a few. Upon learning the exact number, An Yuqing's eyes widened in shock. No way so many? But then she thought for a moment and wondered, does the fact that we need a lot of materials mean that the upgraded ships will be just as effective? If we still need iron ore, then it should be upgraded directly to metal ships, yachts, cruise ships. Actually, Ning Feng had also considered the possibility of upgrading to a speedboat, yacht, or ship. But if it's really going to be upgraded to a speedboat or yacht, then what are the bamboo and sand for? So, based on these upgrade materials, Ning Feng had absolutely no idea what the small wooden raft would become after the upgrade. However, judging from the number of ships, the upgraded vessels should not be too small. Well, we'll only know the specifics after the upgrade. I searched the island this morning and found no mineral resources or bamboo. I guess we'll have to wait until our next trip to the island to see if we can collect iron, ore, and bamboo. It's okay. And Yuqing comforted her with a smile. Anyway, our lives are already very good, even better than most survivors in this world. There's no need to rush the ship upgrade. We can work together. Ning Feng also knew that getting anxious was pointless and would only affect his mood for the rest of the day. So I simply stopped worrying about it. On the bright side, they do have over 2,000 kilograms of iron ore in stock. If the next island we land on has mineral resources, we can probably gather 3,000 kilograms of iron ore in half a day, which shouldn't be too difficult. Between thoughts, the pork was almost cooked through. The two then began to eat lunch. After lunch, considering that An Yuqing was exhausted in the morning, Ning Feng planned to let An Yuqing rest for a while. As for him, since the all-powerful fruit amplified his physique, it didn't matter. Therefore, he went to the navigation system screen and took out a shovel. Aren't sand and soil among the materials needed for ship upgrades? The island is covered in sand and soil, and he plans to try upgrading the sand and soil mentioned to see if it is the same sand and soil on the island. If so, then there's not much to worry about regarding the sand and soil issue. After all, sand and soil are everywhere. It's just a little tiring to shovel them. Then, Ning Feng didn't hesitate. He grabbed a shovel and a bucket and went to the beach to start shoveling. In less than a minute, the wooden bucket was filled with sand. Immediately, Ning Feng then carried the bucket of sand back to the navigation system screen and clicked on the upgrade page in the information interface to check. On the upgrade page, it was displayed that the quantity of resources required for the upgrade had changed. Upgrade. Iron ore, 2,132 kilograms per 3,000 kilograms. Bamboo, 2/5,000. Sand, 7 kilograms per 5,000 kilograms. Soil, 0/5,000 kg. Only materials stored in the ship depot are counted. The amount of sand and soil has increased from 0 to 7 kilograms. In other words, the sand that can be seen everywhere on the island is the kind of sand needed for the upgrade. That makes things much easier. Ning Feng was also worried that the sand needed to upgrade the ship might be some rare resources. If a wooden bucket is filled with 7 kilograms of sand, 5,000 kilograms of sand requires approximately 715 buckets. If we do not take into account the rate of decay due to fatigue, 1 bucket of sand per minute and 5,000 kilograms can be dug up in 715 minutes? When you calculate it this way, it doesn't seem so difficult. Ning Feng was filled with confidence again. And, leaving aside soil, even sand is something that an ordinary person can easily collect with their bare hands. Therefore, he didn't have to do the task of collecting sand himself at all. As long as you offer some food as bait and put it on the trading floor, are you worried about not having survivors to help you collect sand? After all, for the survivors, Trading food for this readily available sand would certainly be a welcome option. 067. Only by doing business can you get rich. After having this idea, Ning Feng didn't linger any longer and returned to the navigation system screen. The trading hall has been opened. He first searched for sand to see if anyone was selling or buying it. If available, you can also refer to the market price before making a purchase. To his surprise, while no one is actually buying the sand, there are plenty of survivors selling it. Moreover, the prices these survivors sell are much cheaper than he imagined. All I saw was 1 bucket of sand, 7 kilograms, traded for 1 wooden bucket, 2 bananas, quantity, 2, trade, 0. 1 bucket of sand, 7 kilograms, traded for 1 wooden bucket, 1 apple, quantity, 3, traded, 0. There were many other similar transactions, but surprisingly, no one bought them. Therefore, is his ship the only one in this world, or even just in his region, that has reached the upgrade standard? Otherwise, if other people's ship experience also reaches 5,000 points, surely no one would refuse to buy such cheap sand. Certainly, the cheapness of sand is definitely a good thing for Ning Feng. He was overjoyed. He could buy the sand at a low price while no one has realized its usefulness yet, which would save him a lot of resources and trouble. Fortunately, after putting those 3,000 and used wooden barrels up for rent yesterday, he then crafted another 1,000 wooden barrels in the crafting hall for emergency use. This is exactly what he needed. Otherwise, if he wanted to buy sand, he wouldn't have had enough wooden barrels to support him. Ning Feng first bought all the available sand in the trading hall, acquiring a total of 112 barrels of sand, which is 784 kilograms of sand. Including the 7 kilograms of sand he just dug up, he now has a total of 791 kilograms of sand. He then put another 602 barrels of sand on the market at the same price. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll have collected 5,000 kilograms of sand tonight. As for the remaining and used wooden barrels, besides keeping some for his own use, Ning Feng also tentatively put 100 more on the market price for sand to buy soil. Without tools, collecting soil is more laborious than collecting sand. But as I said before, soil is everywhere on islands too. Perhaps some survivors who land on the island and can't find food will choose to collect soil to trade for their supplies. Certainly, Ning Feng's acquisition of the soil was merely a trial run to test the market. So even if we can't acquire them, it doesn't matter. Let's try acquiring 100 barrels first. If any survivors are willing to sell before nightfall, then increase the amount purchased. If not, then you'll have to do it yourself. After the sand collection work was completed, a business plan suddenly popped into Ning Feng's mind. Since upgrading ships requires collecting resources, which is an inevitable process for all survivors. So, when all the survivors in this world enter the upgrade phase, the demand for sand and soil should be terrifying. Back then, the price of sand and soil was definitely not as cheap as it is now. So, he thought it was possible to do this before others understood the uses of sand and bamboo. First, purchase sand and bamboo at low prices. Then, when the time is right, we will sell the stockpiled sand and bamboo, and the profit is estimated to be quite considerable. The more I think about it, Ning Feng felt this was promising. Anyway, at the moment, regardless of whether anyone is selling soil, at least someone is definitely willing to sell sand. Taking the trade of 1 bucket of sand, 7 kilograms, for 1 wooden bucket and 2 bananas, as an example. 2 bananas, at most 400 G each. The 3,000 wooden barrels he rents out in the rental hall bring him a profit of 900 kilograms of fruit each time he lands on the island. 900 kilograms divided by 400 G equals 2250. In other words, without interfering with his own survival work, he can stockpile 2,250 barrels of sand a day simply by using the rented supplies, without expending any resources or effort. Although the quantity isn't large, it's a complete free lunch, so why not take it? And Ning Feng thought that his ship leveling up was so fast because he had a cheat code and found the experience chest. For survivors without cheat codes, leveling up probably won't be so easy. Even if it's not much, it should take at least a month, right? If he can land on the island 15 times a month, Then he can stockpile at least 33,750 buckets of sand. When the price of sand rises further, he made back his principal and interest. Thinking of this, Ning Feng suddenly realized that his survival strategies from the past few days had all been wrong. Originally, he always believed that by relying on his special abilities and doing things himself, he could surpass many people. But upon closer reflection, it seems that doing business is still more promising. The saying goes, 10 years of working and you're still a worker, but going to an island to do business makes you a millionaire. This world, they do not lack purchasing power. Therefore, going into business is definitely the best choice. Most importantly, with billions of people in the world, Ning Feng couldn't believe that only a few 100,000 had entered this world. So, he felt it was very likely that the world's population had been divided into regions in the form of a game. Future. Perhaps one day, the world's population will once again converge in one region. By then, purchasing power will be even more terrifying. If you lay a solid foundation for business in advance, will you still have to worry about not being able to earn resources in the future? By using business tactics to profit from price differences, it's both easy and lucrative. Why bother going through all that trouble every day to land on the island and collect supplies? Right. That's it. So let's start our business by selling sand and bamboo. And so, after retrieving the steel axe from the navigation system, Ning Feng walked directly into the woods in front of the raft. I plan to cut down more trees to make enough barrels. This way, we can accumulate more sand or soil. And Yuqing, who was resting, heard the noise of the tree being cut down. She didn't seem inclined to rest any longer. Ning Feng is working hard, so it's really unreasonable for her to be slacking off. Therefore, she quickly got out of bed, went to Ning Feng's side, and asked, Ning Feng, why are you cutting down trees? Do we need more timber? Ning Feng nodded and explained. I plan to make more wooden barrels to store sand and soil. Once everyone enters the upgrade stage, we can sell them and make a profit. And Yuqing isn't stupid. Buying low and selling high is the most basic business tactic. Upon hearing Ning Feng's explanation, and Yuqing immediately realized that this was a good opportunity and quickly replied, Then I'll help you cut it down too. 68.5000 kilograms of sand has been successfully collected. But Ning Feng immediately shook his head after hearing this. No, I can cut down the tree by myself. You're far less efficient at cutting down trees than I am. You'd be better off using that time to gather other things. Upon hearing this, and Yuqing stopped insisting. Ning Feng is right. Even if she joined the tree-cutting work, I reckon Ning Feng has already transported 3 trees back, while she's still cutting down the first one. Doing this is indeed a waste of time and makes no sense. So she nodded and said, Okay, then I'll go take a look on the left side of the island. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng shook his head again. Don't go to the left, go to the right. When I wandered around the right side this morning, besides finding an experience chest, I also came across a vineyard. As he spoke, Ning Feng pointed in a direction and said, Just follow the direction I'm pointing, and you'll definitely find a vineyard. Regarding this point, Ning Feng had naturally considered this in his mind as well. They currently have no shortage of fruit supplies. If you absolutely have to collect fruit supplies, then it's naturally more cost-effective to collect fruits that they don't have and that are more expensive on the market. According to the information obtained through the Golden Finger, a cheat code, the left side of the island mentioned by Yuqing only has supplies such as bananas, coconuts, etc. Not to mention that there are plenty of bananas and plantains in stock. These two are currently the cheapest fruits on the market. There's no need to waste time collecting such cheap fruit. Coconuts, on the other hand, are not easy to harvest, so they are not very cost-effective. So, it would be better to guide Yuqing to the right side, where grapes, lychees, and longans are abundant. Anyway, he revealed everything about the experience chest. So it's quite reasonable that she might stumble upon a vineyard while searching for experience chests, and Yuqing probably wouldn't think much of it. That's right. After hearing this, Yuqing had no doubts and didn't ask any further questions. He simply nodded and pulled the ox cart toward the spot he had indicated. That afternoon, Ning Feng truly transformed into Bald Chong, single-mindedly chopping down trees. Unfortunately, He didn't have a chainsaw like Bald Chong. Otherwise, he would have cut down all the trees on this island. Chopping down a tree with an axe is much slower than using a chainsaw. Fortunately, Ning Feng was quite capable, so he managed to collect a considerable amount of wood that afternoon. It weighs a whopping 12,034 kilograms. Assuming each tree weighs an average of 100 kilograms, that's roughly 120 trees that were felled. Certainly, if we disregard transportation time and focus solely on logging, Ning Feng believes there could be even more logging. But there's nothing I can do. Even if you can save some effort by using a cart after cutting down the trees, it will still take time to move them. Therefore, overall efficiency will slow down somewhat. As for Yuqing's side, Ning Feng was not disappointed. In addition to picking all the grapes that Ning Feng pointed out, using her own abilities, she also found a lychee forest on the east side, the west side of the island. To explain, their landing point was on the north side of the island, but they were facing the island, so their position was mirrored. What they saw to their right was the west side of the island. You should understand, right? Therefore, in addition to picking 861 kilograms of grapes, she also picked an extra 452 kilograms of lychees. As it turns out, sometimes he did underestimate Yuqing, always arrogating that she couldn't do anything right. Looking back now, in the future, we can give her more opportunities to try to find and collect resources on her own. After all, he can't stay within Yuqing forever. It's time for him to get some exercise. Cough, cough. Of course, you can sleep together for a lifetime. However, collecting supplies or working is not something one can do for a lifetime. After all, his ambition wasn't to be a laborer. If things develop well in the future, he would naturally prefer to work behind the scenes, the kind who issues orders. Some people might think there were only 2 people on the boat. His idea is unrealistic. But don't forget, when you first entered this world, there's a very clear announcement in the game Endless Voyage World. In the first phase, each island explored by the survivors is unique. Multiple ships will not land on the same island. Since there was a first stage, Ning Feng believed there would be a second stage. Since the first phase is like this, so wouldn't the second phase mean that multiple ships would land on the same island? By that time, is it really that hard for him to use love and persuasion to win over the survivors and get them to work for him? An island and a few henchmen to follow. Over time, wouldn't the number of people on the ship increase? Therefore, it is not impossible for him to become the mastermind behind the scenes. Cough, cough, cough. Certainly, he hasn't even upgraded his ship to LV2 yet, so it's too far off for him to be fantasizing about the second stage. Getting back to the main point, let's return to the present. After they stored all the supplies in the ship's warehouse, it was also time for the small raft to leave. With a jolt, the island receded into the distance until it became a black dot and finally disappeared. Today, Ning Feng was also exhausted. Although there are only about 100 trees, the amount of exercise is considerable. It's impossible for someone not to be tired after carrying over 10,000 kilograms of trees non-stop for an entire afternoon. But Ning Feng had no intention of resting. Right now, he's more interested in whether the supplies that went on sale at noon have helped him acquire sand and soil. He quickly opened the trading hall and took a look. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. All the supplies listed for purchase, including 602 barrels of sand and 100 barrels of soil, have been bought up. Actually, he had expected that he would be able to acquire the sand, but he really didn't expect that someone would sell soil for the same price. This result also provided some relief to his exhausted body, making his afternoon's frantic tree cutting worthwhile. Next, all you need to do is make all this wood into barrels, and then use them to collect sand and soil. In time, you could make a fortune. Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't waste any time and directly used 12,000 kilograms of wood to make 6,000 wooden barrels. It takes 1 minute to make one wooden barrel, and it will take about 4 days to make 6,000 barrels. In response, Ning Feng wasn't worried at all. In any case, the survivors may not reach the level-up threshold in the short term. Therefore, it will not affect the overall plan. Instead of worrying that these 4 days will affect the purchase of sand and soil, instead, we should worry about whether the island will produce mineral resources when we land there in the next few days. After all, as of now, no one is selling iron ore in the trading hall. If he wants to collect 3,000 kilograms of iron ore, buying it won't work. He'll have to collect it himself. Therefore, the timing of when mineral resources spawn on the island is the key factor determining when a ship can be successfully upgraded. 069. Unexpected supplies. Meanwhile, An Yuqing, who had been watching Ning Feng's actions, expressed her lack of understanding. She asked curiously, "Ning Feng, can't we trade mountain spring water for wooden barrels? Why waste your energy cutting down trees to make the barrels yourself?" Ning Feng naturally knew the method An Yuqing mentioned. But why not use it? It's very simple. Freshwater resources are always the highest priority for survival. Moreover, freshwater resources are the most difficult to obtain. So, unless there is an urgent need for certain supplies or freshwater resources that are readily available for collection, otherwise, he'll always be at a disadvantage if he trades mountain spring water for wooden barrels. After all, the location of freshwater supplies on each island is random. Like the previous time, the reason he traded spring water for wooden buckets was firstly because the spring water was very close to the raft, making it cost-effective to collect. Secondly, there was a shortage of wooden buckets at the time. However, the last time was a special case, so the probability of the spring water refreshing at the raft landing location again is not very high. Therefore, if you rashly trade fresh water for wooden barrels before you can guarantee that you can easily obtain fresh water, you will definitely lose money. Moreover, freshwater resources are already relatively scarce. If we keep trading spring water for wooden barrels, making it too easy for survivors to obtain spring water, it will only lead to a decrease in the price of fresh water. Doing so would not do him any good. Given the current situation, instead of trading spring water for wooden barrels, it would be better to restrict the sale of spring water. Once the survivors are thirsty, he can take advantage of their situation and sell water at exorbitant prices, making even greater profits. After carefully explaining these reasons to An Yuqing nodded in understanding. She smiled and flattered him, saying, "Not bad, Ning Feng. I didn't realize you had some brains." Although An Yuqing's words were literally meant to praise him. But when these words came out of An Yuqing's mouth, Ning Feng felt insulted. After all, not everyone with a brain could have come up with what he just said. But, just thinking about An Yuqing's IQ, he felt that what An Yuqing said was simply a compliment. We should be more tolerant of idiots. After, the two did not linger in front of the navigation system. The sun will set soon. Taking a shower and cooking are the most important things to do. Now we have abundant food supplies. Dinner for the two of them naturally became more and more lavish. With meat in every meal, plus fruits and vegetables, the nutrition is top-notch. After the meal, An Yuqing was probably tired, so she lay down to rest. Ning Feng's old rules. Every time a survivor lands on the island, they will definitely find a supply chest. Therefore, he naturally went to the navigation system screen, intending to continue acquiring supply chests. First, take out the supply chests obtained during the day and read them one by one. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, bananas 3. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, compressed biscuits 5. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the resource chest, banana 1. Pity. All the supply chests traded during the day were of ordinary quality. In response, Ning Feng remained calm and composed. There was nothing he could do about it. He had naturally gotten used to it after experiencing so much. Moreover, although these supply chests are of ordinary quality, as long as he doesn't open them, it's not a loss. At least he can resell them. He won't suffer any loss, so why would he affect your mood? Let's stop dwelling on these things. These unsold supply chests will be put back on the shelves in the same way as before. Ning Feng only waited for about 10 minutes. The supply chest has been revamped again. As it turns out, aside from the time spent collecting supplies, the trading hall is quite lively. Basically, any useful supplies will be bought up quickly. Continue reading. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, compressed biscuits 3. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, Mineral water, 550 milliliters 3. Message read. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the supply chest. Zhuanshumin cigarettes 1 carton, 200 sticks. Unexpectedly, among this batch of new supply chests, Ning Feng found an unexpected item, cigarettes. Ning Feng had heard of this cigarette brand called Xin Chi Min. Even though he didn't smoke, it was a popular brand among online influencers. The saying, "I only smoke Xin Chi Min cigarettes, and I only love one person in my life," refers to this kind of cigarette. The inclusion of cigarettes is purely for plot purposes and does not promote smoking. Furthermore, no underage readers are permitted to use cigarettes. Everyone should study hard and strive for excellence. Cigarettes. For those with a smoking addiction, it is estimated to be a stimulant. To exaggerate a bit, if you let them smoke one, the speed at which they collect supplies would probably be much faster. But, for Ning Feng, he was only thinking about whether these cigarettes could bring him any profit. Back in mainland China, Ning Feng had heard many stories of people with smoking addiction who would stop at nothing to get a cigarette. He also occasionally sees news about people being punished for smoking on high-speed trains. Since there are legal constraints, those who are addicted to cigarettes will disregard the law and take the risk of smoking one because of their addiction. So in this world, shouldn't smoke have the same effect? Thinking about it this way, Ning Feng felt that this cigarette should bring him a huge income. Someone might be willing to trade a cigarette for a supply chest. Thinking, Ning Feng didn't hesitate, leaving behind Zhuanshumin cigarettes 1 carton, 200 sticks, and putting the remaining supply chests back on the shelf. He quickly took out the cigarettes, unpacked them, and took out a pack. This cigarette looks quite nice. It's a type of slim cigarette. It's a pity he never smokes, otherwise he would definitely have kept it for himself. For him, who is not addicted to smoking, the cigarettes naturally lost their appeal, and he didn't hesitate at all. He simply opened the pack, took out one, and put it on the shelf. As for the price, Ning Feng thought about it and figured that one supply chest was still too cheap. He directly set it to supply chests 2. He himself felt that the price might be too high. He wasn't sure if he could sell it, but he treated it as a test of the market. If these can be sold, it means that cigarettes are really attractive to some survivors. So in the future, he could also use cigarettes to trade for more valuable goods. 070. This island has mineral resources. It has been proven that cigarettes are indeed very tempting for people with nicotine addictions. Ning Feng had just put that cigarette on the shelf when it was bought by someone in no time. It's worth noting that the current market price for exchanging supply chests for survival resources has risen to 35 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water. 2 supply chests are equivalent to 70 bottles of purified water. In Ning Feng's opinion, such a price for just one cigarette was truly outrageous. It seems he underestimated those who are addicted to smoking. However, he had no intention of continuing to stock cigarettes. Firstly, he had just put the cigarettes on the shelf to see how attractive they would be to the survivors. His original intention was not to sell them. Secondly, there are only so many supply chests produced each time he lands on the island. Even if he puts all the cigarettes on the shelves, he can't sell them all, so there's not much point in continuing to put them on the shelves. Thirdly, he has a cheat code. As long as he has some resource chests that can be traded, it's fine. Collecting too many is meaningless. If he trades all the supply chests from the survivors, how can he use his cheat ability to trade for higher quality supply chests with others? Therefore, blindly collecting supply chests will only lead to losses for yourself. Furthermore, considering that not everyone can easily spend a large sum of resources to buy supply chests these days, who knows if he might not be able to sell them after hoarding too many. Even if it could be sold, it would mean nothing to Ning Feng. After all, the supplies that can be traded in the supply chest are nothing more than water, food, and the like. He has a cheat code to help him, so he'll never lack these things. Furthermore, if the collected supply chests are then traded for food, water, and other supplies, he could have easily traded cigarettes for these things from the beginning. So why did he first trade cigarettes for supply chests, and then use supply chests to trade for food and water? This is completely unnecessary. So, from any perspective, there's absolutely no need for him to continue trading cigarettes for supply chests. Rather than doing that, It would be better to keep the cigarettes and use them to trade for supplies in case of an emergency or shortage. I didn't dwell on the cigarette issue anymore. He continued to use his cheat code to access the supply chest he had just acquired through the cigarette trade. Have to. Both are of average quality, so don't hesitate. Put them both on the shelves. That night, Ning Feng was busy until almost dawn, finally managing to read through all the supply chests circulating in the market. Unfortunately, after a busy night, apart from that pack of cigarettes, no other supply chests of higher quality were found. Such probabilistic events are unavoidable, so Ning Feng didn't complain about them. He was bored anyway, so he just used it to kill time. At the moment, he just hopes that the supply chests currently circulating in the market will be opened soon. In this way, you can trade for a new batch of supply chests the next time you land on the island. I took out some fruit to have as a late-night snack and ate it. Ning Feng then washed himself with spring water. Immediately, he returned to the bedside and looked at Yin Yuqing, who was already fast asleep. In fact, ever since they got the Simmons mattress, Yin Yuqing has been sharing a bed with him. At first, Yin Yuqing was still very worried about him. Every time he slept, he would turn his back to her, in a fixed position, which seemed a bit tense. But now, perhaps she was starting to trust him more and more, because Yin Yuqing's sleeping posture became quite carefree. Sure enough, she was sleeping in her maid outfit, and because of the low neckline, most of her breasts were exposed, which made Ning Feng's lust burn. Ning Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in his heart. I used my cheat code again to check Yin Yuqing's feelings for me, and it's already at 89. The demolition is just around the corner. You must hold back. Don't let all your efforts go to waste. After repeatedly reminding himself of this, Ning Feng lay down. Perhaps because he had been busy all day, Ning Feng was overcome with sleepiness as soon as he closed his eyes and fell asleep without realizing it. The next day, because there is no need to go to the island, Ning Feng slept in. When I woke up, the raft was already filled with rice. Without a doubt, it was all done by Yin Yuqing. Ning Feng never doubted Yin Yuqing's self-awareness. In fact, after spending time together, he gradually let go of his prejudices. Who says women are inferior to men? If a woman is truly determined, she may not be much worse than a man at anything. Therefore, he did have the idea of letting Yin Yuqing eat some of the enhancement fruit as well. Otherwise, every time I get something like an agility fruit or an all-round fruit, I eat it myself. No matter how strong one's physique becomes, one person is still one person, and it is impossible to do the work of two people in one. If Yin Yuqing's physique were also enhanced, he was confident that the effect would be greater than the sum of its parts, 1 + 1 = 2. Their collection efficiency will definitely be faster in the future. But that's the idea, but the question is when we'll actually get the amplification fruit. After all, he's been in this world for quite some time now, and he's probably handled at least 1,000, if not thousands, of supply chests. Only 2 enhancement fruits were obtained from those 1,000 resource chests. Even including the power fruit he bought with anti-inflammatory drugs, there were only 3 of them. The probability of this is obviously very small, so we can only take it one step at a time. The following day, Ning Feng spent the time in the same way as usual. Aside from eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, they only fish and weave rattan baskets. It's very simple and unpretentious, considering we'll be arriving on the island tomorrow. After dark, the 2 ate dinner, washed up, and went to bed. The next day, Ning Feng and Yin Yuqing both woke up before the raft landed. Get up quickly, change your clothes, and eat breakfast. After all that was done, the raft landed perfectly. The navigation system screen also displays the danger level of the island in real time. Island danger level, 95. Seeing this, Ning Feng's heart immediately relaxed by half. If I remember correctly, the last island where mineral resources appeared was also quite dangerous. So who knows, this island might also produce mineral resources? In that case, the ship can probably be upgraded today. Thinking of this, he quickly used his cheat code to read it. Message read, Mysterious Island. Danger level, 95, venomous snakes, wild boars, cliff crevices, thorns. Resource, 115. East side of the island. Abundant fruit resources, bananas, lychees, strawberries, mangoes, etc. West side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, mountain springs, streams, inland lakes, cattle, wild boars, goats, rabbits, etc. North side of the island. Abundant agricultural resources, rice, eggplant, pepper, winter melon, etc. South side of the island. Abundant vegetation resources, bamboo, timber, herbs, etc. Island center. Abundant mineral resources, iron, ore, coal, etc. 071. These days, even cows come in pairs. After obtaining the resource distribution information of this island from the cheat code, Ning Feng quickly formulated a plan in his mind. Their landing location was quite good this time, situated on the west side of the island. This area is rich in freshwater and animals. Most importantly, this time the island has spawned a lot of animals. What attracts Ning Feng the most is undoubtedly the scalpers. You should know, he currently has 2 wooden carts, but because he only has 1 ox, he doesn't often have the chance to use the other cart. Now that this island also has scalpers, it seems that the other idle wooden cart can finally be put to use. With 2 ox carts as transportation tools, efficiency will definitely be much faster. Then, Ning Feng's first step was to subdue the yellow ox located on this island. In this way, 1 ox cart can be left to An Yuqing, and the other can be taken by herself, so that neither is delayed and both can be improved in terms of efficiency. Thinking of this, Ning Feng used his cheat code again to get a deeper understanding of the scalper's location. In an instant, the scalper's coordinates appeared. Unexpectedly, the cow was just a dozen meters in front of the raft. They hadn't noticed it when they disembarked because the cattle were hidden by vegetation. Immediately, Ning Feng then quickly ran straight ahead. In less than a minute, Ning Feng successfully spotted the yellow cattle on the island. The yellow ox was drinking water from the spring. TSK. Is this what they call killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Ning Feng only wanted to get his hands on the yellow ox, but he never expected to stumble upon a mountain spring by chance. That saves us trouble. Yesterday we were talking about how unlikely it was that the mountain spring would spawn near the raft, but today the island has proven us wrong. He just hopes to get slapped like that a few more times. Given how close we are, we'll definitely have to collect as much spring water as possible today. But, besides that, there's something even more coincidental. That means this yellow cow is actually a female cow. Judging from the length of the cow's horns, it's probably in its prime, a young adult stage. Hiss. Ning Feng was at a loss for words to describe his feelings at that moment. He was really lucky today. The island's abundant supplies were exactly what he needed. The cattle and spring water are so close to the raft that they can be dealt with quickly without much delay. In addition, this yellow cow happens to be female, so if it is kept in a pen, it can be paired with the bull. When the time comes, the cows will give birth to cows, so will we still have to worry about not having enough cows to work? And An Yuqing, seeing that Ning Feng didn't say anything, he ran towards the woods. Thinking something had happened, she hurriedly followed. When she saw what was happening in front of her, she was immediately stunned. This? Ning Feng, am I dreaming? We've only just disembarked, and we've already discovered our most important freshwater resource. And the cow appeared just in time. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng then turned around, chuckling. I wasn't dreaming, it's all real. Looks like our luck is destined to be good today. Who knows, we might even get some good stuff from the supply chest tonight. Having said that, considering the limited time, Ning Feng had no interest in continuing to observe the female ox drinking water. It's time to try and tame it. Ning Feng had just used his cheat code to read the female ox's preferences when a cow mooed behind him. Moo. It turned out that the bull he had tamed earlier had also come along. Immediately afterwards, an extremely dramatic scene then unfolded. The female ox, who was drinking spring water, immediately stopped drinking after hearing the bull's bellow, looked up at the bull, and responded with a moo. And then, Ning Feng and An Yuqing did nothing. The female ox instinctively snuggled up to the male ox. It seems like it was love at first sight, and they're together now? Although Ning Feng found this scene absurd, it was the truth. Apart from the fact that they had taken a liking to each other, Ning Feng couldn't find a better reason to explain this phenomenon. Even An Yuqing, who was standing to the side, looked incredulous. Ning Feng, could this cow have taken a liking to our bull? What do you think? Ning Feng smiled and shrugged. The facts were already clear. Even animals were starting to date these days, and he, a dignified, perverted, gentleman, lecherous man, was still single. It was really painful. I stopped dwelling on these things. At least for Ning Feng, the current situation is definitely a good thing. Then, Ning Feng skipped the process of trying to please the cow and simply cut a few vines nearby before walking towards the cow, intending to try to tie it up. The final result was, of course, exceptionally smooth. With the bull beside her, the cow was extremely cooperative. In no time at all, Ning Feng had put a vine around the cow's neck, and the cow was successfully captured. All right, mission accomplished. Ning Feng smiled, patted the dust off his hands, and looked at Yuqing, saying, since the spring is so close to the raft, you can take the bull and be in charge of collecting the spring water. If you don't have enough barrels, you can trade some spring water for some barrels. But don't do the same price as last time. This time, try trading 1 barrel of spring water for 10 barrels and see if it works. If it does, then do it. If no one buys, then restore the previous price. As for me, I would take the cow back first, make a yoke for it, and then lead the cow to see other places on the island. After explaining the task, Ning Feng led the cow toward the raft. I thought that separating the male and female cows would cause the female cow to be extremely resistant, but that didn't happen. An old ox is still an old ox. The spirit of hard work and dedication flowing in its blood has not been extinguished. Ning Feng gave a gentle tug, and the mother ox followed him. Back to the raft. Since Ning Feng had already crafted a yoke once before in the crafting section, crafting it this time was a breeze. In just over a minute, the yoke was successfully retrieved from the ship's warehouse. At the same time, Ning Feng also took out the long and used wooden cart, along with the picker and shovel. After connecting the ox to the wooden cart and placing the pickaxe and shovel on the cart, he immediately drove the ox cart toward the central area of the island. Their task today is quite challenging. Whether it's iron, ore, fresh water, bamboo, or food, these are all things we must collect today. So, not a single second can be wasted. His plan was to collect a certain amount of iron, ore, and spring water by the morning. In the afternoon, we went to collect food and bamboo. 072. All ship upgrade materials have been collected. Moyo spent 27 minutes on the road. Ning Feng successfully drove the ox cart to the center of the island. The center of this island is similar to the center of the island where iron ore was last mined. It also has a Mediterranean appearance. It's bare, with mineral resources buried underground. Considering that coal is not used much at present, what can be used instead for fuel and other purposes. Therefore, this time Ning Feng specifically chose to mine only iron ore. After locating the iron ore using the cheat code, he then began digging with a pickaxe and a shovel. This iron ore mining went very smoothly. Iron ore is relatively abundant on this island, and coupled with the fact that he didn't waste time mining coal, in just over 2 hours, he had mined all the iron ore on the island. It weighs a full 4,713 kilograms. It's so heavy, even with an ox cart, it definitely wouldn't be able to be transported in one trip. Fortunately, the distance wasn't as far this time, and with the help of an ox cart, the efficiency was much faster than last time. It's only a little past 9 o'clock, and the iron ore has already been mined. Including the time for transporting it back and forth, it's estimated that all the iron ore will be transported back to the raft by 11 o'clock at the latest. In this way, he finished an hour ahead of schedule, which gave him an hour to collect other supplies. After successfully storing the iron ore in the ship warehouse, Ning Feng glanced at the time displayed on the screen. 10:48 a.m. Not bad. He has more than an hour to use, based on his usual habit of eating lunch at 12 o'clock. Adhering to the principle of survival by going where it is, Ning Feng did not plan to go far away to collect supplies, as this would waste a lot of time traveling back and forth. Therefore, he planned to deal with the animals near the raft's landing site first. With the crossbow and the cheat code to guide the animals to their coordinates, hunting them is too easy. Then, Ning Feng then took out a crossbow and a steel axe from the ship's warehouse and led the ox cart back into the jungle on the west side of the island. With the help of the cheat code, the goat is the closest animal to him. Then let's operate on it. It was only a few minutes' walk. Ning Feng then successfully encountered the goat, which was looking down for food. Just as he was about to chew the grass, Ning Feng mercilessly shot an arrow at him. The goat died on the spot. The following time was naturally Ning Feng's hunting season. He seemed to have transformed into a hunter of the night, shooting down any animal he encountered with a single arrow. The hunt was completed with ease. Finally, he managed to end the killing before midnight. After throwing the bloody animal carcasses onto the ox cart, they pulled the cart toward the raft. When Ning Feng returned to the raft, and Yuqing is already cooking. And Yuqing was startled when she saw the cart stained with animal blood. But when she saw the animal carcasses on the cart, a look of joy appeared on her face. Wow, you've caught so many animals in such a short time. After hearing this, Ning Feng remarked, it's so. It's all thanks to the crossbows. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to catch so many animals in such a short time. And you, how's the spring water coming along? Not bad. And Yuqing said while stirring the potatoes in the pan with a spatula, we collected 921 buckets of spring water this morning. It's much more than last time when we relied solely on manual labor for transportation. Just to clarify, in the previous chapter 42, there was a calculation error. It was too exaggerated for a weak woman to collect 1,000 buckets of water in half a day, so I revised it to collect 623 buckets in half a day. Only the data was changed, and the plot remains the same. Impressive, 921 buckets of water in one morning. Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction. What about the empty buckets? Did you manage to trade them? Hearing this, and Yuqing became even more smug. Hee. I definitely made the deal, but I didn't go for your price. At the time, I was just hoping for a lucky break and wanted to see if I could trade one bucket of spring water for 20 empty wooden buckets. I didn't expect that someone would actually want it. This morning, I put 200 bottles of spring water on the shelves, and they were all sold out. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was stunned. So we traded for 4,000 empty wooden barrels? Yes. And Yuqing nodded. How about that? Aren't I great? I helped you earn twice as many buckets. Hiss. Ning Feng truly hadn't expected this. It seems the water shortage among the survivors in this world is more severe than he thought. A bucket of spring water can be sold out in a trade of 20 empty wooden buckets. Great job today, haha. Then you can continue cooking. Now that we have enough barrels, I'll go to the trading hall to buy soil and bamboo. That way, our ship can be upgraded tonight. After lunch, considering the special circumstances of today, the two did not rest as usual. Since both wooden carts already had oxen to help haul the goods, Ning Feng didn't think about dividing the work. Let's harvest all the crops on the north side of the island first. Led by Ning Feng, the two quickly arrived at the rice paddy. This rice paddy is much larger than the last one. Next to the rice paddies are fields of eggplants and chili peppers. That's great. Now that all the crops are gathered together, harvesting them will be much easier. After exchanging a glance, the two picked up their tools and went straight into the field to get to work. After the two men had harvested all the crops and transported them back to the raft, the time has come to 4:47 p.m. With little time left, Ning Feng decided to give up on the fruit business. No way. The fruit orchard is located on the east side of the island, too far from the raft. It would probably take an hour just to travel to and from the airport, so where would you find the time to collect the materials? Anyway, they had already collected a lot of fruit on the last island, so not collecting fruit this time wouldn't make any difference. But neither of them had any intention of resting beforehand. Since fruit is not suitable for collection, Ning Feng thought it best to continue collecting spring water. The spring water is closest to the raft, and it's one of the more valuable types of spring water, so collecting it will definitely yield the greatest profit. Two people can get a few hundred buckets of spring water in a little over an hour, if not a lot, right? Final. Just before the ship left, the two added 609 barrels of spring water to the ship's storage. Of course, this is also thanks to Ning Feng's participation. Otherwise, and Yuqing alone could only manage 200 barrels per hour at most. Store it in the ship warehouse, and while you're at it, drive the cows onto the ship, and the raft will set sail. Then, Ning Feng quickly opened the trading hall to check the acquisition status. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng burst out laughing excitedly. Ha ha ha! All the materials have been collected. The ship can be upgraded. 073. Ship upgrade successful. Upon hearing this, and Yuqing, who was standing nearby, quickly came over and asked, "Really? Have you prepared all the upgrade materials?" "Yes." Ning Feng nodded excitedly, opened the information interface, and clicked the ship upgrade button. Re-enter the previously upgraded page. At this point, all the necessary resources on the page have been collected. The upgrade button has now appeared below. It seems that as long as you press the upgrade button, the ship can be upgraded. However, the closer it got to this point, the more hesitant Ning Feng became. Ning Feng didn't know what happened either. He had been anxious about upgrading the ship, but now that he had actually reached this point, he felt a little uneasy. They were afraid that the upgraded ship wouldn't be the one they wanted. After a moment of respite, he stopped dawdling. He simply raised his hand and clicked the upgrade button. The next moment, the page has changed again. Upgrade in progress. Countdown 10 seconds. 109. As Ning Feng watched the countdown on the screen, his heart began to race. God, please don't let me down. The countdown ended as soon as the words were spoken. In an instant, a magical scene unfolded. Suddenly, the raft began to flash with a blinding light, making it impossible for Ning Feng and Yuqing to even open their eyes. A few seconds later, as the irritation in my eyes gradually subsided, the two of them then opened their eyes at the same time. The scene before them stunned Ning Feng and Yuqing instantly. The final result did indeed deviate somewhat from Ning Feng's expectations. I thought the raft would be upgraded into a yacht or something after the upgrade. It seems he was overthinking it. At this time, the vessel beneath their feet had been transformed from a raft into a fishing boat. Image sourced from the internet. Please contact the author if there is any copyright infringement, and I will delete it immediately. This fishing boat is made of metal, and its appearance is definitely much better than a wooden raft, but it is certainly not as good as the expected yacht. The only thing that satisfied Ning Feng was the central control room in the middle of the fishing boat. At the very least, the control room can be used as a room to shelter from the wind and rain. But, no matter how you think about it, Ning Feng felt this wasn't an upgrade, but a weakening. After all, previously, even his rafts, at the very least, were 20m x 25m in size. The upgraded fishing boat is at most 4m x 12m. Given these dimensions, he even had some doubts about how to build a log cabin using the log cabin construction blueprints he had previously obtained. There probably wouldn't even be enough space to dry rice, let alone build a wooden house. Even though the fishing boat is so big that you can see its entire length at a glance. However, fearing they might miss some details, the two still carefully examined it. Unfortunately, no surprises came. This fishing boat is just a very ordinary one. There was no high technology in it at all. In fact, a quick glance around revealed that even the navigation system screen was gone. However, Ning Feng wasn't worried about this. Since no navigation system screen was found on the outside of the fishing boat, it is estimated that the navigation system screen has been moved to the central control room. Otherwise, if an upgrade results in the navigation system screen disappearing, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't linger outside the fishing boat. He planned to go to the control room and see what surprises awaited him there. So he looked at Yuqing and gestured. "All right, that's all there is to see outside the fishing boat. Let's go into the control room and take a look." The two entered the control room one after the other. Just as Ning Feng had guessed, the navigation system screen had been moved into the central control room. Unfortunately, the central control room still didn't bring him any surprises. Aside from being clean and tidy and having a bathroom, he couldn't find any other redeeming qualities. But soon, Yuqing, who was standing to the side, realized what was happening and hurriedly asked, "Ning Feng, something's not right. Upgrading the ships is one thing, but there's no reason for them to take back our existing supplies, is there? What happened to the wooden bed, screen, Simmons mattress, and even the 2 cows we made on the raft?" Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. Yes, the fishing boat is only this big, and he had already looked it over from the outside, but he didn't see any scalpers at all. The central control room was also completely empty. It's impossible to simply upgrade their account and take back everything they've worked so hard to achieve, right? If that's the case, Ning Feng is really going to break down. But Ning Feng was quite rational. After thinking for a moment, he had an answer in his mind. He guessed, maybe it was stored in the ship warehouse. Logically speaking, living creatures cannot be stored in the ship warehouse. But for now, this is the only explanation. Then, Ning Feng quickly went to the navigation system screen. You wouldn't believe it until you come here, and what a surprise it is. Ning Feng never dreamed that such a surprise was right here. At this time, on the navigation system screen, a page was displayed that described the changes to the ship after the upgrade. Ship upgrade successful. After the upgrade, the original ship, Raft, will be converted into a private island, territory, based on its original size. After the upgrade, your travel vessel has been changed to a small fishing boat. Since fishing boats are faster than rafts, you will have 2 islands to choose from each time you land. The danger level of both islands is randomized, and you can choose according to your needs. The boat will not automatically return to the private island upon its return from each voyage. If needed, please click the Go Home button at the bottom of the information page. For more details, please return to your private island and check the navigation system screen there. I have finished reading. I want to continue reading. Ning Feng read through the content on the page, line by line. His mouth was practically twisted to the sky. Ha ha ha. I knew it. If it's just upgrading the raft into this fishing boat, then it's definitely a nerf. So this is where the rail upgrade is. Who would have thought? The fishing boat under your feet is just one part of the upgraded version. More importantly, the old raft has been upgraded and turned into a private island. In other words, they finally have a real home now. Previously, he and Yuqing could only live on a raft, without a fixed abode. Wherever the raft sailed, that was their home. Now, we finally have a base camp in a fixed location. After clicking the I have finished reading button, Ning Feng quickly found the Go Home button based on the prompts on the previous page. Once clicked, Ning Feng felt the fishing boat beneath him shake. Then, in the blink of an eye, the fishing boat had reached the shore. Looking out through the window of the control room, the fishing boat was already moored at the edge of a small island. On the island, besides wooden beds and Simmons mattresses, there are also 2 cows courting each other. 074. Private islands can be expanded and evolved. Looking at this scene, and Yuqing immediately became excited. Wow, it's true. It's actually true. Our raft has turned into an island. Ha yes. Ning Feng was equally excited. Let's go. Let's get off the ship and take a look. The 2 cheered and ran off the boat, successfully landing on the small island. Ning Feng immediately used his cheat code to read it. The area remained unchanged. The island's dimensions were exactly the same as the previous raft, 20m x 25m. The only drawback is that this island, though called an island, is more like an artificial island created by land reclamation. The island has no vegetation, it's completely bare. The only difference between it and the previous rafts is that the bamboo underfoot has been replaced by soil. But it's already pretty good. At least Ning Feng is very satisfied. Now that's what you call an upgrade. Without this island, Ning Feng would truly not be able to accept having only a fishing boat. Then, Ning Feng also quickly and carefully checked the supplies on the island. 2 wooden beds, a Simmons mattress, an iron stove, 2 cows. All the supplies are there. After ensuring that nothing is missing, Ning Feng immediately went to the navigation system screen on the island. At this moment, some text pop-ups were also displayed on the navigation system screen on the island. Important information for entering the island. Congratulations, ship number 1. You have successfully upgraded your ship to LV2. And so, your new chapter of survival officially begins. Besides venturing to mysterious islands to collect survival resources, island owners can also manage their own private islands in their spare time and make them thrive. This island is a living island, and as its area and time increase, it will gradually evolve to include flora and fauna. The island's area can be expanded via the expansion option on the information page. This is a private island with protected maritime rights. Within 1,000 nautical miles of the island, no ships are expected to intrude or pass by. Kind tips. When the navigation level is upgraded to level 2, the original ship rating is replaced by the island rating. The higher the island rating, the more experience your ships will gain each day. Survivors, keep striving for your wonderful life. I have finished reading. After reading what was on the screen, Ning Feng was even more shocked. They thought this island was just a small home given to them by the world, and its size was something that couldn't be changed. Who would have thought that this little home could evolve and expand in size? If that's the case, wouldn't this barren island eventually evolve into a real island in due time? By then, you won't be able to collect whatever you're missing directly on your own island. And if the area is expanded large enough, could this small island be developed into an island nation? Or even become part of the mainland? Hiss. Ning Feng dared not think any further. If that is the case, wouldn't he become the ruler of this land? He never imagined he would one day become emperor. Meanwhile, Yuqing, standing to the side, also had her big, watery eyes sparkle after seeing the text on the screen, as if she had already imagined a beautiful future in her mind. She said excitedly, "Ning Feng, you're not kidding about what's on this, are you? Can this island really evolve and expand? Whether it's true or not, we'll find out soon enough," Ning Feng replied with a smile. Then, following the prompts, he found the expansion function on the information page. After clicking, the expansion page pops up directly. Island expansion. Island area. 20m, 25m equals 500 square meters. Island rating, 500. Expansion materials, 10 kilograms sand, 10 kilograms soil, 10 bamboo, which can expand the island by 1 square meter. Click to add materials. At this point, Ning Feng finally understood why sand and bamboo were needed as upgrade materials. Fortunately, Ning Feng had some leftover materials from when he collected them earlier. Then, Ning Feng simply added a copy. Click on Expand. Once you enter the expansion page, it's quite similar to the previous page for modifying the raft. To expand a specific area, simply click on that area. The only thing to be careful about is that the newly expanded area must be adjacent to the original island. Since there aren't many materials available right now, making large-scale expansion impossible, Ning Feng simply clicked on the right edge of the island. Then, the island expansion was completed. Thus, the island's area has been successfully upgraded from 500 square meters to 501 square meters. The island's rating also rose to 501. So, the scoring rules for the island are the same as for the raft. Does each additional 1 square meter of area add 1 point to the score? In that case, we can continue to increase the amount of ship experience we can gain each day. Ning Feng was very concerned about gaining experience every day. As I said before, this world is a world of survival, but it is also a world of navigation. Although now the ships are just a means of transportation to facilitate their voyages to collect supplies. Given time, who knows if this ship might be upgraded into an offensive or defensive weapon like a combat ship. Therefore, in addition to survival, Ning Feng also attaches great importance to upgrading his ship. Previously, the rafts had a 500 square meters limit, which meant that they could only gain a maximum of 600 boat experience points per day. But now, the island's area can be increased again, which means that the amount of ship experience that can be obtained can also be increased. He's lying when he says he's unhappy. However, Yuqing, who was standing to the side, said somewhat inappropriately after hearing Ning Feng's remarks, "It's good, but I wonder if the island's area will be limited like the previous raft." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng paused for a moment. He hadn't really thought about that question. He had previously thought that the raft's area could be increased indefinitely, but it only reached 500 square meters before it was full. If there are also restrictions on the size of the islands this time, it will really be a headache. But we'll only know the truth later. There's no point in speculating now. So Ning Feng stopped dwelling on the topic, saying, "We've only just upgraded. Let's not think about anything that might spoil the fun. I'll get some food first, you go and cook. I'll continue to learn more about the system and see if there are any new features after the ship is upgraded." Having said that, after taking out the food he wanted to eat that night, Ning Feng began studying the navigation system screen on the island again. In addition to the ship experience section on the information page, it has been upgraded from a small wooden raft LV1, 6,966 5,000ths, to a fishing boat LV2, 6,966/100,000. He did notice that in the Update Trailers section, some helpful new trailers had been added in addition to the existing ones. 075. Start time of the second phase. Update announcement. 1. Phase 1 all. 2. The first stage, Endless Voyage. 3. At the start of the second phase, the system will update the leaderboard. 4. The second phase begins, opening up the Friends feature. 5. The second phase begins, unlocking the Legion warships. The above 5 points are introduced in Chapter 4. If you have forgotten them, please refer to the chapter. This is not just filler. 6. The second phase begins, with the first round of regional mergers. Details to come. New. 7. Starting in Phase 2, the islands where survivors land will no longer be unique. Multiple ships may land on the same island simultaneously. New. 8. The second phase will begin with the opening of the shop feature. New. 9. The second phase officially begins when a Level 3 ship first appears in the world of sailing, including ships from different regions. New. Ning Feng had already read the first 5 announcements, so he didn't waste time interpreting them. He was particularly interested in numbers 6-9. First, the first round of regional mergers, mentioned in Article 6, means that his previous prediction was correct. The world is indeed divided into regions. Otherwise, with billions of people worldwide, it's impossible for only a few 100,000 to be posting comments in the chat's public chat. He estimates that there are hundreds of thousands of survivors in the area he is currently in. If the number of survivors in each region is controlled at several 100,000, wouldn't the number of survivors double after the next merger? This is actually quite advantageous for him. After all, by then, the demand for the trading hall will definitely increase, and he will certainly be able to obtain more profits from it. Secondly, this is the 7th rule. Survivors landing on the island is no longer the only option. This was something Ning Feng had been thinking about for a long time. Previously, he had planned that once he was able to come into contact with other survivors, he would definitely use his own methods to recruit them into his own ranks. As a result, more people came to help him. If you're lucky, you might even encounter female survivors, or even female celebrities. Cough, cough, cough. Of course, looking on the bright side, that's certainly true. However, on the worst-case scenario, if the survivors he encounters are stronger than him and in Yuching, he and in Yuching could very well be captured and become someone else's slaves, causing all their efforts to be in vain. However, opportunities always come with risks. Ning Feng never imagined that he would have a smooth and unobstructed life. At least he has an extra golden finger compared to others. As long as he keeps improving himself before entering the second stage, he won't necessarily be unable to defeat even if he encounters a strong opponent. I don't mean I can kill whoever I want, but at least I shouldn't be able to be manipulated by others, right? So, for Ning Feng, the landing of multiple ships on the island is definitely more beneficial than harmful. Then, the 8th preview mentions a shopping mall, and Ning Feng guesses that the items sold there are unique to this world. Otherwise, there would be no difference between the mall and the trading hall, and they would have no reason to exist. Of course, speculation is still speculation, and we'll only find out what exactly is sold in this shop once we enter the second stage. At last, the 9th announcement, although it may seem like just a time announcement and nothing important, is the most important thing to Ning Feng. Putting aside other things, he could at least determine how many powerful enemies there were in this world by observing the time it took to enter the second stage. If his ship happens to be at LV3, then this world will be entering its second phase. Doesn't that mean he's ahead of everyone else in the world? Even if we don't say our military strength is the best in the world, at least our ships are the best in the world, right? However, if his ship hasn't reached LV3 level yet, and the world enters the second phase, doesn't that mean that there is at least one survivor in the world who is ahead of him? The saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Only by understanding the strength of one's opponent can one truly face oneself. At least they won't end up not even knowing how they died. Having reviewed most of the update previews, Ning Feng decided not to waste any more time. What is meant to be will be, what is meant to be will be. Everything will be revealed once the world enters its second phase. Now that the ship is already at LV2, I can finally use the wooden house construction blueprint I got earlier. He still really wants a house. Then, he didn't hesitate any longer, opened the ship warehouse, and directly clicked on the wooden house construction blueprint to use it. The drawings disappeared once they were used. Following the prompt, Ning Feng directly opened the crafting menu. However, I did find that under the wooden items option, the wooden house crafting project did indeed appear. However, when Ning Feng clicked to view the detailed production process, he was completely stunned. It requires 30 tons of wood and takes 3 days to make. In terms of time, it's not too difficult. He waited for the ship to be upgraded for about 10 days, so it's not like he can't wait 3 days. But 30 tons of timber is really outrageous. This is equivalent to 30,000 kilograms of timber. If we calculate based on the weight of the trees he usually cuts down, that's 100 kilograms per tree, so he would need to cut down 300 trees. This quantity, is it for building skyscrapers? Not to mention, the wood stockpile is already quite low due to the production of wooden barrels and firewood during this period. Even if no wood is used, it is still not enough to support the construction of this wooden house. Well, it seems that building a house can't be rushed. I'll just have to sleep in the open for now. At least for now, we don't have to worry about rain or snow. Just right. And Yuqing had almost finished cooking dinner, so Ning Feng stopped worrying about building the wooden house. After washing my hands, I went straight to eat. After the meal, Ning Feng's activities haven't changed much, and Yuqing is resting as usual. He then went to the trading hall to exchange for the supply chests that were newly produced upon landing on the island that day. But he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the survivors had become smarter after all the transactions they had made during this period. It seems that even if they have supply chests, they would rather sell them directly than try to trade with him for a small profit. At first he thought he had been exposed, but upon closer inspection, it's impossible. When you actively list your supplies, you can choose to sell them anonymously. As the seller, he can view the buyer's ID, ship ID, through the transaction records. However, as a buyer, you shouldn't be able to see the seller's vessel number. Moreover, the supply chest mechanism is such that once opened, it cannot be resold. Those buyers who traded with him, even if they found the goods inside to be worthless after opening them, would only suspect that they were just unlucky, not that they would suspect him. It's even more unthinkable that he could use his cheat code to view the supplies inside the supply chest. 076. Harvesting begins. Sigh, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's just that the drop rate of supply chests has decreased today. After comforting himself, Ning Feng stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he was selling them anonymously, so even if the buyers found out that the supply chests they received were full of junk, they wouldn't be able to hold him accountable. If things get out of hand, it'll just be a bit more complicated later. We can just use other resources to buy resource chests, and then sell the useless resource chests at market price. Overall, it won't affect him much. Getting back to the main point. Although the speed of trading supply chests is much slower today than before, but Ning Feng managed to acquire quite a few newly produced resource chests after tinkering all night. Read them one by one. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, pure water 1. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, compressed biscuits 10. Message read. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the resource chest, wooden threshing machine blueprint. I've been busy all night. Ning Feng thought he was going to return empty-handed. Unexpectedly, when loading the last supply chest, I actually got some loot. Just by looking at the name, Wooden Threshing Machine Manufacturing Blueprints, Ning Feng can tell what it's for. Isn't this exactly what he lacks? According to his plan, he intended to thresh the first batch of harvested rice tomorrow. He was originally worried about how to harvest the grain. After all, threshing grain by machine and threshing it by hand are two completely different things. The wooden windmill we made earlier is of little help in the threshing process. Who would have thought that fate would be so kind to him? Knowing that he was going to thresh the grain tomorrow, they specially delivered the threshing machine the night before. Ha! This is truly heaven's help. Ning Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud and directly opened the supply treasure chest containing the wooden threshing machine manufacturing blueprint. Immediately, similar to using the wooden house construction blueprint, after using it in the ship warehouse. He quickly opened the crafting page and successfully found the crafting option for wooden threshing machine under the wooden items section. Fine. Making a wooden threshing machine does not require too many materials. Only wood and a small amount of iron ore are needed. Ning Feng didn't have much of these two supplies, but it was definitely enough to make a wooden threshing machine. Add the ingredients and start making it. Next, just wait for it to finish making. But he definitely won't have time to wait tonight. It's almost midnight. The wooden threshing machine takes 3 hours to make. Instead of waiting for it, you might as well wash up and get a good night's sleep. When I woke up, the wooden threshing machine was finished. The next day, Ning Feng didn't get up until after 8 o'clock. He slept very comfortably that night, even more so than when he first slept on a Simmons mattress. Simply because they are no longer on a ship. While sleeping on the boat, the ship was constantly rocking up and down all night because of the waves. If the waves are small, it might even be used as a cradle to help people sleep. However, Ning Feng had no ability to control the size of the waves. More often than not, he would be sleeping soundly when a big wave would suddenly come and cause the boat to bob too much, which would easily wake him up. Now that they sleep on their own private island, they no longer have to worry about this problem. Although the island's size is no different from the previous raft, but because of its island location, it naturally won't shake. After stretching lazily, Ning Feng got out of bed. As for Yuqing, she was the same as always, preparing breakfast for him early in the morning. She had already spread the rice she collected yesterday all over the island's ground. Good morning. Ning Feng looked at Yuqing, who was diligently weaving a wrought tin basket, and greeted her. Yuqing only noticed Ning Feng was awake when she arrived, and replied with a smile, "Good morning. Breakfast is ready, and I've already eaten. You should eat now." "Okay, sure." After washing up and having breakfast, Ning Feng immediately went to the navigation system screen and took out the wooden threshing machine. Image taken from the internet. Please contact the author if there is any infringement, and I will delete it immediately. To be honest, this was the first time Ning Feng had ever seen a wooden threshing machine. He had seen others threshing grain when he lived in the countryside, but by then, everyone was using mechanical threshing machines. The appearance of this wooden threshing machine is somewhat similar to a mace-shaped drum installed in a wooden frame. There is a wooden pedal on the side of the threshing machine that is used to drive the drum to rotate. It looks quite well made. But, because it's made of wood, its appearance is definitely not as attractive as modern mechanical threshing machines. However, whether it looks good or not doesn't matter to Ning Feng. As long as it works, that's fine. Ning Feng absolutely adored it. Whether we can eat rice smoothly from now on depends on this. When Yuqing saw an unfamiliar prop appear, she quickly came over, looking curious. "Hey, what's this?" "A wooden threshing machine," Ning Feng explained. "We'll be using it to thresh the grain later." Upon hearing this, although Yuqing didn't know much about it, just hearing the name made her realize how important it was, and she instantly showed a look of joy. "Wow, won't this make threshing grain much easier and more convenient for us?" "Ning Feng, when did you get this? How come I didn't know about it?" "I drew up the blueprints after you fell asleep last night," Ning Feng explained without hiding anything. Then, Ning Feng stopped dawdling and urged, "All right, stop wasting time. Stop weaving your wicker basket and come help me thresh the grain." He finished speaking. Ning Feng took out some of the rice that had been almost dried. After successfully learning the standard posture and movements for threshing rice using his golden finger, he and Yuqing began threshing the rice. The main difference between wooden threshing machines and modern mechanical threshing machines is not the material. The problem lies in the transmission. The principle of a threshing machine is to use the rollers inside the machine to thresh the rice grains off the rice plants. Modern mechanical threshing machines use electric motors or diesel engines to drive the drum to rotate. People only need to place the rice on the drum and thresh it, which is very labor-saving. However, to rotate the internal drum of a wooden threshing machine, one can only rely on manual operation by continuously pedaling the wooden pedal transmission mechanism on the machine. This can be understood as riding a bicycle. Stepping on this is no easy feat. If Yuqing were to step on it, it would probably be too difficult, so Ning Feng only had her act as someone to pass the rice. The heavy responsibility of operating the threshing machine naturally fell on his shoulders. Fortunately, his physical condition has improved significantly, so he didn't feel very tired when stepping on this. For those unfamiliar with using wooden threshing machines, you can search for videos online. 077. Choose one of the two islands. As Ning Feng vigorously pedaled the wooden threshing machine, the drum inside the threshing machine started spinning rapidly. Ning Feng took a handful of rice from an yuching and gently patted it onto the roller. The moment the rice grains come into contact with the threshing machine drum, the rice grains and stalks are quickly separated. The rice grains seem to transform into golden raindrops, desperately dripping into the threshing machine's container, the dripping sound of which, at that moment, was like heavenly music. Ning Feng and An Yuqing both showed excited smiles. This moment is truly significant for them. They've known since they were little that rice is made from paddy rice. But they had never experienced the process of turning rice into cooked rice. Now that I've truly experienced it, they can also better understand the greatness of farmers. As the two work together more and more seamlessly, their efficiency in threshing grain naturally increased. It only took a little over half an hour. The first batch of rice harvested was then threshed. Next, it involves cleaning and hulling the rice. Cleaning is easy to understand. It means removing impurities from the rice, such as shriveled grains and straw fragments. This step can be completed using the wooden windmill made earlier, and it's very simple. As for rice hulling, simply put, it's removing the husk from rice grains. If we were on the Blue Star continent, most of these tasks would be accomplished by machines at this stage. Even in some impoverished rural areas, farmers still rely on stone mills to remove husks. However, in the world of sailing, there were no conditions that allowed him to do so. Therefore, he could only rely on the original method provided by the cheat code to remove the shell. The method provided by the cheat code is generally easy to understand. It simply involves pouring rice and water into a bamboo tube and then shaking it vigorously. In this way, the husks of the rice grains will loosen as they are shaken by the water flow. It's definitely troublesome, but it's the only option he has right now. After a morning of hard work, the two finally succeeded in producing 20 kilograms of coarse rice. It may not look very appealing, but it's perfectly adequate for eating. As for the remaining rice, Ning Feng and An Yuqing could only continue working on it in the afternoon. Certainly, Ning Feng naturally didn't waste rice stalks either. Don't forget, he also keeps 2 cows, which eat this food perfectly, so he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Looking at the coarse rice in the wooden bucket, both of them had stars in their eyes. Even though the coarse rice is a bit yellowish, it doesn't affect its place in their hearts. Including today, I've been in this world for 13 days. It's been a full 13 days. Do you know how they spent those 13 days? Now, they can finally have some decent food. The two exchanged a single glance and understood each other's feelings. Immediately afterwards, An Yuqing then scooped out 2 bowls of coarse rice from a wooden bowl and poured them into an iron pot before going to wash the rice and cook it. At noon, the two were able to eat white rice as they had hoped. The side dishes include stir-fried pork with chili peppers, braised eggplant, stewed chicken with potatoes, and steamed sea bass. The two of them thoroughly enjoyed the meal. If this world had a live streaming function, it would probably make other survivors green with envy. After the meal, considering that there was still a lot of rice that hadn't been husked, they continued working using the same methods they had used in the morning. They were busy until dusk. Although they didn't stop, they finally managed to turn the first batch of rice into rice, a total of 230 jin. This quantity is not bad, and it's within Ning Feng's acceptable range. After all, the previous paddy field was only about 1/3 of an acre in size. Based on the normal yield of 600-900 jin of rice per mu of paddy field on Blue Star, a yield of 230 jin from 1/3 mu of land is considered acceptable. 230 jin of rice, enough for 2 people to eat for 2 or 3 months. It's pretty good. Dinner. Since there were leftovers from lunch, all we needed to do was cook another pot of rice. It's not troublesome, and Yuqing can handle it. Ning Feng, on the other hand, planned to take this opportunity to rest. His hands were sore from working all day. No way. Back on Earth, Besides going into a post-coital state before bed to exercise his wrists, he used to. The rest of the time, my wrists were not subjected to any strenuous exercise. He can only be a mage for a maximum of 1 hour, but he can shake the bamboo tube for a whole day. Who can stand that? Can. Ning Feng had just lain down on the wooden rocking chair to rest when a dialog box popped up on the navigation system screen in front of them. The islands available for landing tomorrow are Mysterious Island number 86, Danger Level 78, and Mysterious Island number 297, Danger Level 93. Please make your choice. Once an island is selected, it cannot be changed. Island number 86, Island number 297. Seeing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. In the past, when they landed on islands, they left it to fate. Whichever island they landed on, that was it. The world will never inform you of this information in advance. Who would have thought that upgrading a ship to LV2 would bring such treatment? Certainly. Being informed in advance about the island they will be landing on tomorrow is definitely a good thing for Ning Feng. He was overjoyed. In that case, we could use a cheat code to read the information about these 2 islands. Based on the types of resources available on the 2 islands, select and plan the collection tasks in advance. Not bad, not bad. Thinking it over, Ning Feng decided to use his golden finger to read it. However, just as his thoughts were drifting in that direction, and Yuqing, who was cooking behind him, seemed to have finished her work and came over, drawn to the content on the navigation system screen. She asked with a look of novelty, "Oh, so we can choose which island to land on today." And Yuqing followed behind him the whole time as the ship was being upgraded. Therefore, she was naturally aware of the fact that after the upgrade, she could choose an island each time she logged in. In response, Ning Feng nodded and replied, "Yes, I didn't expect to know about the 2 islands tomorrow so early tonight. It's fine, it doesn't do us any harm." And Yuqing naturally knew that having prior knowledge of the island's information would definitely be advantageous to them. But there was one question she had never figured out. Now that the conversation had turned to this point, she took the opportunity to ask, "Actually, I'm a little confused about this." When the upgrade was implemented, the system said that the ships were upgraded and their sailing speed was faster. So each time you land on an island, you can choose to land on one of the 2 islands. But that doesn't make sense. If the speed is faster, shouldn't we be able to land on one more island than other survivors each time we go to an island? Strictly speaking, this choose one of 2 option is no different from what we had before. It doesn't feel like an upgrade at all. Even for those who have difficulty making choices, isn't this torture? 078. The true relationship between island danger levels and supplies. Actually, when Ning Feng saw the information about choosing one of 2 islands, he had the same doubts as in Yuqing. Since it's an upgrade and the ship's speed has increased, wouldn't it be better for survivors to be able to land on both islands instead of having to choose between them? But slowly, Ning Feng had figured out the problem. First of all, does the choose one of 2 islands feature count as an improvement? It definitely does. Although the number of islands landed on each time was still only 1. But at least it gives you another option. Having more choices means having more possibilities. For example, it is known that the danger level of the islands where the survivors land is random. Furthermore, the abundance of resources on an island is also linked to its level of danger. Between 1 random number and 2 random numbers, the latter has a greater probability of spawning an island with a higher risk factor and richer resources. Unless you're incredibly unlucky and happen to get 2 islands with the same danger level. Otherwise, they could at least choose the island with the richer resources each time they landed on a new island. Secondly, normally, it's impossible to collect all the supplies on an island in just 1 day. Therefore, it makes no sense for survivors to land on both islands within a single day. Considering these 2 points, Ning Feng could accept the choose one of 2 setting. After explaining his thoughts to Yuqing, he thought that Yuqing would understand. Unexpectedly, she immediately said, "But..." Ning Feng quickly interrupted, "All right, there's no but about it. I can't change this setting either. Since it's already like this, continuing to discuss it is a waste of time. Let's decide which island to land on tomorrow first." After saying that, Ning Feng ignored Yuqing and planned to continue reading the information about the island. After successfully shifting my focus to reading about the island, The Golden Finger team immediately got to work. Message read: Mysterious Island number 86. Danger level, 78. Wild boar, cliff crevices, thorns. Resources, 120. East side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, mountain springs, streams, lakes, wild boars, pheasants, goats, ducks, etc. West side of the island. Abundant vegetation and seafood resources, vines, timber, herbs, crabs, fish, shrimp, clams, etc. North side of the island. Abundant agricultural and fruit resources, Chinese cabbage, celery, sweet potatoes, lemons, pomelos, watermelons, etc. South side of the island. Abundant agricultural and vegetation resources, potatoes, tomatoes, peppers, bamboo, vines, etc. The island center. Rich in mineral resources, iron, ore, coal, etc. Resource chest. 1. Experience chest excellent. Message read: Mysterious Island number 297. Danger level, 93. Venomous snakes, wild boars, cliff crevices, thorns. Resources, 120. East side of the island. Abundant fruit and vegetation resources, bananas, strawberries, mangoes, timber, vines, etc. West side of the island. Abundant agricultural resources, romaine lettuce, cabbage, winter melon, etc. North side of the island. Abundant vegetation and seafood resources, vines, timber, herbs, crabs, fish, shrimp, clams, etc. South side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, streams, inland lakes, wild boars, goats, rabbits, venomous snakes, etc. Island center. Abundant mineral resources, iron, ore, coal, etc. Resource chest. 1. Experience chest excellent. Seeing this, Ning Feng laughed on the spot. The resource ratings for both islands are both 120. He never expected that the resource scores could be the same even when the risk levels differed by more than 10. He was quite curious about the relationship between the danger level and the island's resources. If, as the system mentioned when we first entered this world, the higher the danger level, the richer the resources. Isn't the current situation a contradiction? After all, the data speaks for itself. Island number 86 has a danger rating of only 78, so why is its resource rating on par with island number 297? While wondering about this, Ning Feng suddenly realized a problem. Since its cheat ability can even read the resources inside the resource treasure chest, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it can read everything, right? So is it possible to determine the true relationship between the danger level and island resources in this world? As I thought about it, the cheat system actually activated again, feeding a series of information into his mind. Message read: A mysterious island in the world of sailing, an island where danger and opportunity coexist. On the mysterious islands, resources such as plants, animals, and minerals will spawn based on the danger level of each island. The danger level and resource rating of the mysterious islands are, bottom line, relationships. The lowest resource rating for each island will be equal to the island's danger level. In other words, when the danger level of a mysterious island is 10, the resource rating of that island ranges from 10 to 5,000. When the danger level of a mysterious island is 100, the resource rating of that island ranges from 100 to 5,000. Conclusion: at the current stage, the lower limit of the resource rating for the mysterious island is the danger level, and the upper limit of the resource rating is 5,000. I see. After the explanation of the golden finger, or cheat code, Ning Feng suddenly understood. So this is how the risk level and the material rating are related. To put it simply, the risk level is equivalent to the lower limit of the material rating. The higher the risk level, the higher the lower limit of the island's resource rating. Therefore, it is understandable that the two islands currently have the same resource rating. Good. Although it deviates somewhat from his expectation that the higher the danger level, the richer the supplies, it's not bad this way either. But what surprised Ning Feng the most was the upper limit of the resource rating. A staggering 5,000. Having been in this world for so long, he has never even seen a mysterious island with a resource rating of over 200. Who would have thought the peak value would be 5,000? Normally, when the resource rating of the mysterious island is greater than 100, he feels that the island has quite abundant resources. If he were to encounter an island with a resource rating as high as 5,000 someday, he even wondered if the island was full of supplies. He might even encounter a wild Ultraman. A note from the author. After waiting for so long, I can finally break the seal. Extra chapters starting tomorrow. Everyone grab a seat and get ready for some great content. The basic setup has been explained, and the pace will pick up as we move on to the second phase. As for knocking down and Yuching, here's a quiz. Guess under what circumstances she was pushed down. 079. The ship warehouse function has also been upgraded. Certainly, the idea of a wild Ultraman is just a joke. Just take it as a joke. If he actually encountered a wild Ultraman, then his life would be over. Let's get back to the main topic. After gaining a general understanding of the specific settings of the mysterious islands and the resource situation on the two islands, Ning Feng immediately compared the two islands and naturally decided that it would be more worthwhile to land on the island with better resources. After some comparison, Ning Feng, however, thought that the mysterious island number 86 seemed better. There are fewer life-threatening dangers, but a wider variety of supplies, especially animals like ducks. Ning Feng felt that now that he had his own island, he could catch some poultry and raise them. At that time, ducks will lay eggs, and eggs will hatch into ducks, and their numbers will only increase. Besides, as for the crops on the mysterious island number 86, they were all things he preferred to eat, and their locations were relatively concentrated, making them easy to collect. But if we set aside food, what attracted Ning Feng the most was the experience chest. He was able to level up to level 2 so quickly thanks to his good luck in finding an experience chest earlier. Unexpectedly, an experience chest appeared on the island again tomorrow. Moreover, according to the information given by the cheat code, the quality of the experience chest on the island tomorrow is actually excellent. At that time, the normal quality experience chest he obtained contained 2,000 experience points. To be considered excellent, one should at least have 5,000 experience points, right? His current boat experience is already at LV2 small fishing boat, 7467/100000. If he increases by the estimated 5,000 experience points, wouldn't he be at LV2 small fishing boat, 13068/100000 by tomorrow? Upgrading the ship to LV3 won't be far off. He's actually quite looking forward to the second phase. After all, during this period, I could only interact with an Yuching, which was both interesting and uninteresting. With his current abilities, he still prefers to meet more people, girls. Ideally, there should be a dozen Lolas, mature women, or even young married women. He doesn't believe he can work himself to death. So, his next plan is to spend the rest of his time collecting spring water, in addition to gathering the supplies he needs, and then sell it to increase the island's area. Only by doing this can the upgrade process be accelerated. Regarding the previously mentioned issue that selling large quantities of spring water would lead to cheaper freshwater, that was indeed his thought at the time. But through his understanding of the trading hall over this period of time, he felt that his previous ideas were completely unfounded. For any commodity to see a price reduction, the only possible scenarios are either that the commodity itself is worthless, or that there is a severe oversupply of the commodity, with supply exceeding demand to the point that the market cannot absorb it, thus leading to a gradual price reduction. But with mountain spring water, there's absolutely no such concern. First, spring water is a daily necessity, and survivors will consume it in a very short time after buying it. Unless the world installs a tap on the survivors' boats and provides free water, the mountain spring water will never be saturated. Secondly, he discovered that the daily volume of fresh water circulating in the trading hall was at most only about 100,000 liters. However, based on the daily freshwater needs of adults, the total population of this area should require at least close to 1 million liters of freshwater per day. This also shows that there are still many survivors who have not achieved freshwater freedom. So, even if he sells 10,000 barrels of spring water every day, given the current scarcity of fresh water in the market, it shouldn't affect the price of spring water. After making a reasonable plan in your mind, Ning Feng no longer hesitated and directly clicked on mysterious island number 86 as the island to land on tomorrow. Seeing this, and Yuqing asked in confusion, Ning Feng, didn't you say that the higher the danger level, the richer the supplies? Why did you choose an island with a lower risk factor? And Yuqing doesn't have any special abilities and can't access information about the resource distribution between the two islands, so it's normal for her to ask this question. Ning Feng naturally couldn't tell Yuqing the truth, so he had to make up a baseless reason. The ship has been upgraded, but I'm not sure if the island we land on will be more dangerous than before the upgrade, given the same level of danger. I'm lucky that my body has been enhanced, but you're still just an ordinary person. For safety's sake, it's better to be on the safe side and choose an island with a lower risk factor. If there's no difference between the upgraded and unupgraded islands, then we can choose islands with higher danger levels in the future. Upon hearing this, Yuqing felt a warmth in her heart. I just felt that Ning Feng was a person who paid attention to small details. In this situation, his first thought was to care for and protect me. She admitted that she was attracted by Ning Feng's personal charm. But why won't Ning Feng confess her feelings to him? Does she, as a woman, have to take the initiative? As she thought about it, Yuqing blushed and dared not continue thinking about it, afraid that she might overthink things. She blushed, thanked him, and then said nothing more. Ning Feng, of course, didn't think that much about it. The words he just made up were indeed meant to please Yuqing, but he naturally didn't think they would cause any trouble in Yuqing's heart. After the casual conversation ended, Ning Feng turned his gaze back to the navigation system screen. However, a map-like page popped up again on the navigation system screen. The map appears to be an aerial view of an island. Below the image is the text "Watch." You have successfully selected island number 86 as your landing island tomorrow. Please select your login location for tomorrow on the map. Once the location is confirmed, it cannot be changed. After selecting your landing location, please board the ship before 6 a.m. tomorrow. The ship will depart for island number 86 on time. Kind tips. 1. If you are delayed in setting sail due to unforeseen circumstances, don't worry. The ship will not leave on its own until a survivor has boarded. After boarding within the time limit, please go to the ship system screen and click the Set Sail button for the ship to set sail. 2. Considering the change in ship types, the basic functions of the ship warehouse have been upgraded to facilitate survivors' storage/transfer of supplies. For example, when the ship is at level 1, all survivors who want to store supplies need to place the supplies within the scanning range of the navigation system screen and store them through scanning. After the upgrade, the ship's warehouse will no longer require scanning. It will automatically detect in real time any supplies handled by survivors within a 10-meter radius of the ship, as well as all supplies on the private island. Survivors only need to go to the navigation system screen and click on the supplies they want to transfer/store. 080. Ships can actually move instantly. Seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed again. The upgrade has brought one piece of good news after another. Who would have thought that you could now actively choose your landing location when landing on an island? For other survivors, there may be no difference between being proactive and reactive. It all comes down to luck. But for Ning Feng, this is definitely something that is very convenient for him. For example, currently, spring water is the most valuable resource among survival supplies. So after he obtains the exact location of the spring water using his cheat code, wouldn't he be able to choose a location closest to the spring water to log in? This way, the efficiency of collecting spring water can be greatly increased. Besides the option to choose the login location, the upgrade to the ship warehouse feature is definitely good news for him. Before the upgrade, you had to move the supplies to the front of the navigation system screen to store them. It's not only troublesome, but it also wastes time. Now that the ships have been upgraded, getting on and off has become more inconvenient. Ning Feng was even thinking that it would be very troublesome to move heavy supplies in the future. Little did he expect that the system would solve this problem for him ahead of time. If supplies within 10 meters of a ship can be detected automatically, wouldn't that mean the system could save time scanning supplies? You should know, when a ship is at level 1, storing supplies and scanning them is fast, but it still takes time. With so many supplies, a lot of time is wasted. Now that he no longer has that concern, he can have more time to gather supplies. And Most importantly, since the ship can be detected within 10 meters, it saves him some effort. Moving supplies onto the ship, and within a 10-meter radius. Don't underestimate the mere 10-meter difference. But if the quantity of supplies increases, wouldn't it save 200 meters of distance by making 10 trips? 10 meters each way? It saves both time and effort. Now that's what you call an upgrade. And so, Ning Feng then used his cheat system to pinpoint the exact coordinates of the mountain spring on the mysterious island number 86. Upon learning that the mountain spring water was located near the eastern coast of the island, without hesitation, he chose the eastern side of the island, closer to the mountain spring, as the landing site for the ship the next day. At this point, he had nothing to worry about regarding tomorrow's collection journey. All he needed to do was get a good night's sleep and recharge. The next day, because this was the first time the ship had been sailed after the upgrade, neither Ning Feng nor Yuqing dared to sleep in. Above the sky, it was still dark. Under the vast sky, Yuqing was already cooking porridge by the faint light of the stove fire. Ning Feng also quickly washed up, changed his clothes, and began preparing to go to sea. After breakfast, it was only 5:55. According to the rules, the boat can only move in 5 minutes. Therefore, Ning Feng and Yuqing went up to the deck of the ship, intending to enjoy the feeling of the morning breeze on their faces. Ning Feng, we were on a raft before. The raft was constantly moving, so we were always able to land on the mysterious island at 6 o'clock sharp. But right now, our boat is still on our private island. If we set off at 6 o'clock, won't it take a lot of time to get there? Ning Feng had thought about Yuqing's question last night. Initially, he also had concerns about this. But when he thought about how he had simply clicked the Go Home button on the ship's navigation system screen yesterday afternoon, the ship had returned to his private island as if it had entered an alternate dimension or teleported instantly. If ships can return to private islands in this way, then going out to sea should be done in the same way. Otherwise, if it were truly a matter of relying on physical navigation to reach the mysterious island, that's really unfair to the survivors who upgraded their ships. You should know, there are only 12 hours a day to collect supplies. Who would want to waste several hours traveling? After Ning Feng shared his thoughts with Yuqing, and Yuqing nodded, agreeing that Ning Feng's words made some sense. Immediately, the two then waited quietly for 6 o'clock to arrive. The two calculated the time in their minds. Seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, in order to save time, they hurriedly walked into the control room and prepared to store and retrieve supplies. The two had just stepped into the ship's control room. The ship began to rock violently, and suddenly Ning Feng and Yuqing's vision went black. The next second, when they opened their eyes, the ship has already docked near the shore of an island. Wow, it really is teleportation, and Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. I was really afraid the ship was going to sink because of all that shaking. Ning Feng smiled after hearing this. Isn't this good? At least we won't waste time on the road. Quickly move the necessary supplies over. Having said that, Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen and opened the ship warehouse. Just like the warning from last night. Although the ship was now far from its private island. However, all supplies on private islands can be detected by ships. Even those 2 yellow oxen can also be read here. Ning Feng simply nodded at the 2 yellow oxen in the ship warehouse, and a transfer button popped up. Without hesitation, he clicked on transfer. The next moment, a page popped up, prompting him to choose where to move the target. The range provided on this page is the same as what the system mentioned last night. It is a circular area with the ship as the center and a radius of 10 meters. However, half of this circular area is in the sea, so the area that can be moved is more like a fan shape than a circle. Ning Feng naturally couldn't move the cattle into the sea, so he directly clicked on the beach directly in front of the ship. The next moment, Ning Feng then saw 2 yellow cattle appear on the beach in front of the ship through the glass window of the control room. Seeing this, Yuqing jumped for joy. Wow, it actually works. This feature is amazing and so convenient. Then, Ning Feng stopped dawdling, since he already knew what supplies were available on the island. Therefore, Ning Feng took out all the supplies that might be needed and placed them on the beach. Alright, everything's out. Let's get started. After giving a shout, Ning Feng was the first to disembark and quickly put the yoke on the back of the ox. Seeing that Yuqing had also come down, Ning Feng instructed, "Same as always, you take one cow and scout ahead first. Collect whatever resources you find. As for me, I'll take the other cow and go check out other locations." 081. Find the experience bag and capture the animal alive. After saying goodbye to Yuqing, Ning Feng led the ox cart quickly toward the location of the experience chest. As for Yuqing, if she listens to him and searches directly in front of the boat, she will surely find the spring water. Therefore, Ning Feng doesn't need to worry too much about Yuqing. Final. Ning Feng arrived at the location of the experience chest in just over 10 minutes. This experience chest looks exactly the same as the one we found last time. However, the quality of the experience bags inside has been improved. The reading, obtained using the cheat code, was the same as Ning Feng's prediction. The experience bag excellent can add 5,000 experience points to a ship. Immediately, Ning Feng didn't waste any more time and opened it directly. The experience bag excellent was automatically stored in the ship warehouse. Next, Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry to find Yuqing. Although his current location is quite far from the mountain spring, it is still on the eastern side of the island. There are quite a few animals in the area. Since he's already spent time getting here, he certainly can't just go back after picking up an experience chest, right? That would be a waste of time. Therefore, he planned to get rid of all the animals in the vicinity and take them back with him, to avoid having to make an extra trip later. Guided by the golden finger, Ning Feng quickly spotted the wild boar foraging for food. As usual, we'll just send them to their deaths with crossbow bolts. Certainly. In fact, Ning Feng still has quite a bit of wild boar meat on hand. If possible, he would prefer to capture wild boars alive and keep them in captivity. Unfortunately, wild boars are not like domestic pigs. They are known for their extremely volatile temperament. Capturing them alive is no easy feat. At least for now, he is not entirely confident that he can capture them alive. Therefore, the issue of raising wild boars in captivity will probably have to wait a while longer. Anyway, the probability of wild boars spawning is quite high. It's not too late to think about catching wild boars alive and raising them in captivity when we have all the necessary tools and manpower in the future. A few arrows flew, and the wild boar died on the spot. After Ning Feng loaded both pigs onto the cart, he headed towards the area where the ducks roamed. You should know, one of the reasons he chose to land on this island was because of the ducks. Yes, he wants to capture the duck alive. If there are enough of them, both male and female, capturing them alive will at least allow us to hatch ducklings and have more duck eggs to eat. After traveling for about a few minutes, the sound of ducks quacking reached Ning Feng's ears as it drew closer. Ning Feng looked closely and saw 8 ducks foraging for food by the stream. Luckily, it was a stream. The water wasn't deep or wide, so he was still able to go in and catch them. If this flock of ducks were foraging in the lake, the difficulty of catching them alive would increase dramatically. Animals like ducks are not particularly alert. Ning Feng stealthily made his way until he was only a few meters away from the ducks, but the ducks did not notice him. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng didn't hold back and pounced on both ducks. After quickly tying the feet of the 2 ducks together with vines, he hurriedly chased after the fleeing duck. Poultry like ducks have a gregarious nature. Even though the ducks scattered in fright when Ning Feng appeared, they eventually came back together. This makes it easier for Ning Feng to capture it. The ducks weren't particularly fast runners, and with Ning Feng's improved speed, catching them was a piece of cake. Final. In just a few minutes, all 8 ducks were caught in the net. Ning Feng neatly tied them together with vines. After that, so they pulled the ox cart back to the spot where the pheasants and goats were. Pheasants, although they are birds, can fly, making them quite difficult to catch alive. Therefore, Ning Feng has no immediate plans to capture the pheasant alive. However, he did intend to capture the goat alive. The previous time, when he encountered a goat, he chose to kill it directly because at that time they could only live on a raft, and keeping too many animals would not only be troublesome, but also very unhygienic. As for the oxen he encountered earlier, the reason he chose to raise them on the raft was because, in addition to being eaten, they could also be used to haul goods. But sheep are not as important as cows. At this stage, Sheep are only good for food and nothing else. Since the sheep were eaten whether they died or were kept alive, it would have been better to kill them and store them in the ship's warehouse when living on the raft. The reason he now has the idea of raising animals is simply because he has his own island, and the island's area can be expanded. Raising these animals to improve the island's ecology and promote their reproduction would be quite good. Otherwise, he definitely still wouldn't be planning to keep animals. After successfully hunting and killing 5 pheasants and capturing 2 goats alive, all the animals on the island have now been dealt with. Only a little over an hour had passed by then. Immediately, Ning Feng quickly led the ox cart back to the boat, intending to first send the animals back to his private island. The transfer process was naturally the same as the transfer of the 2 oxen. He only needed to lead the ox cart to a position within 10 meters of the boat, and then he could go alone to the navigation system screen on the boat to operate it. However, to prevent these animals from going to his private island and causing trouble, or running off and falling into the sea, during the transfer, Ning Feng did not untie the vines binding the animals. He planned to make a circle out of wood for them when he got back in the afternoon, and then untangle them. Otherwise, Ning Feng would really be worried. Let's leave goats aside, at least ducks can swim. Who knows, after being untied and sent back to their private island, those ducks might just jump back into the sea and escape. Anyway, they won't be in any serious danger if we just tie them up for a day, so it's better to be safe than sorry. After returning the live animals to the private island and storing the dead wild boars and pheasants in the ship's warehouse, Ning Feng then led the ox cart toward the mountain spring. In the following time, he planned to collect enough spring water with Awakens. In this way, trading mountain spring water for materials to expand the island's area and build wooden houses would be much faster than collecting those materials yourself. The 2 collected spring water, and it was noon by the time they finished. Including the existing inventory, Ning Feng currently has 7,431 barrels of spring water in his ship warehouse. Since the decision has already been made to sell spring water, so Ning Feng naturally had nothing to be reluctant about, and while Awakens was cooking, he quickly put spring water on the market to trade for the supplies he needed. Judging from the current price of spring water, if all the spring water we put on the shelves today can be sold, not only can the island's area be significantly expanded, but the materials for building a wooden house can also be gathered. 082. Domesticated animals, 1/3. After all the spring water was placed on the shelves, Ning Feng then put all the low-quality resource chests that he had on hand up for sale. Regardless of whether they sell or not, let's put them on the shelves first. Even if most people realize that the supply chests they bought from him don't yield any good items. But with so many survivors, there must be some fools among them. Back when he was still on the Blue Star continent, he had heard that there were even idiots who would spend millions to buy a concert ticket. So how could there not be people who would buy his supply chest? Don't forget, at least he gave the other party a banana as a bonus when he sold the supply chest. After the product is listed, Ning Feng didn't have much to do for the time being, so he returned to Awakens' side once again. Awakens made rice and stir-fried vegetables for lunch today. They're still cutting potatoes right now. In response, Ning Feng suddenly realized a problem. With a wider variety of ingredients available, they have been spending more and more time cooking lately. If we weren't out at sea, all this trouble would be understandable. But now that we're at sea, collecting supplies is a race against time, so doing this would be a waste of time. For a moment, he was also deep in thought, wondering if there was any time-saving method. He suddenly remembered something and clapped his hands in regret. Oh dear, how could we have forgotten about that? Huh? What's wrong? Awakens, who was cooking nearby, was startled by Ning Feng's action and asked in confusion. Ning Feng explained, Awakens, actually, we don't need to waste time cooking every time we go out to sea. Doesn't the ship's warehouse have heat preservation and food preservation functions? We should prepare the meal before we set sail, so that we can eat right away when it's time to eat, which will save us a lot of cooking time. Upon hearing this, Awakens was stunned for a moment, feeling as if a glimmer of hope had appeared after a period of darkness. Hey, Ning Feng, I'd forgotten about that if you hadn't mentioned it. That seems to be true. We can definitely prepare the food in advance. Yes, Ning Feng said with a look of regret, Sigh. It's all my fault. I didn't think about these things at the time. I always thought that cooking and eating on time was a matter of course, but I overlooked the fact that the ship's warehouse has a heat preservation function. It's not too late to know now, but since you've already cooked this meal, you should finish it first. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I'll cut down some trees nearby and build the cabin tonight. Good. About 20 minutes later, lunch is finally ready. Ning Feng also used those 20-odd minutes to cut down 15 trees. Each of these trees weighs an average of 150 kilograms, adding a total of 2,250 kilograms of trees to the inventory. This is also thanks to the upgrade of the ship's storage area after the ship was upgraded. This means that the trees he cuts down can be detected directly by the ship warehouse without him even having to move them. This saved him a lot of travel time and effort in carrying the goods. Otherwise, being able to clear 10 trees in 20 minutes would be considered impressive. After lunch, Ning Feng's plan was for him to collect crops himself, while Yuqing would continue to collect fresh water. Although there aren't many people selling these crops in the trading hall, their prices aren't particularly high, at least not as high as spring water. Since the value of the collected crops is still not as high as that of the mountain spring water, Ning Feng felt that it was enough for him to eat. If you collect too much, and you can't eat it all, and it's not worth selling it, then it's pointless. Therefore, Ning Feng felt that as long as there was enough food, it would be fine, and the best thing to do was to collect the rest of the spring water and sell it. After sharing his plan with Yuqing naturally had no objections. During this period, she was mainly responsible for collecting spring water. They were already quite adept at collecting spring water. Besides, the mountain spring isn't far from the boat, and now that the ship warehouse has been upgraded, she no longer has to carry buckets onto the boat one by one, so she's not as tired anymore. After explaining everything, Ning Feng didn't sit idle. He led the ox cart toward the north side, where crops and fruits were abundant. In one afternoon, Ning Feng distributed his resources evenly, collecting all the crops, fruits, and minerals from the island. And what about Yuqing? He did not disappoint Ning Feng's expectations. He collected 1,217 buckets of spring water all by himself in one afternoon. Then, after storing all supplies in the ship's warehouse, the two then pressed the home button on the ship's navigation system screen. The next moment, the two successfully returned to their safe little home. The moment of disembarking, and Yuqing was somewhat surprised when she saw the animals on the island making all sorts of noise. Did you arrest all of these this morning? Yes. Ning Feng nodded. I've captured them all alive. If I keep them, maybe they can reproduce and multiply. And Yuqing nodded understandingly. Then shouldn't we make a nest for them? That's for sure. I was just planning to come back and fix them. After disembarking, Ning Feng didn't waste any time and went straight to the navigation system screen on the island, opening the crafting function. I took out the wooden fence that I had prepared at noon. The dimensions of a wooden fence are, for m x 10 centimeters x 1.5 m. Ning Feng made 7 portions directly. In this way, the 7 pieces of wooden fence can be arranged into a figure 8 shape, creating 2 nests. The ducks each have their own nest so that it will be convenient for the staff to retrieve the eggs later. Cattle and sheep share a kennel. Since they are all herbivores, there's no concern about them fighting amongst themselves. It took about 10 minutes. After the wooden fence is in place and secured, Ning Feng then moved the ducks, sheep, and cattle into the pen, thus completing the task of keeping the animals in captivity. And Yuqing continued cooking. Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen to check how the transactions in the trading hall were progressing. I opened it and took a look. Not bad. There are quite a few fools today. All the low-quality resource chests that were put up for sale have been traded. As for the spring water, it was naturally all sold out. Now we can start building wooden houses and expanding the island. However, Ning Feng doesn't like doing things haphazardly. It's better to do things one step at a time. He then took out all the supply chests he had traded. Read them one by one. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, bananas 10. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, compressed biscuits 2. Message read. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the supply chest. 2 more chapters to be released soon. 083. Does the soil on a private island have this capability? 2/3. Message read. Resource chest quality. Epic, purple. Items in the supply chest. Seasoning gift pack. Message read. Resource chest quality. Common, white light. Items in the supply chest. Pure water 5. Message read. Resource chest quality. Epic, purple. Items in the supply chest. Crop seed gift pack. After reading all the supply chests obtained from the trade. However, I did find 2 epic quality resource chests. He had already opened the condiment gift pack once before. It's not that great, but it's certainly not bad either. After all, seasonings are still relatively scarce at this stage, and it seems that they can only be obtained from supply chests. Anyway, they've started eating and cooking now, so these seasonings must be useful to him. The appearance of that crop seed gift pack was something Ning Feng hadn't expected. Could it be that in this world, besides collecting food from mysterious islands, one can also obtain it through cultivation? Before, Ning Feng had always lived on the raft and had never thought about these issues. Now that their base has moved from the raft to the island, this is indeed a question worth pondering. Since these seeds can be obtained from the supply chest, and their quality is not low, it means that these seeds are definitely not junk. So, does this world tacitly allow survivors to engage in agriculture on their private islands? Thinking, Ning Feng subconsciously used his cheat system to read the soil information of his island. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. Message read. Soil quality of the island. Fertile and of high quality. Benefits of island soil. Planting crops here will accelerate the growth of all crops to a certain extent. For example, rice. Provided that the growing environment required for rice growth is met, the rice growth cycle can be shortened from 5 months to 5 days. Friendly reminder. Since different types of crops have different growth cycles, the above is for reference only and cannot be generalized. Hiss. Ning Feng gasped. The 5-month growth cycle can be shortened to 5 days to mature. This is outrageous. If he expands his island to a certain size and vigorously develops agriculture, wouldn't he no longer need to go out to sea to collect supplies in the future? Why not just plant and harvest directly on the mainland islands? Moreover, judging from the current setting of the island, crops will definitely become cheaper in the future, since shorter growth cycles mean higher yields. Fortunately, he didn't collect too many crops this afternoon. Otherwise, he would have to sell them off at a loss if he had stockpiled too many. After learning about these things, Ning Feng also clearly defined his future overseas collection plan in his mind. It seems that in the future, when going out to sea to collect supplies, we will have to focus on minerals, fresh water, and some plants and animals that are not available on the market. For common fruits and crops, harvesting is definitely not the same as directly planting them. Certainly, we'll talk about the future when it comes. Right now, we should still be thinking about farming. Although Ning Feng had never farmed before, with the help of his cheat system, he was sure he would be fine. At present, before starting farming, the most important issue to be resolved is the size of the island. Otherwise, given the current island dimensions of 20m, 25m plus 1m superscript 2, how much can be planted? Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't dawdle any longer. Opened the 2 epic quality supply chests, and then put the remaining low-quality supply chests on the market. He then quickly took this sand, soil, and bamboo he had collected during the day from the trading hall to the ship warehouse. He then opened the island's expansion page. After adding all the collected materials, the island's area can be expanded by a total of 724 square meters. The area has been expanded directly from the original 501 square meters to 1,225 square meters, 35m x 35m. 1 square represents 1 square meter. I made a diagram so you wouldn't understand what the island would look like after expansion. Of course. In fact, based on the amount of spring water available today, the materials that can be collected to expand the island are far more than this. However, in order to build the wooden house, he also spent a lot of spring water to collect wood. Otherwise, Ning Feng felt that the island's area could be expanded to nearly 2,000 square meters at the very least. There's no point in saying all this. Whether it's expanding the island's area or building wooden houses, Ning Feng feels it's something that needs to be done. So there's nothing to worry about. Click on expand. The island began to tremble the next moment. And Yuqing, who was cooking, was so frightened that she immediately shouted, Ning Feng. What happened? Was it an earthquake? But her words had barely left her lips when the light flashed, causing both of them to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the island had more than doubled in size. Ning Feng then explained with a smile. Don't be nervous, there aren't that many earthquakes. I was just expanding the island. Now, our island's area is 35 m. 35 m equals 1,225 square meters. How about that? Not small, right? After Ning Feng's explanation, and Yuqing patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that really scared me to death. Could you please give me a heads up before you expand the island in the future? However, as the island's area has expanded, it has gradually begun to resemble an island. It's a pity that it lacks some greenery or something. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng smiled smugly. What a coincidence. We really don't need to worry about the landscaping. I just opened a crop seed gift pack from the supply chest. Huh? And Yuqing asked suspiciously. Crop seeds can also be found in supply chests? But can it really be grown? I've heard that the soil on the island is different from that on the mainland, so it probably won't meet the growing requirements for crops, right? If Ning Feng hadn't possessed a cheat-like ability to access information about the soil, he would definitely have shared the same thoughts as in Yuqing. But now that the golden finger has given him a guarantee, he naturally has no worries in this regard. But Ning Feng couldn't directly reveal the information provided by his cheat system, so he simply made up an excuse in response. Are you stupid? The crop seed gift pack I just opened had a purple glow. That means it's quite rare. If these seeds can't be planted, they're just trash. How could they possibly be classified as purple quality by the supply chest? Therefore, I think there's a high probability that these seeds will grow. Although Ning Feng's explanation had no basis whatsoever. But there is some truth to it. So when Yuqing stopped worrying about it, as she wielded the spatula to stir-fry the vegetables, she asked, what kinds of seeds do we have? Are we going to start planting them tomorrow? One more chapter to come, stay tuned. 084. Successfully built the wooden house, 3/3. I haven't opened the seed box yet to see what's inside. However, I plan to start planting tomorrow. Anyway, we don't need to go out to see tomorrow, so we don't have anything to do. After responding, Ning Feng said, you should focus on cooking first. Now that we've collected the building materials for the log cabin, I'll first study how to build it. Having said that, Ning Feng ignored Yuqing and opened the crafting menu, finding the wooden house crafting option. Wooden house. Materials needed: 30 tons of wood, 300 kilograms of iron ore. Production time: 72 hours. Add materials. After adding all the materials, Ning Feng clicked on craft without hesitation. I thought that would be the end of it. Who would have thought? Ning Feng had just clicked the create button when an information box popped up on the navigation system screen. Instructions for building a house. Because the wooden house is an immovable asset, once it is built, it cannot be moved or included in the ship warehouse. Therefore, please select a location below to build the wooden house. Please consider carefully. The function of selecting the location to build the wooden house is similar to the building construction function in the Red Alert game. The footprint of a wooden house is fixed and cannot be changed. However, you can move around freely in any available spot on the island. Ning Feng looked at the grid area occupied by the wooden house, which was 15 m long and 10 m wide. That is to say, the area of the first floor is 150 square meters. If this wooden house only had one floor, Ning Feng felt it wasn't worth it, since 30 tons of wood could at least build a 2-3-story wooden house on the Blue Star continent. Pity. The interface for selecting the wooden house location only provides the area occupied by the wooden house, without indicating the number of floors or its appearance. All of this will be revealed in 3 days. But soon, he quickly slapped the back of his head. Oh dear, look at me. How could we forget about the cheat system? Then, Ning Feng then tried to use the golden finger to obtain the specific specifications of the wooden house. The final result was exactly as expected. Who exactly is this golden finger? How could they not even be able to read the specific dimensions of a wooden house? The final answer given by the golden finger was that the wooden house was a full 4 stories high. As for its appearance, Goldfinger only described it in words. Ning Feng was too lazy to imagine the appearance of the wooden house through words. Knowing that there were 4 floors was enough for him. We'll know the rest in 3 days. Once the location for the cabin was chosen, construction began, just as An Yuqing had finished preparing dinner. Ning Feng washed his hands and went straight to eat. Night. Ning Feng sat in front of the navigation system screen, as usual, reselling supply chests. But the weather tonight is clearly not very pleasant. The howling sea wind kept brushing past Ning Feng's ears. Even An Yuqing, who usually falls asleep long ago, is not sleepy at all. The biting wind, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, terrified An Yuqing, making it impossible for her to calm down and fall asleep. She sat by the stove, her expression somewhat unnatural, especially the firelight reflecting on her face. Because of the sea breeze, the flames swayed and stretched, making An Yuqing look like a vengeful ghost coming to claim her life. Ning Feng noticed An Yuqing's discomfort and stopped bothering with the trading hall matter. He quickly sat down next to An Yuqing and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is it too windy and you can't sleep because you're cold?" An Yuqing nodded, then shook her head. "I can't sleep, but it's not that I'm cold. I'm just a little scared." "Afraid?" Ning Feng didn't quite understand. "Yeah, I always feel like we're being watched by something." An Yuqing nodded and said weakly. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng looked around and saw that apart from the cattle, sheep and ducks on the island, there were no other living creatures. The current environment does indeed make it easy for people to overthink. To be honest, if An Yuqing hadn't been there with him, Ning Feng wouldn't have been able to bear the darkness. He patted An Yuqing on the back and comforted her. "All right, stop thinking like that. There's nothing watching us. It might just be because it was too dark and the environment made you lose focus. If you're afraid, then I won't trade for the supply chest. I'll stay with you. You should go to sleep." "Okay." An Yuqing's mood eased considerably after hearing this, and she even showed a sweet smile. "Ning Feng, sometimes I really think you're awful. But sometimes, I think you're really great. Do you think all men are like this? So fickle?" "Really?" Ning Feng paused, then thought for a moment. "I don't know about other men, but I'm not that fickle, am I? My only flaw has always been that I'm a womanizer." Unexpectedly, as soon as Ning Feng finished speaking, he felt a soft touch on his cheek. An Yuqing actually kissed him first. Ning Feng was momentarily incredulous, his body stiffening for a long time before he turned his head to look at An Yuqing. "You? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, I?" An Yuqing blushed, looking like a child who had made a mistake, and dared not look Ning Feng in the eye again. Before Ning Feng could say anything, An Yuqing lay down on the bed and said, "I'm sleepy. Good night." Gradually, Ning Feng realized what was happening. An Yuqing actually kissed him first. Does that mean her feelings for him are over 90%? Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. There's no turning back once the arrow is released. Since An Yuqing had taken the initiative to provoke him, how could he let her just fall asleep like that? At this moment, although it wasn't a stormy night, at least there was wind and darkness. Could today's weather be a sign from heaven? Ning Feng stopped dawdling and quickly lay down on the bed. Before An Yuqing could react, he pressed his body directly onto her. "Ning Feng, you," An Yuqing blurted out in fright. Using the faint light of the stove fire, Ning Feng pinned An Yuqing down, his hands firmly holding down her struggling hands, and stared at her intently at close range. With the help of the fireworks, An Yuqing's little face became even more rosy, just like a flower bud about to bloom. "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Didn't you start the conversation with your mouth first?" Ning Feng asked with a gentle smile. "I?" An Yuqing blushed and quickly turned her head away, not daring to meet Ning Feng's gaze. "I didn't take the initiative. Ning Feng, let me go." "Let go?" Too late. At this moment, Ning Feng was no longer so chivalrous. He understood that An Yuqing was just too shy to admit it. Oh well. Who told him to be a man? Tonight, it seems he really needs to take the initiative. Immediately, his lips slowly moved towards An Yuqing's thin lips. "I'm stuck on writing. Please help me out, Brother Chui, and powered by love." 085. A kiss for eternity. Ning Feng was about to kiss him, and Yuqing's resistance became increasingly fierce. But Ning Feng didn't comply with her wishes and kept tilting his head down. When the lips touch, Ning Feng didn't know if it was just his imagination or if it was real. Suddenly, I felt a tingling sensation throughout my body, as if I were being electrocuted. Is this what kissing feels like? As for Yuqing, as Ning Feng's offensive intensified, the body that had been violently resisting and twisting desperately gradually calmed down as if resigned to its fate. She stopped resisting, her body becoming as supple as water. Seeing this, Ning Feng then released his grip on Yuqing's hands. Under Ning Feng's relentless barrage of words, Yuqing also got into the zone and began to respond. Her hands involuntarily wrapped around Ning Feng's neck. Even the howling sea breeze, as if celebrating Ning Feng's victory, gradually subsided. At this moment, the sea breeze subsided, and the sea became calm. But the two transformed into the sea breeze, fierce yet tender. Just as Ning Feng felt the time was right, and reached his hands toward Yuqing's waistband. Yuqing, who had been cooperating perfectly, quickly grabbed his wrist. Her face flushed, and she said breathlessly, "No, you can't." "Why?" Ning Feng was utterly puzzled, even somewhat bewildered. Doesn't Yuqing's response just now mean that anything can be done tonight? Why did she have to spoil the fun when we got to the most important step? The arrow is on the string, and it must be released. Making him stop now would be worse than killing him. Seeing that Ning Feng was increasing the pressure with both hands, preparing to pull down her pants. Yuqing quickly recovered from her reverie and tightened her grip on Ning Feng's wrist. "Ning Feng, it really won't work. I'm not ready yet." Ning Feng didn't care about any of that. No matter how Yuqing resisted, he was determined to pull down Yuqing's pants. But, just as Yuqing was losing her grip due to exhaustion, her pants were about to be pulled down smoothly. Yuqing, however, pinched Ning Feng's waist hard with both hands. "Ning Feng, calm down. My period isn't over yet." Hiss. The pain in his lower back instantly pulled Ning Feng back to reality from his fantasy. He was stunned for a moment, looking at Yuqing in front of him, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were already filled with tears. A wave of regret washed over him instantly. Ning Feng realized he had acted impulsively and quickly got off Yuqing. "I'm sorry, After gradually regaining his composure, Ning Feng quickly apologized. He was indeed blinded by that idea just now. He admitted that he wanted Yuqing, but he no longer has the same idea he had when he first entered this world. When they first entered this world, he felt that since there was no law here, it would be normal for him to rape Yuqing. They hesitated to act because they were afraid Yuqing would jump into the sea. But gradually, as he spent more time with Yuqing, he has come to regard Yuqing as his family. Yuqing is a good girl. Even if you want to get her, you should have a legitimate reason, not force her. He was certainly not a gentleman, but he certainly didn't want to be a rapist. A man's lust should be tempered with good taste. Not to mention, the Golden Finger has repeatedly emphasized that when Yuqing's affection for him reaches 90%, he will do anything. Then he doesn't need to rush at all. Rather than using coercive methods to force her to send or receive whatever she requests. He naturally hoped that Yuqing was doing these things willingly. After all, if forced, not only would the positions be monotonous, but Yuqing would probably also hold a grudge against him for it. If two people are mutually in love, not only will they be skilled in all kinds of skills and be perfect in every aspect, but the other person will only love them more and more. The relative importance of each is immediately apparent. But Ning Feng now had some doubts. Just now, he acted so roughly because Yuqing kissed him first, which made him mistakenly believe that Yuqing's affection for him had reached 90%, and that's why he lost his mind. But looking at it now, it's estimated that Yuqing's favorability towards him didn't reach 90%. But if he wasn't 90, why would Yuqing kiss him first? Unbeknownst to him, Ning Feng's cheat system was successfully activated. Message read, Yuqing's favorability rating towards you, 89.5. 89.5. Are you kidding me? It even includes in 0.5 increment? Previously, Yuqing's affection for him had always increased in whole numbers. Why does the increase slow down as we get closer to the deadline? Since Yuqing took the initiative to kiss him, she must have fallen for him too. But what exactly is missing that prevents it from reaching 90? Between thoughts, Yuqing seemed to have recovered from the shock. She raised her hand and gently rubbed Ning Feng's cheek, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. You were just too impulsive." "It's all right." Ning Feng smiled faintly, feeling neither sad nor happy. And Yuqing is no fool. It's clear that Ning Feng isn't in the best condition. So she took Ning Feng's hand again and said earnestly, "Can you wait for me to be ready? The island is only so big, I can't run away. If the opportunity is right, I'll be yours sooner or later, won't I?" Seeing that Ning Feng had not yet made any statement, and Yuqing said again, "Then tonight, I'll allow you to cuddle with me while we sleep. Will that make you feel better?" Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was starting to get interested. Even though I can't have her body right now, it's not bad to be able to hold her body. This also means that Yuqing has taken half a step forward in her heart. Who knows, if you sleep together like that and get used to it, you can move on to the next step. But Ning Feng could tell that this was not in Yuqing's limit. If we respond too early, we probably won't be able to gain any greater benefits. He chose to remain silent. Then from now on, I'll allow you to hug me every day, okay? Don't be unhappy. Seeing that the words she wanted to hear had successfully come out of Yuqing's mouth, Ning Feng then reverted to his carefree demeanor, putting his arm around Yuqing and saying cheerfully, "You said it yourself. I didn't force you." At this point, Yuqing instantly realized she had fallen into a trap. She was both ashamed and angry, and broke free from Ning Feng's embrace. "Fine. Ning Feng, you actually deceived my feelings. I broke my promise. I'm not letting you hug me anymore." Don't be fooled by Yuqing's current anger. Ning Feng knew that she was just putting on an act. A woman's anger will dissipate if you coax her a little. Then, Ning Feng, shameless as ever, hugged Yuqing again. "No, it's so dark. I'll sleep with you. You'll definitely sleep more peacefully. Since we're already in bed, let's stop dawdling and go to sleep." I think many people will have strong dissatisfaction with this chapter. If you are, please click on author's note and let's discuss it. 086. There are so many seeds. The next day, because they went to bed early last night, when the two of them woke up, the sky was still dark. As for their relationship, despite the little incident last night, we both knew the truth. But no one dared to break through that thin veil. Certainly, it wasn't that Ning Feng didn't want to, but he saw that Yuqing was unwilling to mention what happened last night. Then naturally he wouldn't say anything more. Actually, things are fine as they are right now. Let's just consider it an ambiguous relationship. Anyway, we can cuddle while sleeping, and he can satisfy his cravings, so there's no rush. Today's plan. Ning Feng had already made up his mind yesterday. In order not to waste today's time for plowing, Ning Feng had already prepared the plowing plow for plowing the land last night. This thing is quite common in rural areas, especially when used with oxen. It is much more efficient than hoeing the ground by hand. The plow pulled by oxen and pushed by people is a plow. Image taken from the internet. If there is any infringement, please contact the author in time, and I will delete it immediately. Although with the advancement of technology, it is no longer possible to see farmers plowing the land in this way in rural areas of Earth. But Ning Feng saw him quite often when he was a child. After taking out the two plows, before Ning Feng could do more research, and Yuqing, who was cooking nearby, took the initiative to speak up. "Oh, it's a plow. I used to play at my grandpa's house when I was little. Let me try it in a bit." When someone volunteered to till the fields, Ning Feng had no reason to refuse. He nodded happily. All right, do whatever you want. Anyway, each of us will have a plow and an ox. Let's see who can plow the field the fastest." "Okay," and Yuqing exclaimed confidently. "I'll definitely beat you." Ning Feng naturally wouldn't dampen Yuqing's enthusiasm, and replied with a smile. "Haha, we'll find out who's stronger in a moment, won't we? By the way, cook extra breakfast. Any leftovers can be stored in the ship's warehouse for lunch. That way, you won't have to waste your energy and time cooking lunch." After explaining everything that needs to be explained, Ning Feng then walked to the navigation system screen and sat down. Last night, He opened the supply chest containing the crop seed gift pack. But he hasn't yet researched what kind of seeds are in the crop seed gift pack. Soon it will be time to plow and plant, so it's good to research what kinds of seeds are available beforehand. It's good to plan what to plant next. But Ning Feng had just opened the ship's warehouse, intending to retrieve the crop seed gift pack. The experience bag excellent next to the crop seed gift pack caught his attention. He hasn't used the experience bag excellent he found on the mysterious island yesterday. I almost forgot. Then, he quickly used the experience bag excellent before taking out the crop seed gift pack. Subsequently, Ning Feng immediately opened the information page to check. LV2 small fishing boat, 14393/100000. Not bad. The ship has only been at level 2 for a few days, and its experience is already close to 15,000. Based on the current daily experience gain of 1325 points, 1225 island area plus overall physical score, totaling 1325 experience, it will only take about 2 months for the ship to reach LV3 level. It doesn't seem to be fast either. But let's not forget that the area of the islands can still be expanded. As long as you consistently collect spring water each time you visit the island to trade for the materials needed for upgrades, you'll be fine. It shouldn't be long before the ship reaches LV3. After all, yesterday, they used the spring water they collected to trade for materials to expand the island, and also for timber. Now, the wooden building is under construction, and all he needs to do now is focus on collecting materials to expand the island. Even if we compromise, let's calculate based on an expansion rate of 1,500 square meters per day. You only need to go out to sea 6 times. The daily experience gained by a ship can rise to over 10,000. By then, how far will it be before the ships are upgraded? But the premise is that the expansion of the island's area will not be subject to the same restrictions as the previous rafts. As long as there are no restrictions, let alone upgrading a ship from LV2 to LV3, even upgrading from LV3 to LV4 probably wouldn't take very long. Certainly, it's too early to talk about these things now. The most urgent task at hand is to cultivate the fields well. That way, we won't have to worry about not having food anymore. Open the crop seed gift pack. Moment. Countless seed bags appeared on the island's ground. Ning Feng glanced at it briefly. There are a considerable number of them, and even more varieties. Except for fruit seeds, it basically covers all crop seeds. Not bad. This way we have more options. We can plant the vegetables we like to eat first. After muttering to himself, Ning Feng began to select items. Immediately, he discovered that whenever he selected a seed he liked, his mental cheat code would give him a hint. Message read: Seed type, Chinese cabbage seeds, 500G. Planting requirements. Row spacing should be controlled at 50 centimeters and plant spacing at 30 centimeters. Planting environment. The soil on the private island is suitable for growing all kinds of plants. Growth cycle, 1 day. Seed planting quantity. 500G of seeds, planted according to specifications, can cover 1520 mu, approximately 1 hectare, of land. Seed germination rate not considered. Message read: Seed type, water spinach seeds, 5 kilograms. Planting requirements. The planting spacing should be controlled between 15 centimeters and 30 centimeters. Planting environment. The soil on the private island is suitable for growing all kinds of plants. Growth cycle, 1 day. Seed planting quantity. 5 kilograms of seeds, planted according to specifications, can cover approximately 2 mu, 0.16 acres. Seed germination rate not considered. Message read: Seed type, chili seeds, 500G. Planting requirements. The spacing between seeds and plants should be controlled at around 40 centimeters. Planting environment. The soil on the private island is suitable for growing all kinds of plants. Growth cycle, 1 day. Seed planting quantity. 500G of seeds, planted according to specifications, can cover approximately 10 mu, about 0.67 hectares, of land. Seed germination rate not considered. I've never farmed before, so the above information was collected from the internet. If there are any inaccuracies, just take it as entertainment. This novel is primarily for leisure reading, and I don't intend to teach you how to farm. As long as it doesn't affect the plot, that's fine. After understanding the types of seeds you plan to plant, all you need to do is wait for the land to be plowed before you start planting. I didn't expect that these crops have such short growth cycles. They usually mature in 1-2 days. Fine. In this way, we can collect supplies on mysterious islands when we go out to sea. When we get back, on a day when we're not at sea, we can use it to plant and harvest these crops. The time was used perfectly. 087. Did you run into your childhood friend? Organize the seeds you need into categories, and store the seeds you don't need in the ship warehouse. It looked like Yuqing was almost done preparing breakfast. So Ning Feng quickly took out some plants and vegetables from the ship's warehouse, intending to feed the ducks, cattle, and sheep. Since you've chosen to raise them, you must be responsible for them. Especially scalpers. We'll need them to plow the fields later. How can one have the idea of wanting the horse to run but not feeding it? After the meal, to save time, Ning Feng didn't even let Yuqing wash the pots and pans. After connecting the ox yoke and the plow, the two then prepared to begin plowing the land. Considering that the island's area is not very large at present, Ning Feng naturally did not intend to plant all of these seeds. Making a profit from farming on such a small plot of land is simply unrealistic. Therefore, it is sufficient to plant vegetables that meet their survival needs. Therefore, Ning Feng did not intend to turn all of the island into farmland when selecting planting areas. He simply selected a plot of land in front of the cattle pen, with an area of 14 m 27 m equals 378 square meters. This piece of land, though not large, is not small either. It's certainly enough to grow the vegetables they consume daily. First, I used a pickaxe to draw a box around this area for easier identification. Ning Feng and Yuqing then drove the oxen to plow the field. You know what? Yuqing's plowing posture was quite standard and skillful. It seems she learned a lot of valuable knowledge from her grandfather when she was young. As for Ning Feng, although he spent his childhood in the countryside, he also saw his grandfather plowing the fields with a plowing plow. Unfortunately, his maternal grandfather didn't teach him these things because he was still young. Therefore, this was his first attempt at plowing. Fortunately, he had a cheat code and learned how to plow the land. Otherwise, he would have really made a fool of himself in front of Yuqing. According to the method provided by the cheat code, plowing the land generally involves 5 steps. First, soil preparation, which involves removing weeds and debris from the soil. Second, the plowing operation, which is the actual plowing. Assuming the tools are available, the next step is to consider whether the plower's operation is appropriate. Third, harrowing is done after plowing. It involves breaking up large clumps of plowed soil and then repeatedly turning and drying the broken pieces. Fourth, leveling the field. This step is done after harrowing. As the name suggests, it involves leveling the soil to facilitate planting and other operations. Finally, water management. Although it belongs to the plowing process, Ning Feng feels it is more like a planting process. This step requires irrigating the soil with water in a reasonable way according to the type of crop being planted, so as to maintain the moisture and nutrient supply of the field. I also learned how to plow online, but I'm not sure if that's actually the case. Ning Feng is now proceeding step by step according to the golden finger teaching method. Several hours later, the two finally finished all of this. Don't be fooled by the small size of this reclaimed land. It's really not an easy task to do. With cattle, tools, and 2 people working together. Both of them were exhausted. Ning Feng, in particular, really didn't stop for a single moment. The plowing went well, but when it came to sowing, Yuqing was not clear about the planting methods for each vegetable seed. Therefore, Ning Feng basically completed this step on his own. Physically, Ning Feng didn't feel he had exerted much effort, but constantly bending over was really taking a toll on his kidneys. Fortunately, it's all over now. He can finally get some rest now. However, it was precisely through this experience of farming that he was eager to move on to the second phase as soon as possible. That way, he can recruit people to help him farm. After lunch, and so the leisurely afternoon began. Yuqing didn't want to take a lunch break, so she was weaving a rattan basket by herself. Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen. He hasn't checked the chat public screen for a long time. I happen to have nothing to do today, so I might as well come and take a look. Finding fun and entertainment is one reason, but the main reason is that you might discover survivors selling good items again. After all, the first power fruit he obtained was through the chat public screen. Therefore, paying attention to the chat public screen is not necessarily a waste of time or a distraction from one's studies. Survivor 87211. Brothers, I'm so frustrated. Last night, I finally convinced my female companion on the boat to have sex with me. And this morning, she told me she has AIDS, damn it. Survivor 20134. At Survivor 87211. Holy crap, this is outrageous. Brother, take heart. AIDS can't be cured on Earth, let alone in this world where there isn't even a hospital. Survivor 3214. Hey lunatic, are you there? Am I stupid? Please at me immediately if you see this. Upon seeing this post from someone named Survivor 3214, Ning Feng was stunned for a moment, and dormant memories began to flood his thoughts. If the word madman appeared alone, he would naturally only think that someone was cursing him. When the words madman and idiot appeared together, he immediately thought of his childhood friend, Javert. In my youth, because his parents died in an accident, he has been living with his maternal grandfather in the countryside. It was in his maternal grandfather's village that he met Javert. Javert is cheerful and outgoing, but also a mischievous fellow. Most importantly, Javert is indeed a very loyal and righteous man. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. I remember when we were in junior high school, it was the time when our hormones were raging. The two were very curious about matters between men and women, and he even encouraged Javert to steal the red underwear from his neighbor, the widow Wang, to study it and see what it smelled like. In fact, both of them were involved, but after the matter was exposed, Javert took all the blame on his own. That night, Javert cried very loudly. His buttocks were probably spanked, but he stubbornly refused to betray him. They really are good brothers. As for the origin of the terms madman and idiot, it goes back to when they were in elementary school. When I was in 5th grade, my family bought a CRT television. Back then, having a television in the countryside was a rare treat. Basically, as soon as school is over, Ning Feng always runs to Xiaowei's house. The popular TV series at the time was Princess Pearl, and its theme song was something like, "You are the wind, I am the sand." It just so happens that one of their names contains the character for wind, and the other contains the character for sand. So the two started giving each other nicknames and joking around, and they even changed the theme song to "You're crazy, I'm stupid." These nicknames, Madman and Idiot, have been used for over a decade. Their relationship has always been good. Even before entering this world, Ning Feng had been in contact with Xiaowei. Now, seeing these two names again, Ning Feng felt there couldn't be any mistake. It was Javert who was looking for him. 088. In the apocalypse, people are no longer people. As for what happens after entering this world, why didn't he choose to search for Javert? This is naturally because chat in this world is anonymous, and the chat scrolling speed is too fast. Unless you know each other's IDs beforehand and tag each other, or you're really lucky enough to find each other on social media. Otherwise, even if you call out someone's name to find them, it would probably be very difficult. This is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Especially after Ning Feng learned that this world had different divisions, he had even less intention of looking for anyone. After all, in the vast sea of people, among billions of people, he didn't think he was so lucky that all the familiar people around him were assigned to the same area as him. So, instead of wasting time searching for people in the chat, you should focus on living your life well first. That way, you might have a chance to meet the person you want to see in the future. That's right. As it turns out, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Fate is predetermined. He casually glanced at the public chat screen today and encountered it. Although he hasn't confirmed whether the other person is Javert or not. However, judging from the tone of his voice, Ning Feng felt that it was almost certainly true. So he quickly tagged Survivor 3214 in the chat. Survivor 1. At Survivor 3214, are you an idiot living in Shajia village, Gaohu? The other party responded quickly after the message was sent. Survivor 3214. At Survivor 1, are you the crazy guy who stole widow's underwear with me? Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was instantly overjoyed. This time it can't be wrong. Survivor 1, yes. That's me. At Survivor 3214 inch. After sending this message, Ning Feng thought that what followed would be a touching scene of old friends reuniting. Who would have thought that Javert, that grandson, would be so cautious? He then asked again, "Then tell me, what color were the underwear we stole from Widow Wang?" "I'll believe you if you answer correctly." At Survivor 1 inch. This kid is getting smarter and smarter. After a faint laugh, Ning Feng replied again. At Survivor 3214, "You bastard, red underwear. You got beaten up that night because of this. You didn't go to school for days. Do you believe me now?" Upon hearing this, Javert finally believed it, and his comments were quite excited. Survivor 3214, "Holy crap. It really is you. You lunatic. I've missed you so much. How are you doing?" Survivor 1, "I'm fine, how about you?" Survivor 3214, "I'm doing alright. The teammate I was assigned is a pretty good guy. We're currently surviving together, and we're neither starving nor dying of thirst." Survivor 1, "That's good. My ID is easy to remember, so remember it. If you want to contact me in the future, just at me in the public chat, and I'll reply when I see it." Survivor 1, "If I have the chance in the future, I will come to find you." Finding an old friend in this ghostly world is truly an exciting and joyful thing. Ning Feng and Sha Wei talked for almost half an hour. Ning Feng hadn't encountered this before, but now that he had, he planned to find a way to bring Sha Wei over to live with him after entering the second stage. Even setting aside friendship and family ties, and considering only from a purely self-interested perspective, he plans to expand the population of his island in the future, and finding some trustworthy people to survive with is much better than just randomly picking people. Not to mention, Javert and he had such a close relationship. After the casual conversation ended, Ning Feng stopped dwelling on the matter of Sha Wei. He just needed to make his plans in his mind, knowing that they would eventually meet again. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't bring Javert over immediately, so continuing to worry about it would just be a waste of time. Judging from Javert's reply, he should be doing all right for now. Even if we don't have fancy meals, at least we can still eat fruit, so we won't starve. Certainly. When Ning Feng heard that he was still eating fruit every day, he considered sponsoring him. Now that we know his ship's number, you can transfer the resources by specifying an ID in the trading hall. But Ning Feng thought about it and decided against it. It's not that I'm stingy. Human hearts are truly unpredictable. Ning Feng didn't distrust Jowie, but rather Jowie's companion. If he acts very generously, providing Javert with lavish meals and other lavish gifts, this could very well incite the greed of Jowie's companions. You should know, in the end times, people are no longer people. Driven by self-interest, many people are willing to tear off their human facade and reveal their dark, bestial side. Perhaps for the sake of this food, Javert's companions directly attacked him, even killed him, and then impersonated him to talk to him and demand supplies. After all, currently, his only means of communication with Jowie is through the public chat screen, and he cannot confirm the identity of the person sending the message via video. Therefore, for safety's sake, it's best not to flaunt your wealth. Without conversations involving mutual benefits, it's impossible to incite people's greed. This is the only way to protect Jowie. In the following time, Ning Feng spent a few more minutes on the chat public screen. After making sure no one was selling power fruit or other supplies, he left. He turned his head to look at the crops that had been planted that morning. He's absolutely right. The growth cycle has indeed been shortened a lot. It's only afternoon and the seeds have already sprouted. Looking at the lush green fields, Ning Feng was overjoyed, but soon he became somewhat depressed. In order to cultivate this small plot of land well, he used up quite a bit of spring water this morning. It doesn't matter yet because the land is small. However, as the island's area gradually expands, the farmland will inevitably expand as well. Back then, it was quite possible that even if 2 people spent an entire day collecting spring water, it wouldn't be enough. Morning. He was so focused on shortening the crop growth cycle that he neglected the issue of water. Now that I've calmed down, however, it turns out that this is indeed a difficult problem that must be solved. Otherwise, the crops grown using so much spring water might not be as cost-effective as simply buying the spring water directly. Between thoughts, and Yuqing seemed to notice his expression and took the initiative to ask, Ning Feng, what's wrong? Didn't you just say you found your childhood friend and had a great chat? Why do you look so sullen now? Sigh. Ning Feng sighed and said, chatting with my childhood friend was indeed very enjoyable, but now the thought of how much water the fields in front of me will require gives me a headache. Suddenly, I feel that farming seems to be a wrong idea. This problem. And Yuqing had actually realized it that morning, but seeing Ning Feng so enthusiastically farming, she was surprised. The land had already been plowed, and she couldn't very well interrupt Ning Feng and stop him from planting. She thought for a moment and said, actually, I also thought about the water issue for a while, and I came up with a solution. 089. Methods of transporting water sources. Although in Ning Feng's mind, and Yuqing has always been the kind of person who is silly and foolish. However, he did indeed overlook many of the opinions or questions raised by Yuqing. Who knows what Yuqing might do? So Ning Feng quickly followed up with more questions. What method? Tell me. Seeing Ning Feng's anxious inquiry, and Yuqing felt a little smug. She's smarter than Ning Feng now. She laughed and said, I've noticed that every time we land on a mysterious island, it's basically high in the middle and low around the edges, with a cone-shaped terrain. If we had a prop like a water pipe. And Yuqing's words were like a wake-up call. Ning Feng quickly understood. You mean if we had a tool similar to a water pipe, we could connect it directly and use the terrain to bring spring water to the vicinity of the boat? This way, we won't have to waste time fetching and transporting water. And Yuqing nodded quickly, yes. That's exactly it. But after the initial excitement, and Yuqing's expression darkened again. But at this stage, I guess we can't get our hands on water pipes. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that we have this method, are we still worried about whether it can be implemented? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. At present, water pipes are indeed difficult to install, but there are certainly alternatives. Ning Feng thought about it briefly and came up with a substitute. He said cheerfully, we don't have water pipes, but we have bamboo. In some rural areas, don't villagers use bamboo to divert streams into their fields? If we buy more bamboo, split it in half, and remove the blockages at the nodes, we can use it as a water pipe, right? Upon hearing this, and Yuqing, who had been feeling dejected, became excited again. Hey, yes. I've seen this kind of device on TV. Ning Feng, you're amazing. Ning Feng has always been the kind of person who acts decisively and efficiently. Now that we have a plan, let's get started. After purchasing 100 bamboo stalks, each 2 meters long, at market price in the trading hall, Ning Feng and Yuqing then started fighting. Actually, given the current situation where each sea trip allows you to choose one of 2 islands and specify the landing coordinates, the boats are probably not too far from the mountain spring. 100 bamboo poles, split in half, can transport water up to 400 meters away, which is definitely more than enough. The reason Ning Feng bought so much bamboo. Naturally, the hope is to increase the amount of water transported. After all, once a bamboo is split in 2, its radius is fixed, so the speed at which water is transported shouldn't be very fast. Therefore, Ning Feng hoped to use a multi-threaded approach by bringing so much bamboo over. This is how we can improve efficiency and get more water. After the bamboo is split, the next step is to fill the container with water. After all, water drawn from the mountain spring cannot be poured directly onto the boat. It still needs to be contained in containers. At first, Ning Feng was thinking that he would arrange for Yuqing to guard the end of the bamboo and fill it with water 1 bucket at a time. Once a barrel is full, store it directly in the ship warehouse, then replace it with an empty barrel. Simply place the wooden barrel within 10 meters of the ship warehouse. In this way, whether placing empty barrels or storing barrels full of water, it can be done by simply tapping on the navigation system screen using the ship warehouse mechanism. Although someone still needs to look after it, this is much more convenient and less strenuous than leading an ox cart to the spring to fetch water. But later, Ning Feng went to the production department and searched for a while. He did find a more suitable container than the wooden barrel, a metal water tank. This metal water tank is quite large, measuring 5m 5m 1m. When fully loaded, it can store 25 cubic meters of water, which is 25 tons of water, 25,000 liters. If we calculate based on the 5L capacity of a wooden bucket, filling 1 tank would be equivalent to holding 5,000 buckets of water. In this way, and Yuqing can free up her hands to do other things. After all, the flow rate of spring water is certainly not faster than that of tap water. It will definitely take a lot of time to fill this water tank. Hiss. Thinking about it that way, this metal water tank is really a good thing. With this, we won't have to worry about water or supplies when we go to the island to collect resources. Seeing this, and Yuqing was also extremely excited. Yay, this means I don't have to fetch water anymore. I can go pick other things. However, and Yuqing had just begun to show her joy when Ning Feng said something that ruined the mood, silencing her completely. Don't be too happy yet. The water tank has a height. If you place the water tank directly at the end of the bamboo, the water won't flow in. I've never seen water that flows upstream. The question raised by Ning Feng is indeed a very big one. If, as originally envisioned, the bamboo were simply placed on the ground. Because of the difference in elevation, water can indeed be transported to the vicinity of ships. However, given the height of the water tank, if this were done, the water at the end of the bamboo would naturally not be able to flow into the water tank. This image should be easy to understand, right? Then, how about we dig a hole and put the water tank in it? Would that work? And Yuqing suggested. Regarding and Yuqing's opinion, Ning Feng had indeed thought about it just now. But after thinking about it, I still rejected it. The dimensions of the sheet metal water tank are 5m 5m 1m, so the pit to be dug must also be of this size. Currently, they have no tools other than shovels. Digging such a big hole is no easy task. And they didn't land on the same island each time. Even if you dig a hole on the island you land on tomorrow, it will be meaningless after you leave tomorrow night. In other words, the next time we land on the mysterious island, we'll have to dig the hole all over again. This method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, and is meaningless. After thinking about it, Ning Feng came up with a solution. The only thing troubling us now is how to fill the metal water tank with water. The method of digging a pit that you mentioned is simply to lower the height of the water tank so that the spring water can flow in. Since it's a height issue, why not just raise the height of the bamboo instead of lowering the water tank? Raise it. How do you raise it? And Yuqing asked, puzzled. It's very simple. Have you ever seen the way people dry their clothes in the countryside? We can make a support pole using vines and bamboo, and then we can put the bamboo on top of it, right? My drawing isn't very good, but I think you can understand it, right? 090. Item rating, 520. The method Ning Feng mentioned was naturally better than digging a pit directly. Upon hearing this, and Yuqing immediately affirmed his idea. Fortunately, ever since they learned that there was a market for wicker baskets, they would collect some vines whenever they landed on the island. Now that we have the vines, all we need to do is collect some bamboo. According to the number of bamboo stalks used for transporting water, 400 stents are needed. For stability, a support frame needs at least 3 bamboo poles. That means at least another 1,200 bamboo stalks need to be purchased. Taking into account the price of bamboo, Ning Feng thought it would be better to use wooden sticks instead. The wooden stick is stiffer and should provide better support. Most importantly, wooden sticks are cheaper than bamboo. Wooden sticks can be crafted using the crafting skill. It only takes 1 kilogram of wood to make a solid wooden stick that is 1.2 meters long. Often, just cutting down one tree can yield dozens or even hundreds of sticks. This is also why it is cheaper than bamboo. Ning Feng currently has enough timber in stock to make wooden sticks. But it takes 1 minute to make a stick. Tomorrow they will set sail to the island. The wooden sticks are ready, and they will need to manually wrap them with vines to form a support. If we rely on the craft function to make it, it probably won't be fast enough. Therefore, Ning Feng planned to go directly to the trading hall to make the purchase. Anyway, it wasn't expensive, and once he bought it, he wouldn't need to buy it again. So Ning Feng didn't hesitate much. After successfully purchasing 1,200 wooden sticks, making a metal water tank would also take time. He quickly opened the crafting menu and found the crafting option for stainless steel water tank. A sheet metal water tank requires 200 kilograms of iron ore and takes 3 hours to fill. Ning Feng made 4 in one go. If we calculate based on the fact that a metal water tank can store 25 tons of water, those 4 can store 100 tons of water a day. In that case, at least for the current stage, it should be enough for both farming and drinking. After the metal water tank began to be manufactured, Ning Feng stopped dawdling and took out the vines, calling to An Yuqing to prepare to make a support together. There aren't really any special techniques involved in making a stent. Simply stand 3 bamboo stalks upright, intersect them at one point, and then secure them by wrapping them with vines. The two worked together, and the stent placement wasn't too slow. That's roughly it. You should be able to understand, right? When busy, the two of them were busy all afternoon. The stent was finally finished before dark. At the moment, everything is ready, except for the east wind. In theory, their method can indeed hold water. But theory is theory. How it will be practiced will only be known tomorrow. Ning Feng is just hoping that tomorrow won't disappoint him. If this works, we won't have to worry about freshwater anymore. As for this method, he could think of it, and he estimated that others could think of it as well. After all, no one who's survived this long is a fool. So, will this result in everyone having a large supply of fresh water, leading to a decrease in the price of fresh water? Ning Feng had also considered this point when designing the stent. However, after his consideration, he felt there was absolutely nothing to worry about. After all, other survivors don't have any cheat codes, and their ships aren't necessarily all upgraded to LV2. If you also want to collect fresh water in this way, every time they land on the island, just finding a water source must be exhausting for them. He knew the exact freshwater coordinates, so he always seemed very relaxed. But others don't know that. The island is so big that even with a thorough search to find water, Ning Feng felt it would take at least half a day, even with good luck. Even if they found it, they might discover that the boats were too far from the water source to transport water using bamboo. In the end, all that time was wasted searching for water, and they still had to transport it bucket by bucket. Even if we take a step back, even if some people did manage to collect a significant amount of water using bamboo, they would certainly only be a very small minority. However, the market demand for freshwater is very large. The market cannot be satisfied by just a small number of people or him alone. Therefore, it naturally won't have a significant impact on him. Let's stop dwelling on these things. Night was about to envelop them. An Yuqing hurriedly began preparing dinner for tonight and tomorrow. Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen. Based on the experience from last time, it won't be long before the navigation system screen pops up information about the 2 islands for tomorrow, allowing him to choose one. That's right. Ning Feng had just turned on the navigation system screen. The pop-up window did indeed appear. Island selection for outings. The islands available for landing tomorrow are Mysterious Island number 219, Danger Level 57, and Mysterious Island number 12, Danger Level 88. Please make your choice. Once an island is selected, it cannot be changed. Mysterious Island number 219, Mysterious Island number 12. Seeing this, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and started reading directly. Message read, Mysterious Island number 219. Danger Level 57, Cliff Crevices, Thorns, Venomous Snakes. Resources 60. East side of the island. Abundant vegetation and seafood resources, vines, timber, herbs, crabs, fish, shrimp, clams, etc. The western side of the island has abundant freshwater resources, mountain springs, streams, etc. The northern side of the island has abundant animal resources, pheasants, ducks, field mice, etc. South side of the island, abundant vegetation resources, vines, mugwort, timber, etc. Island center, abundant fruit resources, bananas, plantains, oranges, etc. Supply chest, none. Message read, Mysterious Island number 12. Danger Level 88, Venomous Snakes, Wild Boars, Numerous Cliff Crevices, Thorns. Resource 520. East side of the island, abundant freshwater/animal resources, mountain springs, streams, inland lakes, wild boars, goats, rabbits, venomous snakes, speckled pheasants, etc. West side of the island, abundant vegetation and seafood resources, vines, timber, herbs, crabs, fish, shrimp, clams, etc. North side of the island, abundant fruit/vegetation resources, strawberries, mangoes, apples, watermelons, timber, vines, bamboo, amplifying fruits, etc. South side of the island, abundant agricultural resources, potatoes, rice, chives, bok choy, carrots, etc. Island center, abundant mineral resources, iron, ore, coal, etc. Resource chest. 1. Experience chest excellent. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was startled and wondered if he was hallucinating. This was the first time he had ever encountered a mysterious island with a resource rating exceeding 200. In particular, he even discovered supplies like amplification fruits. 091. There is a skilled ventriloquist on the island. Before, when he used his cheat code to read the amplification fruit, the information we received at the time was that it could only be obtained from supply chests for the time being, with a probability of about 0.5%. Nowadays, since we can now harvest directly from the islands, is it because our ship level has been upgraded to LV2? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that if you're lucky, you might encounter an amplification fruit every time you go out to sea? TSK. If that's really the case, then it would be incredibly awesome. Certainly, Ning Feng was just indulging in wishful thinking. Considering that the probability of obtaining amplification fruit from supply chests is only 0.5%, he estimated that the probability of getting amplification fruit from the island wouldn't be much higher either. But, regardless, a mysterious island with a resource rating of 520 has appeared, leaving aside the increase in yield. In fact, the other resources on this island were also extremely attractive to him. First is the experience chest excellent. Previously, Ning Feng had used his cheat code to read the quality ranking of the resource chests in this world, which increased in the following order: common, white light; excellent, green light; superior, blue light; epic, purple light; legendary, gold light; supreme, colorful light. In other words, this experience chest excellent is one level higher than the experience chest superior obtained last time. Since a high-quality experience bag can add 5,000 experience points to a ship, so it's reasonable for this high-quality experience bag to exceed 10,000, right? Ning Feng felt incredibly happy. He felt as if a level 3 ship was beckoning to him. Besides this experience chest excellent, another attraction for Ning Feng is undoubtedly the Luhua chicken. The mysterious island he landed on previously only had wild chickens that could fly and were difficult to catch. However, this speckled pheasant, being a type of free-range chicken, can be captured alive. With all the chickens and ducks kept in enclosures, there's no worry about not having enough eggs. The resource ratings for the two mysterious islands are displayed here. Ning Feng felt that even a second's hesitation would be disrespectful to the mysterious island of number 12. Then, without hesitation, he chose mysterious island number 12 as their landing island for tomorrow. As for the location where the ships landed, Ning Feng naturally chose the location closest to the mountain spring. This makes it easier to transport water using bamboo. After the meal, Ning Feng and Yuqing did not participate in many activities. After washing up, the two lay down on the bed. Since receiving Yuqing's approval last night, Ning Feng naturally didn't hold back. The moment he lay down on the bed, he immediately hugged Yuqing. Yuqing, on the other hand, kept her word. Although her body instinctively resisted for a moment when Ning Feng hugged her, she did not try to break free. She let Ning Feng wrap his arms around her waist from behind. It wouldn't have mattered otherwise. Anyway, their relationship, though not explicitly stated, is practically that of a couple since they kissed last night. But unfortunately, it's unclear whether Ning Feng did it on purpose or if this was the only possible position. The warm breath Ning Feng exhaled was aimed directly at her earlobe. The earlobe is, at least for her personally, a very sensitive area. After Ning Feng breathed on her a few times, her body involuntarily felt a tingling sensation. She desperately wanted to break free from Ning Feng. But wouldn't that mean I'd broken my promise? She had personally promised him last night that she would allow him to hold her while she slept, and it was only a day later that she went back on her word, which was not like her. Moreover, Ning Feng is holding me quite tightly. If I try to break free, will I wake him up? Ning Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed, without bothering her too much, which relieved her. Moreover, judging from how Ning Feng fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed, he must have been really tired. If Ning Feng is woken up, Not only will his sleep be disturbed, but who knows if Ning Feng will lose control of himself again. After all, everything that happened last night is still fresh in my mind. Although she did have feelings for Ning Feng, and could even be considered to like him, but she herself knew very well that, at least at this moment, she had no intention of having that kind of relationship with Ning Feng. After thinking it over, she then decided to change her position. Since she was lying with her back to him, Ning Feng's breath would reach her earlobe. Then he had no choice but to sleep facing Ning Feng. Anyway, Ning Feng is asleep, so there shouldn't be any problem. Unexpectedly, she had only just turned over and turned away. She was startled to see Ning Feng staring at her with his big, bright eyes. You weren't asleep after all. And Yuqing's face flushed instantly, and she suddenly regretted turning around. Ning Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. When did I say I was going to sleep? Then you weren't asleep, and you didn't say anything. And Yuqing pouted. I thought you fell asleep as soon as you hit the bed. What? You thought I was asleep? That's why you turned over? If I really was asleep, what were you planning to do by turning over here? You're not planning to steal a kiss from me, are you? And Yuqing truly couldn't withstand the provocation of such remarks, especially given the atmosphere at the moment. Her face flushed even more. Nonsense. I would never steal a kiss from you. And Yuqing herself didn't expect that she had just finished speaking. Ning Feng took the initiative to wrap his arms around her neck and kiss her lips. Her eyes widened like copper bells, her face filled with astonishment, unsure of what to do. But soon, under Ning Feng's advances, her body gradually shifted from tension to enjoyment. They responded in response. TSK. It can only be said that Ning Feng is skilled in ventriloquism. Under his persuasive tongue, her sensitive and taut body would always be aroused. 9,999,999 words omitted here. Readers can use their imagination to fill in the blanks. Fortunately, Ning Feng remained calm this time. After a long and intimate moment, he did not do anything rash, which made Yuqing breathe a slight sigh of relief. After all, she could refuse last night by saying that her period hadn't ended, but today her period was really over, so she couldn't find a reason to refuse. During the kiss, she was terrified that Ning Feng would force himself on her. Fortunately, Ning Feng wasn't as bad as he thought. He respected himself quite a bit in this respect. As for Ning Feng, he naturally wanted to, but he understood that without a 90% approval rating, forcing it would be pointless. Since it's already at 89.5, waiting a few more days won't hurt. Most importantly, he was really tired today. He spent the whole morning bending over and planting crops. I spent the whole afternoon fiddling with the scaffolding and bamboo. My strength has recovered, but my kidneys are still a bit sore. If I were to force something at this point, my fighting ability would probably be lacking, and I might even be ridiculed by Yuqing. He certainly didn't want to leave a bad impression on Yuqing on their first meeting. 092. Bamboo can effectively guide the flow of water. After the bedtime bonding activities just now, Yuqing, who was being held in Ning Feng's arms, was no longer so reserved. At this moment, she had already nestled her head against Ning Feng's chest, her face beaming with a happy smile. Ning Feng, have you thought about the future? Future? Hasn't the future already arrived? Upon hearing this, Yuqing was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Ning Feng was trying to say. But she quickly realized what was happening. Could it be? Is the future Ning Fengko envisioned his own? Has he already identified himself as his future goal? Yuqing felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. I was even a little touched. You should know, when we were still on Earth, she had many suitors. She had heard many confessions of love, but all the comments were just perfunctory remarks about her looks and kindness. This was the first time a man had planned her future into his life. Chairman Mao once said that any relationship not aimed at marriage is just playing around. Ning Feng's attitude is exactly the attitude she pursues in love. Thinking of this, Yuqing couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. Then she wrapped her arms around Ning Feng's neck and gave him a light bite. Humph, sweet talk. Go to sleep. We have to go to the island tomorrow. Having said that, Yuqing didn't give Ning Feng a chance to reply before pressing her head back against his chest and closing her eyes. This scene left Ning Feng completely bewildered once again. Weren't we talking about the future? How come it suddenly turned into sweet talk again? He shouldn't have made a mistake in his reply that the future has already arrived, right? After all, isn't this world and its technology something that could only possibly exist in the future for humanity? That's enough. That's enough. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He probably won't be able to figure it out in this lifetime. Knowing that I'll have a lot to do when I get to the island tomorrow. Ning Feng didn't waste any more time either. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, the two woke up almost at the same time. Ning Feng had just opened his eyes when Yuqing opened hers immediately afterward. After exchanging greetings, the two quickly got up and washed up. Today could very well be a breakthrough day for them. If the method of using bamboo to transport water can be successfully implemented, then the road to survival will be much easier. So the two of them didn't waste any time flirting. After washing up, Yuqing prepared breakfast last night, so the two of them could simply take it from the ship's warehouse and eat it directly. After breakfast, Ning Feng fed the ducks and sheep for the entire day. The two then got ready and boarded their small fishing boat. As for the two cows, they don't need to be fed. Anyway, we'll take them to the mysterious island in a bit. While they were gathering/harvesting supplies, the cows could graze directly on the island during their free time. About a few minutes later, it was 6 o'clock. The small fishing boats set off on time. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious island number 12 then successfully appeared before the two of them. Then, Ning Feng quickly moved the two cows over and also took out all the bamboo, supports, and iron water tanks that had been prepared yesterday. The boats are currently landing on the eastern side of the island. It is only 40 meters away from the mountain spring on this island. Ning Feng planned to solve the problem of the mountain spring water within Yuqing first, and then look for other supplies. Leading the ox cart, we arrived at the mountain spring. Ning directly took the bamboo off the wooden cart. At this location, the spring water level is already higher than the metal water tank, so no support frame is needed. Simply place the bamboo at the spring and connect the bamboo stalks one by one. Considering the distance is not far, Ning Feng plans to install 2 rows of bamboo to divert the water, which will collect the water faster. Then, he and Yuqing were working on it simultaneously. Leading the ox cart, they stood on both sides of the mountain spring, laying the bamboo section by section downwards, side by side. This step is not troublesome. In fact, it can be said to be very simple. After all, they can directly judge whether the items are arranged neatly or not by observing the water flow. For example, if there is still water flowing at bamboo joint 2, the flow will stop at bamboo joint 3. Doesn't that mean the connection between bamboo joint 2 and bamboo joint 3 wasn't handled properly? Initially, due to the terrain, neither of them will need a stint for the time being. But as they continued downhill, the terrain gradually became level with the metal water tank located on the beach. They are about to start supporting the bamboo with scaffolding. Setting up bamboo and supports is actually the same as setting up clotheslines on racks in rural areas. They finished the most tedious part of making the support yesterday, so doing these things today isn't too troublesome. Simply fix the bracket in place and place the bamboo on it. When the two successfully extended the end of the bamboo pole to the water inlet on the metal water tank, when the clear mountain spring water successfully flowed into the metal water tank, both of them couldn't hide their joy and jumped for joy. It seems they were very successful with the bamboo diversion project. And it's very fast. Because the distance wasn't far, it only took about 10 minutes from start to finish. In other words, with this device, aside from the time wasted setting it up initially, the two of them could use the remaining time to collect other resources. No matter how you calculate it, this is more cost-effective. Just in case, Ning Feng then inspected the bamboo drainage device, again to ensure everything was in order. Only then did he lead the ox cart, with Yuqing in tow, toward the south side of the island. Since there's no need to arrange for Yuqing to collect fresh water, we should definitely collect all the crops on this island first. Of course, some people might ask, didn't we say that crops would become cheaper because soil could accelerate the crop growth cycle? Why waste time collecting crops now? Regarding this point, Ning Feng had to admit that he hadn't considered things thoroughly at the time. If judged solely based on the growth cycle, crops should indeed be devalued. But it was only yesterday afternoon that Ning Feng realized that growing crops required a lot of fresh water, and that's when he finally understood. The soil on a private island is indeed magical, but the necessary steps for planting it are all essential. Land reclamation, seeds, sowing, and watering are all indispensable for growing crops. So, these factors determine that the lower limit for crops will not be particularly low. After all, as time goes by, the old, weak, sick, and disabled will probably be eliminated by this world. Among today's younger generation, there are probably not many who know how to farm. Secondly, even if someone knows how to farm, factors such as seeds and fresh water still need to be addressed. Not everyone has access to seeds, nor is everyone willing to spend a lot of fresh water to grow crops. Therefore, he believes that even if the value of agricultural products declines in the future, it certainly won't fall by too much. 093. The amplification tree can actually glow. And, most importantly, now Yuqing doesn't need to collect fresh water anymore. He couldn't possibly expect Yuqing to do nothing and just be a couch potato, could he? Now they can work together to collect supplies other than fresh water, and the collection speed will definitely be faster than before, based on previous experiences of landing on islands to collect supplies. If we only collect fruit or crops, we could probably finish collecting them in less than a day. So, instead of doing that, we might as well collect whatever is on the island. Anyway, even if you don't eat or use them, you can sell them, so you won't lose money. At the moment, the crops were also closer to where the boats landed, so naturally, following the proximity principle, we went to collect the crops first. With Yuqing in tow, they arrived at the location of the crops. He then collected them together with Yuqing. This is one of the very few times they have worked together in one place. Ning Feng stayed here because, firstly, he had plenty of time, so he didn't need to rush to find resources such as experienced chest excellent, amplification fruit, and reed chicken. Secondly, since he brought Yuqing here, it also took time to travel. If we just leave like this, it would be a complete waste of time. So why don't we stay here and pick these crops together? Finishing the harvest early allows us to move on to the next stage sooner. One morning, Ning Feng and Yuqing thoroughly harvested all the crops on the south side of the island. It's not that Ning Feng and his group picked the fruit very quickly. The actual quantity of these crops is far less than what appears in the resource rating. Don't be fooled by the island's resource rating of 520. In Ning Feng's opinion, the quantity of these crops is only slightly more than that of islands with a resource rating of around 100. Ning Feng guessed that the island's overall resource rating was probably due to the amplification fruit and the experience chest refined. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Certainly, from the perspective of a resource score of 520, the number of crops has indeed decreased. However, if we look at it from the perspective of the amount of supplies he previously landed on the islands, actually, they collected quite a lot of crops that morning. If all of it is used as food for 2 people, it should last for 1 or 2 months without any problem. Besides crops, things went quite smoothly with the mountain spring water as well. During the harvest season, the wooden carts were full of supplies. Ning Feng did lead 2 ox carts back to the boat to store supplies once. When he arrived at the ship, the metal water tank was almost full. So he quickly put the tin water tank, full of spring water, into the ship warehouse, and replaced it with an empty one. When returning to the ship at noon, the second metal water tank is almost full as well. In other words, it takes about 3 hours to fill a metal water tank. This speed isn't fast, but it's certainly not slow either. Ning Feng was quite satisfied with himself. After lunch, the two did not rest. This morning, we finished harvesting all the crops on the south side of the island. In the afternoon, their plans naturally shifted to fruit. However, Ning Feng also had things to do. The task of picking fruit in the afternoon naturally fell to Yuqing alone. Guided by the golden finger, Ning Feng successfully led Yuqing to the strawberry field on the north side of the island. Subsequently, Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave, because the amplification fruit is located on the north side of the island. He planned to harvest the enhancement fruit first and then go on to do other things. In this way, who knows, after the body consumes the amplification fruit, it might be strengthened again, and the efficiency of doing things might be even faster. Ning Feng ran along the north side of the island for a few minutes and successfully arrived at a peculiar tree. This tree actually looks about the same size as a kumquat tree. It's not that big. But what's peculiar about it is that its whole body shimmers with light. This light is not dazzling. It is a soft kind. Looking at the amplification fruit hanging on the small tree, Ning Feng understood that this was the tree that had nurtured the amplification fruit. Let's call it the amplification tree for now. This tree is wonderful, but the only pity is that it only produced one amplification fruit. Judging from its appearance, the fruit on the tree is the same as the agility fruit he ate last time. Why? Ning Feng was truly distressed about this. He had originally hoped to harvest many amplification fruits, or even one all-powerful fruit today. As a result, not only did he only get one amplification fruit, but it was also an agility fruit. Certainly, it's not that agility fruit is bad. The main reason is that the agility fruit requires physical strength to exert its maximum effect. Otherwise, the resulting improvement would be far less than that of the power fruit or stamina fruit. And, just as he had planned, he intended to let Yuqing also eat some amplification fruits. However, given Yuqing's current physical condition, it wouldn't be very meaningful for her to eat this agility fruit. Compared to the agility fruit, the stamina fruit, or the all-round fruit, would definitely be more suitable for her. Sigh, maybe it's fate. And Yuqing, it's not that I don't want to enhance your body. It's just that this fruit is not suitable for you. After muttering to himself, Ning Feng stopped worrying about it. Something is better than nothing. Then, he reached out to pick the agility fruit and eat it himself. However, his hands hadn't even touched the agility fruit yet. An idea suddenly popped into my head. Can this growth tree be transplanted to my own private island? If possible, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to worry about not having amplification fruits? Thinking, Ning Feng also quickly used his cheat code to read it, intending to see if this method would work. Message read, Amplification tree. It can only produce one fruit at a time and is a unique plant in the world of sailing. How to obtain? Amplification tree seeds can be obtained from higher-level resource chests. 094. The eagle spreads its wings, and you are so beautiful. Message read, Amplification tree. It can only produce one fruit at a time and is a unique plant in the world of sailing. Acquisition method. Amplification tree seeds can be obtained from higher-level resource chests. Does it support porting? No? Seeing this, Ning Feng was no longer agitated, but he didn't show too much disappointment either. Actually, this was somewhat expected. If it were possible to transfer this amplification tree to one's own private island, that would be truly insane. Since there was no way to move him, Ning Feng had no reason to feel sorry for him. He grabbed the agility fruit hanging on the tree with one hand and pulled it down with a strong tug. But it was at this moment that the once vibrant amplification tree withered rapidly at a visible rate until it turned to dust. Damn, this world really goes to great lengths to prevent survivors from moving the amplification tree to the island. A perfectly good tree just vanished like that. You really know how to do it. Having said that, Ning Feng stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the cheat code had already told him how to obtain the amplification tree. Since amplification tree seeds can be obtained through higher-level resource chests, it means that sooner or later there will be an opportunity to cultivate amplification trees on one's own island. Although Ning Feng is not yet clear on what the higher-level supply chests are, he is certain that he will encounter them sooner or later as long as they exist. Right now, it's more important to eat this agility fruit quickly and collect other resources. 10 minutes later, Ning Feng's 10-minute rest period after taking agile fruit has successfully ended. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately assessed his own physical attributes. Message read, Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 135. Human limit is 100. Strength, 115. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 95. Human limit is 100. Not bad. My agility attribute has increased from 120 to 135. Actually, it's a very happy thing to have your body strengthened. Unfortunately, his physical condition is severely unbalanced. His agility has exceeded 130, but his stamina hasn't even reached the human limit of 100. If this continues, My physical strength really won't be able to support this body anymore. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get some stamina fruits in the meantime. After muttering to himself, Ning Feng didn't waste any more time and walked towards An Yuqing, intending to take away a cow to use as a carcass for the animals during the hunt. Successfully arrived at An Yuqing's location. One of the ox carts was already loaded with a lot of fruit. He needed to go back to the boat soon to check if the metal water tank was full and to retrieve some hunting tools. This way, we can take the ox cart back with us, saving An Yuqing the trouble of making an extra trip back to store the fruit. After explaining to An Yuqing, Ning Feng didn't delay any longer and led the ox cart toward the boat. Upon arrival at the ship, the metal water tank was full of spring water at noon, and water was overflowing. Then, Ning Feng quickly ran onto the ship, went to the navigation system screen, and replaced the metal water tank. Just a side note, the metal water tank weighs a full 25 tons when filled with water. It's definitely impossible to move the metal water tank by manpower alone. Fortunately, the ship warehouse function has been upgraded after the ship is upgraded. It can detect any materials that pass through the ship within 10 meters and can be stored directly. Therefore, Ning Feng didn't need to use his hands at all to easily store this heavy 25-ton iron water tank into the ship warehouse. He doesn't need to move the new metal water tank. When taking it out, he can simply set the removal point to the end of the bamboo diversion device. In yesterday's chapter, I saw many readers asking how the sheet metal water tanks were moved. You may have missed the function of the ship's storage compartment, so I'll explain it here to avoid any confusion. After the new metal water tanks were installed, there are now 2 full metal water tanks in the ship warehouse, which means a total of 50 tons of spring water. There's still a long afternoon, if we calculate based on filling a metal water tank in 3 hours. The 4 tin water tanks he made yesterday should be just enough to fill them. What he needs to be careful about now is to come back in 3 hours to replace the metal water tank. After the water tank was replaced and hunting tools such as crossbows were prepared, Ning Feng then headed directly towards the east side of the island. In addition to mountain spring water, this place is also rich in animal resources. Even the experienced chest excellent, mentioned by the cheat code, has been refreshed on the east side of the island. They were pretty lucky. This way, we can avoid wasting time going east and west. Ning Feng used his cheat system to thoroughly analyze the animals and supply chests located on the eastern side of the island. After learning the exact location of each supply, he then rationally devised a route in his mind. The speckled pheasant is the closest animal to him, and a little further ahead of the speckled pheasant is the location of the supply treasure chest excellent. After that, you'll find the locations of the wild boars and goats. Therefore, Ning Feng's first stop was naturally to capture the speckled pheasant alive before searching for other supplies. Leading an ox cart, weaving through the jungle. About 10 minutes later, Ning Feng heard the sound of chickens crowing from ahead. To be honest, back on Earth, Ning Feng really hated the sound of chickens crowing. But now, hearing that familiar voice again, he found it pleasant to listen to, and felt an urge to get up and dance at the crack of dawn. Pushing aside the plants, Ning Feng discovered 4 chickens foraging for food just a few meters in front of him. Judging from the combs on the heads of these 4 chickens, there should be 2 males and 2 females. Good. As long as there is a male and a female, and fertilization can occur, the egg can hatch into a chick. Immediately, Ning Feng reacted quickly, darting out and grabbing the 2 hens. I thought his action would scare away the other speckled chickens. Unexpectedly, the remaining 2 roosters, whether to rescue their mates or simply out of a desire to fight, not only didn't run away, but actually spread their wings, as if they were about to peck him. This posture is actually quite beautiful, like an eagle spreading its wings. Ning Feng couldn't help but want to present the 2 roosters with a banner that read, "You're so beautiful, rooster." Immediately, the 2 roosters were extremely arrogant, taking the initiative to attack and jumping up to peck Ning Feng. Seeing this, Ning Feng perked up. "Oh ho, you're not convinced, are you? Wait, I'll tie the feet of these 2 hens, then it'll be your turn." Something came up today, so I can only post this 1 chapter at 6 p.m. The remaining 2 chapters are expected to be posted by 9 p.m. at the latest. 095. Unwritten Rules Among Survivors. after quickly tying the two hens in his hands with vines. Ning Feng, however, stopped indulging the two roosters. Just as the two roosters jumped up to peck at him, he was quick-witted and nimble, grabbing the two roosters by the necks, one in each hand. Ning Feng then used vines to tie the two roosters up tightly. Finally, Ning Feng, still not satisfied, slapped both roosters hard on the back, saying, "What's so great about you? I can take you down in a minute." After successfully capturing 4 speckled pheasants, Ning Feng then led the ox cart deeper into the area. After traveling for only a few minutes, Ning Feng successfully found the experienced chest exquisite. Ning Feng opened it without hesitation. Immediately, the experienced bag exquisite was automatically stored in the ship warehouse. At this point, today's main goals, both the enhancement fruits, experience bags, water, and the speckled chicken, are all taken care of. The rest of the time is up to you to do as you please. Ning Feng spent about an hour on the east side of the island before successfully dealing with all the animals on the island. If it were simply a hunting activity, it wouldn't take this long. Unfortunately, the roads on the island are not easy to travel. Ning Feng felt that at least 50 minutes of that hour or so were spent traveling. As for the goats on this island, Ning Feng naturally chose to capture him alive as well. After finishing all this, Ning Feng first returned to the ship, transferring the live animals to his private island and storing the carcasses of the dead animals in the ship's warehouse. He then decided to go to the center of the island to mine iron ore. During this period, the rate of iron ore consumption has increased significantly. Whether it's making a tin water tank or other ironware, a considerable amount of iron ore is required. Therefore, now that he has the time, he should go and stockpile some iron ore. Otherwise, when you really need it, you won't be able to buy it, and you'll just be anxious and frustrated. That would be incredibly frustrating. After taking out the pickaxe and shovel used for mining iron ore, Ning Feng headed towards the center of the island. However, before he left, he didn't forget to take a look at the metal water tank. The metal water tank is already about half full of spring water. He estimated that by the time he went to mine and brought back the first batch of iron ore, the tin tank would be just full. That's good. It allows you to do both without any problems. This also saves him from having to go back and replace the metal water tank halfway through mining. As Ning Feng transported iron ore back to the ship time and time again. In the race against time, the sun ultimately lost. The sun is setting. As the orange-red sunset appeared, it signaled the end of today's island collecting adventure. Ning Feng and Yuqing returned to the boat almost simultaneously in their ox carts. After the two stored the supplies from their respective carts into the ship warehouse, the water level in the last metal water tank has reached September 10th of its capacity. Although it wasn't full, it was more than enough. Seeing this, Ning Feng glanced at the time. The ship would be returning in a little over 10 minutes. Ning Feng hurriedly urged, "Yuqing, come on. Let's retrieve the bamboo drainage device together. We'll need it again later." Then, Ning Feng and Yuqing ran one after the other toward the spring. No way. Although the materials required to make this bamboo diversion device are not many, it is very troublesome to make a usable set. Ning Feng wouldn't be so careless as to treat it as a disposable prop. There's still time, so we should definitely take it back. Fortunately, the mountain spring on this island is only about 40 meters away from the boat. Retrieving these bamboos will not take much time. Both men managed to return to the ship before it turned back. Arrived at a private island. Considering how hard Yuqing worked today, I'm sure she has too. Ning Feng didn't ask Yuqing to cook, since there were leftovers from lunch anyway. Just keep eating leftovers. After dinner, Yuqing went to take a shower. Ning Feng, on the other hand, planned to put all the animals captured today into the enclosure. However, upon arriving at the circle, Ning Feng realized a problem. These duck and sheep pens are only about 16 square meters in size. It's fine for chickens and ducks to be in the same pen. If you include the 2 sheep we had today, the pen with the sheep and cows is a bit cramped. Back then, there were few animals, so Ning Feng hadn't considered this issue. It seems we'll have to build another cattle pen for those 2 cows. Thinking of this, Ning Feng had no choice but to walk back to the navigation system screen and use the craft function to make 3 wooden fences. However, Making a wooden fence takes time. So for the time being, Ning Feng had no choice but to temporarily tie the 2 cows to the wooden fence of the sheep pen. Anyway, these 2 cows are very docile and obedient, so they won't resist or anything if they're tied up like this. After finishing all this, now it's finally time to get down to business. It's time to use the experience bag excellent we found today. During the day, when Ning Feng found it, he had already used his cheat code to read it. Who would have thought that this experience bag excellent could actually add 15,000 experience points to the ship after use? After successfully using the experience bag excellent, Ning Feng immediately opened the information section to check. The boat experience has increased from LV2 small fishing boat 15718/100000 to LV2 small fishing boat 30718/100000. The ship only needs 70,000 more experience points to upgrade. Despite the significant difference in their abilities, for Ning Feng, it might only be a matter of a few days. Don't forget, now, they are able to stockpile much more fresh water every day than before. Aside from the spring water used for planting and the spring water consumed by him and in Yuqing, the amount of spring water available for sale is also an extremely exaggerated figure. If calculated according to the current market price, a box of spring water in a metal water tank and the materials traded for it are more than enough to expand the island's area by 10,000 square meters. Thinking of this, Ning Feng quickly used a wooden bucket to carry the spring water from the water tank onto the shelf. However, a single metal water tank contains 25 tons of water or 25,000 liters. If it's packed in wooden barrels, 5,000 barrels would be needed. Ning Feng didn't have that many wooden barrels, so he could only put 3,000 barrels on the shelves first. Once they're all sold out, we'll put them back on the shelves. It's a bit of a hassle, but there's no better way. It is worth mentioning that, over time, as the world of sailing has developed, an unwritten rule has gradually emerged among the survivors. Anyone who buys water must pay extra for the same water storage container. For example, if you wanted to trade a bucket of spring water for 50 bamboo stalks, the price listed in the trading hall is bottled spring water, 5L, traded for bamboo 50, empty wooden bucket, 5L. Therefore, in Ning Feng's case, even if 3,000 barrels of water are sold, the number of barrels will not decrease, so there's no need to worry about trading in barrels. One more chapter to come, stay tuned. 096. In addition to quality, resource chests are also divided into levels. After the work of selling spring water was completed, the next step is to use supply chests to trade for the newly produced supply chests of the day. This is something Ning Feng has done every time he sets sail since entering this world. It's a bit boring and tedious. But in order to live a better life in this world, this is the only way to continue day after day. After successfully listing all the low-quality resource chests you have, next, we just have to wait for them to be sold. While waiting, Ning Feng remembered something. That refers to the higher-level resource chest mentioned by the cheat code during the day when it accesses the amplification tree. The supply chests are already divided into 6 levels according to quality: common, excellent, fine, epic, legendary, and supreme. What? There are even more advanced supply chests. Could it be? The higher level mentioned by the cheat code does not mean higher quality. Thinking of this, Ning Feng hurriedly used his cheat code to read it. Message read: resource chest quality: common, excellent, fine, epic, legendary, supreme. Resource chest tiers: resource chest, initial tier, intermediate resource chest, advanced resource chest. How to obtain high-level resource chests. After entering the second stage of the sailing world, the chest synthesis function will be provided. Any 10 resource chests can be synthesized into one intermediate resource chest, and any 50 resource chests can be synthesized into one advanced resource chest. Friendly reminder: each level of resource chest is divided into 6 qualities: common, excellent, fine, epic, legendary, and supreme. The higher the level, the higher the quality, and the rarer the items you will get. Hiss. Upon hearing this news, Ning Feng was truly restless. I thought this supply chest was already at its highest quality, but I didn't expect there to be 3 different levels of supply chests. If even low-level resource chests of the highest quality could yield such a miraculous resource as the amplification fruit, then he really couldn't even imagine the resources inside those even higher-level supply chests of the highest quality. I'm getting more and more excited for the second phase, now that we understand the quality and level of the supply chests. So Ning Feng stopped worrying about it. Anyway, once we enter the second phase, everything that's going to happen will happen. Wasting time fantasizing about these things now will only make time pass more slowly. Instead of wasting time on this, we should focus on expanding the island's area and upgrading the ships as soon as possible. Just right. Understanding the levels of supply chests. The 3,000 bottles of spring water that had just been put on the shelf sold out, so he put on another 3,000 bottles. And Yuqing, who had just finished showering and was hanging clothes to dry, suddenly exclaimed, "Ning Feng, come quick." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng was taken aback and quickly ran over. "What's wrong?" "I didn't even notice it until now. When I was hanging out the clothes to dry and got close to the fields, I realized that many of the crops we planted yesterday are ripe." And Yuqing said excitedly, pointing to the fields in front of her. In response, Ning Feng was speechless. He thought it was something serious. So that's what it is? He had noticed this as early as when Ning Feng had just put the chickens and sheep into the pen. "The reason I wasn't in a hurry to harvest was because it was getting late and I was quite tired, so I decided to harvest it tomorrow." Certainly, it's normal for an Yuqing to be surprised. Ning Feng wasn't surprised because his golden finger had told him about the crop's growth cycle as early as yesterday when he was planting. He already knew that some of the crops would ripen today, so it's normal that he wasn't surprised. However, and Yuqing didn't have any special abilities, and he hadn't told her about the growth cycle yesterday, so his surprise was understandable. So he casually explained, "This is no longer Earth, and we can't use Earth's mindset to look at these crops. Perhaps the growth cycle of crops has been altered in this world. So it seems your analysis is correct." And Yuqing nodded, then asked, "Should we harvest those mature crops now?" Ning Feng quickly shook his head after hearing this. "No need to rush. We're all tired today. We still have a whole day tomorrow. Let's collect it tomorrow." Unexpectedly, and Yuqing then asked, "If the growth cycle of crops is faster, won't the time it takes for them to wither also be faster? I'm afraid if I don't harvest them tonight, they'll all wither by tomorrow." And you know what? Ning Feng had never actually thought about the question and Yuqing raised. The golden finger didn't mention this issue at the time. If the growth cycle is faster, then it seems reasonable that the withering speed is also faster. Then, Ning Feng quickly activated his golden finger to see what it was all about. If the rate of withering really does accelerate, then the only option left is to harvest these crops now. After Ning Feng used his cheat code to read it, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The information provided by the golden finger is that these crops will not wither after they mature. You can pick them anytime. In other words, if you don't rush to harvest them, even if you only harvest a little bit to eat, the crops won't wither. This is exactly the same as storing it in the ship depot. This is actually very good news for them. Therefore, Ning Feng, however, said dismissively, "It's all right. Even if it withers, it shouldn't be that fast. Let's just treat it as a test. If it really withers tomorrow, then we'll learn from this experience and harvest it as soon as possible." Since Ning Feng had said so, and Yuqing could only nod and say nothing more. Returning to the navigation system screen. Before Ning Feng could even sit down, he remembered something else. When the ship was upgraded, the ship warehouse function was also upgraded. It was mentioned that all resources within 10 meters of the ship, as well as all resources on the private island, could be freely stored in the ship warehouse as long as they had been handled. So, could this mechanism be used to harvest these crops? For example, if he goes to the field and touches each crop with his hand, can he directly store it in the ship warehouse? 097 bug. If it works, harvesting crops this way is much faster than harvesting them by hand. Thinking of this, to verify whether his conjecture was feasible, Ning Feng quickly ran to the field and casually touched a ripe crop. He then quickly returned to the navigation system. Upon opening the ship warehouse, the crop was indeed detected. Ha ha ha. Ning Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter this time. Does this count as exploiting a bug? With this feature, harvesting crops will be so much easier. You can practically just talk about it. And Yuqing had just finished hanging up the clothes and lay down. Hearing Ning Feng's unrestrained laughter, he couldn't help but sit up and ask, Ning Feng, what's wrong? Why are you laughing so happily? Ning Feng didn't want to explain further. His smile hadn't faded as he urged, you'll see for yourself. Upon hearing this, and Yuqing got out of bed with a curious look on her face, walked to the navigation system screen, and stared at it intently. They were all beaming with joy. Wow, our crops can actually be harvested directly through the ship warehouse. Yes, it was just a sudden idea of mine. I didn't expect it to actually work. Ning Feng nodded repeatedly. Then why don't we harvest the ripe crops tonight? And Yuqing suggested. In response, Ning Feng refused again. No, you've already taken a shower. If you sweat again later, wouldn't it be a waste of your time? Besides, visibility is poor right now, and many crops are not yet ripe. What if we trample them? Ning Feng's words were true, so Yuqing stopped dwelling on them. All right then, I'll go lie down again. Don't stay up too late. Take a shower and lie down early. Without a cheat code. When Ning Feng heard Yuqing say these things to him, he was 100% convinced that Yuqing was implying something to him and trying to seduce him. Unfortunately, he has a cheat code. As early as when Yuqing urged him to go to bed, he used his cheat code to read Yuqing's feelings for him, which were still 89.5. So, Yuqing's words were probably just out of concern for me, and she didn't mean to seduce me. Therefore, Ning Feng could only casually reply with I understand, before continuing to focus on the trading hall. Previously, now that we've learned through the cheat code that resource chests can be synthesized after entering the second stage, we can finally use them. So now, he has no intention of using his existing supply chests to trade for the supply chests held by the survivors. After all, even if the supply chests you have are of low quality, you can keep them to synthesize other items. There's no need to waste fruit trading for the same supply chests. And not only is it no longer necessary to do that, Ning Feng feels that he should start collecting supply chests on a large scale from now on, to avoid the survivors learning that supply chests can be crafted and causing prices to rise after entering the second phase. Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't hesitate any longer and immediately removed all the supply chests he had previously listed. At the same time, he started buying up a large number of supply chests at market prices. The current market price of the resource chest is 35 bottles of purified water. In other words, 19.25 L, 550 milliliters of fresh water can buy one supply chest. This price isn't cheap for the average survivor. But for Ning Feng, it was a piece of cake. He can now collect nearly 100 tons of mountain spring water every time he goes out to sea. That translates to 100,000 liters of spring water. Even if you raise the market price slightly, you can trade 20 L for a supply chest. He can acquire 5,000 supply chests in a single voyage. Even if you don't sell all the collected fresh water, but only sell one box of spring water in a metal water tank, you can still trade it for 1,250 resource chests. What pressure does Ning Feng feel about the current price of supply chests? And let alone the fact that he can now collect more fresh water. Even before, it was easy for him to buy supply chests. Before, the reason he didn't hoard supply chests was that he didn't expect they could be synthesized. After all, if you're just buying and opening them directly, it's naturally more cost-effective to trade supply chests for supply chests. But now that we know that resource chests can be synthesized, we should naturally start collecting them on a large scale. I stopped worrying about the price of the supply chest. Ning Feng directly listed 100 units of 4 buckets of spring water, 20 L, in the trading hall. Subsequently, in order to attract the attention of other survivors more quickly, Ning Feng took the opportunity to advertise in the chat public screen. Survivor 1. We currently need a large number of supply chests. We've already listed 100 chests at above market price, 20 liters each. If you have any supply chests, please part with them. Also, we're buying all rare items, strength fruit, agility fruit, stamina fruit, all-round fruit, and various blueprints, at high prices. If you have any, please at me. Ning Feng's advertisement, ostensibly for promotional purposes, appears to other survivors more like a display of wealth. Ning Feng just sent out this message. The previously chaotic chat window instantly erupted, with the content becoming extremely uniform, consisting entirely of discussions and flattery of Ning Feng. Survivor 641 at Survivor 1. Holy crap, I just read what you said and searched in the trading hall, and I actually found a trade item for buying supply chests for 20 liters, and the quantity is really 100 chests. Awesome, so much spring water. Survivor 783. I'm so damn envious. I can only stay hydrated by eating fruit, but I never imagined that some expert could just casually put up 2,000 L of fresh water. Survivor 84721 at Survivor 1. I'm big-eyed cute girl. Hey boss, do you need a leg accessory? As long as you give me 2 L of water every day, we survivors can visit each other from now on. I'll let you sleep with me every day. Survivor 980 at Survivor 84721. Damn it. Yesterday you were saying you were a 18 centimeters tall hunk, flirting with girls all over the chat, and today you're a cute girl with big eyes? Survivor 8991. This is really insane. Someone who can casually sell 2,000 L of water must have at least tens of thousands of liters of fresh water on hand, right? I'm so envious. We entered the game on the same day. How come there's such a huge difference? Survivor 43342 at Survivor 1. I have a supply chest, and I'll sell you 25 L of water. Do you want it? 098. Javert actually has a stamina fruit. Ning Feng could have directly stocked tens of thousands of liters of water. However, considering that too many items might attract unwanted attention, he only put 100 items on the shelves. Surprisingly, 100 servings still seemed like too many for the survivors. The saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind, and Ning Feng is no stranger to this. Fortunately, everything is anonymous at this stage. Even if they remembered his survival ID, they still didn't know who was behind it all. As for the replies from those people in the chat public screen, Ning Feng naturally just laughed them off. Those who want to sell will probably just go ahead and sell it. And those people who are spouting nonsense in the chat probably don't have any supply chests either. Since he couldn't get any benefits from them, Ning Feng naturally didn't bother to waste his energy on them. As for the chat public screen, the only person who had a supply chest, Ning Feng disliked him even more. The market price is 19.25 liters per supply chest, but he offered 20 liters, which is equivalent to giving him more than a bottle of fresh water. He was still insatiable and wanted 25 L? Dream on. Ning Feng would rather take one less supply chest than accept his. We are no longer in the stage of going overseas to collect supplies. Therefore, there are many people active in the chat public screen, and naturally even more people are active in the trading hall. It's unclear whether it was simply the attractive acquisition price or the effectiveness of the advertisements posted in the chat. It's only been a few minutes. Of the 100 servings of water, 73 were sold immediately. Ning Feng hadn't even had a chance to use his cheat code to check the quality of these 73 resource chests yet. He was tagged again in the chat. Upon opening it, it turns out it was Joey at him. Survivor 3214 at Survivor 1. You lunatic, do you need an amplification fruit? I have one. Stamina fruit. Seeing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the stamina fruit he wanted most was actually obtained by his good friend. So he quickly replied, Survivor 1 at Survivor 3214. You idiot, you're lucky to have gotten this? Name your price, I want it. Joey quickly responded again. Survivor 3214 at Survivor 1. We're brothers, talking about money will hurt our feelings. If you want it, just take it. I'll arrange the transaction right away, you can just give me whatever you want. In response, Ning Feng, of course, could not accept it. Stamina fruit is not a common resource. He's been in this world for so long, and this is the first time he's ever seen anything like it. You can imagine how rare it is. It wouldn't make sense to take it for free. Even close brothers keep clear accounts, let alone brothers who are not related by blood. Ning Feng had no intention of taking advantage of others. Most importantly, Javert was not alone in his struggle for survival. He had a companion with him. If he really got this stamina fruit for free, his companions would probably complain. This could be detrimental to Javert's future survival. In this kind of environment, the most taboo thing is to be targeted by petty people. If Javert's companions knew that Javert had given them such rare supplies directly, even if they didn't say anything, they would still feel a sense of unease. If, at some point, Zhaoi is harmed, then no amount of supplies could buy Zhaoi's life. Therefore, Ning Feng said bluntly, "At Survivor 3214, please don't. I don't want it for free. We should keep things clear even between brothers. We're all trying to survive, and staying alive is the most important thing. Just tell me your price." Incidentally, Ning Feng subtly reminded him, "At Survivor 3214, besides, you're not alone now. You should discuss everything with your teammates beforehand to avoid hurting anyone's feelings." Javert may be nicknamed the Fool, but he's not a fool at all. Ning Feng had barely sent the message when Xiao Wei understood his meaning and replied, "Survivor 3214 at Survivor 1. Don't worry, I'm the one in charge here. Besides, this stamina fruit was from a supply chest that I found by myself today. He doesn't know about it. Also, he's asleep right now, so don't worry about these things. Survivor 3214 at Survivor 1. I saw someone in the chat say that eating this item can increase stamina, which is indeed a good thing. I'm reluctant to sell it directly, but if I eat it, there's only one, and it's hard to distribute. If my teammates find out, it will be even worse. So you might as well take it first. If you insist on calculating the price with me, then you can give it to me when I really need supplies." That's what Xiao Wei said, but Ning Feng still couldn't accept it. It's important to know that the trading hall keeps transaction records. Even if Xiao Wei's companions don't know now, it will be even harder to explain if they later come into contact with the trading hall. Ning Feng naturally insisted on purchasing the supplies. Unexpectedly, Javert's final remark left Ning Feng speechless. "Survivor 3214 at Survivor 1. Bro, don't worry, I'm fine here. My partner is illiterate, so I'm in charge of everything in the navigation system. He's just doing the work. Plus, he has a good temper and is honest. You can relax." Hiss. Ning Feng didn't know whether to say that Xiao Wei was lucky or unlucky. The assigned partner couldn't read. Since that's the case, Ning Feng has nothing to worry about. Open the trading hall and find the trading item according to Xiao Wei's instructions. He then initiated the transaction. Of course, Ning Feng didn't get something for nothing. While it's said that they'll accept Javert's power fruit, it's impossible that they'll really give him nothing in return, considering that people in Zhaoi probably don't eat much meat and staple food. Ning Feng traded the stamina fruit directly for 5 kilograms of rice and half of pheasant meat. He didn't know whether the supplies he provided were too much or too little. If it's less, then we'll have to compensate him later when we bring Zhaoi to the island. Then, Xiao Wei naturally remarked in the chat that Ning Feng was being too formal. Ning Feng casually replied with a perfunctory answer, then ended his chat with Xiao Wei by saying he was sleepy. He knew Javert's temperament. If he didn't find an excuse to leave, Javert would probably keep babbling on and on. Now that we've obtained the stamina fruit we've been longing for, Ning Feng naturally chose to eat it himself. As for Yuqing, it's not that Ning Feng is unwilling to give Yuqing food. In fact, given his current condition, he is more suited to this stamina fruit than Yuqing. After all, Yuqing's indicators are those of a normal person, and she doesn't show any particular weakness in any subject. Her stamina, combined with her strength and agility, is very well balanced. He would save any power fruit, or all-powerful fruit, he obtained for Yuqing to eat. But he was different. Now I have all the strength and speed, but my stamina can't keep up, so I feel like I have energy but nowhere to use it. It was incredibly painful. Therefore, improving Yuqing's physical fitness can only be postponed for a while. 099. Another all-powerful fruit has been obtained. After successfully eating the stamina fruit, as is customary, Ning Feng sat cross-legged to rest. As before, the body felt hot for 10 minutes before the heat dissipated. Immediately, Ning Feng began to read it using his cheat code. Message read: Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 135. Human limit is 100. Strength, 115. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 135. Human limit is 100. Unexpectedly, this stamina fruit increased his stamina by quite a bit. It jumped 135 points directly from 95, a full 40 points. Looks like he's pretty lucky. Now he's finally not a one-sided student. Ning Feng wasn't sure how much labor power could be converted from a 40-point increase in physical strength. However, judging from the results obtained from the previous improvements in agility and strength, he estimates he will become very capable. After harvesting the crops tomorrow, we can plant a new batch. He could take advantage of planting crops tomorrow to experience the changes in his body. In the following time, Ning Feng chose to sit in front of the navigation system screen as usual, waiting for the transaction to end. Unfortunately, more than an hour has passed. The 4 buckets of spring water, 20L, that he previously listed has not been sold yet. It's unclear whether he's traded all the supply chests circulating in the market today, or whether the price he's setting up is no longer attractive to survivors. Unfortunately, in order to test the market, Ning Feng then put the remaining 19 cigarettes from the Xin Shi Min pack that he had previously opened up for sale. As for the price, it's slightly cheaper than before, changing from trading 2 supply chests for 1 cigarette to trading 1 supply chest. Unexpectedly, 4 of them were sold immediately after they were put on the shelves. Good heavens, what a bunch of chain smokers. It seems that the price of 1 cigarette for 1 supply chest is still too cheap. I'll just stick to 1 cigarette for 2 supply chests from now on. But that makes sense when you think about it. At this stage, staying alive is the most important thing. Those who are willing to exchange supply chests for cigarettes, even if they are stupid, are not necessarily unafraid of death. Ning Feng believed that people who were willing to buy cigarettes must be doing quite well. Even if he didn't have a lot of supplies, he should at least have enough food and water, which is why he had a craving for cigarettes. Such survivors naturally look down on fresh water. Then, Ning Feng waited for a long time and found that apart from selling for cigarettes, no one else bought any more. He stopped wasting his time. This time it seems the market has truly reached its limit. If we keep waiting, probably no one will buy any more. So be it. He stopped paying attention to the trading hall. His reading was interrupted by Javert's appearance. Now that everything is all right, we can continue to read the 77 supply chests we acquired through the trade. Message read. Supply chest quality, excellent, green light. Items in the supply chest, pure water 20. Message read. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, watermelon 1. Message read. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the supply chest, seasoning gift pack. Message read. Supply chest quality, supreme, colorful. Items in the supply chest, all-purpose fruit. After reading all 77 supply chests, the result wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. There is at least one all-powerful fruit in each of the 77 supply chests. In Ning Feng's eyes, the all-powerful fruit is a fruit that surpasses all other amplification fruits. Eating it will improve various bodily indicators. This is perfect for Yin Yuqing to eat. Besides the all-purpose fruit, he didn't find any more valuable resources. The only decent supply they had was a seasoning gift pack. Take out the supplies containing the all-purpose fruit and the seasoning gift pack, and open them. Ning Feng then went to wash up and prepare to rest. But Ning Feng was just about to lie down when I discovered he'd forgotten something important. Previously, in order to expand the island, he put a lot of spring water on the shelves. Don't end up having all the expansion materials acquired, but forgetting to expand the island itself. That would be ridiculous. You should know that expanding your island a day earlier means gaining ship experience a day earlier. Then, Ning Feng quickly ran to the navigation system screen to check it. As expected, all 91 20L of spring water on the shelves were sold out. A total of 85,120 kilograms of sand, 85,120 kilograms of soil, and 85,120 kilograms of bamboo were purchased. This amount can be used to expand the island area by 8,512 square meters. No need for you to do the calculations, dear readers. I've already done it for you. The average price is 5L of water for 280 kilograms of sand, 5L of water for 280 kilograms of soil, and 5L of water for 70 bamboo stalks. This is equivalent to trading one 500 milliliters bottle of water for 4 buckets of sand or 7 bamboo stalks. You can judge for yourselves whether this is reasonable or not. Unfortunately, he got so caught up in the supply chests that he forgot all about it. Otherwise, given the current sales speed in the market, we could probably sell even more water. Never mind. Leaving aside the past, Ning Feng quickly added these materials to the island's expansion page and began expansion. Suddenly, the island's area has increased from the original 1225 square meters, 3535, to 9,737 square meters, 99 m, 98 m, plus 35 m superscript 2. At present, due to the lighting, Ning Feng could no longer see the edge of his island at all. However, he felt that even with sufficient light, he probably wouldn't be able to see the edge of the island. After all, his island is now nearly 100 meters long and wide. Certainly, the island's size is secondary. What excites Ning Feng the most right now is the island rating. 1 square meter equals 1 rating. 9,737 square meters is equivalent to a score of 9,737. Including their individual ratings, his ship can now gain 9,837 experience points a day. Looking at it this way, it seems like the ship will be upgraded to LV3 very soon. This is also thanks to his idea of bamboo diversion, which can store mountain spring water on a large scale. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so much spring water to trade before. Then, I realized it was getting late. Ning Feng continued to list 91 20L bottles of spring water at the previous price. He lay down on the bed full of anticipation, holding in Yuqing as he fell asleep. The next day, Ning Feng slept until he naturally woke up. When he got up, he used his golden finger to check the time. It was already past 8 a.m. I got out of bed and looked. Good heavens, the batch of crops that ripened yesterday is gone. It seems that Yuqing put them into the ship warehouse when she got up. All I can say is that this woman is quite good. Most of the time, she will take the initiative to do anything that is within her ability, and there is no need to ask her to do anything. Why? It's laughable. Such a capable woman. Her only flaw is that she can't do anything. I plan to start writing the second phase of the story in the next day or two, so please look forward to it. Oh, by the way, I got carried away today and made another illustration for the first chapter. I was afraid you long-time readers might miss out on the beautiful illustration, so I'm posting it here for you to see as well. The images were created by me, but all materials are taken from the internet. If there is any infringement, please contact me in time, and I will delete them immediately. 100. And Yuqing's new outfit. Upon seeing Ning Feng get up, and Yuqing, who had been weaving rattan baskets nearby, asked directly, "Awake? Did you expand the island last night? How come it's so big now?" Ning Feng was still sleepy, so he didn't even glance at Yuqing before giving a perfunctory nod. "Yeah, we expanded it last night." Upon hearing this, Yuqing didn't continue the topic, but instead took credit, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. You must have stayed up late again last night. Get up and have breakfast. I've already made the porridge. Oh, by the way, I also gathered up all the ripe crops when I got up. Hee hee, how about that? Aren't I quite capable? Isn't that amazing?" Upon hearing these words, Ning Feng gradually came to his senses. He looked at Yuqing, about to make a sarcastic remark like, "Never done it before, don't know," but was suddenly stunned by what he saw. "Huh? You changed your clothes? Why aren't you wearing your maid outfit anymore? Don't you want to be a loli anymore?" "I'm tired of wearing this," Yuqing said while weaving a wicker basket. "Besides, I've never said I'm a loli. I just happened to be at a comic convention and was transported into this world. I've always dressed like this. Besides, it's inconvenient to do chores in that maid outfit, and it gets dirty easily, and it's hard to wash when it gets dirty. Anyway, I just picked out a suitable outfit to wear since I had collected so many clothes before." Ning Feng didn't believe in Yuqing's nonsense. Today, she wore a white t-shirt with blue prints and denim shorts that barely covered her waist. She also had her hair tied in a high ponytail, giving her a youthful and innocent look. According to the description in the text, an AI was used to generate an Yuqing, and Ning Feng was probably quite satisfied with this object. This looks like a carefully selected and styled outfit. It couldn't possibly have been just someone picked out randomly. But you know what? Yuqing didn't look uglier after changing into this outfit. On the contrary, it only fueled Ning Feng's desire for her. After all, although Yuqing changed her outfit, Her charming face and curvaceous figure remained unchanged. At this point, Ning Feng also came to a conclusion. Perhaps on Blue Star, those men who say they like lawless, mature women, or even young married women might not actually like their outfits, but simply like beautiful women. Otherwise, Xiao Biluo's persona is that of a cute little girl, so why doesn't anyone say they like her after seeing her face? Cough, cough, cough. From this perspective, men aren't necessarily unfaithful. They've always just been attracted to beautiful women. Ning Feng saw through it, but didn't say anything. He didn't dwell on whether Yin Yuqing's outfit was chosen randomly or carefully, as long as it looked pleasing to the eye. After washing up, he started eating breakfast. After breakfast, Ning Feng then took out the all-powerful fruit and handed it to Yin Yuqing. This is the all-around fruit I harvested yesterday. It can enhance various physical attributes. You should eat it. It will help you survive in the future. Although Yin Yuqing had never eaten the amplification fruit, she was still very clear about its abilities. In her mind, giving her such precious food would be a complete waste. Therefore, she shook her head without hesitation and refused. No way. It'll be more effective if you take it, so you should take it. Even if I eat it, I'm still a woman, so I'm definitely not as strong as a man. It's all right. I kept this one for you to eat. Ning Feng explained. My physical fitness has already surpassed that of ordinary people, so you should eat this one. That way, you might be able to help me with some of the heavy work in the future. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Hurry up and eat, or I'll get angry. Unexpectedly, Yin Yuqing, however, remained adamant. I won't eat it even if you're angry, humph. Have no choice. Ning Feng had no choice but to use his trump card. He grinned mischievously and said, Don't be so quick to refuse. Aren't you curious about what will happen if I get angry? What can you do if I'm angry? I'm just irritable. What's wrong with that? Are you going to kill me? Yin Yuqing said guiltily after hearing this. Ning Feng shook his head and raised an eyebrow, saying, Killing you is out of the question, but whether I'll force myself on you is another matter, hee hee. After all, when tempers flare, it's easy to do something irrational. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng himself hadn't even reacted yet. With lightning speed, Yin Yuqing snatched the all-powerful fruit from Ning Feng's hand, shouting, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction at Yin Yuqing. That's more like it. Eat up. He thought to himself, humph. You think I can't deal with you? Immediately, to make it easier to determine how much this all-around fruit can improve Yin Yuqing's physical attributes, Ning Feng also used his cheat ability to read Yin Yuqing's physical attributes before Yin Yuqing ate the all-powerful fruit. Message read. Name, Yin Yuqing. Age, 19. Agility, 67. Human limit is 100. Strength, 65. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 79. Human limit is 100. I didn't expect this woman to be so capable. She has such good stamina. I wonder if this woman's stamina will surpass his after eating this all-powerful fruit. If he really exceeds that limit, he's truly afraid that one day in the future, when plowing the fields, the ox will die of exhaustion first. Getting back to the main point. After Yin Yuqing took it, she also developed a fever. Ning Feng quickly reminded her to sit cross-legged and recuperate. Ning Feng, taking this opportunity, planned to feed the family's livestock. While we're at it, let's see if the speckled chickens we caught yesterday have laid any eggs. After all, the ducks he caught before are now laying eggs regularly every day. Following this pattern, chickens should be the same, right? To Ning Feng's surprise, he had barely approached the duck pen when he clearly heard an even sharper cry from the ducklings. This greatly surprised him. No way. It's only been a few days, and it's already hatched? Ning Feng looked on in disbelief and ran over to take a look. I actually saw 4 ducklings that looked like yellow pom-poms in the duck pen. Including today, the ducks have only been on the island for 3 days, and the duck eggs have only been hatched for 2 days? Could it be that, in this world, livestock, like crops, have changed their growth cycles? Thinking of this, Ning Feng used his cheat system to read it. He was overjoyed when he read it. The answer given by the golden finger is, among the poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese raised by the survivors, the females lay 1 egg every 24 hours. If the egg is fertilized, it will hatch successfully in 48 hours. The cubs will reach adulthood in 72 hours. This result was something Ning Feng never expected. If the incubation period is shortened this much, then both chicken and duck eggs can be guaranteed to be fertilized. Wouldn't that mean we'll never have to worry about not having chicken or duck eggs again? And you don't have to worry about not having chicken or duck to eat anymore. Ha ha. It seems that keeping animals in captivity was the right decision. Immediately, Ning Feng then turned his attention to the cattle and sheep. If the growth cycle of chickens, ducks, and geese is shortened, will the same be true for cattle and sheep? Thinking. The cheat code is activated again. 101. The island's area is nearly 20,000 square meters. The final conclusion is that if the cattle or sheep have mated and become pregnant, sheep can give birth in 5 days, and cows in 7 days. The pup-born lambs reach adulthood in 10 days. Cowboys reach adulthood in 14 days. Although it's not as fast as chicken, duck, or goose, it's already pretty good. According to this view, in theory, it would take as little as 21 days for his island to have another strong and healthy ox to help pull the cart. Just as Ning Feng was rejoicing over the shortened breeding cycle of livestock, he subconsciously used his cheat device to check the pregnancy status of the ewes and cows. But they found that none of them were pregnant. This immediately gave Ning Feng a headache. It's been 2 days. The ducks are already fertilized, so why aren't the cattle and sheep getting pregnant yet? No way. Ning Feng couldn't control or force livestock mating. If domesticated cattle and sheep happen to dislike each other and never mate, it seems pointless to shorten the gestation period and the growth period of livestock. TSK. No. For the sustainable development of the island, cattle and sheep must give birth. He had heard since he was a child that all things have a spirit. If these livestock are slow to mate, is it because they lack human guidance? Otherwise, for the sake of the island's development, he reluctantly agreed to conduct the human revival plan with an Yuching in front of the livestock. As the animals watch, they might even start to think about mating. Yes, this method is probably feasible. Let me emphasize this. He had no ulterior motives, and he certainly didn't intend to take advantage of an Yuching. He really did this purely to help cattle and sheep give birth and to develop the island. He clearly distinguishes between public and private matters. But an Yuching is currently recovering. Therefore, this plan will have to wait until an Yuching has recovered. After feeding the livestock, on the way back through the fields, Ning Feng noticed that because an Yuching had harvested all the mature crops, the land now looked extremely unsightly. There are bald patches here and there. Thus, he did realize a problem. In the future, when planting crops, perhaps we should plan the land issue more carefully. For example, crops with a growth cycle of 1 day are planted in one area. Crops with a growth cycle of 2 days are planted in one area. This not only makes the whole plant look more beautiful, but also makes subsequent harvesting and planting easier. Otherwise, it will be like it is now. Because the land wasn't properly planned during the last planting, crops that take 2 days to mature are interspersed with those that take 1 day to mature. Even though an Yuching had already harvested all the mature crops and had empty land, he couldn't plant anything there. No way. The crops that have a growth cycle of 2 days are not yet ripe. If we plant new crops now, when plowing, oxen can easily trample unripe crops into pieces. Therefore, even if Ning Feng has nothing to do now, he has no intention of planting crops. In any case, judging from the time, those crops that take 2 days to mature will be ripe in a few more hours. Instead of rushing things, it's better to wait until all the crops in the fields are ripe and harvested before planting the next batch. Back to the navigation system screen. Only 5 minutes had passed. There are 5 minutes left before an Yuching can rest and recover. Then, Ning Feng then opened the trading hall. I'm planning to check how well the 9120L bottled spring water he put up last night before bed is selling. I opened it and took a look. The result was better than expected. Ning Feng originally thought that since it was late at night, many survivors would probably be asleep and the sales speed wouldn't be very fast. Who would have thought that all 9,120 liters of spring water would be sold out that very night? It looks like the island can continue to expand its area. Thinking, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and immediately opened the Messages app. First, I checked the ship's experience. It has increased from LV2 small fishing boat 30718/100000 to LV2 small fishing boat 40555/100000. Then, Ning Feng then went directly to the expansion page. The island's area has now reached 9,773 square meters, 99 m, 98 m plus 35 m superscript 2, and it can increase ship experience by 9837 points per day. Including the materials just taken from the trading hall, we can expand the area by 8,512 square meters. In other words, even if no more expansion materials are collected, could the area of the island today be increased to at least 18,285 square meters? So starting tomorrow, ship experience will increase by at least 18,385 points per day? It'll be here soon. It'll be here soon. The ship is almost at LV3 and will soon enter the second stage. Surprisingly, the LV2 to LV3 upgrade was faster than the LV1 to LV2 upgrade. Ning Feng suppressed his excitement and added the materials to the expansion page. The next moment, a pop-up window appeared indicating the expansion area plan. Because the island's area is still not very large. Therefore, Ning Feng was not in a hurry to devise a future expansion plan for the island. For now, it's best to expand outwards in a square shape. But, to make it easier for them to go to sea, Ning Feng did not expand the navigation system screen as the center. Otherwise, if we take the navigation system screen as the center and expand outwards, as the islands grow larger, the navigation system screen will only get further and further away from the shore. At that time, it will probably take them a long time just to walk from the navigation system screen to the ship. So, although the islands expand outwards in a square shape, however, the actual direction of expansion was only the west and north sides of the island. The text description is a bit hard to understand, but you'll understand it at a glance from this picture. Of course, the island is too big, so the picture is just for reference and the area shown in the picture is not accurate. After selecting the location for the expansion, Ning Feng then clicked the expand button directly. In the blink of an eye, the island was expanded from its original size of 9,773 square meters, 99 m, 98 m plus 35 m superscript 2, to 18,285 square meters, 135 m, 135 m plus 60 m superscript 2. Immediately afterwards, a familiar pop-up window appeared again. It has been detected that the area of your private island is approaching its current maximum. To avoid unnecessary waste, please note that the maximum expansion area for the first phase of your private island is 20,000 square meters. Once the island's area reaches its maximum, further modifications will be impossible. Upon seeing this, although Ning Feng had anticipated this, he still couldn't help but curse when he saw the notification. Damn it, you're resorting to restrictions just because we disagree, huh? If you're so capable, lift the restrictions. I'll expand the area to 100,000 square meters today, and we'll move directly into the second phase tomorrow. 102. Rules of Island Evolution. Pity. He is not the master of this world. If scolding someone could change the world's flawed rules, he would have cursed the creator of this world to the point of being disgusting long ago. That's enough. That's enough. Since we can't change it, we have no choice but to accept our fate. Anyway, the island's area isn't particularly small, and we have a fair amount of experience with boats. If you were to expand the island to its peak size of 20,000 square kilometers today, you gain 20,100 ship experience points per day, and you can level up in just 3 days. It's only 3 days, it's not like we can't wait. Thinking of this, Ning Feng then felt relieved and put some more spring water on the shelves to purchase expansion materials. He plans to expand the island's area to its peak size today. Unexpectedly, he had just put the supplies on the shelves. Immediately afterwards, An Yuqing stood up from the ground, seemingly having recovered her strength. Seeing her curious and excitedly examining his body, Ning Feng smiled and asked, "It seems your energy and spirit have improved since you ate this all-powerful fruit. How is it? Can you feel any changes in your body?" "I think I can sense it." And Yuqing carefully felt it for a moment, and then said, but I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just a feeling of being full of energy. Isn't that simple? Just do a 100-meter sprint. At least that will tell us how your speed and stamina have changed, Ning Feng suggested. And Yuqing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's right. Great idea. Ning Feng, I'll go run it right now. Come and see if my improvement is obvious. But she had just finished speaking and was planning to choose a running route when they were shocked to discover the changes on the island, exclaiming, "My God, how did the island get so much bigger? While I was resting, you expanded the island again?" Ning Feng nodded and explained, "Last night before bed, I collected some expansion materials, so I started the expansion. The island's area is now close to 20,000 square meters, which is also the peak of the first phase. I plan to expand the island's area to 20,000 square meters today. Not bad, not bad. With you in charge of our island, I don't have to worry about anything at all. I can just be a lazy bum, hee. And Yuqing said happily. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng chuckled mischievously and teased, "Don't even mention helping you manage the island. I'll be your slave, as long as you give me grass, food." And Yuqing never imagined that Ning Feng could drive on any kind of terrible road. Even though she already knew Ning Feng's personality, her face still blushed when she heard those words. But she didn't feel rejection or disgust. She was simply shy. You're never serious." After giving Ning Feng a disdainful look, and Yuqing ignored him and started running towards the west side of the island. And Ning Feng, taking this opportunity, he directly used his cheat system to read and Yuqing's information. Message read, Name, and Yuqing. Age, 19. Agility, 97. Human limit is 100. Strength, 95. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 109. Human limit is 100. Good heavens. And Yuqing is lucky. This all-powerful fruit actually increased all of her physical attributes by 30 points. Agility increased from an initial 67 to 97. Strength increased from the initial 65 to 95. Stamina increased from the initial 79 to 109. The stat increase from Yuqing's all-round fruit is much better than the one he ate before. Ning Feng felt a pang of jealousy. Why do I get so few attribute points? That's unfair. Is it just because I'm a little black that God treats me this way? Cough, cough, cough. Of course, the more obvious the increase in Yuqing's physical strength, the happier Ning Feng was. In about 20 seconds, Yuqing had already run 100 meters back and forth and returned to his side. Judging from Yuqing's current speed, her 100-meter ability should be at the level of a national first-class athlete. Not bad. It seems she'll be able to do more work when we go ashore to collect supplies in the future. How was it? Was I fast or not? And Yuqing asked with a smug look on her face. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ning Feng smiled indulgently and praised. You're almost as fast as me. That's really good. Hee, this is all thanks to you for giving me that all-powerful fruit. However, Ning Feng, don't worry, I'm not one to be pretentious. Now that I've eaten this all-powerful fruit, I'll definitely make the most of it. I promise I'll work even harder on future supply hauls at sea. I'll make sure you get your money's worth. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. What a silly girl. Fortunately, he remained calm when he first entered this world. Otherwise, if she had impulsively pushed Yuqing into the sea, where would she have found another virtuous wife like her? However, Ning Feng's thoughts drifted, and Yuqing's question once again pulled Ning Feng back to reality. She asked suspiciously, Ning Feng, when I was running just now, I paid attention to my surroundings and suddenly remembered something. When the ship was being upgraded, wasn't there a notice on the navigation system screen saying that our private island could evolve? Now the island's area has expanded to nearly 20,000 square meters, but how come we haven't seen a single blade of grass? Ning Feng was instantly drawn in by Yuqing's words. It seems that's really the case. During this time, he was busy farming, building wooden houses, and collecting supplies, and he had forgotten about this matter. Logically speaking, after so long, even if the island has evolved into mountains and rivers, there should at least be a single weed, right? Thinking of this, he quickly used his cheat code to read the information about the island beneath his feet. Message read, Island attributes, private island. Island specifications, small island. Island characteristics. It has the characteristics of being expanded by humans and evolving automatically. Island evolution. Island evolution is random. Natural objects may or may not evolve at midnight every day, but as the island area increases, the probability and number of natural objects that evolve will increase. Natural objects. Things that are naturally formed, including animals, plants, minerals, and freshwater. Current island size evolution probability. Animals, 1%, plants, 3%, minerals, 0.5%, freshwater, 0.1%. 103. New Island Expansion Plan. Holy crap. After learning about the evolutionary rules of islands, Ning Feng was unsure whether to be happy or sad. Who would have thought that island evolution would depend on probability? So, wouldn't it be possible that even with a 99% probability, some unlucky people might not be able to evolve natural objects? But a pretty boy like him shouldn't have such a bad chance. Thinking about it this way, Ning Feng felt much better. Most importantly, Ning Feng never imagined that freshwater resources could be obtained through evolution. Although the probability is very low at present, anything is possible as long as it is not zero. Who knows, if luck comes our way, a mountain spring might just appear tomorrow. After that, he really wouldn't have to worry about fresh water anymore. To exaggerate a bit, from now on, he won't need to go out to sea to collect supplies anymore. He can just sit at the spring on his island every day, fetch water, and trade it for food. TSK. If that's really the case, then what's the point of living? Let's just focus on health. Certainly, imagination is always wonderful, but we still need to face reality. But, to be rational, Ning Feng could accept the evolutionary setting of this world. The probability is low now, but the cheat code says that the probability of evolution will increase as the island's area increases. Given time, once his private island has expanded to a certain size, the probability of evolving freshwater should also become very high, right? TSK. Ning Feng became more and more excited as he thought about it. He just felt that his future days would definitely get happier and happier. Certainly, it's too early to talk about the future. He knows the rules of evolution in his own mind. The real goal now is to take steady steps, develop quickly, and strive to become the first person in the world to evolve freshwater. By that time, he can then use the unlimited fresh water to collect a large amount of resources, widening the gap between himself and other survivors. In this way, even if more and more survivors later develop freshwater on the island, it will no longer pose a threat to him. He kept the rules of evolution to himself, and after giving Yuqing a perfunctory reply, Ning Feng then changed the subject. There's no point in talking too much about evolution with Yuqing. She'll understand everything naturally once it evolves, knowing that the crops still have some time before they ripen. The spring water that was just listed in the trading hall probably won't sell out so quickly. So be it. Ning Feng went fishing, while Yuqing continued weaving her wicker baskets. This busy period lasted for more than 2 hours. As the crops in the fields ripened one by one, Ning Feng put down his fishing rod. It was time to harvest the fish and plant the second batch of crops. The harvesting method is very simple. Ning Feng and Yuqing walked in opposite directions, each touching the ripe crops. Once it has been processed once, the ship warehouse can detect it. The two jogged along, and in just a few minutes, all the ripe crops were harvested. The next step is to plant a new batch of crops. But, prior to this, Ning Feng plans to expand the island to its peak size first. So much time has passed, the spring water that was just put on the shelves should have all been sold out. Right now, it would be better to first expand the island and then replant a planting area. Open the trading hall to view. Just as he had guessed, all the spring water was sold out. Then, Ning Feng immediately opened the expansion interface. The island's area has been successfully expanded to 20,000 square meters. It is important to note here that, this time, Ning Feng did not blindly expand the island outward in a square shape. Instead, it was expanded in a concave shape. Therefore, the outline of the island can be roughly seen as a large rectangle, 135 m 136 m, connected to another smaller rectangle, 39 m 40 m 20 square meters, by a 100m long connecting line. Ning Feng did this because he realized some safety hazards while fishing. For their personal safety, they expanded it accordingly. Because, when the ship had just been upgraded to LV2, the system screen displayed a message. This is a private island, protected by the Maritime World Register. No ships will be allowed to enter or pass through the area within 1,000 nautical miles of the island for the time being. Then, the system only said that other survivors wouldn't approach his private island for the time being. But that doesn't necessarily mean it will always be like this. Therefore, he needs to consider what to do if someone passes by or approaches his island in the future. You should know, for reasons such as convenience of going to sea, ships naturally need to get close to the residential areas on the island, and the residential areas on the island can only get close to the coastline. In this way, if he continues to expand outward in a square shape, then his residential area will be easily accessible to intruders, especially at night. If a survivor happens to land on the shoreline on the residential side, sneaking into the house and killing him while he's asleep would be incredibly frustrating for him. Therefore, the square expansion strategy must not be continued. However, if we don't expand in this way, and instead use the residential area as the center of the island for expansion, as the island expands, their residential areas will be further and further from the shore, making things increasingly inconvenient. After thinking it over, he then came up with a concave expansion method. In this way, his residential area can be located in the center of the island. And if you go out to sea, you don't have to worry about going too far. While this island planning might not be the best option for people with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, it's certainly the best solution at the moment. As for the gap between the two islands, why was 100m chosen? This was not a random design by Ning Feng. First, it is important to understand that the gap between the two islands is there to allow ships to dock and travel conveniently. Then he would definitely have to consider the size of the ship. Currently, the ships are of low grade, so they are not large and do not occupy a large area of sea. But as ships are upgraded, who knows how much they will be upgraded in the future. Just so happens, before entering this world, he had inadvertently seen a report about the world's largest ship. It looks like a giant container ship called Evelyn Maersk, which is the world's largest ship. Its specifications are as follows: 397.7 meters long, 56.4 meters wide, 76.5 meters high, and a capacity of 450,000 tons. So, he naturally used the largest ship on Earth as a reference, leaving a reasonable gap. The largest ship on Earth is over 56 meters wide, indicating that this world's technology is clearly more advanced than Earth's. Therefore, it is not impossible for future upgraded ships to have a beam greater than 56 meters. Therefore, Ning Feng felt that leaving a 100-meter gap was not large, and might even be too small. 104. Update previews are inconsistent. Perhaps some people will say, with such a large gap left, if a survivor were to pass by Ning Feng's island, wouldn't they still be able to use this gap to approach the residential area? That's true. However, without knowing the outline of Ning Feng Island, when people approach an island, they will usually land on the nearest island. Who would go through all that trouble to deliberately squeeze through this gap? Unless a ship's course is perfectly aligned with the gap, it is impossible to squeeze into it. However, this probability will gradually decrease as the area of Ning Feng Island continues to expand. Even if we take a step back, even if someone did discover this gap between the two islands, if they actually crawled in, wouldn't Ning Feng have devised a trap or other countermeasures? Don't forget, if that time really comes, Ning Feng's career will probably be pretty good, now that other survivors can freely drive their boats to approach other players' islands. Couldn't he recruit some underlings to guard the entrance to this gap? In any case, a concave design is definitely much better than a rectangular one. After all, the difficulty of maintaining control over the two expansion methods. One approach is to simply station personnel or establish mechanisms at the entrance between the two islands. Another issue is that as the island continues to expand, the side of the residential area closest to the coastline will gradually lengthen, making it increasingly difficult to guard that side. Therefore, from any perspective, the U-shaped expansion method is naturally more suitable. There's no need to overthink the island expansion. The expansion has already been done so much, it's too late to regret it now. After taking out the yoke and plow, Ning Feng led in Yuqing to the cattle pen. The island expansion is now complete. He also made a simple plan for the planting area. To facilitate future planting, he plans to divide the planting area into 3 zones. The plot of land closest to the residential area is used to grow crops with a 24-hour growth cycle. The middle area is used to grow crops with a growth cycle of 48 hours. The last area, which is also the land furthest from the residential area, is used to grow crops that can be grown for more than 72 hours. In this way, whether it's harvesting or planting, the crops in the 3 regions can be managed without any delay. Considering that today's tasks weren't easy, Ning Feng and Yuqing didn't delay any longer and started plowing the field with the ox. The 2 of them were busy until noon. However, because Yuqing's body also received an amplification, she plowed the land faster, so Ning Feng was able to plow less land. So, neither Ning Feng nor Yuqing felt as tired today as they did the first time. Yuqing is currently preparing today's meal. Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen, intending to check the chat public screen. Survivor 35132. Did you guys know? These past few days, a mysterious big shot has been dumping huge amounts of spring water on the market. It's estimated that tens of thousands of liters of spring water have been sold. Survivor 7821. I know that too. It's so awesome. I bought a copy to find out who he is, but unfortunately, the seller was anonymous, and I can't see the seller's ID in the transaction record. If I knew, I would definitely become his godfather. Survivor 9527. I'd be happy to be his godson, or even his beast. Survivor 35132. Do you guys think that mysterious big shot might be Survivor 1? I remember he was selling a lot of water in the chat back then. Survivor 9527. Impossible. The real pros are all making a fortune in silence and don't talk much. I think that Survivor 1 is just showing off that he's not very good and deliberately trying to come to the chat to sell his stuff. If it really is him, I'll eat shit right here and now. Survivor 83132. It's been quite a while since I entered this world, and I estimate that we'll be entering the 2nd phase soon. The 2nd phase will unlock the Battleship Legion feature, which I guess will be similar to a guild or clan. I'm letting you know in advance that I'll definitely create one to get some recognition. Remember to join my Legion when it's available. Survivor 73513. Hey upstairs, come on. The update preview hasn't even said we're about to enter the 2nd phase yet, and you're already predicting the future? Survivor 12211. Exactly. The latest news in my update preview is that crops can spawn on that island, and you're already saying we're entering the 2nd phase? Who believes that? Ning Feng ignored the idle chatter of the group in front of him. What puzzled him was the conversation of the group behind him. Is the update preview still showing information about crops being refreshed on the island? Could it be that the information updated in each person's update preview is not consistent? Could it be because my ship has reached LV2 that I received the update notification? After thinking about it, Ning Feng felt that this was the only explanation. But, if that's the case, then wouldn't that mean there are still many people in this world whose ships are still at level 1? He could certainly take advantage of the information gap to profit from it. Looking at the chat screen, more and more people are discussing things related to the Battleship Legion. Ning Feng couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly is the Battleship Legion? Is it really just a function similar to a gang or family, as some people say? Is he able to profit from this? Based on the current size of the island, his ship will be upgraded to LV3 in 3 days. That's when we entered the 2nd phase. Features such as the Battleship Legion and Friends will be available soon. He really should prepare some things for moving into the 2nd phase, especially the upgrade materials used before the upgrade. When he was upgrading from LV1 to LV2, he didn't know that upgrading required materials, so it took him a while. This time, he definitely needs to prepare the upgrade materials in advance. Last time, the materials needed to upgrade the small raft to a small fishing boat were iron, ore, sand, and bamboo. Judging from the materials currently needed for the island expansion, Ning Feng, however, felt that the sand and bamboo needed for the last upgrade were not for upgrading the boat, but for transforming the small raft into an island. In other words, iron ore is the real material for upgrading ships? Anyway, after the last upgrade experience, this time, Ning Feng no longer expects the ship to be upgraded only to a yacht or cruise ship. Since last time it was a small raft that was upgraded to a small fishing boat. So, Ning Feng wonders if this upgrade might involve small fishing boats being upgraded to medium or large fishing boats. If that's the case, as for the upgrade materials, you should only need to prepare enough iron ore, right? Thinking of this, Ning Feng was also planning to pay close attention to the iron ore issue when he could choose the island to sail to the sea the next day. 105. The wooden house is finished. Ning Feng, feeling bored, glanced at the chat screen for about 10 more minutes. And Yuqing called for dinner. So Ning Feng left the navigation system screen and went to eat. Actually, ever since I realized that the ship's storage can store food, I can cook once a week. But who can blame her for being so virtuous and considerate? She felt that eating the same food every week was not only boring, but also an unbalanced diet. Therefore, for the sake of dietary diversity, she doesn't mind the trouble and is willing to cook different types of dishes whenever she has free time. In response, Ning Feng naturally wouldn't refuse in Yuqing's kind offer. As long as in Yuqing isn't tired or finds it troublesome, he would definitely like to eat different dishes every day. After lunch, this was a relatively relaxed time for the two of them. There's nothing to do, and I've just had a good meal. And Yuqing lay down on the bed to rest. Ning Feng, meanwhile, lay back in the rocking chair, contemplating his future plans. Perhaps it was because I was feeling sleepy after a good meal and drinks. Ning Feng couldn't figure anything out, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep leaning back in the wooden rocking chair. I don't know how much time has passed. Ning Feng was woken up by an Yuqing. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Look," and Yuqing pointed to the right side of the island and said excitedly, "The wooden house, no. The wooden building is finished." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ning Feng instantly perked up. He quickly stood up from the wooden rocking chair and looked in the direction and Yuqing was pointing. A wooden building, about 18 meters high, stands prominently on the island. The wooden building is made of very new wood. From the appearance, it is very exquisite. Aside from its slightly retro design and somewhat aged appearance, it has no flaws. On the first floor, looking around, there is only one relatively wide door. There is a staircase on each side leading to a higher floor. Ning Feng is currently unaware of the interior layout of the wooden building. However, judging from the number of doors, it seems that, except for the first floor, each of the other floors has 3 separate rooms. In other words, unlike private residential buildings on Earth, this wooden building does not allow direct access from the first floor to the upper floors. That's roughly it. Just replace the roof with wooden planks and the third floor with the fourth floor. Images are from the internet. Please contact me if there is any copyright infringement, and I will delete them immediately. Based on appearance alone, Ning Feng could only glean this much information. We'll have to go inside to find out the specifics. And so, after Ning Feng called out to an Yuqing, "Let's go in and take a look," he walked towards the main entrance on the first floor of the wooden building. Stepping through the main door on the first floor of the wooden building, the first thing you see is a spacious main room, living room. Ning Feng used his golden finger to read the area of this main room, which was 6m 10m, totaling 60 square meters. The main room is separated by wooden boards on both sides, but there is a 2-meter wide walkway on each side. Ning Feng and an Yuqing first walked into the corridor located on the left side of the main hall. Soon, 2 wooden doors were found on either side of the corridor. Push them open one by one. It turns out that this corridor connects the master bedroom and the guest bedroom on the first floor. Read them one by one using the gold finger. The master bedroom area, according to the gold finger reading, is 22.5 square meters, 5m 4.5m. The guest bedroom area, according to the gold finger reading, is 17.5 square meters, 5m 3.5m. Both rooms are quite spacious, and each room has 2 large windows, providing excellent natural light. Not bad, not bad. Ning Feng and an Yuqing were extremely satisfied. If we really have to point out some shortcomings, the room was too big and had no furniture, making it feel unusually empty or shabby, like a bare-bones house. But there's no need to worry about that. He can't get his hands on modern furniture yet, but as long as he has wood, he can still make some wooden furniture. Walk back down the corridor and return to the main room. Unexpectedly, there was another door at the far right end of the main room. Ning Feng pushed the door open and looked inside. It turned out to be a guest bedroom. The area is 3m4m, totaling 12 square meters. In other words, the first floor of the wooden house is more like a traditional suite. It has a 3-bedroom, 1 living room feel to it. Since there was no furniture, the guest bedroom was completely exposed. Therefore, Ning Feng simply opened the door, took a look, and then closed it again, showing no intention of going in. Immediately, the two then went to the corridor on the right side of the main room. Upon closer inspection, there are 3 wooden doors, corresponding to the kitchen, bathroom, and toilet respectively. Just a quick glance. All the detailed values are marked, so you should be able to understand them at a glance. The room layout is quite satisfactory, but there's no furniture inside, which is a bit stingy. Especially the kitchen. They gave us such a big space, but there's not even a stove. Forget about toilets and bathrooms. Aside from a floor drain to make it easier for water to drain out of the house, they didn't even provide a wooden toilet. It's just like a bare shell apartment. Looks like we'll have to gradually furnish it later. Ning Feng smiled helplessly, and Yuqing, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the house. She smiled at Ning Feng and comforted him. The furniture is a minor issue. At least we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain now, don't we? Hee. If you find it troublesome, then I'll be responsible for collecting the materials for making furniture from now on. Once you've collected them all, I'll make and arrange them. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Have to. In this world, making things is like playing a game. Since Yuqing is willing to take on this task, then let's just leave it to her. Girls, they've loved playing house since they were little, so they're probably pretty good at arranging furniture. Okay, you'll be in charge of the furniture in the house. But you don't need to take care of the materials. I'll just cut down more trees when I have time. Let's go out and go upstairs to take a look. Through the stairs on the outside of the wooden building, the two successfully reached the corridor on the second floor. The layout of the second floor is relatively simpler compared to the first floor. The long corridor extends from the left staircase to the right staircase. 3 wooden doors were evenly spaced in the middle of the passageway. Push them open one by one. All 3 rooms are the same size. As for the layout of the room, it is somewhat similar to the suites at the Blue Star Hotel. There is only 1 bedroom, bathroom, and living room. It's nice, simple, and elegant, quite comfortable for one person to live in. However, before leaving the second floor, Ning Feng also planned to go to the bathroom on the second floor to check out its drainage system and see what it was like. After all, he'll definitely be living on the first floor from now on. In case the drainage system malfunctions, or there is no drainage system at all, wouldn't that mean other people's bathwater and toilet water would seep into the apartment below? TSK. Ning Feng felt disgusted just thinking about it, so he definitely needed to understand the drainage system of high-rise buildings. Let's take a look at the readership. For students who won't be able to continue following the updates after school starts, please check in here. Students can continue following this after school starts, so check in here. For those who aren't students, feel free to continue reading. Checking in here. Female readers, check in here and join my harem. By the way, perverts and LSPs, check in here. Let's see who dares to volunteer. Also, after thinking about it, I'll implement a new rule for extra chapters. See the author's note for details. 106. The navigation system screen can actually be moved. After Golden Finger's inspection confirmed that there were no hidden dangers in the wooden building's drainage system, Ning Feng left the room with peace of mind. He and Yuqing continued up the stairs. The layout and room structure of the 3rd and 4th floors are exactly the same as those of the 2nd floor, so there's no need to go into too much detail. In other words, this wooden building has a total of 12 rooms. If 2 people share a room, at least 24 people can stay. Not bad, not bad. Once we enter the second phase and can bring people to the island, there won't be any shortage of places to stay. After learning more about the entire wooden building, the two then stopped lingering in the wooden building. It's time to get down to business. Items like wooden beds, rocking chairs, toilets, and even the stove made from an iron drum should be moved indoors. The two then returned to the navigation system screen, intending to move them into the house. Just as Ning Feng was preparing to work together with An Yuqing to lift the Simmons mattresses from the two wooden beds, Ning Feng caught a glimpse of an information box popping up on the navigation system screen out of the corner of his eye. He immediately stopped An Yuqing and walked to the navigation system screen. Upon closer inspection, a property has been detected on a survivor's private island. Do you wish to change the location of the navigation system screen? Weather. Seeing this, Ning Feng was delighted. He was just thinking that now that he has a house, it would be very inconvenient to have the navigation system screen always outside. I never expected the world to be so considerate. Once the house is detected, a relocation service can be provided. Ning Feng will definitely need to change the location of the navigation system screen. Otherwise, if we wait until the seasons and weather change, will he still have to brave the wind, sun, and rain to operate the navigation system screen outside? That would be such a hassle just to think about it. Ning Feng didn't hesitate and clicked yes on the screen. The next moment, a new page popped up again. This page displays a 3D model of the entire wooden building. The page has a prompt that says, to move the navigation system screen into a specific space within the building, simply select that space. And so, Ning Feng went directly to the master bedroom on the first floor of the wooden building. After clicking, the 3D modeling of the scene changed again, revealing the floor plan of the master bedroom. As you can see from the prompts above, this step is to determine the exact placement of the navigation system screen. At this point, Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry to confirm the location. After all, the room will need to be furnished with furniture such as a bed, wardrobe, and table. It's still necessary to plan ahead to determine the most suitable location in the room for the navigation system screen. After discussing with An Yuqing, in the end, Ning Feng placed the navigation system screen near the window. The area is well ventilated, and furniture won't be placed here in the future, so it won't have any impact. It's quite convenient to be able to see the information on the navigation system screen while lying in bed. Once confirmed, the navigation system screen page then displayed the message transferring. Then, in the blink of an eye, the navigation system screen vanished into thin air right before their eyes. This is more magical than magic. My God, this transfer is too amazing. It's like magic. It's not scientific at all. An Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Ning Feng laughed loudly. We've already come to this world. What's the point of talking about science? If we really believed in science, would we even be here? Let's go in and check if the navigation system screen has been moved to the correct location. As he spoke, Ning Feng continued to prepare to lift the Simmons mattress. But it was at this moment that An Yuqing, who was standing to the side, suddenly thought of something and said, Ning Feng, I suddenly realized that we don't seem to need to move these things in. Why? Ning Feng asked back. Idiot, have you forgotten? All the supplies on this private island can be transferred through the navigation system screen. Why don't we just put these beds, chairs, and other items from outside into the ship's warehouse on the navigation system screen, and then take them out again? Upon hearing this, Ning Feng clapped his hands in an instant, suddenly realizing, oh dear, what a forgetful thing. I really forgot about this function. Let's go inside then. Back inside, with the help of the navigation system screen, moving the wooden beds, mattresses, and other supplies outside the house is naturally very convenient and easy. Ning Feng simply tapped the navigation system screen a few times. The supplies then appeared where they were supposed to be. Looking at the wooden bed and Simmons mattress that suddenly appeared behind him, Ning Feng finally felt that this room at least resembled a normal bedroom. At least there's a bed now. But that's not enough. He opened the ship's warehouse and saw that there was still a considerable amount of timber in the inventory. He then looked at An Yuqing and said, You're in charge of the furniture you mentioned. Come on. The wood in the ship warehouse is enough for you to make your move. It's not too late now. I'm going out fishing first. I hope you'll have everything ready at home when I come back. An Yuqing had no objection to Ning Feng's arrangement. Arranging furniture here is just like the house decorating games she played on 4366 when she was a kid. When she was a child, she dreamed of having her own home, which she could decorate herself. Now the opportunity has arrived. After more than a decade of hard work and perseverance, The playing house experience I accumulated in 4366 mini-games has finally come in handy. She patted her ample breasts with extreme confidence, making her assurance. Don't worry, by the time you come back with a full catch, at least our room will be ready. Okay, that's enough. Arriving at the seaside, after Ning Feng baited the hook, he cast the line. This island, although it can be considered an island, but it is still different from those mysterious islands. The mysterious island, with its coastline, is more in line with the situation on Earth. Seawater is shallow at first, and then deep. But private islands don't have all those fancy things. They're just bottomless pits. At least when Ning Feng stood on the shore and looked down into the sea, all he could see was complete darkness. Right. It's not blue or green seawater. It was a color that could be described as completely black. The fact that this color can form indicates that the water here is extremely deep. From a scientific perspective, the islands of Blue Star and the mysterious islands of this world are more like low-altitude mountains. Because of its low elevation, the foot and middle of the mountain are submerged by seawater, with only the summit above the water. Beneath the seawater, there are huge rocks and other materials providing support. But his private island, it's like it's floating directly on the seawater. Looking towards the sea, there was absolutely no support in sight. Not only that, he had previously reached into the seawater and dug his hand out of the bottom of the island. It's really empty. 107. The risk level has reached a new high. Ning Feng didn't know why it could float. It's even more baffling why this island, while floating on the sea, doesn't sway or rock from the waves. That's just the way it is. The specific principles behind or how private islands are formed. Ning Feng could not explain it from a scientific perspective. However, as long as it doesn't affect his life, he doesn't bother to dwell on these things. At least for now, this situation makes it convenient for him to fish. Furthermore, in this world where even teleportation exists, it's not surprising that an island could float up on its own. Let's talk about fishing instead. Fishing is indeed a way to cultivate one's character and refine one's temperament. On Earth, Ning Feng didn't understand those anglers. What were they trying to achieve by fishing all day or all night? Now, he gradually came to understand. There's a feeling of questioning them, understanding them, and becoming like them. At least, when he's fishing, he's always calm and time always flies by. Putting aside what we learned or gained, at least it helped pass the time. That's right. Ning Feng had only just finished casting his line for the third time when the sunset arrived uninvited, urging the sun baby to go home to find its mother. That's enough. That's enough. Anyway, Ning Feng was just killing time and didn't expect to get rich by fishing. Time to pack up and go home. While we're at it, we can also see what kind of mess that woman in Yuqing has made of the house. Back inside the house, and Yuqing was already cooking in the kitchen. Ning Feng didn't disturb her and started reading on his own. The main room hasn't changed much. It's just that a few tables and chairs have been added. Walking back to the room, Ning Feng, on the other hand, felt a sense of enlightenment. The room, which was neither too big nor too small, suddenly felt much more spacious. With the addition of wardrobes and tables and chairs, the placement of the furniture is quite pleasing to the eye. Not bad, not bad. This woman does have some talent. After muttering a satisfied thought to himself, Ning Feng stored the 3 fish in his hand into the ship warehouse. Then, transfer a bucket of water to the toilet via the navigation system screen. He then went to wash his hands and wait for his meal. Ning Feng is now financially secure and has no worries about food or drink. The ingredients have also become more abundant. The two thoroughly enjoyed their dinner. However, after dinner, this marked the beginning of the most difficult time for the two of them. There is no moon or any light source here at night. Absolutely boring. If we absolutely have to say what can be used for entertainment or to pass the time, it's only people and the navigation system screen. But for now, forget about entertainment between people. Ning Feng thought, and Yuqing is still not happy. After washing up, and Yuqing lay down on the bed and went to sleep. Ning Feng, as usual, planned to tinker with the navigation system screen for a while. First, we need to choose an island for our island trip tomorrow. Turn on the screen, and information about the 2 islands for tomorrow will appear. These are Mysterious Island number 919, Danger Level 31, and Mysterious Island number 520, danger level 200. Immediately afterwards, the cheat code was successfully read. Message read, Mysterious Island number 919. Danger level 31, cliff cracks, thorns. Resources 40. East side of the island. Abundant vegetation resources, vines, timber, etc. The western side of the island has abundant freshwater resources, such as streams. The northern side of the island has abundant animal resources, field mice, pheasants, etc. South side of the island. Abundant vegetation resources, vines, mugwort, timber, etc. Island center. Abundant fruit resources, bananas, oranges, etc. Supply chest, none. Message read, Mysterious Island number 520. Danger level 200, venomous snakes, wild boars, large felines, numerous cliff crevices, thorns. Resources 230. East side of the island. Abundant agricultural resources, rice, eggplant, water spinach, sweet potatoes, etc. West side of the island. Abundant fruit and vegetation resources, cantaloupe, pomegranate, timber, vines, bamboo, etc. North side of the island. Abundant vegetation and seafood resources, vines, timber, herbs, crabs, fish, shrimp, clams, etc. South side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, mountain springs, streams, inland lakes, wild boars, pheasants, Siberian tigers, venomous snakes, speckled pheasants, etc. Island center. Abundant mineral resources, iron, ore, coal, stone, etc. Supply chests, 2. Depend on. Upon learning about the distribution of supplies between the two islands, Ning Feng couldn't help but swear. This is absolutely outrageous. How many days have I even been in this world? So, tigers, those ferocious beasts, suddenly appeared? Are you trying to kill us? If tigers appear now, won't Godzilla be created in the future? Ning Feng really didn't want to deal with wild beasts. Although he has a cheat system, even a cheat system can't make him invincible. Even with an axe and a bow and arrow, one cannot guarantee 100% safety when facing a tiger. One moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Most importantly, even if he can protect himself, what about Yuching? Unless Yuching stays with me all day tomorrow? Ugh, what a headache-inducing night. The good mood cultivated during the day vanished in an instant. This is really messing with people's mentality. Meanwhile, Yuching, upon hearing Ning Feng's angry curse, he immediately sat up in bed. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Ning Feng, why are you so angry?" "It's nothing. It's just that one of the islands that will be refreshed tomorrow has a very low danger rating, while the other has a higher rating than usual," Ning Feng casually replied. Yuching was unaware of the supply situation on the two islands, so she didn't take it too seriously. She thought it was as easy as Ning Feng said, so she rolled her eyes at Ning Feng and said, "What's there to be angry about? If you think it's too dangerous, then go to a less dangerous island. Whatever choice you make, I will support you. Don't be angry. Choose an island with a low risk factor? All right, I'll think about it myself. You go to sleep first." Ning Feng smiled helplessly, unwilling to say anything more. He also wanted to choose an island with a lower risk factor. But, don't you even know what kind of supplies that island with a low risk factor has? It's so shabby it's almost pathetic. The supplies on that island probably aren't even as many as the supplies in his ship's warehouse. Most importantly, the ship was to be upgraded in 3 days, and he was planning to start collecting mineral resources during the day. Ning Feng is extremely depressed right now. 2 islands have spawned. One island has very few resources, and the other island has tigers. Actually, even having a tiger isn't the most disgusting thing. The saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If you've put me in danger, then you should at least give me fortune. Such a dangerous island doesn't even have amplification fruits. The danger was completely disproportionate to the resources available. 108. Beast Taming Contract Fruit. Can. Just when Ning Feng was at his wit's end, his subconscious action instantly gave him hope. Who would have thought? He subconsciously wondered what quality the supply chests on that island were. His cheat ability was triggered, giving him a feeling of being reborn from the brink of death. Message read, Supply chest quality, supreme, colorful. Items in the resource chest. Beast Taming Contract Fruit 1. Message read. Resource chest quality. Epic, purple light. Items in the supply chest. Modern windproof lighters 1 box, 50 pieces. Ha. This is truly a stroke of luck. Upon learning about the supplies inside the 2 supply chests, Ning Feng immediately acted without hesitation. Let's not even talk about that top-quality supply chest. The second supply chest, containing a lighter alone, was already very attractive to him. With a lighter, he and Yuqing no longer had to worry about the fire going out while they were tending it. This saves both timber and the process of manually adding firewood. In the current environment, having a lighter can be so much more convenient, let alone a whole box of lighters. That's what makes the saying, fortune favors the bold, mean. Seeing these supplies, Ning Feng was tempted to take a risk. As for the Beast Taming Contract Fruit 1, in the first supply chest, if we interpret Ning Feng's name, he figured these supplies were probably similar to the props used in online novels that bind people or things to each other. But we'll have to wait until he uses his cheat code to read it before we can say anything specific. Message read. Beast Taming Contract Fruit. A fruit full of magical power, consisting of 2 fruits, a main fruit and a secondary fruit. The main fruit is blue, and the secondary fruit is red. No creature other than a human can resist the taste of the Beast Taming Contract Fruit. When the user eats the main fruit and the contracted creature eats the secondary fruit, the 2 will form a contract relationship. How to obtain the Beast Taming Contract Fruit? It can be obtained with a probability from supply chests, 0.1%, and has a chance to spawn on a mysterious island when sailing after your ship reaches LV2 level, 0.05%. Friendly reminder. Humans are prohibited from consuming the byproducts. Otherwise, they will be responsible for the consequences. Upon learning the effects of the Beast Taming Contract Fruit, Ning Feng was incredibly excited. Just a minute ago, he felt that the island was targeting him, as a ferocious beast like a tiger had suddenly appeared. Now he only feels that the island is really good to him. This isn't a ferocious beast. It's clearly a pet that the world has given him. It just so happens that only one Siberian tiger spawned on mysterious island number 520. As long as we find the supply chest tomorrow and open it to get the Beast Taming Contract Fruit, what's there to be afraid of with a tiger? To keep it as a pet and use it as a guard tiger sounds pretty impressive. Since this is the will of heaven, Ning Feng naturally couldn't go against the will of heaven. So he directly set mysterious island number 520 as the island for tomorrow's sea voyage. As for where to land, Ning Feng chose the south side of the island, near the mountain spring. Although Siberian tigers also roam the southern side. But he felt that his luck couldn't be that bad, that he would just encounter the Siberian tiger as soon as he got ashore. And even if we take a step back, even if he did encounter one, as long as he was on the ship, he wouldn't necessarily be threatened by a tiger using crossbows. At most, it just means you can't treat its contract as a pet. If that's the case, then we'll have no choice but to seek the tiger's skin, kill it, skin it, and make a garment out of its hide. Although the existence of something called the Beast Taming Contract Fruit is already known, but he still needs to be very careful before obtaining the Beast Taming Contract Fruit. Therefore, Ning Feng doesn't plan to stay up late anymore. Getting some rest and conserving his energy is the most important thing. After washing up, he quickly returned to bed, held Yuqing in his arms, and drifted off to sleep. The next day, when Ning Feng woke up, he felt refreshed and invigorated. The feeling of living at home and living away from home is indeed completely different. I'm sleeping much more soundly now. He sat up, tilted his head slightly, and easily saw the time on the navigation system screen. At present, it was already 5:47 a.m. Fortunately, it's not too late. I got out of bed and washed up. Who would have thought that they had only just reached the toilet door when? And Yuqing happened to be carrying breakfast out of the kitchen door. Oh, you're awake. I was just about to call you. Yes, you're awake. Ning Feng nodded with a smile. You've really worked hard. Hang in there for a little longer, and I'll definitely get you a chef. It's not hard at all. It's not hard at all. With men and women working together, survival is not tiring. Hee hee. All right, go wash up. It's time to get on the boat after breakfast. watching and Yuqing carry breakfast to the main room. For a moment, Ning Feng felt that this was such a heartwarming scene. This is the life that so many men dream of. But why in this world and not on Earth? Wouldn't it be wonderful if supplies just fell from the sky instead of needing to go out to sea to collect them? Enough of this daydreaming. Wake up and get ready to land on the island. After breakfast, the two boarded the ship at the very last minute. The next moment, the ship began to rock, and it happened in an instant. The scene before them was completely transformed. The forests on this island are much denser than usual. Seeing this, Yuqing turned around and tried to push open the door of the fishing boat's control room to go out. Ning Feng was so frightened that he quickly grabbed her wrist. Wait a minute, let me take the crossbow and axe out of the ship's warehouse. No, I just opened the door to smell the fragrance of the outdoor plants. There's no need to be so nervous, Yuqing said, puzzled. What's wrong with you? Aren't you usually more excited than me when we go to the island? Ning Feng didn't explain much, saying, the danger level of this island has exceeded 200, breaking a new record. It's better to be careful. Since Ning Feng had said so, Yuqing didn't say anything more and nodded. Okay, then we all need to be careful today. As he spoke, Ning Feng had already taken out the crossbow bolt and the steel axe. He then looked at Yuqing and instructed her. You take this axe and wait for me on the boat. I'll go out and patrol first. At this point, Yuqing truly didn't understand. Even when the danger level was over 100, Ning Feng wasn't this cautious. It's only a few dozen points more than the previous 100. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? But she knew that Ning Feng was concerned about her, so she naturally didn't refute him. Although she didn't understand, she nodded in agreement. Okay, then be careful when you go out. Having said that, Ning Feng then used his cheat code to locate the tiger. Thankfully, it was some distance from the ship. Immediately, he dared not waste any more time. After using his cheat code to locate the supply chest containing the beast taming contract fruit, he quickly ran towards it. 109. Taming a tiger. Fortunately, the supply chest containing the beast taming contract fruit wasn't too far from where the ship landed. Ning Feng estimated that if he ran all the way, the round trip would only take about 10 minutes at most. About 5 minutes later, Ning Feng successfully arrived at the location of the supply treasure chest. They found the supply chest immediately. However, he was just about to open the supply chest. Meanwhile, on the other side of my mind, the Siberian tiger I had been watching suddenly started moving rapidly. The direction of movement is exactly where the ship will land. Damn, what happened? Didn't Yuqing get discovered? Ning Feng's heart tightened, and he no longer had any intention of opening the supply chest. He took off running towards the ship. Pity. Ning Feng's speed limit is fixed, so he can't fly. Even though I was extremely anxious, all I could do right now was run with all my might. As he ran, he kept an eye on the tiger's movements. Really, it was no coincidence that the tiger moved toward the direction the ship was landing. Ning Feng ran for 2 minutes, and the tiger also moved towards the boat for 2 minutes, showing no sign of stopping. Judging from the tiger's speed, it might reach the ship before him. That beast must have discovered Yuqing's whereabouts. Yuqing, you absolutely must not leave the ship. Ning Feng could only pray that Yuqing would listen to him. As long as Yuqing stays in the ship's control room, she should be safe for the time being. Ning Feng sped along, his movements as fast as a tiger. Unfortunately, the two were located at different distances from the ship. Running speed differs between two-legged and four-legged animals. The tiger reached the ship first. Ning Feng was extremely anxious, hoping that heaven would protect Yuqing this once. Finally, Ning Feng successfully approached the ship shortly after the tiger arrived. But he didn't rashly appear in the tiger's sight. He hid behind a tree and looked towards the boat. Instantly, my tense heart relaxed. Thankfully, Yuqing is all right. And it turns out that the tiger hadn't actually discovered Yuqing, judging from the fact that it is currently tearing apart a bloody wild boar. Perhaps the tiger was simply hunting the wild boar, and it just so happened that the boar was running in this direction. It's good that you're all right. Immediately, Ning Feng then slipped out of the tiger's sight and quietly slipped into the sea. The mysterious island has shallow waters, and he's a bit of a swimmer, so he plans to approach the boat by sea. Otherwise, He walked onto the ship so openly and honestly. It would be a miracle if the tiger didn't notice him. Tigers are not human, but they are not pigs either. After several minutes of stealth, Ning Feng successfully reached the stern of the ship. He first threw the supply chest and crossbow bolts onto it. Immediately, he braced himself on the stern with both hands, and with a light leap, easily landing on the boat. But who would have thought? That tiger's ears are really sharp. The slight noise Ning Feng made when he jumped onto the boat was noticed by the tiger. The tiger, who was enjoying its meal, suddenly looked up, spotted Ning Feng, roared, and ran straight towards the ship. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng picked up the supply chest and crossbow bolts and headed towards the control room. Fortunately, the stern is not too far from the control room. Before the tiger even jumped onto the boat, he had already slipped into the control room. Ning Feng, you're finally back. I was so worried about you when I saw that tiger on the beach. Upon seeing Ning Feng appear, and Yuqing, who had been worried about him, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Feng had no time to pay attention to Yuqing. Right now, the real priority is to quickly open the supply treasure chest and take out the beast-taming contract fruit. Otherwise, who knows how long the doors and glass of the ship's control room can withstand that tiger. During this unboxing, Ning Feng didn't spend much time admiring the dazzling colors of the ultimate color light. After the two beast-taming contract fruits floated in the air, he quickly reached out and touched them. Once the beast-taming contract fruits disappeared and were stored in the ship warehouse, he hurriedly took them out. At this point, Ning Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next up is the beast-taming contract fruit performance. Just in case, Ning Feng did not leave the control room immediately. Instead, they tossed the byproducts onto the ship's deck through the window of the control room. Just then, the tiger leaped onto the deck. As for the final result, as described in the description of the cheat code, the taste of the beast-taming contract fruit seems truly irresistible to living beings. The tiger, which had been charging menacingly towards them, instantly changed its form after smelling the beast-taming contract fruit, transforming into a greedy little kitten. It was as if it hadn't eaten for days. It pounced on the beast-taming contract fruit and bit it into its mouth without hesitation. Seeing this, Ning Feng also quickly swallowed the main fruit of the beast-taming contract fruit into his stomach. From this moment on, Ning Feng felt as if he had developed a slightly stronger connection with that tiger in his mind. He couldn't quite put his finger on the feeling, but there was a sense of you in me and me in you. This scene left Yuqing stunned. Her heart was in her throat when she saw the tiger running towards the boat. But to everyone's surprise, the tiger suddenly stopped. After a while, she came to her senses and looked at Ning Feng, asking, Ning Feng, do tigers actually eat fruit? That's no ordinary fruit, Ning Feng explained with a smile. It's the fruit mentioned in Wang Wei's poem. And Yuqing was speechless, rolled her eyes, and said, Speak properly. Ahem, this is a kind of beast-taming fruit. Wild animals that eat it will become as docile as house cats, Ning Feng explained, stopping his jokes. Domestic cat? Really? Does such a fruit really exist? And Yuqing was somewhat surprised after hearing this. She never dared to imagine making a fierce tiger docile like a house cat. If you don't believe me, come out with me and you'll see. Having said that, Ning Feng boldly pushed open the door to the central control room. The next moment, to Yuqing's surprise, the tiger suddenly pounced on Ning Feng. Startled, she immediately screamed, Ning Feng, watch out. But who would have thought? She had barely uttered the words when the scene before her almost made her drop her jaw in shock. The tiger that pounced on Ning Feng did not intend to attack him. On the contrary, it really did act like a house cat, rubbing its head, which was even bigger than Ning Feng's head, against Ning Feng's body. Especially when Ning Feng gently stroked the tiger's head with both hands. The tiger even showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. It's true, and Yuqing covered her mouth in disbelief, feeling as if she had seen a ghost. 110. The cow was frightened away. This was also the first time Ning Feng had such close contact with a ferocious beast. He only felt that the tiger's fur was softer than that of a cat or dog. If this tiger weren't so big, I bet it would be more comfortable to sleep with it than to sleep with Yuqing. It's a tigress, I wish it could evolve into a beast-eared girl someday. Ning Feng had already started daydreaming. And Yuqing, who had been hiding in the control room. Seeing how much Ning Feng was enjoying petting the tiger, I felt a little itchy to do the same. She liked keeping cats when she was on Earth. Now that she sees someone petting a cat, she naturally can't resist. She had only just tentatively stepped out of the control room. The tiger, who had been as docile as a cat, suddenly turned its gaze to Yuqing. Without any warning, he roared at Yuqing. Roar. Yuqing was so frightened that she sat down on the ground with a thud. Ning Feng, didn't you say that it would be as well behaved as a cat after eating that fruit? Yuqing asked Ning Feng while shifting her buttocks backward. Ning Feng naturally hadn't expected the tiger to be so hostile towards Yuqing. He immediately reprimanded the tigress. How dare you? I am your master, and she is your master too. Do you understand? At this point, the tiger, which had been looking fierce, became docile again, nodded, and roared once more. Who got it? Huh? Ning Feng was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. What happened? How come he suddenly understood what the tiger was saying? Is this also the effect of the beast taming contract fruit? Not bad, not bad. That was a different kind of surprise. If we can communicate with wild beasts, then we can use them to steal information in the future. Immediately, Ning Feng then looked at Yuqing again and comforted her. It's all right now. It won't be fierce to you anymore. Do you want to pet it? Really? Yuqing stood up with some doubt, neither retreating nor advancing. She had genuinely been frightened by the tiger. Hey, don't worry this time. If it's mean to you again, I promise my son will be born without an anus. What? Yuqing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She felt like she'd heard that phrase somewhere before. She quickly realized what was happening. When she first met Ning Feng, she seemed to have cursed him, wishing that his sons would be born without an anus. She had said it before, and now Ning Feng has said it again. Hopefully it won't come true. No. I'd rather have a little princess in the future. I absolutely cannot have a son. Certainly. Yuqing would never let Ning Feng know these things. Collecting her thoughts and not dwelling on it any longer, she cautiously approached the tiger and reached out her hand towards its forehead. Only after successfully touching the tiger's fur did Yuqing's sorrow turn to joy. It really isn't fierce towards me anymore. Haha, I told you so. You should get to know it first. I'll go to the control room to get the bamboo diversion device and the card, and I'll also move those 2 cows over here. After successfully retrieving the necessary supplies. Next up are those 2 cows. Almost half an hour has already been wasted trying to tame this tiger. Ning Feng didn't dare waste any more time and quickly moved the cow over. In the blink of an eye, the 2 cows appeared out of nowhere on the beach. The cattle were eating rice straw in the pen before they were moved. So even after they were moved, the 2 cows continued to chew on rice stalks. At this time, the 2 cows were oblivious to the tiger behind them and remained relaxed. But the tiger on the boat noticed the 2 cows. It was being gently stroked by Yuqing, and although it didn't move away, it roared angrily at the cow. The roar of a tiger is deafening. The cow, which had been completely calm, suddenly felt the memory etched into its DNA, a surge upon hearing the tiger's roar. The 2 cows were so frightened that they stumbled and fell to the ground, then ran off into the woods like madmen. Ning Feng. Seeing this, Ning Feng was dumbfounded, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn it, I forgot about the tiger. Now that's bad. The ox is scared away, and there's no one to pull the cart. Ning Feng was so angry that he walked straight out of the control room and slapped Tiger on the head. You better behave yourself from now on. You must not be hostile to anything around me. The tiger nodded sadly, and Yuqing said with some concern, Ning Feng, what if the cow runs away? Are there any other wild animals in the woods? We don't want it to get eaten by them. Ning Feng wasn't worried about that, but he sighed helplessly and said, this island only has a danger level of 200. It's already ridiculous enough that there's 1 tiger. What if there are other wild beasts? We survivors wouldn't be able to survive. Never mind. When I went outside to search just now, I found a mountain spring not far away. Let's get the bamboo drainage device sorted out first, and then go find those 2 cows. As he spoke, Ning Feng looked down at the tiger again. As for you, there should be quite a few animals on this island, right? You scared away my laborers as punishment. I'm giving you the chance to bring back every single animal on this island today." The tiger nodded and let out a soft roar. Roar? "Master, what should I do if I get hungry?" Hungry? Ning Feng rolled his eyes. "Didn't you just hunt a wild boar? If you're hungry, eat that boar. I'm saving the other animals on this island for later." Since Ning Feng had said so, the tiger naturally didn't dare to utter another sound. Although it is an animal, it seems to have gained intelligence because it ate the beast taming contract fruit and can sense that its master is a little angry. Immediately, it roared once more, then jumped off the boat and disappeared into the woods. After the tiger left, and Yuqing then voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind. She asked uncertainly, "Ning Feng, were you talking to that tiger just now?" "Yes." Ning Feng nodded, not choosing to hide anything. "Didn't I just eat that mysterious fruit that came out of the supply chest? After eating it, I formed a contract with the tiger. I can understand its roar, and it can understand what I say. All right, let's not waste any more time. After we get the bamboo drainage device set up, we still need to bring those 2 cows back." "Good." 111. Ship upgrade to LV3 tomorrow. Fortunately, I was lucky this time too. The location where the spring water was refreshed was only 100 meters away from where the boat landed. Without the help of an ox cart, Ning Feng and Yuqing were able to easily install the bamboo drainage device. It took Moyo half an hour. The bamboo diversion device successfully channeled the mountain spring water into the metal water tank. At this point, the initial work of landing on the island has been completed. All right, the freshwater resource problem is solved too. Next, all we need to do is find those 2 cows, and then we can collect supplies as usual. As Ning Feng thought about it, he became more and more speechless. This whole thing could have been avoided. This means we'll waste a lot of time looking for the cow. And Yuqing also shrugged and sighed. Well, it's come to this. There's nothing we can do. Ning Feng didn't say anything more, and directly used his cheat system to locate the 2 cows in his mind. Fine. The 2 cows didn't run very far. They were only a few hundred meters away from the boat at most. Perhaps realizing that the tiger had stopped chasing them, they found another place to graze. Immediately, Ning Feng then led in Yuqing and ran towards the location of the yellow ox. In just a few minutes, the 2 successfully spotted the 2 cows. These 2 cows have been raised for so many days, so naturally they recognized their owner. Although they had just been frightened, they naturally did not resist when Ning Feng and Yuqing tried to lead them. After successfully connecting the ox to the wooden cart, next, it's time to gather supplies. Ning Feng's plan for today is to collect more iron ore to prepare for the upgrade in 2 days. Therefore, he also invited Yuqing to join him. Anyway, Yuqing had already improved her physical fitness by a level after eating the enhancement fruit. Even if she couldn't move the large chunks of iron ore, at least it shouldn't be difficult to dig iron ore out of the ground with a pickaxe, right? In this way, the 2 of them could probably finish mining the iron ore by noon. It wouldn't be too late for the 2 of them to collect other supplies in the afternoon. It's better than Ning Feng wasting time taking Yuqing to find crops and then taking a detour to collect iron ore, which would save more time. Just like Ning Feng's plan. In one morning, the 2 successfully mined all the iron ore from the island. At the same time, Ning Feng also collected an additional 1,000 kilograms of stone. Stone can be used to make many stone tools. Stone tables and stone benches are made from stone. However, most survivors would use wood to make wooden items, and no one would be foolish enough to collect heavier stone to make these things. Ning Feng's collection of stone materials was not for things like stone tables and chairs. Besides the stone table and stone chairs, a stove can be made by combining stone and soil. If cement becomes available in the future, it can be used together with stone to create stone houses and fortresses. Regardless of whether the stone house is useful or not, Ning Feng felt that at least that fortress was very necessary. Therefore, collecting some stone in advance is not a big problem. Back on the ship, store all the collected supplies in the ship's warehouse. The second metal water tank that was installed is also almost full. Then, Ning Feng then replaced it with a new metal water tank. The 2 then began to eat. As for that tiger, Ning Feng hasn't seen any trace of it yet. However, When he returned with the iron ore that morning, he discovered quite a few bloody animal carcasses. So it must have been hunting. Who cares? Anyway, there's still a wild boar carcass on the beach. It'll probably eat it when it's hungry. After lunch, the two did not stop. The remaining supply chest happens to be located on the east side of the island. And so, Ning Feng then led in Yuqing toward the farmland on the east side of the island. Arrived at the eggplant field, Ning Feng arranged for in Yuqing to stay behind and pick the fruit alone. He decided to continue deeper into the area to find the supply chest first and then come back to help her. After the division of labor was clearly defined, neither of them wasted any time and got busy with their own tasks. Before I knew it, dusk had fallen. Although the two were unable to harvest all the crops and fruits on the island, at least they picked all the ones they liked to eat. As for the tiger, Ning Feng didn't know when he returned. Anyway, when he and in Yuqing returned with the ox cart, the tiger had already consciously laid down on the deck of the boat and was resting. To prevent the tiger from scaring the cows away again, Ning Feng deliberately ordered the tiger to crawl into the control room before he and in Yuqing led the ox cart closer to the boat. With all the supplies in place and the two cows transferred to the private island, all that's left is to retrieve the bamboo diversion device, and today's mission will be successfully completed. They returned to their private island once again. Ning Feng's first order was to prevent the tiger from approaching the cattle and sheep pens, to prevent the tiger from scaring the chickens, ducks, cattle, and other animals out of their wits again. Then, he immediately went to the navigation system screen on the island and put up a lot of resources to buy the resource chests produced in the trading hall today. After the product was listed, Ning Feng immediately opened the production function. The plan is to first solve the problem of the stove in the house. Otherwise, in such a large house, the stove is still a shabby iron bucket, which really affects the overall impression. Moreover, cooking rice in an iron bucket is indeed inconvenient. The stove in the crafting section can hold 2 pots at the same time. From now on, cooking rice and stir-frying dishes can be done at the same time, which will be much more convenient. With a stove, and Yuqing, who was in charge of cooking every day, was naturally much happier. This thing saves her time and effort. As soon as she learned that the stove was finished, she couldn't wait to start cooking, and no one could stop her. After dinner, nothing unusual happened. After washing up, the two lay down to rest. The next day, Ning Feng and in Yuqing, unusually, chose to sleep in. They were really exhausted from moving the iron, ore, and stone yesterday. Normally, there's no chance to sleep in. Now that they have the opportunity, they naturally won't miss it. They all slept until after 9 a.m. If it weren't for the tiger being hungry and crawling into the house to keep licking Ning Feng's face, Ning Feng even planned to sleep a little longer. After being woken up, Ning Feng's drowsiness gradually disappeared, so he got up and washed up. After feeding the tigers and the livestock on the island, Ning Feng and in Yuqing began harvesting the ripe crops and cultivating the fields as usual. Today was no different from any other day. But for Ning Feng, today was going to be exceptionally long and difficult. Because once midnight strikes, the ship's experience level will reach the upgrade requirement. He planned to stay up until midnight to upgrade the ship before going to sleep. So he really couldn't wait for midnight to arrive. Author's note: tomorrow's chapter will be about upgrading to LV3. What's coming is coming. Stay tuned. Also, shamelessly asking for a support, like /donation. Click, thank you. I'm really broke. 112. Chicken plague spreads throughout the maritime world. In one morning, Ning Feng and in Yuqing then resolved all the land issues. Lunch. In Yuqing was still enjoying the joy of having a stove, so she chose to cook on the spot, which would also help her prepare some food for her sea voyage the next day. And Ning Feng, bored, he started petting the tiger while waiting for lunch to be ready. Afternoon. Ning Feng and in Yuqing got bored again, so they went fishing together. While passing the time, it also provides some food for the tiger. You should know that an adult tiger eats a lot of meat every day. Right now, they don't have that much meat for the tigers to squander, so the best way is naturally to fish for them to eat. When fishing, time always flies. Before we knew it, the sky had gradually darkened. Just as the tiger had been fed enough, Ning Feng and in Yuqing packed up their fishing rods and prepared to have dinner. Night falls. and Yuqing had already gone to bed. Ning Feng sat down in front of the navigation system, waiting for midnight to arrive. Just then, the navigation system sent out information about the islands for tomorrow's voyage. Ning Feng then began to study the plans for setting sail tomorrow. Please select the mysterious island you wish to land on tomorrow. Mysterious Island number 736, danger level, 20. Mysterious Island number 86, danger level, 65. The risk level is really that low? I don't think there will be any good stuff tomorrow. After sighing inwardly, Ning Feng used his cheat system to read the two mysterious islands. Message read: Mysterious Island number 736. Danger level, 20, cliff cracks, thorns. Resources, 40. East side of the island. Abundant seafood resources, crabs, shrimp, fish, clams, sea urchins, etc. South side of the island. Abundant vegetation resources, vines, timber, etc. The western side of the island has abundant freshwater resources, such as streams. The northern side of the island has abundant animal resources, field mice, ducks, etc. Central island area, abundant fruit resources, bananas, apples, etc. Supply chest, none. Message read: Mysterious Island number 86. Danger level, 65, wild boar, cliff crevices, thorns. Resources, 888. East side of the island. Abundant fruit/crop resources, watermelon, oranges, pears, grapes, rice, wheat, chili peppers, scallions, garlic, cabbage, potatoes, okra, romaine lettuce, and amaranth, etc. South side of the island. Abundant freshwater, animal, and seafood resources, mountain springs, streams, inland lakes, wild boars, speckled chickens, ducks, geese, field mice, crabs, fish, shrimp, clams, etc. The western side of the island has abundant vegetation resources, vines, timber, herbs, bamboo, etc. The northern side of the island has abundant mineral resources, iron, ore, coal, stone, etc. Island center, abundant mineral resources, iron, ore, coal, stone, etc. Supply chests, 3. Originally, after Ning Feng read the information about the mysterious island number 736, he had already given up hope of finding the island tomorrow. Who would have thought that fate would play such a cruel joke on him and slap him in the face? With a danger level of 65, he was given a resource rating of 888. Certainly, supplies like food and fresh water are secondary. Most importantly, this island spawned amplification fruits and 3 supply chests. This is the most important thing, especially the amplification fruit, which is now so rare that even with resources, you can't necessarily buy it in the trading hall. Looks like my luck is starting to turn around. Ning Feng smiled smugly and then unhesitatingly chose Mysterious Island number 86 as the island for tomorrow's voyage. Next, he then opened the public chat window. I planned to pass the time by watching other survivors chat, waiting for midnight to arrive. Survivor 76551. Brothers, what level are your ships at right now? Can you tell me? Survivor 36721. Is that even a question? We've only been in this world for a short time. I reckon we're still hovering around level 1. At most, some people's rafts are just a bit bigger. Survivor 76551. No way. Is there really no one who has reached level 2? Survivor 2331. Hey upstairs, do you think upgrading a ship is that easy? LV2? I reckon it'll be another month before anyone reaches LV2. Survivor 76551. Sigh, I don't know when we'll be able to enter the second phase. I'm getting fed up with the current situation. Survivor 83671. I want to ask everyone, what is the conversion rate of poop after digestion? For example, if I poop a pound and my teammate eats it, how much will he poop out? Is it enough for me to eat again? Survivor 361. Holy crap, upstairs, you and your teammates have already started researching how to produce and sell our own food. Survivor 83671. Cough, cough, cough. There was a period when we were so hungry that we couldn't stand it anymore. So we helped each other out and found that the taste was not bad, but there wasn't enough to eat. Survivor 901. Brother, how about I sell you some? You can trade me any supplies you have. I can produce fresh ones every day. Survivor 83671. At Survivor 901. Wow, bro, that's a great friendship. Tag me anytime. The public chat screen was a scene of utter chaos. We didn't get any useful information, but we did gain a lot of strange knowledge. The taste is not bad. Ning Feng's face twisted in disgust upon seeing this. How outrageous must it be to be so hungry as to eat poop? Certainly. You can't believe everything you hear. If you do, you're a fool. Who knows? The person who suggested eating poop was just bored and looking for fun. After all, back on Earth, there are all sorts of things said on the internet, but very few of them are true. It's mostly just for creating hype and having fun. I'm no longer fixated on the issue of eating poop. Ning Feng continued scrolling down, finding quite a few interesting chat messages. Many comedians are quite selfless, wasting their own rest time to amuse everyone in the chat room. It added a lot of fun to this boring night, especially when people chat using keywords like, "You're so beautiful." The number of people organizing group buys is ridiculously high. Who would have thought that chicken plague had spread to this world? Cough, cough, cough. Of course, Ning Feng, being a seasoned hater, naturally joined the group as well. Also thanks to Pigeon's help, Ning Feng finally made it through that agonizing night. The time displayed on the navigation system screen had unknowingly reached 23:59. The ship will be upgraded in just 1 minute. Ning Feng quickly exited the public chat and opened the messages page. Ready to upgrade to LV3. 113. Ship upgrade. Proceed to phase 2. Silently counting the time in my mind. 10, 9, 8, 1. When the time on the navigation system screen successfully jumps from 23:59 to midnight, a pop-up window appeared instantly on the navigation system screen. Upgrade instructions. The ship's experience level has been detected to be 100855/100000, meeting the upgrade criteria. The ship has officially entered the upgrade phase. Materials required for ship upgrade. Iron, or 8,000 kilograms. Friendly reminder, once a ship is upgraded, it cannot be restored, and upgrade materials will not be refunded. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng burst into laughter and started dancing with joy. He guessed right. This time, the only upgrade material available is iron ore. The iron ore I collected yesterday is just enough for the upgrade. Immediately, Ning Feng didn't hesitate at all. After adding the iron ore, he immediately clicked on Upgrade. The next moment, the pop-up window reappeared. Upgrade successful. Level 2 vessel, small fishing boat, successfully upgraded to Level 3 vessel, large fishing boat. Congratulations. You have become the first survivor in the Endless Voyage world to own a LV3 ship. You have received the Achievement Gift Pack, Selectable Supplies Chest. The reward has been automatically deposited into your ship warehouse. Global broadcast. Survivor 1 from the sweltering summer has successfully upgraded their ship to LV3. The Endless Voyage world is awarding them an Achievement Gift Pack, a Selectable Supplies Chest. We hope the other survivors will continue their efforts. Global broadcast. Survivor 1 from the scorching summer has successfully upgraded the ship to LV3 level. An Endless Navigation World has issued an achievement gift package called Self-Selected Material Treasure Chest. We hope other survivors can continue their efforts. Watching the comments appear one after another, Ning Feng was incredibly excited. Especially the global announcement. I didn't see the system's global announcement when I upgraded from LV1 to LV2. This time, he was promoted from LV2 to LV3, and the Sailing World system really gave him a lot of face. He feels this way now. It was as if he had returned to Earth to take the college entrance examination and become the top scorer in the country, with the news broadcast nationwide and attracting the attention of thousands. As for the English version of the global broadcast, Ning Feng guessed it was to accommodate people from other countries. In other words, his previous guess was correct. It seems that people all over the world have entered the world of endless sailing. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through the trouble of making an English version. But, if that's the case, does this mean that one day in the future, an international naval war will be triggered? That's enough. That's enough. There's no point in worrying about the future now. Anyway, the blood of Yinxia flows in his veins. If that day truly comes, then it will be our duty to revive the scorching summer. After closing the pop-ups one by one, I thought everything was fine. Unexpectedly, just as I closed the pop-up for the global broadcast, another pop-up appeared. Upon entering the second phase, the Endless Voyage world will officially open the Friends function. Please create your voyage nickname. Once created, the Friends function will be automatically enabled, and other survivors can find you through your voyage ID or nickname. Nautical name. Kind tips. 1. Some nicknames with special meanings have been included in the premium nickname shop by Sailing World and require a paid rental fee. Click for details. 2. Once a nickname is created, changing it again will require a certain amount of sailing coins. Click for details. Seeing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. When he first entered this world, there was no mention of creating a nickname. Instead, a nautical number was used. He thought this world didn't encourage creating nicknames. It turns out this world was holding back a big surprise, deliberately creating itself at this time. But what exactly is the nautical coin mentioned in the pop-up window? Judging from the name, could it be the currency of this world? Does this mean the world is about to begin using a unified currency for transactions? If currency appears, what can it buy? Could it be items from the navigation system's shop? After some speculation, Ning Feng became even more eager to understand the entire second phase. Then, he didn't delay any longer and immediately remembered the nickname. Since changing my name later will cost money, I definitely need to think carefully about creating this nickname. A name typed out randomly is meaningless. The saying goes, you can tell a lot about a person just by looking at their handwriting. So you definitely need to come up with a cool and impressive nickname. After thinking for a moment, Ning Feng immediately started typing on the navigation system screen. N and Nan, Shi and Shun. After entering the name, Ning Feng was quite satisfied with the nickname Male God. He admired it for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more impressive it seemed. Then he clicked Create. Who would have thought? The prompt appears directly. We apologize, but the nickname Male God you entered is an exclusive nickname in the premium nickname shop of the game Sailing World and cannot be created directly. Please re-enter it. Wipe. Ning Feng pouted in dissatisfaction. Why do we have to use the blue star penguin thing in this perfectly good world of sailing? A premium phone number mall? That's outrageous. Even 10 cent isn't as capable as you. Ning Feng stopped dwelling on these things and continued typing in the next nickname. 6 times the protein of beef. We're sorry, the phrase 6 times the protein of beef that you entered has already been registered. Please re-enter it. Damn, this nickname can be registered by someone else? Ning Feng was dumbfounded. Continue. 3 days without 9 meals. We're sorry, the phrase 3 days without 9 meals that you entered has already been registered. Please try entering it again. After trying more than a dozen times, Ning Feng discovered that all of them had already been registered. As it turns out, all the eye-catching nicknames have probably already been registered, so I had to resort to something more artistic. Ning Feng and Yuqing. Feng Yu, or we can just call it Feng Yu. Thinking it over, Ning Feng typed Wind and Rain again. Congratulations. Your entered character, Wind and Rain, is usable. Do you wish to confirm your registration? Weather. 114. Fame brings trouble. Ning Feng had no time to think about nicknames anymore. Since Wind and Rain is usable, we'll definitely choose it directly. He clicked Yes, without hesitation. The nautical nickname registration is now complete, and the registration window has finally disappeared. Phew. Finally, we can start working on the new features for the second phase. With the pop-up window gone, the navigation system page reappeared. Unexpectedly, the system page has undergone slight changes. A ranking button has been added to the existing functions. The existing Friends button in the lower right corner suddenly came to life, with a red dot appearing and the number inside the dot continuously increasing. Ning Feng was originally wondering which of the many functions that were opened up after entering the second phase should be studied first. Since the Friends feature is so prominent, let's learn about it first. Enable the Friends feature. This interface is divided into 5 sections. These are Friends, Private Messages, Search, Applications, and Settings. It might be because Ning Feng clicked the small red dot in the bottom right corner of the Friends section. The current page redirects directly to the application section. This section, as the name suggests, is for accepting friend requests from other survivors. To his surprise, his application list is now overflowing with people. Some claim to be beautiful and try to seduce him. There were also those who claimed to be celebrities and wanted to make friends. The most outrageous one was the person who claimed to be Qin Shi. He would rather believe that the reader's father is 18 centimeters long than believe that this person is Qin Shi. To believe that would be utterly brain dead. Ning Feng naturally wouldn't agree to these people's requests to strike up a conversation. These people are clearly a bunch of lunatics or people who want his supplies. If you agree to be friends, you gain nothing but trouble. It's not worth it. The application section wasn't very interesting, so after looking at it, Ning Feng clicked on the search button next to it. This function is quite simple. It's similar to the function of searching for friends on Earth's Penguin or WeChat. You can add someone by entering their sailing nickname or their sailing number. The nickname goes without saying. The one he just created is a nickname. As for the nautical number, it's naturally the number behind Survivor XXX in the previous chat public screen. His ID is 1. If someone wants to add him, they only need to enter 1 to add him. To put it more simply, nicknames, like names, can be changed, but a nautical number, like the numbers on an ID card, cannot be changed. Although ID card numbers can be changed by altering one's age. Since he had just arrived at the search page, Ning Feng decided to take the opportunity to add Shawei and experience the search function. He then entered 3214 in the navigation number input box. This was Javert's number, which he had long since memorized. Click to search. The search was successful very quickly. However, the nickname displayed for the other party is still Survivor 3214. Ning Feng guessed that Javert was probably asleep and unaware that the world had entered the second phase, so he probably didn't create a sailing nickname. No problem, add it now, he'll see it tomorrow and agree. To prevent Shawei from mistaking him for someone else, Ning Feng deliberately added a note. Shawei, this is Ning Feng. Please accept my friend request. Now that we've covered the search function, let's move on to the friends, private messages, and settings functions. Considering that he doesn't have any friends at the moment, there's no need to research the friends feature. Since people are constantly sending him private messages in the private messages section, it might be worth checking to see if there's any valuable information. Open private messages. The interface is very simple. It consists of a series of pop-up windows displaying the island nickname of the person sending the private message. You can see what the other person sent you simply by clicking on it. Ning Feng clicked on them one by one in order. A private message from who slept with his own wife. Bro, was that you in the global announcement just now? Please, have pity on me and give me some food. My family was already in trouble on Earth, and now I can't even get enough to eat in this world. A private message from Dinosaur Fights the Wolf. Brother, please give me some charity. I want to latch onto your coattails. A private message from Zairujiang. I admire you, master. I hope we can become friends. I'm not a freeloader, but I'm interested in forming an alliance with you. I can do everything, including warming someone's bed. I'm still a newbie most importantly. My partner is also a beautiful young lady. A private message from a tomato reader. So your name is Ning Feng, huh? We've been waiting for you to pounce on a Yuqing every day, but you just won't. Are you even capable? Little dog. If you can't, let me do it. It's our duty as readers to pounce on an Yuqing. As it turns out, fame brings trouble. Most of the people who send him private messages are demons and monsters. So he simply stopped reading them one by one, for fear of encountering some disgusting content. After exiting the private messages section, the next step is settings. There are quite a few settings available here. Features like rejecting friend requests from everyone and rejecting private messages from strangers are available. What Ning Feng least expected was that he could set prices for private messages and prices for adding friends. For example, if Survivor A wants to add Survivor B as a friend, because Survivor B has set a paid friend request option, Survivor A needs to pay the fee set by Survivor B before sending the request. Everything that exists has its reason. Since the world of sailing allows this, Ning Feng is prepared to give it a try. By doing this, he was able to keep out many freeloaders who would bother him. If someone is willing to pay for supplies and tries to add him as a friend or send him a private message, he can simply refuse or ignore them, thus earning the supplies for free. He won't lose out no matter what, so why not do it? Thinking, Ning Feng didn't stand on ceremony and set the amount for all private messages and friend requests to any fruit 500G. Once the settings are determined, Ning Feng instantly felt that the whole world had become much quieter. The ever-increasing number of private messages and friend requests has finally been temporarily halted. Alright, next I should check out the leaderboard feature. I wonder if I've topped the leaderboard yet. Do you remember my extra chapter rules? Everyone, give me some support. Each of you send me some love-powered donations. Who knows, it might reach the point where I need to add an extra chapter. Omega. Thank you so much. 115. Ranking list 1/3. Open the leaderboard. The information displayed inside was much more than Ning Feng had expected. He originally thought there would only be a ship ranking list. Unexpectedly, in addition to the ship ranking, there are also survivor attribute ranking, area ranking, and supplies ranking. Each ranking list is further divided into regions and countries. For example, the area he is currently in belongs to Endless Voyage 19 Seas. Further subdivided, the sea areas are the Hot Summer Seas and the World Seas. In other words, there are a total of 12 ranking lists, including those based on the sea region. These are Navigation 19 Seas Ship Level Ranking, Navigation 19 Seas Survivor Attribute Ranking, Navigation 19 Seas Area Ranking, Navigation 19 Seas Resource Ranking, Summer Seas Ship Level Ranking, Summer Seas Survivor Attribute Ranking, Summer Seas Area Ranking, Summer Seas Resource Ranking, World Seas Ship Level Ranking, World Seas Survivor Attribute Ranking, World Seas Area Ranking, World Seas Resource Ranking. I remember the navigation system mentioned before that there would be ranking rewards for being on the leaderboard. If I make it onto all 12 leaderboards, wouldn't I be able to claim even more rewards? Thinking of this, Ning Feng didn't mind having too many rankings. After all, the more leaderboards there are, the more he gets. He'd love to have more leaderboards. Adhering to the principle of proceeding step by step, Ning Feng first opened the ranking list for his own sea area. Navigation 19 Sea Area Ship Ranking. Top 1. Wind and Rain, ID. 1. Ship Level LV3, Accumulated Experience, 100855. Top 2. Peerless, ID. 42, Ship Level LV2, Accumulated Experience, 6013. Top 3. Qianqian Jiaozi, ID. 120, Ship Level LV2, Accumulated Experience, 5931. Top 8. Survival King, ID. 523, Ship Level LV2, Accumulated Experience, 5320. Top 9. Cold-Faced and Ruthless, ID. 72132, Ship Level LV2, Accumulated Experience, 5208. Top 10. Zairujiang, ID. 2532, Ship Level LV2, Accumulated Experience, 5100. 123999 plus. Leadership Rewards Explanation. Top 1. You can receive 3,000 sailing coins daily. Top 2. You can receive 1,000 sailing coins daily. Top 3. You can receive 500 sailing coins daily. Top 410. You can receive 100 sailing coins daily. Top 1150. Receive 30 sailing coins daily. Top 51 100. Receive 10 sailing coins daily. Top 101 1000. Receive 5 sailing coins daily. Top 1001 infinity. You can receive sailing coins 1 daily. Click to claim your daily reward. As Ning Feng had predicted, with the help of his cheat system, he naturally dominated the rankings. As for the others, they are not as weak as the rumors suggest. At least looking at the top 10 ships on the first page of the leaderboard, all of them are at level 2. But what surprised Ning Feng the most was Xiao Jiang, who ranked 10th. Just now, when he was looking at his private messages, he saw a message from Xiao Jiang. He thought this Xiao Jiang was just another one of those people who couldn't do anything and just asked for handouts. Unexpectedly, she actually made it to number 10 on the leaderboard. At this point, Ning Feng suddenly had the idea of maintaining contact with the woman named Xiao Jiang. After all, if the Battleship Legion feature is indeed meant to create guilds or clans, then. So when he recruits members, he naturally has to recruit some capable people. People who can be listed on the leaderboard are naturally the first choice. Ning Feng, in any case, did not believe that an incompetent person could stand out among hundreds of thousands of survivors. Without dwelling on the matter of the Battleship Legion, Ning Feng directly clicked the Click to Claim Daily Rewards button below the leaderboard. The next moment a pop-up window appeared. Successfully claimed. 3,000 sailing coins have been automatically credited to your system balance. You can view them by clicking on the information page. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. He originally thought that nautical coins were a type of physical commodity, similar to coins. But judging from this, it seems to be a virtual currency. Can I view my balance in the information interface? Is this a new feature added after entering the second phase? With that in mind, Ning Feng decided to check out the information section after he had looked at all the lists. Click to open the next list. Nautical 19C's Survivor Attribute Ranking. After entering the second stage of Endless Voyage, the information interface will display the various attributes of the crew members on the ship: strength, agility, stamina, and the combination of the three is the comprehensive attribute. Top 1. Wind and Rain, ID. 1. Total Overall Attribute Value, 385, taken from the member with the highest overall attribute on the ship. Top 2. Survival King, ID. 523, Total Overall Attribute Value, 278. Top 3. Cold-Faced and Ruthless, ID. 72132, Total Overall Attribute Value, 265. Top 8. 24K_Noble, ID. 83912, Total Overall Attribute Value, 240. Top 9. Peerless, ID. 42, Total Overall Attribute Value, 239. Top 10. Wu Yuanxian, ID. 8832, Total Overall Attribute Value, 238. 123999 plus. Leadership Rewards Explanation. Top 1. You can receive 500 sailing coins daily. Top 2. You can receive 300 sailing coins daily. Top 3. You can receive 100 sailing coins daily. Top 410. You can receive 50 sailing coins daily. Click to claim your daily reward. Unexpectedly, after entering the second stage, the navigation system also displayed the various attributes of the survivors. This is a certain degree of weakening for Ning Feng. After all, before this, he was the only person in the world who could use the golden finger to read a person's various attributes. In this way, when encountering enemies in the future, he can use his cheat ability to know the strength of the enemy, while the enemy will not be able to know his own strength. The saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. This is his advantage over others. However, now that this data is available, his advantage in this area has vanished. Especially someone like him who's at the top of the list, he's likely to attract even more attention, and people will remember his overall attributes. I'm doing a survey here to see what kind of update style you prefer, and then we'll follow your preferences from now on. For those who enjoy daily updates at 6 p.m., please check in here. For those who enjoy daily updates, split into 2 parts, one at noon and one in the afternoon, please check in here. 2 more chapters to come, stay tuned. 116. In the sweltering summer, people are at the top of the world. 2/3. But after a moment's thought, Ning Feng didn't really care about it. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything else is insignificant. Could it be that, if he has overwhelming strength, and then encounters an enemy in the future, the enemy will be able to defeat him because they know his overall attributes? So, worrying about this or that is pointless. The most important thing is to improve yourself as much as possible. Next up is the Navigation 19C Area Ranking. Ranking of sea areas in 19 navigation zones. Top 1. Wind and Rain, ID. 1. Raft/Island Area, 20,000 square meters. Top 2. Unparalleled, ID. 42. Raft/Island Area, 534 square meters. Top 3. Qianqian Jiaozi, ID. 120. Raft/Island Area, 519 square meters. Top 8. Survival King, ID 523, Raft/Island Area, 421 square meters. Top 9. Cold-Faced and Ruthless, ID 72132, Raft/Island Area, 408 square meters. Top 10. Zairujiang, ID 2532, Raft/Island Area, 399 square meters. 123,999 plus. Leadership Rewards Explanation. Top 1. You can receive Expansion Foundation Stones 30 daily. Top 2. You can receive Expansion Foundation Stones 10 daily. Top 3. You can receive Expansion Foundation Stones 5 daily. Top 410. You can receive Expansion Foundation Stones 3 daily. Top 11-100. Receive Expansion Foundation Stone 1 daily. Click to claim your daily reward. This list. It includes the area of a LV1 raft and the area of an island after entering LV2. As for the result, there were naturally no surprises. With its massive 20,000 square meters area, Ning Feng stands out from the crowd. It directly surpassed the second place by more than 19,000 square meters. Ning Feng didn't have anything to be proud of about this. He has a cheat code. Reaching this level is perfectly normal for him. If the gap isn't large enough, then it's a real failure. But, to Ning Feng's surprise, the rewards for this ranking list have changed. It is no longer a nautical coin. Based on the name, Ning Feng guessed that this Expansion Foundation Stone was a tool for expanding the island. However, the specific function can only be understood by using a golden finger to read it. Message read: Expansion Foundation Stone. Once the island's area reaches 20,000 square meters, the only way to further expand the island's area is to use Expansion Foundation Stone. Expansion Foundation Stone function. After use, it can expand the area of an island by 10 square meters. Can only be used on islands greater than or equal to 20,000 square meters. Production methods: ranking rewards, opening resource chests, purchasing from the store. Can a single foundation stone expand the area by 10 square meters? Doesn't that mean that just by relying on the rewards from this ranking list, one can expand their area by 300 square meters for free every day? That's pretty good. Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction and stopped paying attention to these things. Since there are ways to obtain Expansion Foundation Stones, he is not afraid that he will not be able to get them. If he has such difficulty obtaining it, then it's estimated that it will be very difficult for survivors all over the world to obtain it. Since everyone is on the same starting line, he naturally has nothing to worry about. After all, his current island area is much larger than those of these people. Given the same level of difficulty in acquiring it, those who lag behind him will only remain behind him. Let's move on to the next list. Navigation Area 19, Resource Ranking. Top 1, Wind and Rain, ID 1, Material Rating, A. Top 2, Peerless, ID 42, Item Rating, C. Top 3, Qianqian Jiaozi, ID 120, Resource Rating, C. Top 8, Zairujiang, ID 2532, Resource Rating, C. Top 9, Cold-Faced and Ruthless, ID 72132, Resource Rating, C. Top 10, Survival King, ID 523, Resource Rating, C. 123999 plus. Leadership Rewards Explanation. Top 1. You can receive 300 sailing coins daily. Top 2. You can receive 100 sailing coins daily. Top 3. You can receive 50 sailing coins daily. Top 410. You can receive 30 sailing coins daily. Top 11-100. Receive 10 sailing coins daily. Top 101-1000. Receive 5 sailing coins daily. Top 1001 infinity. You can receive sailing coins 1 daily. Click to claim your daily reward. This list of supplies greatly disappointed Ning Feng. He originally thought he could check the leaderboard to see what rare items these survivors had. In the end, it was just represented by a rating. According to the ranking list, the resource ratings are divided into SSS plus, SSS, SSS, SS plus F. However, the list doesn't provide much information about the specific weighting methods used to determine these scores. Since he couldn't understand it even after looking at it, Ning Feng stopped studying it. Anyway, he's way ahead of everyone else. The next highlights are the Summer Seas ranking and the World Seas ranking. Ning Feng was particularly concerned about the rankings on this list. Although he was the first person to upgrade a ship to LV3, he would definitely be at the top of the leaderboard. But looking at the world, he had no way of knowing how much of a gap he had created between himself and other survivors. Now, we can use the rankings to figure out our current status and level in the country and the world. Switch the ranking area to Summer Sea area. Check them one by one. First up is the Hot Summer Seas Ship Ranking. Summer Seas Ship Ranking. Top 1. Wind and Rain. From Sea Area 19. Ship Level LV3. Accumulated Experience. 100855. Top 2. Sunset Warmth. From Sea Area 06. Ship Level LV2. Accumulated Experience. 45713. Top 3. Snow Dream. From Sea Area 11. Ship Level LV2. Accumulated Experience. 44841. Top 8. Lyric. From Sea Area 320. Ship Level LV2. Accumulated Experience. 40021. Top 9. Ice Emperor Haibodong. From Sea Area 99. Ship Level LV2. Accumulated Experience. 39821. Top 10. Dream Paradise. From Sea Area 745. Ship Level LV2. Accumulated Experience. 39081. 117. There are so many things to buy in the mall. 3/3. Really? When the scope expanded and the regional rankings were replaced by national rankings, the gap in his lead was no longer considered enormous. In the national ship rankings, besides him, the second and third ranked ships have accumulated more than 40,000 experience points. A difference of 50,000 experience points isn't as dramatic as the rankings in this sea area. If he were even slightly lazy, it wouldn't be impossible for someone else to overtake him. If the gap in sea area across the country has shrunk this much, then what about the world rankings? Thinking about it, Ning Feng opened the world ship ranking with a slight worry. World ship ranking. Top 1. Wind and Rain. Top 2. The Lingering Warmth of the Sunset. Top 3. Snow Dream. Top 4. Sky King. From the Free Nation. Ship Level LV2. Accumulated Experience. 44561. Top 5. Aitlan. From Our Country. Ship Level LV2. Cumulative Experience. 44530. Upon seeing this list actually relieved Ning Feng. Ning Feng was afraid that some survivors from other countries might have accumulated 80,000 to 90,000 experience points. It seems he was indeed overthinking things. The top 3 ships on the world rankings are the same as those from the Chinese nation. Besides him, the second and third place winners were still Sunset Warmth and Snow Dream. Very good, very good. In other words, as long as he ensures that his ships remain ahead of the second and third ranked ships in Yinxia, he has no need to worry about being overtaken by anyone else in the world. It seems that Yinxia is truly a land of outstanding people and abundant resources, and the people of Yinxia are all very capable. Even after entering this world, the Yinxia people still stand at the top of the world. After learning about the national and even global ship rating rankings, looking at the other lists is not very meaningful. After all, those with lower-class ships naturally can't rank higher in other areas either. I reckon it'll just be the same few people after all the changes. Therefore, Ning Feng only symbolically glanced at the other lists. That's pretty much what I guessed. Regardless of ship class, survivor attributes, island size, or resources, people born in the hot summer months are also at the top of the world rankings. This time, let the facts speak for themselves. No matter how stubborn people from other countries may be, they cannot refute China's dominant position in the world. After reviewing the list, Ning Feng deliberately calculated the daily rewards that could be claimed from all the rankings. You wouldn't believe it until you calculate it, and it's truly astonishing. At this moment, Ning Feng felt exactly like he could find money while lying down and doing nothing on earth. There are 12 leaderboards and daily rewards, with up to 15,000 sailing coins to be claimed. You can also get 3,000 expanded foundation stones. Certainly, the individual leaderboard rewards in this sea area are actually not that many. However, As the scope of the leaderboard expanded, the rewards also gradually increased. Especially if you can make it onto the world rankings, the reward is several times that of the rankings in this sea area. But the main reason is that Ning Feng dominated 12 lists, which is why he enjoyed these treatments. The other individual rankings and lists have changed to some extent, so the daily rewards that those people can receive are not as outrageous as Ning Feng's. This was largely thanks to Ning Feng's hard work in the early stages and his wise decision to prioritize upgrading the ship's level. Now is the time to enjoy the fruits of our labor. The higher your ranking, the richer the rewards. In addition, his strength is already superior to others, and under this tiered reward system, the gap between him and other survivors will likely only widen. I just don't know what exactly you can buy with navigation coins. If I could buy some rare resources, that would be pretty great every day. It can increase the amount of rare resources you can hold, and the island's area can be expanded by 30,000 square meters per day for free. Thinking of this, Ning Feng then stopped researching the rankings matter. He immediately closed the leaderboard interface and opened the shop he had been longing for. He was extremely curious about what was in this shopping mall. Upon opening it, Endless Voyage Mall, Home Building Supplies, Solar Power Generation Device, 300,000 nautical coins. Home Power Supply System, 250,000 nautical coins. Villa Building Blueprints, 200,000 navigation coins. Expanded Foundation Stone, 20 nautical coins. Technology Supplies. Huali Mate Book 15-inch, 150,000 nautical coins. Huali Mate Pro 70, Kirin, 10,000 chip, 100,000 nautical coins. Adult Products. Silk Durex Ultra Thin, 100 sailing coins. Silicone Doll, 25,000 sailing coins. Daily Necessities. 550 milliliters of purified water, 3 nautical coins. 500 G Fruit Gift Box, Banana, Panda, Orange, Pear, 3 sailing coins. 500 G Premium Fruit Gift Box, Strawberry, Cherry, Apple, Cantaloupe Flesh, 5 sailing coins. Premium Fruit Gift Box, 500 G, Durian/Dragon Fruit, 10 sailing coins. 100 G of Rice, 10 nautical coins. Premium Number Mall. 2-character nickname, Male God, 99,999 nautical coins. 2-character nickname, Taheo, Rich Man, 88,888 nautical coins. Friendly reminder, the items in the store will be updated periodically based on the survival progress of survivors worldwide. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the shop, Ning Feng suddenly had the illusion that he had returned to Earth and was browsing Pinduoduo. TSK. The supplies in this shop are much more abundant than Ning Feng had expected. Who would have thought that even mobile phones and laptops would be sold? To be honest, after being bored for so long, Ning Feng was genuinely tempted to buy a cell phone for a moment when he suddenly saw one. If he hadn't run out of money, he might have actually bought it. But after calming down, he was also glad that he didn't have enough money in his account. Otherwise, he probably would have wasted it. After all, at this stage, let alone the internet, even the electricity problem hasn't been solved. Buying a cell phone is a complete waste of time and an idiot to do. However, Ning Feng thought it was worth buying one of those silicone dolls. Of course, he wouldn't stoop to using such a thing. However, he considered that at this stage, the other survivors definitely couldn't afford this doll. If he buys it and lists it in the rental hall, he can probably make a lot of money. However, considering that it was getting late. As for what to buy, I'll wait until we get back from our sea voyage tomorrow to decide. Right now, the most important thing is to quickly understand all the updated features and then get some rest. Otherwise, I won't have the energy to go out to sea tomorrow. Then, Ning Feng then exited the shop and began searching for the Legion warship function. Following a vote, the minority will abide by the majority rule, and all chapters will be updated daily at 6 p.m. 118, Seasons and Weather. However, no matter how Ning Feng searched within the navigation system, he couldn't find any button to enter the warship Legion. He was stunned. That's strange. Wasn't it supposed to unlock the Battleship Legion function after entering the second stage? Where? With these questions in mind, Ning Feng clicked on the announcement. Right now, all he can do is hope that there will be a reasonable explanation in the announcement. I clicked on it, and sure enough, The announcement explained why the Battleship Legion feature was not included. Announcement. Considering that some survivors who have reached level 2 have already confirmed their destination on the mysterious island tomorrow, in order to ensure fairness and protect the rights of survivors, the release of some features will be delayed. Details are as follows. 1. The Legion Warship event will be delayed until midnight tomorrow. Please stay tuned. 2. The first server merge for Sailing World will take place tomorrow at midnight sharp. Click to view detailed server merge information. 3. Starting from midnight tomorrow, the new player protection buff will be turned off, and the seasonal changes and weather rotations will begin. Click for details. After reading the announcement, Ning Feng nodded in understanding. That's true. Today, it's past midnight, is the day to go out to sea, so I guess many survivors are already asleep. If too many features are released at once, causing some survivors to miss out on opportunities, it would indeed be unfair to them. I didn't expect this world to be so humane, not like a machine that only executes orders. Since the matter of the Legion warships would be resolved tomorrow, Ning Feng stopped worrying about it. Right now, he's more interested in the merging of districts and the changing of the seasons. The previous update preview mentioned that after entering the second phase, the first round of server merges would begin. He thought that once the second phase began, the merging of the zones would be completed automatically. It turns out they haven't even started combining them yet. No wonder he didn't notice any change in the number of people in the chat just now. Clicking on the details about the server merge, there wasn't much text explaining it. Just like the announcements issued by many games on Earth when they merge servers. The displayed content only shows which sea areas have been merged with which sea areas. Like the sea area where he is located, Sea Area 19 will be merged with Sea Area 154 at midnight tomorrow. Upon learning this news, Ning Feng even went to check out the rankings. I was pretty lucky. There are no notable figures in the 154 sea area. In other words, the merger of the sea areas tomorrow will not create any new rivals for him. Instead, they will only send relatively weak people. This way, his development will be smoother. After all, having a monopoly is far better than having multiple competitors sharing the spoils, whether it's manipulating people to work for you or profiting from the trading hall. After understanding the details of the merger, the next issue is the season and weather. Ning Feng was also quite concerned and worried about this issue. After all, his cheat ability, apart from being able to read data, didn't have any other substantial function. When faced with seasonal changes, rain, snow, or sudden temperature fluctuations, the golden finger offers no protection whatsoever. At least when it comes to natural disasters, Ning Feng is on the same starting line as other survivors. So, Ning Feng also hopes that the seasons and weather of this world can treat humankind a little better. Hopefully, it won't be a temperature of 40 or 50 degrees Celsius right away, or a temperature of tens of degrees below zero. If that's the case, he'll be finished sooner or later. What's coming will eventually have to be faced. You'll have to click to find out what it's really like. So Ning Feng directly clicked on the details about the seasons and weather. Seasons and weather in the Endless Seas world. Seasons. Seasons change in a 7-day cycle, following the seasons of Blue Star, spring, summer, autumn, winter. Weather. The weather will reflect the seasonal characteristics of Earth, including sunny, cloudy, rainy, snowy, and hazy. Seasonal introduction. Spring. Temperatures will be maintained between 12 degrees Celsius and 28 degrees Celsius. Springtime characteristics. Everything comes back to life, and the continuous spring rain will increase the probability of germinating plants on private islands. Spring weather probability. Sunny 35%, cloudy 35%, rain 30%, snow 0%, haze 0%. Summer. Temperatures will be maintained between 25 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius. Summer characteristics. Animals are active and heavy rain is frequent, which will increase the probability of animals appearing on private islands. Summer weather probability. Sunny 50%, cloudy 10%, rain 40%, snow 0%, haze 0%. Autumn. Temperatures will be maintained between 15 degrees Celsius and 30 degrees Celsius. Autumn characteristics. Abundant harvest, gradually decreasing temperature, which will increase the probability of crops emerging on private islands. Autumn weather probability. Sunny 20%, cloudy 40%, rain 10%, snow 0%, haze 30%. Winter, temperatures will be maintained between 10 degrees Celsius and 5 degrees Celsius. Winter characteristics. Snow-covered landscapes and dry temperatures will increase the probability of mineral resources emerging on private islands. Winter weather probability. Sunny 10%, cloudy 20%, rain 10%, snow 60%, haze 0%. Friendly reminder. The season and weather settings are temporary and will gradually change as your survival progresses. The rain and snow in this world contain substances harmful to humans. Please do not consume them. Temporary? Will it change later? After Ning Feng finished reading the introduction about the seasons and weather, he was at a loss for words. Actually, looking at the beginning, Ning Feng felt that the setting of seasons and weather was quite reasonable, not much different from Earth. But who would have thought that in the end it would be just a temporary measure? If the current season and weather conditions suitable for human survival are temporary, then if they change in the future, wouldn't the world only become more and more unbearable? TSK. In the current winter setting, the lowest temperature is only 10 degrees Celsius, and Ning Feng already feels very cold. If the temperature continues to drop, I really can't imagine what will happen. As Ning Feng thought about it, he felt a chill run down his spine. It seems we need to start collecting and planting cotton as soon as possible to prepare for the winter. Otherwise, let alone whether they can survive until the seasons change, they might not even be able to endure the current winter. After all, at a temperature of 10 degrees Celsius, even on Earth, you would need at least a set of thermal underwear, a sweater, and a down jacket to stay warm. The clothes he currently owns are all summer wear. These kinds of clothes don't completely cover the arms and legs, so no matter how many layers you wear, you'll still feel cold. Therefore, winter clothes are quite important. Now it's time to start planning these things ahead of time. 3 weeks later, winter arrived. Not only will he no longer have to worry about surviving the winter, he might even profit from it. You know, if he's afraid of the cold, then everyone else must be afraid of the cold too. In order to survive, he estimated that many survivors would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy winter clothes. 119. Benefits of Level 3 ships. Close the Seasons and Weather Guide for Endless Sailing World page. Next, Ning Feng only needed to check the information interface to see what changes had been made and what new features the ship upgrade had brought before he could go to sleep. Open messages. As the list just reminded us, the information interface has indeed been upgraded. In addition to displaying the island's area, ship information, and ship storage, it also adds information on survivor attributes and sailing coin balance. Survivor attributes and sailing coin balances are already known information, so there's no need to pay too much attention to them. Ning Feng focused his attention directly on the ship information. Vessel information. Ship class, LV3 large fishing boat, 100855/10000000. Upgrade benefits. 1. Due to the ship upgrade, the spatial scanning capability has been enhanced, and the range of movable materials in the ship's warehouse has been increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. 2. Due to the upgrade of the ship's sailing speed has been increased, and the number of islands available to survivors for sailing each day has increased from 2 to 3. Survivors can freely travel to and from multiple islands during the specified survival time, 6 o'clock 1800 hours. 3. Due to the ship upgrade, the fishing facilities have been improved. Each time the ship goes out to sea and docks at the shore, the fishing device will be automatically activated. The amount of seafood caught is related to the amount of seafood at the ship's location, and the caught seafood will be automatically stored in the ship warehouse. Friendly reminder. Since you have already selected your departure island for tomorrow before upgrading your ship, Upgrade Benefits 2-3 will take effect after your next departure tomorrow. Hiss. When Ning Feng saw the information on the ship, he gasped in shock. This time he finally experienced the thrill of upgrading his ship. Not only has the scanning range of the ship warehouse increased, but the number of islands at sea has also increased from 2 to 3. Most importantly, this time, the 3 islands will be 3 real islands. Previously, when the ship level was upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Although the number of islands has increased from 1 to 2, because you can only choose one, you can actually only land on one island. But this time it's really different. If you can freely travel back and forth within a specified time, doesn't that mean you can choose to land on any of the 3 islands? Certainly. Ning Feng also understood that it was impossible to collect all the supplies from one island in a single day, let alone 3 islands. But don't forget, now we've entered the second phase, and the population can expand. With enough manpower, we might not be unable to collect them all. Even if we don't collect everything, the ability to log into 3 islands will make collecting anything much easier in the future. For example, if he is particularly short of iron ore at a certain time. Fortunately, all 3 islands have iron ore. Then wouldn't he be able to mine all the iron ore on Island A before heading to Islands B and C to continue collecting? Ships can freely enter and exit multiple islands, which is more beneficial than harmful. How could he not be happy? And, besides these 2 points, Ning Feng also particularly liked the third feature, automated harvesting of seafood. If he anchored his ship at a place rich in seafood every time he went out to sea, wouldn't he be able to catch a lot of seafood every day just by the ship? These seafood products are excellent for both eating and selling. Most importantly, this is practically free supplies, so why not take it? He was really looking forward to the next day of his voyage. Thinking of this, Ning Feng then stopped wasting time studying the navigation system screen. Anyway, all the necessary research has been done. The only thing that hasn't been studied right now is the new design of the ships. But there's no rush, the ship won't run away. It's the same if we go see it again tomorrow. Thinking about having to get up early tomorrow to go out to sea to collect supplies, Ning Feng then washed up and went straight to sleep. The next day, Ning Feng was woken up by Yuqing. He didn't fall asleep until around 1 a.m. last night, and has only slept for about 4 hours so far. He definitely hasn't had enough sleep. But remembering that I still have tasks to complete today, I figured I might as well be a little tired. He groggily sat up in bed. And Yuqing, who came to call him, handed him breakfast and said apologetically, "Ning Feng, I'm sorry, you look tired and I didn't want to wake you, but it's almost 6 o'clock. You'd better get up and have some breakfast." Hearing in Yuqing's words, Ning Feng was amused. How could this silly girl be so cute? Silly girl, why are you apologizing? It's almost 6 o'clock, isn't it only right that you call me? I'm not a silly girl. And Yuqing pouted. Ning Feng continued teasingly. What are you humming about? Oh, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you silly girl. How about I call you silly pig instead? You. It can only be said that having a treasure in the family always brings joy. Looking at Yuqing's gradually puffing cheeks, Ning Feng felt that Yuqing really looked like a pufferfish, and teasing her was so much fun. However, time was of the essence, so he did not continue. After Yuqing placed the white porridge on the table in the main room, he quickly changed his clothes and ran to the toilet to wash up. After washing up, seeing that it was almost 6 o'clock, he picked up the bowl of white porridge on the table and started drinking it. It seems that Yuqing had cooked the white porridge a long time ago, so the porridge wasn't too hot yet, just the right temperature to be gulped down in one go. Therefore, Ning Feng successfully finished the bowl of white porridge in just a few dozen seconds. Immediately, he looked at Yuqing and the tiger, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's set off." After leaving the wooden building, soon a colossal object appeared before Ning Feng's eyes. Ning Feng was also taken aback. Wow, such a big change. Huh? Looking at you, don't you know? You stayed up so late last night because you were dealing with the ship upgrade. And Yuqing asked suspiciously. I don't know. Ning Feng shook his head and said, I was indeed working on these things last night, but I haven't gone out to check on the ship since it was upgraded. I didn't expect the upgraded ship to look so imposing. Ning Feng now felt that the fishing boat in front of him could be called a ship. This size is significantly larger than the previous small fishing boats. Using his cheat code, Ning Feng quickly grasped the specific dimensions of the large fishing boat in front of him. The length and width are 30 meters and 8 meters respectively. It also has 2 levels in height. Even if you didn't call it a fishing boat, Ning Feng felt it looked a bit like a destroyer. Just looking at its appearance, Ning Feng felt that it was much better than any yacht he had imagined before. At this moment, all he wanted to do was compose a poem. Let's not contact each other again. I'm afraid my large fishing boat will misunderstand. 120. The upgraded ship is much better than I expected. But, after seeing the appearance of the fishing boat, Ning Feng became curious about its future upgrades. His previous idea for upgrading vessels was to transform fishing boats into yachts or something similar. Now, this large fishing boat is much bigger than a typical yacht. If the upgrade standard for ships in this world is that ships get bigger and bigger, then it's clear that ship upgrades in this world have skipped the yacht category altogether. But if it's not a yacht, then what kind of vessel should be used in the next phase? Direct cruise? Or could it be transformed directly from a functional vessel into a combat vessel? TSK. The only downside is that the cheat code seems to malfunction when loading ship upgrades. It simply can't load them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making wild guesses now. Oh well, let's just take it one step at a time. Anyway, I only need 900,000 more experience points to upgrade to LV4. At the current rate of daily growth in the island's area, it probably won't be long. They stopped dwelling on the issue of upgrading the ship. As soon as Ning Feng and In Yuqing approached the ship, it seemed to sense their presence and automatically lowered a step for them to enter. Climbing the stairs, the two successfully entered the ship's deck. The interior of this fishing boat is much more luxurious than it appears from the outside. The small fishing boats used to only have a control room, which was barely enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Here, you could say there are places to shelter from the wind and rain everywhere. In addition to the central control room, there are also many restrooms. The facilities in the lounge are far more complete than those in his private island cabin. The room was fully equipped with tables, chairs, and bedding. Apart from the lack of electricity, Ning Feng couldn't find any flaws. It could serve as a place for people to live in for an extended period of time. I'm even thinking of staying here, Ning Feng said with a smile as he looked at the fishing boat. And Yuqing was also extremely excited at this moment. After hearing Ning Feng's words, she nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, I had the same idea. I feel much more comfortable sleeping here than in the wooden houses on the island. Ning Feng also admitted that the facilities on the ship were more comfortable. But rationally speaking, a boat can never compare to a home. Living on an island makes it much easier for them to farm, raise fish, and feed livestock. If we can generate electricity in the future and add all the necessary furniture, our home will naturally be even better. Living on a boat comes with many restrictions, not to mention the discomfort of the waves while trying to sleep. So just laugh off what In Yuqing said. If people really lived on a boat, then there would be absolutely no need for the world to provide a private island for survivors. Therefore, Ning Feng didn't continue the topic, but instead started making jokes. All right, it may be comfortable, but a person definitely needs a home to feel proper. Living on a boat long-term is definitely not feasible, but we could consider trying out boat sex sometime in the future. Anyway, I've heard of sex in cars, but I've never heard of sex on a boat. Maybe we can be pioneers and give it a try sometime. And Yuqing never expected that Ning Feng, who had been speaking so seriously and logically just moments before, would suddenly utter such an inappropriate remark. She couldn't help but imagine that scenario, following Ning Feng's words. She was instantly both embarrassed and angry, and immediately retorted, You can forget about it. Don't even think about it. Why are you so nervous? You're even stuttering. Do you have the same idea? Ning Feng seemed to have seen through everything and raised an eyebrow to ask. Nonsense. I didn't. I'm not talking to you anymore. Watching In Yuqing's departing figure, Ning Feng, who had been wearing a smug expression, couldn't help but sigh with a sense of desolation. Hey, we've been sleeping in each other's arms for so long. It's not an exaggeration to say we're living together. Why is her favorability rating towards me still 89.5? She's made it clear she likes me, so what's wrong with me? Before Ning Feng could figure out the problem, it was 6 o'clock, and the boat began to rock. The next moment, the two then appeared on the mysterious island of number 86. This island has a lot of supplies. The mountain spring is not far from the coastline. Last night, Ning Feng deliberately chose a landing location on the south side of the island near a mountain spring. However, Ning Feng was not in a hurry to disembark. Seeing that In Yuqing was about to disembark, he quickly called her back. What's wrong? In Yuqing asked, puzzled. Ning Feng gazed at the island before him, carefully surveying its surroundings, and said calmly, Have you forgotten? We have now entered the second phase. Based on the previous announcements, does this mean that other survivors may also land on this island? And Yuqing instantly realized what was happening and hurriedly looked around. I don't see any other ships. Does that mean no one else has landed on our island? Ning Feng didn't reply further. The truth could be found out with a simple scan using his cheat code. After being read by the cheat code, Ning Feng realized that he had scared himself. It turns out that today's sea voyages do not involve multiple people landing. It seems that multiple people will only be able to land on the same island after the Legion warship function is enabled. Since that's the case, Ning Feng has nothing to worry about. Alright, maybe I'm overthinking it. I really didn't see any other ships. Then let's install the bamboo drainage device as usual. Now that the shop is out, we need to quickly earn more nautical coins to buy those truly useful things. And Yuqing went to bed early last night and knew nothing about these things. Hearing Ning Feng's words, her little head was filled with great doubt. Shopping mall. Naval currency? What is this? Look at me. I forgot you haven't looked into these things yet. Never mind. There's no point in explaining now. You'll see for yourself when you get home tonight. After giving a perfunctory reply, Ning Feng then went directly into the ship's control room and used the navigation system screen to transfer all the necessary supplies to the beach. Immediately, he then looked at the tiger beside him and instructed, "There are quite a few animals on this island as well. You can kill and bring back wild boars, but you can't kill any of the chickens, ducks, or geese that can be raised in captivity. You have to drive them all toward the boat. I want to capture them alive and raise them in captivity." The tiger nodded obediently and asked, "Master, what should I eat when I'm hungry?" "Hungry? Then eat field mice. Aren't there field mice on this island? You're a feline. Eating mice isn't beneath you, is it?" 121. Confess to an Yuqing. The tiger was somewhat speechless, but naturally it couldn't disobey its master's orders. After letting out a roar, it disappeared into the jungle. This amused an Yuqing, who was watching the scene unfold, so much that she couldn't stop laughing. "Ning Feng, you're really nasty. How could you possibly think of making the king of the forest eat rats? In the forest, it is the king. Here, it is just a cat." Ning Feng shrugged dismissively. "Alright, let's get moving. There should be plenty of supplies on this island. Let's get the water source sorted out first, and then go collect other supplies." Good. Led by Ning Feng, the two easily found the source of the mountain spring. Having already built 2 bamboo diversion devices before, the two are now quite adept at it. Although the mountain spring water was farther from the boat this time, their movements were more agile, and the control range of the ship warehouse had doubled. In just over 20 minutes, the bamboo drainage device was ready. Ning Feng then led in Yuqing to the east side of the island. That area is rich in fruits and crops, and coincidentally, the amplification fruit and 2 resource chests are also located in that area, so Ning Feng's trip was convenient. But Ning Feng had just led in Yuqing to the rice paddy and was about to leave. And Yuqing, who was behind him, called out to him, looking thoughtful. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Ning Feng turned around and asked, puzzled. And Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then frowned and said, "We were looking for spring water just now, and you found it on the first try. I also think it was luck, including everything before. I think it was all luck. But with this rice, you didn't take any detours or search for it at all. You just went straight from point A to point B. This can't be considered luck, can it?" "Ning Feng, did you know the location of these supplies from the beginning? Are you hiding something from me?" Cough, cough, cough. Ning Feng coughed awkwardly, unsure how to respond. He was so focused on the urgency that he didn't think much about it, and forgot about acting. "I didn't expect in Yuqing to be so clever. She saw through my act this time, even though I wasn't actually acting. Ning Feng hesitated, unsure whether he should reveal that he had a cheat ability. However, and Yuqing did not allow Ning Feng to continue speaking. She interrupted, "Ning Feng, everyone has secrets. I understand. But sometimes, I hope you can treat me like one of your own. If you really know the distribution of supplies on the island, I don't need you to tell me how you know, but at the very least, you don't need to put on an act for me. You could just tell me the location of the supplies openly, which would save you the trouble of wasting time leading me around and putting on an act, wouldn't it? We've been sharing a bed for a while now. Putting aside the past, at least in this world, I hope you can completely trust me. I hope I'm the first person you can trust, and someone you can always trust." And Yuqing looked serious and focused, showing that she cared a lot about this matter. I guess a perfunctory approach won't work. That's enough. That's enough. Indeed, as Yuqing said, there was really nothing to hide about these things. Hiding it will only cause trouble for yourself and hurt others. Then, Ning Feng's attitude also became serious. He nodded and said with a hint of apology, I'm sorry, there are some things I did keep from you. I know everything about the distribution of supplies on the island. As for how I knew. Before Ning Feng could finish speaking, and Yuqing interrupted again. All right, that's enough. As for how you know, it doesn't affect our survival anyway, so I don't want to know. Thank you so much for trusting me and telling me this secret. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng felt a warmth in his heart. This woman was truly sensible. They even deliberately gave him a way out. Since Yuqing had already said so, Ning Feng didn't say anything more. After all, the concept of a golden finger is indeed quite complicated to explain. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng was still moved when Yuqing revealed her true intentions. She changed her previous serious expression and pouted, complaining. But really, since you knew about the distribution of supplies on the island, you should have said so earlier. Every time you go to the island, you have to put on an act and waste time. If I hadn't spent all this time putting on an act, I might have been able to collect even more supplies. You've kept this from me for so long. So as punishment, you can't cuddle with me while sleeping from now on. Ning Feng figured it out. And Yuqing's true intentions were not what they seemed. Perhaps she really didn't care how he knew the distribution of supplies on the island. Her main goal was simply to find a legitimate reason to get rid of his cuddling service. Women. Seeing that Ning Feng seemed to have figured out something, and Yuqing instantly felt a little guilty. She avoided looking directly at Ning Feng and said, feigning a tough stance. What are you looking at? You're not happy about it? Tell me where the other supplies are located, then get back to your work. Time is of the essence. However, what Yuqing said was true. Time was indeed of the essence in collecting supplies. Perhaps a delay of just a few minutes could mean collecting dozens of kilograms less of the supplies. Therefore, Ning Feng stopped dwelling on these topics. Anyway, women are all hypocritical. He didn't believe that Yuqing had gotten used to being held while sleeping and would really not let him hold her tonight. Then, after telling Yuqing the location of all the crops and fruits on the island, he hurriedly ran towards the amplification tree. Arrive at the amplification tree. This tree was almost identical in appearance to the one he had seen before, and it also shimmered with light. However, the fruit on the tree was different from the last time. This is an all-around fruit. It's actually the all-powerful fruit. It arrived just in time. Next time we go out to sea, we might encounter other survivors, so I might as well improve my physical fitness again before then. After chuckling, Ning Feng picked it off without hesitation and ate it on the spot. He immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and began to recuperate. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was delayed by 10 minutes because he was recuperating. However, the increased efficiency in gathering resources after the all-powerful fruit is digested by the body can completely make up for the 10-minute gap. Therefore, his actions were not a waste of time. As for why the all-around fruit wasn't left for Yuqing to eat, Ning Feng felt there was no need to rush. Yuqing's physical condition is currently adequate. Among ordinary people, her physical condition is already considered very good, considering that they might encounter other survivors on their next voyage. Naturally, it's more cost-effective for him to eat it. 122. Alcohol can be a catalyst for relationships. 10 minutes later, Ning Feng opened his eyes. He immediately used his cheat code to read himself. Message read. Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 170. Human limit is 100. Strength, 155. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 175. Human limit is 100. Overall attributes, 500. Hiss. This time, the all-powerful fruit is quite impressive. Each item has basically increased its attribute value by 30-40 points. Agility increased directly from 135 to 170. The strength increased directly from 115 to 155. My stamina increased directly from 135 to 175. Its overall attributes have exceeded 500. I remember that in the world ranking of character attributes, the second-ranked character only had an overall attribute of 315, right? The gap has widened so much that I doubt anyone will be able to catch up with me anytime soon. Sigh. All I can say is that this ranking has increased the pressure on everyone. Those at the bottom want to climb higher, while those at the top are afraid of being overtaken. Without dwelling on these things any longer, Ning Feng sped towards the scattered supply chests. Now that his physical fitness has improved, Ning Feng's incredible speed when running has given him a feeling of being reborn. He felt like he was flying. Nowadays, it's no exaggeration to say that a 100-meter race can be completed in 6-7 seconds. A few minutes later, Ning Feng successfully located 2 supply chests on the east side of the island. Read one by one. Unfortunately, they were all white, ordinary quality treasure chests. Fortunately, we've now entered the second phase, and resource chests can be combined to create higher-level chests. So even if the quality is low, it doesn't matter. When he brought in Yuqing to the east side of the island, he brought 2 ox carts with him. Almost 20 minutes have passed now, and Yuqing's car should be full by now. He needs to go to the center of the island to collect minerals now, and he'll need an ox cart. That would be perfect for helping Yuqing bring a bullock cart back. Therefore, Ning Feng quickly headed towards Yuqing. Just as Ning Feng had predicted, when they arrived at Yuqing, one of the ox carts was already filled with rice straw. Even before this woman improved her physical fitness, she wasn't slow at working. Now that his physical fitness has improved, he is even more powerful. Giving that all-powerful fruit to Yuqing was not a waste at all. After taking an ox cart from Yuqing and storing the supplies in the ship warehouse, Ning Feng then led the ox cart directly towards the center of the island, which was rich in mineral resources. The last supply chest spawned right there. That would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because they were leading an ox cart. Even if Ning Feng ran as fast as he couldn't possibly run like he was leading an ox cart. So it still took about 20 minutes to get to the center of the island. Upon arriving at the site where the mineral resources are produced, considering that it is impossible to transport the iron ore out of the country in a short period of time, so Ning Feng parked the ox cart in a vegetated area and let it eat on its own. He then set off to search for the last supply chest. I didn't expect that the last supply chest would contain something. After the cheat code was used to read the contents, it turned out to be a case of beer. Cough, cough, cough. Although the quality of the supply chest is only excellent, Ning Feng quite likes beer. Certainly, he doesn't like drinking, and you could even say he can't drink at all. He's the kind of person who can get drunk even from beer. The night before entering this world, he drank only because he was lonely and had no one to celebrate his birthday with, so he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. But just because he doesn't like beer doesn't mean he doesn't need it. You should know, sometimes alcohol can be a catalyst for relationships. If we get Yuqing drunk, in that situation, she might just get confused and her favorability rating could easily surpass 90. As he was thinking about it, Ning Feng almost drooled. This must be a sign from heaven. And Yuqing has to drink this wine tonight, whether she likes it or not. After making up his mind, Ning Feng quickly opened the supply chest. Immediately afterwards, a case of 8% beer appeared on the box. Following the procedure, after storing this case of 8-degree beer in the ship's warehouse, Ning Feng suppressed his excitement and turned to collecting mineral resources. Because Ning Feng had already informed Yuqing about the distribution of supplies on the island. As for Yuqing, Ning Feng can rest assured and not interfere. Without the hassle of traveling that distance, Ning Feng's work efficiency instantly improved. Today, Ning Feng and his group achieved success on 3 fronts. Yuqing collected more crops and fruits than usual. Ning Feng has also collected more mineral resources than usual. Even the tigers didn't disappoint. Apart from killing and carrying back the wild boar, it actually drove all the other animals on the island to the vicinity of the ship. Ning Feng and Yuqing had a great time catching them, almost one in each hand. Great news. The island is going to be lively again, and the enclosures for captive animals will have to be expanded even further. After packing everything up, the 2 men and the tiger boarded the ship just before it left and returned to their private island. Arrived at a private island. Ning Feng's first step was to expand the enclosure for the newly captured poultry. The island is quite large now, so the livestock pens shouldn't be so cramped. After taking care of the poultry and livestock, Yuqing went straight to the kitchen to cook. Ning Feng then went to the navigation system screen, intending to continue his study. Last night, he only looked through the general outline, but he hasn't gotten to know many of the details yet. For example, besides obtaining sailing coins through leaderboard rewards, how else can players acquire them? Although he mentioned it to Yuqing this morning when he set sail, saying that he would rely on fresh water to sell nautical currency. But this method was just his guess. He didn't know if it would work. He'd have to go to the trading hall to find out. He clicked on the trading hall. Immediately afterwards, a pop-up window appeared. Since the Endless Voyage world has entered its second phase and voyage coins have been issued, from now on, the trading hall will only accept voyage coins as the trading currency. Survivors can trade goods through a barter system, which involves adding each other as friends or sending private messages within the friends function. Due to restrictions on trading tokens in the trading hall, and to protect sellers' rights, the trading hall will provide trading containers to sellers free of charge. For example, if a seller wants to sell 500 milliliters of water, the trading system will automatically fill the 500 milliliters of water offered by the seller into a container provided by the system for the transaction. After purchasing, please promptly transfer the purchased water to another container or drink it immediately. Once the water has been transferred or used, the containers provided in the trading hall will be automatically retrieved. Note: if the water purchased by the buyer has not been transferred or used within 24 hours, the water and container will be taken back together and will not be returned. 123. Be the first person to eat meat. Seeing this, Ning Feng was delighted. The world's constant talk of protecting the rights of survivors is truly not just empty words. He truly meant what he said. This is far better than some of the companies on Earth that only talk the talk. At least for Ning Feng, the fact that the trading hall provides container trading is definitely good news. You should know, he can now collect nearly 100 tons of mountain spring water every day. If sold by the milliliter, there simply wouldn't be enough containers. Unless he spends extra time cutting bamboo and using bamboo tubes as containers. However, if it is sold at the unit price of 5L/barrel, it is not cost-effective for him if the price is too low, and many people may not be able to afford it if the price is too high. Now that the trading hall is willing to provide the container, that would make selling water much more convenient for him, and his daily sales would likely increase as well. After all, previously, he sold water, and because he used buckets as containers, he sold it in 5L increments. The starting price has been raised so much that many people who lack supplies simply cannot afford it. Now that these concerns are gone, smaller quantities like 500 milliliters can be sold, which will definitely attract a wider audience. Thinking of this, Ning Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together and immediately wanted to sell him 10 tons to see the effect. As for the unit price, Ning Feng referenced the price of water sold in the mall. In the shop, a 550 milliliters bottle of water costs 3 sailing coins. He could probably sell 600 milliliters of water for 3 nautical coins. An extra 50 milliliters is at least a significant amount of water. Human nature is always greedy. When there's a chance to get a bargain, no one would be foolish enough to buy 550 milliliters of water. If 600 milliliters of water could sell for 3 nautical coins, 10 tons of water can be sold for about 50,000 nautical coins. It seems pretty good. After considering it in his mind, Ning Feng did not hesitate to put 5,000 units on the shelves at a price of 600 ml/3 sailing coins. If the water sells out tonight, I can use my nautical coins to buy a little rubber wife to play with. After successfully listing the product, Ning Feng happily began planning his purchases. But upon further reflection, we already have beer. We can get Yuqing drunk tonight. Why bother with the silicone doll? Thinking, Ning Feng dismissed the immature idea in his mind. Yes, that's right. Only children use fake ones. A mature man like him should be a real person. Thinking that tonight might be their wedding night, Ning Feng dared not waste any time. We'd better get the navigation system sorted out quickly, otherwise things will be doomed once Yuqing falls asleep. Then, Ning Feng continued to stock the shelves with supplies. Right now, He has plenty of supplies, since the mall has already given a guide price. Then he just needs to sell according to the suggested retail price. In just a few minutes, Ning Feng then successfully listed all his surplus supplies in the mall. If you can sell them all, you can directly earn tens or hundreds of thousands of sailing coins. The bulk of their income comes from spring water and iron ore. Spring water comes in large quantities, while iron ore has a high unit price. Based on current market prices, 100 G of iron ore can be sold for 2 nautical coins. If he sells all 5,000 kilograms of iron ore he can earn 100,000 nautical coins. Certainly, according to Ning Feng's previous idea, he didn't really want to sell the iron ore, because once it's sold, the survivors can use the iron ore to craft tools like picks. By then, iron ore will no longer be so rare and valuable. But after the rankings came out yesterday, this made him realize that he had underestimated these survivors. You should know, when upgrading a ship from LV1 to LV2, iron ore is included in the upgrade materials. Since many people on the leaderboard already have LV2 ships, that means some survivors also have iron ore. The reason why there is no one selling in the trading hall is probably because those who have iron ore in their hands have the same mentality as him. Or perhaps they didn't have enough to sell, so they were reluctant to sell. After all, mineral resources are all buried underground. Without a cheat code providing specific coordinates, the probability of finding something by blindly digging is much lower. Moreover, not every island has mineral resources. But, whatever the reason, since other survivors in this world also have iron ore besides him, he must be the first to eat it. While iron ore is not yet widely available, we should try to earn as much as possible. Ning Feng also knew that the iron ore needed to upgrade a ship could easily amount to thousands of kilograms, and those survivors probably couldn't possibly collect all that iron ore by purchasing it. Even if they could afford it, he didn't have that much iron ore to sell. But those who didn't reach LV2 will need a pickaxe to mine iron ore when they upgrade in the future, right? He got an accurate figure of their current sea area last night through their ranking on the leaderboard. The last place is ranked 598,813. In other words, even if we assume one person per boat in this sea area, there are at least nearly 600,000 survivors. The servers will be merged at midnight tonight. After the merge, the number of players can't be less than 1 million, right? In the crafting function, crafting a pickaxe requires 10 kilograms of iron ore. This means that the future market will have a demand of at least 10 million kilograms of iron ore. With such a large demand, even if he could only secure 10% of it, he could still earn tens of millions of nautical coins in profit. Therefore, there is no need for him to keep the iron ore anymore. He should cash it out as soon as possible. Suddenly, Ning Feng didn't think that earning nautical coins was that difficult. It's estimated that before long, people will be able to afford generators like those in the mall. By then, the house will have electricity. The quality of life will be completely different. As for whether the survivors have enough sailing coins to buy his supplies, Ning Feng wasn't worried about that, because the leaderboard does not restrict rankings. To put it simply, anyone can make the list, just at a lower ranking. For example, area rankings. Ning Feng checked last night and found that the area of the last ranked company was still 2M, 5M equals 10 square meters. This is the size of the initial ships entering this world, and they still have a ranking, right? Furthermore, the ship level ranking, character attribute ranking, and resource ranking in this sea area also offer a reward of 1 sailing coin for those ranked outside the top 1,000. In other words, even the worst survivor can receive a guaranteed 3 sailing coins every day. With such a large number of survivors, do you think he'd have trouble earning enough sailing coins? 124. Synthesize resource chest. After the supplies were put on the shelves, the matter of earning nautical coins is now resolved. Then, Ning Feng remembered that he hadn't used the 3,000 expansion foundation stones he received last night. And so, he quickly opened the island expansion page and started the expansion. Suddenly, the island's area expanded from 20,000 square meters to 50,000 square meters. TSK. It's simply great to be among the top. After working so hard to expand the island to 20,000 square meters, A simple daily ranking reward resulted in an expansion of 30,000 square meters, surpassing the results of his nearly month-long efforts. It seems that after entering the second stage, this is when the real gap begins to widen. The people who are further ahead grow the fastest, while those who are further behind grow the slowest, creating a vicious cycle. Let's stop dwelling on these things. Moving on to the next step, Ning Feng plans to investigate the treasure chest synthesis function. Ning Feng had been longing for this feature ever since he learned that entering the second stage would bring it. I've already saved 120 supply chests. Now we can try out the synthesis function. Following the previous hints, Ning Feng easily found the treasure chest synthesis button. Once clicked, a new pop-up window appears. Please select the type of treasure chest you wish to craft. Intermediate supply chest, advanced supply chest. Ning Feng didn't hesitate at all on this point. He currently has a sufficient number of supply chests in his possession, so naturally he wants to try out both new types of chests and share the benefits. The Golden Finger had already explained it to him before. To craft an intermediate resource chest, you need 10 resource chests. To craft a high-grade resource chest, you need 50 resource chests. He happened to have 120 supply chests, which would be perfect if he could combine 2 of each type. Ning Feng then directly clicked on the intermediate resource chest. The page quickly displayed a message. Please add 10 supply chests. After clicking the Add button, the page will automatically redirect to the ship warehouse. Simply retrieve 10 supply chests from the ship warehouse to complete the addition. Once everything is ready, click Merge. I didn't expect the treasure chest crafting function to be so well designed. It even has an animation, just like in a game. The 10 newly added supply chests were arranged in a circle and began to rotate clockwise. As time went on, the rotation speed increased, and the 10 supply chests gradually moved closer to the center. In the end, the 10 supply chests were successfully combined into a larger and more exquisite chest. This means the synthesis was successful. The entire synthesis process takes no more than 5 seconds. After Ning Feng clicked on the Retrieve button on the screen, the synthesized intermediate material chest was automatically stored in the ship warehouse. Ning Feng wasn't in a hurry to open it. Since there are still some resource chests left to synthesize, it's best to synthesize them all before opening them. That would be much more satisfying. Add the ingredients sequentially, following the previously synthesized method. Less than a minute later, the 120 supply chests were used up. Ning Feng couldn't help but pray, 120 supply chests aren't cheap. I hope the synthesized supply chest won't disappoint me. Having said that, Ning Feng then closed the treasure chest synthesis page and opened the ship warehouse. Inside the ship's warehouse, besides the 4 supply chests that had just been synthesized, Ning Feng noticed a selectable supply chest. This was the achievement gift that the world gave him when he upgraded to level 3. We could take advantage of this opportunity to open them together. After clicking Retrieve, in an instant, 5 treasure chests of different shapes and sizes appeared on the floor of the room. Among them, the selectable resource chest is the smallest of these chests, and its appearance is no different from that of the ordinary resource chest. As for the advanced resource chest, as the name suggests, since it is advanced, it is naturally the best, the biggest, and the most exquisite. I won't go into too much detail about its appearance. The contents of the resource chest are the most important thing. Ning Feng used his cheat code to read them one by one. Message read: Chest type, selectable resource chest. Supply chest quality, supreme, colorful. Items in the supply chest. Choose one of 4: agility fruit 2, strength fruit 2, stamina fruit 2, all-round fruit 1. Message read: Chest type, intermediate resource chest. Supply chest quality, excellent, green light. Items in the supply chest. Chongi Lautan pickled cabbage beef noodles 1 box, 24 bags. And Guizhou Province Quanshan, Mutai, 53% ABV, 500 milliliters 1 box, 6 bottles. Message read: Chest type, intermediate resource chest. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest. Purified water 550 milliliters 30. Compressed biscuits 500 g 30. Message read: Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Supply chest quality, excellent, green light. Items in the resource chest, cotton padded coat, crafting blueprint. Message read. Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the resource chest, amplified fruit, tree seed 1. As more and more information flowed into Ning Feng's mind from his cheat system, Ning Feng couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. As it turns out, the only downside to expensive things is that they are expensive. Even the green light resources are clearly several levels higher than the green light resources in ordinary resource chests. Leaving aside the instant noodles and drinks from Blue Star, Ning Feng particularly liked the cotton clothes crafting blueprint and amplification fruit tree seed 1. He was just planning to start preparing his winter clothes last night, and today the world has come to show him warmth. With the cotton padded clothing making book, he no longer needs to worry about winter clothing. After all, cotton is much easier to obtain than making books. He also received cotton seeds in the crop seed gift pack he had previously received. With one type of cotton padded coat and a craft book, it would be easy to make a winter coat. Moreover, besides using them, any extra cotton padded clothes can be sold or rented out to earn nautical coins. He was certain that when winter really came, the survivors would have to sell everything they owned to buy or rent winter clothes. Otherwise, they would really freeze to death. As for the amplifying fruit tree seeds thing, actually, this is what Ning Feng wants most from the synthetic resources chest. When he discovered the amplification fruit tree on the island, he used a cheat code to read it. Seeds for amplifying fruit trees are more effective when planted on private islands than on mysterious islands. Not only will the yield be greater, but it will also not wither after just one harvest. In other words, planting an amplification fruit tree on a private island could potentially yield several or even dozens of amplification fruits. By then, won't his physical abilities be so strong that he'll have no friends? It's quite exciting to think about. Please click to read the author's comments. 125. Methods for cultivating amplification trees. After reading each treasure chest. Next up is unboxing. Ning Feng will definitely resell that intermediate supply chest containing water and compressed biscuits. After all, the supplies inside would result in a loss of more than 10 times if opened. It would be better to sell them at cost price or a slightly lower price, and then buy 10 more resource chests to synthesize them. He wasn't particularly conflicted about the significant differences. What's currently troubling him the most is that advanced resource chest containing cotton padded clothing crafting blueprints. He admitted that the cotton padded coat making blueprints are very valuable to him at this stage. However, we must also consider where something is precious. If it comes from a supply chest or intermediate supply chest, he will keep it without hesitation. However, if it comes from a high-grade resource chest, its cost-effectiveness needs to be considered. After all, one advanced supply chest is equivalent to 50 supply chests. Providing only a cotton padded coat blueprint seems like a bad deal. Most importantly, excellent quality is considered low quality among resource chests. If it were a regular supply chest, he wouldn't even glance at it if the quality of the items was excellent. If this high-level resource chest hadn't contained a cotton padded clothing blueprint, he would have sold it on the spot. High-level resource chests, especially those of excellent quality, can yield the cotton padded clothing crafting blueprint. The drop rate for crafting blueprints from high-level resource chests is probably quite high. After thinking it over, Ning Feng had an idea. Since it wasn't winter yet, he decided to keep the high-level resource chest for the time being. But he won't open it. If a better alternative becomes available in the future, he will resell this high-level resource chest. If a better alternative hasn't been found by the time winter arrives, then even if it's a loss, we'll have no choice but to keep it running. After thinking about this, Ning Feng stopped worrying about it. Open the remaining supply chests one by one. Opened the intermediate supply chest and obtained Chongyi Laodan sauerkraut beef noodles 1 box, 24 bags, and Guizhou Province Quanshan Mutai 53 degrees 500 milliliters 1 box, 6 bottles, which have been stored in the ship warehouse. Opened the advanced resource chest and obtained amplification fruit tree seed 1, which has been stored in the ship warehouse. The way to open the mid to high level supply chests is exactly the same as the ordinary supply chests. After opening them, just touch them and they will be automatically stored in the ship warehouse. However, the selectable supplies chest had a slightly new twist when it was opened. After opening, it simultaneously displayed 4 types of resources: Agility Fruit 2, Strength Fruit 2, Stamina Fruit 2, and All-Round Fruit 1. Below the supplies, a line of 3D text floats. Please choose one of the 4 supplies above that you need. In response, Ning Feng had already made his choice and reached out to touch the all-powerful fruit. Although the number of all-powerful fruits is small, they can increase all 3 attributes. If each attribute increases by 20 points, the overall attribute will increase by 60 points. Although there are 2 single attribute amplification fruits, if we calculate the amplification based on 20 points each, the overall attribute will increase by 40 points. Unless you have a severe imbalance in your attributes, even a fool would know which option to choose. After opening all the necessary supply chests, the next step is to resell any excess or unwanted supply chests. Of course, all that's really needed is that one ordinary quality intermediate resource chest to be resold. As for the price, Ning Feng thought about it for a while and finally set it at 999 sailing coins. Because of the price of a supply chest, before the introduction of nautical coins, the market price was around 35 bottles of water. According to the mall price, 35 bottles of water would cost 105 sailing coins. One intermediate supply chest requires 10 ordinary supply chests to synthesize, which is 1,050 sailing coins. However, the current price of water in the trading hall is 600 ml/3 navigation coins, so even if he loses 999 navigation coins, he won't lose much. A very reasonable price. After putting it on the shelf, Ning Feng took out the amplification fruit tree seed and prepared to plant it. Plant them early, and they'll bear fruit early. I left the bedroom and passed by the kitchen. It has a rich aroma. Judging from the clattering sound of the spatula hitting the pot, it seems that Yuqing is quite enthusiastic about cooking. This woman's cooking skills are getting better and better. After chuckling to himself, Ning Feng didn't bother her anymore. Location for planting amplifying fruit. Ning Feng chose a location near his home. Planting it here allows us to monitor its growth at all times, and we don't have to worry about accidentally damaging the fruit trees when cultivating the land later. After getting a shovel from the field, Ning Feng immediately started digging. Dig a hole about 10 centimeters deep, and that should be enough to meet the planting requirements. However, before planting, just to be on the safe side, Ning Feng used his cheat code to read the information about the amplification fruit tree seed. Message read: Name, fruit tree seeds. Type, magical plants. Growth conditions. Magical plants can grow in any environment with soil, but their lifespan and productivity will vary depending on the cultivation method. Cultivation method 1. Plant and water at will. The amplification fruit tree will enter the maturity period and begin to bear fruit after 168 hours. 50% will grow one fruit, and 50% will grow necrotic fruit, amplification fruit with no effect. After the fruit is picked, the amplification fruit tree will wither immediately. Cultivation method 2. Water twice a day at random, with each watering controlled between 800 milliliters and 1,000 milliliters. The amplified fruit trees will enter the ripening period after 168 hours and begin to bear fruit. 80% will grow one fruit and 20% will grow 2 fruits. After the fruit is harvested, 50% of the amplified fruit trees will wither immediately, and 50% will continue to enter the next fruiting cycle, 168 hours. Cultivation method 3. Water twice a day at regular intervals, with each watering amount accurate to 800 milliliters. The amplified fruit trees will enter the ripening period after 168 hours and begin to bear fruit. 90% will grow 2 fruits, and 10% will grow 1 fruit. After the fruit is harvested, 20% of the amplified fruit trees will die directly, and 80% will enter the next fruiting cycle, 168 hours. Cultivation method 4. Based on cultivation method 3, use magic fertilizer for fertilization. Fertilize once per growth cycle, 1 bag of magic fertilizer. The augmented fruit tree will enter the maturity period after 168 hours and begin to bear fruit. 80% will grow 2 fruits, and 20% will grow 3 fruits. After the fruits are harvested, the augmented fruit tree will 100% enter the next fruiting cycle, 168 hours. 126. And Yuqing doesn't drink alcohol? Good news. Fortunately, I was careful before planting. Ning Feng never dreamed that there would be so many intricacies involved in planting an amplification fruit tree. If you plant blindly and haphazardly, you'll probably lose this amplification fruit tree seed. But what intrigued Ning Feng even more was that the type of the amplification fruit tree actually belonged to magical plants. Since this classification exists, does it mean that the world will actually provide more magical plants in the future? TSK. Before he knew it, Ning Feng's mind was filled with images of the game Zombie vs. Plants. If those magical plants are really like the plants in the game Plants vs. Zombies, then that's just too abstract. Or perhaps those magical plants, like the amplifying fruit tree, are not for use, but for eating? Does it increase attributes after consumption? Aren't human attributes just stamina, strength, and agility? It's estimated that there won't be any more attribute-adding features. So, could it be to increase some kind of ability? For example, flying or disappearing into the ground. Hiss. As he thought about it, Ning Feng gasped. If such an incredible magical plant were to appear in the future, why would we need to live? We could just start cultivating and turn to fantasy. Certainly. These are just Ning Feng's wild guesses. Only time will tell what the future holds. They stopped dwelling on the magical plant matter. Now that there's a better way to cultivate them, we should definitely follow the cultivation method provided by the cheat code. Currently, he doesn't have any magic fertilizer, so he can only plant according to cultivation method 3. Before entering the room, I prepared 800 milliliters of water and used a cheat code to check the time. It was exactly 6:30 p.m. Then Ning Feng quickly buried the seeds in the soil and watered them. The time frame was rounded up to make future cultivation easier. The first round of watering was done at 6:30 p.m. If the interval is 12 hours, then the next round of watering will be at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. Doesn't that mean that in order to properly cultivate this growth-enhancing fruit tree, we'll have to make time to come back and water it even when we're at sea? If only there were someone or some machine that could help with watering on a regular schedule. Lost in thought, Ning Feng heard Yuqing calling him from inside to eat, so he stopped thinking about it. He tossed aside the shovel, washed his hands, and happily ran off to eat. After all, eating is the main event today. It's time to drink and build camaraderie. There is currently no electricity in the house. Using an iron bucket to burn wood, it could barely be used as a campfire. Although the light was dim, it was still much better than candlelight. There were 5 dishes on the table. Steamed sea bass, stewed chicken with potatoes, braised eggplant, stir-fried wild boar with chili peppers, and stir-fried water spinach. These dishes weren't particularly fancy, but in the post-apocalyptic world, they were still considered delicacies. The chickens, ducks, and geese are still in the breeding stage, and Ning Feng has no intention of eating their eggs. However, once the number of chickens, ducks, and geese is sufficient, the supply of eggs should also be plentiful. At that time, life on the island will truly be no different from life on Earth. Watching Yuqing slowly eating her meal, Ning Feng took the initiative to strike up a conversation in order to ensure the smooth execution of the plan, casually bringing up the topic of drinking. I opened a supply chest during the day and got some beer. How about we have a drink to celebrate? Drinking? And Yuqing paused. Isn't that a bad idea? Drinking can lead to trouble. Aren't you supposed to stay up until midnight tonight to check on the merging of the sea areas and the Legion warships? Besides, beer is definitely quite rare these days. Instead of drinking it, we should sell it. We're sure to get a lot of nautical coins from it. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was secretly delighted. Judging from Yuqing's demeanor, she probably won't drink. Hee, it's easy if you can't drink. After all, he wasn't a big drinker, and he was afraid that he would get drunk before he could get Yuqing drunk. Since Yuqing doesn't drink alcohol, he has nothing to worry about. He continued, beer is meant to be drunk, why would you sell it? Just a little bit won't cause any problems, but how about some? No way. And Yuqing still refused. You didn't get enough rest last night, and if you drink alcohol, even if you're not drunk, you'll be more likely to feel sleepy. If you really want to celebrate with drinks, let's do it tomorrow. We don't have to go out to see tomorrow, so it won't be as tiring. Seeing that Yuqing was so insistent, Ning Feng didn't say anything more. After all, if he talked too much, it would be easy for Yuqing to see through his thoughts. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. He does indeed need to study the Battleship Legion matter later. If you drink alcohol and then do strenuous exercise, and you actually fall asleep or suddenly die, then you're doomed. Since she has already agreed to drink it tomorrow, it doesn't matter if it's delayed until tomorrow. Then, Ning Feng didn't bring up drinking again and started eating properly. After the meal, Yuqing went to wash their clothes. Ning Feng, on the other hand, came to the navigation system. He hadn't paid attention to the chat public screen, private messages, and friends for a long time. I wonder if anyone still contacts him after he set up paid friend requests and private messages. First, I opened friends. As soon as Ning Feng entered, he saw a pop-up window on the friends page. You have successfully added Sandstorm as a friend. This person, needless to say, is none other than Javert. Although when I added Jawi last night, the sailing nickname displayed was still Survivor 3214. But from last night until now, he has only added one person, Shaowei, as a friend. Even if the nickname has changed, who else could it be but him? That kid, Jawi, has a really badass name. Ning Feng smiled and opened Shaowei's chat window. Shaowei had already sent him several messages. 5:58 a.m. Sandstorm. Ning Feng, you're awesome. I woke up to find you're already a Superman, the #1 in the world. Sandstorm. Seeing you so successful, brother, I'm truly happy for you. Sandstorm. If I ever have the chance, I'll definitely come and rely on you, so please don't look down on me. Sandstorm. All right, I should head to the island to find supplies now. We can talk again tonight when you're free. 1802. Sandstorm. Good grief, what have you been up to? It's been a whole day and you haven't replied. Have you run into some trouble? Upon seeing this, Ning Feng felt much warmer inside. In this chaotic world, it is indeed a very fortunate thing to have someone who cares about you. He started typing in the chat box. Feng you. You bastard, you only think about the bad things, don't you? I won't run into any trouble. 127. Xiao Ro-chan applies to join Ning Feng's camp. Once the message was sent, Zhaoyi replied almost instantly, probably because he was constantly watching the navigation system screen. Sandstorm. Haha. I was just worried about you, brother. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Sandstorm. I checked the rankings. Your island is 50,000 square meters. You must be having a great time living there. Fengyu. It's just so-so. It's too big to manage. When are you going to come and help me develop the island? Sandstorm. So what? You despise the people of Versailles. As for going there, I'd like to too. But how do you plan to get there? Ships can't be controlled by humans, and I don't know the location of your island. Just thinking about it won't help. That makes sense. At least for now. Even if he were the world's #1, he wouldn't be able to bring Javert to the island. As for after midnight tonight, although multiple people can log onto the same island, he doesn't know the specifics. Even if he manages to land on the same mysterious island as Javert, what about Javert's ships? Since the ships cannot be controlled independently, we can't just abandon them, can we? In this world, ships and navigation system screens are still very important. If we just throw it away, who knows what negative consequences it might bring in the future? Thinking about it, Ning Feng sighed slightly. Alas, it seems that bringing people to the island cannot be rushed. Let's take it one step at a time. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Shaowei, Ning Feng ended the casual conversation. Javert is indeed a very good person, and he has a lot of principles. Even now that I know he's #1 in the world, I've never thought of asking him for anything for free, not even a bottle of water. This is one of the reasons why Ning Feng was willing to be brothers with him. If there's an opportunity in the future, we should still help him out. He's one of the few remaining family members in this world. After closing the chat window with Shaowei, Ning Feng opened the friend request interface. Upon looking, surprisingly, quite a few people are still willing to pay this fee to add each other as friends. Ning Feng was amused by this group of people. What's the big deal about adding someone as a friend? They didn't know each other at all. Did they really think he was a fool, and that he would help them for free? I don't know what they were thinking. 500 g of fruit, even if it's not a lot, is still enough for a meal. That's enough. Who cares? Ning Feng definitely won't accept these people's friend requests anyway. If they're willing to give him fruit, then so be it. Next, open private messages. The number of private messages was not affected by the setting of a fee. There are still 99 plus private messages. TSK. Thinking about it carefully, this can be considered an intangible benefit that the rankings bring him. Every day, people come to him to curry favor, flatter, and fawn over him. That did allow him to earn a lot of fruit. If one person provides 500 g of fruit, then 1,000 people could provide 500 kilograms of fruit. Why not take advantage of a free lunch? Ning Feng glanced at the private messages. Just as he guessed, most of the information is meant to flatter him. What kind of willingness is it to be a subordinate and submit to someone? She's willing to be a mistress and knows all the different positions. There was even one person who said he was a primary school student and that he could be called a little beast as long as he was given food. Do you think he believes it or not? Nowadays, elementary school students are very clever. It's no longer a derogatory term. How could such smart elementary school students waste fruit on such things? Do you agree with what I said? However, not all of these private messages were from people trying to curry favor with him. Some of them came to sell their goods and promote their own supplies. Ning Feng glanced at it and realized it wasn't anything rare, so he lost interest in buying it. However, Ning Feng returned the 500 g of fruit they consumed while sending him private messages. Each thing should be handled separately. If they came to cause trouble and wasted his time, it's normal to charge them some compensation for lost wages. These people who are simply there to sell things are not freeloaders, so he has no need to profit from their goods. As a person, you should broaden your horizons. Adding 500 g less fruit won't affect him much. In fact, it might even improve his reputation. Scroll to the bottom for private messages. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ro Jiang, who contacted her last night, sent her a new private message today. Message from Xiaoru Jiang. Hey boss, I'm serious. Even if you look down on me, it doesn't stop us from cooperating. While my scale of development might not seem like much to you, I'm still ranked high on the leaderboards in this region. Let's join forces and benefit each other. Message from Xiaoru Jiang. The Battleship Legion feature will be available at midnight tonight. I guess it's similar to creating a clan. I hope you can let me join your legion. I work in human resources on Earth, and I can assist you in managing your legion. A private message from Xiaoru Jiang. And I'm not lying to you. My companion is also a woman, even prettier than me. I checked for you. She's single and clean. If you don't accept me, you can consider her. It's the apocalypse now. There aren't so many moral constraints. You could even add us all to your harem. We'd be willing. Being able to eat and drink well is better than anything else right now. After discovering that Xiao Ro was on the Ning Feng observation ranking, she changed her initial opinion. Someone who can make it onto the leaderboard based on their own abilities is probably quite capable. Since she volunteered to be his subordinate, how could he refuse? I didn't expect this woman to be so lucky. Her assigned partner was also a woman. Or is she a beautiful woman? Both women managed to crack the top 10 on the local rankings, so they must be quite capable. A buy one get one free deal is definitely a good deal, so I might as well get to know her. After all, if the Legion warships are indeed similar to a clan or guild, then it would indeed need to recruit some managers. If what she said is true, then working in human resources on Blue Star was indeed a good choice. As for relationships other than those between superiors and subordinates, he doesn't have those thoughts for the time being. Because the first impression Xiao Ro-chan gave him was far less positive than that of an Yu-chung. After all, what you can't have always seems more alluring. For someone like Xiao, whose first words to him upon contacting him were something like offering to sleep with him, it did feel a bit cheap in his eyes. Although this is the end times, without the constraints of law and morality. But sex without love is not the life he seeks. If you're only looking for women for sex, you might as well just dig a hole in the ground and vent your frustrations there. Moreover, it is often women who determine a man's success. Choosing a good wife is far more important than having a harem. You should know, when he first entered this world, and Yuqing was by his side, and it was in Yuqing who shared his worries and hardships. He couldn't possibly forget in Yuqing's kindness once he achieved great success, and hand over the fruits of victory that rightfully belonged to an Yuqing to another woman. Don't forget, being there for someone is the most enduring expression of love. 128. Sales were good, earning 80,000 nautical coins. That's enough. As for matters of love and affection, let's wait until the world is more stable before discussing them. In the current turbulent situation, developing our own strength is the only way forward. Otherwise, no matter how many women you find, they may not be yours in the future. After all, in this day and age, traders like Chow Chow are rampant. According to incomplete statistics, 7 out of 10 men are traders like Chow Chow. Married women are probably highly sought after by those men. Besides, another thing he was even more worried about was that the bigger the tree, the more the wind would blow against it. He currently dominates 12 lists, seemingly enjoying immense success, and countless people want to curry favor with him. However, he knew in his heart that there would definitely be more people who viewed him as a threat and hated him. He might not have to worry about a 1v1 situation, but what if those who hate him form an alliance? So, right now, his most important task is to widen the gap between himself and everyone else as much as possible. Be prepared to fight against thousands, and only when you finally become the unshakable ruler of this world will you be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Getting back to the main point. After reading Xiao Ruojiang's private message, Ning Feng did not reply. Instead, he added them directly as a friend. Since he wanted her to do things for him, he had to show his sincerity. Once the friend request was sent, the other party quickly accepted. Before Ning Feng could even send his greetings, Xiaoro quickly sent a message. Judging from the content of her text, she seemed quite excited. Xiaoro Jiang, wow. Boss, you actually added me as a friend. Does that mean you're willing to cooperate with me? Fengyu. Yes, I read your private message and I think what you said makes sense. In this world, it's impossible to achieve anything great with just one's own abilities. Naturally, I also hope that more capable people will join us. Xiaoro. Haha, don't worry, boss. I might not be the best at physical labor, but I'm absolutely no problem with talent management. So it's settled then. As soon as you create your battleship legion at midnight tonight, I'll be the first to join. Fengyu. Of course, no problem. After discussing everything that needed to be discussed, the two ended their conversation. Through this brief conversation, Ning Feng gained a preliminary understanding of Xiao Ruojiang. It's clear that Xiaoro is a smart woman. She knows what to say and what not to say. Although many of her private messages contained messages of wooing him, such as being willing to pay him to be his woman, etc. However, when Xiaoro learned that his relationship with her was only that of a business partner, she didn't bring up those things again, nor did she make any effort to start a conversation. They talked about cooperation and development. That's good. It's clear that she has a clear understanding of herself, hasn't crossed any boundaries, and knows what to talk about and what not to talk about. Anyway, he quite likes this kind of subordinate, which saves him the extra time of maintaining these relationships. In the following time, Ning Feng then focused his attention on the chat public screen. Since entering the second phase, his navigation system screen has been constantly busy. It's either the notification sound of private messages and friend requests, or someone tagging him in the public chat. Even though I didn't check the chat public screen for just one day, the number of people tagging him reached 99 plus. That's right. Ning Feng had just entered the chat public screen when, at a glance, it's clear that many people are still frantically tagging him in real time. PCP to his wife. At Fengyu, bro, can I have you as a friend? Touching buttocks, captain. At Wind and Rain. Boss, I spent 500 G of fruit to send you a friend request. Please accept it. I really want to be your underling. There are many more such messages. Ning Feng naturally couldn't reply to everyone. Otherwise, he might not have been able to finish replying even in one night. However, to prevent these people from harassing him again, he still symbolically posted a statement in the chat public chat. Fengyu. Thank you all for your support, but I can't reply to all the private messages I receive. So I'll just say this here, and please pass it on to each other. Fengyu. If you are interested in joining my camp, you don't need to message me or at me anymore. You can wait until the Battleship Legion feature is released at 12 o'clock and then contact at Zairujiang to apply. She will be in charge of personnel assessment and recruitment. Fengyu. If you're just asking me for help and supplies, then you should give up. I'm not a philanthropist, and I don't have that many supplies to help you. Feng, I set up a paid service for adding friends and sending private messages, not to earn your resources, but to discourage you from bothering me. Who would have thought that the number of private messages and friend requests would only increase? Therefore, I will continue to raise the price. I hope you will give up. If you insist on paying for private messages or friend requests to harass me, I will not pay attention to you and will not refund your resources. Feng, of course, if you have any rare resources that you want to sell to me, you can at me directly in the chat public screen. If I don't reply, and you choose to send a private message, I will refund the resources you spent sending the private message. Feng, now that I've said this much, please be aware. Once the message was sent, many people, as if blind, continued to tag him as if they were blind. In response, Ning Feng simply ignored it. As for the price of private messages and adding friends, he increased it from the initial 500G of any fruit to 5 sailing coins. Anyway, the disclaimer has already made it very clear. If anyone still insists on giving him nautical coins, he would naturally be more than happy to accept it. Even if someone causes trouble, he would have a valid reason and wouldn't be blamed. In the following time, Ning Feng immediately went into lurking mode. He would read the messages on the public chat screen, but he wouldn't pay any attention to them. Time flies. Before I knew it, the time on the navigation system screen had reached 11:55 p.m. There are only 5 minutes left until tomorrow. Ning Feng quickly opened the trading hall to check how the sales were going. Upon looking, not bad. Except for the iron ore, which wasn't sold out, almost everything else was sold. They earned a total of over 80,000 nautical coins, including the 15,000 sailing coins you receive daily from the leaderboard. He currently has 98,341 nautical coins. His current idea is to expand the island's area as much as possible so that ships can earn more points every day and level up faster. After all, given the nature of this world, he no longer harbors any illusions about unlimited expansion of the island's area. Therefore, his plan is to first use sailing coins to purchase expansion foundation stones to expand the island area to the maximum limit, and then save sailing coins to purchase shop resources. 129. Sea areas merge, opening the Battleship Legion. After all, the items that attract him in the shop are all relatively expensive. Saving up enough nautical coins to buy those things would be a huge delay to development. Anyway, things like power generation devices, mobile phones, and computers are not essential now. There's no rush to buy them later. Perhaps because the ship has been upgraded, there will be more and faster ways to obtain sailing coins. Thinking of this, Ning Feng wasn't worried at all and planned to use all his nautical coins to buy expansion foundation stones. But as soon as he clicked into the shop, he realized something. In this world, it seems that apart from him, the islands of the other survivors are all less than 20,000 square meters in size, so there is no need to use expansion foundation stones to expand the islands. So, won't the expansion foundation stones that people collect daily through the leaderboard just sit in the ship warehouse gathering dust for the time being? In this way, many survivors might choose to sell it and use the proceeds to buy other supplies. Since it's listed for sale in the trading hall, the price must be cheaper than the price in the mall, right? The expansion foundation stone sells for 20 nautical coins in the shop, but it might sell for 19 nautical coins or even less in the trading hall. Friendly reminder. I've made some adjustments to the shop prices in Chapter 117. Expansion Foundation Stone has been reduced from 200 navigation coins to 20 navigation coins, and Silger has been reduced from 1,000 navigation coins to 100 navigation coins. Since we'll be using these items soon, it's better to keep them cheaper. Otherwise, with the protagonist's abilities, wouldn't he be spending tens of thousands of navigation coins a day to buy Silger? Don't underestimate the difference of just 1-2 nautical coins. When the quantity is large enough, you can buy a lot more expansion foundation stones. He has a total of 98,341 nautical coins. If purchased from the shop for 20 nautical coins, you can buy 4,917 expansion foundation stones. However, in the trading hall, even if you buy it for 19 nautical coins, you can get 5,175 expansion foundation stones. Don't miss out on these 257 extra expansion foundation stones. Then, Ning Feng quickly exited the shop and opened the trading hall to take a look. Little did he know that the reality was much better than he had imagined. Perhaps it's because at this stage, no one else in his area can use the expansion foundation stone. Survivors who have the extended foundation stone are competing to lower the price. The cheapest price is only 10 sailing coins. Then he won't hold back. He directly used the multi-select shopping method in the trading hall to add the expansion foundation stones that were for sale to his shopping cart. In just a few minutes, the 98,341 nautical coins he had just received and hadn't even had a chance to warm up in his hand were reduced to only one. It's truly a case of making money in 10 years and spending it in the blink of an eye. But it's okay. Money is meant to be spent. At least what he bought was worth the price. He spent 98,340 sailing coins to purchase 6,556 expansion foundation stones, which is more than 1,000 more than the 5,175 he had calculated before. The average price is about 15 sailing coins, which is much more cost-effective than buying it in the shop. The only downside is that there are still plenty of expansion foundation stones for sale in the trading hall priced between 15-17 nautical coins, but he's out of nautical coins. I just hope the price won't go up after the sea areas are merged. Considering it was almost midnight, Ning Feng didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly opened the island expansion page. Use all the newly purchased expansion foundation stones. The island's area has also increased from 50,000 square meters to 115,560 square meters. Seeing this, Ning Feng exclaimed in amazement. This is only the first day of the second stage, and the island area is already 110,000 square meters. Tomorrow, the ship experience points will reach 200,000. Furthermore, with the merging of sea areas tomorrow, market demand will be even greater, and we should be able to earn more nautical coins. Doesn't that mean we can upgrade the ship to LV4 in just a few days? The speed of the upgrade was truly unbelievable to him. After all, in everyone's mind, upgrading should be a progressive process, becoming increasingly difficult. However, he did the opposite. Leveling up from LV1 to LV2 took him the longest. At this rate, it probably won't be long before his ships are upgraded to warships or even interstellar ships. Lost in thought, Ning Feng was quickly pulled back to reality by the time displayed on the navigation system screen. It's almost midnight. He subconsciously started counting down the seconds in his mind. With each heartbeat, the seconds ticked down in his mind. Soon, the time midnight appeared on the navigation system screen. Then, a pop-up window appeared. Update notice. From now on, Sea Area 19 and Sea Area 154 will be merged. We hope that all survivors will greet each other's new friends in a civilized and friendly manner. Starting now, the Battleship Legion feature is available. Those interested can visit the Battleship Legion feature for more details. Starting today, a new Legion level leaderboard has been added to the leaderboard. For details, please visit the leaderboard section. Starting now, a new Legion chat channel has been added to the public chat screen. This channel is only for those who own or have joined a Legion. The content of this channel is not public. Each Legion channel is a separate channel, and Legion members can only see messages sent by members of their own Legion. I already know. I want to continue reading. Ning Feng didn't hesitate at all, and quickly clicked the I am aware button to enter the system. The navigation system changed again. An additional button for Battleship Legion has been added to the left navigation bar. He quickly clicked to enter the Battleship Legion. A new page appears. Battleship Legion. The Warship Legion is a big family formed by a group of like-minded survivors. Legion members can go to sea together to collect resources and build Legion territory together. Through the continuous efforts of its members, the Legion will grow stronger and stronger, and members will be able to enjoy more Legion benefits. Click for more details. Creation requirements. Survivors can create a ship by spending 10,000 sailing coins once the ship's level is greater than or equal to LV2. Click to create a Warship Legion. The page doesn't provide a very detailed explanation of the Battleship Legion, but it doesn't matter. Judging from this introduction, it's probably pretty much what he expected. Isn't that just the meaning of family gangs? Let's create it first. Thankfully, it's past midnight, so I can claim the leaderboard rewards again. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to come up with 10,000 nautical coins in a short time. 130, Legion Name, Wind God Ranking. After clicking Create, it's similar to creating a sailing nickname before. You need to enter a Legion name. Ning Feng had already thought this through and directly entered Wind God Ranking. Ning Feng had actually thought about the choice of a name for the Legion for a long time. He had considered using the term Yinxia, or Yinming, or Huameng, but he felt that such names would diminish Yinxia's status. The great nation of China, a superpower in the world, would be a disgrace to China if its name were merely used to describe the name of a military legion. Instead of doing that, why not take a character from his own name and use it as the name of his legion, so that outsiders can think of him when they see the name, and think of his legion when they see his name? His name contains only the characters Ning and Feng. After much thought, I'm sure using Wind as the name will resonate more deeply with people. As he thought about it, he remembered a TV series he had watched during the summer called Investiture of the Gods. The Investiture of the Gods, simply put, is a treasure or list used to bestow titles upon the 365 righteous gods of the 8 departments of heaven. The name Fengshen Bang is a homophone for Fengshen Bang, a list of deities in Chinese mythology. Besides making other survivors think of him when they see the words Fengshen, it also implies that all members of the Legion are superior individuals. Once the name is decided, the next step is to fill in the Legion's mission statement for external communication. There's not much to think about. Ning Feng estimates that the Legion can be modified at will after it's successfully created. So, based on the character count standard, the target character must be greater than or equal to 15 characters. He casually typed a string of numbers on the on-screen keyboard. 969448266694664. After filling in the Legion's motto, click the Confirm button. A pop-up window then indicates, Creation successful. Immediately, Ning Feng then went directly to the Battleship Legion page. This page displays quite a lot of information. In the very center, a dynamic 3D image is displayed. Of course, Ning Feng can't determine for sure whether it's a picture or not. Judging from the surging waves, it could also be a video. Because in his understanding, animated images only repeat the same few actions over and over again. But the surging waves in the picture were not uniform at all. They rose and fell dramatically, looking very realistic, more like a real-time surveillance video of a certain area. Never mind. It doesn't matter whether it's a picture or a video. The important thing is the content inside. In the video, the surrounding area is filled with seawater, with a square platform in the center. Below the platform, there is another line of text. When the Legion reaches LV5, the Legion territory will be materialized. So, that square platform in the video is our future Legion territory. TSK, it seems less useful than a private island right now. Stop worrying about the Legion territory and continue looking at the Warship Legion interface. Besides this video, it seems there are only a few function buttons. These are Legion Information, Member Management, Legion Development, Legion Shipyard, Legion Warehouse, and Legion Benefits. Open them one by one. Legion Information. Legion Name, Wind God Ranking. Legion Level, LV1, 0/10,000. Legion Size, 1/500th. Legion Experience Gain. 1. Each time a Legion member is recruited, the Legion gains 1 experience point per day. 2. Complete Legion construction tasks and build structures in the Legion territory to gain corresponding experience. At the current level, the maximum number of Legions is 500. If we don't do any Legion territory construction and just rely on numbers, we can upgrade in 20 days. It's not as difficult as I imagined. After expressing his thoughts to himself, Ning Feng prepared to study the next function. Can. Before he could even open member management to check, his friend's function beeped twice. Upon opening the message, I found that both Xiaowei and Xiaoro had sent me messages. Sandstorm. Ning Feng, I saw your Legion on the Legion rankings. I've applied. Please approve it. Xiaoro. Boss, hurry up and approve my joining the Legion. Ever since you posted those messages in the chat, people have been contacting me non-stop saying they want to join the Legion. I've tested a group of people, and once I'm in the Legion, I'll bring them in. Seeing this, Ning Feng didn't choose to reply, but quickly opened member management. Upon opening the app, Ning Feng immediately spotted the Member Application List button. A red dot in the lower right corner of the button indicated 99+. This is similar to friend requests. As for the people on the application list, there are at least several hundred, if not thousands. I guess they all came because of its reputation. There's nothing we can do. He's #1 in the world. The world's best should be the focus of these survivors' attention. Having fans is a good thing, but developing a legion is a big deal. Ning Feng naturally couldn't just agree to these people joining indiscriminately, lest he agree to their joining and then expel them later, which would be very bad and could easily give others an excuse to make trouble. After several minutes, Ning Feng finally found the names Sandstorm and Xiao Ro Chan in the crowd. He quickly clicked agree, and now his legion had 3 members. Certainly. To be precise, it's 3 ships. After all, there are usually 2 survivors on a ship who jointly control a navigation system screen. So if we're talking about the number of people, then it should be 6. However, there's no need to worry too much about these trivial matters. It just so happens that there are now members in the Legion. He could take a good look at the features within the member management section. After some investigation, Ning Feng had a general understanding of the operating procedures. The functions here are similar to those in some online games. Simply click on the nickname of the member you need to manage, and the following functions will pop up: member notes, member position adjustment, member mute, expel member, distribute rewards and bonuses, etc. Then, Ning Feng clicked on Xiao Ro Zhang's name directly. After the function menu popped up, he clicked on member position adjustment. Instantly, all the job types offered by the Battleship Legion feature appeared on the page. Besides his position as Regimental Commander, he also has Deputy Commander, 0 halves, Legion Commander, 0 thirds, Head Coach, 0 to 5, Warrior, 0 out of 10, Elite, 0/50, Regular Members, Unrestricted. He directly promoted Xiaoro to Vice Leader. Since we want her to help manage things, we should definitely give her the position she deserves. It's all just empty titles anyway, so there's nothing to be reluctant about. If a more suitable person comes along in the future, we can simply replace them. As for Javert's position, he didn't bother to create one. Firstly, we genuinely didn't know what position to give him. Secondly, his relationship with Javert cannot be measured by any position. He'll wait until Javert comes to his island, and then ask him what he needs. Just as Ning Feng was about to continue researching the next feature, Xiao Ro Jiang sent another message. Xiao Ro Jiang. Boss, is the Legion's motto something like Morse code? Other survivors have already deciphered it. They're discussing it right now. Do you want to check the chat? Those numbers were indeed randomly typed out by Ning Feng, but they weren't just filler words by me. Talented people can try to decipher them. There really is another meaning behind them. I also generated an Yuqing's outfit when she first entered this world using AI. Take a look and see which one you like, since they all have the same face anyway. 131. Could you help me crack the code? I'd really appreciate it. Morse code. Ning Feng was stunned when he saw the message sent by Xiao Ro Jiang. He just randomly typed out that string of numbers from the Legion's motto. How did it become Morse code? Hiss. Could it be that I really am a genius? Can you just tap it and get a Morse code message? With these questions in mind, Ning Feng quickly opened the chat public screen. Shi Mingyao. At Fengyu, boss, my breasts are even more comfortable to touch than steamed buns. Please, let me join your legion. Ru Xian AI. At Fengyu, you're a true master. You really say what you mean. I like men with your genuine personality. You're much better than those hypocritical bastards. I'd let you touch me for free. Iron-blooded Minotaur. At Wind and Rain, I'm a guy, but I also have breasts, and I'm willing to let you touch them. Can you let me join your legion? There were many similar comments, and Ning Fengren was dumbfounded on the spot. Touching breasts? What breasts? Just as he was wondering what was going on, another chat window flashed by, which made Ning Feng understand. Sure, Fengming Liang. Ahem. Let's give those newcomers a little explanation so they don't misunderstand what we're saying. Sure, Fengming Liang. As we all know, the #1 big shot in the world is in our sea area, named at Fengyu. Today, the world has opened the Battleship Legion function, and Big Shot Fengyu created his legion immediately. As for his legion's motto, It is a string of mysterious numbers. Shi Fengming. Since the other party is a big shot, I figured this string of numbers must not have been filled in randomly. So I tried to decipher it, and I didn't expect that after I deciphered it, there was indeed a hidden meaning. 969448266694664. If you spell this string of numbers using our Blue Star's 9-key input method, it means, I like to touch breasts. Shi Fengming Liang. I think the big boss might be implying that his legion only recruits women, and that he publicly announced that his hobby is touching breasts, but touching breasts is not a glamorous thing, so he used numbers instead. Shi Fengming. Of course, I'm not saying this to slander the big boss. There are no laws in this world. Whoever is strong is king. The big boss is number one in the world. Let alone touching breasts. He can sleep with whichever woman he likes without any problem. The big boss is a man, so it's perfectly reasonable for him to have such preferences. Sisters, don't miss this opportunity to climb the social ladder. If your breasts are white and tender enough, you might just become a phoenix on a branch. Looking at the explanation given by Shi Fengming Liang, Ning Feng was instantly speechless. Help me crack the code? Thank you so much. Ning Feng was utterly speechless. There were just too many idle people in this world. He just randomly typed a string of numbers, yet it was translated like this. His wisdom throughout his life was truly remarkable. That's enough. That's enough. He figured these rumors would fade away soon, and he wouldn't bother with them. However, the Legion's principles really do need to be changed. After closing the public chat window, Ning Feng opened his friends list, found Xiao Jiang, and instructed her. I've given you a position in the Legion, and you also have the authority to change its principles. Go and help me change it to a normal and meaningful purpose. Soon, Xiao replied. Xiao, okay, boss. But if you really like touching breasts, that's fine. Just like what Shi Fengming Liang said, in this world, the strong are kings and can do whatever they want. Seeing that Xiao had also misunderstood him, Ning Feng's lips twitched, and he quickly explained. Please, it's one thing for others to misunderstand. But are you going to misunderstand too? I just randomly filled in that string of numbers when I created the Legion to save time. How was I supposed to know it would be translated like this? Alright, let's not talk about the purpose anymore. Just hurry up and help me come up with something more serious. Let me learn more about the new features first. After explaining everything, Ning Feng ignored Xiao and directly opened the Battleship Legion. On another island under the same sky as Ning Feng, two women were sitting in front of the navigation system screen, constantly operating the navigation system. After looking at the message sent by Wind and Rain on the screen, one of the women glanced at her ample breasts and sighed softly. Oh, I thought he really liked touching breasts. What a pity. But Chun, I have a feeling this guy is gay. We were so forward with him, and he didn't react at all. Do you think it's possible that his companion is a woman? That's why he's indifferent to us. Li Chun couldn't help but smile helplessly after hearing this. Who knows? But at least he's trying to be friendly to us. It's a good thing to be able to form an alliance with the top-ranked figure. As long as we work hard for him, I have a feeling he won't treat us unfairly. As for whether his companion is male or female, it doesn't really matter. With our looks and abilities, as long as we get to meet him once in the future, I don't believe the two of us can't compare to the woman beside him. He finished speaking. Li Chun subconsciously looked at his companion, Bai Shui, beside him. Bai Shui is the type of mature, attractive woman whose beauty grows on you. Perhaps at first glance, she won't be particularly stunning, but as you get to know her better, even someone as confident in her appearance as her will involuntarily develop feelings of inferiority. Although the light was dim, it was not difficult to see Bai Shui's flawless and alluring face with the help of the light source on the nautical screen. The most important thing is that having this face is one thing. Snow White also has an excellent figure, with an hourglass shape. With her curvaceous figure, she's captivating. No man could resist someone like Snow White. Even if we take a step back, even if Feng Yu happens to be indifferent to people like Bai Shui, there's still her. She and Bai Shui are two women with different styles. Snow White is a mature woman, while she is a little girl. She is a purebred lowly, possessing both beauty and charm. In terms of looks, she might not be as good as Bai Shui beside her, but she's definitely prettier than those cute girls who frequent the internet on Earth. As the saying goes, there's always one you'll love among the many wild vines that grow along the ground. They are two types, each at the top of their respective pyramids. Surely one of them will attract attention and cause a stir? Certainly. It's not that she and Bai Shui are despicable and willing to throw themselves at men. That's just how the world is. From the very first day they entered this world, she and Snow White had already figured out their future fate. In this world where there are no laws and only natural selection and survival of the fittest, women are inherently weaker than men in terms of physical constitution. Therefore, whether it's simply about survival or future achievements, the potential is definitely far greater than that of men. In this way, at some point in the future, all women in the world may become playthings for men. They knew they had no power to change the situation. Since they are destined to become men's playthings either way, they can only choose a good tree to perch on and a good man to accompany them. On the leaderboard, Feng Yu is far ahead of everyone else. As long as he's not a complete failure, his future achievements will definitely be considerable. But if he were a useless person, how could he have dominated the rankings and led by so much in the early stages? So, do you think they have any better choice than to rely on the wind and rain? Moreover, they are no longer little girls. Young girls only care about looks, but they value ability more. A capable man is far more useful than a pretty face. Even on Earth, their criteria for choosing a partner is to select a man with greater abilities. Especially in this apocalyptic world. I am guilty. Please read the author's note. I apologize to you. 132, Legion Building and Legion Benefits. Ning Feng sighed. After opening the Battleship Legion, he immediately clicked on the Legion Construction button. This feature needs to be thoroughly studied. After all, the text clearly stated that when the Legion reaches LV5, the Legion territory can be transformed from virtual to physical. That's like another safe haven. Therefore, Legion building is still very important. By completing more construction in the early stages, you can enjoy more benefits when your Legion reaches level 5. Legion building once opened. The first two options that pop up are Receive Construction Task, Territory Development Planning, Expanding the Territory Area. Ning Feng tentatively clicked on Accept Construction Task. The pop-up message reads, The current management has not set up a territory development plan. Please wait until the management sets up the territory development plan before accepting the task. Seeing this, Ning Feng then clicked on Territory Construction Plan. Once the button was clicked, a new page appeared. Ning Feng had a sense of déjà vu about this page. It's similar to the expansion page for a private island, but not exactly the same. Thinking about it carefully, it seems more like the Red Alert game he played on Earth. On the left side of the page, various types of buildings are displayed, including power plants, shipyards, residential buildings, fish farms, mining plants, and other different types of buildings. However, these buildings are subject to Legion level restrictions. His Legion is currently only at level 1, and the only buildings it can construct are residential housing. Clicking the Residential Housing button on the left will bring up an information window. Building name, Residential Housing. Buildable level, LV1. Floor area, 5m 8m. Experience gained upon completion, 500. Click to build. Why didn't you mention how many materials were used to build it? Just as Ning Feng was somewhat puzzled, his cheat system appeared on its own initiative. Message read, Legion buildings do not have specific material requirements. Legion members need to receive construction tasks weekly to complete the construction progress. After the explanation of the golden finger or cheat code, Ning Feng understood. However, he wasn't in a hurry to start construction. Anyway, it's only 12 o'clock, and there's still a whole day ahead. It's better to thoroughly understand the Battleship Legion before implementing these measures, to avoid making mistakes. Therefore, Ning Feng closed the Territory Construction Planning page. I clicked on the Expand Territory Area option below. This page is actually quite similar to the expansion page for a private island. However, the materials consumed are different. The expansion of a private island consumes expansion foundation stones. However, this Legion territory requires the consumption of Legion Expansion Foundation Stone. He used his cheat code to read it. Although Legion Expansion Foundation and Expansion Foundation differ by only 2 words, They are fundamentally very different and cannot be used interchangeably. To obtain the Legion Expansion Foundation Stone, you need to wait until your Legion reaches LV2. That's enough. Since we can't move into the Legion's territory right now, there's no need to rush to expand the area. Now that you've learned enough about the Legion building function, you can move on to the next one. Click on Legion Shipyard. Pity. Unable to access this page. The message reads, a shipyard has not yet been built in the Legion territory, so this function is temporarily unavailable. In response, Ning Feng didn't pay much attention to it. This is fine too. Since it's not usable for the time being, there's no need to waste time researching it. Finally, the only features I didn't check were Legion Warehouse and Legion Benefits. Ning Feng opened the Legion Warehouse and took a look. This is similar to the ship warehouse. The only difference is that one is for private use only, and the other is for Legion use only. As for more specific information, the Legion Warehouse did not provide any explanation. He doesn't yet know what kind of supplies this Legion Warehouse is used to store. The game didn't give a definite explanation, only saying that the Legion Warehouse is used to store the resources produced by Legion members. The resources stored in the Legion Warehouse can be used to distribute rewards to the Legion or freely allocated by the Legion leader. Thinking that it was getting late and Ning Feng was already exhausted, he didn't dwell on it. He just needed to know that the Legion Warehouse was used to store things. Finally, I can start exploring the last Legion Benefits feature in Battleship Legion. Since this feature includes the word benefit, it must be for the benefit of Legion members, right? He was very curious to know what benefits the Legion welfare system would provide to its members. Once clicked, the page appears. The first thing Ning Feng saw was a long string of text. The content is very long and rambling. Ning Feng summarized it, and the gist of it was that the Legion welfare function was established to promote the development of the Legion and to protect the interests of the Legion members. After understanding clearly, the following is a detailed introduction to the benefits. Firstly, the first benefit is sharing the island. The general idea is that all members who join the Legion, regardless of their ship's level, will have an extra mysterious island to explore on each voyage. This extra mysterious island is a shared island. Not everyone gets an extra, independent mysterious island. Legion members can freely travel between their own newly spawned mysterious island and the shared island. The good news is that each member can now collect supplies from at least 2 islands on each voyage. The bad news is that with so many survivors sharing the same island, the resources that will ultimately be allocated to each individual will probably be quite limited. But it's better than nothing. After understanding the meaning of the first benefit, Ning Feng felt somewhat regretful. So this is what the previous preview meant when it said that multiple people would land on the same island after entering the second phase? Wouldn't that mean you'd only encounter your own people? That's such a shame. He had originally said he could capture some people and take them to his private island to help with farming and housework. If they're all our own people, then there's no need for that. After all, as for prisoners of war, it doesn't matter whether they have their own ships and navigation systems or not. They're just slaves who will do things for them anyway. However, for those within the same Legion, ships and systems are still very important. In the event of a naval battle in the future, each person's navigation system can also be used as a communication tool. It's impossible to ask them to abandon their ships and systems just to help with farming. What a pity, what a real pity. It seems that he will have to wait until all members of his Legion can control their own ships before he can allow his Legion members to travel to his private island. Otherwise, their ships would return to their respective private islands on time as soon as the appointed time arrives. 133. It felt like they were living married life. But then I thought about it again. Ning Feng suddenly remembered something. Generally, there are 2 people on a boat. Couldn't he just take one person with him and leave one person behind to control their ship? In this way, more people can help with tasks on their own island, and their ships and systems in this world will not be wasted. Great idea. That's a great idea. Thinking of this, Ning Feng was no longer displeased. I really hope tomorrow comes soon so I can quickly pick up some people and bring them to my private island. Now his private island is getting bigger and bigger, and the area of arable land is also increasing, so he really needs help. After figuring this out, Ning Feng continued to look at the navigation system screen. The second benefit in the Legion benefits section. That makes it even more interesting. It is a type of buff. In simpler terms, all resources collected by all members of the Legion will receive a 1.2x bonus. For example, if you collect 100 L of water with the bonus buff, you can eventually collect 120 L of water. But the extra 20 L of water will not be stored directly in the member's private ship warehouse, but will be transferred to the Legion warehouse. Finally, the Legion leader distributes the profits. Certainly, in order to protect the rights and interests of members and prevent some Legion commanders from abusing their power, there are some restrictions on the profit-sharing ratio in this world. For example, Member A collected 100 L of water, which brought in 20 L of water revenue for the Legion warehouse. Of the 20 liters of water, the Legion commander can only freely use 15 liters. The remaining 5 L of water will be forcibly distributed as dividends to Member A every day. In other words, once you join a Legion, even if the Legion leader is heartless and unwilling to share profits with you, you can still join. The resources you collect will also receive a 1.05x bonus. For those who are trying to survive, having something is better than not having it. After all, as long as the base amount of resources collected is large, this 1.05x bonus can also allow them to obtain a lot of extra resources. After Ning Feng finished reading the two benefits, my attention was drawn to a line of text at the bottom of the benefits page. The higher the Legion level, the better the benefits. Next level, shared island count. 2. Double buff, 150%. Hiss. As your level increases, so do your benefits. Level 2. The double buff is now increased to 1.5x. If we reach level 5, wouldn't the difference be at least 2-3 times? Suddenly, Ning Feng finally understood why so many people wanted to join his Legion on the chat screen. It's likely that some survivors who joined a guild spread the word about this perk. Who could resist the prospect of enjoying double the benefits? Everyone definitely wants to squeeze into the Legion. However, creating a Legion requires 10,000 sailing coins, a huge amount that not everyone can afford. In addition, after the merger of the sea areas, the current population in the sea areas is at least 1 million. A Legion can only hold 500 people for the time being. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. So how can there be enough to go around? In Chapter 129, the section on creating a Legion, I made some changes. I added a requirement to pay 10,000 sailing coins. The rest of the plot remains unchanged. Just so you know, veteran players don't need to go back and read it. It doesn't affect the story. After you've learned about all the new features released in today's update, Ning Feng had no intention of lingering in front of the screen any longer. He was really exhausted, so he should wash up and go to bed first. As for developing the Legion, he has already arranged for Xiao Ro Jiang to handle it. Now that I've taken in underlings, I'll definitely let them do everything they're capable of. Otherwise, if he does everything, and his underlings do nothing but be supported by him for nothing, how can there be such a good deal? So, he wasn't worried about recruiting for the Legion. I can just check the results when I wake up tomorrow. This is also a good opportunity to see just how capable Xiao Ro Jiang really is. Whether he is capable of serving as the deputy commander of the Legion. After leaving the navigation system screen and stretching, Ning Feng went straight to wash up and go to bed. The next day, Ning Feng didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock. Turning to look to the side, and Yuqing's seat was already empty. I guess he got up and went to get busy. The reason he slept for so long. Besides being very tired yesterday, the main reason was that he woke up once in the morning to water the potential tree. So I got up a little late. But it doesn't matter, since we don't have to go out to sea today, it's okay to sleep in a little longer. He doesn't have a habit of sleeping in late. If he's had enough sleep, he'll basically get up right away. I can't just lie in bed doing nothing. That's boring and a waste of time. I got up and washed up, passing by the kitchen. Ning Feng noticed that there was still charcoal burning in the kitchen stove. I guess Yuqing has been keeping his breakfast warm. His heart warmed instantly. Although he and Yuqing are not married yet, and have no marital relationship. But his current life really gives him the feeling of married life. Someone keeps me company while I sleep, someone washes my clothes, and someone cooks my meals. If it weren't for self-preservation, maintaining the status quo, and staying with Yuqing until old age would actually be quite good. Pity. Things in life are often difficult, and don't always go as planned. Given the way the world is developing, territorial wars are bound to occur in the future. Even if he doesn't bully others, others will still bully him. If he starts to slack off and retire, and someone attacks his doorstep in the future, he will really suffer a terrible fate. So the idea of just giving up and retiring is just wishful thinking. It's completely unrealistic. After washing up, Ning Feng did not rush to the navigation system screen to find out the situation. He planned to check what Yuqing was doing first. Stepping outside, Yuqing was already leading the ox to plow the fields. Perhaps it's a case of telepathy? While plowing the field, Yuqing suddenly turned her head toward Ning Feng for some reason. Even though she was covered in sweat, she still managed a smile that said, "I'm fine. You're awake? I didn't dare disturb you because you were sleeping so soundly. I've kept breakfast warm in the pot. Go and eat." 134. The strength of the Legion members has surpassed that of 99.94% of the survivors in this sea area. Ning Feng nodded to Yuqing and then returned to the house. He hurried to the navigation system screen and took out a bottle of water. Then he ran out again, came to Yuqing's side, unscrewed the bottle cap for her, and handed it to her, saying, "Look at how sweaty you are. You should rest." "It's okay, I'm not tired." Yuqing smiled as she took the water, took a sip, and said, "My physique has improved now, so I'm not tired. It's just a bit hot from being in the sun." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng subconsciously looked up at the sky. Yes, the sun is indeed quite strong today. When the temperature was read using a gold-plated sensor, it was found to be exactly 28 degrees Celsius, the peak temperature for spring. This temperature isn't exactly hot, but if you're exposed to direct sunlight for a long time, sweating is inevitable. Before Ning Feng could speak, Yuqing added, "All right, go eat breakfast now, don't go hungry. If you really care about me, then you should go eat breakfast and come help me. From today onwards, the world will experience the changing of seasons and weather patterns. Let's finish this quickly and not drag it out. If it rains in the future, farming will be even more troublesome." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng nodded in understanding, agreeing with Yuqing's statement. "We should hurry and cultivate more land while the weather is sunny, so that it won't be inconvenient if it rains later." "Okay, I'll go have breakfast now. I'll come help you after you finish eating." "Okay, go ahead." After breakfast, Ning Feng had no intention of slacking off or digesting the information. After leaving the house, he let out another cow from the cow sheet. To his surprise, he simply checked the cow's pregnancy as usual. This examination finally brought him good news. The cow he's holding is pregnant. The information read by the golden finger indicates that the cow mated and became pregnant in the early morning. That means in the early morning of 7 days later, there will be a new calf in the family. Ning Feng was overjoyed, suddenly understanding why people on Earth described those night owls who didn't sleep at night as stealing cattle. So, do bulls like to mate secretly at night? Thinking about it, Ning Feng chuckled and gently stroked the cow's fur. "Well done. I'll give you an extra treat later." Unexpectedly, Ning Feng had barely touched the cow a few times when the bull that Yuqing was leading started bellowing at him fiercely, its eyes gleaming as if it were about to gore him to death with its horns. There's a hint of jealousy in this. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng quickly removed his hand from the cow's body and said with a sneer, "Goodness, a fiercely protective bull, huh? Okay, I won't touch your wife anymore." This scene made Yuqing laugh so hard. "Ha ha ha, Ning Feng, did you see that? Even the old ox knows how lecherous you are, and it's afraid you'll flirt with its wife." "Go away." Ning Feng rolled his eyes. "So what if I'm a womanizer? What man dares to say he's not? But I have absolutely no interest in cows." "Ha ha, it's no use me believing that. You have to make the cow believe it. TCH, it has no choice but to believe it or not. If it doesn't believe it, I'll have our brother Tai step in, and it'll behave itself in no time." The Tai Gu that Ning Feng was referring to was naturally the Siberian tiger. Although she was a tigress, the two of them felt that calling her Tai Gu was more fitting, so they've stuck with that now. As for Ning Feng and Yuqing, they knew that getting to work was the priority, so they stopped bickering. Soon, the two got into the swing of things and started planting the land seriously. The two worked until noon, and the planting issues were resolved. Yuqing went to cook as usual. Ning Feng took advantage of the break to go to the navigation system screen, intending to see how Xiao Ro-chan was managing the Legion. Turn on the screen. Another barrage of news followed. He really didn't expect that even after raising the price of private messages and adding friends to 5 sailing coins, he would still be harassed by so many people. He remembered that at midnight today, the leaderboard reward he received consumed 10,000 sailing coins because he created a Legion, leaving him with only 5,001 sailing coins in his balance before going to sleep. Now that I look at it, it's actually reached 30,416. In other words, during the time he was sleeping at night, 5,083 survivors in this sea area sent him private messages or friend requests. TSK. Ning Feng felt a mixture of pain and pleasure at that moment. After becoming number 1 on the list, he was harassed by many people every day, which was really annoying, like thousands of flies and mosquitoes buzzing around him. But after seeing the nautical coins these people had contributed to him, he felt that it would be nice if they had a few more. Certainly, Ning Feng also understood. That's what happens in the initial stages. If he ignores these people for a long time, they will naturally not be foolish enough to send him nautical coins every day. So he figured he could only enjoy these perks for a few days before they were gone. That's enough. That's enough. Ning Feng never expected to get rich through these means. We should hurry up and find out the current situation of the Legion. Open the Legion panel. As expected, the number of participants was 3/500ths when he went to bed last night, but now it has reached 500/500ths, and the venue is full. Ning Feng opened the member list and looked at who was on it. Unexpectedly, the members of the Legion were indeed no ordinary people. 500 people, which is almost equivalent to the top 600 on the leaderboard. Of course, for Ning Feng, being in the top 600 might already be considered pretty trash. But these people naturally cannot be compared to him. He has a cheat code, so he dominates the charts. But for those without special advantages, being ranked in the top 600 is still considered one of the best in this sea area. You should know, when a sea area is merged, it can easily involve hundreds of thousands of people. Making it into the top 600 out of millions of people is not too bad. Probably 600/1,000,000 equals 0.06%. This means that the members of his Legion are all stronger than 99.94% of the survivors in this sea area. It seems that Xiao Ro-chan is quite capable. They actually managed to recruit all the top 600 survivors on the leaderboard into the Legion. Thinking about it, Ning Feng opened friends and planned to praise Xiao Ro-chan. Unexpectedly, it turns out that Xiao Ro had sent the message a long time ago. Xiao Ro, boss, I've taken care of all the Legion members. These members were all hand-picked by me. Xiao Ro Jiang. Considering future development, I have recruited some soldiers, farmers, and top students. Xiao Ro, but their fate is still up to you. Do you want to reassess them? 135. Are you a good drinker? In response, Ning Feng didn't plan to spend any more time on the assessment. After all, the rankings are what they are. Since these members have all squeezed into the top 600 of the rankings, even if he really wanted to change, he would probably have to wait until the next merging of the sea areas. Otherwise, who else could he replace? All the survivors with even a little bit of ability in this sea area have joined his Legion. He can't possibly switch to a survivor ranked lower, can he? Moreover, even if he wanted to conduct an assessment, how could he do so? Should we test them through written examinations? That's ridiculous. If we must talk about assessment, it should be that tomorrow he gathers all these members on the shared island and uses his cheat system to read their level of loyalty one by one. The truly loyal members should stay, while those with ulterior motives should be eliminated. Ning Feng replied in the chat box. I think the person you chose is definitely capable. As for their character, gather them all on the shared island at noon tomorrow, and I'll go meet them. Soon. Xiao Ro-chan replied immediately. Xiao Ro, yes, boss. I'll notify the members of the Legion in a bit and have them report to the shared island at 12 noon tomorrow. Xiao Ro, by the way, boss, the shared island is probably about the same size as the mysterious island. Where exactly should we meet? Feng Yu, the sun rises in the east, and the hot summer is also in the eastern part of the blue planet. So let's just go to the east side of the island. Xiao Ro Jiang. Okay, boss. Xiao Rou. By the way, boss, please remember to take care of the construction of the Legion's territory so that I can supervise the members to complete the construction tasks. Wind and rain, go. After the casual conversation ended, Ning Feng then opened the Warship Legion and entered Legion construction. Since the only buildings that could be constructed at the moment were residential housing, he didn't waste any time. After selecting residential housing, the construction location was chosen to be on the coast. After all, a more important building will definitely be constructed in the center of the territory in the future. If residential housing is built by the sea, it will also make it easier for future residents to travel. After finishing all this, Ning Feng tentatively clicked on Accept Construction Task. Once the button is clicked, a pop-up window appears. Construction task successfully accepted. Please collect 200 kilograms of stone for the Legion within 7 days. Task completion reward. Building construction progress plus 0.5%. Legion contribution points plus 1. Legion warehouse plus 200 kilograms of stone. Is this the construction task? It doesn't seem too difficult. After thinking it over, Ning Feng immediately chose to submit the task. Anyway, he still has a lot of stone in his ship warehouse, so consuming 200 kilograms won't have much of an impact on him. Besides, looking at the task reward, submitting 200 kilograms of stone will also get you another 200 kilograms of stone from the Legion warehouse, so there's practically no loss. After all, this Legion belongs to him, and he can naturally move the items in the Legion warehouse at will. Once the task is submitted, the reward will be issued. But these rewards are actually all illusory. For example, the Legion contribution points, at least for now, seem to be just a basis for judging how much a member has done for the Legion, without any substantial reward. In online games on Earth, contribution points can be used to buy things or redeem prizes. I wonder if a Legion contribution shop will be introduced in the future as the Legion level increases? After pondering for a moment, Ning Feng stopped thinking about it. Anyway, whether it is or not, we'll find out later, won't we? Then, Ning Feng then opened the Xiao Rou Jiang chat window and reminded her. The construction task can now be claimed. We can now arrange for everyone to receive their tasks. I just got a test. One task increases the progress by 0.5%, which means that if 200 people each complete one task, they can successfully build one residential house. The construction speed is quite fast. After the house is built, you can just continue to expand along the residential location I have selected. Building more buildings will allow the Legion's level to increase faster. After explaining all this, and Yuqing called him to eat, so Ning Feng left the navigation system screen. Arriving at the dining table, looking at the sumptuous lunch on the table, Ning Feng gave Yuqing a thumbs up. You're starting to look more and more like a housewife. What? Are you saying I'm old? And Yuqing pretended to be angry and snorted lightly. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to compliment you on having the charm of a virtuous wife and loving mother, Ning Feng quickly explained. Hearing this, Yuqing blushed slightly. A virtuous wife and loving mother? Shaw, you wish. I never said I would marry you. If you won't marry me, then who else do you want to marry? Do you have a choice? Ning Feng smiled confidently. How could there be no choice? 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged men are a dime a dozen. And Yuqing looked at Ning Feng with feigned provocation, wanting to take this opportunity to see what Ning Feng's attitude towards her really was. Did he just treat her as a pastime, or did he genuinely like her? There was nothing she could do. Since Ning Feng hadn't confessed his feelings to her yet, she had no choice but to take the initiative to test him. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng smiled veiledly and said, Fine, go ahead and go find them. You find one, I'll kill one. Let's see if you find them faster, or I kill them faster. Don't be fooled by Ning Feng's relaxed demeanor when he said this, as if he were joking. But Yuqing could indeed sense a strong killing intent in his eyes, so she guessed he was serious. Although Ning Feng's words were full of cruelty and domineering, as a woman, she found herself quite pleasing to this kind of domineering rhetoric. After all, what woman doesn't dream of being a domineering CEO? Then, Yuqing didn't try to provoke him any further. Instead, she changed her expression and said with a faint smile, All right, eat your food. You're number one in the world now. I doubt you'll find a better man than you. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng realized he had been too serious, so he regained his composure, remembered today's plan, and suggested with a smile. Anyway, we don't have anything to do this afternoon. Would you like some wine? Hearing this, and Yuqing asked in return, you've been urging me to drink since last night. What? You like drinking that much? It's not that I like drinking. Didn't I tell you? It's mainly to celebrate. Our survival journey is getting smoother and smoother. We just happen to have some wine, so it's perfectly reasonable to raise a glass to celebrate, right? In response, and Yuqing stopped refusing. She joked with a smile. I can drink, but are you sure you can hold your liquor? Don't let me get you drunk. 136. I, and Yuqing, am willing to be your girlfriend. Faced with Yuqing's slightly sarcastic words, Ning Feng naturally couldn't back down. In his mind, he felt that Yuqing was just deliberately putting on a brave face. People who drink often also love to drink. Liking to drink and liking to smoke are basically the same thing. If I don't have it on me, I probably won't touch it, but if I do, I absolutely can't resist touching it. If Yuqing is a good drinker, she would have definitely agreed to drink with him last night. How could she possibly resist? After all, people who drink alcohol treat it like a beverage, so they don't worry about getting drunk. Since Yuqing was afraid of getting drunk last night, she must be the type of person who doesn't drink alcohol. Although he doesn't drink much, if they are both people who don't drink, his alcohol tolerance should be better than the woman's, right? Therefore, he shamelessly declared, just kidding. I'm super strong and can drink a lot. Okay. I'm not as pathetic as you think, getting drunk by you? No way. Wait here. I'll go get the wine right away. Having said that, Ning Feng didn't care what Yuqing said and got up to run towards the bedroom. Now, whether alcohol is a catalyst for relationships or not, we'll find out today. If Yuqing's favorability towards him reaches 90, then the wine will be considered a god. If it doesn't reach that level and remains at 89.5, then he promises to vent his anger on the beer bottle. The bottom of the bottle wears away with the sun. After successfully retrieving the case of 8-degree beer, Ning Feng carried out the entire case. Although he certainly couldn't drink a whole case, he couldn't lose face. If I only bring out 2 bottles, people will laugh at me. He estimated he could drink a little more than 1 bottle of 8-degree beer, which is 460 milliliters. Yuqing should get drunk after about 1 bottle at most. Therefore, Ning Feng had no intention of drinking from a bowl. Using the edge of the table as a substitute for a bottle opener, he opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Yuqing. Just drink it straight from the bottle, that way you won't have to wash the dishes later. I'm fine with anything. Yuqing smiled faintly as she accepted the bottle. Then, to celebrate becoming number 1 in the world, to celebrate our increasingly successful survival journey, cheers. Ning Feng. Seeing Yuqing take the wine so readily, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. This woman might be pretending to be weak while actually being strong. She can probably drink a lot. No, absolutely not. Perhaps Yuqing was simply celebrating. Yes, that's it. As the 2 clinked glasses, the drinks went down their throats. Ning Feng's body instinctively reacted with rejection, and his brows furrowed instantly. This wine is really hard to drink for people who don't like it. What? Haven't had a drink in so long. Can't stand the taste anymore? Yuqing teased. Ning Feng couldn't admit to any of this. He stubbornly said, nonsense. How could I not be able to stand it? I just missed this wine so much. I was having a pleasant and comfortable reaction just now. That's good. Yuqing saw through it but didn't say anything, and raised the bottle again, indicating a toast. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and take another big gulp. At last, in the end, Ning Feng successfully drank himself into oblivion. When he woke up, the sun was already setting outside the window. His body was completely naked. It seemed that Yuqing had stripped him of his clothes. But it seems that nothing happened between him and Yuqing. At least his icon doesn't seem to have been used at all. Damn it, I miscalculated. Ning Feng never dreamed that Yuqing could drink so much. As far as I can remember, before he lost consciousness, he and Yuqing had already drunk their 3rd bottle. Yuqing didn't even blush. He vaguely remembered that Yuqing seemed to say something like, I thought you were a good drinker, and I was going to have a good time drinking today, But it turns out you're nothing special. What a disappointment. Thinking of this, Ning Feng felt insulted. He shook his head, trying to shake off the hazy effects of his drunkenness. Then he sat up in bed, wanting to see what Yuqing was doing. Unexpectedly, just as he got out of bed to find some clothes to wear, Yuqing walked in with wet hands. "You're awake. I thought you'd sleep until evening." Facing Ning Feng, who was completely naked, Yuqing showed no intention of avoiding him. She smiled and said, "By the way, you got drunk at noon and threw up all over yourself, so I helped you take off your clothes. I just finished washing your clothes and was thinking of coming in to see how you were doing when I woke up." Hearing this, Ning Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Just thinking about his arrogant boast before drinking, "I'm super brave," makes me feel incredibly ashamed. Cough, cough, cough. Why have you never told me you can drink so much? Why should I mention this when you didn't ask? Yuqing smiled and walked to the table, picked up the water bottle, walked over to Ning Feng, and handed it to him. "Your stomach is probably still upset, right? Have some water to calm down." She then explained, "Because everyone in my family drinks alcohol, and they also brew their own rice wine, I've actually been exposed to alcohol since I was a child. The beer at noon is a piece of cake for me." Ning Feng nodded after hearing this. "I see." But soon, Ning Feng realized a problem. That's not right. Normally, when he wanted to sleep naked, Yuqing would resist in every way. Why is it that she doesn't react at all when I'm standing naked in front of her now? Something's not right, is it? Could it be that something actually happened while I was drunk? I don't think I went on a drunken rampage, did I? Ning Feng asked tentatively. After hearing this, Yuqing smiled playfully, put her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoe, and brought her face only a few centimeters away from Ning Feng's face to look him in the eye. "You're a decent drinker. You didn't cause any major disturbances. However, she did say a few things to me." "Words? What words?" Ning Feng asked curiously. "What? Now you're pretending to be drunk and denying it." Yuqing's smile remained unchanged. "I don't care. I believe everything you say." "I'm not denying it. I just really don't remember what I said," Ning Feng said earnestly. Guess. Guess. To Ning Feng's surprise, Yuqing didn't give him a chance to speak at all. After saying guess, she directly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his lips. This was the first time Yuqing had ever kissed his lips on her own initiative. At that moment, Ning Feng's mind went blank, and Yuqing's sudden action was truly unexpected. This caused him to forget even about using his cheat code to read Yuqing's favorability rating. After a while, Yuqing blushed and moved her mouth away, looking at him affectionately and saying, "My upbringing taught me that women shouldn't be so casual. I am certainly not a casual woman. However, once I've set my sights on a man, I can be even more proactive than he is. You may not remember what you said to me at noon, but I firmly believe that people speak the truth when they are drunk. When a person is sober, they can put on all sorts of pretenses. But when they are drunk, the pretenses naturally disappear. If someone with your alcohol tolerance can maintain a facade even when drunk, then I accept my fate. I'm destined to be ruined by you in this lifetime. Ning Feng, do you know? Actually, from the first time you kissed me, you were the only one in my heart. But why haven't you confessed your feelings to me yet? This makes me unsure whether you like me or just treat me as a plaything. After waiting for so long, you've finally told me how you feel. Ning Feng, listen up. I'm going to answer your question from noon now. I, Yuqing, am willing to be your girlfriend. The scene where I pounce on someone will be in the next chapter. It was an intentional writer's block. This chapter has already exceeded the word limit. A chapter is usually 2,000 words, but I've already written 500 more words for you. If I continue writing the pounce plot, it will soon reach 3,000 words. Our income is already low, so I hope you understand. And just to say it again, albeit timidly, I'd like some free gifts. 137. Drunk and speaking the truth, depressed but happy. Hearing this, Ning Feng paused. Suddenly, he had a clue. Although he doesn't remember what happened at noon, judging from Yuqing's current behavior, it seems he took the initiative to confess his feelings to Yuqing. Thinking of this, Ning Feng felt extremely depressed. Drinking leads to trouble. Drinking leads to trouble. Certainly, he definitely likes Yuqing. The main reason he was depressed was that he had been planning to wait for Yuqing to confess her feelings to him, because he had witnessed too many tragic cases of love when he was on Earth. In a relationship, the more proactive a person is, the more likely they are to get hurt in the end. Even if they are not hurt, they will appear extremely passive. While not absolute, this is true in most cases. This is also why he hasn't confessed his feelings to Yuqing yet. So, from the moment he fell in love with Yuqing, he firmly believed that he must take the lead in the relationship. He must wait until Yuqing confesses her feelings to him. That way, he won't become henpecked in the future. Even if he wanted to build a harem later, it would save him a lot of trouble. Note that this is a hypothetical scenario. After all, the protagonist's character is lecherous. But whether he actually builds a harem or not, I won't spoil it. Sure, if he were to confess to Yuqing first, then it would be impossible for him to trick Yuqing into agreeing to have a harem in the future. Although the final result was different from what he had initially envisioned. But what could he do now that things had come to this? Compared to any harem, he naturally loved Yuqing more. It's impossible for him to refuse to be with her just for the sake of some so-called status and love, and then wait for her to confess her feelings to him, right? That's enough. That's enough. Perhaps it was fate. Although he himself was not sure what he confessed while drunk. But he knew that deep down he really had a lot to say to Yuqing. Looking at Yuqing's radiant smile, Ning Feng's heart, which had been filled with many thoughts, instantly melted. He is now so confident that he doesn't need any special abilities to read the situation to tell that Yuqing loves him. The numerical value of affection is all superficial. What's real is being able to feel each other's love. He stopped thinking and pulled Yuqing into his arms, gently kissing her forehead, his face also beaming with happiness. You know what? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I can finally openly announce to the public that I am a married man. At this moment, Yuqing was already extremely shy. Her face was flushed, and her earlobes were burning red. But she is happy. She raised her head, looked directly into Ning Feng's eyes, and said somewhat hesitantly, I'm telling you this first. I'm a very selfish person. I don't want you to share your love for me with other women. If you ever want to build a harem in the future, I'll cut you up. Ning Feng didn't give a direct answer, but gently stroked Yuqing's nose with his index finger and said softly, Little Bratwell, we'll have to wait until you become the official wife first, okay? Having said that, Ning Feng then planned to return Yuqing's clothes. This time, Yuqing did not refuse, but simply lowered her head shyly. This was her first time experiencing anything like this, and she didn't know how to cooperate. So she just stood there dumbly in front of Ning Feng, letting his hands roam over her body. Soon, the warmth that had enveloped her body under her clothes dissipated instantly, and she felt a slight chill. She thought that Ning Feng was going to pounce on her and pin her to the bed next. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to finish, Ning Feng suddenly stopped and said, Damn, I forgot, the amplification tree hasn't been watered yet. Wait a minute, I'll go water it first. Yuqing? Yuqing was stunned. The saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The atmosphere had already been built up to this point, and I, a young lady, was mentally prepared. And then you, a grown man, pull this stunt? Fortunately, she is always meticulous and keeps track of everything that happens on the island. She quickly grabbed Ning Feng's arm, saying, While you were sleeping, I already watered the plants with 800 milliliters of water at 6:30 p.m. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With you here, I don't have to worry about anything at home. Then, he scooped Yuqing up in a princess carry and carried her directly to the bed. Cough, cough, cough. Although there were some minor incidents, they did not affect the overall situation. After the two lay down on the bed, Ning Feng didn't rush to do anything excessive in order to help Yuqing relax and not be too nervous. The so-called gradual approach. All Ning Feng can do right now is imitate the steps in some amateur films to get her into the feeling. Gradually, the sun fled and darkness descended. By the dim light of the fire, two figures danced rhythmically. At this moment, Ning Feng and Yuqing felt as if they had returned to the very beginning when they first entered this world. Beneath my feet is a small wooden raft, which is rhythmically bobbing with the waves. What a pleasant moment. But for some reason, The two seemed to have had a conflict over something, and ended up punching and kicking each other. At first, Ning Feng, adhering to the principle that a good man doesn't fight with a woman, tolerated Yuqing in every way and didn't retaliate too forcefully. However, Yuqing gradually became more and more demanding, and ended up capsizing the small raft by making too much noise. In an instant, the two fell into the sea. Unexpectedly, Yuqing was in her element, gained the upper hand, and pinned Ning Feng down. As a man, Ning Feng naturally refused to give up and fought desperately, struggling in the seawater and creating ripples. The fish and ripples in the seawater rose and fell continuously due to Ning Feng's violent struggle. Slowly, both were completely exhausted, and everything returned to calm. Neither of them gained any advantage in this battle. Ning Feng collapsed from exhaustion, and Yuqing was also injured in the accidental scuffle during the fight and bled a little. Around 8 p.m., after the battle, the two reconciled and made peace, eventually climbing onto the small raft with difficulty. Looking at Yuqing lying beside him, unable to get out of bed due to her injuries, Ning Feng felt a pang of guilt. "I'm so sorry just now." And Yuqing didn't dwell on these things. She forced a smile and said, "It's all in the past. Let it be. I cooked a lot extra food at noon and stored it all in the ship warehouse. Go eat if you're hungry." "And what about you?" Ning Feng countered. "Shouldn't you eat something?" "But I'm so tired and don't want to move," and Yuqing said weakly. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng smiled gently and said indulgently, "It's okay. I'll feed you." Disclaimer: in the above plot, the male and female leads simply had a conflict and were actually fighting. Please don't overthink it. 138. Weather forecast. After dinner, Yuqing was too tired, so she went straight to rest. Although Ning Feng had just exerted a lot of physical strength, he was still alright, because his physique was already extraordinary. He went to the navigation system screen and turned it on. The first thing shown is the introduction to the islands where we'll be going out to sea tomorrow. Mysterious Island number 96, danger level 44. Mysterious Island number 101, danger level 39. Mysterious Island number 33, danger level 89. Shared Island number 90, danger level 20. Actually, Ning Feng's ship has reached LV3 large fishing ship 216-515/1000000. Whether you read the description of the island you're going to sail to tomorrow or not is irrelevant. Now he can freely travel between these islands. When you land on the island tomorrow, you can use the cheat code to read the island information. But, in order to save some time, Ning Feng decided to first understand all the islands. After all, if we understand the information about each island now, we can plan a route for collecting supplies in advance. Take, for example, the matter of collecting fresh water. If he knew the location of fresh water on each island in advance, he could directly choose the location closest to the freshwater to land, saving time from moving the boat. No more hesitation, let's get right to it. Message read. Mysterious Island number 96. Danger level 44, cliff crevices, thorns, poisonous mushrooms, poisonous spiders, etc. Resources, 112. East side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, mountain springs, streams, inland lakes, cattle, sheep, domestic pigs, pheasants, etc. South side of the island. Abundant seafood resources, fish, crabs, shrimp, clams, etc. Western side of the island. Abundant freshwater and vegetation resources, streams, inland lakes, timber, bamboo, palm trees, medicinal herbs, etc. North side of the island. Abundant agricultural/fruit resources. Potatoes, wheat, eggplants, pumpkins, bananas, coconuts, oranges, lychees, etc. The island center is rich in mineral resources, stone, iron, ore, coal, etc. Supply chest. 1 supply chest. Message read. Mysterious Island number 101. Danger level 39, cliff crevices, thorns, poisonous scorpions, etc. Resources, 55. East side of the island. Abundant seafood resources, fish, crabs, shrimp, clams, etc. South side of the island. Abundant animal resources, pheasants, ducks, geese, field mice, etc. Western side of the island. Abundant freshwater and agricultural resources, streams, inland lakes, chili peppers, cabbage, etc. The northern side of the island has abundant vegetation resources, timber, bamboo, medicinal herbs, etc. Island center. Abundant fruit resources, bananas, coconuts, oranges, lychees, etc. Supply chest. None. Message read. Mysterious Island number 33. Danger level. 89. Cliff crevices, thorns, poisonous mushrooms, poisonous spiders, wild boars, poisonous snakes, etc. Resources. 244. Eastern side of the island. Abundant mineral resources, stone, iron, ore, silver mines, coal mines, etc. South side of the island. Abundant agricultural and fruit resources, rice, onions, garlic, winter melon, chestnuts, waxberries, tangerines, watermelons, etc. West side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, streams, inland lakes, mountain springs, wild boars, sheep, speckled chickens, ducks, geese, field mice, etc. North side of the island. Abundant seafood and mineral resources, fish, crabs, shrimp, clams, stone, iron, ore, coal, etc. The island's center has abundant vegetation resources, bamboo, palm trees, timber, vines, herbs, etc. Supply chests. 2 supply chests. Message read. Shared Island number 90. Danger level. 20. Cliff cracks, thorns, etc. Resources. 100. Eastern side of the island. Abundant agricultural resources, rice, wheat, potatoes, etc. South side of the island. Abundant agricultural resources, pumpkins, tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, etc. West side of the island. Abundant freshwater and animal resources, streams, inland lakes, spring water, pheasants, ducks, geese, field mice, etc. The northern side of the island has abundant fruit resources, pears, strawberries, star fruit, pomegranates, bananas, etc. Island center. Abundant in fruit and vegetation resources, watermelon, cantaloupe, bamboo, palm trees, timber, vines, herbs, etc. Supply chests. 0. After reading through all the information about the islands, Ning Feng immediately came up with a plan. The freshwater production areas of these 4 islands are not far from the coastline. He could split up within Yuqing and first set up bamboo diversion devices on all 4 islands, then collect the other necessary supplies in turn. As a result, their daily water storage capacity increased 4-fold compared to before. 100 tons a day, 4 times that is 400 tons. Based on the current price of 3 nautical coins for 600 milliliters of spring water, 400 tons of water could directly fetch 2 million nautical coins. And, considering the weather, and the fact that the rain and snow in this world are inedible, it is estimated that freshwater sales will be very high on rainy days, and selling thousands of tons of water a day should be a piece of cake. Thinking about it, Ning Feng felt a little excited. After all, with nautical coins, you can buy those precious resources in the shop. He quite liked the villa construction blueprints, at least. On Earth, I didn't have the chance to live in a villa, so how could I not make up for that regret here? Anyway, he certainly can't live in this wooden building forever. But then I thought about it again. Ning Feng did realize a problem. The weather affects other survivors, and it seems it will affect him as well. Rainy days might increase freshwater sales, but because it's exposed to the elements, the rainwater mixes with the spring water, so even if it's collected, it probably won't sell. So if it rains, it seems he won't be able to collect fresh water either. Thinking about it this way, the weather at this time of day seems quite annoying. It would be great if we could predict the weather in advance, so we could make some preparations or profit from information asymmetry. Thinking of this, Ning Feng became curious whether the cheat code could be used as a weather forecast. He then tried to read the future weather in his mind. Message read, June 23rd, tomorrow, weather, sunny, high, 25 degrees Celsius, low, 15 degrees Celsius. June 24th, weather, sunny, high, 25 degrees Celsius, low, 15 degrees Celsius. June 25th, weather, rain, high, 20 degrees Celsius, low, 12 degrees Celsius. June 26th, weather, sunny, high, 27 degrees Celsius, low, 14 degrees Celsius. June 27th, weather, rain, high, 18 degrees Celsius, low, 12 degrees Celsius. June 28th, weather, sunny, high, 28 degrees Celsius, low, 18 degrees Celsius. 139. The island's area is 150,000 square meters, reaching the limit again. Seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. He had initially thought it would be great if he could even read tomorrow's weather forecast. Who would have thought that weather forecasts for an entire quarter, 7 days, could be accessed? But, because a quarter in this world lasts for 7 days, and today's weather no longer needs to be predicted, the cheat code directly read out the weather forecast for the next 6 days. That's good. This way, he won't have to worry about any unexpected events in the future. Even if rain or snow prevents him from collecting fresh water, he can still profit from the information gap. You can collect more supplies before the rain or snow, and then sell them on the rainy or snowy days. That will definitely be very effective. But it has to be said that the weather this season is actually not friendly to survivors. This quarter, there are only 3 days for sea voyages, June 23rd, June 25th, and June 27th. As a result, it rained for the other 2 days, except for tomorrow. If it rains, he certainly won't be able to collect fresh water. It seems he'll have to find a way to collect more fresh water tomorrow. But besides using bamboo diversion to collect water, what other faster ways are there to collect water? In an instant, Ning Feng had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. He excitedly opened the production window. Hundreds of tin water tanks, hose, and shovels were made at once for backup. He plans to dig a waterway by hand to transport water. This method might sound ridiculous. However, Ning Feng thought it would work perfectly. Don't forget that the shared island is an island that all members of the Legion can visit. With enough people, how could we not be able to dig a waterway? Even if we assume 1 person per ship, there are at least 500 Legion members who can cooperate. Let's assume the source of the mountain spring is exactly 500 meters away from the boat. This means that each person only needs to dig a 1-meter-long pit in their assigned area. Then, if we open up the deep pit, wouldn't the waterway be complete? If you want a larger water flow, you can increase the width and depth. From the perspective of a normal person's work efficiency, digging a 1m hole, as long as you have all the tools, even at the slowest pace, shouldn't take more than 2 hours, right? Spend the first 2 hours digging the hole. Then you can just sit back and enjoy the results. As for the water source, Ning Feng is not worried about whether it can support the waterway to achieve full load transportation. Because when Ning Feng thought of using bamboo to divert water, he used his cheat code to read the flow rate of the mountain spring. It seems that as long as the spring is large, the flow rate can be maintained at that rate, always at full capacity. In other words, when we dig the waterway tomorrow, we can just enlarge the spring a bit as well. That's really buggy. But that's just how it is. Whether it's scientific or not is not something to worry about. It's illogical that everyone inexplicably entered this world. As for why he hadn't considered digging a waterway before, it was naturally because the conditions didn't allow it. After all, there were only 2 of them at the time. It's absurd to think that 2 people could carve out a waterway in a day. After having a plan in mind, Ning Feng didn't linger any longer and quickly opened Friends, found Xiao Jiang, intending to change the meeting time with the members tomorrow. Feng Yu passed down the notice that the meeting time for tomorrow's trip to the shared island has been changed from 12 to 6:30 in the morning. Feng Yu, by the way, the meeting place has been changed from the east side of the island to the north side. Soon, Xiao-Chan replied. Xiao, okay, boss. I'll give the order right away. As for why the time was set at 6:30, it's all because of that amplification tree. Ning Feng is now filled with regret. He should have chosen a more suitable time to plant it back then. Now, even after going out to sea, I have to return to my private island to water the amplification tree. Fortunately, the growth cycle of the amplification tree is not long. Once these 7 days are over and the plant matures, he can control the harvesting time to adjust the watering schedule for the next growth cycle. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Ning Feng stopped worrying about the sea voyage the next day. I realized I haven't used the 3,000 expansion foundation stones I received today from the leaderboard. He then opened the expansion page and used all of them. Immediately, the island's area was expanded from 115,560 square meters to 145,560 square meters. Who would have thought? The island had just been expanded when those annoying pop-up restrictions reappeared. It has been detected that the area of your private island is approaching its current maximum. To avoid unnecessary waste, please note that the maximum expansion area for the second phase of your private island is 150,000 square meters. Once the island's area reaches its maximum, further renovations will be impossible. It's bound to happen. I thought 200,000 square meters was the limit, but it's actually smaller than I thought. Although Ning Feng hated this restriction, he had no choice but to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof. Actually, if you have a more optimistic mindset, it's not so bad. He currently has 216,515 ship experience points, and 1 million experience points are needed to upgrade his ship to LV4. Even with the current restrictions, you can still gain 150,100 experience points per day. In other words, it only takes 6 days for his ship to be upgraded from LV3 to LV4. It wasn't too slow. Just as summer was approaching, the ship was upgraded to LV4. Thinking about it, since there are still 4,440 square meters left before reaching the limit peak, Ning Feng decided to expand the island's area to its peak size today. So he went to the trading hall and bought 444 expansion foundation stones. The price of expansion foundation stone in the trading hall is currently acceptable, with no significant increase compared to last night. The average price he paid for the 444 expansion foundation stones was only 13 nautical coins, which was much more cost-effective than buying them from the mall. 140. What should I do if I get pregnant? After expanding the island to its peak, I figured there wasn't much left to do. Ning Feng then went to wash up. Tomorrow is the day I'll meet my Legion members, and the first impression is very important. Today, he expended a lot of his energy to appease and Yuqing, so he naturally needs to make sure he recovers his strength and spirit. Otherwise, if I look sickly and impotent tomorrow, wouldn't I be ridiculed? After washing up, Ning Feng lay down next to Yuqing and hugged her tightly. Unexpectedly, Yuqing suddenly woke up, turned around, and looked at Ning Feng. Ning Feng, do you think I might be pregnant? Pregnant? Ning Feng paused. He hadn't really thought about that question. At the time, the incident happened so suddenly that he didn't take any precautions. Certainly, even if he was prepared, he certainly couldn't put on that barrier on the first try. Now that he's calmed down, he feels that this is a question worth considering. What should I do if I get pregnant? It's not that Ning Feng doesn't want to take responsibility, but rather that current medical technology is limited. He doesn't have the skills to deliver babies, so if she gets pregnant, it will be a real problem. After thinking it over, Ning Feng couldn't come up with a better solution, so he could only comfort him by saying, let's leave it to fate. Getting pregnant doesn't seem to be that easy. We've only tried 3 times. If we get pregnant on the 3rd try, then it can only be fate. Silly girl, don't overthink it. I'll take better precautions from now on. And Yuqing nodded sweetly and snuggled tightly into Ning Feng's arms, without saying anything more. She was just a little worried, which is why she asked the question. She didn't mean to force Ning Feng to come up with a perfect solution. Ning Feng is right. Let's leave it to fate. And Ning Feng, seeing that Yuqing's breathing gradually became lighter as if she had fallen asleep, he didn't think about it anymore and also gradually fell asleep. The next day, Ning Feng woke up earlier than Yuqing for the first time ever. At first, he thought he had woken up too early. When I checked the time with the cheat code, it was already 5:42, which wasn't exactly early. It seems Yuqing was really exhausted yesterday. Looking at Yuqing, who was still fast asleep, Ning Feng felt extremely guilty. He must have lost his mind to attempt those difficult moves yesterday, right? Knowing full well that Yuqing is a novice, why don't you show her some chivalry? Thinking, Ning Feng gently sat up in bed, intending to cook breakfast for Yuqing today. After quickly washing up, Ning Feng hurried to the kitchen. Given the time constraint, there's definitely no time to cook porridge. He then planned to crush the compressed biscuits, mix them with milk, and cook them. And Yuqing tried mixing compressed biscuits with milk once before, and it tasted pretty good. Most importantly, drinking something hot in the morning can warm your stomach. Because milk and compressed biscuits don't need to be heated to 100 degrees Celsius, they cook quickly. In just a few minutes, a pot of breakfast, which resembled rice porridge, was ready, and the temperature was just right, not too hot. He then woke Yuqing up. You must be tired. Otherwise, you don't need to come out with me today. Anyway, the Legion has enough manpower. Why don't you rest a bit more after breakfast? After being woken up, and Yuqing quickly regained consciousness. Looking at the breakfast Ning Feng was holding, and Yuqing felt a warmth spread through her heart. As far as I can remember, this was the first time Ning Feng had ever cooked for her. She smiled and shook her head. No, I'm not tired. I want to go out with you to collect supplies. I don't want to be left here alone. Without waiting for Ning Feng's reply, and Yuqing quickly got out of bed. Put breakfast on the table. I'll go wash up now. It'll be quick. Watching Yuqing's departing figure, Ning Feng shook his head helplessly. This woman really doesn't think about herself at all. After Yuqing's persistent pleading, Ning Feng finally agreed to her request to go to sea. Since the parties involved all said they were fine, he naturally couldn't say anything more. Moreover, since entering this world, going to sea has indeed become their only pleasure for broadening their horizons and passing the time. If it were him, he would also prefer to go to sea rather than stay at home. Otherwise it would be so boring, I'd suffocate. Certainly. Most importantly, he did have a task assigned to Yuqing today. This task wasn't very tiring, and it just happened to suit her well. So let's bring her along, so she won't be bored at home alone. The two got ready, and, along with Tai Gu, boarded the ship. When the time comes, a sailing selection page pops up on the ship's navigation system screen. Please select the island you wish to visit. Mysterious Island number 96, Danger Level, 44. Mysterious Island number 101, Danger Level, 39. Mysterious Island number 33, Danger Level, 89. Shared Island number 90, Danger Level, 20. Ning Feng knew about this feature as early as when the ship was upgraded to Level 3. Now, he can freely travel to and from multiple islands, which is extremely convenient. His plan for today is: first, install the bamboo drainage device on all islands except the shared island, then go home to water the amplification tree, and finally meet up with the Legion members. Otherwise, if you go directly to the shared island to meet with Legion members, you might end up having to return to your private island to water the amplification tree halfway through a conversation or task assignment. Interrupting midway like this is not good, and it's also troublesome. Therefore, it would be better to wait until you've watered the amplification tree before going to the shared island to meet them. In that half hour, you'd think he could go to the island to collect supplies, but he probably wouldn't be able to collect much by the time he got there and back. Naturally, the best way to achieve the highest cost effectiveness is to use this half hour to install the bamboo drainage device. In this way, while others are busy meeting with members on the shared island, the bamboo diversion devices can continue to collect fresh water for them without supervision. Certainly, some might say that since he was already planning to collect water by digging waterways, using a bamboo diversion device to collect water was completely unnecessary. However, it's important to understand that water has a relatively high value in this world. No one will complain about having too much water. Moreover, the two are not contradictory. The water collected on the shared island is a matter for the shared island, but it does not affect the collection of resources on other mysterious islands. Does this mean that if he can collect water on the shared island, he won't need to collect water on other islands? If that's the case, then there's absolutely no need for this world to give him the benefit of being able to travel back and forth between multiple islands at the same time. Wouldn't it be better to just collect everything on one island? 141. You haven't married me yet. Don't call me wife. Therefore, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and directly followed the plan, choosing Mysterious Island number 96, Danger Level, 44, as the first island to land on. The mountain spring on this island is located only a few dozen meters from the shore. If things go quickly, it should only take a few minutes to install the bamboo drainage device. Once the island for the trip was selected, the boat immediately set sail. The next moment, The two appeared on the east side of mysterious island number 96, danger level 44. Immediately, Ning Feng quickly took out the necessary supplies. He looked at An Yuqing and said, "Wife, if you walk straight ahead for about 30 meters, you will see the mountain spring. Could you please go and install the bamboo drainage system on this island?" We divided the work. I went to install the one on the other island. I'll try to get the bamboo drainage device on the mysterious island installed in half an hour. Upon hearing this, An Yuqing was taken aback, not because she was dissatisfied with Ning Feng's arrangement. The main reason was that Ning Feng's sudden appearance as a wife made her feel quite flattered. Before yesterday, Ning Feng kept calling An Yuqing wife, but today he suddenly calls her wife. Who can adapt to that all at once? Her face flushed red, and she gave a soft snort. "Humph, you haven't even married me yet. You're not allowed to call me wife." "I don't care, you're my wife now anyway," Ning Feng said with a wicked smile, looking quite like a rogue. "All right, whether you're my wife or not, we'll discuss it properly when we get back tonight. Let's get down to business first." And Yuqing was naturally aware of all this, so she didn't argue with Ning Feng anymore. However, looking at Ning Feng's lewd smile and hearing his words, "Let's discuss it further when we get back," she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. That rascal, is he going to do those things again tonight? To be honest, she was a little afraid of Ning Feng's. That place was really too big. Moreover, because Ning Feng's physique was enhanced through the amplification fruit, his endurance was also incredibly high. Although she did feel a bit euphoric and enjoyed it once she got into the mood, it was quite painful at first. No. And Yuqing, what are you thinking?" Realizing that her thoughts were distorted, and Yuqing quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the filthy images in her mind. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. Yesterday's experience kept replaying in her mind. Her little face instantly flushed. At last, she was afraid that Ning Feng would notice these things and laugh at her. Feeling guilty, and Yuqing quickly ran out of the control room. "All right, I'm going to install the bamboo drainage device first. You should go and install the other islands too." Because An Yuqing had her back to Ning Feng just now, Ning Feng was naturally unaware of An Yuqing's facial expressions and inner thoughts. Seeing that An Yuqing had already run off the boat, Ning Feng didn't think much of it and turned to look at Brother Tai beside him. "You go down and protect the mistress's safety. If anything happens to the mistress, I'll be like Sun Wukong and skin you alive to make clothes for myself." Upon hearing this, Tai shouted and ran off the boat. All I can say is that the beast taming contract fruit is incredibly effective. These ferocious beasts can be commanded so easily. Who knows when the next beast taming contract fruit will be available? He really wanted to use the beast taming contract fruit to build a beast legion. After seeing that Brother Tai had also successfully run off the boat, Ning Feng didn't waste any more time and quickly clicked on Mysterious Island number 33, danger level 89, on the navigation system screen. Besides the shared island, he currently has a total of 3 mysterious islands that he can land on. However, because mountain spring water did not spawn on the mysterious island number 101, so all he needs to do is install the bamboo diversion device on mysterious island number 33, danger level 89. Successfully arrived at the western side of mysterious island number 33, danger level 89. After taking out the remaining materials for building the bamboo diversion device, Ning Feng hurriedly ran off the boat. The spring on this island is 100 meters away from the shore, so we need to act quickly. During the installation process, Ning Feng basically did it on the go, and finally finished the job at 6:24. After ensuring that the bamboo diversion device could successfully divert the spring water to the metal water tank, he ran onto the boat, intending to check on An Yuqing's situation. Returning once again to An Yuqing's location on Mysterious Island number 96, danger level 44. An Yuqing was already standing with Tiger Tage at the spot where they had just disembarked. At this moment, An Yuqing was frantically petting Tai Ge. Seeing Tai Ge's expression of enjoying being stroked, Ning Feng really couldn't bear to disturb him. I don't know why, but these cats and dogs always seem to enjoy being petted so much. But soon, he looked at his hands, then at his penis, and instantly understood it was probably a feeling. As for An Yuqing, upon seeing Ning Feng arrive in his boat, they stopped what they were doing. They hurriedly boarded the ship. Have you been waiting long? Ning Feng said with a smile. And Yuqing smiled and replied, It's all right. I just finished working not long ago. What do we do next? And Yuqing went to bed early last night, and Ning Feng didn't tell her the details of the plan. It's normal for her to ask that question. Ning Feng explained, Let's go back to our house first and water that amplification tree. Then we'll go to the shared island and meet up with the Legion members. Since entering this world, and Yuqing has always played the role of an executor. She only needs to obey and carry out Ning Feng's arrangements. Therefore, she didn't ask any more questions and nodded. Immediately, Ning Feng then steered the boat back to his private island. After retrieving 800 milliliters of water from the ship storage, he went to the amplification tree, but since it was still 2 minutes before 6:30, he didn't rush to water it. Looking at the amplification tree in front of him, Ning Feng had mixed feelings of love and hate for it. Even raising a baby wouldn't be as complicated as this. It even requires watering regularly. If it weren't for the great value of the amplification fruit, he really wouldn't want to raise this tree at all. It's just too much trouble. However, this growth tree lived up to his expectations and did not disappoint him. It has been nurtured for 2 days. According to the golden finger reading, its condition is very good. As long as this nurturing method is maintained, there is a 90% probability that 2 amplification fruits will grow in 5 days. However, it would be better if this tree didn't wither and die. Keeping it as a decorative item would be quite nice. After all, he had never seen a tree that glowed on Earth. What a pity, what a real pity. 142, how could it be him? There are 2 sides to the story. On the shared western coast of the island, Bai Shui and Li Chun arrived here the moment they set sail at 6 a.m. Today is their first meeting with the world's #1 ranked figure, so naturally they want to perform well. Arriving early is definitely better than arriving late. And, in order to leave a good impression on the Legion leader, they got up early in the morning to get dressed. At present, the 2 were extremely satisfied with each other's attire and overall appearance. But I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Despite her lively and optimistic demeanor when interacting with the mature and sophisticated Bai Shui, the seemingly innocent Li Chun appears quite nervous at this moment. She looked uneasy and glanced at Bai Shui, who was a head taller than her, and asked, Shui Shui, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Bai Shui wasn't exactly at ease either. She sighed softly, who isn't? I wonder what kind of person the boss is. Is he fierce or not? Is he a young man or a middle-aged man? Sigh, we don't know anything. It's like opening a blind box. Then do you think the boss would approve of us? Li Chun asked again. Weren't you very confident in us before? Why are you starting to worry about this now that things are coming to this? Bai Shui asked back. That's different. I'm definitely confident in our looks. But how would I know what kind of person our boss is? What if he doesn't like pretty girls, but happens to like the type like Xiao Biluo? Li Chun pouted and tried to argue guiltily. Upon seeing this, Bai Shui, however, adopted a gossipy attitude, mimicking the tone of a scheming woman, and jokingly asked, Chun, you wouldn't be falling in love for the first time, would you? Nonsense. I didn't. Men are all big jerks. Li Chun naturally wouldn't admit it. I'm only willing to get close to the boss because he's the world's #1, and I can get his protection. That's all. Bai Shui saw through it, but didn't say anything, a smile still playing on her lips. Oh, really? Then why do you care so much about whether the boss looks down on us? As long as the boss treats his subordinates well, it doesn't matter whether he looks down on us or not, right? Anyway, I think it's better if the boss doesn't think much of us. As long as he values us, we'll be protected, and we won't have to offer our bodies up. Isn't that great? Li Chun was speechless after being confronted by Bai Shui, and upon closer reflection, this seemed to make sense. As long as the boss treats them well, why should she worry about whether the boss will be interested in her? Could it be that she really wants to be in a relationship? As she thought about it, an image of a handsome, domineering CEO involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She had already come to imagine the Legion leader as a domineering CEO. In her mind, she secretly began to strategize. If the boss really does look a bit like me, it's not impossible to like him. It was 6:30 o'clock. Ning Feng also poured the 800 milliliters of spring water he had prepared onto the amplification tree on time. At this point, all the preliminary work before meeting with the members is complete. He looked at Yuqing and said, "Let's go. It's time to see the members of our legion." Having said that, he then took Yuqing and Tai Go back onto the ship and headed to the shared island. When Ning Feng arrived at the agreed location, the western side of the shared island is already full of boats. Except for a few boats that are still level 1 rafts, the rest of the boats are level 2 small fishing boats. Ning Feng looked out through the ship's control room. The beach was already packed with survivors. These are all his future subjects. The members on the beach were stunned and froze in place when they saw the huge object suddenly appear. Many people were amazed. "My God, is this the boss's ship? It's so impressive. When will my ship be upgraded to LV3? This is simply my dream ship." Yes, judging from its appearance, the interior space of this ship must be very large, and it must be very comfortable to live on. As for Bai Shui and Li Chun, they realized that their boss was about to appear. They couldn't help but feel excited. Especially Li Chun. Her fists were clenched, and she had already begun to pray. I really hope her boss is the kind of person she imagines. At the very least, he should be a young and handsome man, right? She definitely doesn't want it to be some old man. Otherwise, if the boss really took a liking to her, she would inevitably feel uncomfortable when she had to sleep with him. Seeing that almost everyone on the beach was looking at them, Ning Feng was experiencing for the first time what it felt like to be the center of attention and the center of attention. While feeling proud, one inevitably feels some pressure. After all, he was just a nobody back on Earth, and he had never received this kind of treatment before. In my memory, the biggest incident he had ever experienced was just being criticized and made to stand on the podium by the entire school for teasing a female classmate and making her cry in high school, receiving the attention of all the teachers and students. Cough, cough, cough. Heroes don't dwell on their past glories, so these kinds of glorious deeds are left unmentioned. Seeing that Ning Feng showed no sign of leaving the control room, and Yuqing, standing to the side, asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Aren't you planning to go out and see them?" "It's nothing." Ning Feng smiled awkwardly and said frankly, "I just feel like I'm not mentally prepared yet. Let me calm down a bit more. After all, he's the boss now. He can't lose face on his first appearance, or how will he intimidate them in the future? You know, I can't possibly show them my lazy and irresponsible side, can I?" And Yuqing nodded in understanding. Indeed, if the bosses are all irresponsible, then the subordinates will probably all go astray. 2 more minutes passed. Ning Feng finally finished his preparations in his mind. He changed his usual demeanor and transformed into a cold and domineering monarch, exuding an aura of kingly dominance. Of course, he was just pretending. This is also thanks to the cheat code. Unexpectedly, the golden finger could even grant him the ability of acting. Therefore, based directly on the descriptions of the expressions of urban war gods and domineering CEOs on Earth, he created an expression that fit this type of persona. Upon closer inspection, hey, it's just like the aloof demeanor of the crooked mouth god of war when he's about to tear off his disguise and reveal his identity as the god of war to the world after being looked down upon by his mother-in-law's family. "Let's go, we can go out now." Ning Feng's sudden change startled Yuqing. This doesn't seem like acting at all. It's as if he really is that aloof. At last, as a man, a woman, and a tiger slowly walked out of the ship's control room, the people on the beach finally saw the faces of the people on the boat. Immediately, gasps of amazement arose from all sides. When Bai Shui saw Ning Feng, her pupils widened in shock, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. How could it be him? 143, the old story of Bai Shui and Ning Feng. Shue, do you know the woman next to the boss? Li Chun, standing to the side, was confused and thought Bai Shui was surprised by the woman next to the boss, so she asked her question in confusion. Bai Shui shook her head. "No, not that woman. I'm talking about that man, our boss." "What?" Li Chun exclaimed in surprise. Shue, do you mean you know the boss?" Bai Shui nodded expressionlessly, her heart filled with mixed feelings, unable to say whether she was happy or sad. If it were anyone else, upon learning that the world's #1 ranked person was someone they knew, they would probably be overjoyed. Now they have a powerful figure to rely on. However, whenever she thought about her past relationship with that person, she couldn't help but feel a sense of repulsion. The unpleasant memories she had experienced involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That was the second semester of senior year, the period when students were preparing for the college entrance examination. That bastard Ning Feng, for some reason, forcibly hugged her and kissed her cheek in front of all the classmates. Although hugging and cuddling are nothing special in today's world, being kissed on the cheek doesn't even count as a first kiss. But for her, it was an extremely dark day. She has always been a rather introverted perfectionist and romantic. She always felt that all her firsts should be reserved for the man she would love most in the future. Little did she know that after 18 years of chastity, just as she was about to leave the constraints of school and venture into society to find her Prince Charming, all her beautiful fantasies would be shattered by Ning Feng's appearance. That day, she sat alone in the classroom, feeling lost and dejected. She cried all day without eating or drinking, and the next day in class, her eyes were swollen like a goldfish. Div data fontia type equals image source equals AI. Although Ning Feng was later criticized and punished by the school for this incident, he also apologized to her. However, many things cannot be resolved with just an apology. You said the mirror is broken. Is there any way to put it back together? I thought I'd never see that bastard again in my life. But who could have imagined that fate would play such a cruel trick? What a cruel twist of fate. Bai Shui was conflicted at this moment. She truly didn't know how to face that bastard Ning Feng. As for Ning Feng, considering that it was their first meeting, and in order not to frighten or cause panic, he ordered Tai, who was following behind him, to return to the control room and wait. Anyway, the ship's railings were quite high, so I doubt anyone noticed Tai's presence. Let's wait until everyone is familiar with Tai Ji's situation before releasing it, at least until they are mentally prepared. As for the snow standing on the beach, because there were many people standing on the beach, Ning Feng naturally didn't notice. At this moment, his eyes were constantly searching through the crowd. Finally, when his gaze settled on a man, he couldn't help but smile slightly and quickly walked towards him. The man being watched by Ning Feng naturally ran towards Ning Feng with an excited expression. What a perfect two-way journey. Brother, it's been a long time. Ha, bro, I've missed you so much. Xiaowei is a free spirit and doesn't like any rules or regulations. He would never be reserved just because he and Ning Feng are now in a so-called superior-subordinate relationship. After running up to Ning Feng, he jumped up and hugged Ning Feng tightly like a koala. When I found out you were in this world, I was so excited and wanted to see you as soon as possible. I never expected that we'd meet again so soon. Ha. In this scene, this surprised the Legion members standing nearby. They originally thought that the members on the beach were all capable people who had been selected. Who would have thought there was someone who went through the back door? Judging from his relationship with the boss, it's probably not ordinary. It seems I shouldn't mess with him anymore. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ning Feng took in Yuqing's hand from behind and introduced her to Xiaowei. Xiaowei, this is my wife, your sister-in-law. You should get to know her. Hiss. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng had barely finished speaking when he felt a sharp pain in his palm. He looked down at Yuqing, only to see her giving him a very resentful glare. Yuqing then looked at Xiaowei, smiled generously, extended her hand, and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Ning Feng's girlfriend. Just call me Yuqing. Don't call me sister-in-law. I'm not that old yet. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei then turned his attention to Yuqing, who was standing next to Ning Feng. He was naturally extremely satisfied with his sister-in-law, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Ning Feng, as if to say, Brother, not bad, you found a great girlfriend. Then, he looked at Yuqing with a smile and introduced, Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Xiaowei. You can call me idiot, like Ning Feng does. However, let's skip the handshake. We're all on the same side. No need for such formalities. I'm also afraid that Ning Feng will chop up my pig's trotters in a bit. Ha. Of course, Ning Feng knew that Jiaoyi was joking, but he had to admit that the Jiawis were quite clever and knew how to avoid suspicion. Although he certainly wouldn't mind if Xiaowei shook hands with An Yuqing, it's always good to have the idea of avoiding suspicion. Therefore, he followed Xiaowei's words and made An Yuqing withdraw her hand, saying, "Wife, Xiaowei is right. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite with him. All right, let's stop wasting time. We still have a lot to do later. I'll go meet up with the other members first." He finished speaking. Ning Feng then reverted to his previous aloof demeanor, walked to a slightly higher spot, looked at the group, and said coldly, "You all seem quite young. Even if you haven't had military training, you must have taken physical education classes, right? Everyone, come here quickly and line up in order of height. I'm going to have a brief meeting. Anyone who hasn't lined up in 3 minutes, get out of here." Ning Feng did this partly to make it easier to hold meetings. Secondly, it also allows us to assess the capabilities of these members, to make sure they can even form a proper team. It's important to know that lining up is also a way to test execution and teamwork. These members did not disappoint Ning Feng. It only took 2 minutes for nearly 1,000 people to successfully form a square formation. Although not as neat as soldiers, it's still pretty good. 2 more chapters to come, stay tuned. 144. You are the devil. At this point, Ning Feng then looked at the crowd and said sternly, "Before the meeting begins, I would like to clarify one thing for everyone. I have the ability to read minds. Those who have ulterior motives should leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless later." Seeing that no one had left, Ning Feng spoke again impatiently. "I'm saying it one last time. Those with ulterior motives, leave now, or don't blame me for taking action." 3. 2. Upon seeing this, the Legion members in front of Ning Feng looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know what Ning Feng means. Mind reading? Could it be that the boss really can see through people's hearts? That's ridiculous. Or is this the boss deliberately testing them? But who would have thought? The next moment, after counting down to 1, Ning Feng walked up to a young man in the first row without warning and kicked him to the ground. "Do you think you deserve to stay here?" This sudden turn of events once again left everyone stunned. Many people are wondering if their leader is mentally ill. How can you start a fight without even knowing what happened? Even An Yuqing, who knew Ning Feng fairly well, was completely bewildered and had no idea what had happened. Just moments ago, Ning Feng was having a great time when he was facing Zhaohui. How could it have become so ferocious in such a short time? Those who don't know the situation would probably think of him as a rude and unreasonable thug. Certainly, the reasons behind this are certainly unknown to others. But Ning Feng knew very well. After gathering these people together, Ning Feng immediately used his cheat ability to read everyone's information. Now, he knows who among the 881 people in front of him is rebellious and who has ulterior motives. As for the young man he just kicked, he wasn't wronged. According to the data provided by the Golden Finger, that young man not only had a rebellious streak of 61, but he also harbored inappropriate thoughts about An Yuqing. How could someone like that possibly stay? The young man who had been kicked to the ground by Ning Feng was naturally not feeling well either. He clutched his abdomen with both hands, gritting his teeth in pain, but he still didn't give up acting. "Boss, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I am truly loyal to you and willing to serve you." "Misunderstanding?" Ning Feng sneered, unable to resist adding another kick. "You know what you're thinking. Do you think I'm joking with you? I told you I have the ability to read minds." He finished speaking. Ning Feng then coldly looked at a female member in the second row. This female member absolutely cannot be allowed to live. With a rebelliousness coefficient as high as 95, the Golden Finger's advice is to eliminate it on the spot. Otherwise, keeping her around will definitely make her his enemy in the future. Certainly, Ning Feng also has his own principles. He would never hit a woman, let alone kill her. However, the fact that he doesn't hit women doesn't mean he'll let her off the hook. "Isn't Tai Ji still here?" Then, Ning Feng snorted coldly and spoke again. "All right, since we gave you a chance, why didn't you leave? Then I'll have my underlings clean house for me. Of course, I'd like to remind you that the rest of you don't need to worry or panic when you see my little brother. Just stand still and he won't hurt you. As for those with ulterior motives, I'm giving you a chance to leave. If you don't leave, then good luck to you." Siddhagarba Bodhisattva's D Ting, a divine hearing ability, can discern the sounds of all things, My little brother can do that too. Brother Tai, time to get out and work. At a command, Tai brother on the boat also quickly responded. Div data font type equals image source equals AI. Roar. The roar of a tiger is deafening. Upon hearing this, those with fragile hearts were so frightened that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. A tiger. It's a tiger. My God, there are tigers on the island. Those who harbored rebellious intentions began to waver upon seeing this. Quite a few people suddenly broke out of the line and began to plead. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had such thoughts. I'll leave right now. Me too. I'm leaving right now. I promise I'll leave the Legion after I leave. It seems that the title of King of the Tiger Forest is well-deserved. Many rebellious people were instantly intimidated. Ning Feng naturally didn't try to stop those who wanted to leave. He gave a meaningful, cold laugh. Fine, if you want to leave, then go ahead. Upon hearing this, many people felt reborn and wanted to run away immediately. But who would have thought? Ning Feng gave them time to regret, but not the chance to regret. Those who tried to run away were quickly tackled by Brother Tai after only a few steps. Tai was also very clever. He knew that many people were trying to escape, and if he killed them one by one, many of them would still be able to get away. So, when Tai Gu was tearing apart those who were trying to escape, he didn't waste time killing them. Instead, he bit off their legs, rendering them unable to move, and then went on to bite the next person. In an instant, the scene was in complete chaos. The roars of tigers and the cries of agony rose and fell, stretching on and on. In just a few minutes, the beach was stained red with blood. Those rebellious individuals who were still trying to escape are now utterly dead. They watched as the tiger devoured the carcass with great relish. Those members in the formation who did not flee were terrified. He felt that the boss in front of him was much more cold-blooded than he appeared. This guy is a real smiling tiger, a living devil. Although they didn't know whether the people their boss killed had any rebellious intentions, or whether their boss had mind-reading abilities, they were now willing to believe it rather than not. Fortunately, they were all loyal to the Legion. Otherwise, they might have lost their lives on the spot. But just when everyone thought that was the end of it, unexpectedly, Ning Feng walked into the crowd again, grabbed a man by the hair, and dragged him out of the crowd. Do you really think I'm exaggerating? Do you think that if you stay put and don't leave, I won't be able to find you? The man whose hair was being pulled felt a chill run down his spine. At the beginning, he naturally didn't believe Ning Feng had any mind-reading abilities. He felt that Ning Feng was simply using a kind of psychology to make an example of them and test them. If he really runs away, wouldn't that be like admitting to having ulterior motives? So, as long as you have a strong mental fortitude and don't get fooled by him, he definitely won't be able to find those people who actually have ulterior motives. Who would have thought? Ning Feng seems to be able to see through people's thoughts. In an instant, the man realized that he had no hope of escape and was going to die there. His psychological defenses collapsed completely. How is that possible? How could you possibly see that? You're not human. You're a devil. You're a devil. One more chapter coming soon. Stay tuned. I had some things to do today, so the update is a little late, sorry. By the way, yesterday was Qixi Festival, and as a lonely old man, I completely forgot about it. So, I'm making up for it here. Happy Qixi Festival to everyone, and may all the rich find their happy endings. 145. A youth without recklessness is a wasted youth. How can you call me the devil? Ning Feng smiled faintly, a smile that concealed a dagger. You should thank me. I'm helping you get rid of this. Having said that, before Ning Feng could speak, Tai Gu received Ning Feng's instruction in his mind. After roaring, he pounced on the man and bit through his neck on the spot. At last, Ning Feng then began selecting those escaped fish from the crowd. Their inevitable fate was death. The original formation of 881 people was reduced to only 723 people in an instant. Good. In fact, when Ning Feng first suggested that those with ulterior motives leave on their own, he never intended to let them go. After all, who would be foolish enough to let a tiger return to the mountains? He just said that in order to make things easier and let those disloyal people leave the group on their own, so that it would be easier to wipe them out and avoid affecting the innocent. It's cruel, but there's no other way. Given the state of the world, If he were to become a great philanthropist, he would likely meet a terrible end. For example, those disloyal members. If he lets them escape like this, they'll find out all about him. And if they join the enemy camp in the future, it will only create more trouble for him. In the end times, those who wish to survive and achieve great things must be decisive in killing. Certainly, decisiveness in killing is not the same as indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Killing should only be done to those who deserve to be killed. Now that all the bedbugs had been dealt with, Ning Feng returned to his original standing position. In order to win people's hearts, his attitude was no longer so indifferent. He smiled faintly at the group of still shaken members and explained, "Please rest assured, I'm not some kind of psychopathic killer. I'm actually quite kind-hearted. I was just weeding out some bad apples for everyone. Besides, I'm not kidding. I really do have mind-reading abilities, so as long as you work hard for me, I'll see your sincerity, and I certainly won't treat you unfairly. All right, let's forget about those little incidents. The meeting is now officially open. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ning Feng. Ning as in Ning Feng. Feng as in Ning Feng. Next, Ning Feng was essentially indoctrinating the members with the company's brainwashing jargon. Work hard, and you'll make a fortune. The idea that enduring hardship now will lead to becoming a landlord in the future. What do you mean by sleeping on the floor today and being the boss tomorrow? What's with all this talk about getting rich 9 times over and working your butt off to avoid failure? In short, after giving everyone a pep talk, the meeting was considered over. Given Ning Feng's reputation as the world's best, the members seemed to find these motivational quotes quite appealing. Seeing the hope for a bright future in their eyes, Ning Feng knew that his brainwashing had been successful. Certainly, Ning Feng had no intention of fooling them. As long as these members worked hard in the early stages, they would naturally be treated well in the future. If the island's area can be expanded to the same level as the mainland in the future. These people were all founding heroes. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Next, it's time to get to know you all. Where is the deputy commander? Come out here so I can get to know him. Soon, at Ning Feng's call, 2 women stepped out from the crowd. They are naturally Li Chun and Bai Shui. Li Chun. She wore her hair in pigtails, had a round face, and beautiful features. He is only about 150 centimeters tall. She was short, but she was very clever and knew how to cover up her height disadvantage by dressing up. She was now wearing a somewhat worn, but very clean and tidy Lolita outfit. With her petite appearance, no one would think she's short at first glance. They would only think she's very cute. Bai Shui, who was standing next to Li Chun. She was dressed rather simply. She was 1.66 meters tall and wore a white spaghetti strap dress, which was a bit worn but still spotless. Certainly, Bai Shui is the kind of person who doesn't need much clothing or makeup to accentuate her feminine charm. Her graceful figure was still evident even under the cover of a loose dress. If her figure was already like that, one can only imagine how beautiful her face was, like a snow lotus blooming on the summit of a snow-capped mountain. Her fair and flawless face was adorned with delicate features. It's no exaggeration to say that even if her features were distributed across the faces of 5 other unattractive women, they would still make those women's appearances look significantly better. At first glance, one can clearly feel a cold and unapproachable aura emanating from her. She is like the white lotus in the Chinese textbook, rising from the mud unsullied, washed by clear ripples without being seductive, only to be admired from afar, not to be profaned. The moment Ning Feng saw Bai Shui, he was stunned, as memories of his high school days kept flooding back. She turned out to be my high school classmate, Bai Shui. Hiss. Ning Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and scrutinize her again. You can't go wrong. She's that crybaby, Snow White. Ning Feng never dreamed that the crybaby from back then would have changed so much. During high school, Bai Shui was only pretty, but her body had not fully developed. Looking at it now, it's true that girls change a lot as they grow up. In terms of figure and looks, she's on par with Yuqing. Seeing that Bai Shui had already walked up to him, Ning Feng felt both guilty and embarrassed. He hadn't forgotten the time he made her cry during high school. Actually, Ning Feng himself regrets that incident now, feeling that he was very naive. At the time, Bai Shui was quite pretty in the class, and he couldn't help but develop feelings for her. Unfortunately, Bai Shui was an introverted bookworm, and no matter how much he provoked her, she didn't give him any response. He remembered that he spent 3 days and 3 nights searching online, spending 5 yuan to buy a confession text for her. After writing it down, she didn't even look at it and handed it directly to the homeroom teacher. This made the homeroom teacher think he had a problem with his sexual orientation. It was a love letter he wrote to the homeroom teacher. Later, with high school graduation just around the corner, based on their grades, they definitely won't be able to go to university together. And so, encouraged by his classmates and with the reckless thought that doing it will lead to temporary regret, not doing it will lead to a lifetime of regret, he hugged and kissed Bai Shui in front of everyone. After all, a young man who isn't reckless and impetuous is a wasted youth. 146. Construction begins. Waterway excavation commences. Looking at Li Chun and Bai Shui, who had already walked up to him, Ning Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Ahem, what a coincidence, we meet here." "Yes, what a coincidence," Bai Shui replied calmly, her face expressionless, as if it were two strangers meeting for the first time. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng could tell that Bai Shui hadn't gotten over what had happened before, so he wanted to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize to her. That what happened before, I was young and didn't understand. But who would have thought? Bai Shui didn't give him a chance to apologize at all, and interrupted him directly. "The past is the past, let's not talk about it. Now we are in a superior-subordinate relationship. Boss, let's get down to business." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng smiled awkwardly again, but didn't insist on apologizing. Bai Shui is right. They have quite a few tasks to complete today. A lot of time has already been wasted on watering the amplification tree and weeding out those who are rebellious. It's almost 7 o'clock now, so we should get down to business. Then he looked at Li Chun and asked, "And you, what's your name?" "Boss, my name is Li Chun." Li Chun quickly replied. "Okay." Ning Feng nodded in response, then looked at all the Legion members in front of him and said loudly, "The 2 people in front of you, the one in the white dress is called Bai Shui, and the other one is called Li Chun. Those 2 are the ones controlling Xiao Ro Chan, who are also the vice commanders of our Legion. From now on, their orders are my orders, and you must obey them without question. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, having been intimidated by Ning Feng's earlier actions, those members dared not hesitate any longer. They all strained with all their might, shouting in unison, "Did you hear me clearly? Okay, since there are too many people and time is tight, we can get to know the rest of you later. Let me explain the tasks ahead. I have already investigated the location of the mountain spring on this island. It's just 200 meters behind me. Right now, I've decided to divert the mountain spring water to the vicinity of the boats by digging a waterway. Don't be fooled by how big this project sounds. It's actually not that difficult. When brothers are of one mind, their strength can break metal. We still have more than 700 people. Each person only needs to dig a pit less than half a meter long to complete the task. Does everyone have confidence?" "Have." Seeing that everyone was full of enthusiasm, Ning Feng felt relieved. He glanced at Bai Shui again, and when he realized that Bai Shui wasn't looking at him at all, he stopped thinking about it. Forget it. He and Bai Shui weren't really enemies who killed each other's fathers. They could try to resolve their past conflicts later. At least according to the cheat code, her loyalty to me is quite high. Even if we can't restore our friendship, it's fine to just maintain a stable superior-subordinate relationship. He then looked at An Yuqing and said, "Wife, go to the ship and help me move all the picks and shovels out of the ship's warehouse. They will be distributed to these members later for digging waterways." "Oh, right. Then you just wait on the boat and don't come down. I have a task for you to do later." Actually, women have a very strong sixth sense. As early as when Ning Feng was looking at Bai Shui with unusual eyes, An Yuqing felt that something seemed to have happened between the 2 of them. After overhearing their conversation, An Yuqing became even more convinced that the 2 of them must be hiding something. Although An Yuqing had many questions for Ning Feng, she wasn't the kind of person who would make a fuss unreasonably. "This isn't the time to talk. Let's deal with the important matters first. Since they're already sleeping in the same bed, it's not too late to ask any questions when they get home tonight." Therefore, An Yuqing nodded, and then jogged back to the ship. The next moment, hundreds of shovels and picks appeared on the beach. Ning Feng then looked at the members in front of him and said, I have already distributed the tools used for digging the waterway to everyone. They are right behind you. Go and choose the tools that suit you. After all members received their tools, Ning Feng then led the group to the spring, and looking at Bai Shui and Li Chun behind him, he instructed, You two are in charge of supervising the excavation of the waterway. These personnel are at your disposal. As for the water pit, I don't specify how long one person can dig, but the width and depth of the waterway must be at least 1 meter. It would be good to divert this spring water to a distance of 20 meters from my boat. By the way, make the pit on the beach bigger for me, no smaller than 5m, 5m, 2m. I want to place a metal water tank at the end of the waterway. Is everything all right? Bai Shui didn't reply, she just nodded. Li Chun, on the other hand, quickly patted her small chest and assured her, Don't worry, boss, Shue, and I will definitely keep a close eye on them. Okay, that's fine. Before the waterway is opened, I'll go take care of some other things. I'll leave things here to you. Don't worry. But boss, what should we do with your brother? Should we treat him the same as everyone else? Regarding Li Chun's question, Ning Feng paused for a moment, thought for a while, then nodded and said, Yes, treat everyone equally. Regarding this point, it's not that Ning Feng doesn't value relationships. Actually, it was because he valued relationships that he had to do this. If he were to grant Javert some special privileges right from the start, Javert's reputation would likely suffer in the eyes of these members. This makes everyone think he's just someone who got in through connections. This is not conducive to Javert's future relationship with these members. And if Javert isn't given a chance to prove himself now, it will be difficult for him to gain the support of the people if he wants to promote him in the future. By then, even if those members don't say anything openly, they will probably all have grievances against Javert behind his back and be unwilling to obey his orders 100%. So, in the early stages, it's best to let Javert perform well. In this way, when those members discovered that even Javert, his good brother, was doing the same work as them, they probably had a better impression of Javert and a better opinion of him as a fair and just leader. This can be considered as killing two birds with one stone. After explaining everything, Ning Feng returned to the ship alone. Upon entering the control room, one would find Yuqing seemingly preoccupied, gazing blankly at the sea behind her. Given this situation, and considering the scene when he just met Bai Shui, Ning Feng asked somewhat guiltily, What's wrong, honey? Are you unhappy? 147. Those who harm others will ultimately harm themselves. And Yuqing regrets it. Hearing the commotion behind her, and Yuqing turned around and shook her head. I'm not unhappy. I'm just bored while waiting on the ship, so I'm thinking about things. You're thinking about my relationship with Bai Shui, aren't you? Ning Feng asked directly. Yes, but I didn't think much of it. I was just curious. And Yuqing didn't hide anything. But let's talk about these things when we get back. Our mission today is quite demanding. Even though Yuqing had said that, Ning Feng still hugged her tightly and explained softly to put her at ease. My dear wife, don't worry, there's nothing between her and me. I know her because she was my high school classmate. As for what I just said, I was just young and naive, and I made her cry. That's why I was just thinking of apologizing to her, that's all. You're all I think about. Really. After Ning Feng's explanation, and Yuqing, who had been lost in thought, finally smiled. But of course, she couldn't admit that she had just been feeling jealous. She snorted and broke free from Ning Feng's embrace, stubbornly saying, Humph, why say so much? It makes me seem petty. I didn't think about it that much. Haha, it's good that you didn't think too much about it. Ning Feng saw through it, but didn't say anything. All right, let's talk about the specifics when we get back tonight. Honey, I need to use this boat. I'll move all the necessary metal water tanks out in a bit. If it's you, you can stay here as the supervisor. Once the waterway reaches the sea, you can use the ship warehouse on Li Chun's ship to move the metal water tank. And Yuqing nodded after hearing this and asked, And you? When will you be back? Oh, I'm not sure either. Ning Feng thought for a moment and said, At the latest, it should be an hour. On the remaining mysterious islands, some supply chests and scalpers have spawned. My plan is to find the supply chest first, and then capture that yellow ox alive, while they're digging the waterway. That way, we'll have 3 oxen to pull the cart, which will make collecting supplies faster later. After learning about Ning Feng's plan, and Yuqing didn't say anything more. He simply offered a concerned reminder. Okay, then you must be careful by yourself. In response, Ning Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. It was so nice to have a wife who cared about him. Don't worry, I'll definitely be fine. I'm counting on you to give me a big, healthy boy. Upon hearing this, and Yuqing couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. This topic is going to never get over, isn't it? Why must we have sons? Can't we have daughters? This time, and Yuqing truly understood the meaning of harming others ultimately harms oneself. She never imagined that a curse she casually uttered in anger would eventually fall upon her. You're so irresponsible. I'm not having a baby. And Yuqing retorted, her face flushed. Even if I were to have a baby, I would have a girl, definitely not a boy. Huh? What? Ning Feng asked, puzzled. There's no reason why. And Yuqing naturally couldn't voice the curses she had silently uttered towards Ning Feng, so she changed the subject, saying, all right, hurry up and move the metal water tank out. I'm disembarking, so hurry back. Ning Feng. Although Ning Feng didn't quite understand what had suddenly happened to Yuqing, however, considering the time constraints, he didn't ask any further questions. Perhaps Yuqing was just teasing him normally. Then, Ning Feng didn't think much of it. After arranging for Tai Gu to accompany Yuqing to protect her, he took out all the tin water tanks that he had made last night. A total of 58. Actually, the calculation is based on the full load water flow rate. A waterway 1 meter wide and 1 meter deep can transport 1 cubic meter of water into a metal water tank in 1 second. That is to say, it takes only 25 seconds to fill a metal water tank. His 58 water tanks can be filled in just 25 minutes. This quantity is completely insufficient to hold all the items. But there's nothing we can do. He didn't have much iron ore left to begin with. Last night, they were making both shovels and picks. There's only so much iron ore available that can be used to make tin water tanks. It's impossible to say that in order to make more metal water tanks, we shouldn't make shovels and picks anymore, right? How could his Legion members then dig waterways? Are you suggesting we dig the soil with our hands? That's nonsense. So it's okay if there are fewer metal water tanks. At least when you log into the shared island again in the future, you won't have to make shovels and picks again. Moreover, even if we take a step back, 58 metal water tanks isn't a small number. That's much more than usual. Normally, using the bamboo diversion device, a maximum of 4 boxes of water, or 100 tons, can be collected per day. This time, the 58 metal water tanks should definitely be filled today, barring any unforeseen circumstances. That's 1450 tons of water. If we calculate based on the price of 3 nautical coins per 600 milliliters of spring water, selling all 1450 tons of water would directly generate a profit of 7.25 million nautical coins. Ning Feng had never even dreamed of earning nearly 10 million nautical coins in a single day. But now that he can achieve it so easily, what is there for him to be dissatisfied about? Of course, all of this is the ideal state. 1450 tons of water were sold, which brought in 7.25 million maritime dollars. But if it doesn't sell, then for Ning Feng, it's just some water. However, Ning Feng wasn't too worried about that. After all, water is the source of life. Every survivor must drink water every day. Some survivors may be able to find freshwater resources through their own efforts. However, not everyone can find fresh water every time they go out to sea. With millions of vessels registered in their waters, and assuming 2 people per vessel, there are at least 2 million people on board. Of these 2 million people, even if we take a relatively high percentage, half of the people could find water. Does that mean the remaining half of the survivors can only buy water through the trading hall? If a population of 1 million people needs 2 liters of water per day, it consumes at least 2 million liters of water per day. And remember, you shouldn't go out to sea the day after you set sail. For survivors who failed to find fresh water at sea, the only way to obtain fresh water on the second day is still through purchasing it from the trading hall. In other words, the demand for 2 days is at least 4 million liters of water for 1,000 tons of water. This is a hard requirement, unless those survivors would rather die of thirst than buy it. Otherwise, he wouldn't worry about not being able to sell this quantity of spring water. 148. Scalpers have started having harems. Certainly, some people might ask, since half of the survivors can find fresh water and the other half cannot. So, can the survivors who can find fresh water sell fresh water to fill the gap left by the survivors who haven't found water? Logically, that's correct. However, the survivors don't have any cheat codes and can't guarantee that they can collect fresh water every time they go out to sea like he does. If you were in that situation, would you choose to sell your fresh water and live a life of luxury, or keep it for future use? So, instead of worrying about whether he can sell the collected spring water, he should worry about what to buy with the millions of nautical dollars he has after selling it. I definitely need to buy the villa construction blueprints. We definitely need to buy the power generation system and power generation equipment. He should also buy electronic products like mobile phones and computers to check out. Even if he can't play games, it would be nice to use his phone to record his wonderful and happy sex life with Ning Feng. Oh right. His wife also wanted to buy one, and at the time he had been thinking about buying one to rent out. Unfortunately, all the sailing coins I had during this period were used to expand the island, so I didn't have a chance to buy anything. Now it's possible to wholesale some small plastic wives and rent them out. In this way, he not only profited, but also did a good deed, giving those lonely men in the world a tool to vent their frustrations. TSK. As Ning Feng thought about it, he began to look forward to tonight. After tonight, he'll probably become the world's first millionaire. Without further thought, Ning Feng directly selected the mysterious island number 96 on the navigation system screen. The next moment, the ship then appeared on the mysterious island 96. His primary target was the scalpers on the island. Right now, the question is whether taming this ox will be as easy as taming the previous two. Get off the ship. Ning Feng first went to take a look at the bamboo drainage device that had been installed earlier. The device is still running stably, but because less than an hour has passed, there isn't much water stored in the metal tank. It's estimated that it won't be full until noon. There's no rush for that. He took an axe, chopped a few vines at random, and then ran quickly toward where the ox was. This time, the distribution of supplies on this island was quite good. At least he was satisfied with the spawn location of the supply chest. Right next to the scalper was the supply chest. He doesn't need to make an extra trip. Arriving in front of the ox seemed to have a rather docile temperament, and it didn't show any reaction when it saw him arrive. It continued to eat grass by itself, head down. After feeding it several times using the same method, Ning Feng planned to use vines to restrain it, and it did not offer any resistance. TSK. Although he had said it many times, Ning Feng still couldn't help but sigh that oxen were truly the kind of docile animals. Having been in this world for so long, he has captured so many animals, but none can compare to the yellow ox. Whether it's a pheasant or a duck, when faced with his capture, they all desperately tried to escape and resist. Only the oxen were entangled in vines and followed along. This yellow cow is also a female cow. Now that one of the cows in the family is pregnant, it's time for this one to get pregnant too. TSK. I never expected that even now that he's become the world's number one, he still hasn't started having a harem. The cow at home has already gotten 2 wives. After tying the ox up, Ning Feng didn't rush to lead it away. He hadn't gone to find the supply chest yet. It's okay to let it continue eating for a while. After walking several dozen meters ahead from where he found the cow, Ning Feng successfully located the supply chests scattered across this mysterious island. He immediately used his cheat code to read it. Message read: Treasure chest type, supply treasure chest. Supply chest quality, excellent, blue light. Items in the supply chest: 60 by 550 milliliters bottles of purified water. The supplies in this treasure chest aren't too bad. But ever since he opened the intermediate resource chest and the advanced resource chest, he has started to look down on these low-quality ordinary resource chests. Ning Feng didn't rush to open it. After taking it, he returned to the ox, led it, and prepared to return home. Boarding the ship, Ning Feng stored the supply chest in the ship warehouse. He then used the navigation system screen to move the newly captured cattle into the cattle pen on the private island. No way. His boat is no longer as easy for animals to climb on as a small raft. Secondly, Ning Feng was also quite curious about what kind of collision would occur between a pair of newlywed cows after they had just finished their wedding night and a third party suddenly entered into their lives. Bull. Cow. Bull/cow master. I fucking thank you. I stopped dwelling on the love triangle story involving scalpers. Ning Feng clicked on Mysterious Island number 33 again on the navigation system screen. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the chosen Mysterious Island. Ning Feng quickly ran towards the location where the supply chest spawned. This island has a lot of resources, including a silver mine. Once the waterway to the shared island is successfully excavated, he plans to take some strong men to mine silver. But now, all he needs to do is find the supply chests on this island. Pity. The supply chests on this island aren't exactly cooperating. They were scattered on the east and west sides respectively. Therefore, it will take longer. It took Moyo more than 20 minutes. Ning Feng successfully found the 2 supply chests. Read them one by one. Message read. Treasure chest type, supply treasure chest. Supply chest quality, excellent, green light. Items in the supply chest, watermelon 10. Message read. Treasure chest type, supply treasure chest. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the supply chest, compressed biscuits 3. TSK. Ning Feng wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the probability of getting the highest quality resource chest was even lower after entering the second stage. He hasn't encountered truly exceptional quality in a long time. I just hope that when we synthesize a higher level resource chest tonight, we can get an ultimate item, so he can broaden his horizons. We're collecting character name suggestions. If you have any you like, put them in the comments here. I'll choose the ones that sound good. Please make sure they are normal human names. Don't just give me any random name. 149. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. After finding the supply chest, Ning Feng did not linger on this mysterious island. He immediately ran towards the ship. Now about half an hour has passed. The 200-meter-long waterway, which was dug by more than 700 people, should be almost finished. It's time to go back and see how it goes. Let's just hope his idea of digging a waterway to divert the water will work. If this method really works, then he will never have to worry about freshwater resources again. Not only that, he estimates that by selling freshwater resources, he can completely become the world's richest man and no longer worry about being surpassed. Return to the ship. Ning Feng stored the supply chests he found in the ship's warehouse. He then directly clicked the Share Island button on the navigation system screen. The ship reappeared on the west coast of the shared island the next moment. Before Ning Feng had even left the control room, he saw a blue dragon rushing from the depths of the forest right in front of him, stretching all the way to the beach. Has the waterway been completed? Ning Feng hurriedly disembarked from the boat. As he watched the rushing mountain spring water at the end of the waterway continuously pouring into the metal water tank, his smile grew even brighter. Boss, how was it? We didn't let you down, did we? Upon seeing Ning Feng appear, Li Chun eagerly ran over, eager to claim credit. Ning Feng nodded. Not bad, just the effect I wanted. By the way, where's my wife? Li Chun pointed to a small level 2 fishing boat not far away and explained. After the waterway was opened, the eldest lady boarded our ship and said she wanted to use our navigation system screen to move the metal water tank. I thought Shue and I could handle this ourselves, but she insisted on doing it herself. It's all right. Ning Feng nodded understandingly. Anyway, this job isn't tiring. If we don't let her do anything, she'll feel like she's useless. All right, go and gather the members. I'll come back later for a short meeting. I'll go see my wife first. Good. After explaining the next steps to Li Chun, Ning Feng ran directly towards Li Chun's ship. Upon arriving at the ship's control room, and Yuqing spoke first, asking, "You're back? How did things go?" "Great. We found all the supply chests and tamed the oxen," Ning Feng said with a smile. "And what about yours? How many boxes of water have you stored?" "The waterway has only been open for a short time, and we've already stored 12 boxes of water. I've used the friend's gifting function to transfer all 12 boxes of water to our own ship warehouse. However, I think this waterway transports water quite quickly, It can fill a water tank in less than half a minute. Our 58 water tanks don't seem to be enough. Regarding this point, Ning Feng had thought about it before, but he said nonchalantly, "There's nothing we can do if it's not enough. Let's just leave it like this for now. Once our water tank is full, we'll let the other members fill it up too. We can't just make them do things for us without giving them any benefits, can we?" "Yes, that's what I think too." And Yuqing nodded in agreement. "Okay, then you can continue to guard the water tank here. I'm going to call a meeting with the other members." Having said that, Ning Feng then left the control room of Li Chun's ship and walked back to the beach. At this point, all members had assembled and lined up again at the previous meeting location. It seems that Li Chun and Bai Shui are quite efficient. Then, Ning Feng then stood in the crowd and spoke. Everyone worked very efficiently. The waterway was dug in just half an hour. Please rest assured, everyone, I, Ning Feng, am not a selfish person. Once my water tank is full, you can fill it up as much as you like. If you ever need water again, just ask me for more. Of course, joining my team brings many more benefits than just that. From now on, you won't have to worry about fresh water, and you also won't have to worry about procuring supplies at all. To be honest, the tiger I raise is very intelligent and knows the distribution of resources on the island like the back of its hand. It has told me very clearly what supplies are available in which locations on this island. This is much faster than everyone blindly searching on the islands. Next, I will tell you about the distribution of supplies on this island. Everyone can go and collect it on their own or in a group, depending on their needs. Of course, everyone can rest assured that the supplies you collect will belong to you personally, and you do not need to hand them over to me. Then, Ning Feng then informed everyone about the distribution of supplies on this shared island. After hearing this, everyone was naturally full of enthusiasm. In the past, when they collected supplies, it was like playing hide and seek with them. What supplies they could collect depended entirely on what supplies they could find. Now that we know the distribution of each resource, we can go directly to the corresponding resource location to collect it according to our needs. While they were happy, they were also naturally glad that they had chosen Ning Feng as their leader. If you join someone else's legion, you probably won't enjoy these benefits at all. You'll just be used as free labor by the other legion's leader. Seeing that all the members had returned to their boats in high spirits, he slung his wicker basket over his shoulder and happily scurried into the woods. Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction. It's truly good when everyone is happy. He knew, of course, that with his current status and influence, even if he made these members work as his laborers to collect supplies for the island, they wouldn't dare to resist. But his actions are not conducive to the long-term development of the Legion. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as wanting the horse to run but not wanting it to eat grass. If he keeps using these members to do hard labor for him, they won't get any benefits. Even if they are highly loyal, there will always be a day when they can't stand it anymore. At this stage, water is the most important thing. All he needs is a large amount of water. As for other supplies, enough is fine, and there's no point in desperately collecting more. Moreover, don't forget, everyone is currently enjoying the Legion's double buff. You will receive a 120% bonus for any resources you collect. Even if all the resources on the island are distributed to Legion members, he will still receive 15% of the total resources collected by all members. In other words, the more resources a Legion member collects, the more he receives. Instead of keeping the resources on the shared island for himself, he might as well do a favor and distribute them to the Legion members. In this way, he can both profit and win the favor of the Legion members, so that these Legion members will work even harder for him. As a person, you should put yourself in others' shoes. If he treats these members well, they will naturally listen to him more. Something unexpected happened today, so I couldn't write during the day. I'm working hard to catch up, and there are still 2 more chapters to come, so stay tuned. 150. Even the cheat code can read the island information of the members. And one more thing. You should know that now, including the shared islands, he can land on a total of 4 islands on each trip. There were so many supplies that they couldn't possibly collect them all. Therefore, even if he abandons the matter of sharing resources on the island, it will not affect his development. If he really needs fruit or crops, he can simply go to the mysterious island assigned to him to collect them. Actually, as early as last night, after Ning Feng learned about the Legion's double buff, which would automatically store an extra 20% of resources into the Legion warehouse, he had already done the calculations in his mind. Assumption: the total amount of resources on the shared island is 1,000. He did not choose to collect them himself, but distributed them to the Legion members. Ultimately, taking into account the bonus from Legion benefits, 200 out of a total of 1,000 resources will be stored in the Legion warehouse. Furthermore, based on the mandatory requirement of the doubling buff, 5% of the resources in the Legion warehouse must be allocated to the resource contributors. Therefore, the amount of supplies he can freely misappropriate is 150. The other members received an average of 1,050 divided by 723 almost equals 1.45 units of supplies. In other words, even if the resources on the shared island are distributed to Legion members for collection, the amount of supplies he earns passively will be more than 100 times that of each member. He has absolutely no need to worry about any member of the Legion being able to surpass him. Besides, most importantly, the saying goes, he who takes a man's money is bound to be grateful. Ning Feng has already distributed the shared island's resources to those members. So if he wants to misappropriate resources from the Legion warehouse in the future, those members probably won't say anything or object. In this way, he's making a profit no matter what. Don't forget that, in addition to the shared islands, each member also has their own secret island for sailing. Once the members have harvested all the resources from the shared island, they will naturally return to the mysterious island assigned to them in this world to collect more resources. 20% of the supplies collected by members on the mysterious island will still be stored in the Legion warehouse. In other words, the more resources a Legion member collects, the more resources he can personally obtain for free. He desperately wanted all the members of the Legion to collect more supplies every time they went to sea. Thinking about this, Ning Feng realized a problem. I wonder if my cheat system can read the members' information about their mysterious island? If possible, we should read the information about each member's mysterious island and tell them the distribution of resources. This will definitely improve the speed and quantity of their resource collection. In this way, I also profited more. Thinking of this, Ning Feng is planning to give it a try. Fortunately, his brother Jiahui did not go to collect supplies from the shared island, but stayed by his side. He turned to Javert and asked, "Fool, do you remember which island number the mysterious island you landed on today?" "You mean the number of the mysterious island?" After listening, Xiaowei thought for a moment and said, "I thought that thing was useless and I didn't usually pay much attention to it. I took a look at it this morning, and I remember it was the number 1003 of the mysterious island." "What's wrong? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Ning Feng didn't rush to answer. Instead, he activated his golden finger in his mind. The next moment, message read, Mysterious Island number 1003. Danger level, 23, cliff cracks, thorns. Resources, 152. East side of the island, abundant agricultural/fruit resources. Rice, celery, water spinach, cabbage, potatoes, apples, oranges, watermelons, etc. South side of the island, abundant vegetation resources, timber, bamboo, palm trees, medicinal herbs, etc. West side of the island, abundant freshwater and animal resources, mountain springs, streams, inland lakes, ducks, pheasants, field mice, goats, etc. The northern side of the island is rich in mineral resources, coal, iron, ore, etc. The island's center has an abundance of seafood, kelp, abalone, crab, lobster, etc. Supply chest, 1 supply chest. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. Who would have thought that his cheat ability could even read other people's island information? Hiss. Ning Feng really lost his composure this time. Before each voyage, he would read the list of all the islands where the Legion members would set sail. If we tell them the exact distribution of the supplies, they will definitely be able to collect much more supplies than usual. After all, people aren't stupid. Many survivors fail to collect much supplies on their sea voyages not because they are lazy or incompetent, but simply because they cannot find the supplies. If they knew where the supplies were located, many survivors would probably collect far more supplies than him each time. Let's make another assumption. Based on the assumption that he could collect a total of 500 units of supplies each time he went to sea. After learning about the distribution of supplies, and with the help of ox carts, as a reference, this is a reasonable estimate. Even if his team members aren't as fast at collecting resources as he is, they can still collect 300 units of resources a day because they know the location of the resources, right? If a person has 300 units, then 315% equals 45 units of supplies can be provided to him. So, excluding his ships, the Legion has 499 more ships, which is 22,455 units of supplies. In other words, if he simply informs all the members about the resource situation on all the islands, he won't need to go out to sea to collect resources anymore. The amount of supplies you can obtain will be about 45 times that of the supplies you can collect by going out to sea. Of course, some might argue that the resource rating and quantity differ between islands, but this assumption is incorrect. But don't forget, the amount of supplies that two people can collect is limited. Even if the island has very few supplies, it's unlikely that they could be collected completely in 12 hours. He's been in this world for at least this long. They also landed on islands with low resource ratings, but even after 12 hours, they were unable to collect all the resources on the islands. Therefore, the different resource ratings of each island do not have any significant impact. If everyone's collection speed is insufficient to collect all the resources on the island within 12 hours, there is no difference between an island with a resource rating of 20 and an island with a resource rating of 200. Seeing that Ning Feng remained silent, he had a smile on his face. Xiaowei, increasingly curious, couldn't help but ask, "Crazy, what are you laughing at? Tell me, why are you asking me about the mysterious island's number? Is there something good happening?" One more chapter to come, stay tuned. 151. People's hearts are ever-changing. Seeing that Xiaowei was almost frantic, Ning Feng stopped keeping him in suspense. Since you don't plan to collect resources from the shared island, then go collect resources from your own mysterious island. After you told me your mysterious island's number, my tiger told me about the resources on that island. It's a native of this world and seems to know about every island. I'm not sure if that's true or not. You can go and verify whether it's true or not for me. Javert was astonished upon hearing this. Really? Your tiger has this ability. What did it tell you? I didn't hear it bark at all. Regarding this point, Ning Feng had already prepared his words. He smiled and said, "It doesn't need to bark. My heart and its heart are already bound together. I know what it's thinking. Otherwise, why do you think it would listen to me? Wow, it's so strange that it's bound to the tiger's heart." Back on Earth, even scientists wouldn't have dared to imagine that something like this could actually happen. However, how did you and the tiger become bound? It can't be that you're bound just by looking at each other, right? Faced with Xiaowei's persistent questioning, Ning Feng did not intend to hide anything. He explained, "You're overthinking it. I don't have the ability to become bound to a tiger just by looking it in the eye. Actually, this is all thanks to an item in this world called the Beast Taming Contract Fruit, which I got from a supply chest. If there's a chance in the future, I'll use a Beast Taming Contract Fruit in front of you to open your eyes." Hearing this, Javert didn't ask any more questions. He nodded. "Okay, then tell me the distribution of supplies on mysterious island number 1003 as soon as possible. I'll take my companion with me and go verify it for you." After, Ning Feng then succinctly explained to him the distribution of supplies on that mysterious island of Xiaowei. Javert, of course, didn't delay and grabbed his companion, heading towards his small raft. Ning Feng wasn't surprised that Zhaoi's ships were still LV1 level. In fact, besides Javert, there are a few other members in their legion whose ships are also level 1. It's not that they lack the experience to meet the upgrade standards. The upgrade requires far too much iron ore, so much so that they can't gather enough iron ore for the time being. No way. Mining iron ore requires pickaxes or shovels, and making shovels or pickaxes requires iron ore. This is a complete closed loop. Unless you obtain the tools for mining iron ore from a resource chest, or someone happens to be selling iron ore. Otherwise, they would have no way to collect iron ore. Moreover, Even if they did, without a cheat code, it would be very difficult for them to find the exact location of the iron ore. After all, iron ore is buried in the ground and cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, from now on, these members don't need to worry about these issues. Since he can help Xiaowei read the distribution of resources on Xiaowei Island, he can definitely do the same for other members. In addition, he also distributed the shovels and pickaxes to these members. It's only a matter of time before these members want to be promoted. No longer worrying about upgrading crew members' ships. Seeing that everyone was working, Ning Feng naturally didn't intend to be idle either. I recall that once a ship reaches level 3, it will automatically harvest seafood. Ning Feng then returned to his boat, intending to see how much seafood the boat had hauled up in less than an hour. Open the ship warehouse and take a look. It's the same as what was shown on the navigation system screen before. The seafood caught by the ships is indeed automatically stored in the ship's warehouse. In less than an hour, a total of 57 kilograms of fish, 89 kilograms of crabs, and 66 kilograms of shrimp were caught. The efficiency of fishing boats is not very fast, but it's better than nothing. And his boat is currently docked on the west side of the shared island. The waters here are not abundant with seafood. Thinking of this, Ning Feng then planned to move the ship to a mysterious island rich in seafood. That way, we could probably catch even more seafood. As it happened, he was indeed heading to the mysterious island to collect supplies. Even though he currently has enough crops and fruits, he still lacks animals. For example, on mysterious island number 96, domestic pigs have spawned. He's wanted to raise pigs for a long time. Previously, the animals that spawned on the mysterious island were always wild boars, and he didn't have the ability to catch them alive even if he wanted to raise them. Now that domestic pigs have been introduced, how could he possibly miss this opportunity? Then, after explaining his plans to Yuqing, Ning Feng steered the ship alone towards the mysterious island number 96. As for Tai Go, he naturally chose to stay by Yuqing's side to protect her. Certainly, with the tiger's help, Ning Feng would probably find it easier to subdue the domestic pig. But there's no way around it. One's wife is definitely much more important than a pig. Although he had already screened all the members on the shared island, the loyalty coefficients he obtained from his cheat system were all quite high. However, humans are inherently creatures that are constantly changing. Human nature can never be fixed. It's impossible to say that just because someone seems like a good person at first glance, they'll be a good person for life, right? Therefore, just in case, we should still be careful about things that need to be done. After all, if an accident happens, there will be no chance to regret or make amends. Even if there is only a 1% chance that those members will rebel, he must treat it as a 100% certainty. The location where we landed on mysterious island number 96 this time. Ning Feng deliberately chose the southern side of the island. This place is rich in seafood, and he wanted to see how efficient boats could be in automatically catching seafood in such a location. Then, Ning Feng then ran directly towards the location of the domestic pig. The accurate data provided by the Golden Finger is that there are a total of 5 domestic pigs on this island. 3 males and 2 females. Not to mention capturing all 5 alive. If we can capture 1 male and 1 female alive, that will be enough. After all, a sow gives birth to a whole litter. Based on the fact that a cow's calving period is only 7 days in this world, I estimate that the sow's birthing speed will be fast, not slow. In other words, as long as you can capture 1 male and 1 female pig alive, the pigs are breeding, and it won't be long before there are hundreds or even thousands of pigs. 152. The mountain spring has dried up. Regarding the previous chapter, many longtime readers have commented on its flaws and lack of originality. It's necessary to clarify this. First, everyone should consider the protagonist's motivation for saying that the tiger can read information about the island. He didn't do it to convince others that the tiger has this ability, but to conceal his own golden finger ability. As long as he succeeded in concealing it, it didn't matter whether others believed him or not. The protagonist's goal was achieved. He just made up a not too outlandish reason for saying that the tiger can read information about the island. Secondly, even if you insist on using some logic, this tiger is a native species of this world, so it's not unreasonable to say that it understands the structure of all the islands in this world, don't you think? Finally, even something as absurd as entering this world happened, and ships could even teleport. What's so unreasonable about a native tiger knowing the distribution of resources on an island? This is something that others can't verify. No matter what the protagonist says, as long as they can't prove that the protagonist is lying, then whatever the protagonist says is acceptable. As long as the protagonist tells the members about the distribution of resources, and the members do find the resources according to the protagonist's instructions, then even if those members think it's unreasonable, can they think of any other explanation? Naturally, they can only choose to believe it. I know explaining these things in the main text will affect your reading experience, and I apologize in advance. However, I've seen many long-time readers saying it's idiotic, and I really don't want you to misunderstand. Regarding the tiger's ability to access island resources, I have naturally thought about it carefully and only wrote it because I felt it was feasible. I hope you understand. If you still feel awkward or find it idiotic after reading these explanations, I hope you won't take it too seriously. Nobody's perfect, and I will pay more attention to details in the future. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. After trekking through the jungle for about 10 minutes, Ning Feng could hear the squealing of a group of pigs from a great distance. Parting the vegetation, I looked in the direction from which the sound came. All that could be seen were 5 pinkish-white adult domestic pigs, rolling around in the mud. Looking into those innocent and adorable eyes, Ning Feng knew that these 5 pigs were definitely purebred domestic pigs from Blue Star. After all, not every animal can convincingly appear not very intelligent at a glance. Oh right, and huskies can do it too. They can be considered the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick of the animal kingdom. While cattle can be easily captured by binding them with vines, this is clearly impractical for capturing domestic pigs. Domestic pigs have thick necks and small heads, which is equivalent to having no neck at all. Even if they are trapped by vines, they can easily break free. Ning Feng can only think of 2 methods to capture it at the moment. He could either capture them with his own body, carrying them one by one, which would probably be feasible. Another approach is to drive them toward the ship as much as possible. As long as they are within the control range of the ship warehouse, he can use the ship warehouse to transfer them to his private island. Ning Feng is a smart man, not a reckless fool, and he definitely rejected the first approach. Right now, we should try to drive them away or lure them near the ships. Given that pigs are gluttonous creatures, it would probably be faster to lure them with food than to violently drive them near the ship. Then, Ning Feng quickly ran back to the ship, took out a wicker basket and a lot of fruit from the ship's warehouse, and then carried the basket on his back towards the location of the domestic pigs. He hadn't used a wicker basket in a long time since he got an ox cart. Ning Feng never expected that the rattan basket would reappear in the world for the purpose of catching wild boars. After returning to the mud pit where the domestic pigs lived, Ning Feng smashed the watermelon in the wicker basket, throwing out some of the watermelon flesh. Domestic pigs, being gluttonous animals, naturally wouldn't remain indifferent to watermelon flesh. The 5 domestic pigs that were still lying in the mud scrambled out of the mud and ran towards the watermelon pulp when they saw it scattered on the ground. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. There's hope. He then began to scatter food to lure the pigs toward the boat. In the end, he successfully lured the domestic pigs to the beach. Fearing that the pigs would retreat back into the jungle after eating, Ning Feng deliberately left more food on the beach, and while feeding them, he reached out and touched the 5 pigs. Although they were covered in mud and dung and smelled terrible, he had no choice but to risk his life so that the ship warehouse could access these 5 pigs. Fortunately, he is now open to enuching and willing to do anything. Otherwise his hands probably wouldn't be able to perform crafts to vent his energy for a while. After completing these preparations, he ran back to the ship's control room as quickly as possible and turned on the navigation system screen. Upon opening the ship warehouse, it was discovered that the 5 pigs had been successfully identified by the ship warehouse. Without saying a word, he moved the 5 pigs directly into the cattle pen on his private island. He had already expanded the cattle pen, sheep pen, and other similar facilities. Therefore, these 5 domestic pigs can still be accommodated in the cattle pen for the time being. He could make a separate pen for the pig after they finish their sea voyage and return to their private island. After catching the domestic pig, He also quite liked the sheep on the island. Just as Ning Feng was about to disembark again to catch more sheep, a notification sound from a friend rang on his navigation system screen. I opened it and took a look. It was sent by Xiaoru Jiang. However, Xiaoru Jiang is currently being controlled by An Yuqing, so the message should have been sent by An Yuqing. He knew An Yuqing's personality. If there was nothing wrong, An Yuqing would definitely not bother him. I guess they've encountered some kind of problem. Ning Feng's heart tightened instantly, and he quickly opened the Xiaoru Jiang friend chat window. Xiaoru, Ning Feng, are you busy? There's been a bit of a problem here. Do you have time to come back and take a look? Feng Yu. Wife, what's wrong? Xiaoru Jiang. The waterway is dry. Li Chun said the mountain spring water source has stopped flowing. Seeing this, Ning Feng was also taken aback. Can mountain spring water run dry? That can't be right. When he was reading it, the cheat code clearly stated that the size of the spring opening determines how much water the spring can flow out at that size. In other words, doesn't that mean the water source is inexhaustible? How could it have dried up completely? 153. Formula for calculating the total amount of spring water. Freshwater resources are extremely important. He naturally had to go back and see what was going on. Have no choice. He had no choice but to put the matter of catching sheep aside for the time being. Then, he directly steered the boat to the shared island. Upon arrival at the shared island, before he even disembarked, he saw a dried-up waterway on the beach through the glass window of the control room. There really wasn't a single drop of water left. He hurriedly disembarked, while An Yuqing and the others had been waiting on the beach for quite some time. Upon seeing Ning Feng appear, An Yuqing rushed to him anxiously and asked, Ning Feng, what's going on here? I was filling my water container perfectly fine, and suddenly the water ran out. There was absolutely no warning. Yeah, boss, I just came back to store supplies, and I witnessed the water in the waterway suddenly disappear, Li Chun chimed in. In response, Ning Feng nodded in acknowledgement, but did not rush to reply. Instead, it immediately used its cheat code to read it. Upon reading it, Ning Feng suddenly understood. It turns out he misunderstood the meaning of golden finger before. It turns out that there really is a limit, or rather, a precise quantity, of spring water. The explanation given by the game developer is, if a mysterious island spawns a spring, the total amount of spring water will be 10 times the current resource rating of the mysterious island multiplied by 1 ton. In other words, for example, on the shared island they have landed on, the resource rating is 100. So the total amount of spring water is 110. 1 ton equals 1,000 tons. As for the information he previously obtained using his cheat code, that's not wrong either. The explanation was given because the question he was asking was about the maximum flow rate of the mountain spring water. The flow rate of mountain spring water does indeed depend on the size of the spring head. He simply misinterpreted the meaning of golden finger. It's not wrong to say that no matter how big the spring is, the water flowing out can always be kept at full capacity, but this does not mean that the amount of spring water is unlimited. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. If the spring water is truly unlimited, then if he increases the production of metal water tanks, wouldn't he be able to easily collect tens of thousands of tons of spring water a day in the future? If that were the case, he estimated that if he collected spring water for a day, he would never have to work hard again for the rest of his life. This is obviously unrealistic. Alas, my grand dream of a prosperous future has been shattered. He can only blame himself for not thinking things through carefully when he used his cheat code, which led him to mistakenly believe that the spring water was infinite. That's enough. Actually, Ning Feng is satisfied with things as they are now. 1,000 tons of mountain spring water, let's do the math. 600 ml/3 nautical coins. 1,000 tons of spring water is worth 5 million nautical coins. That's quite a lot. Moreover, currently, the only reason there is a total of 1,000 tons of spring water is because the resource rating of this shared island is not high. But what if in the future, you encounter a shared island with a rating of 500? Wouldn't that mean we could collect 5,000 tons of mountain spring water? Therefore, Ning Feng took this matter in stride, and it didn't affect his confidence at all. Now that the spring water from the shared island has been completely collected, the task of collecting fresh water can be considered complete. However, explaining such things was troublesome, So Ning Feng simply gave a perfunctory answer. Perhaps the water in the spring has dried up. There are quantity restrictions on fruits and crops, and there are also restrictions on spring water, which is normal. Don't worry. Then, Ning Feng looked at Yuqing and said, Wife, since the spring water has all dried up, you don't need to go and check the water tank anymore. After you move all the water tanks into our ship's warehouse, you can go home and rest. And Yuqing shook her head after hearing this. I don't want to rest. I haven't done anything. If people think I'm a useless person who can't do anything, they'll think I'm a cripple. As the team's management, we should take the lead. Wait a minute. I'll go move the water tank right away, and then I'll go with you to collect supplies. Having said that, and Yuqing didn't give Ning Feng a chance to refute her and ran straight towards Li Chun's ship. Seeing this, Ning Feng smiled helplessly. Sigh, my wife is great in every way, except she's too hardworking. That won't do. She's a regimental commander's wife, after all. She does everything herself. If word gets out, people will think he's incompetent, unable to even take care of his own woman, and that she has to suffer along with him. However, Ning Feng also understood Yuqing's personality. What else can we do? Spoil her and indulge her. While Yuqing was moving the water tank, Ning Feng then looked at Li Chun and instructed him. I'm taking my wife to other mysterious islands to collect supplies in a little while. Remember to keep an eye on the members and make sure they complete the Legion building tasks. Try to finish the construction of 2 Legion buildings today. Also, after all the members have harvested all the supplies on the shared island, tell them not to leave yet. Send me a message when the time comes, and I'll hold a meeting with them. Upon hearing this, Li Chun nodded repeatedly, truly giving the impression of being completely obedient. Okay, boss. Don't worry, Shue, and I will take care of everything here. You and your wife can go and collect supplies without worry. Yes, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. Just after explaining the next steps to Li Chun, Yuqing successfully moved all the metal water tanks. He then took Yuqing's hand and boarded his ship, heading towards the mysterious island number 96. Li Chun, watching them leave, sighed softly and looked at Bai Shui, saying, Sigh, I thought I could win the boss's favor with my looks, but I never expected that the boss already has such a perfect woman by his side. It seems that trying to win favor by relying on one's looks won't work. But Shue, it seems that you and the boss knew each other long before you entered this world. Logically speaking, you should be as happy to see each other as the boss and Zhaoi did when they met. Why do I feel like you're strangers? Is there some unspeakable past between you two? You're not the boss's ex-girlfriend, are you? Tell me about it. Bai Shui knew that she couldn't hide this from anyone. After all, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that something must have happened between her and Ning Feng. Since it couldn't be hidden any longer, in order to avoid Li Chun harassing her all the time in the future. With a bitter expression, she recounted all those past events to Li Chun. 154, Snow White's Heart Knot. Li Chun was also extremely surprised after hearing Bai Shui's remarks. Who would have thought that Bai Shui and the boss had this tragic past? However, she was more optimistic than Bai Shui and comforted her. Oh, Shue, you don't know how lucky you are. Since the boss did something like that to you before, doesn't that mean he liked you before? It's very possible that the boss has feelings for you too. That's your advantage. Unlike me, I reckon even if I offered myself to the boss, he wouldn't even look at me. If I were you, I would let go of these grudges and treat the boss better. Who knows, the boss might just take you into his harem. It's the apocalypse now, so survival and having someone to rely on are the most important things. Besides, the boss isn't ugly. You could even say he's kind of handsome. Even putting aside his abilities, I quite like the boss's type. Bai Shui was naturally aware of what Li Chun had said. This is no longer Earth. In this world, living well and attaching herself to a powerful figure is what's in her best interest. But her relationship with Ning Feng has always been a knot in her heart. So much so that no matter how many outstanding men she met on Earth showed interest in her, she chose to distance herself from them. Because she felt she was no longer perfect and didn't deserve a perfect love. If she hadn't met Ning Feng, this matter would have remained unmentioned and would have stayed hidden deep within her heart until her death. But now that she's met Ning Feng, how can she possibly control her own heart? At this point, The fact that she can speak to Ning Feng in a polite tone is already the biggest concession she can make. Therefore, she could never agree to Li Chun's suggestion to lower herself, curry favor with Ning Feng, or even join Ning Feng's harem. She looked at Li Chun and said firmly, Chun, it's impossible for me to fall in love with Ning Feng. Never. If you really like him, I, as your friend, will naturally not object. But never mind. Right now I just want to live well on my own. Seeing that Li Chun was about to say something, Bai Shui quickly interrupted. All right, let's not talk about these things. The biggest concession I can make right now is being able to communicate with Ning Feng. Let's go collect supplies first and urge the members to complete the Legion's construction. From now on, Ning Feng and I will only have official business, not personal matters. After saying that, Bai Shui walked towards the depths of the island on her own. This made Li Chun, standing behind him, shake his head and sigh helplessly. Why is Bai Shui such a stubborn woman? So stubborn. Never mind. She wasn't involved in Bai Shui's case, and she had no right to judge anything. Let's focus on living well first. On Ning Feng's end, he naturally chose the south side of the mysterious island number 96 as the landing site for his ship. This area is rich in seafood resources, and it is estimated that the automatic fishing by the boats can bring him a considerable harvest in a day. After disembarking, he and Yuqing each led an ox cart straight toward the center of the island. That area is rich in mineral resources. The cost of iron ore is too high these days, so we should hurry up and collect more iron ore. As for the capture of animals, Ning Feng did everything himself before because Tai Gu was left with Yuqing to protect her. Now that Yuqing is under his protection, Tai can go and capture the animals on this island for him. Certainly, fearing that Tej might be greedy and unable to control his appetite, Ning Feng specifically emphasized that the sheep must not be killed. They should be driven to the vicinity of the boat. As for those crops and fruits, at this stage, Ning Feng has no interest in them. First, with the Legion benefits, he can get 15% of the resources collected by Legion members. These crops and fruits are more than enough if the Legion members collect them. Secondly, his own fields are already full of crops. After his voyage ends today, he will invite some Legion members to live on his island. At that time, the farmland will likely continue to expand. Therefore, there is no need to worry about or waste energy collecting fruits and crops. Instead of wasting this time, we should collect more valuable resources. Ning Feng and Yuqing were busy until noon. It's estimated that the members on the shared island have probably already used up almost all of that island. It was lunchtime, and he decided to go back to the shared island to take a look. So he and Yuqing led the ox cart, carrying iron ore, toward the ship. Upon arrival at the ship, Ning Feng spotted a flock of fluffy sheep grazing on the beach near the edge of the jungle from a distance. Tai Gu acted like a bodyguard, constantly circling around the sheep, controlling them and making sure they wouldn't sneak back into the woods. It must be said, with Tej around, he really doesn't have to worry about animals anymore. As long as no wild beasts more ferocious than tigers appear on the island in the future, then Tai Gu will basically be invincible, and capturing any animal will be no problem for him. After successfully transferring the sheep to the private island and storing the mined iron ore in the ship's warehouse, Ning Feng noticed that the iron water tank at the end of the bamboo diversion device was also full, so he quickly replaced it with a new iron water tank. Thinking about it now, fortunately, he didn't mind the trouble that morning, and, knowing that he needed to open the waterway, he also installed bamboo diversion devices on the two mysterious islands. That's right. This device came in handy. With these two devices, we can collect at least 200 tons more spring water a day. Why not take advantage of it? Thinking, Ning Feng then steered the ship to the mysterious island number 33, replaced the metal water tank on that island with a new one, and then went to the shared island again. Upon arrival at the shared island, it was pretty much as Ning Feng had predicted. Many members were already waiting on the beach. Meanwhile, the members still in the jungle were returning laden with their spoils, carrying wicker baskets, and hurrying towards the beach. Today's voyage was probably the most relaxing and enjoyable one these members had ever taken. They don't need to worry about whether they can find supplies. They can just go directly there. In this way, in addition to saving them physical strength, it also naturally brought a lot of positive effects to his mindset. After all the members had gathered together, Ning Feng stood in the center of the crowd and began to speak. Next, I have two things to announce. First, my private island needs some members to come with me to build it and live on my island. I will definitely take full responsibility for your food, clothing, and accommodation. However, the resources you collect in the future will no longer belong to you personally. This is entirely voluntary. I will not force you. Think about it yourselves. Second, 155, selecting talent to stay on a private island. Secondly, as you all witnessed this morning, my tiger is very intelligent. It can tell who has a rebellious nature and who doesn't just by smelling it. It told me about the distribution of supplies on this island. As for whether it's true or not, you've probably already figured it out after collecting supplies all morning. However, to my surprise, it not only had a thorough understanding of the distribution of resources on this island, it also has a thorough understanding of the resource distribution on all the mysterious islands in this world. In other words, as long as you tell me the number of the mysterious island you land on each time you go out to sea, I can tell you the distribution of supplies on the island with the corresponding number. This will greatly improve your efficiency in collecting supplies. Ning Feng's remarks surprised everyone in the Legion. You should know, what's troubling them most right now is that searching for supplies on the mysterious island takes too much time. If what the leader said is true, and his tiger knows all the information about the islands in this world, then this would be an absolutely fantastic thing for them. In a short time, the members in the formation instantly erupted in cheers. Some were so excited they danced around, others whispered among themselves, and most were naturally glad they had made the right choice. Joining the Wind God ranking Legion is probably the best thing they've ever done in their lives, besides being reborn. Seeing that the crowd was getting increasingly agitated, Ning Feng quickly raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Ning Feng's authority was still considerable. With a single gesture from him, the crowd, which had been boiling like oil in a pot, instantly calmed down and fell silent. I can see that everyone is happy, so of course I am happy too. But now is not the time to celebrate. Let's solve this problem first. Getting back to the first point, and after giving everyone so much time to consider, are there any of you willing to come and develop your careers on my island? If you have one, step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, most people were eager to try. After all, the opportunity to live under the same roof as the world's #1 is extremely rare. As the saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Even if they were just doing odd jobs on a big shots island, it would still be much better than struggling to survive alone. Besides, let alone the end of the world. Even on Earth, there are countless people who would rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Therefore, almost everyone in the formation moved forward one step. Boss, I'm willing. Boss, I'd like to too. Me too. Me too. Just give me some food and a safe place to live, and I'm willing to stay here for the rest of my life. Faced with the responses from the crowd, Ning Feng was dumbfounded. Previously, he thought it would be good if about 10 people were willing to come and stay on his island. After all, once you live on his island, you certainly can't be as carefree anymore. You could say you've lost your freedom. Moreover, the supplies they collected no longer belong to them personally. This is like a contract of servitude. He never imagined that so many people would be willing. It's definitely a good thing that someone is going to his island to help with the work. However, given the current size of his private island, he doesn't need that many people for the time being. He then raised his hand again to calm the restless crowd. I am naturally very happy that people are willing to believe in me and that so many people support me. However, I don't need that many people on my island right now. Since all of you who stepped forward did so voluntarily, I might as well just pick one from among you. To the selected members, I hope you will work hard under my guidance. As long as you don't have any ulterior motives, I will treat you well. And those members who weren't selected, don't worry. As long as you're in my legion, you're my family. I just don't need that many people right now. In time, if my island grows bigger, I'll naturally bring you all to my island. After exchanging some pleasantries, Ning Feng looked directly at the crowd and began making his selection. He said it would be a random selection, but he would definitely choose some of the more loyal and capable people. You, and you. In less than a minute, Ning Feng successfully selected 22 members, 18 men and 4 women. These 22 people are considered the best among them. He is an exceptional individual in terms of ability, character, and appearance. In this way, a single wooden building would be enough to house them. As for Li Chun and Bai Shui, they were not among them. Firstly, they did not take the initiative to stand up. Secondly, Ning Feng indeed has no intention of bringing them over for the time being. After all, as the managers of the Legion, they needed to have ships. However, if only one person is picked up, it would be inappropriate for the other person to be alone on the ship. Therefore, it would be better to let both of them stay on their own ships. After the personnel are confirmed, Ning Feng then looked at Li Chun and Bai Shui and instructed them. We dealt with more than 100 people this morning, so there will probably be quite a few more ships left unmanned. Go and make the arrangements. Let our Legion members take over. Ships are valuable assets. Don't waste them. As for the rest of you, you may rest if you wish, or eat if you wish. If you plan to go to your respective mysterious islands to collect supplies, then ask me for the distribution of supplies. Upon hearing this, only a fool would take a break. If they could find out the distribution of supplies on their mysterious island, they could collect enough supplies in an afternoon to last at least half a month. The thought that I might not have to worry about food and clothing for the next 2 weeks makes me wonder what it would matter if I went hungry for a day. So the Legion members lined up one by one and stood in front of Ning Feng to inquire about the distribution of supplies on their respective mysterious islands. Considering the large number of people, Ning Feng also shortened the information read by the golden finger. The so-called discarding the dross and selecting the essence refers to the principle of discarding the dross. If spoken at a slightly faster pace, it takes about 15 seconds to clearly explain the distribution of resources on a mysterious island. Of course, the Legion currently has 500 ships, and even after deducting its own, it still has 499 ships. That means there are at least 499 mysterious islands that need to be explored. If information for every single island is read, at a rate of 15 seconds per island, it would take at least 2 hours. He doesn't have the time or energy to deal with all that. In any case, it's impossible for 2 people to completely collect all the information from a mysterious island in just one afternoon. Therefore, Ning Feng also suggested that they travel together. For example, Member A has a resource rating of 300 on the island. If there are a lot of resources, Member A can gather dozens of people, including members B, C, D, etc., to collect them together. This greatly reduces the amount of work he needs to do to explore the mysterious island. 156. Boss, you are my second parents. With this more time-saving method, Ning Feng arranged all the members in just over 10 minutes. The members boarded the ships in groups and headed to their respective mysterious islands. In an instant, the once bustling and noisy beach was suddenly reduced to only about 20 people. To be precise, besides him and Yuqing and the 22 members selected to stay on the private island, only Li Chun and Bai Shui remained. As for that kid Xiaowei, Ning Feng told him about the distribution of supplies on his mysterious island, but he still hasn't returned. They were probably having a great time collecting supplies. That's enough. Ning Feng was also hoping they would all leave to collect supplies. In this way, the more they collect, the more he gains. Now that's great. I can finally be a hands-off manager. It still feels good to think about it. Considering it was lunchtime and there was nothing else to do, Ning Feng suddenly suggested, "The rest of you, would you like to come with me to my island for a tour and have lunch while we're there?" In response, the others naturally wouldn't refuse. When the rankings came out and they saw that Ning Feng's island was much larger than theirs, they had long dreamed of going to visit it. To be able to witness firsthand the scale of the tycoon's island development is something we could only dream of. As for Bai Shui and Li Chun, actually, Bai Shui didn't really want to go, but Li Chun really wanted to go, so as Li Chun's companion, she naturally had no choice but to go with her. And so, led by Ning Feng, the group boarded his ship and headed to his private island. The moment the ship docked, the people on the ship's deck exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was especially shocked when they saw the 4-story wooden building. My God, you really can't see the difference unless you see it with your own eyes. While we were still sleeping outdoors, our boss was already living in an apartment building. Yes, yes. Seeing it with your own eyes is far more impactful than seeing those cold, hard numbers on a leaderboard. Fields everywhere, and tall buildings. Wow, I never dared to imagine that before. To everyone's surprise. Whether it's a genuine reaction or just flattery, it doesn't matter. Ning Feng wasn't particularly proud. He felt his island was just so-so. It's far from surprising. He's not one to settle for living in a wooden house. Once the spring water is on the shelves, he's determined to build the villa. Alright, what's the point of just looking from the ship? If you really want to know, get off the ship and take a proper look around, Ning Feng urged with a smile. Immediately, the group disembarked in an orderly fashion and landed on the island. Although Ning Feng's island is only slightly larger than the islands of these other members, everything else is the same. But these members were like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Their curiosity was almost as great as that of children. To put it dramatically, it's as if the air on his island is sweet. In response, Ning Feng then enthusiastically introduced himself to everyone. These fields were all cultivated by my wife and me. Now that you've joined us on the island, the farmland will definitely continue to expand, and the wooden building in front of you will be your future residence. This wooden building has 12 rooms, 2 people per room, which is just enough to accommodate everyone. You can go and choose a room later. Upon hearing this, the members, except for Bai Shui and Li Chun, couldn't sit still any longer. At first, they thought that the big boss probably wouldn't let them stay in the house for privacy reasons. Who would have thought that the boss had already arranged rooms for everyone in advance? It felt like a homeless person suddenly inheriting a manor, a dreamlike experience. This is not an exaggeration at all. Although their ships are now all at level 2 and they have their own private island. But the island was barren and there was nothing there. You'd be lucky to find a wooden bed to sleep on in the open air. To put it nicely, they are homeless people without a fixed abode. To put it bluntly, they're not even as good as homeless people. After all, homeless people can find shelter under a bridge to avoid the wind and rain, while they have absolutely no place to hide. Now that they suddenly have a home to shelter them from the wind and rain, it's impossible not to be excited. Many members were so overjoyed that they burst into tears. Wah, boss, you're so good to us. I'll definitely follow you and work hard. Boss, me too. You're like my second parents. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng smiled and said casually, You flatter me. You are all members of my legion, so it is only right that I help you. Besides, as I said, the reason I brought you here is so that you can develop the island with me. You help me with the work, so it's only right that I provide you with food, clothing, and shelter. All right, enough with the formalities, go and choose your rooms. By the way, to make it easier for my wife to wash up and so on, I'll just assign the rooms on the first floor to the 4 female members. You male members, go upstairs and find your rooms, okay? No objection. Of course, no objection. After the 22 members had all gone to choose their rooms, Li Chun, who was following behind Ning Feng, spoke up. Boss, I haven't had a chance to tell you this yet. Regarding the extra ships, Xue and I made arrangements while you were informing the other members about the distribution of supplies on their mysterious island. I have arranged for my team to deliver the supplies from the ship's cargo hold to you through our friends. Please remember to check your account in a little while. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction. Surprisingly, Li Chun and Bai Shui handled these small details quite well. Certainly. Actually, there probably wasn't much of those supplies, and he wouldn't care even if you gave them to him. But this is a matter of attitude. For these members, it is important to distinguish between what they deserve and what they do not. Those extra ships didn't belong to them to begin with, so handing over these supplies is the right thing to do. If they take it for themselves, it's not a matter of resources, it's a challenge to his authority. Since Li Chun has taken care of all these things, he naturally doesn't need to worry about them anymore. He waved and said with a smile, All right, come inside and take a look. After you've finished watching, you ladies will have to do your part and come with my wife to the kitchen to cook. With so many people, my wife definitely can't handle it all by herself. I'll also take this opportunity to go to the navigation system screen and handle some things. 157. Now this feels like home. After arranging lunch, Ning Feng returned to his room alone and turned on the navigation system screen. He first opened his friends list and took a look. Just as Li Chun said, the supplies on the surplus ships were all transferred over. Ning Feng roughly counted the supplies and found that there were more than he had expected. Leaving aside fruits and crops, there are a total of 4,021 nautical coins and 581 expansion foundation stones. He disposed of all the people on those ships. So it's only right that the supplies on the ship belong to him. He has no qualms about it. After accepting everything, Ning Feng stopped dwelling on these matters. The most important thing right now is to go to the trading hall as soon as possible and put the 1,000 tons of spring water collected today up for sale. Certainly, including the Legion's double buff and the mountain spring water collected by the bamboo drainage device. The amount of spring water he currently possesses is certainly more than 1,000 tons. But now that he has to support so many people, he definitely needs to keep some for himself. We can just put these 1,000 tons of spring water on the shelves first. After listing all 1,000 tons of spring water at a price of 600 ml/3 nautical coins, Ning Feng then listed another transaction item for acquiring supply chests. This is a routine task that Ning Feng does every time he goes to sea. Previously, when resource chests could not be synthesized, he insisted on acquiring them. Now that supply chests can be synthesized into higher-level supply chests, why would he stop? Hopefully, when I synthesize the supply chest tonight, I'll get an even more awesome item. After silently praying, Ning Feng turned off the navigation system screen. Now that everything was settled, he noticed a lively group of people outside and decided to go see what they were talking about. I left the room. Ning Feng's first reaction was that it smelled good. The enticing aroma made Ning Feng feel incredibly hungry, even without seeing what the dishes were. Arriving at the kitchen entrance, the small kitchen was packed with people. He asked why it was so noisy outside. It turned out that the 18 male members had come to the kitchen to help out after choosing their rooms. The other female members were naturally in charge of cooking and tending the fire. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and there were already quite a few stir-fried dishes on the stove. I estimate we'll be able to eat soon. Upon seeing Ning Feng suddenly appear at the kitchen door, the others all called out "boss" in unison before getting back to their work. Looking at this group of young people full of energy, Ning Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This is the life he wants. A home only feels lively and like a home when there are many people around. Currently, he is gradually starting to feel like he's back on Earth. Considering that there were already enough people in the kitchen, Ning Feng decided not to go in and cause any more trouble. Feeling bored, he took out his fishing rod again, intending to kill some time. About 20 minutes later, they called for dinner from inside the house, so Ning Feng put away his fishing rod and went back inside. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. It was just like when we were on Earth. Old friends were having a happy get-together. Although there weren't enough seats, everyone ate standing up. But once the atmosphere is right, nothing else matters. Ning Feng and Yuqing weren't enjoying the food, but rather the rare, lively atmosphere. As for the rest of the members, besides enjoying the lively atmosphere, they naturally regarded the food as delicacies. After all, they hadn't touched seasoned cooked food since entering this world. Upon learning that their eldest son's family even had their own condiments, they truly understood what survival and health meant. During lunch, Ning Feng made initial contact with these members. All 22 members have great personalities and are outstanding in their respective fields. There are IT professionals, chefs, and graphic designers. Although many of these people's abilities are not useful at this stage, Ning Feng believes that as the world develops, there will always be a time for them to shine in the future. It's never a bad thing to keep these talented people around for now. As for who Ning Feng remembers best among all the members, that could only be a girl. The woman's name was Feng Chang. Putting aside her abilities, it's mainly her name that's easy for people to remember. After all, there's plenty of time. Accommodation was arranged, meals were served, and everyone got to know each other well. Next, Ning Feng naturally planned to lead these members to do something meaningful. After all, this isn't the time to enjoy life. He kept these people on his island, but not so that they could live a life of leisure and retirement. Most importantly, Today is the only sunny day for sailing this quarter. If we just waste the afternoon like this. The next two voyages were both in the rain, making it even more inconvenient to collect supplies. Then, Ning Feng then planned to lead the 22 members living on his island to a mysterious island to collect supplies. As for Li Chun and Bai Shui, they are not currently living on his island, and they have to rely on themselves for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. So Ning Feng naturally let them go and collect their own. Of course, Ning Feng must have told Li Chun and her group about the distribution of supplies on their mysterious island. He first used the boat to send Bai Shui and Li Chun back to the shared island, and then he steered the boat to the mysterious island number 33. A silver mine has been discovered on the mysterious island number 33. This must be a rare mineral. It's the first time he's seen one since entering this world. Although it's unclear what silver or can currently be used for, given its rarity, let's collect it first. Who knows, we might need it soon. Certainly, we have enough manpower at the moment. He'll definitely collect all of its silver mines, iron mines, coal mines, and stone. As for the ox carts, with more manpower available, 2 ox carts are definitely not enough. Ning Feng then moved the cow he had just captured that day over to work as a laborer. And so, under Ning Feng's leadership, the group quickly got to work. They were busy until dusk. The whole afternoon, Ning Feng led the group to not only capture all the animals alive, but also to mine all the minerals on the mysterious islands where mineral deposits had appeared. For the time being, he doesn't need to worry about running out of iron ore. After leading everyone back to his private island, Ning Feng immediately returned to his room, intending to check on the sales figures in the trading hall. He couldn't wait to use the sailing coins he earned to buy villa building blueprints. 158. Time to go shopping. The other members, on the other hand, took the initiative to cook dinner. This time, however, these members absolutely refused to let Yuqing participate. After all, Yuqing was no ordinary person to them. She was the boss's woman. Given their social status, having to cook for them makes them feel uneasy about eating. Things like cooking are best left to them. Actually, after this period of training, Yuqing is now a woman with strong self-reliance. Although she was Ning Feng's girlfriend, she never thought that with the title of the world's #1 girlfriend, she would expect others to serve her or anything like that. However, the Legion members were extremely adamant and wouldn't let her step into the kitchen at all. She had no choice but to give up, and unable to stay idle, she turned around and went to feed the livestock. Meanwhile, on Ning Feng's side, he was incredibly excited at that moment. The sales of spring water were much better than he had imagined. 1,000 tons of spring water were put on the shelves, and in just half a day, 632 tons were sold. I earned 3.16 million nautical coins in one go. At this rate of sales, it's very likely that they'll all be sold out before tomorrow. Ning Feng felt a little uncomfortable suddenly having so much money. After being excited for a while, he finally calmed down and opened the shop. Now that he has a large sum of money in his hands, he feels more confident entering the mall. Just buy whatever you want. Certainly, it's said that if you have money, you can buy whatever you want, but you must spend your money wisely. After much deliberation, Ning Feng planned to use his cheat code to read some of the products in the mall first. Let's see how effective these products are before deciding whether to buy them. First, there's the villa he particularly likes. Message read. Item name, Villa Construction Blueprints. House specifications, land area of 1,000 square meters, including yard, 2 floors. Construction costs, 20 tons of stone, 3 tons of wood. Optional configuration, home power supply system. Selling price, 200,000 navigation coins. Ning Feng was quite satisfied with the size of the villa. There weren't many building materials either. Although he currently doesn't have enough stone in his ship's warehouse for 20 tons, he estimates he can collect it all after a few more trips at sea. However, what surprised Ning Feng the most was that building this villa was like buying a car, with optional features. After Ning Feng used his cheat code to read the data more deeply, he roughly understood the significance of this optional feature. That's roughly it. If the villa is built in conjunction with a home power supply system, once the villa was built, it came with its own electrical circuits, with light switches and circuit breakers installed in the most suitable locations. If this feature is not selected when building a villa, the electrical circuits will have to be installed manually if you want to connect the villa to electricity later. Comparing the two, even a fool would know which to choose. After all, relying on manual installation of circuits is not only troublesome, but also difficult to procure the necessary wiring materials at present. Since it can be built in one go, he naturally wouldn't choose to install water and electricity manually. After having a basic understanding of the villa construction blueprints, the next step is to address the issue of electricity. Now that I've used the cheat code, I definitely need to buy the home power supply system sold in the shop. Once a power supply system is in place, it's essential to purchase a solar power generation device as well. Before, we didn't have the money, but now that we do, we definitely need to get electricity. After all, whether technology is advanced or not, and whether life is good or not, depends entirely on whether you have electricity. Having electricity means that your quality of life has reached a new level. Thinking. Ning Feng then checked the solar power generation device and household power supply system. Message read. Item name, solar power generation device. How to use. Simply connect the generator circuitry to the electrical circuit of the item/building that requires power. Daily power generation. Under the condition of meeting the power generation conditions, the peak power generation is 1.2 kilowatts, and the battery storage plate can store up to 50 kilowatt hours of electricity. Selling price, 300,000 navigation coins. Message read. Item name, household power supply system. How to use. Cannot be used alone. Must be used in conjunction with building construction blueprints. Selling price, 250,000 navigation coins. Seeing this, the information about these two supplies is easy to understand. I won't go into detail about the home power supply system, just use it with the diagram. However, the power output of that solar power generation device was better than Ning Feng had expected. With a peak power of 1.2 kilowatts, assuming that the power generation conditions are met for 10 hours a day, it can generate 12 kilowatt hours of electricity per day, which is quite good. Don't be fooled by the fact that 12 kilowatt hours of electricity isn't much. Actually, if you think about it carefully, back on Earth, a typical household would only consume a few dozen kilowatt hours of electricity per month if they didn't use high-power appliances like air conditioners. Given his current situation, even if the villa is built, the only time electricity will be used will be to turn on the lights and charge mobile phones and computers. He estimated that he would not need to use home appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, and televisions in the short term. Therefore, this solar power generation device should be able to meet his needs. Even if that's not enough, wouldn't it be enough to just buy a few more solar power generation devices? After understanding the necessities, next up are some entertainment devices. Since devices like mobile phones and computers are sold in this world's mall, Ning Feng felt that they must have some significance. If there were no internet or signal, then the existence of mobile phones and computers would be less meaningful. And so, to verify his suspicions, Ning Feng started reading the data on his phone and computer again. Message read. Item name, Huawei Mate Pro 70. Device hardware, featuring the Kirin 10000 chip with a leading 2 nanometers process, 16 gigabytes plus 1 terabyte of RAM, a 144 Hz 4K adaptive refresh screen, and an endless sea world that promises 10 years of smooth performance. Signal issue. Endless Voyage World has signal base stations far exceeding those on Earth. It connects to the survivor's Voyage system screens via wireless transmission to enable Wi-Fi functionality. Survivors can also pay corresponding Voyage coins to purchase phone plans, obtain a signal, and enable functions such as making calls/accessing the internet. Selling price, 100,000 navigation coins. Message read. Item name, Huawei MateBook 15-inch. Hardware, featuring the Kirin H1 desktop chip with a leading 2 nanometers process, built-in 16-core CPU and 16-core GPU, 64 gigabytes of RAM, 2 terabytes hard drive, a custom-designed 5090 16 gigabytes graphics card for Endless Voyage, and a 15-inch ultra-clear Retina 8K screen, 240 Hz adaptive refresh rate. Endless Voyage promises 10 years of smooth performance. Signal issue. The Endless Voyage world has signal base stations far exceeding those on Earth, connecting the survivor's navigation system screens wirelessly to enable Wi-Fi functionality. Selling price, 150,000 navigation coins. 159, spending a fortune, consuming 1.25 million nautical coins on shopping. After seeing the information about mobile phones and computers, Ning Feng was dumbfounded. These configurations, if placed on Earth, would undoubtedly be far ahead of the competition. Unexpectedly, the Kirin chip, which Blue Star Huali was unable to launch due to sanctions imposed by the United States, was reborn in the endless world of navigation. This can be considered as fulfilling the regret of many fans of Hua. Besides, what excited Ning Feng the most was that this world actually had something like a signal base station. When he first saw that mobile phones and computers were for sale in the online store, he thought that it would be good enough if mobile phones could be used to take pictures. Looking at it now, doesn't that mean I can just buy it and go online right away? Since there is internet and signal, it's definitely necessary to buy a mobile phone. Putting everything else aside, having this will help you pass the time when you're bored. Right now, he has learned about almost all the products he wanted to know. Since there are no major problems, let's just buy it. Ning Feng wasn't reluctant to spend money. Since the island's area has reached its limit, there's no need to purchase expansion foundation stones to expand the island. There's nothing wrong with spending nautical coins to improve your quality of life. Moreover, he will only earn more and more nautical coins, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of nautical coins in the future. Immediately, Ning Feng didn't hesitate any longer and directly added villa construction blueprints, solar power generation device, home power supply system, Huali Mate Pro 70, Huali Mate Book 15-inch, and 10 silicone dolls to his shopping cart. All the goods added up to a total of 1.25 million nautical coins. Not many. He currently has 3,203,665 nautical coins in his account, and hasn't even spent half of them, so he's not under much pressure. After clicking to pay, I thought it would be a payment success message. Unexpectedly, a new pop-up window appeared. Please customize the appearance of your purchased silicone doll. Custom. Appearance. Lolita type, mature woman type, young woman type. Body type. Full-figured, slim. Clothing. Office lady uniform. Maid outfit. Police uniform. Nurse uniform. Generated with one click based on Japanese teacher. Akaho Yoshizawa, Shinoa Mikami, Yui Hitano, and Ryokita. Good heavens. Ning Feng was immediately speechless. It's surprising that this world truly cares about men, not only providing small plastic wives, but also supporting custom appearances. That would be even better, one of each style. Since it wasn't for his own use anyway, Ning Feng didn't spend much time or effort on customizing Xiao Jiao's wife. Since it could be generated with one click, Ning Feng simply selected 10 well-known teachers from the one-click generator. The page then disappears, displaying the message, "Purchase successful." Those goods were automatically stored in the ship warehouse. Immediately, Ning Feng couldn't wait to take out his little wife. Of course, he wouldn't stoop to using that thing. He mainly wanted to take it out to check the workmanship and quality, and to see what price would be appropriate if he rented it out later. After randomly picking out one of the Akaho Yoshizawa Sensei little rubber wife figures, Ning Feng then began to examine it carefully. Judging from the height and size of this plastic wife, it should be a 1:1 replica of the real person. It feels like skin to the touch, so it should be made of relatively good materials. As for some details, they have all been faithfully reproduced. Certainly, some parts were definitely not recreated, otherwise, for many survivors, it would be like having a toothpick pierce their nose, and they wouldn't feel anything. Cough, cough, cough. Anyway, Ning Feng thought this little rubber wife was pretty good and should be able to attract a lot of people. Therefore, he certainly won't price it cheaply. After all, he spent 25,000 nautical coins to buy it. If the rental fee was too low, he was afraid that the thing would be ruined before he could even recoup his investment. After thinking it over, he decided to just base it on the market price on Earth. Although he had never gone to launching, he had heard of things like the 298 or 598 packages. Let's set the rental fee for the little rubber wife at 100 sailing coins / 20 minutes. 20 minutes should be enough for most people. If it's not enough, just extend the time. Blame it on themselves. Who told them to last so long? If you calculate it that way, his rented out little rubber wife only needs to serve 250 times to break even, and after that it's pure profit. At this price, Ning Feng has no trouble finding tenants. After all, it would cost 25,000 navigation coins to buy it, and at this stage, not every survivor is willing to spend so many navigation coins at once. In contrast, 100 nautical coins can provide the same treatment, but with much less economic pressure for them. After carefully considering his options, Ning Feng immediately put all 10 of his little rubber wives up for rent in the rental hall. Now he just needs to wait for his little rubber making wife to make money for him. After dealing with Xiao Jiao's wife's matter, the next step was to deal with the cell phone and computer. Ning Feng took out his phone and computer together. The phone's appearance is similar to that of Lanqing's Huali phone. Its design clearly identifies it as a Huali product. The rear camera retains the classic circular design. The side buttons are the same as those on Blue Star phones, a power button and volume up/down buttons. After turning on the phone, soon an icon for Harmony OS appeared. Next comes the phone activation page. At this point, the difference only became apparent then. If it's Earth, then you just need to activate and join the network. However, the pop-up message here is, the endless navigation system with ID 1 has been detected. Would you like to bind with it? Weather. Friendly reminder. Once your mobile phone is bound to the Endless Voyage system, you need to unbind it through the Endless Voyage system screen on your mobile phone. In response, Ning Feng naturally chose say yes. Anyway, this phone is for his own use, and binding it to his Endless Voyage system won't affect anything. Once the yes button is clicked, the navigation system screen lights up quickly, and a pop-up window appears. This is somewhat similar to Blue Star's Bluetooth pairing. Once both devices click yes, the binding process is complete. Next, the phone entered a new page, Network Access Instructions. On this screen, the package selection appears directly. Package details. 98 sailing coins package. Monthly fee of 98 sailing coins. 20 minutes of free calls. 1 gigabyte of data. 198 sailing coins package. Monthly fee of 198 sailing coins, 60 minutes of free calls, 5 gigabytes of data. 398 sailing coins package. Monthly fee of 398 sailing coins, 120 minutes of free calls, 20 gigabytes of data. 160. The roles of mobile phones and computers. Regarding the selection of mobile phone plans. Although Ning Feng has a lot of money, he is not stupid. Forget about making calls now. I doubt many people besides him can afford a cell phone. He doesn't need to contact anyone. He can simply choose the cheapest package. Anyway, even without mobile data, you can still connect to Wi-Fi. The information provided by the golden finger is that as long as you are within a 50-meter radius of the navigation system screen, you can directly connect to the navigation system screen's Wi-Fi for free internet access. After the package issue was resolved, the next step was the same normal phone activation process as with Blue Star. As for the choice of package number, there was no option to choose a package when selecting one. Ning Feng only discovered this after checking with his cheat code. After the phone was bound to the navigation system, the phone number became the navigation number. His nautical number is 1, which means that in the future, when other people also have mobile phones, they only need to enter 1 on the dial pad to call him. Ning Feng thought this was a good point. His number is a naturally short and attractive number, so he doesn't have to worry about it being hard to remember or having to spend money to buy a good number. After completing the phone activation process, including recording the in-display fingerprint unlock and 3D facial recognition unlock, the phone successfully entered the desktop. The applications on the desktop are almost identical to those on mobile phones back in Earth. These are nothing more than the phone's built-in apps such as Photos, Camera, Calendar, Clock, and Settings. However, besides these built-in apps, the 2 extra apps piqued Ning Feng's curiosity. One is the Navigation App Store, and the other is Endless Sailing. Upon learning that the mobile app store was not the Huali Mall app, but the Nautical App Store app, Ning Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when I opened it, there is no Blue Star app available for download inside. The only information on the page is a single line. No developers have yet uploaded their apps. Please stay tuned. Damn it, there's no app to download? What's the point of having internet then? Ning Feng muttered in dissatisfaction. But he quickly realized what was happening. No app, but a browser. Hiss. Can I still access the websites I treasured back on Earth? Thinking about it, Ning Feng excitedly opened the browser. He directly entered the website he always opened when performing traditional crafts on Earth into the browser's input box. www.com. I don't need to tell you what to type here, right? Come on, bring out all the good stuff. Pity. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. In this world, there aren't even any apps available. So how could anyone possibly access those websites on Earth? He was definitely overthinking it. For a moment, Ning Feng felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten dog shit. He bought the phone and paid the monthly fee. If there hadn't been any internet access to begin with, he wouldn't have thought about it. However, it's frustrating that even with internet access, the phone can't do anything. This uncomfortable feeling is akin to having a naked woman lying next to you. But unfortunately, she has HIV and you can't touch her. Oh well, this is a world for survival, not a place for health and wellness, so let's not ask for too much. After figuring it out, Ning Feng decided to stop worrying about it. Since there are app stores, it's likely that apps will appear for people to download sooner or later. These things can't be rushed. Then he opened the Endless Voyage app. Ning Feng was somewhat surprised when he opened the app. Unexpectedly, this application interface is exactly the same as the interface on the navigation system screen. Or rather, this application is actually an endless navigation system. Opening the chat public screen will also display messages sent by other survivors on the navigation system screen in real time. Open the Battleship Legion, and the content displayed inside, whether it's Legion management or Legion construction, is exactly the same. Hiss. Suddenly, Ning Feng realized a problem. The ship warehouse in the Endless Navigation System allows you to access ships whenever you need them. If the Endless Voyage app on the phone has exactly the same functions as the navigation system screen, wouldn't that mean that as long as he has the phone, he can collect resources anytime, anywhere, even on a mysterious island, or directly store resources? If that's the case, then collecting supplies will be much easier. There's no need to pick them at all, just touch them with your hand, and they'll be stored directly in the ship warehouse, right? With this in mind, Ning Feng quickly used his cheat system to read it. Unfortunately, the Endless Voyage system in this phone is a stripped-down version. All other functions work as usual, but the ship warehouse function is limited to online movement. To put it bluntly, you can use your mobile phone to directly list and sell the supplies in the ship warehouse, or trade with friends. However, physical storage is not possible. That makes sense when you think about it. If mobile phones could also support physical storage, wouldn't it be possible to collect water by simply touching the spring water and storing it all in the boat's warehouse? If that's the case, it's too abnormal and seriously affects the balance. If he can think of something, how could the world not think of it? That's enough. Let's forget about those opportunistic tricks. Since there's nothing more to research about mobile phones, let's move on to laptops. Although Ning Feng had given up hope for the laptop after the phone incident. But if you've already bought it, it would be a waste not to learn more about it. Turn on your laptop. Just like with Blue Star's computer activation, there were no further prompts to purchase any packages. After entering the computer desktop, Ning Feng discovered that there were many more applications available on the computer. In addition to the computer's built-in software, it also provides Adobe Photoshop, video editing software, and programming software for program development. It has everything from PS, AE, PR, Visual Studio, Xcode, IntelliJ IDEA, SQL Sentry, QuillDirects, etc. When I recall the message, "No developers have uploaded any apps yet, please stay tuned," that appeared when I opened the Navigation App Store on my phone, and then looking at the software available on my computer. Ning Feng suddenly wondered if this world wanted survivors to develop their own apps and upload them to mobile app stores. Don't worry, the plot is still about survival. It's just starting to develop technology, it won't go off track. 161. Preparing to develop the program. The more Ning Feng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He picked up his laptop and walked out of the room. Upon reaching the kitchen doorway, Ning Feng called out directly to a tall, thin young man wearing large black-rimmed glasses inside the kitchen. "Xiaomu, come out here for a moment." The Xiaomu he mentioned is one of the 22 members he brought today. This Xiaomu is something else. At such a young age, he is already a leader in the IT industry on Earth. During Xia Mu's self-introduction at noon, Ning Feng learned that many popular apps on Blue Star were developed by Xia Mu and his team. If Endless Voyage World truly advocates that its members develop their own applications, then Xia Mu would naturally be the one in charge of this project within his team. Hearing Ning Feng's shout, everyone busy in the kitchen looked towards Ning Feng at the same time. When they saw what Ning Feng was holding, they rubbed their eyes in astonishment, thinking they were seeing things. No matter how much they rubbed it, the object in front of them didn't disappear, and that's when they realized that the laptop the boss was holding was actually real. Boss, you even bought a laptop? That's something worth 150,000 nautical coins. TSK, the boss is really something else. While we're still figuring out how to make a living with our nautical coins, the boss is already spending money to enjoy himself. That's 150,000 nautical coins. Alright, you guys just focus on cooking. Stop with the flattery. Ning Feng then looked at Xia Mu and urged, Xia Mu, what are you standing there for? Come out now. At this point, Xia Mu then came to his senses and hurriedly ran out of the kitchen, asking suspiciously, Boss, what's wrong? Ning Feng didn't say much, but gestured for Xia Mu to follow. After leading Xia Mu to the main room, he placed the laptop on the table and pointed to the software on the screen, asking, Is this computer equipped with enough software to develop an application? After listening, Xia Mu looked carefully at the software on the computer desktop and nodded heavily. Yes, these software programs are all available, and development environments are also provided. Don't even mention developing one application. With these software programs, as long as you have enough time, you can develop as many applications as you want. Boss, do you want me to develop software? Xia Mu was indeed a smart man. Ning Feng didn't say anything, but he had already guessed Ning Feng's intention. Ning Feng didn't hide anything anymore. He nodded and explained, The spring water I collected today earned me a lot of nautical coins. I only bought a mobile phone and a laptop. I didn't expect that there weren't any apps available for download on my phone. Considering the fact that this laptop comes with so much development software pre-installed, I guess this world wants us survivors to be self-sufficient and develop our own applications. If my guess is correct, then if we can be the first to develop the app, when mobile phones become widespread in the future, the only apps that survivors want to download will be the ones we develop. Who knows? We might be able to make a lot of money with the mobile app. Xia Mu nodded understandingly and asked, So, boss, is there any software you want to develop? Give me enough time, and I guarantee I'll complete the task. In addition to Natsum's self-introduction, the Golden Finger also clearly pointed out that Natsum is a rare IT talent. Ning Feng naturally believed Natsum's statement unconditionally. He thought for a moment and said, What kind of software we develop is not important. What matters is whether the software we develop can generate profits. I saw some notes about software development and some payment interface call files on the computer, but I don't understand them either. First, see if you can make money using the app. If you can, then we can discuss what app to develop. After Ning Feng's reminder, Xia Mu didn't say anything more and directly opened the file that Ning Feng had mentioned. Much of the content in the document is a combination of Chinese and English. Although the cheat code can help Ning Feng translate all the English into Chinese. But he recognizes every single Chinese character, yet when they are combined, he is completely baffled. For now, the only option is to let Xia Mu find out. Xia Mu was an expert in this field after all, and he read these materials as if they were novels, skimming through them. In just a few minutes, Xia Mu finished reading all of this, his expression one of extreme excitement. Boss, it's profitable. It's profitable. Immediately afterwards, Xia Mu then spoke to Ning Feng in words that Ning Feng could understand as much as possible. After hearing Xia Mu's explanation, Ning Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. His guess was correct. This world not only encourages survivors to develop their own applications, but also provides developers with a channel to receive payments. For example, the payment interface call file clearly states that the developed application can call the payment interface of the navigation system, so that app users can use navigation coins to make payments when using the app. To put it simply, it's like Blue Star. After developing software that calls VX's payment interface, you can directly pay with VX when you top up your account. I don't understand the specific operating principle, but that's roughly the idea. If it can be used to make a profit, then it's worth the effort. Ning Feng frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, Xiaomu, from your professional perspective, what applications do you think have a short development cycle, low cost, yet quick results, and high profitability? Xiaomu already had the answer in his mind, and with a confident look on his face, he said, Boss, I think we can start with reading apps. Developing a reading app is not complicated. As long as you hire some high-quality writers to provide content, I think the fastest way to see results is through this app. As for video apps, live streaming apps, shopping apps, and chat and dating apps, I think they are not applicable in this world, at least for now, and I don't see any profit points in them. What about games? Is developing games a viable business? Ning Feng pressed. As for the game, it definitely has potential, but the development cycle is too long, and each survivor has different preferences. Everyone here comes from Earth and has played all sorts of games, big and small. Getting them to spend money won't be an easy task. Moreover, if you want to make money from games, single-player games definitely don't have as high a potential as multiplayer games. But for an online game to function properly, the number of players is essential. Take the popular MOBA games on Earth as an example. If there are too few players, a game simply cannot be started. Given the current situation, it's estimated that not many people can afford a mobile phone, and there are few gamers, so developing games at this stage won't be very effective. But reading apps are different. As long as there is content, they can make a profit regardless of the number of users. Furthermore, there are people of all ages and genders who enjoy reading, unlike games, which are mostly only played by young people. In terms of audience, reading apps are better. 162. The automated fishing by the boat is really great. After Xiaomu's analysis, Ning Feng also felt that this was the case. Reading apps, to put it simply, are novel apps. As for reading novels, at least back on Earth, almost everyone from elementary school students to middle-aged men would read them in their spare time. With a wide target audience, low development barriers, and quick results, it is indeed a feasible project. So Ning Feng handed the notebook directly to Xiaomu, patted him on the shoulder, and said, All right, I'll leave this to you. You can keep the notebook for now. If you need any more assistance, just tell me, and I'll help you find someone. Get me the finished product as soon as possible. Xiaomu accepted the task with a smile. Don't worry, I won't let you down. However, we need to solve one problem before we can develop the program. Ning Feng asked, puzzled. Is there any other problem? Xiaomu explained. Developing a program requires more than just software. For mobile apps, a domain name may not be necessary, but at least a server is required. I need to see where in this world servers are purchased or leased. Ning Feng didn't know much about servers, but he had heard about them. It seems that all internet companies need servers. Back in the day, both Sunting and Alibaba had a large number of servers. Since servers are indispensable for developing programs, Ning Feng naturally didn't skimp on them. He stated bluntly, since this world advocates that we survivors develop our own programs, servers should be available for rent or purchase. Go ahead and do your research. When you need money, just come to me and I'll buy it for you. Yes, boss. By the way, boss, even if the server issue can be resolved, what about electricity? This laptop is fully charged, but I estimate it will only last for a few hours at most, which isn't enough for me to develop programs. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng smiled and said, Don't worry about that. I've already purchased a solar power generation device. The daily battery capacity is sufficient to power one laptop without any problem. That's good. Okay, boss, I'm off to get busy. Go. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Ning Feng let Xiaomu take the computer and do those things by herself. He returned to his room and turned on the navigation system screen again. He no longer needs to worry about the phone and computer, but he will naturally be responsible for the other matters. He opened the Friends app, found Xiao Chan, and opened the chat window. Feng Yu. Li Chun, go and ask around in our legion if there's anyone else who's proficient in programming and who has experience writing web novels. Feng Yu. Give me the list tomorrow. After receiving Li Chun's response, he closed the chat window and opened the ship warehouse. He's been out at sea all day, and his fishing boat has been automatically catching seafood all day. It's time to check the catch. Ning Feng was somewhat surprised when he focused his attention on the ship warehouse. The ship's fishing efficiency was far greater than he had imagined. Sea fish, lobsters, crabs, abalone, almost anything found in the sea has been caught in large quantities by boats. The total weight is over 20,000 kilograms. At this stage, water is a relatively precious resource for survival. However, meat is actually more expensive than water, but it is not a daily necessity for survivors at this stage, so it is not as important as water. A pound of wild boar meat can cost as much as 100 nautical coins. Although seafood is not as expensive as wild boar meat, it still costs more than 20 nautical coins per kilogram. Certainly, the 20+ nautical dollars he mentioned is just an average price. The price of seafood actually depends on the type of seafood. Common sea fish are priced at a few nautical dollars each, but large, meaty lobsters and king crabs, which are difficult to catch, are much more expensive. Most importantly, this is over 20,000 kilograms of seafood that we got for free. This is practically a windfall. Even if some seafood isn't cheap, it's still free money. Why not take it? Then, Ning Feng listed 19,000 kilograms of seafood directly at market prices. If he sells them all, he could earn several 100,000 nautical coins. Just as Ning Feng was feeling smug about getting free seafood, he caught a glimpse of an all-powerful fruit in the ship's warehouse out of the corner of his eye. Good heavens! I almost forgot about this guy. This all-powerful fruit was obtained from the Selectable Resource Chest achievement pack. At that time, because he had just entered the second stage, he was busy with the process of entering the second stage and did not take the all-powerful fruit in time. I got so busy that I forgot about it. Now that he remembers, he'll definitely eat it right away. 10 minutes later, Ning Feng successfully adjusted his body and immediately used his cheat system to read his body. Message read: Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 200. Human limit is 100. Strength, 180. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 195. Human limit is 100. Overall attributes, 575. Previously, when his overall attributes were only 500, he had already created a significant gap between himself and other survivors in the world. Now, after eating this all-around fruit, the gap has widened again to 75 points. In a few days, the growth trees he planted should also bear fruit. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it's unlikely anyone will surpass him in terms of overall ranking. Currently, only members of the same legion can log in to the same shared island at the same time, but based on the development pattern of this world, it is estimated that this restriction will be lifted soon. By then, I estimate that many strangers will have landed on the same island. Because of his superior overall physical attributes compared to others, he is more confident in facing the situation where multiple people land on the same island in the future. He simply didn't believe that survivors from different legions could never meet in their entire lives. If that's the case, and the survivors don't engage in any combat and face no danger whatsoever, only needing to focus on finding food, then it's hardly like survival. It's more like a large family playing house in another world. Just then, people outside started calling for dinner. So Ning Feng stopped worrying about it and got up to go out and have dinner with everyone. 163. Endless Voyage World also supports mobile payment. After dinner, most of the members were tired after a busy day, so they went to wash up and rest. The huge main room was instantly left with only the members living on the first floor and Xiaomu. Seeing that Xiaomu seemed to have something to say, Ning Feng took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong? Did you run into a problem?" Xiaomu nodded and said, "Boss, I've figured out the server issue. This world offers cloud server rental and purchase. I was thinking of buying a lightweight cloud server to use first. What do you think?" Without a second thought, Ning Feng replied, "Since I've entrusted the development of the program to you, just do whatever you think is best, and you don't need to ask me anymore. If you think it's usable, then just buy it. How much does it cost, and how should I pay?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomu immediately opened his computer's browser and went to a website with the domain name, cloud.hh. Pointing to one of the cloud servers, named Standard S616 Core, he said, This page is where survivors in this world can buy/rent cloud servers. I looked at the products inside, and they were almost identical to those on Blue Star. I think the cloud server I chose is sufficient for my needs. The prices are all listed above. If you think they're too expensive, I can choose a cheaper one. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng then looked in the direction of the computer mouse pointer. The mouse pointer is pointing to a detailed description of the standard S6 16-core cloud server. Standard S6 16-core cloud server, 64 GB memory, 100 GB system disk, 2 megabits per second bandwidth, network packet sending and receiving capacity of 2.5 million PPS. Purchase price 100,000 nautical coins. 100,000 nautical coins. Ning Feng frowned slightly. The price of cloud servers was much higher than he had imagined. However, after much deliberation, he still decided to buy it. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. The world will inevitably enter an era of universal internet technology in the future. If you start planning early, you'll be ahead of the competition in the future. If you can't even spare this small amount of money, you can forget about accomplishing anything big in the future. Buy it. Just buy it. However, how am I supposed to pay for these nautical coins? Xiao Mu explained earnestly. I just looked into how to make the payment. It seems that once you click to buy, the computer will automatically recognize the navigation system screen or the mobile phone that is bound to the navigation system screen within range. After selecting the payment device, a payment pop-up window will automatically appear on the selected navigation system screen or mobile phone. You can simply operate it on the navigation system screen or your mobile phone. Ning Feng nodded after hearing this and took the phone out of his pocket. Okay, go ahead and buy it. I'll make the payment. Having said that, Xiaomu didn't hesitate any longer and clicked to buy. Soon, a payment pop-up appeared on Ning Feng's phone. Kuali Matebook has sent you an order request requiring payment of 100,000 sailing coins. Do you agree to make the payment? Whether. Seeing this, Ning Feng felt as if he had returned to Earth and was using mobile payment. I never expected that this endless seafaring world would also come up with this mobile payment method, which is quite convenient. After Ning Feng clicked yes, the laptop responded quickly and displayed the message, payment successful. Alright, now that you've bought it, you can continue with the preparations, but remember to rest. Yes, boss. Back in the room, and Yuqing had already washed up and was lying in bed. Ning Feng, however, was not in a hurry to go to bed. After all, there are still many things to take care of today. Gradually, he came to deeply understand what it meant to, with great power comes great responsibility, and with great power comes great responsibility, and with great responsibility comes great busyness. He first opened the Legion construction page of Battleship Legion and took a look. He nodded in satisfaction. Today's Legion construction has been completed as expected. At this point, 2 more residential buildings had appeared in the video on the Legion territory page. The Legion's experience also increased from 0 to 1,000. When it hits 12 o'clock, you can get another 500 points depending on the number of members. However, to Ning Feng's surprise, the maximum number of Legion members actually increased from 500 to 600. Ning Feng was initially suspicious, but he quickly understood thanks to the intervention of the cheat system. It turns out that the limit on the number of Legion members is not based on the Legion level, but on the number of residential houses in the Legion's territory. The initial maximum number of Legion members is 500. After that, the maximum number of members increases by 50 for each residential building constructed. Ning Feng naturally liked this setting. After all, he could inform the Legion members about the distribution of resources on the mysterious island. With his help, Legion members can collect resources much faster than others, and thus complete Legion construction tasks much more efficiently. As the Legion builds more and more structures, the number of members also increases, naturally widening the gap between it and other legions. This is a virtuous cycle for him. Now that the maximum number of members has reached 600, in order to gain an extra 100 experience points, Ning Feng quickly found Xiao Ruojiang and gave her some more instructions. Fengyu, the Legion's maximum membership is now 600. Try to expand the membership to 600 before midnight. This way, we can gain an extra 100 experience points. Xiao Ruojiang. Okay, boss. Immediately, Ning Feng then stopped worrying about the Legion's affairs. I think we should have received quite a few of the supply chests that were put up for purchase today. He did open the trading hall and took a look. Not bad. In just one day, he had acquired 133 supply chests. Including the 3 supply chests he collected on the mysterious island today, he now has a total of 136 supply chests in stock. 136 supply chests can be combined to make 13 intermediate supply chests, or 2 advanced supply chests, plus 3 intermediate supply chests. Regarding this, there's no need to hesitate much. If you can synthesize something of a higher level, you should definitely synthesize the higher level first. However, before synthesizing the treasure chests, Ning Feng naturally didn't forget to use his cheat code to read these ordinary resource treasure chests first, so as not to throw in high-quality treasure chests to synthesize as well. After a few minutes of reading, Ning Feng filtered out the high-quality supply chests and found that there were still 117 supply chests that could be combined. And so, Ning Feng then opened the treasure chest synthesis interface, intending to synthesize 2 high-level resource chests and 1 medium-level resource chest. 164 mid to high-level resource chests have been released. The synthesis process is very simple. In less than a minute, 3 high-level resource chests were created through synthesis. Ning Feng read them immediately. Message read: Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, legendary, golden. Items in the supply chest: common illness medications, cold medicine, fever reducer, cough medicine, etc. Message read: Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the resource chest: complete book of fabric crafts, clothing, bedding, etc. Message read: Chest type, intermediate resource chest. Supply chest quality, excellent, green light. Items in the supply chest: magic fertilizer 10 bags. Seeing this, Ning Feng was no longer sleepy. I'm really lucky this time. I got all the mid to high level resource chests. Moreover, these supplies are all useful and needed at this stage. Especially that common disease medicine formula. With the changing weather and seasons, and since people aren't made of iron, getting sick is inevitable. It will be raining in a few days. When that time comes, many survivors will definitely choose to go out in the rain to collect supplies in order to survive. Those survivors, since entering this world, have probably not been eating or sleeping well, so it's inevitable that their resistance has decreased. At that time, many survivors will definitely catch colds and fevers. Don't underestimate these minor illnesses. Without medication, they could easily develop into serious conditions. On Earth, it's not that people don't die from overheating. Even if we take a step back and assume that a cold or fever won't kill you, it will still affect the survivor's efficiency in collecting supplies. Therefore, he believes that for a long time to come, the trading hall will have an urgent and huge demand for drugs. Now that he has obtained this common disease medicine formula, he has another way to make profits in the trading hall. And monopoly is the most valuable asset. It's not impossible that survivors will have to pay high prices for medicine to treat their illnesses. Although his idea has a sense of profiting from others' suffering, that's just how the world is, and no one can be blamed. If he were to fall ill and someone prescribed a medicine, those people would probably do the same thing. In this world, human life is worthless. In addition to pharmaceutical formulations, the complete book of fabric crafts is an amazing resource. Fortunately, he hadn't opened the advanced resource chest that he had synthesized earlier, which contained the cotton clothing manufacturing blueprint. If you open it, the two will conflict, which is equivalent to wasting a high-level resource chest. This item, titled Complete Book of Fabric Crafting, can be read using the cheat code and is basically a book that can be used to craft any item related to fabric. Clothes, pants, bed sheets, duvet covers, pillows. As long as you gather the materials, you can make them directly. So, cotton padded clothes can naturally be made as well. In this way, he no longer has to worry about being too cold to sleep when the weather turns cold. When the time comes, we'll just make a cotton quilt and rub it against an Yuching to generate heat. How could she possibly be cold? As for the final magic fertilizer, He had already learned of the existence of the amplification tree through the golden finger when he planted it. He wasn't surprised to have gotten this item from the intermediate supply chest, but he was naturally very happy. With magic fertilizer to nurture the amplification tree, it means that the amplification tree will 100% enter the next growth cycle. In other words, as long as the magic fertilizer continues, the amplification tree will not wither. Each time the growth tree grows, it can be fertilized once with magic fertilizer, which lasts for 7 days. In other words, he doesn't need to worry about the growth tree withering for at least 70 days. And during these 70 days, he was convinced he wouldn't be able to produce magic fertilizer. Therefore, from now on, the amplification tree planted at the entrance should be considered immortal. Upon learning that the 3 supply chests contained valuable items, Ning Feng naturally opened them all. He naturally used the 2 crafting manuals in the box immediately. Then, he opened the crafting section to take a look. The common disease pharmaceutical formulas option has also been added to the creation interface. Once clicked, the page is filled with the recipes for making the medicine. Fortunately, the materials used to make them are not particularly complicated. The materials needed to make medicines like cold medicine and fever reducers can all be collected on the mysterious island. The next time he goes out to sea, he won't be able to collect water, but he can collect some herbs specifically for making medicine. The items included in the book on fabric crafts are generally made from wool and cotton. He can obtain these 2 things relatively easily right now, so he has nothing to worry about. After taking care of his daily tasks, Ning Feng had no intention of lingering in front of the navigation system screen. Although he wasn't sleepy yet, his body was telling him it was time to go to bed. So he opened the shop and spent 500 sailing coins to buy 5 Silk Durex ultra-thin models in one go. Cough, cough, cough. We may not need that many, but buying more is always better than not having enough. After taking it out of the ship's warehouse, Ning Feng subconsciously glanced back at Yuqing, wondering if she was asleep. Little did he know that Yuqing was also blushing and staring at him at that very moment. The 2 stared at each other for a moment. Ning Feng felt a little guilty, scratched his cheek awkwardly, and asked, "You saw everything?" And Yuqing nodded weakly, a blush creeping across her fair and flawless cheeks. "I saw you bought 5. Ahem. Well, I'm just worried about getting pregnant." Ning Feng coughed and explained. "Are you going to wear 5 at once?" And Yuqing pouted and exposed him. "Of course I'll wear 1 at a time," Ning Feng replied shamelessly. "All right, they're all mine now. Why worry about so much? Wait, I'll go wash up right away." Can. Ning Feng hadn't even had a chance to turn off the navigation system screen yet. A message notification popped up on the friend screen. Helpless, he had no choice but to focus his attention on the navigation system screen and open Friends to take a look. It was a message from Xiaoro-chan. "Xiaoro, boss. Do you know a survivor named One Leaf Knows Autumn? Xiaoro Jiang. He contacted me and said he wanted to join our legion, saying that you saved his life before and he came to repay the favor." 165. Have they come to repay a debt of gratitude? Upon seeing this, Ning Feng paused for a moment, as he didn't seem to recognize the person. Does a single leaf herald autumn? He seemed to have seen this name when he was reading online novels on Earth, but that was on Earth. As for saving a life, he has never been a great philanthropist. In this day and age, it's already good enough that he hasn't harmed people, let alone actively saving lives. Who exactly is it? Filled with curiosity, Ning Feng asked, "Did they say what their real name is?" Xiaoro replied instantly. He didn't say his name, but he said he was a soldier and his companion was a female nurse. Soldier? Nurse. Soon, Ning Feng remembered some fragmented things. It seems that he initially obtained his power fruit through a transaction with a nurse. Could it be them? Thinking of this, Ning Feng replied, "All right, then let him join." After all, if someone is a former soldier, their physical condition is bound to be good. For one thing, they're definitely very capable of physical labor. And that nurse will definitely play a role in the future. In addition, considering the power fruit he traded for before, he did indeed take advantage of others. Now that the Legion is short of people, it's good to let him in. After receiving Ning Feng's reply, Xiaoro Jiang handled the matter quickly. Within seconds, a notification appeared in the Legion's chat channel. Survivor, One Leaf Knows Autumn. has successfully joined the team. Everyone give her a warm welcome. Then, the Legion chat channel became lively, with many members offering friendly welcome messages. Before Ning Feng could say anything in the channel, One Leaf Knows Autumn proactively tagged him. One Leaf Knows Autumn. At Wind and Rain, my benefactor. I've finally met you. I added you as a friend and sent you a private message, but you were probably too busy to see it. I joined the Legion to repay your kindness. One Leaf Knows Autumn. At Wind and Rain, my benefactor. If you ever need my help, feel free to use me. I will have no complaints and ask for nothing in return. Judging from this person's words, he seems to be a straightforward person who says what he thinks. In front of so many people, he kept calling him his benefactor, so he probably can't be a bad person. Ning Feng replied, At Yizhicho, now that you've joined my Legion, we're family. Let's not talk about repaying kindness. Besides, we only made a transaction back then, so there's no question of anyone owing anyone anything. One Leaf Knows Autumn. My benefactor, you can't say that. Although it was a transaction, you were the only one willing to sell me the medicine at the time. It was because of this transaction that I was spared. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Have to. Ning Feng knew there was no point in arguing with him about these things. Since he insisted on remembering these favors, then so be it. It's not necessarily a bad thing for him to have someone owe him a favor. He added, Okay, I'll definitely come to you if I ever need your help. Let me introduce myself first so we can all get to know you. Soon, Yi Zhiqiu replied, My name is Li Biao. I am 26 years old, and I am an active duty soldier on Blue Star. My companion is a nurse named Shani. It's nice to meet you all. Li Biao? The name gives me a strange sense of familiarity and warmth. Ning Feng muttered to himself. Now that the Legion's membership has reached the 600 limit again, the Legion chat channel is quite lively. Ning Feng also planned to try out a new feature that appeared after entering the second stage, Red Envelope. This Red Envelope feature is actually similar to Blue Star's VX Red Envelope feature. I hadn't looked into this before because he wouldn't be so rich as to give money away indiscriminately. He got a lot of good stuff today, and in a good mood, he'll treat it as a welcome gift for the new members of the Legion. He found the Red Envelope button directly in the plus area of the chat channel. I chose the Lucky Draw Red Envelope option, put in 888 sailing coins, divided them into 600 portions, and sent them out. He also symbolically grabbed one to try it out and got 37 sailing coins. In just a few seconds, all the red envelopes were gone. It's funny, but in the end, he was the one with the best luck. It seems he really had good luck today. Of course, even so, the Legion channel was still filled with expressions of gratitude. Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. Ning Feng replied perfunctorily. No need to thank me. As long as you work hard with me, you'll all get plenty of benefits. It's getting late. I'm going to rest now. Finally, the issue with the navigation system screen has been resolved. Ning Feng stood up, turned back to look at Yuqing again, and said with a mischievous smile, Wife, wait for me. I'll be right back. Then, he hurriedly ran out of the room to wash up. As for what to do after washing up, cough, 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 those who know. We're an old married couple, so we can do anything together, right? In short, Yuqing screamed very loudly that night. The next day, Ning Feng and Yuqing woke up at almost the same time. However, because the two of them had been working late last night, they didn't wake up early. However, since other members were staying on their private island, they didn't have to worry about breakfast. As for watering the amplification tree, he arranged it yesterday, and there are members in charge, so there's no need to worry. At this time, Ning Feng was full of energy and wanted to do some more morning exercises with Yuqing. However, Yuqing absolutely refused. She gave Ning Feng a very resentful look and said with dissatisfaction, You almost tortured me to death last night, and you still want more? Dream on. Humph. I'm getting up now. Having said that, Yuqing was afraid that Ning Feng would force himself on her, so she didn't give him any chance at all. She quickly dressed and ran out of the room. Seeing this, Ning Feng had no choice but to give up. However, in my heart, I started to complain about the saying, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are overplowed. He thought this statement made a lot of sense when he was on Earth. But now his own experience has shown him that this statement is utter nonsense. No sooner had Ning left the room than Ning Feng followed her. After washing up and having breakfast, Ning Feng plans to continue cultivating the land. Now there are 3 cows, and the members include him and Ning, totaling 24 people. Relying on the current small plot of land is not enough. Anyway, he produced a lot of seeds, so he wasn't worried about not having enough. However, he had more important things to do before he could start plowing the fields. That is to install the solar energy storage device. Tomorrow will be rainy, so we should take advantage of today's sunny weather to store up more electricity. Otherwise, it will slow down Xiaomu's progress. 166. Looks like you're under a lot of work pressure. Then, Ning Feng then sent Ning to lead everyone except Xiaomu to clear the wasteland. As for Xiaomu, Ning Feng then let him continue coding at home. It must be said, Huali computer is really impressive. After using it all night, it still has 30% battery left, and Xiaomu is still able to work normally. Certainly, it's not that Ning Feng wants to treat people differently. It's just that mental work is very tiring, and only those who have experienced it know this. If this were on Earth, a programmer like Xiaomu might be able to find some usable code by searching on Baidu and take a shortcut using Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. But here, all the code has to be written from scratch. It's not as easy as it looks. As a fellow member, Xiaomu has no reason to do 2 jobs. That's not fair to him. Moreover, Xiaomu is a civil official, so even if he were to do manual labor, it wouldn't necessarily improve the work progress much. It would be better to let him use his strengths and do some work that is more suitable for him. After arranging all the necessary personnel, Ning Feng returned to the navigation system screen and retrieved this solar power generation device. Since buying this thing last night, he hasn't really studied it properly except for using the cheat code to read its functions. When you take it out now, it's much larger than the image displayed on the navigation system screen. This solar power generation device is roughly divided into 2 modules. There is a power generation module and a power storage module, which are connected by a long wire. The installation process is not complicated. Simply place the power generation module in a location with ample sunlight. Without a second thought, Ning Feng placed it on the top floor of the wooden building. Since the roof of the wooden building was supported by wood, the friction was great. Relying on the weight of the power generation module, it was very sturdy without much fixing. As for the placement of the power storage module, so that it would be convenient for him and everyone else to use electricity, he placed it in the main room. After this solar power generation device was completely installed, Ning Feng went to the energy storage module. At this time, only a few inches of the LCD screen on the energy storage module was already lit up. The energy storage capacity is slowly increasing at a rate of 0.001%. Xiaomu, who was typing code at the table in the main room, was also attracted by this thing. He stopped what he was doing and stuck his head out to look at it curiously. Goodness! The technology in this world is indeed far more advanced than that on Earth. He had seen many solar charging panels on Earth, but this was the first time he had ever seen a power generation device that could generate electricity so easily. Especially since the battery level on the battery module was constantly increasing, Xiaomu felt that the charging speed was much faster than that of Apple's mobile phones from major international manufacturers. Alright, stop looking. Doesn't the battery module have a 3-prong socket? Put it in and see if the laptop can be charged. After Ning Feng's reminder, Xiaomu stopped staring blankly and quickly connected the laptop to the power storage module with a charging cable. With a ding, the laptop indeed displayed a charging icon. Although Xiaomu already knew that this thing was for generating electricity, he still couldn't help but find it amazing and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, it works." Seeing this, Ning Feng nodded in relief. It seems that it is possible to generate electricity and use it at the same time. Alright, now that we don't have to worry about electricity, you can get back to coding. I'm going out to take a look. Having said that, Ning Feng then left the wooden building and went to do farm work as well. Certainly, now that there are enough people, he and Ning no longer need to do some of the physical labor. However, as the owner of the island, he naturally had the final say on things like the planning of the fields and what to plant. Therefore, he and Ning still had to act as commanders and supervisors by the farmland. At the moment, in addition to growing grains, Ning Feng also cultivated a cotton field to better prepare for the winter. Cotton is a material that will be used to make cotton-padded clothes and quilts in the future, so the demand will not be small. Therefore, it is indeed advisable to plant more earlier. And so, the group of people were busy until noon. After lunch, Ning Feng gave the members 2 hours of rest. He lay down on the bed with Yin Yuqing and started operating the navigation system on his phone. Now that we have electricity, we don't need to be stingy with the battery life of our mobile phones anymore. As long as it doesn't involve using the ship warehouse for storage and retrieval, all the tasks that can be done on the navigation system screen can also be easily completed on your mobile phone using the Endless Navigation app. Since people can lie down and be lazy, who would want to sit for long periods of time? Sitting for too long can cause problems with your shoulders, neck, and back. Back on Earth, many esports players or IT professionals develop their occupational hazards in this way. At this moment, Yin Yuqing, like a happy and lazy kitten, pressed her head tightly against Ning Feng's chest, listening to Ning Feng's steady heartbeat while watching the phone Ning Feng was playing with. She is currently full of curiosity about the world. She had always felt that the endless voyage world was not as magical as it seemed. To put it bluntly, once you left the voyage system screen, this world was no different from ordinary survival on a deserted island. But now, a mobile phone can actually be linked to the navigation system screen and has the same functions. As it turns out, the real power wasn't the navigation system screen, but the world itself. And Ning Feng, although he had a beautiful woman in his arms, as a righteous gentleman, he naturally would not succumb to lust. He focused intently on operating his phone with one hand, intending to contact Li Chun and the others to ask how the work he had arranged last night was going, while his other hand occasionally and unintentionally kneaded the soft areas of Yin Yuqing's body. This prompted Yin Yuqing to blush and complain. Didn't you just say you were going to focus on your work? Why are you always touching me there? Yin Yuqing's words interrupted Ning Feng's train of thought. He looked down at Yin Yuqing, puzzled. Really? Wasn't I just working properly? Seeing that Ning Feng's acting was so realistic, Yin Yuqing rolled her eyes at him, utterly speechless. Take a good look at where your other hand is touching. After Yin Yuqing's reminder, Ning Feng turned his attention to his other hand. So why it's so big? He swore that he had indeed been focused on his work. Perhaps men's hands have their own thoughts. They always have an uncontrollable urge to play with things that are white, big, and soft. Oh, right, this is called decompression. Back on Earth, didn't many boutiques sell stress-relieving toys shaped like steamed buns? That thing is so soft, it feels great whether you knead or squeeze it. It seems he was just working too hard and felt a lot of work pressure, so his left hand was thoughtfully helping him relieve that pressure. 167. Boss, I heard a cat meowing last night. I stopped worrying about relieving stress with my left hand. Li Chun had already replied to his message on the other end of the phone, so Ning Feng turned his attention to the phone screen. Xiao Jiang. Boss, according to statistics, there are 5 IT personnel in the Legion who have work experience and have completed the development of a complete project. Xiao Jiang. I didn't find any web novel writers, but there are quite a few who have written academic papers. They are all quite well educated, so they should be able to write web novels too, right? Ning Feng originally thought that writing online novels was a low-barrier job, and that he could find at least 1 or 2 people out of nearly 1,000 people in the 600 ships of the Legion. Who would have thought it would be so scarce? It seems that since we can't find anyone internally, we have no choice but to hire from outside. No way. Don't be fooled by the fact that some members are highly educated and can write academic papers. Writing academic papers and writing online novels are 2 completely different things. To put it simply, the more incomprehensible and enigmatic a paper is, the better it is. Online articles, on the other hand, need to be as simple and vulgar as possible. Although online articles contain the word article, strictly speaking, they do not belong to the category of literature. At least in Ning Feng's understanding, it is more like a product created to satisfy the desires and fantasies of readers. It's practically impossible for someone who can write academic papers to write a widely popular and engaging novel without a significant amount of reading experience. Readers want to see the protagonist have an easy time, with luxury cars and beautiful women, but you insist on writing content that only appears in literary works. Ning Feng admitted that you are highly educated and your writing has great literary value. But who would want to read something that is not a good match? Given the harsh living conditions on Earth, most people lead very tiring lives and therefore seek solace in novels. Not to mention the endless seafaring world where people can't get enough to eat or sleep and are constantly anxious about how long they can live. Therefore, Ning Feng directly rejected Xiao Rou's suggestion. Feng Yu. No, it won't work. No matter how capable you are, it's useless if your major doesn't match the job. Xiao Rou Jiang. Then, boss, shall I go and find some people in the chat? Feng Yu. Well, we'll have to look outside. Remember to find me some works that are good for both male and female readers. Feng Yu. By the way, as for those 5 IT personnel with development experience, write down their names. I'm taking them with me when I go to sea tomorrow. Xiaorou. Okay. After finishing his chat with Xiaorou, Ning Feng stopped worrying about these things. Knowing he still had a lot to do in the afternoon, he cuddled in Yuqing and they took a nap. When I woke up, it was already past 3 p.m. Thinking that there were still many fields to be worked on, Ning Feng and Yuqing tidied up briefly and then prepared to go out. Passing by the main room, Xiaomu was already typing away on the keyboard. Ning Feng then led Yuqing behind Xiaomu and glanced at her. This kid is really good. He's so focused that he didn't even notice them standing behind him. Good. Ning Feng needs members who are extremely dedicated to their work, to the point of being selfless. Judging from how fast he's typing, it probably won't be long before he's finished the program. Then, Ning Feng then glanced at the battery module next to the laptop. After half a day of power generation, the battery level on the LCD screen had reached 36.87%. Ning Feng was certainly satisfied with this speed, but don't forget that this was the amount of electricity stored while using and storing electricity. Since there's nothing to worry about in the main room, there's nothing left to worry about. Ning Feng then led Yuqing out of the wooden building and headed towards the fields. At this time, the 21 members are already working hard in the fields. However, when they saw Ning Feng appear, one of the female members, wearing a beige t-shirt, denim capri pants, and a bun hairstyle, suddenly ran over. This female member is named Tian Tian. Ning Feng learned a little about her situation when they had lunch together yesterday. Tian Tian is 19 years old and is a student at a prestigious university on Blue Star, majoring in ecological agricultural technology. She is a typical Southern girl, speaking with a fluent, childlike voice. She is petite with delicate features. Her only drawback is that, perhaps due to the stronger ultraviolet radiation in the south, or perhaps because of her profession, her skin has a slightly yellowish tinge. Of course, this skin color is actually a normal and healthy skin color, and it even represents the skin color of people of Asian descent. I just don't know when it started, but in the sweltering summer here, most women consider fair skin to be beautiful, and yellowish skin has become a flaw in appearance. Boss, do we have cats on our island? Upon hearing Tian Tian's question, Ning Feng paused for a moment. Cats? Do tigers count? No. It's just a cat. Tian Tian shook her head. Ning Feng didn't know why the other party suddenly asked this, but he still chose to tell the truth. I don't raise any. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking this? After hearing this, Tian Tian explained in a serious tone. When I was chatting with Feng Chang just now, she insisted that she heard a cat meowing while she was sleeping last night. I told her that there are no cats on our island at all, and that she must be hallucinating or dreaming, but she just wouldn't admit it. So I came to ask. After saying that, Tian Tian deliberately turned around to look at Feng Chang, a very smug and victorious smile on her face. Sister Feng Chang, did you hear that? Boss said he doesn't have a cat. He's insisting on arguing with me. Feng Chang, who had been stopped, was not happy at this point and argued. Boss, I'm not lying to you. I really heard cats meowing last night, just like those wild cats in heat that I could always hear in the middle of the night back on Earth, one after another. In response, Ning Feng was extremely puzzled. Feng Chang's room was right across from his bedroom. He didn't sleep very well last night, so if there were cats meowing, he should have been able to hear it. Could it be that it was Brother Tai who called it? But surely Feng Chang couldn't possibly not be able to distinguish between a cat's meow and a tiger's roar? Just as Ning Feng was having doubts, and was about to ask In Yuqing if she had heard it last night. But In Yuqing's face was already flushed with shyness. Her little face was so red it looked like it was about to burst into water, and she was holding his hand very tightly. Suddenly, Ning Feng did realize it. Could it be that the meows of a cat in heat that Feng Chang heard were actually In Yuqing's? Cough, cough, cough. Ning Feng suddenly felt a little awkward and waved his hand at Tian Tian and Feng Chang. All right. What's there to argue about? We don't have any cats on our island. Feng Chang, you must have misheard me. No buts, you must have misheard me. Don't you believe what the boss says? Stop chatting and get back to farming. Take advantage of the good weather today and quickly plant all the cotton. 168. So much money, I don't know what to do with it. With sufficient manpower, the problem of farming naturally ceases to be an issue. When the clouds on the horizon were only slightly yellow, everyone completed the planned tasks ahead of schedule. Thinking that everyone had worked hard, Ning Feng didn't think about continuing to cultivate any more land. At this stage, as long as the cotton fields are fully planted, it won't matter if there are fewer other crops. For the rest of the time, Ning Feng simply arranged for everyone to have their own activities. He and In Yuqing returned to their room to get clothes and take a shower, otherwise feeling sticky all over wouldn't be comfortable. But who would have thought that In Yuqing was a vengeful person? I just got into the room and closed the door. In Yuqing pinched Ning Feng's arm hard. Her face, made even more tender by the sweat, looked resentful. It's all your fault. You had to be so rough last night. Oomph. Now look what's happened. Everyone in the next room heard it. Don't I have any dignity? I swear to God. Regarding this point, Ning Feng felt incredibly wronged. Last night, I didn't force you to scream, so how can you blame me? Besides, I worked even harder than you last night. Even if I didn't do anything special, I still deserve some credit for my hard work, right? All I got in return was your complaints. Wronged. I feel so wronged. Ugly. It's really awful. How could a grown man like him endure such humiliation? But just as he was about to fight back, the DNA of this fine young man in the sweltering summer suddenly started to beat. A voice suddenly appeared in his mind, constantly reminding him. Being henpecked is a traditional virtue in the sweltering summer. This is the behavior of a virtuous husband who loves his wife. When your wife is in a bad mood, how can you reason with her? That girl isn't with you to listen to your lectures. You need to coax and pamper them. And so, Ning Feng quickly straightened his posture, gently wrapped his arms around In Yuqing's slender waist from behind, and deliberately put his mouth next to In Yuqing's ear, his tone gentle and doting. My dear wife, I was wrong. It's all my fault. I'll be gentler in the future. Besides, people thought it was a cat meowing. We didn't expose ourselves, so it's no big deal or embarrassing. Cough, cough. Ning Feng swore that this was merely a compromise made to maintain harmony between husband and wife. He's not a simp, and he doesn't act cute or clingy. Maybe they're just saying that because they're too embarrassed to call me out on it. After Ning Feng's antics, and Yuqing's displeasure vanished instantly. The blush on her face was no longer from anger, but from shyness. But to save face, she still gave a soft snort, broke free from Ning Feng's hands, took clothes from the wardrobe, and ran towards the bathroom. Although Ning Feng didn't see any changes in Yuqing's expression throughout the whole process, he knew who she was. He's a chosen one, a man entangled with a system. Whether Yuqing is in a good mood or a bad mood can be clearly seen with just a little thought. Knowing that Yuqing had been appeased, he had nothing to worry about anymore. However, a question couldn't help but arise in his mind. Girls are so easy to coax. Sometimes all you need to do is talk. But why is it that the group of sheep on Blue Star, who only do and don't say anything, foolishly doing the hardest and most tiring work, and after being labeled as dog-licking, they have to watch as the goddess they have been pursuing is easily fooled away by a scumbag with just a few words? Think about it carefully. These simps deserve it. They know perfectly well that a scumbag can win over a goddess with just words, yet they don't know how to reflect on their actions. They always think that as long as they put in enough effort, they can definitely win back the goddess's heart. In the end, after completely losing her goddess, she began to complain about the injustice of the world and the awfulness of the scumbag. You're a jerk who refuses to talk back, so who's to blame? That's enough. That's enough. He doesn't care if it's none of his business. He can just sigh a little, and that's it. After all, what happens to other men is none of his concern. Let them do whatever they want. Anyway, he won the woman's heart. Considering that Yuqing was still sweaty, going to take a shower directly would make her catch a cold. Ning Feng hurriedly followed her out and called out to Yuqing, who was about to enter the bathroom. You still have so much sweat on you. Take a shower later. After dinner. Because of the dim lighting, people don't have much of a nightlife. You can't exactly throw a bonfire party and force people to have fun, can you? Knowing that it would be time to set sail again tomorrow, Ning Feng told the members to hurry back to their rooms to rest. Ning Feng and Yuqing were already in bed. However, it's not too late now, so we should talk about the wedding night later, so as not to let the members hear any strange noises. At this time, Ning Feng was holding his phone, looking at the sales information in the trading hall. The spring water that went on sale yesterday has completely sold out after 2 days. Even of the 1.9 tons of seafood, only a few dozen kilograms remained. At present, Ning Feng still had over 4.3 million nautical coins left after buying everything he needed to buy. This was the first time Ning Feng had experienced the troubles of having money. Currently, the island's area cannot be expanded further, and everything that could be bought has already been bought. Having money but nowhere to spend it is truly painful. You can only stare blankly at this string of numbers and worry. He made his fortune by selling supplies in the trading hall. He couldn't possibly go to the trading hall and randomly buy some supplies he didn't need just to spend money. Could he? The only thing that can now entice him to spend money is the shop in the navigation system. Hey, when the shop feature was first released, they said the items in the shop would be updated as the survival progressed. I wonder when we'll get some more good supplies. If only I could buy an off-road vehicle someday. No, a pickup truck would be enough. That would be great. Regarding what Ning Feng said, and Yuqing also has her own troubles. Now we have generators and nautical coins, but we can't even buy a light bulb. She didn't quite understand how the world was thinking either. Now that the shop feature is available, wouldn't it be better to offer a wider selection of products? Leaving aside buying airplanes and artillery, shouldn't we at least sell some civilian goods? Thinking of this, and Yuqing said helplessly, what else can we do but wait? Anyway, the nautical coins won't disappear. The more we earn now, the more we can spend later. That's all we can do, Ning Feng said with a wry smile. Then, Xiao Ro-chan sent a message, so Ning Feng stopped talking about it, and instead opened the friends function. Xiao Ro, boss, when are we meeting at Shared Island tomorrow? Xiao Ro-jiang. Also, many members have been asking me when you'll have time to tell them about the supplies on their mysterious island. 169. Charge members appropriate kickbacks. Regarding tomorrow's sea voyage. In fact, Ning Feng had received a notification from the navigation system as soon as he returned to his room and picked up his phone. The islands he can land on tomorrow are Mysterious Island number 111, Danger Level 31, Resource Rating 63. Mysterious Island number 812, Danger Level 66, Resource Rating 96. Mysterious Island number 533, Danger Level 74, Resource Rating 112. Shared Island number 77, Danger Level 54, Loot Rating 89. The reason he didn't put much effort into studying tomorrow's collection plan was mainly because, according to the weather forecast given by Golden Finger, it was going to rain tomorrow. Rainy days are a rather controversial type of weather. Some people seem to really enjoy rainy days. They like to lean against the window, watching the raindrops slide down from the sky and listening to the pattering sound of the raindrops falling on the eaves. This seems to be very stress-relieving and lyrical for them. These people understand romance and know how to regulate their emotions. However, some people hate rainy days. Often, the arrival of rainy days makes them irritable and their temper flares up, just like the continuous drizzle. For them, this only exacerbated their anxiety and restricted their travel. These people may not understand romance, but they live authentically. Clearly, Ning Feng belongs to the latter category. He seems to have never been romantic at all, not even from childhood. Do you remember when you were a child? When many people see rain, their first thought is to imagine a rainbow appearing in the sky after the rain. For him, his first reaction to seeing the rain was, damn it, After the rain stops, Xiao Fang from the village entrance will be chasing after me to play in the mud again. In short, in Ning Feng's mind, rain nourishes all things, and the rain and dew are shared equally, but he was overlooked. He was not nourished at all, and the rain only restricted all his outdoor activities. This viewpoint remains relevant today. There are no hospitals or enough medicine in this world. For some people, even getting a glass of boiled water is a difficult thing. As a result, we had to risk getting sick and getting soaked in the rain to collect supplies. Ugh, that's a pretty messed up situation. If he didn't have some special ability that would ensure he didn't come up empty-handed, he would never have gone out in the rain to collect supplies. We don't want to end up with a host of illnesses instead of collecting supplies. It would be a net loss. So, when Ning Feng saw the island he would be setting sail for tomorrow, he simply used his cheat code to check if any enhancement fruits or resource chests had appeared. Apart from that, he didn't bother to pay attention to the other supplies. But thinking about it carefully, even if he doesn't have to work so hard to collect supplies tomorrow, he will definitely still have to meet with the members to explain some tasks. Then, he did reply in the chat box. Feng Yu, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, you should organize everyone to gather at Shared Island. I'll explain the work focus for tomorrow and also check on the character of the newly recruited members of the Legion. Xiaoro, okay, what about the distribution of supplies on the island among the members? How should I answer them? Feng Yu, it's still early, so let's start now. Please compile a list of the numbers of the mysterious islands that the members will be setting sail for tomorrow, and I'll tell you about them one by one. Feng Yu, but there are quite a lot of them. I'm not sure if I can finish talking about them all tonight. I'll just talk about as much as I can, and if I can't finish, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Xiaoro, boss, there's really no need for that. You could just follow the old method and tell us the layout of the islands with abundant resources, and let the members form groups to collect them. Wouldn't that be fine? Seeing this, Ning Feng smiled helplessly. He knew it would be more convenient this way, but if he didn't use his golden finger to read all the islands they went to, how would he know which island had more resources? Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, accessing the information on the 600 islands the members are on is an essential step. Feng Yu, why are you making such a mistake now? If we don't compile a list of all the mysterious islands that will be setting sail tomorrow, how am I supposed to know which island has the most supplies? Feng Yu, go and do the statistics. Once you've done the statistics, just come find me. Unexpectedly, not long after, Li Chun called back. Xiao Jiang, boss, I suddenly feel that you don't need to do this. Xiao Jiang, it's true that they are our members, but they are also human beings. People change, and it's not certain that they will be members of our Legion forever. Xiao, so I think you should treat them as outsiders, so they don't get used to it and think it's your duty to do this. Xiao Jiang, after all, it took you a lot of time and effort to reveal the distribution of so many island resources, and in the end you didn't gain anything. Xiao Jiang, anyway, I don't think what you're doing is worthwhile. Your time is more precious than ours. Giving unconditionally without expecting anything in return, acting like a great philanthropist that doesn't sound like a Legion leader or a capitalist. It sounds more like a philanthropist. Ning Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking that what Xiao said made a lot of sense. Feng Yu, so what do you think we should do? Xiao Jiang, you should receive some kickbacks, such as sharing some of the collected supplies with you. In fact, Ning Feng had considered all of Xiao's suggestions before, but he felt that if he did that, he would be no different from a miser. In any case, the supplies in the Legion warehouse were his own gains, so he didn't think about deducting supplies from the members. But now that I think about it carefully, what Xiao said makes sense. People change, and a person can join more than one Legion in their lifetime. As the sea areas continue to merge in the future, it's not impossible that they could be lured away by other Legions. Indeed, we shouldn't be so nice to these members. Otherwise, it would be disgusting if these members were raised to be plump and healthy, only to become someone else's wedding dress. Feng Yu, what you said makes sense. Then pass on the word. If they want to get information about the distribution of island resources from me, they need to hand over 30% of the resources they collect to me each time. Feng Yu, I trust your abilities. You should know what to say, right? Be careful not to pressure them. There's no point in forcing them with these things. Xiao Rou, don't worry, boss, I know what I'm doing. They'll all obediently hand it over. 170. Stars in the Sea, Fantasy and Reality. On another island. After sending out this information, Li Chun finally put her hands down and shook her slightly sore arms. The screen on this navigation system is not like a mobile phone screen. When typing, your hands are not supported, and they easily become sore after a long time. While shaking her off, he looked at Bai Shui and said with a smile, Shui, my arm is sore from typing all this for you. Are you satisfied now? Good. Actually, the information after Ning Feng asked her to compile the members' mysterious island numbers for tomorrow's sea voyage was all sent by Li Chun at Bai Shui's request. Otherwise, Li Chun didn't think there was anything wrong with what Ning Feng had done before. After all, as the leader, Ning Feng's concern for the members should be a good thing, and this would make it easier for him to gain their praise and support. But to everyone's surprise, Bai Shui insisted that she send the rest of the message to Ning Feng. Gradually, as Bai Shui presented her suggestions in a reasoned and well-founded manner, Li Chun came to understand Bai Shui's intentions. Indeed, Bai Shui was more thoughtful. She had only thought that Ning Feng's approach would gain the support of the members, but she hadn't considered what substantial benefits Ning Feng would actually gain from it. On the contrary, it is Bai Shui's suggestion that will allow Ning Feng to benefit the most. It's important to understand that at this stage, material resources are far more valuable than empty fame and praise. Losing members can be rehired, but losing profits from supplies is a real loss. For a moment, Li Chun was a little puzzled. When Ming mentioned Ning Feng in front of Bai Shui, she acted as if they were strangers and didn't care at all. Yet, ironically, in this situation, she genuinely put herself in Ning Feng's shoes and truly cared for him. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether Bai Shui disliked Ning Feng or liked him. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but ask, Shui, do you really hate our boss? Why do I feel like you care about him quite a bit? Bai Shui didn't rush to reply. Her face remained calm and composed. She looked up at the sky, but it was pitch black and there were no stars. She looked down around again. It was still pitch black, but it wasn't completely empty, at least there was the sea. People often compare their beautiful fantasies to the stars and the sea. She was the same. During her senior year of high school, she always felt that her future journey was to the stars and the sea. One day, she will meet her Prince Charming on her journey, a man who shares the same dream. However, before she could even set sail, Ning Feng shattered all her beautiful fantasies with his own hands. She felt she should hate Ning Feng and despise him. Why did Ning Feng bully her in front of so many classmates and steal her dreams? But gradually, she seemed to be able to understand Ning Feng. Ning Feng had expressed his love to her back then, so perhaps he only did those things because he liked her. He was just pursuing his own dreams, and perhaps his methods were a bit extreme, but was he really wrong? If it were her, and she met someone she truly liked, she might have gone even further than Ning Feng. Actually, she was also very hesitant. Half of her disliked Ning Feng, while the other half seemed to have forgiven him. To put it bluntly, it's actually that she hasn't forgiven herself. She seemed to take everything too seriously, placing herself in a semi-real, semi-virtual world, which led her to view many things too idealistically. She always wanted to give her most perfect self to her most perfect lover. Do perfect lovers really exist in this world? If Ning Feng hadn't bullied me or forcibly kissed me, could I be considered a perfect person? The answer is no. There can be no perfect person in the world. Just like this imperfect world before our eyes. There is only the sea, no stars. She should probably let it go. Suddenly, she seemed to have suddenly figured everything out and laughed from the bottom of her heart. Then, she quickly looked at Li Chun. Chun, please continue to work hard. Let's finish dealing with what just happened. If you do as I say, those members will definitely be willing to hand over their supplies to Ning Feng. You just say that. As for Ning Feng, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Xiao Rou-chan replied, claiming that the members were willing to hand over 30% of the supplies as a reward for his hard work. Ning Feng didn't know exactly what Xiao Rou-chan had said to those members. However, judging from the feedback from the members, they were indeed very happy and willing to hand over their materials. Since the outcome was good, He couldn't be bothered to care what Li Chun and Bai Shui said. After all, on Earth, many big bosses don't delve into the decisions of their company's management. As long as they know you made the decision, didn't mess things up, and they've made money, nothing else matters. Ning Feng then used his cheat system to read the numbers of the mysterious islands provided by Xiao Rojiang. It took him more than 2 hours to get it done. There's no other way. The members have already paid him, so it's not like he's providing information for free anymore. Therefore, Ning Feng naturally couldn't just randomly access a few islands and let his members form groups to collect resources on their own. Those members weren't stupid. They naturally preferred collecting resources on their own mysterious island rather than forming a group to do so. This makes it easier to collect and store supplies, allows for the collection of larger quantities, and avoids disputes caused by unfair distribution. Otherwise, if a dozen ships were to go to a mysterious island to collect supplies, and there was only one supply chest on the island, how would they distribute the supplies? It wouldn't be good if it damaged the harmony. Ning Feng was a bit tired, but he was naturally happy. All you need to do is use your brain to read the information with your cheat code, and then use your fingers to send the information out. In just 2 hours, he could earn a lot of supplies. He must be enjoying it immensely. Don't be fooled by the fact that a member only handed over 30% of the resources. Don't forget that he also gets to use 15% of the resources in the Legion warehouse. This means that for every 100 units of resources a member collects, his side will receive 45 units of the same resources. The more the members collected, the more he earned. In addition, the Legion has 600 members. In just over 2 hours, he obtained far more supplies than he could have collected in a whole day. After all these things were taken care of, all that was left was to wait for tomorrow to arrive. Thinking that it was getting late, and if she dragged it out any longer, and Yuqing would probably fall asleep. He quickly put his arm around Yuqing and gave her a full-body massage. This busy period lasted until Yuqing was finally put to sleep, and it was exactly 12 o'clock. Outside the window, the sound of raindrops falling could be heard right on time. In addition, the nights in the endless sea world are already quiet, which amplifies the sound of raindrops, creating a kind of sleep-inducing effect. Ning Feng does dislike rain, but he doesn't mind falling asleep to the sound of raindrops. Actually, having sleep-inducing sound effects to accompany sleep is quite good. It can always give people a pleasant feeling, helping them fall asleep quickly. 171. If you dare get wet, I'll make you lose your virginity. The next day, Ning Feng woke up at around 5:52. The sound of footsteps could already be heard from the main room outside the room. As for Yuqing, Ning Feng didn't let her get up. It's raining today, so he doesn't plan to bring Yuqing along. Things are different now. Before, we didn't have enough manpower, and we had to work hard to develop the industry. It was only right that Yuqing suffered a little hardship and fatigue. But now he has plenty of manpower, and he also has a lot of supplies and nautical coins. Whether there's one more in Yuqing or one less in Yuqing, it doesn't make any difference. Since it's raining, Yuqing should stay home, to avoid having to spend extra time taking care of her if she gets sick. In response, Yuqing naturally understood all of this, but she still wanted to go, stubbornly arguing. Ning Feng, just let me go. I can do my part too. Nonsense, Ning Feng retorted. On rainy days, women's bodies are already prone to feeling cold. What if they catch a chill and get sick? Aren't Tian Tian and Fangchong women too? How could they go? Yuqing said indignantly. Nonsense, you're my wife. So why would they be my wives too? Ning Feng rolled his eyes at Yuqing speechlessly. But who would have thought that this woman would stop at nothing to get along with him? She grabbed Ning Feng's hand and started moaning. Baby, please let me go. I don't want to stay home alone. Please, please. Hiss. Who can resist a beautiful woman who's trying her best to be charming and coquettish in front of you? Ning Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to these words. This coquettish voice was even more exquisite than the sounds she made in bed. Ning Feng then softened and changed his mind. All right, I can take you there, but you can't get off the ship. You can work as a logistics person in the ship's control room. Is that all right? Upon seeing this, Yuqing excitedly got out of bed. Okay, certainly. Ning Feng didn't actually give in entirely because of Yuqing's coquettishness. He thought about it again later. Because Xia Mu was developing the program, He didn't plan to bring Xiaomu along. If Yuqing also stays at home, it's indeed not a good situation for a man and a woman to be alone together. Although Xiaomu seems honest and his cheat system gives him a high loyalty rating, he is still a man, and it's impossible for him to be completely averse to women. Sometimes, it wasn't that he didn't trust these male members. It was just that Yuqing was indeed very attractive and could easily tempt people to commit crimes. Alright, since you're coming along, hurry up and wash up, you only have a few minutes left. Good. After leaving the room, the members had already gathered at the entrance of the main room. They were all looking at the rain outside and whispering to each other. When they saw Ning Feng appear, they greeted him one by one. Good morning, boss. Boss, what do we do if it rains? Ning Feng knew everything about the weather forecast, but naturally he didn't tell them about the future weather conditions. After all, the distribution of supplies on the island can be said to be determined by Tiger, but it's impossible for Tiger to also say the weather forecast. That would be really unrealistic. He feigned surprise and said, "Oh, I didn't expect it to rain today." The navigation system seemed to have mentioned before that the rainwater in this world is undrinkable. It seems we can't collect the spring water. Boss, what should we do? Fang Chong asked in return. What else can we do? If we can't collect spring water, we'll just collect other things. It's just a little rain. We can make a simple raincoat using plant roots and leaves. When the time comes, Ning Feng naturally led the members out to sea on time. Because they had made arrangements the night before, their first stop was shared island number 77. At this time, the rest of the Legion members arrived one after another, each one covering their heads with their hands and running towards the trees on the island. Seeing this, Ning Feng also reached out of the control room to feel the amount of rain. It seemed that the rainfall on this island was even greater than that on private islands. So he turned around and reminded them, run faster when you get off the ship. There don't seem to be any thunderstorms in this world right now. You can take shelter under a tree to avoid the rain. Don't get sick before you even start collecting. Then, fearing that Yuqing might sneak out, he looked at her again and said, you'd better stay in the control room. If I find out that you've left the control room and gotten wet, I won't hesitate to make you lose your virginity again tonight. Be good. This statement is both a warning and a joke. Ning Feng and she were practically an old married couple, so it didn't matter that they talked about these things in front of everyone. Instead, Yuqing blushed upon hearing this and angrily retorted, get lost. You're so unserious. Haha. Alright, we're leaving now. After saying that, Ning Feng waved his hand and led the charge out of the control room. Since even the leader was getting soaked in the rain, the underlings naturally followed suit. Even though the boat was only a few dozen meters away from the trees on the island's perimeter, Ning Feng still got quite wet despite running as fast as he could because of the heavy rain. As for the other members, let's not even mention them. Seeing that the members had arrived one after another, Ning Feng found Li Chun and Bai Shui and instructed them, go and count them to see if everyone has arrived. Also, bring the new members recruited yesterday to see me. Good. To Ning Feng's surprise, this time it wasn't Li Chun who answered him, but Bai Shui. Bai Shui was still wearing the same dress she wore when the two first met, but because of the rain, some strands of hair were stuck to her face. Most importantly, there seemed to be less resistance towards him in her bright eyes. Regarding the things I did to Bai Shui when I was young, the older Ning Feng got, the more he regretted it. He admitted that he was impulsive when he was young, but many things cannot be solved by simply being impulsive. Moreover, Bai Shui shouldn't have to pay the price for his youthful impulsiveness. If Bai Shui continues to dislike him, then it's his own fault, and he won't force Bai Shui to do anything. However, it would be even better if Bai Shui could forgive and forget. Sensing Bai Shui's unusual gaze, Ning Feng couldn't help but activate his cheat ability and begin reading Bai Shui's information. 172. To regard ships as one's offspring. It seems his intuition was correct. Thanks to the cheat code, Bai Shui's affection for him finally changed from negative to positive. Although the level of affection isn't particularly high, it's definitely enough to be ordinary friends. Ning Feng felt happy at that moment. In this situation, it's rare to meet a classmate you're somewhat familiar with, and it would be quite a pity if you continued to treat them coldly. Although he didn't know what Bai Shui had gone through to let go of those grudges, the outcome was ultimately good. Watching Bai Shue's receding figure, Ning Feng felt a growing sense of closeness to her. While Bai Shue and Li Chun were counting heads, a man and a woman approached them. The man was wearing a white vest and military green camouflage trousers. He was muscular and about 1.81 meters tall with dark skin, exuding masculinity. The woman beside the man presented a stark contrast to him. She appeared frail and thin, with features that weren't bad, but perhaps due to a lack of proper nutrition and rest, her complexion was somewhat haggard, which lowered her overall attractiveness. The burly man, looking excited, approached Ning Feng and, without giving Ning Feng any chance to react, immediately tried to kneel down. "My benefactor, please accept my bow." Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was somewhat flattered and quickly helped him up, asking, "What are you doing?" "My benefactor, I am Li Biao, the one who sold me the medicine back then." Li Biao was afraid that Ning Feng was an important person and might forget things, so he reminded him again. The moment they met, the person called him their benefactor. Even if Ning Feng was stupid, he would definitely know who the other person was. While expressing gratitude is understandable, kneeling in worship is unnecessary. The saying goes that a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, and knowing that the other party was a soldier, he felt even more unworthy of Li Biao's kneeling. Therefore, he quickly calmed Li Biao down and did his best to stop him, saying, "Brother, I know it's you, but don't do this. Now that you've joined my legion, we're all family from now on. There's no need for thanks or gratitude. If you insist on thinking about repaying a debt of gratitude, then you should live well, improve yourself, and collect more resources for me in the future. And don't forget, you're a soldier, representing not only yourself, but also the country. How can you kneel down so easily?" Ning Feng's words struck at Li Biao's weak spot, reigniting the soldier's spirit that had been dormant within him. Yes, he was a soldier in the sweltering summer. Even though he is no longer in the sweltering summer, once a soldier, always a soldier. During this time, he was so focused on how to survive that he neglected everything else. For him, kneeling before his benefactor was not a problem in itself. However, if he also has the identity of a soldier, he should indeed have some reservations. Even if you have to kneel, you shouldn't kneel in front of so many people. It would be really bad if word got out. Although Li Biao didn't have any special abilities, he believed that he had lived for so long and was quite good at judging people. The boss in front of him spoke sincerely and seemed genuinely unwilling to have him kneel. Since that's the case, there's no need for him to be sentimental. Just like the boss said, he should try his best to live well and collect more supplies for him, which is also a way to repay his kindness. Therefore, Li Biao did not take a hard line anymore. After the little incident, a few minutes later, Bai Shue and Li Chun returned, indicating that everyone had arrived. As for the new members recruited yesterday, they were naturally brought to Ning Feng's presence. Ning Feng naturally couldn't trust these newcomers, so he also used his cheat code to read them. The final result was pretty good. The members recruited this time are all quite loyal. Presumably having learned from their previous experience, Li Chun and Bai Shue put extra effort into recruiting members this time. Since these members no longer had any ulterior motives, Ning Feng decided to call a meeting directly. The content of this meeting was actually quite simple. Firstly, it allows new members to get acquainted with the older members and the Legion's management. Secondly, it is suggested that the Legion members collect as many herbs as possible when gathering supplies. In order to allow the members to collect as many herbs as possible, Ning Feng naturally did not hide the fact that he could make medicine. He also assured everyone that if anyone fell ill in the future, he would make medicine for them free of charge, as long as they provided the necessary ingredients. With his words, he thought those members would probably place more importance on collecting herbs. After all, getting sick is a very troublesome thing, and these members can't possibly be unafraid of getting sick. Therefore, in order to prevent illness, they would naturally pay attention to the collection of herbs. If these members are willing to focus on collecting herbs, he will naturally be able to obtain more herbs. Having said everything that needed to be said, Ning Feng disbanded the team, sending the members off to their respective mysterious islands to collect supplies. After watching the members walk one by one towards their respective ships, Ning Feng then turned around and looked at Bai Shue, Li Chun, Sha Wei, and the others who were still standing behind him. He first looked at Zhaoi and asked, "Brother, want to come live on my island?" He had originally planned to bring Javert along last time. Who would have thought that this kid, Xiaowei, was so addicted to collecting supplies that he didn't even return to the shared island all day. This time, fearing that Javert would be out of sight for another whole day, he hurriedly asked, "But who would have thought?" Javert shook his head after hearing this. "Forget it. We'll go another time." "Huh?" Ning Feng asked, puzzled. "Why? Wouldn't it be better if you lived with me?" Javert quickly explained, No, I didn't say that. The main problem is my companion. He can't read, and he can't operate the navigation system screen. What will happen to him if I leave?" "Isn't that simple?" Li Chun interjected. "We'll just assign someone to manage your ship. Won't that be better?" Javert stubbornly insisted, "I've grown attached to my ship, and I don't trust anyone else to manage it." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng nodded understandingly and didn't say anything more. Indeed, in this world, ships are like the survivor's own children. Only the survivor will take the time to nurture and maintain them. If the ships are really handed over to someone else to manage, they probably won't be upgraded for a long time. At least if it were him, he would have the same idea as Javert and would not want anyone to take over his ships. Ning Feng decided not to press the issue. "All right, then just contact me anytime you want to come to my island. You're always welcome here." "Okay, then I'll go collect supplies first." 173. Couple's Bath. After watching Javert leave, Ning Feng then turned his attention to Bai Shui and Li Chun. At the same time, Bai Shui also happened to look at Ning Feng. But this time, Bai Shui didn't avoid eye contact. Instead, she smiled and said, "Old classmate, shall Chun Chun and I go and collect supplies too?" "Old classmate." Hearing Bai Shui address him in this way, Ning Feng was deeply moved. It seems that Snow White has really forgiven him. Since Bai Shui had put aside her prejudices and addressed him that way, he, as a man, naturally had no reason to be pretentious. He smiled and nodded, replying, "Go ahead, old classmate. By the way, your health is more important, and don't blindly collect supplies in the rain. There is vegetation all over the island that you can use to keep out the rain." Bai Shui readily accepted Ning Feng's reminder, nodding with a faint smile. "Okay, I will, and you two too. Chun Chun and I will be going now." "Okay, then you can go ahead and get busy." Although the conversation between the two was simple and plain, the initial awkwardness had completely disappeared. In the adult world, conflicts are more likely to occur, but they are also easier to resolve. Often, many emotions don't need to be spoken aloud. A few simple glances are enough for two people to understand each other. It seems he no longer needs to think about apologizing to Bai Shui. It wasn't until Bai Shui and Li Chun boarded the ship and disappeared on the shared island that Ning Feng then looked at the 21 members living on his island behind him and said, "All right, let's stop dawdling and go collect supplies. Since the members on the shared island aren't collecting anything, let's not waste it. Let's collect the resources from the shared island first, and then go to the mysterious island to collect more." Rain is really annoying. Not only will you get rained on, but the soil on the island will also become increasingly slippery due to the rain. As a result, everyone had to slow down their pace when collecting supplies. Ning Feng led everyone to the banana grove as their first stop. The leaves of the banana tree are very large, making them perfect for making simple raincoats. After making sure everyone had something to shelter from the rain, Ning Feng gave the order to collect supplies. Some people were responsible for collecting herbs, some for collecting minerals, and others for collecting high-value crops and fruits. After the division of labor was clear, everyone went their separate ways without further delay. The process of collecting supplies is actually tedious, and there's not much to go into detail about. Once you're in work mode, time always flies by. Before we knew it, the sky had darkened. Ning Feng used his cheat code to read the time, and it was already 5:46 p.m. Thinking that they had collected almost everything they needed, Ning Feng led the group toward the ship. Everyone had a pretty good day. 3 supply chests were found, 2 of which were of relatively high quality. One was epic and the other was legendary. As for the collection of herbs and minerals, that was naturally without any surprises. It can be described as leaving no grass growing wherever it goes. Back in the control room, and Yuqing, who was in charge of assisting immediately handed Ning Feng dry clothes and said with a hint of concern, "Hurry up and change your clothes. You've been soaked all day. Don't get sick." Ning Feng smiled as he accepted the clothes. Although his body felt cool, his heart was warm. This scene was the envy of many. Those members following Ning Feng had no way to express their suffering. After a long and hard day, just as things are about to end, I'm forced to eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. It's a double torture for both my body and mind. This is because the ship's current level is LV3. Even if it's not time to return, Ning Feng can still control the boat to return to his private island through the navigation system screen. Since there were only a few minutes left, there was no point in staying here any longer, so Ning Feng simply clicked the return button. Upon arrival at the private island, all the members naturally returned to their respective rooms to wash and change. Like Ning Feng, they had also purchased some second-hand clothes in advance for washing and changing. Although the number of clothes collected was certainly not as many as Ning Feng's, there were still some clothes to change into. As for the bathwater, Ning Feng had already arranged for Xiaomu, who worked on his private island, to boil it. For them, who had been soaked in the rain all day. Back home, being able to take a warm shower and change into dry clothes is just so wonderful. Because Tian, Fong Chong, and the others lived on the first floor of the wooden building with Ning Feng, they had to share a bathroom. In order to save time and not make them wait too long, Ning Feng then looked at Yuqing and suggested, "Wife, you got a little rained on too. Why don't we take a shower together?" Hearing this, Yuqing was clearly somewhat resistant. Although she and Ning Feng had already been completely honest with each other, she was still a little shy about taking a bath together, especially in front of so many people. Seeing that Yuqing was about to refuse, Ning Feng quickly explained, "Honey, don't overthink it. We're just taking a bath. The main problem is that Fong Chong and the others also got caught in the rain, and they probably want to take a shower as soon as possible. However, there is only one bathroom on the first floor. If we take turns showering one by one, they will probably have to wait even longer, and it would be bad if they catch a cold." After Ning Feng's explanation, Yuqing reluctantly agreed. She blushed and nodded. Then, carrying the clothes they would be changing into, followed Ning Feng into the bathroom in full view of everyone. After taking a shower, Ning Feng felt refreshed and invigorated. This was the first time in his life he had ever experienced the pleasure of his wife helping him scrub his back. "That's great. It seems I can't be so well-behaved when taking a bath anymore. I'll have to drag Yuqing along. Maybe we can even experience some different kinds of pleasure in the bathroom." Back in the room, Ning Feng immediately took out his phone to deal with the navigation system. As for Yuqing, she diligently took the clothes that the two of them had changed out of and went to the toilet to wash them. "Tisk, it's so nice to have a thrifty wife. I don't even have to wash my own clothes." Getting back to the main point. After accessing the phone's home screen and opening the Endless Voyage page, Ning Feng then decided to go and take a look at the trading hall. During his lunch break today, he used this brief free time to list and purchase some supply chests in the trading hall. Now it's time to see how the acquisition is going. Upon opening it, not bad. We acquired 152 supply chests today, which is more than the last time we acquired them. Including the 7 low-quality supply chests left over from the last synthesis, and the supply chests collected on the mysterious island today, there are just enough to synthesize 3 high-quality supply chests and 1 intermediate supply chest. 174. This world actually has shopping vouchers. Immediately, Ning Feng then directly activated the treasure chest synthesis function. The 160 supply chests were combined to create 3 advanced supply chests and 1 intermediate supply chest. After the synthesis was successful, Ning Feng immediately used his cheat code to read it. Message read, "Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the supply chest. 10 by 10% off shopping coupons for technology-related items in the in-game store." Message read, "Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, common, white light. Items in the resource chest, cotton quilt crafting blueprint 1. Message read, "Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, legendary, golden. Items in the supply chest. Advanced all-round fruit 1. Message read. Chest type. Intermediate resource chest. Resource chest quality. Epic, purple. Items in the supply chest. Beast taming contract fruit 5 sets. 10 main and secondary fruits in total. Seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. The shipment rate this time is quite high. Of the 4 high-level resource chests, 3 contained high-quality items, and 2 of them contained items he had never encountered before. Ning Feng naturally kept the good stuff for himself, and without hesitation, he took out the 3 supply chests that had been filled and opened them one by one. After unpacking the boxes, Ning Feng immediately opened the ship warehouse, intending to study the supplies carefully. First, there is a 10 by 10 by 100% off shopping vouchers for technology products in the mall. This item doesn't actually need any cheat codes to read. Its function is clear just from its name. Its appearance inside the ship warehouse is actually quite similar to the coupons offered by shopping platforms on Earth. Without even thinking about it, I know this resource is probably like a blueprint resource. It's not a physical object and can't be retrieved. The usage method is estimated to be the same as those blueprint-type materials. You can simply use them in the ship depot. Actually, Ning Feng never expected that he could get coupons from the supply chest before he opened it. It feels like I'm back on Earth, shopping again. The only pity is, judging from the name of this item, it is not a no minimum spend coupon. It seems that it can only be used to purchase technology-related items. Otherwise, using these 10% off coupons to buy a solar power generation device would definitely be the most cost-effective option. That's enough. That's enough. Actually, purchasing technology-related supplies would be just what they need. Today, he just happened to bring in 5 new IT staff. Initially, his plan was to have 6 IT staff, including Xiaomu, working in shifts around the clock to develop the program. Since we've offered 10 shopping vouchers for technology products at 10% off, let's just give each of them a computer. This will also greatly increase the efficiency of program development. After all, when using a 10% discount coupon to shop, the more expensive the goods you buy, the more sailing coins you can save. Currently, among the technology-related items in the shop, computers are the most expensive. With that in mind, Ning Feng immediately used the 10% off shopping coupon for technology products in the mall. After successful use, the Endless Sailing app on your phone will automatically redirect from the ship warehouse page to the shop interface. Ning Feng directly found the Huali MateBook 15-inch and clicked to buy it. When it came time to pay, he naturally enjoyed a 90% discount on the number of nautical coins he needed to pay, only 15,000 nautical coins. This meant that he saved 135,000 nautical coins on a laptop. Having tasted success, Ning Feng didn't care about the money anymore and used all the remaining 9 coupons to successfully buy 9 more laptops. If one computer saves 135,000 nautical coins, it's equivalent to indirectly earning 135,000 nautical coins. 10 computers would mean he directly earned 1,350,000 nautical coins. Awesome. A huge profit. After successfully purchasing the laptop, Ning Feng didn't rush to take it out, since he had already researched laptops beforehand. He then turned his attention to the next supply. Premium all-round fruit. If you only look at the words all-powerful fruit on the back of this item, it's already a rather precious resource. Now, with the addition of the word high-end, it's probably even more precious. After taking it out, Ning Feng examined it carefully. In fact, its appearance was not much different from that of an ordinary, all-around fruit. All I can say is that the colors are more delicate and refined. Certainly, the addition of the word advanced suggests that the difference is likely not just in color, but rather in the underlying design. The purpose of the all-round fruit is to amplify all attributes, so this advanced all-round fruit should at least amplify even more attribute values. Otherwise, it would be a misnomer. Thinking of this, Ning Feng curiously used his cheat code to read it. The final reading result was as expected. Compared to the description of the all-powerful fruit, the description of this advanced all-powerful fruit cheat was that it could greatly increase various attributes of the body. As for the exact range of this significant range, Goldfinger did not provide a detailed explanation. However, considering that consuming the all-round fruit can generally increase his overall attributes by more than 60 points. The effect of this advanced all-round fruit should be at least 1-2 times that, right? In other words, the overall attributes can increase by at least 1 or 200. Ning Feng didn't think much more. He would be satisfied even if his overall attributes increased by 100. Ning Feng didn't rush to eat it, and continued to focus his attention on the beast-taming contract fruit. He had actually been longing for this supply for a long time. When we tamed Tej before, it was thanks to it that we were able to turn a ferocious beast into a pet. Its power is obvious to all. It can easily turn a ferocious beast into a pet. Now that 5 have appeared at once, it means he can tame 5 more wild beasts. If you think about it carefully, it's been a long time since I last encountered a wild beast like a tiger. Who knows, maybe I'll encounter a beast like a tiger on my next voyage. Therefore, the appearance of the beast-taming contract fruit was timely. 5 sets of beast-taming contract fruits mean he can tame 5 wild beasts, including Tej, who has already been tamed. He will have at least 6 wild beasts to assist him in battle in the future. It seems that forming a beast legion is not just a thought. Who knows, this dream might actually come true. At that time, hundreds of wild beasts will be surrounding you. Just thinking about it makes you feel pretty awesome. I wonder what kind of beasts will spawn in this endless sea world. It would be great if dinosaurs could spawn. 175. Overall attributes exceed 1,000. As for the last advanced resource chest containing cotton quilt making blueprint 1, Ning Feng did not open it. It's actually the same as the previous advanced resource chest that contained cotton clothing crafting blueprint 1. It gave him a feeling of tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Open it up, since you've already opened the complete book of fabric making, clothing, bedding, etc. before. This quilt making pattern is essentially a duplicate and has no meaning at all. If you don't open it, its value is at least equivalent to the price of a high-level resource chest. But if you ask him to take it and sell it, he's just as reluctant. As I said before, monopolies are the most valuable assets. Don't be fooled by these quilt-making blueprints and cotton clothing-making blueprints. He no longer needs them, and they are not of much value to him. But perhaps the other survivors don't have these kinds of blueprints yet. If he sells them and the survivors get their hands on the crafting blueprints, won't he have another competitor stealing his business during the upcoming winter? His current mindset is that he'd rather lose these supplies himself than let others benefit from them. Even if he were to sell them, he would definitely wait until most people were able to make cotton-padded clothes and quilts before selling them as high-level resource chests. Therefore, Ning Feng's tentative plan is to let these 2 high-level resource chests continue to gather dust in the ship warehouse. Now that all the necessary research has been done, it's time to consume the advanced all-round fruit. Before consuming it, Ning Feng didn't have high expectations for the taste of the premium all-round fruit, thinking it would taste similar to the regular all-round fruit. But after he took a bite, he realized he was very wrong. This premium all-rounder tastes a whole level better than the all-rounder. Its texture and flavor are both exceptional, to the point that Ning Feng couldn't find any adjectives to describe it. Overwhelmed with emotion, I could only say, this fruit should only exist in heaven. How often can one hear of it in the human world? After taking it, his body reacted quickly, and his body temperature rose rapidly. So he quickly sat cross-legged to rest. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes on time, feeling refreshed. Good. Compared to the previous situation where I had little to no physical sensation after consuming the amplification fruit and needed a cheat code to read my body attributes, this time I was able to do so. After consuming this advanced all-round fruit, he experienced a very noticeable sensation in his body. The most direct feeling was that he felt incredibly light, as if he could take off with a simple jump. Then, he tentatively threw a few more punches. Good heavens, the speed of that punch was ridiculously fast. It even left an afterimage. The force of his fist was like a typhoon sweeping through. Clothes inside the wardrobe a meter away were sent flying everywhere by the force, eventually scattering across the ground. At this moment, Ning Feng was truly stunned and couldn't help but swallow hard. Am I even human? But then he quickly realized, damn it, look at my brain. How could I insult myself like that? After the initial shock, he readily accepted the fact. His physical fitness seems to have reached an unprecedented level. Right now, he's quite curious about how high his body's overall attributes are now. Thinking about it, he used his golden finger to scan his own body. Message read. Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 500. Human limit is 100. Strength, 475. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 490. Human limit is 100. Overall attributes, 1465. Although he was mentally prepared, he almost lost his composure when he learned the values of his body's various attributes. Good heavens! This advanced all-round fruit is so much better than the all-round fruit. This is no advanced all-around fruit at all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the ultimate, number one all-around fruit in the universe. The agility attribute increased directly from 200 to 500, a total increase of 300 points. The strength attribute increased directly from 180 to 475, a total increase of 295 points. The physical attribute increased directly from 195 to 490, a total increase of 295 points. The overall attribute score jumped from 575 to 1465, breaking the 1,000 mark. These attribute points are pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at them. Who would have thought? While other survivors were still working hard to break through 300 points in their overall attributes, he easily broke through 1,000. For a moment, he was even looking forward to seeing how the survivors would react when they saw his overall stats exceed 1,000 on the leaderboard. Certainly, arrogance leads to defeat. Ning Feng wouldn't feel proud or elated about this. He is not satisfied with his current attributes. Since attribute points can be continuously increased through amplification fruits, he must desperately try to increase them, and he must increase them to a level that everyone else can only dream of. Before Ning Feng could even leave to share his joy with everyone, a friend notification sound from the Endless Voyage app rang on his phone. When I opened it, I saw that it was sent by Xiaoro-chan. Xiaoro, Ning Feng, all the Legion members have given you 30% of the total supplies collected today. Remember to collect them. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was stunned. This time, Xiaoro-chan didn't call him boss anymore, but instead called him Ning Feng. It seems that the person controlling the navigation system screen on the other side is Bai Shui. So Ning Feng couldn't help but ask, "How are you? You've been in the rain all day, are you all right?" Bai Shui, on the other hand, naturally knew who Ning Feng was asking about. She quickly replied, "It's all right for now. Chun Chun and I made makeshift raincoats out of the vegetation, so there's nothing to worry about." "Feng Yu, that's good." Ning Feng originally wanted to chat with Bai Shui more, but Bai Shui didn't seem to want to talk to him about anything other than official business, so he simply gave up. Of course, Ning Feng didn't have any special feelings for Bai Shui. He simply wanted to catch up with his old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. However, since Bai Shui seemed to be afraid of affecting his relationship with Yuqing and was not saying anything more, he naturally wouldn't shamelessly force a conversation. 176. Everything is progressing steadily. After closing the dialogue box, Ning Feng opened the dialogue boxes for each of the Legion members in turn. Members of the Legion submit supplies through the Friends feature. He only needs to click to receive it, just like receiving a red envelope on Blue Star VX. As for whether the supplies handed over by those members were actually 30% of the supplies they collected, Ning Feng doesn't need to worry about that. Because Legion members benefit from Legion welfare buffs, the amount of resources they contribute can be viewed in the Legion warehouse. For example, Member A, because he enjoys the Legion's 120% bonus buff, if he collects 100 units of resources, according to the Legion warehouse mechanism, X 120% X equals Y, then 120% 100 is equal to 20 units of resources will be stored in the Legion warehouse. In other words, you can calculate how many resources a member collected that day simply by checking the number of resources contributed by the members in the Legion warehouse. Let's assume that the Legion warehouse records that Member B contributed 30 units of resources to the Legion warehouse today. Therefore, according to the calculation, Member B collected a total of 30/120% 100% equals 150 units of materials today. Therefore, based on this mechanism of the Legion warehouse, he was not worried at all about any members playing any tricks. After collecting all the supplies handed over by all Legion members, Ning Feng immediately opened the ship warehouse and began taking inventory. TSK. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. The quantity of these supplies is simply astronomical. Let's take the most common banana as an example. Normally, if he and An Yuqing went to collect bananas, they could only collect a few thousand kilograms a day at most. But now, he doesn't have to do anything. The members have provided him with hundreds of thousands of kilograms of bananas. Of course, this is only one type of supply. Iron, ore, and stone, for example, amounted to millions of kilograms. And these supplies are only those handed in by members. Don't forget that 15% of the supplies in the Legion warehouse also belong to him. Now, he really doesn't have to worry about the supplies he can collect on these mysterious islands. He gradually came to understand why bosses all like to act like skinny bosses. As it turns out, being a skinny tycoon is really enjoyable, and the benefits you gain are beyond what ordinary people can ever imagine. He even thought he could tell the members about the distribution of supplies on the island for free. He was just brain dead. Thanks to Xiaoro-chan's suggestion that he accept a reasonable kickback. Otherwise, he would never have experienced the thrill of making big money through such a scheme. Now that we have no shortage of any supplies, we can finally start using the villa construction blueprints we purchased earlier. Ning Feng excitedly opened the crafting menu and found the villa construction option. After adding all the necessary materials, including the previously purchased home power supply system, the construction page popped up. This page is exactly the same as the one used to build the wooden building. Similarly, it is necessary to select a location for the villa. Ning Feng didn't hesitate much about this. In fact, he had already planned where to build the villa when he bought the villa construction blueprints. Considering the issue of lighting, the villa could not be located near the wooden building. In addition, there are now other members on the private island. In order to maintain some privacy and avoid being overheard by other members making noises like cats meowing in the middle of the night, he placed the villa 30 meters to the right of the wooden building. This villa has a yard, and the total area including the yard is 1,000 square meters. The outline is a rectangle that is close to a square, with a length of approximately 31.45 meters and a width of approximately 31.8 meters. Of course, the exact figures are not like that, but those few millimeters can be disregarded. However, the main building in the courtyard has a fairly standard length-to-width ratio of 5:6. It is 30 meters long, 25 meters wide, and occupies an area of 750 square meters. In the sweltering summer, buildings are typically designed to face south. Ning Feng naturally followed this principle when choosing the location for the villa's construction. Once the location is selected, all that's left is to wait for construction to complete. I didn't expect that building the villa would take longer than building the wooden house. It can be completed in just 2 days. In other words, the villa will be almost finished when we return from our next voyage. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Next, because the food wasn't ready yet, Ning Feng then opened the information page in the Endless Voyage app. He hadn't been paying attention to ship information for a long time. Upon opening it, I found a level 3 large fishing boat, 666815/10000000. The ship's experience has already reached 660,000. At the rate of 150,000 experience per day, it will only take 3 more days to level up. If nothing unexpected happens, he will likely be the first person in the world to upgrade a ship to LV4. I wonder if the first person to reach LV4 will receive an achievement reward, Ning Feng thought. Ning Feng opened the Legion information and took a look. It's not bad. Today, thanks to the efforts of all members, the construction of 2 more residential houses was completed. The Legion's experience level is currently LV1, 3700/10,000, and the maximum number of members has reached 700. Given Li Chun and Bai Shui's capabilities, they should be able to recruit the maximum number of members again before midnight. Everything is progressing steadily, and judging from the current situation, it is not impossible for him to become the ruler of this world in the future. Just as Ning Feng was about to go and study something, he was called out from outside to have dinner. Ning Feng put down his phone and decided to go eat first. This meal was held to welcome 5 new members to the island. Considering that there was no need to go out to sea tomorrow, and that it was already evening, even if he got drunk, he could recover his energy through sleep and it wouldn't cause any problems. Ning Feng took out the 8-degree beer that he had opened earlier. Supplies are meant to be consumed. He's happy today, and everyone's happy too. It's okay to have a little drink. Anyway, we've gotten a lot of alcohol from those high-quality supply chests lately, and we can't possibly finish them all. Of course, given his drinking capacity, he didn't join in. The other members, of course, did not blindly flaunt their alcohol consumption. Although Ning Feng kept saying they wanted to drink to their heart's content, everyone only drank to their heart's content. After all, drinking is a matter of pleasure in moderation, but excessive drinking is harmful to health. They are also living under someone else's roof, so it wouldn't be good if they got really drunk. 177. Isn't Yuqing angry? After the meal, although everyone had drunk some alcohol, they were all quite sober because they hadn't drunk much. Considering how hard those members worked today collecting supplies in the rain, Ning Feng arranged for Tian Tian and Feng Chang to go to the kitchen to boil more hot water so that they could prepare a cup for each of the members later. As the Legion commander, he certainly had to show due care and concern for his members. Hot water was just an ordinary thing to him, but for the members who had been soaked in the rain all day, it was like nectar. Putting more effort into small things, such as giving members small favors, makes it easier for them to feel grateful towards him. Reaching greater returns with less effort is one of the essential lessons for becoming a qualified leader. After arranging the boiling of water, Ning Feng then returned to his room, took out 5 newly purchased laptops, and went back to the main room to look at the 5 newly recruited IT staff. Each of you will have one of these 5 computers. If there is no electricity, we will use the generator on the table in the main room to charge the batteries. As long as there is sunshine, that thing can generate electricity, so there is no need to worry about electricity. As for accommodations, you can go upstairs and squeeze in with the other members for now. I'll make some wooden beds and send them over to you in a bit. My villa will be completed in 2 days. Then I will arrange accommodations for you. In fact, Ning Feng had already said these words as casually as possible. For some reason, the 5 new members were all dumbfounded after hearing what Ning Feng said. After a while, one of the bolder young men swallowed hard and asked uncertainly, "Boss, you just said you also built a villa?" "Yes, it was just built. What's wrong?" Ning Feng nodded. No. I just didn't expect our leader to be so far ahead of us." The young man quickly waved his hand, feeling a sense of awe and respect for Ning Feng. "We've only been in this world for a short time, less than a month. The eldest son's island is ridiculously large, and it's full of wooden houses and villas. Who could stand that?" He had originally thought he was very successful after upgrading his ship to level 2, and felt extremely proud and smug. But when they arrived at the boss's private island, they discovered that the difference between the two was enormous. The sense of superiority I had painstakingly cultivated vanished in an instant. No wonder this guy can become the leader of the Legion. He can build villas and pull out so many laptops with ease. If he's not the leader, who is? Ning Feng didn't pay attention to the changes in the members' expressions. Actually, it's understandable that these members would be surprised. In fact, he could say that every member who comes to his island in the future will eventually experience these things. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Feng didn't actually want to show off, but after sensing the shocked expressions on the faces of these members, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. Basic operations, don't be silly. The 5 new members quickly recovered from their shock. After receiving the laptops from Ning Feng, they all showed expressions of joy and excitement, and they couldn't put the laptops down. To outsiders, a computer might just be a tool for entertainment, like watching movies or playing video games. But for people like them who work in IT, computers are their lifeblood and an important tool to showcase their talents and personal value. Without computers, they would be like useless people, with no way to use their skills. Especially after entering this world, their physical fitness is naturally worse than that of many people who do manual labor because they have been typing on keyboards for a long time on Earth. Over time, they inevitably develop a sense of inferiority. But now that they have computers again, they feel that their value has increased significantly, and they are finally useful again. Seeing that the newcomers were all very enthusiastic, Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction and looked at Xiaomu beside him. Xiaomu, from now on these 5 are your people. You'll lead them to develop the program well, understand? Xiaomu wasn't stupid. Ning Feng's words clearly showed that he valued him and intended to put him in a management position. He naturally dared not hesitate and quickly nodded, assuring them, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely lead them to do a good job." "Okay, then I'll go back to my room first." After returning to the room, Ning Feng originally planned to continue working on the Endless Voyage app. Unexpectedly, he found that Yuqing seemed to have something on her mind and was sitting on the edge of the bed looking sullen. "Wife, what's wrong?" Ning Feng asked with concern. And Yuqing replied expressionlessly, "It's nothing. You go ahead and do your thing." Ning Feng wasn't stupid. If a woman acted this way, something was definitely wrong. Although the saying, when a woman says no, she means yes, when a woman says no, she means yes, is often false. But in this rather unusual situation, when a woman says no/no, it always means yes/yes. If a man doesn't even have this much awareness, then he truly deserves to be single. And so, Ning Feng quickly adopted a fawning attitude and sat down next to Yuqing. But just as he was about to put his arm around Yuqing, she got up and broke free, saying, "I told you. I'm fine. You go and do your thing." The more Yuqing acted this way, the more convinced Ning Feng became that something must have happened. Therefore, he was unwilling to give up and, with quick eyes and hands, struck again, this time successfully embracing Yuqing. "My dear wife, tell me, what's making you unhappy? If there's anything I haven't done well, tell me, and I'll definitely change. You know, men are often careless creatures, and maybe I don't even know what I did to offend you. If you don't tell me, how can I change?" Perhaps it was Ning Feng's attitude that softened Yuqing's heart, or perhaps it was because Ning Feng breathed on her ear when he spoke that touched a sensitive spot, causing her to break down. And Yuqing then gave a light snort and said, "You just asked Feng Chang and Tian Tian to boil water, but you just wanted to send it to your old classmate, right?" "Huh?" Ning Feng was dumbfounded. "Wait, what does this have to do with her?" How can it be nothing?" And Yuqing snorted and retorted, then began to analyze seriously. "You must have felt sorry for your old classmate getting caught in the rain, so you wanted to bring her a cup of hot water, but you were afraid that if I found out you brought her the hot water alone, I would get angry and jealous, so you deliberately said you were bringing it to all the members, right?" 178. A woman's ability to fill in the blanks. Honestly, Ning Feng truly hadn't expected women to have such a strong imagination. If Yuqing hadn't said these things, he would never have imagined that Yuqing would be angry about this, even if he racked his brains. Forehead. It just goes to show that women are truly amazing creatures. Their way of looking at things is always so unique. Suddenly, he felt wronged. He really just wanted to increase the loyalty of those members to him in this way. How could it be that he wanted to care about Bai Shui, as Yuqing thought? He quickly explained, "My dear wife, you've really misunderstood me. It's not what you think. I don't care, that's just how I feel." "Humph. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. I'm ignoring you." And Yuqing's attitude remained unchanged, her little face puffed up with anger, which was quite cute. Ning Feng felt like crying, but had no tears left to shed. What kind of nonsense is this? He clearly didn't have that thought. Look. This is the consequence of confessing your feelings first. He was filled with remorse. He shouldn't have drunk alcohol or confessed his feelings back then. He should have held back and let Yuqing confess first. That way, he would have seen if Yuqing still dared to be unreasonable. Certainly. Actually, every girl can be unreasonable sometimes, and he naturally understands this, so he doesn't object to Yuqing doing so. But as a complete novice in relationships, he had no idea how to handle his girlfriend's unreasonable behavior. If he really made a mistake and made his girlfriend angry, he just needs to know to correct his attitude and apologize. But right now, he hasn't really done anything wrong. So what do you think he should do? They can't just apologize directly, can they? "My dear wife, I didn't do it the way you think. I just wanted to increase the loyalty of those members to me. Please don't misunderstand, okay? So you mean I'm being unreasonable? And Yuqing changed the subject, crossed her arms, and glanced at Ning Feng sideways. Ning Feng. Ning Feng truly didn't expect that women's tricks would come one after another. This is clearly leading him into a trap. I didn't. My wife is so understanding. How could she be being unreasonable? Ning Feng quickly straightened his attitude and explained seriously. But who would have thought? And Yuqing chuckled. Look how scared you are. I was just teasing you. This scene left Ning Feng momentarily unsure whether it was real or not. He asked tentatively, You're not angry? At first I did think you were boiling water for your female classmate, but after seeing your reaction I realized I had misunderstood you, so I wasn't angry anymore. But since we've come this far, I just wanted to tease you a bit. I don't think you'll mind, right? After saying that, and Yuqing playfully stuck out her tongue at Ning Feng, with a provocative expression on her face. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng felt like a monkey, completely fooled by Yuqing. Oh, you dare to fool me after all. I think you need to be taught a lesson. Now that we know Yuqing isn't angry, everything will be much easier. Ning Feng had no intention of showing any mercy. He simply picked Yuqing up in his arms and tossed her onto the Simmons mattress. Next, Simmons mattresses thus fulfilled their intended function of providing elasticity. It began to sway continuously in response to the force applied. After completely subduing Yuqing fell asleep from exhaustion. Ning Feng, on the other hand, is still full of energy and can't sleep for the time being. Considering it's only a little past 9 p.m., it's not too late. He picked up his phone, intending to check the public chat to see what other survivors were saying. The rain today was quite heavy. Most survivors probably wouldn't have as many dry clothes to change into as he does, and those with weaker physical abilities definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be good to understand market demand in advance so that we can formulate a sales plan for the future. Successfully entered the chat public screen via mobile phone. Kaiyushin, damn it, I'm freezing. I'm so miserable that I can only hide under banana leaves to avoid the rain. I can't even start a fire. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you all tomorrow. Autumn's sorrowful love. Sigh. I already feel a bit feverish. I guess I'm doomed. I just searched the trading hall, but no one is selling medicine. If I really have a fever, I guess I'll just have to wait to die. Kuin, am very big. At this point, I finally realized the importance of ships. I heard that those who have upgraded to LV2 ships can hide in the ship's control room to take shelter from the rain. But for us who are still on small rafts, we can only wait to die. Yunjilan. I have a high fever. I need medicine. I need medicine. I need medicine. I need fever reducer. Why can't I make medicine in the crafting section? As Ning Feng predicted, things turned out exactly as he had. For people with weaker constitutions, it's hard not to break down after being caught in the rain all day. It seems that it's perfectly fine to have the members collect more herbs today. At this stage, we can use herbs to make medicine on a large scale. So he quickly opened the crafting menu and found the medicine option. Currently, because he has obtained common medicine formulas, he is actually able to produce many kinds of medicines. Many of the ingredients required for medications like fever reducers, cold medicines, and cough medicines overlap. Since there is overlap in the materials, we should naturally apply these materials to the most suitable drugs based on the current situation. After a brief mental calculation, Ning Feng decided to use all the herbs he had collected that day to make fever reducer. After all, based on the living habits of people on Earth, symptoms like colds and coughs are not something everyone can resolve by taking medication. Many people don't even consider colds and coughs as illnesses. They often choose to tough it out. Anyway, that's what he did back on Earth. It's just a runny nose, an itchy throat, and phlegm. Why would I need to take medicine or get injections? Since he himself is like this, and he often sees similar examples around him, then it is probably even more so in this world of scarcity. When faced with symptoms like a cold or cough, survivors are unlikely to be willing to waste resources or nautical coins to buy medicine. So, if he were to use the materials to make cold medicine or cough medicine, the sales would obviously not be very good. In that case, why not use all these materials to make fever reducers? After all, most people take fever quite seriously. Even if they don't get an injection, they'll definitely buy and take fever reducers. Obviously, only a minority of people are willing to tough it out. 179. Let the trickle of water slowly drain them dry. Now that he had a plan in mind, Ning Feng didn't hesitate any longer. After adding the materials, I simply clicked Make. Crafting one set of materials yields 10 fever reducers and takes 5 seconds. Judging from his current inventory, he doesn't need to worry about the supply of pharmaceutical materials. If you're just using it to make something to meet your own needs, the 5-second production time is quite convenient. However, if you want to sell them on a large scale, the time required for production is a major headache. After all, if you were to sell them, a few hundred or a few thousand wouldn't be enough to meet demand, and the nautical coins he would earn from selling them would probably be barely enough to fill a tooth gap. So, it should be at least in the tens of thousands, right? However, even if only 100,000 copies are produced, it will take 500,000 seconds, which translates to 138 hours. If we really wait that long, those people with fevers will either die from the fever or recover by now. Thinking of this, Ning Feng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seems that I can't be idle in the future. I should make whatever I have and prepare the goods in advance so that I won't have this kind of trouble. Since he couldn't change the time-consuming production mechanism, all he could do was produce as much as he could for the time being. Although it takes 138 hours to produce 100,000 doses of fever reducer. Fortunately, the production process is quite intelligent. Even with 100,000 sets of materials added, it still produces each set individually. In other words, once the crafting function starts operating, 10 fever reducers will be automatically produced and stored in the ship warehouse every 5 seconds. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't really affect anything. It's just a bit troublesome, as it's impossible to put all 100,000 doses of fever reducer on the shelves for sale at once. Without dwelling on these issues any longer, I started making it right away. It's 9:10 p.m. now, and he plans to check on the progress of the production before going to bed. Just then, Feng Chong and the others announced that the hot water was ready, so Ning Feng went out of the room to bring it in and distribute it to the Legion members. Certainly, Ning Feng didn't have time to distribute them one by one. Li Chun and Bai Shui could handle this small matter. So he directly handed over the dozens of wooden barrels filled with hot water that he had prepared to them through the navigation system screen. More than 2 hours passed. The time displayed on my phone is 11:23 p.m. Ning Feng was already feeling sleepy, so he planned to put some fever reducers on the shelves and then go to sleep. Open the ship warehouse. After 2 hours and 13 minutes, 1,596 doses of fever reducer had been produced, which is equivalent to 15,960 pills. Someone as kind and generous as him would definitely sell it by the grain. If sold in portions of 10, not only would it sell few, but probably not many people could afford it. However, the pricing issue of fever reducers does require careful consideration. Currently, no one is selling fever reducers, so he has no way to refer to the market price based on the trading hall. If you set prices blindly, you might sell them too high and they won't sell, or you might sell them too low and you'll earn less. After much deliberation, he set the price of one fever reducer at 30 nautical coins per pill. After all, making fever reducers is relatively simple, and one set of materials can make 10 fever reducers. If it weren't for the fact that no one else could make this thing, fever reducers probably wouldn't be considered a rare resource. To put it bluntly, this fever reducer is easier to obtain than crops and fruits. In the future, once the pharmaceutical channels are opened up and everyone can make medicine, this thing will probably become a common commodity. So his current pricing seems quite reasonable. It's not cheap, but it's not so expensive that it would deter survivors. Certainly, if Ning Feng were to be a little more ruthless and set the price at over 100 nautical coins, he believed that there would definitely be people who would buy it. After all, it's something that can save lives. When a person's life or death is at stake, money becomes insignificant. But Ning Feng didn't want to do that. If he really set the price too high, some survivors who were less developed would definitely not be able to afford it even if they wanted to. By then, even if a number of people don't die from the disease, their condition will likely deteriorate to the point where they won't be able to collect supplies. If the survivors are unable to collect supplies, they will naturally lose their source of income and will no longer shop at the trading hall. In this way, it will only indirectly affect his profits. If the economy is in recession, even if he has a lot of goods to sell, if no one buys them, then it's meaningless. You have to understand that the money comes from the sheep. Only if these people live well can Ning Feng gain the greatest benefit from them. He could tell the difference between slowly draining these people's blood and taking advantage of them all at once. With that in mind, Ning Feng immediately listed 15,960 fever reducers at a price of 30 nautical coins each. If all of these fever reducers could be sold, he would earn at least 478,800 nautical coins. It's not a lot, but it's not a small amount either. The next day, when Ning Feng woke up, and Yuqing was no longer in bed. However, Ning Feng still felt a little unsatisfied when he thought about what happened last night. TSK, this vixen is getting more and more experienced. Luckily, my physical fitness has improved to an unprecedented level. Otherwise, I might not have been able to satisfy her. After silently sighing a couple of times, Ning Feng got out of bed, dressed, and washed up. Outside the main room, the scene is getting bigger and bigger. There were 6 members typing away at the keyboard on the table in the main room. Now that they have help, Xiaomu's situation has become much easier. As Ning Feng passed by Xiaomu, he asked about the program's development progress. According to Xiaomu, the framework has been written and the front-end code has been completed. All that's left is to add the back-end code, and the program will be mostly finished. He said it would be available in 3 days at the latest. Hearing this, Ning Feng stopped paying attention to the program. After washing up, breakfast was naturally prepared early on. It consisted of plain porridge and stir-fried vegetables. Ning Feng filled a bowl with porridge, added some vegetables, and then took the bowl outside, intending to see what Yuqing had been doing so early in the morning. Once outdoors, Ning Feng felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but laugh. This woman is far too diligent, isn't she? Who would have thought that this woman was leading the group to cultivate the fields early in the morning? Watching them work so hard, Ning Feng felt inspired and just wanted to finish his meal quickly so he could also get involved in planting. 180. Incredibly strong, he can take down a whiny kid with a single punch. After breakfast, Ning Feng naturally also got involved in planting. However, during this time, in order to test how much his strength had improved, he took the place of the ox in pulling the plow. He planned to test whether he could pull the plow. Who would have thought that with just a gentle tug, the plow would start digging in the ground? This efficiency is no slower than that of an ox pulling a cart. Seeing this, the members who were observing Ning Feng all exclaimed in surprise. Tian, my God, boss, are you that strong? Feng Chong, I suddenly feel like I might not be able to take a punch from the boss. Li Wei, Feng Chong, be confident. Put aside the possibility, you definitely can't withstand a punch from the boss. With the boss's punching power, one punch from him is definitely enough to take down any whiny girl. Even Yuqing, who slept next to Ning Feng every day, was so frightened by this scene that she covered her mouth with her hand, looking incredulous. She hadn't expected Ning Feng to be so strong. No wonder he wasn't tired at all last night. As for Ning Feng himself, he was naturally a little surprised by this situation. Last night, he only knew that his strength had increased, but the extent of the increase was not intuitive to him based on the attribute values alone. Now that he has had this test, he probably has a clearer understanding of just how terrifying his power truly is. Others were only surprised that he could drag the plow, but only he knew that he had only used 30% of his strength to drag it. In other words, he's now having a tug of war with these scalpers. Perhaps even 3 oxen couldn't pull him over. If this world didn't have firearms, he could confidently say that he was now invincible. Unfortunately, based on the technology of this world, it is impossible for the future to be without firearms. Therefore, the greatest use of his physical abilities is probably for manual labor. In a war, everyone has ranged weapons, so who the hell would still fight you hand to hand? That's idiotic. After the strength test was completed, Ning Feng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to take over the work of a cow. If that's the case, then why keep these 3 cows? Wouldn't it be better to just kill them and eat them? Therefore, after Ning Feng reconnected the plow to the ox, he also joined in the work of plowing and planting. Farming can be quite tiring at first, especially before you get used to it. Especially when there are few people around. He feels that the job is both hard and boring. However, as the number of people on the island increased, not only did someone help him share the burden, but the atmosphere at work was also lively, with everyone chatting and laughing, which gradually became more interesting, so much so that time flew by. Before you know it, the sun is blazing overhead, and it's noon. With these members, Ning Feng had absolutely no worries about lunch. Those among them who were better at cooking didn't care about being taken advantage of. They had already assigned the cooking tasks. As for Yuqing, although she couldn't help with cooking, perhaps to lay a good foundation for her future married life, she chose to observe and learn in the kitchen. In response, Ning Feng naturally wouldn't stop her. This was a good thing. She was destined to be the model wife of the future. As for Ning Feng, he took advantage of the break while cooking to return to his room, intending to check how well the fever reducer that was put on the shelves last night was selling. Open the trading hall. The list of available supplies shows sold out for fever reducer, and I have earned a total of 478,800 sailing coins. Not bad, they sold out completely. As Ning Feng predicted, there are definitely many people who are sick at this stage. There are millions of ships in this sea area, and at least nearly 2 million people. Even if only 10% of adults have a fever, the market would need at least 200,000 doses of fever reducer. Moreover, fever reducers aren't something that work with just one pill. Therefore, the 15,960 fever reducers he put on the shelves last night certainly cannot meet the current market demand. A whole night has passed. They should have produced quite a bit of fever reducer by now, right? After retrieving the nautical coins from the trading hall, Ning Feng glanced at the time on the screen. It was already 11:57. It's time to put all the newly produced fever reducers on the shelves. It will be raining again tomorrow, and the number of people with fevers will likely only increase. It was 11:23 p.m. last night, and from now, approximately 5 coinsure, 12.5 hours, have passed, which is 754 minutes. Based on a production rate of 10 fever reducers every 5 seconds, there are at least 90,480 fever reducers in the ship's warehouse now. Upon opening the ship warehouse, the quantity of fever reducers matched the calculation. Immediately, Ning Feng then listed all 90,000 doses of the fever reducer on the trading hall at a price of 30 nautical coins per dose. Next, Ning Feng opened Friends to see if he had missed any messages that morning. Upon looking, some information was indeed missed. Aside from some private messages that were simply harassing him, Xiaoro Jiang also sent him several messages in a row. Xiaoro Jiang, Ning Feng, I found a few people about online novelists. Do you want to go and talk to them first? Xiaoro Chan, also, many people in our legion are sick. They asked me to find out how much material is needed to make medicine, and they want you to help them make the medicine. Seeing this, Ning Feng quickly replied, Fenyu, send me the IDs of those online novelists first, and I'll contact them and see what their level is. Fenyu, as for medicine making, go and compile a list of what medicine the members need. The ingredients for cold medicine are the ingredients for fever reducers, are the ingredients for cough medicine are. Fenyu, just give me the materials as needed when the time comes. Fenyu, by the way, remember, the pharmaceutical services I provide to the members are limited to their own use. If they sell the medicine, they will be expelled from the Legion immediately. Xiaoro Jiang, yes, I definitely know that, and I will remind them too. Xiaoro Jiang, the IDs of those online novelists are respectively. After obtaining the IDs of online novel authors from Xiaoro Jiang, Ning Feng immediately searched for them and added them as friends. Although novel writing programs are not yet fully developed, the core of online novel applications is not the perfection of the program, but the content itself. An empty app is meaningless without any content. Therefore, online article content does indeed need to be prepared in advance. 181. A new update is coming. I searched for each of the IDs provided by Xiaoro Jiang. Ning Feng successfully added those people as friends. It can only be said that these people are worthy of being writers working in online literature on Earth. Their nautical nicknames are rich in literary flavor. The nicknames are Samba Inu, Wan Xin Feng, Tiankan Daodu, Tangjia Sanshao, Chensi, and Anzagio. Since there's no need to go out to sea today, those people are naturally quite free. Ning Feng had just added them as friends when they took the initiative to contact him. Samba Inu. Hello, sir. I heard you need online novel writers. Luan Xingfeng, boss. I've finally been waiting for you. I'm a senior online novelist on Blue Star, and I can fulfill any of your needs. Tiankan Daodu. Hello, big boss. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. Ring Grandpa. I'm good at all these kinds of novels. Tang Jiasin Shao. Boss, I wonder if you ever read Resurrect, My Love, when you were on Earth. That's what I wrote. I hope to collaborate with you. And Ji Jiao. Ahem. Boss, you may not have heard of me, but I write erotic novels on Earth. I think this world is much more boring and unexciting than Earth, so I think erotic novels will sell better. Ning Feng responded to each of their questions. During their casual conversation, Ning Feng gained a certain understanding of them. Unexpectedly, these writers are all celebrities on Earth. He had even read many of their works. However, when he was on Earth, he paid more attention to the content of online novels and didn't really care who the authors of those novels were. Since they were all well-known writers, Ning Feng naturally trusted their abilities and readily agreed to cooperate with them. Certainly, of these 6 writers, Ning Feng hadn't heard of that one named Ji Jiao, who was basically a piece of trash. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, Ji Jiao used to write erotic novels when he was on Earth. Ning Feng, being a dignified and upright gentleman, naturally hadn't read any erotic novels, so it was normal that he didn't know anything about Ji Jiao. However, considering that Ji Jiao's words also make a lot of sense, this world does indeed lack passion, and due to the limitations of the conditions, most survivors find it difficult to meet members of the opposite sex. In addition, without legal restrictions, erotic novels are indeed very likely to sell better than other types of novels in this world. Most importantly, unlike normal novels, erotic fiction doesn't require much setup or extensive writing. It can be considered fast food and is likely to generate revenue faster than other novels. Therefore, he also kept Ji Jiao behind. But, because the Legion is currently full, these 6 writers are temporarily unable to join. Ning Feng had no choice but to make a verbal promise, asking them to write it down first, and that he would bring them into the Legion as soon as the Legion's maximum number of members was increased in the future. The 6 writers readily agreed to this. If Ning Feng were an ordinary person, they would naturally be skeptical of such empty promises. But who is Ning Feng? For the world's #1 powerhouse, getting them to join the Legion is a piece of cake. There's no need to fool them. To motivate them to create more content, Ning Feng promised them that as long as they created well and sent new content to him via friends every day, he would provide them with a day's worth of food free of charge. Upon hearing this, the writers became even more excited and declared that they would start writing immediately. After giving them some verbal encouragement, Ning Feng heard someone calling for lunch outside, so he left the room to have lunch. Afternoon. Everyone took their usual lunch break. Ning Feng woke up at 3 p.m. He habitually picked up his phone to see if anything was wrong. To his surprise, the author named Ji Jiao had actually managed to finish writing a novel in those few hours and had already sent it to him through the friend's chat window. The book is titled, My Master's Wife. Of course, because his novels are erotic, they are not actually that many words long. Even when they are finished, they are only a little over 20,000 words. Ning Feng didn't rush to answer him. He found the title of Ji Jiao's novel quite interesting, and he planned to read it first before replying. You spent more than 10 minutes, and Ning Feng also briefly looked at the book. TSK. Ning Feng felt that he hadn't had enough. Ji Jiao is a true genius. The content is well balanced in terms of detail and summary, and the writer is quite skilled. If it were to be released as scheduled, it would likely attract many readers to pay for it. Especially when the protagonist gave the pair of black stockings that could increase attack speed to his master's wife. Ning Feng admitted that his inner pervert was instantly awakened, and he just wanted to have a discussion about life with the master's wife in the book. Indeed, this Ji Jiao is a promising talent. After praising Nji Jiao in his heart once again, Ning Feng quickly replied to Nji Jiao in the chat box, and also sent him his meals for the day. Feng Yu. Not bad. Very well written. Keep it up. If you can finish a book every day in the future, I guarantee you'll be living the high life with me. Wind and rain. Supplies from wind and rain include 1 L of spring water, 1 watermelon, and 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits. Click to claim. Feng Yu. This is your reward for today's hard work. Keep up the good work. After leaving the room, apart from the IT team members responsible for developing the program, the rest of the team members were naturally working in the fields. Since Ning Feng had already explained the land planning in the morning, he didn't need to participate in the afternoon. He took his phone and fishing gear and went fishing. During this period, other authors also sent in their novels written that day. Because these authors are all traditional novelists, the content sent today is naturally only the tip of the iceberg of their novels, but they are generally over 10,000 words, which is quite good. Although their writings were not as numerous as Nji Jiao's, Ning Feng was quite understanding about that. After all, the most difficult part of writing traditional novels is not typing, but rather conceiving the plot. In such a short time, they were able to conceive of a novel world and write more than 10,000 words, which is already very impressive. They are no worse than Nji Jiao, who writes erotic novels. Therefore, Ning Feng also gave them a day's worth of food. After giving them some encouragement, Ning Feng put down his phone and continued fishing. 6 p.m. As dusk fell, Ning Feng put away his fishing rod, while the other members prepared dinner and meals for the next day in the kitchen. However, when he took out his phone again, he found that Endless Voyage World had sent him a new notification. Update preview content has been updated. Please click to view if interested. Click here to jump directly. 182. Plants have finally evolved on the island. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng clicked the jump button without hesitation and successfully jumped to the update preview section. Update announcement. 1. Starting in summer, the survivor protection mechanism will be completely shut down. Except for this shared island, all other mysterious islands will be simultaneously allocated to multiple ships in the same sea area. Survivors can reach agreements to help each other or engage in a fierce battle to seize all of each other's resources. For example, before the survivor protection mechanism is closed, a mysterious island will only be assigned to the same survivor. After the survivor protection mechanism is turned off, the mysterious island No. XX may be simultaneously allocated to survivors A, B, C, etc. 2. Starting in summer, Endless Sailing World will provide survivors with a ship merging function. After 2 ships merge, the ship that actively applied for the merge becomes the subordinate ship, and the ship that was applied for the merge becomes the main ship. Both survivors need to click the Agree to Merge button in front of the sailing system screen for the merge to be successful. After the merger, the ships will share the same navigation system and private islands. The resources in the ship warehouses of the subordinate ships will be transferred to the ship warehouses of the main ship, sharing the same ship warehouse. However, the authority of the subordinate ships to operate the navigation system will be controlled by the main ship. If the affiliated ship that initiates the merger is at least level 2, its private island will also be merged. The affiliated ship's private island will disappear, and the main ship's private island will gain the area of the affiliated ship's private island. The main island's area will not increase with the merger. The main ship owner can go to the island expansion page to expand it. If the level of the subordinate vessel is higher than that of the main vessel, e.g., the subordinate vessel is LV2 and has a private island, while the main vessel is LV1 and does not, the navigation system screen will automatically switch to the main vessel's navigation system screen, and the subordinate vessel's private island will become the main vessel's private island. For example, if ship A is of class LV1 and ship B is of class LV1, and ship A initiates a merger application to ship B, then ship A will become a subordinate ship of ship B. Ship A is level 2 with a private island area of 600 square meters, and ship B is level 2 with a private island area of 650 square meters. If ship A initiates a merge application to ship B, ship A will become a subordinate ship of ship B. Ship A's private island will disappear, while ship B's private island area will remain unchanged. However, the Expand Island page will allow for a free expansion of the island area by 600 square meters, within the maximum limit. Ship A is level LV2 with a private island area of 600 square meters, while Ship B is level LV1 with no private island. If Ship A initiates a merger application to Ship B, then Ship A becomes a subordinate ship of Ship B. Ship A's level is swapped with Ship B's level, and Ship A's private island becomes Ship B's private island. 3. When the first ship of level greater than or equal to LV5 appears in the Endless Voyage world, the world will automatically enter the third stage. Ships that enter the third stage and reach level 5 will be able to choose a development direction, transportation, or armed. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Stay tuned for details. This update preview is only available for ships of level 3 or higher. Hiss. When Ning Feng saw the contents of the update preview, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Even before entering the second phase, he had been thinking about meeting other survivors, but in the end he could only meet members of his own legion. Now that the update announcement has been released, he can finally meet up with the other survivors. By then, will we still have to worry about not having enough slaves? Moreover, the ship merging feature introduced in this world is quite good. It's pretty good to pool everyone's resources to realize your dreams. Once this feature is enabled, allowing Legion members to merge with oneself and continuously annex other survivors' ships, one's development will be immeasurable. Currently, he needs to split the resources he collects with the Legion members 30/70ths. But if he were to annex them, wouldn't the resources they collect become his own? That was when you could have supplies without doing anything. TSK. Thinking about it, Ning Feng couldn't help but smack his lips, feeling very pleased. Today is the 26th, and the 29th will be the first day of summer, which isn't far away. Besides the recent update previews, the information about entering the third stage also piqued Ning Feng's curiosity. Once a ship reaches level 5, you can choose its development path? Judging from the literal meanings of transportation and armed, could it be that the ships will be subject to a choice of factions? One type of development is geared towards transporting goods or people, while the other is geared towards developing armed forces. If this is indeed the case, wouldn't choosing the armed development mode mean that upgrading ships into aircraft carriers in the future is also possible? An aircraft carrier. Back on Earth, he had never even seen an aircraft carrier up close, let alone driven one. All information about aircraft carriers and their appearance could only be obtained through the internet. If you could actually command an aircraft carrier in this world, that would be an incredibly powerful existence. Moreover, based on the current world rankings, he is estimated to be the first person to sail an aircraft carrier. By then, while others are still sailing small rafts, he'll already be piloting an aircraft carrier. Sailing an aircraft carrier around an island. If I'm not invincible, who is? As for anything beyond aircraft carriers, Ning Feng dared not even think about it. At least in his understanding, among all ship types, only aircraft carriers are the highest level. It's impossible that anything above an aircraft carrier is a spaceship that can fly into the sky, right? That would be truly too sci-fi and outrageous. As an ordinary mortal, his perspective was limited to what he knew about Earth. Just as Ning Feng was still immersed in the joy of what was about to happen, an even more excited and joyful voice came from outside. Ning Feng, come out and see. Plants have evolved on our island. Upon hearing Yin Yuqing's extremely excited words, Ning Feng immediately jumped off the bed and opened the door. Really? They've evolved plants? Yes, there's more than one. And Yuqing said with a smile, I only noticed it when I was taking a walk with Feng Chang just now. Quick, take me to see this. Ning Feng was naturally very excited about this. Perhaps the plants that evolved were insignificant compared to the supplies in his ship warehouse. But its significance is far greater than the supplies in the ship warehouse. This means his island has finally come back to life. After waiting for so long, plants have finally evolved. This is a good start. Plants have already evolved, so how far behind can animals, minerals, and water resources be? 183. Will a gold mine be found at sea tomorrow? I followed Yin Yuqing and jogged all the way to the northern coast of the island. Ning Feng finally saw the plants that Yin Yuqing had mentioned. If we count these plants by plant, There are about 10 of them, occupying about 1 square meter. However, since these plants have only sprouted so far, he cannot yet determine what kind of plants they are based on their appearance. So, he did use his cheat code to read it. So it's a peony? Using his cheat code, Ning Feng quickly learned the name of the plant. It is a peony. Ning Feng wasn't particularly knowledgeable about flowering plants, but peonies were one of the few flowers he was familiar with. He always thought this flower was prettier than a rose. Even back on Earth, he subconsciously considered the peony to be the national flower. It wasn't until I read some science articles that I realized that a peony is just a peony and not a national flower. Besides being used for ornamental purposes, peonies also have considerable intrinsic value. According to the tips from the Golden Finger, it can also be used to treat menstrual irregularities and menstrual cramps in women, so it can't be considered useless. In any case, their appearance made Ning Feng quite happy. In addition to adding a touch of color to his private island, they also had an uplifting effect. This is a good start for the evolution of islands, and the number of plants and animals that evolve there will certainly increase in the future. After, fearing he might miss out on other information, Ning Feng, for the first time ever, joined the walking group, intending to take a good look at his island. It's laughable, really. After expanding his island to such a large size, he really hadn't taken the time to explore it properly. Whenever he was on his private island, he basically just went between 3 points and didn't explore any other places. Now, under the guise of taking a walk, one can properly observe the empire that one has created. The walk continued until someone inside called out, "Dinner is ready," at which point everyone stopped. Ning Feng basically explored every corner of the island. It's a real shame that even though it's springtime now, which increases the probability of plant evolution, only a small patch of peonies has evolved on this vast island. It seems we'll have to wait a while longer if we want our island to have more color. Dinner is over. There's not much to say. It's basically a matter of everyone going back to their own home and their own mother. After everyone finished washing up, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Ning Feng was no exception. Back in his room, Ning Feng took out his phone as usual to deal with matters related to Endless Voyage. He also opened the trading hall and took a look. Unexpectedly, the 90,000 fever reducers that were put on the shelves at noon were sold out again, earning a total of 2,714,400 sailing coins. It turns out that there are quite a few people in this world who are sick. He opened the chat public screen with some doubts, and what he saw there was even more surprising. Nowadays, the public chat screen is basically filled with people asking for medicine. The price of medicine has even risen to 100 nautical coins for many people. As a result, many people have become scalpers, even offering services to snatch medicine on behalf of others. Scalpers are everywhere. In the past, tickets for the Poop Scooping Boys movie were sold for over 2 million yuan by scalpers. Now, Fever Reducer is being inflated to over 200,000 nautical dollars. Ning Feng suddenly felt that his price was still too kind compared to that of scalpers. Otherwise, should they raise the price of the next batch of fever reducers? Ning Feng quickly dismissed the idea. He is neither a god of medicine nor a demon. These people are, after all, citizens of Yinxia. Since his pricing is already exorbitantly profitable, there's no need for him to exploit them. Moreover, if we broaden our perspective and view the development of this world through the lens of a game, we can see it more clearly. The game involves merging servers, PK within the same server, and then PK across servers. So here, it should also be about the merging of sea areas, the merging of national sea areas, the competition between national sea areas, and finally, the competition across borders. Since there is a possibility of a transnational war, these people of Yinxia today will be an indispensable fighting force in the future. This world cannot be ruled by his own power alone. Therefore, the more stockpiles people have in Yinxia now, the more beneficial it will be for the entire country in the future. Losing so much combat power just to earn a little more money for medicine is not a worthwhile thing to do. Besides, as the saying goes, as long as the chives aren't uprooted, you can harvest them indefinitely. He can sell fever reducers cheaply to his fellow countrymen in the sweltering summer, and in the future, he can also profit from these people by selling other supplies. Overall, he definitely hopes that more of his fellow countrymen in Yinxia can survive, so that he can profit more. That's just how capitalists are. I stopped dwelling on these issues since there is still such a large demand for fever reducers in the market. Then let's continue listing it. It's 7:03 p.m. now, exactly 8 hours since the last sale of medicine, and another 57,600 fever reducers have been produced. After listing it at a price of 30 nautical coins, Ning Feng closed the trading hall. I haven't checked the information about the island trip tomorrow yet. He then opened the information page to check. This was something he discovered by chance. It turned out that if a person was not in front of the navigation system screen at 6 p.m., the information about the next day's voyage would be automatically transferred to the information page. Survivors can also manually view this information to avoid data loss. He now has 5 sets of beast taming contract fruits, and is quite looking forward to seeing some ferocious beasts spawn on the island he's going to sail out to sea tomorrow. After all, in just a few days, they will encounter survivors other than Legion members. Contracting more ferocious beasts will give them more trump cards. I opened it and took a look. Unfortunately, none of the 4 islands, including the shared island for tomorrow, have spawned any ferocious beasts. Of course, wild boars will definitely spawn. However, while you could call a wild boar a ferocious beast, Ning Feng was reluctant to use the beast taming contract fruit on it, feeling it would be a waste of its potential. In Ning Feng's understanding, ferocious beasts should at least be at the level of tigers, leopards, lions, or bears, right? Fortunately, aside from animals, many of the islands that will spawn tomorrow have high-scoring resources, with a total of 8 resource chests. That's unprecedented. In addition to the supply chests, one of the islands even spawned a gold mine. Gold mines. If there were a gold mine on Earth, I would be set for life. In this world, the role of gold has not yet been realized, but it is still a rare mineral. So let's collect it first. As for the matter of contracting a ferocious beast, Ning Feng thought about it and felt that it wasn't entirely impossible. He still needs to read the islands where the Legion's 699 members will set sail tomorrow. Perhaps there will be some good results. 184. Kodiak Island Brown Bear. Mo Yu worked for several more hours, and Ning Feng finally read and sent the island information of all the members of the Legion to them. Among the 699 mysterious islands, he actually found a few that had spawned ferocious beasts. Among them are tigers, brown bears, and saltwater crocodiles. Now he no longer has to worry about his beast-taming contract fruit being useless. Considering that tomorrow would be another rainy day at sea, he decided not to bother in Yuching tonight. Conserving his energy was the best course of action. He tossed his phone aside and fell asleep immediately. The next day, Ning Feng awoke to the sound of footsteps and chatter. I never expected that the other members on the island would be so diligent, always waking up so early without an alarm clock. After realizing that an Yuching beside him had also disappeared, he got up and changed his clothes. Upon leaving the room, everyone else looked worried. The talkative Fong Chong quickly chimed in. "Boss, it's raining again." "Yes, it rained last time we went out to sea, and it rained again this time. It's like the world is doing this on purpose." Tian, who was holding Fong Chang's arm, chimed in. "It seems that after their previous experience of getting caught in the rain, these people have developed a strong aversion to rainy days. Isn't Ning Feng the same? Is there any way to do this? Whether it rains or not is not something he can control. All he can do is laugh and joke. There's enough medicine at home, so everyone can get sick without worry." After washing up, apart from the IT staff, all the other members were naturally taken aboard the ship by Ning Feng. Although it's raining again today, it's still better than last time because everyone made makeshift raincoats out of vegetation after the last rain. At least your head and body won't get wet. As for your hands and feet, well, let them get wet. Even on Earth, no one can guarantee that their hands and feet will stay dry when they go out in the rain. Our first stop at sea was also a shared island. Although there are no more meetings to attend, and doing this may seem like a waste of time, Ning Feng feels it is necessary. His purpose was not to hold a meeting, but to gather everyone together so that he could measure their loyalty. As the saying goes, people change. Ning Feng couldn't possibly have judged these members' loyalty based on a single reading. Who knows, some members' attitudes might have changed in the last couple of days. This is called prevention. As for the result, it was pretty good. These members did not disappoint him. Among the nearly 1,000 members, even the one with the worst loyalty score remained unchanged, and many people's loyalty scores even increased. There was no case of a decrease in loyalty scores. That makes sense. While not everyone can enjoy good food and drink with him, the resources he provides to his members on the island are unmatched by other forces. Even if these members have to hand over 30% of the supplies they collect each time they go out to sea, the total amount of supplies they collect is definitely much greater than if they worked alone. Only a fool would think of betraying them. Since these people had all received the approval of the Golden Finger, Ning Feng didn't waste any more of their time. After saying, "Everyone, do your best and be careful," he disbanded the team. However, they did manage to keep the members who had encountered ferocious beasts on those islands. At this stage, he doesn't need to worry about the survival supplies. Naturally, taming those ferocious beasts is the most important thing to do first. After taking the 5 sets of beast taming contract fruits that he had already retrieved, he led the group to one of the members' mysterious islands. It wasn't that he wanted to delay these members from collecting supplies, but if there were ferocious beasts on their island, letting them collect supplies like this would indeed be quite dangerous. Therefore, it would be better to keep these people with him for now, and let them roam freely after he has tamed the ferocious beasts. At his current speed, it would probably take him at most an hour to tame all these ferocious beasts. For their safety, an hour's delay is nothing. As for his own boat, it was naturally the same old routine, with Yuqing and Taiga guarding it. He would never let Yuqing go out in the rain to collect supplies, as long as it was raining. It's not a matter of double standards or not. What's wrong with Yuqing having some privileges as the boss's woman? There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. Moreover, after he tames the ferocious beast, he will indeed need to return to the shared island and then take his own boat to his own mysterious island. If there's no one guarding his ship, wouldn't he also waste time waiting for a response? The first mysterious island Ning Feng visited was the one that Li Biao had created. The creature that spawned on his island was a Kodiak brown bear. Back on Earth, he hadn't paid much attention to brown bears, but the description given by the Golden Finger was that the Kodiak brown bear was the largest bear in the world. If it's the largest in size, then its combat power is probably not much weaker. Li Biao's development is quite good. The ship has reached LV2 level, and the control room can easily accommodate more than 10 people. After all the members were on board, Li Biao controlled the navigation system screen and headed to his mysterious island. We arrived in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the others were about to follow him off the boat, Ning Feng turned around and said, "You don't need to come. I can tame these wild beasts by myself. If too many people go, there's a higher chance of accidents, and there's no need for them to get wet in the rain." Upon hearing Ning Feng's explanation, the others were stunned. Firstly, they dared not disobey their boss's orders. Secondly, they were indeed a little afraid of brown bears. However, Li Biao was somewhat reluctant after hearing this. He stepped forward, grabbed Ning Feng's arm, and said with a worried expression, "No, my benefactor, I'll go with you. Brown bears are no joke. How could one person possibly tame one? Besides, this is my island. How can I watch you risk your life alone? Don't worry, I won't hold you back. If anything goes wrong, we can run in different directions. It might even affect the brown bear's judgment. It's better than you going alone." In fact, Ning Feng possesses the beast taming contract fruit. Not to mention him. If he were to give the beast taming contract fruit to Yuqing, as long as Yuqing doesn't panic, she could probably successfully tame it. What danger is there? But seeing that Li Biao genuinely cared about him, he didn't refuse. This is a good opportunity to learn more about Li Biao. If he is a really good person, then it might be worth considering giving him special training. Alright, then you can come along. 185. They tamed many wild beasts. Because Li Biao's ship had also reached LV2 level, which allowed him to specify the landing location, Ning Feng naturally had Li Biao select the side where brown bears were present as the landing location. After the two disembarked, they only needed to walk straight into the woods for a few minutes to encounter the brown bear. The two didn't talk much along the way, nor did they walk side by side. Li Biao deliberately walked ahead of him, clearing the way for him, appearing cautious and careful. Actually, he has a cheat code in the beast taming contract fruit, so he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. But since Li Biao was unaware of these things, this attitude was normal. He noticed these small details, and his impression of Li Biao naturally improved. This person is reliable. If there's danger, he'll genuinely be willing to protect you. A few minutes later, the two successfully spotted the brown bear. That brown bear was indeed very large. At that moment, it was hugging a tree with its four limbs, seemingly preparing to climb it. Upon seeing this, Li Biao quickly spread his arms and shielded Ning Feng behind him again, saying softly, "My benefactor, this brown bear is bigger than I imagined. You didn't even bring any weapons. Are you sure you can tame it? How about we go back and get some tools, set a trap first, and then I'll lure it into the trap." Ning Feng smiled and nodded, taking out a set of beast-taming contract fruits. "Don't worry. With these, I can tame anything, not just brown bears, but even Tyrannosaurus rex." This was the first time Li Biao had seen the beast-taming contract fruit, and he didn't understand its function. He just frowned and examined it carefully before revealing a look of distrust. "This fruit can tame wild beasts. You're kidding, right?" "Huh. So how do you think I tamed that tiger?" Ning Feng explained with a smile. "You just need to watch from the side." Having said that, Ning Feng hurled the secondary fruit in his hand heavily at the brown bear. When the fruit hit the brown bear, it startled it. The brown bear shuddered. It had been about to climb the tree, but after roaring, it tried to run away. However, when it smelled the beast-taming contract fruit, its eyes lit up, and it used all its strength to run towards the beast-taming contract fruit, and then stuffed it into its mouth. Then, Ning Feng didn't hesitate, and quickly ate the main fruit as well. The next moment, Ning Feng felt a connection with the brown bear and mentally summoned it over. However, Li Biao was unaware of all this. When he saw the brown bear suddenly running towards him, he thought that Ning Feng's behavior had angered the bear, so he pushed Ning Feng backward. "Oh no, we've been discovered. My benefactor, run. I'll cover your retreat." It was clear that Li Biao was terrified of the brown bear. His legs were trembling uncontrollably, yet he still resolutely shielded it behind him. Honestly, at that moment, Ning Feng suddenly felt a warmth in his heart, as if it were love. Li Biao was the first person he had ever met who was willing to die for him. I have to say, it's really touching. Could he have fallen for a man? Grass. Realizing that there was something wrong with his thinking, Ning Feng quickly shook his head and dismissed those thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was incredibly fast, and in just a few seconds, it was right in front of the two of them. Before Li Biao could even make a move, the brown bear bypassed him and ran to Ning Feng's side, rubbing its head against Ning Feng's face like a dog. This scene terrified Li Biao so much that he couldn't help but swear. "Holy crap, that's awesome." Ning Feng stroked the brown bear's head and smiled smugly. "Yes, that's how awesome it is." At this point, Li Biao then realized just how clownish his behavior had been. No wonder my benefactor wasn't worried at all. It turns out the fruit in his hands was incredibly miraculous. But why didn't his benefactor tell him this sooner? He was so scared he almost peed his pants. Regarding this point, Ning Feng naturally had his own considerations. Since he wanted to test Li Biao's character, he certainly couldn't tell him these things. Only in this way could he see Li Biao's true nature. As it turns out, Li Biao's behavior deserves the perfect loyalty rating given by the mentor. Such a person is worth cultivating. Thinking of this, Ning Feng turned around and looked at Li Biao, who was still somewhat stunned, and his tone became more polite than before. "You're older than me, so I'll call you Brother Biao." "Brother Biao, want to come live on my island?" Li Biao was somewhat flattered by his benefactor's sudden politeness. But he's a genuine person and not pretentious at all. He's older than his benefactor, so it's perfectly normal for him to call him Brother Biao. Moreover, Li Biao preferred to be on friendly terms with his benefactor rather than have a superior-subordinate relationship. "My benefactor, I am ready to go to your island anytime you need me." Since Li Biao didn't refuse, Ning Feng didn't stand on ceremony. "All right, after you finish collecting the supplies today, come to the shared island around 5:50 p.m., and I'll bring you and your female companion along to develop our island together." Okay. Since the wild beasts on Li Biao's mysterious island had been tamed, Ning Feng didn't linger there any longer. After the group returned to the shared island, Ning Feng boarded another member's boat and headed to his mysterious island. The subsequent taming process goes without saying. With the beast taming contract fruit, taming was quite easy, even easier than taming those yellow cattle. As for the reactions of those members, they naturally couldn't be as loyal as Li Biao. Ning Feng told them not to follow, so they didn't. Ning Feng didn't think much about it. People are inherently different, so there's no point in comparing them. Not everyone is as honest as Li Biao, this big simpleton, who is willing to risk his life to repay a debt of gratitude. As long as these members don't betray him, it doesn't matter if they're cowardly and afraid of death. That's the true nature of a person. If he didn't have a cheat code, if he didn't have the beast taming contract fruit, he would also be afraid of death. Ultimately, it went pretty much as planned. In just 1 hour, he had used up all 5 sets of beast taming contract fruits. They tamed a total of 2 brown bears, 1 tiger, and 2 saltwater crocodiles. Brown bears and crocodiles are fine, as they are both male and female. With proper training, they might even be able to produce offspring. If you raise them from a young age, they will probably be obedient even without a taming fruit. The only regrettable thing is that the newly tamed tiger is a female. Otherwise, a male and a female could produce quite a few tigers. 186, another chatterbox. Ning Feng had actually thought about the selection of these animals for a long time. Especially the saltwater crocodiles. Ning Feng initially didn't particularly want to waste the beast taming contract fruit on 2 fish. After all, crocodiles are not particularly strong on land when they leave the water, so they pose less of a threat to humans. His initial purpose in taming these wild beasts was to have more leverage so that these animals could help him when he encountered opponents in the future. Obviously, crocodiles are not as intimidating to humans on land as tigers or brown bears. As for why he eventually decided to tame it, it was mainly because he suddenly felt that this world was inherently a world of the ocean. On land, crocodiles may not be of much help, but in the sea, they are far more useful than tigers or brown bears. Taming 2 crocodiles and keeping them in the waters near your private island, whether as lookouts or to launch a surprise attack from the water, would be quite good. It can't be said that it's completely useless. Furthermore, he would definitely continue to obtain beast taming contract fruits in the future, so there was no point in keeping the fruit if he didn't tame these 2 crocodiles. He might as well tame them. Back to the shared island. Because Ning Feng had contacted An Yuqing before returning, and Yuqing had already been waiting on the shore with her boat. Seeing Ning Feng board the ship with a group of animals, An Yuqing was no longer as fierce as she had been when petting the cat. Although she knew that these animals would definitely be as docile as Taigu, she still felt quite resistant to it. A small number is fine, but when there are a lot of them, it really makes your scalp tingle. Especially the brown bear. These 2 brown bears didn't look nearly as cute and adorable as the cartoon characters, Xiongda and Xiong'er. Instead, they reminded her of the black bear monster from Journey to the West who stole the cassock. Ning Feng noticed An Yuqing's discomfort, so he didn't let the animals behind him enter the control room with him. Anyway, there are plenty of places on the ship to shelter from the wind and rain, so it's fine to leave them outside to wait. Most importantly, given the size of brown bears, even if we wanted to get them into the ship's control room, they probably wouldn't be able to. Stepping into the control room, Ning Feng couldn't help but tease. What? Scared? And Yuqing didn't feel ashamed at all. She snorted and retorted, "Isn't it normal for me, a weak woman, to be afraid? Okay, that's normal, that's normal. Let's go to Mysterious Island 671 first. I'll collect all the supply chests first, then I'll meet up with the other members." Good. Since it's a rainy day, there's no need to think about collecting freshwater resources. Ning Feng's focus today was on supply chests and animals. After all, the Legion bonus buff cannot be applied to these 2 types of items, and naturally, these items cannot be handed over to him out of the 30% of resources submitted by Legion members. No way. The number of supply chests and animals is presented in whole numbers. It's impossible to say that a Legion member found a supply chest, and then, given the Legion's 120% bonus buff, they should also receive 0.2 supply chests in return, right? Similarly, these Legion members handed over their assets to him in the same way. Therefore, Ning Feng had no choice but to collect these two types of items on his own. After collecting all the necessary resources, Ning Feng then focused on minerals and vegetation. He will never lack fruit and crops, but he can collect more of these materials that may be used in construction in the future. It is worth mentioning that the two newly tamed brown bears came in handy when collecting mineral resources. Brown bears are one of the few animals in the animal kingdom that can walk upright. In addition, their well-developed muscles make them perfectly capable of acting as a person to pull a wooden cart. Therefore, including the 3 oxen and the 2 bears, there were now 5 carts that could work at the same time, which greatly improved their efficiency in transporting goods. So much so that before nightfall, they had practically looted all the useful supplies from the 4 islands. Thinking that it was about time, Ning Feng urged the members to board the ship, and then he steered the ship to the shared island. Upon arriving at the shared island, Li Biao and his female companion were already waiting at the agreed location. Ning Feng didn't disembark. Instead, he went to the bow of the ship and waved down at the crowd below. "Brother Biao, come on up here." Upon hearing this, Li Biao and Nurse Shan Yi quickly boarded the ship. Thus concludes today's sea voyage. Arrived at a private island. Compared to the previous group of members, Li Biao seemed much more composed. After witnessing the development of Ning Feng Island, he did not show much surprise or try to flatter him. On the contrary, Shan Yi, who had been following Li Biao, acted like a curious child. "Boss, you have wooden houses on your island? How did you get them? Aren't wooden houses not allowed to be made in the crafting menu? Wow, there's so much land. I think even if you never go to sea, you could live off this land for the rest of your life. Hey, am I seeing things? The tree in front of the wooden building looks like it's glowing. It's so amazing." Before Ning Feng could explain, Li Biao, who was standing next to Shan Yi, nudged Shan Yi's arm with his elbow, as if to remind her not to talk too much. Ning Feng naturally noticed these subtle actions and couldn't help but smile. This guy is still too reserved. To help Li Biao and Shan Yi integrate into the family more quickly, Ning Feng stepped forward, put his arm around Li Biao's shoulder, and bluntly said, "Brother Biao, if Yi wants to ask, let her ask. We're all family now, no need to be so reserved. You're making me seem like a vicious person, even restricting your freedom of speech." Seeing that his little trick had been exposed, Li Biao could only chuckle sheepishly and remain silent. Seeing that even the boss was favoring her, Shan Yi felt like a little girl, extremely proud. "Brother Biao, see that? Our boss is really considerate of us subordinates." Well, it's clear that this Shan Yi is another Tian Tian. She's quite active and probably a chatterbox. Things won't be peaceful on the island in the future. After everyone disembarked, the usual routine still applied. After being soaked in the rain all day, everyone took a hot shower first, and then ate. By the time I finish my bath, the villa should be finished. Oh, and the amplification trees I planted before, according to the schedule, should be ripe by 6:30 p.m. today. 187. The amplification tree results are in. After taking a hot shower, it was 6:19 p.m. Thinking that there was still some time before 6:30 p.m., Ning Feng didn't rush to go out. Instead, he went back to his room and took out his phone. During the day today, he also started buying resource chests in the trading hall. Let's see how the acquisition went. By the way, after so long, a considerable amount of fever reducer has been produced and can be put back on the shelves. With the profits from the fever reducer, Ning Feng found that rainy days weren't so bad after all. Although we can no longer make a profit by selling spring water these days, when God closes a door, he always opens a window. Compared to spring water, fever reducer is actually more profitable. If it weren't for production capacity limiting sales, the sales revenue of fever reducer might even exceed that of spring water in a single day. Certainly, with a broader perspective, he naturally preferred making money by selling water rather than medicine, and ideally, all his subjects would be healthy and wouldn't need these medicines. Open the trading hall. The 57,600 doses of fever reducer that were put on the market at 7:03 p.m. last night were all sold out, earning him a total of 1,728,000 nautical coins. His account now has a balance of over 9 million nautical coins. In addition, There are now 167,520 more fever reducers in the ship warehouse. If they are all sold, the balance of sailing coins will directly approach 15 million. Fortunately, the ship is now at LV3 large fishing ship 967015/10000, and it can be upgraded at midnight. As is customary, the maximum area that can be expanded on an island will also increase after the ship is upgraded. It's not that he has nowhere to spend money. He plans to expand the island's area to its maximum size once the ships are upgraded. By the way, we could start acquiring expansion foundation stones now. After realizing what was happening, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and immediately put up a list to buy 20,000 expansion foundation stones at the previous purchase price of 15 nautical coins per stone. Based on previous experience, for LV1, the maximum expansion area for a raft is 500 square meters. For LV2, the maximum expansion area for an island is 20,000 square meters, and for LV3, it is 150,000 square meters. So at level 4, the maximum expansion area of the island should be at least 500,000 square meters, right? One expansion foundation stone can expand the area by 10 square meters. Buying 20,000 of them first should not be a waste. As for any more, we'll have to wait until after the upgrade before we can acquire them. After all, he can't guarantee what the maximum expansion area of the island will be after reaching level 4. If he blindly acquires more land, it will be a waste if he can't use it all later. After finishing all these tasks, let's see how the acquisition of today's supply chests went. It's a pity. The output of supply chests seems to have decreased today, perhaps due to the illness, which has dampened the enthusiasm of some survivors to collect supplies. Regardless of the reason, he only managed to acquire 73 supply chests in the trading hall that day. Even including the 8 supply chests he found on the mysterious island today, there are only 81 of them. Not enough to synthesize 2 advanced resource chests. After thinking it over, Ning Feng decided to continue acquiring them for a while. Anyway, the resource chests wouldn't disappear, so synthesizing them sooner or later wouldn't make a difference. Who knows, maybe tomorrow we'll be able to acquire 100 supply chests and combine them into 2 advanced supply chests. After dealing with the supply chest issue, there were still a few minutes left until 6:30 p.m. Ning Feng then opened the Battleship Legion app and took a look. After today's voyage, and with the Legion reaching 700 members, the construction of 3 residential houses has been completed in one day. The Legion member limit has been successfully increased from 700 to 850. Legion experience has increased to LV1, 6,600/10,000. Based on the fact that each voyage requires the completion of at least 3 Legion buildings, and that the daily experience points increase according to the number of members, I estimate that after 2 more sea voyages, the Legion level will be upgraded to LV2. Ning Feng personally has high expectations for this Legion's upgrade. After the Legion level is increased, not only will the bonus buffs be better, but the Legion shipyard function will also be unlocked. Judging from the name Legion Shipyard, it's possible that they'll be able to build ships independently in the future using this capability. At that time, we can directly build a naval force. Wouldn't that be incredibly impressive? 6:30 p.m. Ning Feng arrived at the entrance of the wooden building on time. The amplification tree next to the entrance seemed to glow even more brightly than usual, whether it was due to the night or because it had borne fruit. As for the tree, 2 delicate fruits were already hanging there. Judging from their appearance, one is an all-around fruit, and the other is a power fruit. Ning Feng wasn't particularly excited about this. You should know that he had fertilized this amplification tree with magical fertilizer. According to the cultivation method described by the Golden Finger, if magic fertilizer is used for fertilization, the amplification tree will have a 100% chance of bearing fruit, an 80% chance of bearing 2 fruits, a 20% chance of bearing 3 fruits, and a 100% chance of entering the next growth cycle. Actually, a 20% probability is already quite high in a game's lottery system. Except for NDF boosts. He was still hoping for 3 fruits, but only 2 were produced, so he was somewhat dissatisfied. The other members who came out to watch the spectacle were quite curious when they saw the fruit on the tree. After all, apart from Li Biao and Shan Yi, No one else had ever seen an amplification fruit. Tian couldn't resist touching one of the amplification fruits, but after feeling the heat from the fruit, she was so frightened that she quickly withdrew her hand. My God, it's warm? That terrifies me. It's like a living creature. This scene caused the others to burst into laughter. Feng Chang teased directly. Tian, you were itching to get your hands on me. You scared me, didn't you? Ha ha. Sister Feng Chang, you still dare to talk back. Tian pouted and looked at Ning Feng, asking, Boss, does eating this stuff really improve physical fitness? I still find it too fantastical. Of course, don't worry. You'll all be able to eat them in the future. Ning Feng replied with a smile, and then picked the 2 fruits. 188. The villa is finished. After the fruit trees bear fruit, they automatically enter the next growth cycle as soon as the fruit is harvested. Originally, Ning Feng had been thinking of choosing a suitable time to harvest the fruit, so as to avoid the trouble of having to come back to water it after going out to sea. Now that there are many members on the island, the IT members no longer need to go out to sea, so he doesn't have to worry about watering the plants anymore, and there's no need to deliberately choose a time to harvest them. After picking the 2 fruits, Ning Feng called in Yuqing back to her room to get a bag of magical fertilizer and fertilized the amplification tree again. He then took the fruit and returned to his room. Ning Feng had no hesitation about the distribution of the amplification fruits, nor did he feel embarrassed about it. At this stage, he will definitely eat these fruits himself and will not share them with the other members. However, once there are more growth fruit trees in the future, it would be fine to use the growth fruit as a reward to reward the members who have made contributions and to encourage them to work harder. Of course, that's all in the future. After returning to his room, Ning Feng planned to eat the fruit. However, before eating it, Ning Feng realized a problem he had never thought about before. After eating a fruit, the body needs 10 minutes to recover. But what would happen if the 2 fruits were eaten together? It will take 20 minutes? Or should it still be 10 minutes? Or perhaps the amplification fruit will have an even better effect. Thinking about it, Ning Feng used his cheat system to read the problem. The final result wasn't anything surprising. The effect will remain the same. The increase will be the same. It's just a rest period, which can be overlapped. The only benefit is that it saves time. Since that was the case, Ning Feng didn't delay any longer. After eating the 2 fruits in one go, he went to bed to rest. When he finished resting, there were already many voices of discussion outside the room. Ning Feng didn't rush out to check what had happened. Instead, he used his cheat system to read his own physical attributes. Message read. Name, Ning Feng. Age, 20. Agility, 520. Human limit is 100. Strength, 525. Human limit is 100. Stamina, 530. Human limit is 100. Overall attributes, 1575. Seeing this, Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction. Finally, it's all well-rounded, with no major weaknesses. We should go out and see what's going on outside. It's so noisy. Just as he was about to get out of bed, and Yuqing, who was outside, perhaps having timed her rest perfectly, pushed open the door with a delighted expression. Ning Feng, the villa is finished. Is it finally finished? Ning Feng had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A villa. He could finally live in a villa. He also seemed very excited and quickly got out of bed. Ha, honey, we can live in a villa now. Come on, let's go see our new home. As he spoke, Ning Feng hurriedly led in Yuqing out of the room and arrived at the entrance of the wooden building, looking towards the location that the villa had previously chosen. Indeed, a 2-story villa had appeared not far away. Although it was already getting dark, he could still vaguely see the overall appearance of the villa. Judging from its appearance, this villa is actually quite similar to other normal villas on Earth. It's not great, but it's not bad either. However, the quality of a villa cannot actually be determined by its appearance. Even with the same exterior, different interior designs can lead to different grades, 3, 6, 9, with vastly different prices. Therefore, the most important factor in determining whether a villa is good or not is its interior design. Right now, Ning Feng just hopes that the villa isn't a bare shell. At the very least, they should provide some decent ceramic tiles. It's clear that the island's inhabitants are also very curious about that villa. To satisfy the members' curiosity, Ning Feng smiled and said, "I'll take out some wooden planks first, and everyone can hold them up over their heads as umbrellas. Let's go up to the villa and take a look." Villas are something you can only dream of in the endless world of sailing. Even on Earth, not everyone can enjoy this. At least these members had never personally entered the villa to take a look when they were on Earth. After learning that the villa was completed, they were eager to try it out, but since Ning Feng had not given the order, they all had the desire but not the courage. Now that Ning Feng had spoken, they naturally cheered with joy. "Yay! Yay! Our boss is the best to us. Mom and Dad, I've made something of myself. I can actually go to visit the villa." Ning Feng returned to his room, counted the number of people, took out the corresponding wooden boards, and distributed them to everyone. Then the group walked together toward the villa next to the wooden building. Arriving at the gate of the villa, the gate is quite wide, about 4 meters, which is more than enough for a car to pass through in the future. However, although it's called a door, it's really just an opening. The door wasn't provided, and it's estimated that we'll have to wait until the conditions are right in the future to install a proper door. Enter the courtyard. The courtyard was bare, unlike the villas I had in mind, where the courtyard would be full of greenery. Ning Feng had anticipated this. After all, this world has taken so long to evolve even a dozen or so peony plants, and all it does is build a villa, so naturally it won't provide you with any greenery. Fortunately, the world is quite considerate. Perhaps taking into account that survivors will plant greenery, most of the area in the courtyard is still reserved for survivors to use for planting. As for the rest of the land, it was covered with gravel paths for people to walk on. Besides, what attracted Ning Feng most in the courtyard was the swimming pool. The pool is irregularly shaped, but it's still several tens of square meters in area, which should be enough for him and in Yuqing. At this stage, the villa's yard has not been decorated, and apart from a small amount of rainwater that has just been poured into it, the swimming pool has not been filled with water. Therefore, there is no need to waste too much time visiting the yard. Otherwise, it will get really dark soon, and you won't be able to see anything when you go back inside. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, this world is still somewhat benevolent. No gate was provided for the yard, but a security door for the villa was indeed provided. Of course, don't expect it to be some high-tech fingerprint door. It's just an ordinary security door with a bunch of keys inserted in the keyhole. Ning Feng gripped the key handle and turned it clockwise. The sound of the lock opening echoed from inside the security door, and then he easily pushed it open. 189. The villa is very large and has everything you need. Ning Feng glanced into the room, and the first thing that caught his eye was the snow-white floor tiles. The villa wasn't even a bare shell. They even have ceramic tiles. At this moment, he truly felt no pressure. As long as the villa had ceramic tiles, everything would be fine. After all, he didn't need the appliances at the moment, and the furniture could be made through crafting. Now that the most troublesome problem is gone, there's nothing to worry about. Walking through the entryway, you'll find that it's much larger than a typical 322 bedroom apartment. The shoe cabinets alone filled both walls. It's a pity he hasn't mastered shoemaking yet. Otherwise he would have filled both walls with shoe cabinets. Beyond the entrance hall lies the villa's living room. But Ning Feng prefers to call this living room a hall. In his memory, Ning Feng had always thought that the living rooms of those large single-level suites on Blue Star were already quite big, but compared to this villa, they were still insignificant. Ning Feng used his cheat code to read the dimensions of the hall, which was 10m x 8m, quite outrageous. The living room alone is as big as many of the more compact 322-bedroom suites on Earth. There won't be any problem with having parties or anything like that in the future. Ning Feng thought for a moment, then turned his gaze to the kitchen and dining room next to the living room. Surprisingly, the dining room in this villa occupies a separate room and is connected to the kitchen by another door. It does feel like having a private room in a restaurant. In addition to the living room and dining room, the first floor also has 3 bathrooms of roughly the same size and dimensions, as well as 6 rooms of similar size. However, these 6 rooms appear to be guest rooms, while the master bedroom is presumably upstairs. So Ning Feng headed towards the stairwell on the first floor. The staircase in this villa is quite grand, with 2 staircases located on the left and right sides opposite the living room, which conveniently cover the kitchen and dining room underneath. Step up the stairs and arrive at the 2nd floor. The space on the 2nd floor is smaller than that on the 1st floor, but it has everything you need. Apart from converting the kitchen and dining room into a gym and a piano room, the rest is pretty much the same, with 6 rooms in total. Following the prompting from the golden finger, Ning Feng immediately headed towards the master bedroom. Goodness, this master bedroom is truly his dream love room. Needless to say, it's larger than the guest bedrooms, and it also has a separate bathroom and walk-in closet. Ning Feng's favorite part of the room was the wall on the east side, which was made of huge glass. Of course, while it's called a wall, it's actually a sliding door made of glass. This sliding door effectively separates the room from the balcony. However, while it sheltered the house from the wind and rain, it failed to block out the beautiful sea view outside. The thought of waking up every day to feel the sunshine and admire the sea view outside made Ning Feng smile involuntarily. This isn't about trying to survive. The world is forcing him to take care of his health. There's a reason why people say that hardship precedes happiness. In less than a month, he went from being a homeless man sleeping on the streets to owning a luxurious sea view villa. In terms of equivalent exchange, after entering this world, he would have avoided taking decades or even a lifetime of detours compared to others. After all, if this were Earth, given the current social context, the status of a wage slave is only slightly better than that of a sycophant. Earning enough money to buy a villa would probably take a lifetime. At this moment, and Yuqing's watery eyes sparkled with starlight. She knew that the happy life she had longed for was about to begin. After looking through the villa in general, Ning Feng then went on to study some details. He went to check out things like electrical wiring, water pipes, light switches, and sockets. Not bad. Because he had installed a domestic power supply system, when he built the villa, he doesn't need to worry about the electrical system now. There are sockets wherever they should be, and switches wherever they should be. Even the locations for installing lights on the roof have been provided with wiring, so that once light bulbs can be manufactured, they can be installed directly. All that's needed now is to connect the main power switch to this solar energy storage device, and the villa will be able to use electricity normally. However, Ning Feng is not in a hurry about this. At present, there is not even a light bulb, let alone electrical appliances, so this solar energy storage device should be reserved for the IT members for the time being. If you need electricity in the future, you can simply purchase a solar energy storage device from the shop. He has plenty of money. Having discussed electricity, let's now talk about water. The water pipes in this villa are all buried under the ceramic tiles and are invisible to the naked eye. However, Ning Feng has a cheat code, so it is not difficult for him to figure out the direction of the water pipes. With just a quick scan, the layout of the villa's water pipes came to mind. Not bad. There are quite a few crisscrossing water pipes, but they are not messy. Just looking at this world, you can tell it has a bit of an obsessive-compulsive tendency. As for the kitchens and bathrooms, water taps were already installed for the survivors in advance. However, having water pipes and faucets is not enough. To achieve household water supply, the water source problem also needs to be solved. With the help of the cheat code, it was discovered that there is a main water gate pipe on the back of the villa, which can be directly connected to when a water source becomes available. Certainly, Ning Feng wasn't worried about this at all. He can then simply use the endless navigation system to connect the water-filled metal tank to the main sluice gate pipe. A single metal water tank can hold 25 tons of water, which should last quite a long time if not used extravagantly. Regarding the water pressure issue, unlike high-rise buildings, this villa probably doesn't need much water pressure. It could likely be used simply by connecting it to a metal water tank. Even if the water pressure is insufficient, we can simply build a high platform using stone and place the metal water tank at a high position. After learning everything he needed to know, Ning Feng led everyone back to the wooden building. It's getting late, and it's raining, so Ning Feng plans to move into the new house tomorrow. In the sweltering summer, it's customary to celebrate moving to a new house. Tomorrow is a sunny day, so he plans to host a feast for the members before moving in. Back in the wooden building, and considering that there was nothing else to do, Ning Feng told the members to go wash up and go to bed. As for Li Biao and Shan Yi, since the wooden building was currently full, Ning Feng told Li Biao to make do and sleep on the floor in the main room. As for Shan Yi, being a woman and rather petite, she was arranged to share a room with Tian Tian for the night. 190. The items in the store have been updated. Back in the room. Ning Feng doesn't plan to go to sleep so soon tonight. The ship was upgraded at midnight, and he planned to stay up until the ship was upgraded before going to sleep. Anyway, we don't have to go out to sea tomorrow, so it's okay to stay up all night. After lying in bed, Ning Feng took out his phone as usual to tinker with the Endless Voyage app. But who would have thought? Because the phone screen was too small, he accidentally tapped on the Shop app, only to find that the shop had changed. Looking at the suddenly added items in the shop, Ning Feng couldn't help but let out a soft hum, as if he hadn't quite reacted yet. But when he saw the extra types of goods, he burst out laughing instantly. Ha! Just what I was hoping for has come true. And Yuqing, who had already lain down, sat up upon hearing Ning Feng's slightly excited voice and curiously peered over. What happened? Why are you so happy? Ning Feng didn't explain much and directly pointed his phone screen at Yuqing. See for yourself. Without thinking much, Yuqing glanced at the screen and was immediately overjoyed. Oh my god, you can actually buy furniture and appliances. Good. Ning Feng was also surprised that the mall suddenly had more items such as lights, furniture, and even home appliances. Now that's great. We have a villa, and we can also have lights, furniture, and appliances. Do you remember the introduction when the mall was first launched? Ning Feng roughly understood the specific reason. After hearing this, Yuqing pursed her lips and pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized. You mean that the mall's products will be updated as the world develops? So, the mall is offering these things because we built villas? Ning Feng smiled and nodded. That should be it. Otherwise, there's no other explanation. We haven't entered the third stage yet, and the ships won't be upgraded until midnight. The only change between now and yesterday is that the villa has been completed. However, analyzing these things now is meaningless. At least the current outcome is good for them. After glossing over the topic, Ning Feng looked at Yuqing with a doting expression and said, Good wife, don't you like decorating the house? After we move into the villa tomorrow, you can take care of the furniture and appliances. We're not short of money right now. Once the fever reducer sells, we'll have 15 million nautical dollars. Go ahead and build as much as you want. Any woman would be happy to have a wealthy and doting boyfriend. And Yuqing was no exception. She understood that Ning Feng was trying to please her, but she was not a woman who didn't know her limits. Right now, nautical coins are still very useful. Even if Ning Feng said she could make as many as she wanted, she definitely wouldn't spend them recklessly. Go ahead and do it. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who has no sense of propriety? I certainly won't squander my nautical coins. I'll just buy some necessities. Appliances are expensive and I won't need them anyway, so there's no need for them. So you mean I'm being unreasonable? Ning Feng laughed and retorted, then said dismissively, Don't worry, since I let you spend as much as you want, I have the ability to earn back the shipping coins you've spent. When it comes to living, being happy is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Yuqing pouted. With words like that, you don't sound like someone with any sense of propriety at all. What? Don't you know whether I'm careful or not? Ning Feng said with a wicked smile. Shouldn't your body already know how much I'm capable of? You? Before Yuqing could finish speaking, Ning Feng flipped over and pinned her down. Since Yuqing has forgotten his size, it's necessary to let her savor it again. More than an hour later, after the battle ended, Yuqing fell asleep immediately. Ning Feng, whose physique was already extraordinary, was still quite energetic at this moment. Thinking that so much time had passed, he opened the trading hall again to see how many supply chests he had acquired during this period. I opened it and took a look. It's barely acceptable. After waiting for this period of time, I've acquired another 24 supply chests. Including what I acquired and collected during the day, I now have a total of 105 supply chests. Certainly, having 105 resource chests doesn't mean that all of them can be used for crafting. After all, Ning Feng wasn't stupid. If there are many high-quality items among the 105 supply chests, he will naturally keep them. Who the hell would be so foolish as to combine the high-quality supply chests? Use the cheat code to read these supply chests one by one. TSK, not very lucky, only 6 high-quality ones. However, to be honest, these high-quality supply chests don't actually contain anything very good. There wasn't a single growth fruit. It was all just seasonings, seeds, and the like. In fact, he had already obtained quite a few seeds from the high-quality resource chests he had acquired before, so he didn't lack seeds at the moment. In order to synthesize 2 advanced resource chests, he used one of the resource chests containing crop seeds for chest synthesis. What else can we do? If all these high-quality resource chests were kept, the number of resource chests needed for crafting would be stuck at 99, which would be very frustrating. The world is imperfect, and it's normal to have to make choices. Since seeds are not scarce, using them for synthesis is not an extravagant act. Who knows? Because you can combine an extra advanced resource chest, you might end up with an even more powerful resource. After a series of steps, the 2 advanced resource chests were successfully combined. Since the phone could not control the ship warehouse for physical storage, Ning Feng got out of bed and went to the navigation system screen, intending to take out the 2 advanced resource chests and read them. However, as soon as he turned on the navigation system screen, a pop-up window appeared. A new property has been detected on the survivor's private island. Do you wish to change the location of the navigation system screen? Weather. Seeing this, Ning Feng paused for a moment, having forgotten about the matter. It seems this popped up when the wooden building was first built. The villa was just inspected, and my mind was focused on the villa, so I overlooked this issue. Can this pop-up be manually reopened after it's closed? Ning Feng wondered. His cheat system quickly provided the answer. No? In other words, a choice must be made now. Otherwise, the position of the navigation system screen will be impossible to move in the future. Have no choice. Ning Feng had no choice but to temporarily abandon the matter of retrieving the advanced supplies chest. He clicked Yes on the screen and moved the navigation system screen to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. There's nothing we can do about that. We can't possibly give up the transfer function on the navigation system screen just to retrieve 2 resource chests now, can we? If we really do that, after moving into the villa, won't we have to keep running back to the wooden building to mess with the navigation system screen? That would be incredibly troublesome. 191. Ship upgraded to LV4. Ning Feng had just selected a location on the navigation system screen when the navigation system screen vanished from the room into thin air. Since that's the case, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to retrieve the advanced supplies chest. He certainly didn't want to run to the villa in the rain late at night just to pick up 2 boxes. With some time to go before midnight, and having nothing else to do, he lay in bed again and started playing with his phone. I opened Friends and found Xiaoro-chan. Wind and rain. Are you asleep? Xiaoro-jiang. I'm not asleep yet. The Legion's maximum number of members has been expanded, and they're still reviewing members. Fengyu. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, have all the authors we found before joined the Legion? Xiaoro-jiang. Yes. We brought them in immediately. Fengyu. That's good. Besides things within our Legion, what about other people in the world? I haven't been paying attention to the chat screen for a long time. Xiaoro-chan. There is something I need to do. Xiaoro-jiang. But it's not a big deal. Ning Feng immediately became interested in the ambiguous message sent by Xiaoro-jiang. Thinking that typing was too troublesome, he simply walked out of the room and dialed a voice call. The voice call feature was actually available when the Friends feature was launched. The reason he hasn't used it is that he simply doesn't know who to chat with. The beautiful woman was already sleeping next to him. He couldn't possibly be so bored as to call other men to discuss life. Could he? Moreover, he doesn't have the habit of making phone calls. If something can be resolved in a few words with text, making a phone call is more troublesome. The call was answered quickly. The first sound that reached Ning Feng's ears was the pattering of raindrops falling on the ship's roof. It seemed that Bai Shui and the others had chosen to rest in the ship's control room to avoid the rain. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. This was Ning Feng's first time using the voice call function in this world, and he had some doubts about the call quality. But when Bai Shui spoke, Ning Feng realized he had been overthinking it. The call quality in this world is extremely high, as if you were talking face to face. Especially when Bai Shui's soft voice came through the phone, It was as if Bai Shui was standing in front of him, speaking close to his ear. That feeling was incredibly exciting. If Yin Yuqing loosens her control in the future and invites some female voice actors to do live streams together, wouldn't that be outrageous? Cough, cough, cough. Banishing the filthy thoughts from his mind, Ning Feng asked directly, "Then tell me, what is it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shui stopped hesitating and began to speak eloquently. "Well, these days, a legion called Supreme Ruler has been constantly provoking us. They said they wanted us to submit to them and bring you under their control. I looked at their legion's commander, a guy named I'm Arrogant. The ranking isn't high, so it doesn't pose much of a threat to us. At most, it's just a clown, so I didn't bother with it and therefore didn't tell you." "So you're arrogant? Huh, this guy's pretty cocky." Ning Feng chuckled and pressed. "How's his legion doing?" "Currently, it's still at level 1, and the legion size is full at 500 people. These days, he's been constantly provoking us in the chat, which has earned him a lot of goodwill from casual viewers, and he's used that opportunity to recruit a lot of people," and Yuqing explained. "All right, I got it. Just focus on managing our legion. Don't worry about anything else. If anyone comes to provoke us again, just remember their IDs. We are all Chinese, and we believe in reciprocity. We'll have to pay it back someday." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Ning Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At first, based on the text message Bai Shui sent, he thought something bad had happened. Turns out he was just a nobody. There's no need to bother with people like that. In fact, they are just like some of the clown-like internet celebrities from Earth, believing that being infamous is still fame. In order to gain traffic and popularity, they keep courting death, trying things that others dare not do, and insulting people that others dare not insult. These people do this because they desperately want you to respond to them, so they can profit from it. If you pay attention to them, you'll fall into their trap. In the end, they will be labeled as bullying the weak, which is a thankless task. So the best way is to ignore them. As for their recruitment of members under the guise of this, it doesn't really matter. With the Legion's maximum size limit, he can't possibly recruit everyone in the world into his Legion. The saying goes, better to have nothing than something bad. As long as he brings the world's elites under his command, he can do whatever he wants with the rest. However, he may let these people go on the surface, but if he really encounters them in the future, he certainly won't say that. Humans have emotions, and it's impossible not to get angry when someone provokes you for no reason. Back on Earth, I was afraid of the law and of losing money, but here I have nothing to fear. If I ever encounter one, I'll make sure that Clown sees what true arrogance is. Listening to the pattering rain outside the window, coupled with the dim light, Ning Feng had to admit that it was easy to feel sleepy in such a pleasant environment. Therefore, those last few hours were somewhat agonizing for him, his thoughts constantly oscillating between sleep and wakefulness. In the end, he successfully stayed up until midnight. On the phone screen, a pop-up window appeared on the Endless Voyage app right on time. Upgrade instructions. The ship's experience level has been detected to be 1117115/1000000, meeting the upgrade criteria. The ship has officially entered the upgrade phase. Materials required for ship upgrades: iron ore 15,000 kilograms, fine sand 500 kilograms. Friendly reminder: once a ship is upgraded, it cannot be restored, and upgrade materials will not be refunded. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. Thankfully, he had recycled a lot of sand and soil in order to make a profit from the price difference. "I never expected that I would be the first to use the sand before I even sold it. If he hadn't collected the sand beforehand, the ship wouldn't have had enough materials to upgrade yet." Thinking it over, Ning Feng didn't hesitate any longer, added the materials, and clicked upgrade. 192. Let's call it the Persimmon novel then. The next moment, a pop-up window about the upgrade appeared on the phone screen. "Congratulations. Your vessel has successfully upgraded from LV3 large fishing boat to LV4 ship 1117115/1000000. Upgraded benefits. 1. Due to the ship upgrade, the spatial scanning capability has been enhanced, and the range of movable materials in the ship's warehouse has been increased from 20 meters to 50 meters. 2. Due to the upgrade of the ship, the ship's sailing speed has been increased, and the number of islands available for departure at sea each day has increased from 3 to 5. Survivors can freely travel to and from multiple islands during the specified survival time, 6 o'clock 1800 hours. 3. Due to the upgrade of the ship, the fishing facilities on the ship have been improved. The ship will use the automatic fishing device 24 hours a day. The amount of seafood caught is related to the amount of seafood in the ship's location. The caught seafood will be automatically stored in the ship's warehouse. It seems this upgrade was just a routine one. The benefits brought by the upgrade are not significantly different from before. They are simply some values that have been increased on the original basis. But this is already pretty good. The usable area of the ship's warehouse has been increased from 20 meters to 50 meters, which will save a lot of effort and time in transporting goods. As for the increase in the number of islands to visit, that's pretty good too. With more islands, there's a higher chance of obtaining rare resources. Finally, there's the automatic fishing device. At level 3, it could only be activated when out at sea and docked at the shore, but now it's available 24/7. In this way, it seems that his ships will provide him with seafood regardless of whether he goes to sea or not. Well, that's pretty good. At least you'll never have to worry about running out of meat. Besides the upgraded benefits, what surprised Ning Feng the most was the style of the upgraded ship. The fishing boats were upgraded directly to ships, which is quite a leap. At least in his mind, the steamship was already a very large and luxurious vessel. As for what the ship looks like, considering it's already late and he wouldn't see much even if he went out to look, he decided to get some sleep and go see it tomorrow after he woke up. Certainly, the matter is not yet resolved. Although he has no plans to go out and study the newly upgraded ships, he certainly won't be sleeping. Now that the ships have been upgraded, it's time to expand the island's area. Including the 20,000 expansion foundation stones he acquired in the trading hall and the daily gift packs he received through the leaderboard these past few days, he now has a total of 38,581 expansion foundation stones, and it's time to use them. The island expansion function was activated, and all existing expansion foundation stones were used. The island's area increased by 385,810 square meters, reaching 535,810 square meters in the next instant. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. He had originally expected the island's area to be around 500,000 square meters. Unexpectedly, even though the island's area has expanded to 530,000 square meters, the navigation system has not issued a notification that the island's area is about to reach its limit. Could it be that after a ship reaches level 4, the maximum area of an island is much larger than the 500,000 square meters he thought? This is good news. With his current financial resources, he is not worried about the upper limit being too high. He is just afraid that the upper limit is too low, and he will reach the upper limit again after spending very little sailing coins. Since he hadn't reached the limit yet, he wouldn't hold back. He quickly opened the trading hall and purchased another 10,000 expansion foundation stones. But it was getting late, and he figured the acquisition wouldn't be completed in a short time. So he stopped lingering in the trading hall and instead opened the crafting page, building 10 wooden buildings in one go. Because after tomorrow, it will be summer. With the arrival of summer, as previously announced in the update preview, a new feature called Ship Merge will be available. This means that more members will come to live on his island in the future. Since we'll need it sooner or later, making it now isn't a waste, and it also saves some time. As for the materials needed to build the wooden building, he was even less concerned. Nowadays, every time they went to sea, the members of the Legion knew the distribution of resources and collected a huge amount of them. He could also profit 30% of the total amount. How could he possibly lack resources? Now that everything that needed to be dealt with had been taken care of, Ning Feng had no intention of lingering any longer. He was already incredibly sleepy, so after a quick wash, he drifted off into a sweet dream. The next day, Ning Feng woke up at around 9 a.m. Thinking about how much he still had to do that day, he didn't feel too attached to the bed. He got up, dressed, and did it all in one go. Then he left the room to wash up. However, as he passed through the main room, Xiaomu, who was working in front of a computer, called him over. "Boss, the novel app is almost finished developing. Now all you need to do is give it a name, and it'll be ready for testing. What do you think we should call it? Oh, so fast. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng stopped and walked to Xiao Mu's side. He never expected that these IT staff members would be so efficient. It's only been a few days. A program is already developed. It seems that the internet industry on Earth is indeed a highly profitable one. As long as you have the talent, the development time cost is surprisingly low. After hearing this, Xiaomu didn't show any pride. He just smiled and explained, actually, developing a program isn't as complicated as you might think. For us programmers, as long as we have enough manpower, we can probably finish writing the code in a day. Even with all the manpower you've assigned me, the current speed isn't exactly fast. Of course, the current novel program only has the basic functions of novel programs on the Blue Star market. If you want to add any new functions later, we will update the program according to your requirements. After Xiao Mu's explanation, Ning Feng nodded in understanding. Indeed, for professional programmers like them, coding is probably as easy as writing. Their fingers have long since developed muscle memory. Moreover, novel programming is not an unpopular program on Earth. Even if they haven't developed it before, they have a general idea of how to write code. This saves them the time of thinking, so coding is naturally faster. Most importantly, there are no copyright issues here. Even if you directly imitate the novel software on Blue Star, there will be no problem. Do you think copying homework is a difficult thing for some professionals? And thinking about it carefully, he did indeed hear about it when he was on Earth. I've heard that many internet company studios spend much more time fixing program bugs or adding new features to the source code than developing a program from scratch. Therefore, it is clear that developing a program may not be that troublesome. The difficulty lies in the later maintenance of the program. That's enough. Ning Feng himself wasn't a professional IT person, so he didn't need to delve into the intricacies of this matter. Since we need a program name right now, let's just give it to them. After thinking for a moment, he said, then let's call it Persimmon Novel. 193. The ship was upgraded to a behemoth. Regarding the novel's title, Ning Feng actually borrowed the name of a popular and well-known novel reading app from Blue Star. The reason for stealing someone else's software is to improve the first impression other survivors have when they see it. It's important to understand that first impressions are crucial for people, whether it's a person, an object, or a program. Just like the outer packaging of a product, if the outer packaging is ugly, even if the product is very good, it is not certain that customers will buy it. The same applies to programming. Yang Shizi novels was very popular on Blue Star. He had even read a report that said Yang Shizi novels had the highest monthly active users among all novel programs, an unshakable and unmatched number one. Since most people who enjoy reading novels in the summer know this name, he might as well use it directly. This could make the survivors feel a sense of affinity towards the software he developed, thereby increasing their desire to download and spend it. Xiaomu was not surprised by Ning Feng's reply. Actually, if Ning Feng hadn't been able to give a definite answer, he was planning to come up with a name for a well-known novel program on Earth, similar to Penguin Reading or Endpoint novels. As I said before, since there's no need to worry about copyright infringement here, it's naturally better to use a well-known name. Now that the issue of the program name had been resolved, Xiaomu stopped bothering Ning Feng and nodded, saying, "Okay, boss, you can continue with your work. After we finish designing the icon, we'll test it ourselves to make sure there are no problems before I call you." Good. After ending the conversation, Ning Feng didn't linger there any longer. Regarding the program issues, we can check them after they've finished their work. There's no need to waste time on a half-finished product right now. After washing up, Ning Feng went straight into the kitchen to eat breakfast. Then he walked out of the wooden building. He first looked towards the direction of the fields. Sure enough, the members were all very conscientious and had already started planting in the fields, including in Yuqing. After nodding in satisfaction, Ning Feng turned his gaze back to the spot where the ship had been moored earlier. Take a look. This is incredible. The upgraded vessel's appearance is indeed outrageous, much larger than the previous large fishing boat. However, its shape is different from that of a cruise ship. It seems more like a cargo ship. That doesn't matter. A boat is just a means of transportation. Now that the villa is built, he doesn't plan to settle on the boat. So it doesn't matter whether the boat is a cruise ship or a cargo ship, as long as it can carry people. Meanwhile, in the fields, and Yuqing hurriedly ran over after seeing that Ning Feng had already gotten up. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Yuqing had beads of sweat on her nose, indicating that she had been busy for quite some time. For a moment, Ning Feng didn't know what to say to her. She could have just enjoyed it, but she insisted on working so hard. Hey you, do you have ADHD? You just have to keep yourself busy, don't you? Ning Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and make a sarcastic remark. He then casually reached out and gently stroked Yuqing's nose, both provoking her and wiping away her sweat. And Yuqing naturally knew that Ning Feng's words were a sign of concern for her, so she was not offended by Ning Feng's sarcastic remarks. On the contrary, she even showed a hint of joy. It's our own island. If we don't take care of it properly, how can we expect others to do so? As she spoke, Yuqing also looked at the ship not far away and urged, All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Take me aboard and let me see it. When we woke up this morning, we were all startled to see this huge ship. We really wanted to go aboard and take a look. Hearing this, Ning Feng asked, puzzled, If you want to see it, then go see it. Why are you waiting for me? How could we not wait for you? This is your boat. Without your permission, no one would dare to do anything reckless, and Yuqing retorted. Ning Feng didn't say anything more about this. That's right. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. That's a good thing. So he nodded. Okay, let's go take a look together now. After saying that, he called out to the other members of the team. You should all take a rest and go check out the boat together. As ships are upgraded, boarding them becomes increasingly difficult. Before, when it was a raft, you could just lift your leg and get on. Now that it's a fishing boat, you can get on by walking up a few steps. But nowadays, the number of steps to get on the ship is just like climbing stairs. Fortunately, the ship's steps had handrails. Otherwise, such a steep slope would have been quite dangerous. After successfully reaching the deck, everyone became curious babies, looking around curiously. Ning Feng was no different. Back on Blue Star, apart from taking some small yachts to tourist attractions, he had never seen such a behemoth before, so it was impossible for him not to be curious. Moreover, the internal structure of this ship is far more complex than it appears from the outside. There are hundreds of rooms of all shapes and sizes. Ning Feng led his group around the entire ship, which took them more than half an hour. But a ship is a ship. After everyone had seen everything they wanted to see, their curiosity was satisfied, and they no longer had any lingering feelings for the ship. After leaving the boat, everyone returned to work in the fields. However, Ning Feng stopped Yuqing. Right now, he has more important work to entrust to Yuqing. We're moving into the villa today, how can it be empty? Ning Feng wasn't interested in decorating the house or furnishing it, so he could let Yuqing take care of that. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about Yuqing getting tired from working in the fields. Yuqing naturally did not refuse. Actually, she had been thinking of going to the villa to check it out after she woke up, but she held back because Ning Feng was still asleep. Although she is nominally the mistress of this island, Ning Feng is the one who calls the shots at home. No matter what you do, you should discuss it with Ning Feng first before doing it. 194. Congratulations on moving to a new house. However, just as Yuqing was about to head to the villa, she suddenly turned back and looked at Ning Feng, saying, By the way, the baby has been born. Do you want to go see it? Oh. Ning Feng let out a soft exclamation, not expecting time to pass so quickly. But thinking about it carefully, it does seem to be quite similar. The ox became pregnant only one day after the amplification tree was planted. Now that the growth trees have borne fruit, it's normal for cows to give birth. Thinking it over, he quickly rode his horse toward the cattle pen. When he arrived, a yellow and white calf was staring at him with its big, bright eyes. It wasn't afraid of people and was quite endearing. This calf is about the same size as a newborn calf on Earth, but it is noticeably more energetic than any of Earth's newborn calves. Judging from his appearance, he seemed quite healthy, but to be on the safe side, Ning Feng still used his golden finger to give him a comprehensive checkup. Not bad. This calf is healthy in every way. I estimate that after 14 days of growth, it will be a fine ox that can be used for plowing and hauling goods. Since Niu Duzi was fine, Ning Feng didn't linger there. He accompanied Yuqing to the villa, informed her of the location the navigation system screen had moved, and then returned to the wooden building to study the endless voyage system. Upon opening the trading hall, I found that all the fever reducers that were listed yesterday had been sold, earning me a total of 5,025,600 nautical coins. The 10,000 expansion foundation stones that I put up for purchase last night before going to bed have also been acquired. Therefore, Ning Feng used them all at once. The island's area has increased from 535,810 square meters to 635,810 square meters, and surprisingly, there's still no upper limit. This time, he went all out and directly acquired another 36,419 expansion foundation stones. Given the nature of this world, the upper limit of island area is usually a relatively easy to remember integer. Previously, the maximum size was 500 square meters, 20,000 square meters, or 150,000 square meters. Now that ships are at level 4, even 500,000 or 600,000 square meters are not close to the limit, so it is unlikely to be 700,000 or 800,000 square meters. Ning Feng directly acquired the property at the maximum limit of 1 million square meters. Anyway, he has to expand the island's area to the maximum today, so that he will gain the most ship experience after today. In the following time, everyone got absorbed in their own tasks. As the sun gradually moved from the east to the center of the sky, noon arrived. Everyone worked quite efficiently throughout the morning. The IT team has conducted a final test on Yang Shizi novel and has not found any bugs so far. Now it's just waiting for Ning Feng to test it. Those members responsible for farming also completed all the farm work in the fields properly according to the plan. As for Yuqing, using the ship warehouse mechanism in the navigation system screen, moving the purchased furniture was incredibly easy and naturally. There were no problems at all. Finally, Ning Feng has successfully expanded the island's area to 1 million square meters, which just meets the limit. Noon. Ning Feng deliberately instructed the members in charge of cooking to prepare more delicious food, as they were going to hold a banquet at noon today to celebrate the housewarming. Everyone was naturally very happy to participate. It had been a long time since they had experienced this kind of relocation custom involving the culture of Yinxia. For a time, the wooden building was filled with laughter and joy, just like during the New Year. During lunch, because there wasn't enough space in the wooden building, Ning Feng simply used the nautical screen to set up 5 tables outdoors. There are 16 dishes on each of the 5 tables. 16 is equal to 8 plus 8, and the 2 8s are a homophone for prosperity. Normally, we don't need to be particular about these things when eating, but we do need to pay attention when moving. He's from the hot summer, and he can't forget the rules passed down from his ancestors. He doesn't object to those who idolize foreign things and forget the customs of the Chinese people, but he himself will definitely stick to this bottom line. He certainly doesn't want the world to one day be filled with Western culture. At an appropriate time, the luncheon officially began. Considering the special circumstances today, Ning Feng naturally brought out the alcoholic beverages and drinks to the table and asked everyone to drink until they were completely drunk. Everyone relaxed about this, as it was another joyous occasion for their eldest son besides his wedding, and naturally no one wanted to spoil the fun. Anyway, they had already finished all their work in the morning, and they didn't have to go out to sea in the afternoon. Even if they got drunk, it wouldn't cause any problems. They could just drink. Boss, I'd like to toast you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be sleeping on the streets. Feng Chong, a straightforward girl, was the first to raise her glass. Yes, boss. It's really our good fortune to meet you in this world. Without you, who knows what a weak woman like me would have ended up with. Seeing Feng Chong take the lead, Tian also quickly stood up to congratulate her. Afterwards, one member after another offered their congratulations. However, Ning Feng knew his own limits when it came to alcohol, so he could only return the favor by offering them tea instead of wine. Certainly, this isn't the workplace, and there's no messy drinking culture here. The most important thing is that everyone is having fun together. What we're drinking isn't important. As long as it's a group of like-minded people, even if they're drinking irradiated water, to put it bluntly, they might still drink it with great enjoyment and speak freely. This meal took the group of people a full 2 hours to eat. It wasn't that everyone had a big appetite, nor was there a lot of food. Rather, Everyone spent most of their time thinking about their own stories, which perfectly illustrated the saying on Earth. I have a story. Do you have some wine? After everyone had lunch, the next step was to move into the new villa. If this were on Earth, there might be a moving process, but here, because we can use the navigation system screen to move supplies, we can skip the moving step and just go directly to the new house. The group followed Ning Feng to the villa. Today's villa is a sight to behold compared to last night's, a sight that truly surprises everyone. Although the interior decoration is not as luxurious as those high-end villas on Earth, it has all the essential features. The sofa, table, and coffee table provide a comfortable space for the whole family to sit in the living room and chat, even though we can't watch TV or use the air conditioning. And Yuqing probably did this to take care of the members. She doesn't have much other furniture in her house, but she has a lot of tables and chairs, enough to seat all 20 or so members. 195. Is there any profit in registering domain names by snatching? After chatting for a while, Ning Feng realized it was about time and decided not to linger any longer. There weren't many tasks for the other members in the afternoon, but for him, there were still quite a few things to do. Not only do we need to see the final result of the foreign persimmon novel, but we also need to plan tomorrow's tasks. Tomorrow will bring a new survival mode, and all survivors who go to the mysterious island may encounter other people. He still needs to think carefully about the safety of the members. There's no other way. The Legion already has a considerable number of members. It's impossible to keep nearly 1,000 ships and 2,000 people gathering supplies on a shared island just for the sake of absolute safety. If that's the case, and the supplies are divided equally, everyone won't be able to collect much. Wouldn't that be going backwards? Never mind. Let's deal with things one at a time. Right now, let's solve the problem of foreign persimmon novels first. Thinking about it, Ning Feng got up from the sofa and looked at Xiaomu. Xiaomu, let's go. It's time to see the results of your development. Xiaomu knew as early as the morning that Ning Feng would be inspecting their work in the afternoon, so he deliberately didn't drink much at lunch to ensure he would be sober when he received his boss in the afternoon. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Xiaomu quickly stood up and nodded. Okay, boss. We arrived at the main room of the wooden building. Xiaomu opened the laptop directly. Seeing that Xiaomu was about to show the program's source code, Ning Feng quickly raised his hand to signal. No, I won't look at this kind of thing. I'm not a professional, and I wouldn't understand it anyway. I heard that you developed a total of mobile app, web app, author backend, and staff backend, right? Just open these and show them to me. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu nodded in understanding, then opened the computer's built-in browser and entered a domain name, YSC.hh. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was taken aback. Huh? There's a domain name too. Yes. Xiaomu nodded and explained. The website where I bought the server also offers domain name rental. The cost isn't too expensive, so I registered one. It's safer that way, and it's better than putting the server's IP address out in the open. Ning Feng didn't really understand much about the internet, but he did understand some things like IP addresses and domain names. Especially domain names. He had previously read a report that Blue Star's Rice mobile phone spent several million yuan to buy the domain name mi.com. It was this report that made him realize that he could make money by speculating on domain names. Thinking of this, Ning Feng couldn't help but ask, if we register the domain name, will other survivors be unable to register the domain name we registered in the future if they want to develop programs or register domain names? That's one way to understand it, but only if we keep renewing the domain name we registered. Xiaomu explained patiently and earnestly. Domain names can't be bought outright. They can only be used through leasing. If it's a long-term lease, we can lease it for several decades without any problem. As long as the domain name we lease hasn't expired, other survivors won't be able to register the domain names we registered. If they really like them, they can only contact us to buy them and transfer the domain name to them through a transfer of ownership. Oh, Ning Feng nodded, then asked, in this world, how many nautical coins does it cost to rent a domain name? Domains are rented on an annual basis, costing only 30 nautical coins per year. For 10 years, you can enjoy a discount, making it only 250 nautical coins. At this point, Xiaomu roughly understood Ning Feng's idea and couldn't help but ask, Boss, are you planning to speculate on domain names? Ning Feng didn't answer directly. After thinking for a moment, he asked in return, "So, do you think it's worthwhile?" "Yes." Xiaomu seemed to have already guessed what Ning Feng would ask, and nodded directly. "Actually, even if you hadn't brought this up, I was planning to tell you about it in a few days anyway. Taking advantage of the current gap in internet access, and the fact that many survivors haven't bought laptops yet, we should seize the opportunity and get everything that can be profitable into our own hands. Unless the internet becomes less widespread in the future, we will definitely be able to make a profit. It's just a matter of how long it takes." Ning Feng is decisive. If there's a high probability of making money, then he'll go for it. "Anyway, I have more nautical coins than I can spend. Even if a domain name is leased for 10 years, it only costs 250 nautical coins. Compared to the balance in his account, it's a piece of cake. Spending it is like a mosquito bite, not a blemish. Moreover, he will only earn more and more nautical coins in the future." Since Xiaomu, a professional, also thought it was worthwhile, Ning Feng didn't hesitate any longer. He patted Natsum on the shoulder and instructed, "You'll be in charge of registering the domain name from now on. Of course, although we're not short of money, we can't waste it. You should know better than me which domain names are valuable and which aren't, right? Just register those domain names that might appreciate in value." Xiaomu naturally did not object to this, and that was exactly what he meant. Otherwise, if you blindly register any domain name, you may end up with a bad domain name that you can't sell in the future. After thinking for a while, he suggested, "Boss, my suggestion is to register all the 1-2-digit numeric domain names first. The shorter the domain name, the more valuable it is, at least that's how it is on Earth. Many internet companies use shorter domain names so that users can easily remember their websites. Companies like Tencent use QQ, as do JD.com and 360. Currently, the world only provides the .hh domain suffix, and the total number of 1-2-digit numeric domains is just over 100, so our maintenance costs in the future are not high. Besides 2-digit numeric domain names, for domain names with 3 or more digits, we should choose some meaningful ones, such as 888.hh, 520.hh, etc. What do you think? Even if all 100-plus domains were registered for 10 years, it would only cost a little over 20,000 nautical coins. This cost was within Ning Feng's acceptable range. After all, he could receive 15,000 nautical coins a day just from the leaderboard rewards. So, he immediately agreed to Xiaomu's suggestion. "Of course, no problem. Just do it your way. Just contact me when you need to make payment. However, besides these numeric domain names, we should also register some letter domain names, such as QQHH and Taba.hh. These are well-known domain names on Blue Star. Regardless of whether we will use them or not, we should register them first. Oh, right. We should also register those like 91.hh and MDHH. 196. Boss, so you were actually that kind of person." Hearing this, Xiaomu became puzzled. 91.hh? MDHH? Do these two have any special meaning? Forehead. Ning Feng was truly surprised that Xiaomu, who uses a computer every day on Earth, didn't even know these two domain names. However, being a man himself, he wasn't embarrassed to say it, so he explained, "That's all I can say about 91 Video and Medu Media. If you still don't understand, then don't go astray." Xiaomu had indeed never encountered these things on Blue Star, but through Ning Feng's cryptic words, he could roughly guess what Ning Feng was talking about, so he didn't ask any more questions. Registering a domain name does not need to be done immediately. Now that everything that needed to be discussed had been discussed, the two of them continued to open the author page of Yang Shizi novels, as planned. Once you enter the Yang Shizi novels page, there's nothing particularly special or novel about it. The same kind of backstage relationships writers had back on Earth are exactly the same here. While it may not surpass the original, achieving a 1:1 replica in such a short time is already quite impressive. Whether it's checking book data, daily revenue, or reader comments, authors can see it all in the author backend. Ning Feng tested all the functions, and, after confirming that there were no problems, he stopped lingering on the page. Anyway, he can't write novels, so as long as the writer's backend works properly, other issues are not his concern. After closing the author's backend page, The next step is to access the program developer's management backend page. Actually, this page is the real backend. All the functions within the Yang Shizi Novels program are set up in this backend. For example, web page titles, application nicknames, novel categories, author information, and book information can all be clearly seen at a glance. Ning Feng was just a corporate slave on Blue Star, so he naturally never had the chance to get in touch with the back-end systems of those internet companies. Therefore, when he saw this management back-end page, he was unable to judge its quality by comparison. At least the back-end page has all the features he wants, so there shouldn't be any major problems. After thoroughly studying the two backends, it's time to look at the pages that normal readers can access. Although he asked Xiaomu to develop a program called Yang Shizi Novels, neither the mobile app nor the web page has much to do with launching Yang Shizi Novels. Back on Earth, Yang Shizi Novels primarily operated on a free-to-read, ad-supported market. In this world, however, ads generate no revenue. Therefore, developing a novel app naturally has to follow the subscription model. Therefore, this reader's web page is actually more like a combination of endpoint novels and feihu novels. Features like leaderboards and featured sections are quite intuitive, and the page design is refreshing, giving off a vibrant and youthful vibe. All that's needed now is to improve the internal novels, and then this website will be truly perfect. As for the final mobile app, it can also be accessed directly through an emulator on a computer. But considering that he would definitely use his phone to check it in the future, he had Xiaomu directly import the application's installation package into his phone via data cable. After the installation was successful, looking at the new app icon that suddenly appeared on his phone, Ning Feng really felt like he had returned to Earth. He hadn't experienced the feeling of downloading and launching software in a very long time. Without further hesitation, I opened it directly. Because there is no advertising revenue in this world, there will be no redundant splash screen ads between programs. Once the app is opened, the content on the phone screen quickly enters the novel application. However, like other novel apps on Blue Star, this Yang Shizi novel requires a login option before entering the main page. You can register an account to log in, or you can access the site as a guest without an account, or you can log in with a number like on Blue Star. Since he was the only one using the phone at the moment, Ning Feng simply chose to log in with his phone number. Once inside, you'll find a preference option, like male-oriented, female-oriented, fantasy, urban, and the like. Ning Feng doesn't read many novels, so he just randomly selected tags like lowly, young woman, mature woman, and harem before entering the page. There's even less to say about this mobile version of the page. It belongs to the category of Frankenstein's monsters. It's basically a program that combines all the advantages of those novel apps on Earth. Ning Feng did not object to this. On Earth, copyright must be respected, but here, there are no laws, and he was the first person to develop the program. What copyright nonsense is there? He developed it first, so he has the copyright. Alright, not bad. After learning about all the details of the Yang Shizi novel, Ning Feng nodded in satisfaction. Thinking of how great leaders reward and punish their subordinates, he looked at Xiaomu and asked with a smile, "Your team performed well this time. Is there anything you want? As long as it's not too unreasonable, I'll grant your request." This? Xiaomu hesitated, not because he wanted too much and couldn't make a decision, but because he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to want anything at all. When he first entered this world, he felt that just surviving was a blessing. Now that I've come to my boss's island, I have food and drink every day, I don't have to go out to sea, and there's no exploitation of employees by superiors like on Earth. I'm also doing the work I love. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he has already achieved everything he wanted, so what else could he want? Want a wife? I'm afraid the boss can't fulfill this request. Seeing that Xiaomu remained silent, Ning Feng didn't press him for details. He patted Xiaomu's shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, don't rush to think about it. Anyway, I will definitely keep my promise to you. When the time comes, you and your colleagues can tell me what you want." After saying that, Ning Feng took his phone and returned to the villa. As for Xiaomu, he stayed in the main room of the wooden house, seemingly preparing to put Yang Shizi novels on the island's app store. Ning Feng didn't bother with him. Back in the villa's living room, Many members were still laughing and gossiping. Seeing them all laughing so happily, Ning Feng couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what are you talking about? You seem to be having a great time." Unexpectedly, Feng Chong raised an eyebrow with amusement and said with a mischievous smile, "Boss, I didn't realize you were that kind of person before." 197. Summer weather forecasts are a real headache. Ning Feng was dumbfounded on the spot. "What kind of person am I?" "Hee, my sister-in-law just told us about how you first met her." Feng Chong covered her mouth and laughed. "I never thought that our usually serious eldest brother would be such a lively character in front of the person he likes." Upon hearing this, Ning Feng could no longer sit still. "That wretched woman. Why do you spread everything around? Don't they know that family scandals shouldn't be aired in public?" The good impression he had worked so hard to build in front of these members was instantly tarnished. Thinking about it, he glanced at In Yuqing with a hint of resentment. Little did he expect that In Yuqing was also looking at him. "What? You look like you're not convinced. Since everyone is happy today, I'll share our love story with you all. I think it's a wonderful story. A legendary tale of a stunning beauty successfully winning over and transforming wolves and tigers." And Yuqing had even imagined in her mind the scene of their meeting and falling in love being adapted into a TV series. "Have to. That's true. I'm happy today, so everyone can say whatever they want without any problems. As a man, isn't it normal for him to be lustful? Is it some kind of stain?" Moreover, these members were handpicked by him using his golden touch, and after spending time together, he has treated them all as friends. Even if they knew all this, it wouldn't matter. Seeing that everyone was having a great time chatting, he decided not to spoil their fun. He said, "You guys have a good chat. I'm going back to my room to do something," and then went back to his room. The Yang Shizi novel's issue is now resolved. In the future, all we need to do is bring those online writers to our island and provide them with a laptop to write. Next, it's time to think about the plan for collecting supplies tomorrow. Back in his room, Ning Feng didn't rush to find Xiao Ruojiang to discuss the sea trip for the next day. Before discussing these matters, we should first understand the weather forecast for the next season. Whether it's sunny or rainy is very important. If you don't even know the weather, how can you plan to do anything? What if you plan to collect mountain spring water on a sunny day, but it rains? Wouldn't all your efforts be in vain? Therefore, figuring out the weather is the most important thing. Thinking it over, Ning Feng activated his golden finger in his mind. The next moment, summer weather forecast information appeared in his mind. June 29th, tomorrow, weather, sunny, high, 40 degrees Celsius, low, 29 degrees Celsius. June 30th, weather, sunny, high, 39 degrees Celsius, low, 25 degrees Celsius. July 1st, weather, rain, high, 33 degrees Celsius, low, 25 degrees Celsius. July 2nd, weather, rain, high, 36 degrees Celsius, low, 26 degrees Celsius. July 3rd, weather, rain, high, 35 degrees Celsius, low, 25 degrees Celsius. July 4th, weather, rain, high, 38 degrees Celsius, low, 25 degrees Celsius. July 5th, weather, sunny, high, 40 degrees Celsius, low, 30 degrees Celsius. Seeing this, Ning Feng felt it was utterly outrageous. If he remembers correctly, there are only 3 types of weather that can occur during this stage of summer: sunny, 50%, cloudy, 10%, and rainy, 40%. He originally thought that even if the probability of a cloudy day was low, it would happen at least once so that each survivor could experience different weather conditions. As a result, for a full 7 days, it was either sunny or rainy, which was really torturous. Moreover, the summer weather is almost exactly the same as the previous spring weather. Although there are 2 sunny days, if you count the days you can go out to sea, only tomorrow will be sunny. In other words, if we don't organize the members to collect spring water tomorrow, we won't be able to collect spring water for the next week. Although he has a lot of nautical coins, even if he can't collect spring water, he can still buy mineral water through the shop, but he still needs to make a profit. What's the use of just having enough for yourself? In this world, the most important thing is to work hard to earn nautical coins and desperately develop your ships and islands. Besides that, The temperature was so bad that Ning Feng frowned. A temperature of 39 degrees Celsius is really high. Normal human body temperature is around 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. Above that, the human body's perception of heat becomes exceptionally pronounced. The thought of collecting supplies for an entire day in this temperature is truly terrifying. On the bright side, since it's hot, everyone must be short of water. If we can collect more water, we can probably earn a lot of sailing coins. That makes sense, but how can we collect more spring water? According to the information previously provided by the cheat code, the total tonnage of spring water that can be collected on each island is 10 times the resource rating of that island. In other words, if you want to collect more water tomorrow, you can only hope that your resource score on the shared island will be higher tomorrow. However, who can accurately predict the resource rating system for shared islands? Thinking about it, Ning Feng couldn't help but frown. Relying solely on sharing islands to collect spring water is clearly insufficient. It would be great if we could travel to other mysterious islands to collect spring water. To other mysterious islands? Suddenly, Ning Feng had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. Yes, why insist on collecting spring water on a shared island? His ship is big enough to carry many people, and he can freely travel to other mysterious islands that will refresh tomorrow. So why does he have to focus on the shared island? At this stage, the shared island is a private, mysterious island created along with the Legion's territory. Survivors other than members of the Legion cannot set foot on the shared island. Then the Legion members can rest assured to take his ships to other mysterious islands to continue digging waterways to collect mountain spring water, and there is no need to worry about the ships being raided while docked on shared islands. And, at this stage, other survivors will also land on the mysterious island. He gathers his Legion to go to other mysterious islands. Whether it is in terms of numbers or weapons, he has the advantage and doesn't need to worry about any danger at all. In this way, the safety of the Legion members is guaranteed, and more spring water can be collected. It's a win-win situation. Thinking it over, Ning Feng then clicked on the Friends function and opened the chat window with Xiao Rojiang. Feng Yu. Pass down the message. Starting tomorrow, you may encounter other survivors on the mysterious island that everyone spawns. For everyone's safety, all members must head to the shared island as soon as possible tomorrow morning. 198. Experience Chest Epic. It was evening. Everyone also chose to have dinner outdoors. Compared to the lavish lunch, dinner seemed rather meager, but compared to the lives of other survivors, it was still quite substantial. There are vegetables and meat, rice and soup. After dinner, everyone naturally went home. However, it is worth mentioning that since Ning Feng's villa has already been built, Ning Feng naturally arranged for the other members to live in the master bedroom on the first floor of the wooden building. Before Li Biao and Shan Yi arrived on this island, the rooms in the wooden building were already perfectly arranged. It was only after Li Biao and Shan Yi arrived that the situation arose where people had to squeeze together to sleep. Now that there's a room available in the wooden building, it's perfect for Li Biao to fill it. He can move into the room that's been vacated, saving the other members the trouble of moving anything. Anyway, there's hardly any furniture in the wooden building. Whether you sleep on the first floor or the second floor, it's all the same. I doubt any member would care about that. As for villas, Ning Feng doesn't seem to have any intention of letting the members move in for the time being. The villa has many rooms, but he does want some privacy. Since the wooden building can accommodate them, there's no need to go through the trouble of arranging for members to live in the villa. Moreover, there is still a significant difference between villas and wooden houses. If some members are indeed arranged to live in the villa, then the other members who are not arranged to live there will inevitably have objections. After all, most of the members currently on the island entered the island in the same batch. It's not fair to say that housing will be arranged based on seniority or seniority. Rather than letting everyone grow apart over such a small matter, it would be better if no one came to stay at the villa. That way, he and Yuqing could live in peace and quiet without having to worry about this or that. After returning to the villa, Ning Feng and Yuqing washed up briefly and then lay down on the bed. Actually, because the shop has updated with a lot of new supplies, all the lights in the villa have been installed. If he wanted, he could also use solar panels to power the lights for illumination. However, at present, there are really no entertainment options, and even with electric lights at night, there are indeed not many good activities. Using it would be a waste, so Ning Feng didn't take this solar power storage panel for the time being. He left it with Xia Mu and the others so they could use it to charge their laptops. After the two lay down on the bed, Ning Feng, as usual, was using his phone to control the endless voyage system, while Yuqing, perhaps not sleepy at all, lazily nestled against Ning Feng's chest like a kitten, her bright eyes also fixed on the phone screen. Seeing that Ning Feng was currently looking at the information about the islands to be visited tomorrow, and Yuqing couldn't help but ask, "So, are there any islands with high resource ratings for tomorrow?" Ning Feng smiled faintly, swiped his phone screen with his finger to move a string of information to the center of the screen, and said, "This island will be the one with the highest resource score tomorrow. Mysterious Island number 22, resource rating 1200? Seems pretty good, doesn't it?" And Yuqing's tone couldn't help but show some delight. Ning Feng nodded in agreement and explained, "It's pretty good. Not only do they have supply chests and epic experience chests, but they also have amplification fruits." An experience chest epic? The best we've found before was only of excellent quality, right? And Yuqing asked in surprise. "Yes," Ning Feng replied with a smile. This was the first time Ning Feng had encountered this experience chest epic item, and he was incredibly excited. The previous experience chest excellent could instantly add 15,000 experience points to a ship. Currently, based on the quality ranking of resource chests, epic quality is one level higher than fine quality. I estimate the experience gained will be substantial. The ship currently has 1,117,115 experience points, 10 million, and the island has an area of 1 million square meters, which means the ship can gain 1 million experience points per day. In other words, the ships will reach level 5 in 10 days at the latest, and the world will enter the third stage. At that time, we can choose the development model for ships. If this epic quality experience chest is powerful enough, it can add several million experience points at once, and might even help you advance a few days in advance. Therefore, Ning Feng is determined to obtain this experience treasure chest on the mysterious island number 22. However, the only thing to be aware of is that other survivors may appear on the mysterious island number 22 tomorrow. He needs to find the experience chest epic before these people do. Thinking about it, Ning Feng couldn't help but frown. It seems I'll have to change my plans again tomorrow. Huh? What? And Yuqing asked, puzzled. Idiot, starting tomorrow, the mysterious island won't just be us anymore. If we go to the shared island to collect spring water first, then the good stuff on mysterious island number 22 might be taken by someone else. After Ning Feng's explanation, and Yuqing suddenly realized, yes, starting tomorrow, I'll be able to meet other people on the mysterious sea island. For a moment, she did start to worry. Won't we be in danger? Wild animals can't think as well as humans. Even if they're fierce, we can tame them. But what if they're hiding in the bushes and ambushing us? And Yuqing's concern was not without merit. If Ning Feng didn't have a cheat system, he would definitely be worried about the same thing. After all, human eyes don't have the ability to penetrate, so if a survivor is hiding in the shadows and ambushing you, it is indeed very dangerous. However, Ning Feng has a cheat code, so he's not worried about that. More than being ambushed, he was worried about someone else taking the supplies first. If those people find those rare supplies and stay on that island, he can still seize them by force. But if those people take the supplies and sail away, it will be impossible to take them back. Even if we encounter this group again on our next voyage, they'll probably have already used up all the supplies. Therefore, Ning Feng replied with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as you all stay by my side, there is no such danger. With me here, you can focus on collecting supplies." Just then, a notification sound rang from the friends function. It was a message from Xiao Rojiang. So Ning Feng stopped talking to Yu Chung and opened Xiao Rojiang's chat window. 199. New magical plants. Xiao Ro, Ning Feng, the Legion members asked me to inquire about the distribution of supplies for the island they're setting sail for tomorrow. Are they not providing them, or what? In response, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and replied directly, "Okay, we won't provide it for now. Just have everyone go to the shared island to wait tomorrow. I have my own arrangements." Tomorrow will be the only sunny day of the entire summer for sailing. The most important thing, of course, is to collect spring water as soon as possible. Instead of wasting time reading out the island's resource distribution to those members, it would be better to just take them out to collect mountain spring water for a day. After explaining the situation to Xiao Ruojiang, Ning Feng ended their casual conversation. Ning Feng had just been talking to Yuqing about the experience chests when he remembered that he hadn't taken out the 2 advanced resource chests he had synthesized before going to bed last night. Thinking of this, Ning Feng quickly got out of bed and went to the navigation system screen next to the bed, turning on the screen. After opening the ship warehouse and taking out the 2 advanced supply chests, he immediately used his cheat code to read them. Message read: Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, epic, purple. Items in the supply chest, home use solar power generation device. Message read: Treasure chest type, high-level resource treasure chest. Resource chest quality, legendary, golden. Items in the supply chest, magic summon sunflower seeds. Upon seeing this, Ning Feng was overjoyed. Both high-level resource chests actually contained loot. I'm absolutely thrilled. Although he hasn't used his cheat code to read the specific functions of these 2 supplies, just looking at their quality is enough to tell that they shouldn't be junk. Especially the supplies in that legendary quality advanced supply chest actually have a magic tag. Doesn't that mean it's a magical plant? Regarding this magical plant, Ning Feng had already been told by his cheat system when he used it to read the amplification fruit tree that magical plants existed in this world. I never expected to run into him so soon. If I remember correctly, the amplification fruit tree he currently has planted on the island was obtained from an epic quality advanced resource chest. This resource, named Magic Sunflower Seed, was actually obtained from a legendary quality advanced resource chest. Could it be argued that this Magic Sunflower Seed is more valuable than the amplifying fruit tree seed? Thinking of this, Ning Feng felt his breathing become a little rapid. The ability to enhance fruit tree seeds is evident to all. As long as it is fertilized with magical fertilizer, the amplification fruit tree seed can achieve immortality and continuously grow amplification fruit to enhance human physical fitness. This is already incredibly amazing. Now he has actually obtained a magical plant that is even more precious than the amplification fruit tree seed. Wouldn't that be even more heaven-defying? Ning Feng couldn't wait any longer and quickly used his cheat code to read it in depth. Message read: Item name, Magic Sunflower Seed. Item introduction, Magic Sunflower Seed, a magical plant in the endless voyage world. When mature, it has 33 petals, with a faint halo around it, bright colors, and a light, refreshing fragrance. It is the king of sunflowers. Material effect: once the magic sunflower matures, each petal picked will trigger its sun-summoning magic, forcibly changing the weather to sunny regardless of the weather conditions, and fixing the temperature at 26 degrees Celsius. The weather effect only applies to the island where the magic sunflower is planted and is ineffective at night. Holy crap, this is absolutely incredible. When Ning Feng learned of the magic summon sunflower ability, he couldn't help but blurt it out. He truly hadn't expected that the world's technology had reached this level. Even a single plant can forcibly change the weather? TSK, the more I think about it, the more outrageous it gets. If legendary quality, advanced supply chests can yield plants that can forcibly summon the sun, then wouldn't it be possible for plants obtained from premium quality, advanced supply chests to even enable manned spaceflight? It's definitely dreamy. Seeing Ning Feng so agitated, and Yuqing couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you so excited?" Ning Feng didn't rush to answer, instead smiling and keeping everyone in suspense. "You'll find out when I open this high-level resource chest." After saying that, Ning Feng opened it without saying another word. A golden light flashed, even dazzlingly. Then, a plant seed shimmering with golden light floated above the treasure chest. "Wow, so sparkly. It's so bright and shiny. What kind of seed is this?" And Yuqing was mesmerized. Ning Feng then began to explain. "This is called sunflower, and like the amplifying fruit tree, it's a magical plant." And Yuqing was stunned when she heard this. as she had never heard of this plant on Earth. Are you sure it's not a sunflower? Or is it a sunflower? Ning Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing this. What, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know whether it's a sunflower or a sunflower? Even if I don't know this sunflower, I've at least seen sunflower seeds before. They're just melon seeds, right? I've eaten plenty of melon seeds on Earth. Hee hee. And Yuqing was deliberately teasing Ning Feng, and seeing that Ning Feng was getting anxious, she quickly stuck out her tongue playfully, looking quite unreasonable. As for Ning Feng, he wasn't so petty and didn't dwell on it anymore. I just don't know if these seeds are troublesome to cultivate, or if they need to be watered regularly like the growth tree. Thinking it over, Ning Feng used his cheat system to read it again. Message read: Name, Magic Summon Sunflower. Type, Magical Plants. Growth conditions. Magical plants can grow in any environment with soil, but their lifespan and productivity will vary depending on the cultivation method. Cultivation method. It will live as long as it is given water. During the growth period, water it with 500 milliliters of water at irregular intervals every day. It will enter the maturity period after 168 hours. During the maturity period, water it with 1,000 milliliters of water every day. After all the sunflower petals have been picked, it will enter a 24-hour withering period. If you use magic fertilizer to fertilize it, it will 100% enter the next growth cycle. If you leave it alone, it will wither and die after 24 hours. Just between us, I've started a fan group on Tomato. If you'd like to join, you can click on my profile to enter. Although I know not many people will actually join. 200. The first sea voyage of summer. Can it live as long as it's given water? Ning Feng was quite satisfied after learning about the cultivation method of magic sunflower. Legendary quality supplies are truly exceptional. They're incredibly resilient. They're easy to survive. So, Ning Feng took a shovel from the ship's warehouse, grabbed the seed, and ran out of the room. Plant early and enjoy early. The villa yard is currently empty with no flowers, trees, or shrubs for decoration. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Ning Feng planted the magic sunflower directly in front of the villa. Magical plants can all glow, so planting them here will naturally have the best decorative effect, and they will also be more convenient to cultivate and harvest. After planting, Ning Feng was afraid that he had gotten himself dirty from digging and that this would lower his hygiene rating. So he went to the toilet to wash up before returning to bed with peace of mind. At this stage, the 100 experience points that hygiene and hunger can give to a ship each day are negligible. But even a small mosquito bite is still a bite, especially at this stage of competing for rankings, so these little details can't be missed. After all, the experience bonuses from hygiene and satiety cannot be changed later in life. If I maintain a value above 95% for one more day than you, I will gain more experience. Even if you use the same number of expansion foundation stones to expand the island area every day, you will always lag behind me in terms of hunger and hygiene, resulting in your ship experience not increasing as much as mine. Certainly, at this stage, his data on the leaderboard is already far ahead of other survivors, and it won't be easy for others to surpass him, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. After lying in bed again, there was really nothing else to do. So Ning Feng hugged Yuqing and fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was only 5:33 a.m., and the sun in the east had already peeked out, announcing its terrifying power to the world. After a quick wash, Ning Feng and Yuqing went to the wooden building for breakfast. Arrived at the wooden building, many members had already washed up and were now standing in front of the wooden building, holding bowls of porridge, gazing at the orange-red sun. Perhaps because it had been raining the whole time they were out at sea recently, the appearance of the sun today made many of the members look happy. Feng Chong, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, stretched lazily towards the sun, exclaiming, "Finally, I won't get caught in the rain on this sea voyage. I love you so much, Mr. Sun." Yes, in the spring, it rains almost every time we go out to sea, which is really annoying, Tian Tian echoed, also enjoying the sunshine. Seeing this, Ning Feng couldn't help but shake his head. The sun has just come out, and the temperature hasn't risen yet, so it's quite nice. But the temperature will reach 40 degrees Celsius in a little while. This is no joke. Without any shade, heatstroke can happen in no time. I really hope they can maintain this optimistic attitude. All he can do now is not tell them the truth, so as not to ruin the wonderful mood they have just begun to build. As for the future weather, he didn't plan to tell the members either. After all, the distribution of resources could also be attributed to the fact that tigers are native to this area and therefore have knowledge of the island. But to say that the weather is something a tiger can predict is truly absurd. Anyway, these members follow him with their daily collection tasks. He knows about the weather forecast and can make a series of collection plans. There's no need to waste time thinking of a reasonable reason to tell others about the weather forecast. After breakfast, the group boarded the ship. The funny thing is, because the ships became bigger, the steps became steeper. The wild beasts they had previously tamed were now incredibly difficult to climb, almost killing them. Especially those two crocodiles. They were crawling for 3 steps, and then retreating 2 steps. It pained Ning Feng to watch. The crocodile, feeling wronged, directly asked Ning Feng for a hug. In response, Ning Feng was overjoyed and went to pick them up. These 2 tamed saltwater crocodiles are not light, weighing at least several hundred kilograms. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to lift them. But Ning Feng's physical condition is now truly superhuman. Carrying several hundred kilograms of objects is relatively easy for him. After all the personnel and wild beasts boarded the ship, it was exactly 6 o'clock. Ning Feng then directly operated the navigation system screen in the ship's central control room to head to the shared island number 20 that had been refreshed that day. Ning Feng had already read the information about this shared island last night. Its resource rating was 145, and its danger level was 80. Normally, the island's resource rating wouldn't be particularly low. However, compared to the 1200 resource rating of Mysterious Island number 22, it is still much lower. Therefore, Ning Feng's primary plan for today is to go to the shared island, pick up all the Legion members as soon as possible, and then head to Mysterious Island number 22. You absolutely must collect all the treasures from Mysterious Island number 22. After arriving at the shared island, the other members of the Legion's ships arrived one after another. However, when they saw that their leader's ship had changed again, they couldn't help but be shocked. My goodness! Last time we went to sea, the boss's ship was only level 3, and I already thought it was pretty awesome. But after just one day, the ship is already level 4. A steamship? That's incredible. One of the underlings, whose name was unknown, stared wide-eyed. Actually, before going to bed last night, I found out from the leaderboard that the boss's ship had been upgraded to level 4, but the leaderboard doesn't show the ship's appearance. I thought it was probably just a little bigger than the previous fishing boat, but I never expected it to be so much bigger. It's really outrageous. Another henchman chimed in. By the way, didn't the previous update announcement say that today is summer, and ships can be merged? If our leader wants to merge with us, would you be willing to? Of course we'll go. Of course we'll go. Only a fool wouldn't. I've wanted to live on the boss's island for a long time, but unfortunately, the boss didn't choose me last time. The boss's island is 1 million square meters in size. I really want to go and see it. As more and more ships docked, Ning Feng stopped dawdling and quickly lowered the ship's stairs to allow the crew to board. Ning Feng had Xiao Ruojiang inform them about this last night, so none of the members dared to delay. After seeing the steps lowered, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion and walked up the ship's steps. 201. We are the servants of the wind and rain. At the same time, on the mysterious island of number 22, regardless of which side of the island it was on, from east to west or north to south, many boats came ashore one after another.